Transported into the world of the Lord of the Mysterious, Agnes has lost most of her memories from her previous life due to illness. In order to survive in this realm of anguish and despair, and to unravel the secrets behind her transmigration, Agnes embarks on a path strewn with thorns. Chapter 1. The Diary. Before me lies an open window, its sill adorned with a vibrant array of blossoms. In front of the window stands a dark brown lacquered writing desk, upon which rests a black notebook, its cover embossed with intricate rose-like patterns. A pair of hands gently opens the notebook. These hands, though not large, possess prominent knuckles, with bluish veins clearly visible on the back, and the nails lack color, presenting an unhealthy pallor. The owner of those hands is a tender and frail girl, blessed with silky brown hair, gray-blue eyes, and skin that is pale and devoid of color, her facial features soft and youthful, exuding a sickly fragility. The girl seems to follow a specific rhythm as she begins to turn the pages of the notebook, starting from the first. May 4th, 1320. The first entry in my diary. Mother told me that if I worry about forgetting something, I can write it down in this journal. Although people often say, who in their right mind writes a diary? My intuition compels me to record my thoughts and feelings, but I cannot write here about the matters of my dreams, some words obscured by ink. The great Emperor Roselle truly is magnificent. Time flies. I will soon be attending school. However, aside from grammar and history, I doubt there is much else they can teach me. After all, some words obscured by ink, possess a strong aptitude for learning, and my tutor has little left to impart. I believe I could graduate and enroll in a public school rather swiftly. Let me think. My brother once introduced me to the more renowned public schools in Fenibot City, and I have decided that the one best suited for me is Arnold Academy. Coincidentally, my brother is also there. August 8th, 1322. I'm 8 years old now. Last night's birthday banquet was quite delightful. Mother had me invite Penny and Frank, though in my view, I cannot truly count them as friends, merely as acquaintances with whom I get along reasonably well. Moreover, the name Frank always evokes unpleasant associations for me, such as mushrooms? Never mind. Mother insists I make more friends at school, but I find them rather childish. I have heard classmates remark that I resemble a proud swan. Is that a compliment or a criticism? I choose to interpret it as a compliment, for at least I am a swan. Furthermore, does not Arnold Academy uphold the motto of maintaining one's individuality? Well, Mother believed I should not graduate directly. She thinks a complete educational experience should not be lacking. Fortunately, Father and my brother support my decision, although entering Arnold Academy at less than 8 years old is certainly a rarity. Nonetheless, I believe I am correct, for at least now I can find some individuals with whom I can converse, like Penny and Frank. Speaking of public schools, they teach not only mathematics and grammar, but also Hermetic, ancient Volsac, Rune, and Intis languages, alongside some historical knowledge. Language and history are indeed invaluable, and I anticipate being able to study them all during my time at school. How convenient. Last night, I had another dream. Although it was a most beautiful dream, it leaves me feeling increasingly disoriented the following day. Is there any way to avoid this? Half a page obscured by ink. Perhaps I should record some words obscured by ink. Here? No, I ought to exercise caution instead. June 25th, 1324. Today, I fainted at school. It was truly a dismal affair. Thankfully, Mother informed me that I was merely unwell and I would recover after treatment. Yet, her demeanor clearly suggests that it is not an ailment that can be easily remedied. I noticed her eyes were red. Why will Mother not disclose the true nature of my illness? Could it be related to some words obscured by ink? March 15th, 1325. This marks the third time I have fainted at school this month. I suspect my time there is limited. However, I am relieved that I have completed my language studies, though my historical knowledge remains unfinished, and there is little to be learned about obscure historical matters at school. What exactly afflicts me? The followers of the Mother Earth Church have examined me several times. Do they have no remedy? I feel compelled to compile the information I have gathered regarding this illness. This illness renders me perpetually fatigued, drowsy, and prone to fainting during sudden episodes. Each time I awaken from a dream, my condition worsens. As the illness progresses, I gradually forget the events of my dreams while recalling other experiences from different dreams. Never mind, I believe I have fulfilled the graduation requirements of the academy. If I must depart, I would prefer to leave as a graduate rather than as a dropout. It is fortuitous that my brother is also graduating this year, so I shall accompany him. June 12th, 1325. Farewell, Arnold Academy. My brother unilaterally chose to attend the Morgan Medical School at Fenibot University. Although it is the finest medical institution on the northern continent, it undoubtedly does not align with our father's expectations for him. Nevertheless, Father did not reproach my brother. August 7th, 1325. I'm 11 years old. For my birthday dinner, Mother helped me invite Penny and Frank. She told me that even though I no longer attend school, I should still have friends. Penny and Frank are quite concerned about me. I hope that even as I grow weaker, I will not forget them. After the birthday dinner, my brother assured me that he would study diligently at Morgan Medical School and find a way to cure me. His eyes sparkled with determination. August 15th, 1325. Today, individuals from a Mother Goddess church visited. They appeared quite familiar with my mother, as expected. My mother had been acting somewhat mysteriously in the days preceding the deterioration of my condition. On a few occasions, she returned home looking pale and even bore the scent of gunpowder. When I inquired about it with Father, his response was clearly a mere formality, as he was evidently attempting to shield my mother. However, after my condition worsened, Mother ceased to venture outside. I am uncertain whether she resigned or simply took a prolonged leave of absence. My mother and the church members engaged in lengthy discussions, deliberately avoiding me. From outside, I overheard words such as spirituality and dissipation. It seems the church has discerned something, but I wonder if they realized I was eavesdropping. Was this an intentional attempt to make me aware of my affliction? Should I proactively reach out to the church members? No, perhaps I should wait a little longer, as there are still matters I have yet to clarify. May 27th, 1327. After taking my medicine today, Mother, while I feigned sleep, performed a ritual on me. I felt her grasp my hand, and then it seemed that tears fell onto my palm. Indeed, over the past 2 months, I have sensed a diminishing effect of both the potion and the incantation compared to the initial days. I suppose Mother has noticed as well. I should feel sorrow, yet why do I remain so detached? What cruel world this is. It offers only death or the loss of self. Knowing more serves no purpose. Damn it, I ought to forget these thoughts. I truly feel like a jester. The memories that resurface are becoming increasingly numerous, and before I recall more perilous matters, perhaps I should take the initiative to depart. October 24th, 1327. Mother's gaze upon me grows more anxious, and she appears increasingly preoccupied, displaying increasingly peculiar behavior. At times, she sits beside my bed at night, watching me. I hope she does not seek the aid of some cultist on my behalf. Neither she nor Father should pay the price for me. November 26th, 1327. I caught sight of Mother secretly collecting blood, which resembled preparations for some ritual. My intuition compels me to seek assistance from the Mother Goddess Church without delay. I truly must turn to them. How strange. Why did I suddenly recall the title, the Lord of Reports? To my knowledge, no deity bears such a name. Could it be an evil god? Never mind. Since I have forgotten, it should pose no danger. The current circumstances do not permit me to pursue such inquiries. November 27th, 1327. Today, I fabricated an excuse to visit St. Diana's Church, where I confessed to the bishop regarding my mother's situation. The bishop instructed a cleric to escort me to a room resembling a lounge, where I awaited the arrival of a lady who inquired about my circumstances. I recall her visiting me previously. She seemed to share a close relationship with my mother. I remember her name to be Olivia Jones. November 28th, 1327. Mother was taken away by Ms. Jones and her companions. Ms. Jones informed me that Mother merely needed to stay at the church for a few days, at most a week, before she could return. I asked Ms. Jones if Mother had been tempted by some malevolent entity. Ms. Jones appeared quite taken aback and asked me where I had learned such things. Did my mother divulge this to me? I told her I only remembered it was not my mother who informed me, though regrettably, I could not recall any further details. Indeed, this aligns with my situation. I revealed to them that every time I dream, I forget certain things and inexplicable knowledge surfaces in my mind. I have indeed forgotten how I came to know this. What I shared with them is the truth, albeit not the entirety. If Mother were aware, well, why do I dwell on such futile thoughts? Father appeared somewhat disheartened, but did not blame me. December 3rd, 1327. Mother returned from the church. Father was overjoyed. December 15th, 1327. Ms. Jones came to visit. After discussing some matters privately with Mother, she requested to speak with me alone. She candidly informed me about the extraordinary beings and explained that the root of my affliction lies in my innate spirituality dissipating continuously. I may possess some hidden connection with certain high-order entities. This deduction seems quite reasonable based on my descriptions. The church's power can only suppress the progression of my condition, but cannot eradicate it. Ms. Jones speculated that a potion capable of binding the spirit might prove beneficial. She conveyed the name of this potion, the prisoner, with a certain heaviness, as if she hesitated before sharing it. I am aware of the names of 22 pathways and some low-order potions within those pathways. I simply cannot recall their formulas. Nevertheless, I know that this is merely a palliative measure, and alas, no other alternative remains. What was I resisting previously? Ms. Jones is a member of the extraordinary team of the Earth Mother Church, known as the Heart of Nature. Should I consume the prisoner's elixir, I would seamlessly become an auxiliary member of the Heart of Nature, for my mother was originally a part of this esteemed team. January 2nd, 1328. Father, mother, and my elder brother accompanied me to the New Year concert. The musician responsible for this splendid event is named Edmundo Conti, and his music was truly a delight, though the name strikes me as somewhat unfamiliar. This should not be the case. He ought to be more renowned. Father informed me that Mr. Conti was, in fact, a celebrated musician in Finabat City over a decade ago, though it is rumored he ventured to the southern continent. However, he has returned now. At last, I turned to a blank page, and that hand picked up a rather delicate fountain pen, inscribing the new date in the first line. January 20th, 1328. The pen made contact at the beginning of the new line, pausing momentarily as it spread a significant blot of ink. Finally, the fountain pen was lifted again, skirting the ink blot, and continued to write. Ms. Jones and Mr. Conti are to visit tomorrow. Mr. Conti shall become my instructor in both music and the arcane arts. Seemingly devoid of further thoughts to pen, the girl capped the fountain pen, lacking the patience to await the ink's drying, and closed the diary. She rose, placing the notebook upon a nearby shelf. A series of knocks echoed from the study door, prompting the girl to stride over and open it. Standing, there was a woman clad in a dark, form-fitting turtleneck gown alongside a maid of 17 or 18 years, her mother and the maid, Hetty. The woman was tall, possessing the same chestnut hair as the girl, meticulously arranged in an elegant updo. Her facial contours exuded a certain sharpness, and her brown eyes seemed to harbor a gentle smile, yet concealed a hint of worry. The woman tousled Agnes's hair affectionately, speaking softly. "It is time for your rest, my dear Agnes. You must take your medicine." "Very well, mother," the girl replied in a voice still tinged with youthful innocence. Chapter 2. Mr. Conti. Agnes awoke early, her gaze drawn to the morning light filtering through the delicate pink curtains, casting dappled patterns upon the carpet. The curtain seemed somewhat insubstantial, Agnes mused. Rising from her bed, she approached the window and drew back the drapes. The winter morning sunlight was faint and gentle, imbued with a lingering chill. Even through the unlatched window, Agnes felt a shiver run through her. Peering outside, she beheld the garden, where her father's gardener had already commenced his labor. The flowers, predominantly of the varieties discovered by her mother, remained vibrantly green, a testament to resilience even in the frigid winter. Leaving the window, Agnes entered the washroom, meticulously attending to her grooming. The reflection in the mirror revealed a girl devoid of expression, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, clad in a loose-fitting white nightgown that accentuated her frail form. Her disheveled brown hair lacked luster, resembling withered straw. An instinct whispered to her that after today, everything would change for the better. "You will improve," Agnes told her reflection, adjusting the muscles of her face incrementally to breathe life into her visage. She then grasped the comb, carefully untangling her hair until it regained its former smoothness. As her illness progressed, the peculiarities of Agnes's condition became increasingly apparent. She had grown averse to allowing the maid to assist her with her personal care. Moreover, she had never relished the notion of being attended to by servants. The reasons for her distaste had become somewhat obscured, though they seemed intertwined with her upbringing. Despite her mind being cluttered with a plethora of seemingly superfluous and perilous knowledge, Agnes unearthed fragments of insight from the recesses of her memory, affirming that her education spanned beyond these 14 years of life. There existed a more profound influence prior to this existence, a segment of memory that, though now hazy, she suspected was best referred to as her past life. Reason dictated that Agnes refrained from inscribing this designation in her diary. Nor could she directly transcribe this portion of her recollections. She had opted to denote it as a dream. Occasionally, upon revisiting her earlier entries, she felt a mix of regret for her previous lack of caution and gratitude for the numerous ambiguities she had left behind, which allowed her to revisit her thoughts just as they began to fade into oblivion. Agnes could not recall her mental state during those moments. Yet she sensed that these uncertainties were perhaps deliberately left as a means to facilitate her own discovery upon forgetting. A knock at the door interrupted her reverie. Setting down the comb, Agnes opened the door to find her mother entering. "Good morning, Mama," she greeted. "Good morning, my dear Agnes," her mother replied, affectionately tousling Agnes's hair before planting a kiss upon her forehead. "Did you dream last night?" she inquired. "No, Mama," Agnes answered. "Very well, change your clothes, and we shall have breakfast together." Upon arriving at the dining room with her mother, Agnes found her father already seated at the table, engrossed in a newspaper. He set it aside and smiled at the sight of Agnes and her mother settling in. "Good morning, my dear Mariana and Agnes," he said. "Good morning, dear Lorenzo." They replied in unison. "Did you sleep well, Agnes?" her father asked. Very well, father. I did not dream, she responded, observing a slight uplift in her father's mood. This afternoon, Olivia and Mr. Connie will be visiting for a formal call, her mother announced. Yes, I am aware. I have kept the afternoon free, her father nodded, smiling. Lord Lorenzo Pagny held a Countess title, aligning him with the new nobility of Fenibort in Agnes's eyes. She was familiar with some tales of the Pagny family. Her great-grandfather clung stubbornly to the fading glory of his surname, resisting change amidst the industrial revolution that swept in from Intis. Her grandfather, believing that stagnation would lead to decay in the face of progress, severed ties with his father and successfully re-established their place in society on the winds of the industrial age. By the time it reached her father, while not a paragon of the new nobility, he at least stood as a pillar within that realm, holding a seat in the Senate. Breakfast concluded in a relaxed atmosphere, her mother escorting her father out, while Agnes retreated to the music room to practice the piano. At 3 in the afternoon, Olivia Jones and the musician Edmund Connie arrived punctually. Miss Jones, rarely seen in a deep green gown, wore a matching lady's hat, her hair meticulously arranged in a bun. Mr. Conti, a gentleman with graying hair and blue eyes, appeared to be in his 50s, his complexion a healthy wheat hue. He was attired in a black coat, a black single-breasted waistcoat, and a white shirt adorned with a white striped tie, complemented by black striped trousers. He donned a half-white top hat and white gloves, and held a pine cane, exuding an air of formality, though his hair appeared slightly unruly. Good afternoon, Count Pagny, he greeted. Good day, Countess Pagny. I'm Edmund Connie. He introduced himself with a hand pressed to his chest in a respectful gesture. His voice bore the gentle timbre characteristic of age, evoking images of autumnal red maples, tinged with a peculiar accent. Based on Mr. Connie's background, Agnes surmised this was influenced by the Dutton language, regrettably absent from her school curriculum, leaving her to piece together knowledge from various sources. After all, to the nobility, the languages of the southern continent were considered crude. Mr. Connie's demeanor was serious, his bow imbued with an unfamiliar awkwardness. Good afternoon, Mr. Connie. I am Lorenzo Pagny, and this is my wife Mariana and my daughter Agnes. Her father smiled as he introduced Mr. Connie before inviting him to the parlor. Agnes trailed behind, casting her gaze at Mr. Connie. She noticed that as he stepped forward with his left foot, his left hand also rose, then he adjusted his hat with a slight wave. Catching her gaze, Mr. Conti offered Agnes a strained smile, tinged with awkwardness. Feeling compelled to speak, she pondered briefly before looking up into his eyes and softly remarked, Mr. Connie, I attended the New Year's concert. Your music was splendid. Mr. Connie smiled faintly, bending slightly and lowering his voice to reply. I am delighted that young Agnes enjoyed it. He then winked at her playfully before rising to join Miss Jones and her parents. As they settled into the parlor, a maid served refreshments. After taking a sip, her father remarked, Mr. Conti, you are an exceptional musician. Agnes greatly admires your work, and we would be thrilled for you to become her music teacher. Mr. Connie traced his finger along the rim of his cup, nodding in agreement. I would be honored to be Miss Agnes's teacher. I believe we shall enjoy a pleasant rapport. As Agnes listened to the conversation between her father and Mr. Connie, her thoughts began to drift. Mr. Connie was not the first music instructor her parents had engaged for her after departing from Arnold Academy. That honor belonged to Mr. Miller. A native of Rouen, Mr. Miller had resided in Fenibort for several years before resigning 2 months prior to return to Rouen. The southern continent is indeed fraught with conflict. There were several moments when I thought my life might end there, yet I survived, Mr. Connie recounted. However, the sacrifices have borne fruit. Several of my musical compositions have drawn inspiration from that place. Mr. Conti possesses a profound passion for music, Agnes heard her father exclaim with admiration. After exchanging pleasantries, Mr. Conti eventually took his leave. The etiquette manual emphasizes that visits should be brief, formal, yet enjoyable, with a duration of merely 15 minutes deemed sufficient. Ms. Jones remained behind and requested a private conversation with Agnes. Mr. Connie is classified as prisoner sequence aid. He approached us a year ago, voluntarily seeking our protection and surveillance. After a year of observation, we have deemed him to be trustworthy to a certain extent, Ms. Jones remarked with a smile. To a certain extent? Agnes inquired, her brow furrowing. Indeed, I recall informing you that prisoner sequences are prone to losing control, and Mr. Connie, being a madman of sequence 8, bears the curse of volatility. Even if we can presently ascertain that Mr. Conti is a gentleman of respectability, we cannot guarantee when he might succumb to his curse and lose control. Thus, our surveillance over him cannot be entirely relinquished, Ms. Jones sighed. Never mind. I merely wish to ask if you would be willing to have Mr. Connie as your instructor. Ms. Jones queried. Hasn't Mr. Connie already become my teacher? Agnes tilted her head in contemplation. Ms. Jones sighed in exasperation. Please don't feign ignorance. You well know that is not what I meant. I am asking if you would allow him to be your mentor in the arcane arts. Although Mr. Connie has submitted the potion formulas for both sequence 9 and 8 to the church lacks relevant experience concerning the prisoner sequences. Having a teacher from the same sequence to guide, you would undoubtedly reduce your chances of losing control. Simultaneously, it would facilitate monitoring of both myself and Mr. Connie. Agnes pondered thoughtfully. Ms. Jones fell silent, ultimately nodding her agreement. Very well, I consent, Agnes replied with a smile. Then come to St. Diana's church tomorrow morning to meet Mr. Connie and me. Mariana has already utilized her previous merits to procure the materials for you. But you must partake in the potion at the church. Ms. Jones seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 3. St. Diana's Church. On the following day, Agnes arose early and, accompanied by her mother, boarded a carriage bound for St. Diana's Church. Her mother did not bring a maid and had granted Hetty the day off. After approximately half an hour's journey, the carriage came to a halt and Agnes alighted. Before her lay a broad pedestrian street, approximately 200 meters in length, known as Flower Square. In its midst was a vibrant flower bed adorned with blossoms that bloom throughout the seasons. The streets on either side were paved with granite, reflecting the morning sunlight around 7 o'clock, resembling a lake shimmering with gentle light. At the end of the pedestrian street stood a magnificent Gothic church with twin towers, appearing from Agnes's vantage point as two tree trunks intertwined, complemented by grand rose windows and stained glass on either side, bestowing the entire structure with an extraordinary sense of splendor and majesty. Come, her mother urged, taking Agnes's hand. The pedestrian street before St. Diana's church was traditionally off-limits to carriages, and no one sought to flaunt their privileges here. The affluent and noble chose to walk in this space to project their accessibility, considering it a part of their decorum. Conversely, the impoverished had no carriages. Agnes and her mother entered St. Diana's church. No matter how many times she entered, Agnes was always awestruck by the church's beauty. Raising her gaze, the church's lofty dome resembled the canopy of waves, extending outward. The square columns appeared as tree trunks, soaring skyward, and extending pointed arches at heights of around 20 meters, akin to trees stretching forth their branches from their upright trunks. Light filtered through the stained glass windows, casting a myriad of colors upon the ground, reminiscent of flowers blooming upon the grassy forest floor, imbued with vibrant hues. The earth bears the weight of humanity, much like a mother cradling her child. The day's mass had commenced. Her mother guided Agnes to a seat along the aisle, and Agnes closed her eyes, quietly listening to the bishop's voice. The bishop was an elderly woman with graying hair, and her voice carried a gentle yet profound resonance during her sermon, especially when Agnes closed her eyes, feeling as if embraced by her mother while recounting tales of the past. Mother always listens, whether to tearful pleas or jubilant celebrations. She is attentive and caring. Mother will watch over us, whether we achieve greatness or face adversity. She will open her arms to protect us. We believe in our mother's unconditional love for us, just as we believe in the earth's impartial love. Agnes and her mother quietly absorbed the bishop's sermon, savoring the resonance of those words within their hearts. Soon, the bishop concluded her address. Agnes rose, casting an inquiring glance at her mother. Her mother nodded toward the bishop from afar, drawing a triangle over her chest and then a vertical line above it. She then led Agnes toward the stairs on the right side of the church. Agnes followed her mother upstairs into a chamber resembling a laboratory. Upon opening the door, a chill enveloped Agnes, causing her to involuntarily shiver. The room had no windows, and a crystal ball emitted a crimson glow, serving as the sole source of illumination within. Ms. Jones and Mr. Connie were already present in the room. Ms. Jones embraced Agnes's mother and then turned her gaze toward Agnes. Are you ready, little Agnes? Ms. Jones inquired with a stern expression. I am ready, Agnes nodded solemnly, influenced by Ms. Jones's serious demeanor. Olivia, please don't frighten her, her mother said with a hint of exasperation toward Ms. Jones. All right, Mariana, I merely wish to ease the tension, Ms. Jones replied with a smile. Mr. Connie will assist you in brewing the potion, supervise your consumption, and instruct you on how to harness the potion's power, Ms. Jones stated, her smile fading into seriousness. Agnes nodded, indicating her understanding. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Conti. Her mother earnestly regarded him. It is no trouble. After all, Agnes is now my student, Mr. Connie replied with a smile. May the Mother Goddess bless you, Ms. Jones said to Agnes, drawing a triangle and a vertical line over her chest. Agnes paused momentarily before mimicking the gesture and responding, "Praise the Mother Goddess." Ms. Jones and her mother exited, leaving only Agnes and Mr. Conti in the room. Mr. Conti approached Agnes, bending slightly and extending his right hand. "Let us reacquaint ourselves. I am Edmondo Conti, a madman of prisoner sequence aid, your music and esoteric studies instructor." Agnes looked at Mr. Conti's outstretched hand, momentarily taken aback. "Oh, this appears to be a gesture of goodwill invented by Emperor Roselle." Agnes extended her right hand to grasp Mr. Conti's, who gave it a gentle shake before releasing it. Mr. Conti seemed somewhat unfamiliar with etiquette. After all, a gentleman should not initiate a handshake with a lady, Agnes mused. Mr. Conti withdrew his hand, stating, "Olivia informed me that you possess a maturity beyond your peers, exhibiting ample judgment and agency. She suggested that I refrain from treating you like a child, allowing for open and candid communication. I wish to inquire, are you truly willing to choose the prisoner sequence? Did Olivia inform you that the prisoner sequence is prone to losing control? It is important to note that most righteous churches maintain a heightened vigilance toward the prisoner sequences," Mr. Conti asked with a serious demeanor. Agnes nodded, acknowledging her awareness. "It appears Olivia has spoken to you about this. Did she also tell you that the prisoner sequence belongs to the category of otherworldly sequences?" Mr. Conti inquired further. "Otherworldly." Agnes softly repeated the term. "Indeed, this path will begin to diverge in sequence 7, known as the lycanthrope." As if recalling something, Mr. Conti's gaze momentarily drifted, his voice taking on an ethereal quality. After a brief silence, he continued, "Moreover, by choosing this path, you must contend with the Rose School, notorious for its sanguinary rites, unless you are willing to descend into depravity alongside those sordid individuals." A clear expression of disdain crossed Mr. Conti's features, suggesting he belonged to the ascetic faction. Naturally, those of the hedonistic faction would never willingly submit to the scrutiny of the Church of the True God, and the wild prisoners of the sequence would find it exceedingly difficult to resist the curse of this path. The ultimate fate for most would likely be joining the hedonists or succumbing to chaos, with few opting to seek the Church's assistance. Yet it is curious. The ascetics should also be part of the Rose School. Why then did his words imply a detachment from that identity? Had some ascetics already defected from the Rose School? Even so, do you still wish to choose the prisoner sequence? Mr. Conti fixed a serious stare upon Agnes, as if attempting to peer into the depths of her soul. Agnes met his gaze unwaveringly and nodded. Indeed, it was her best choice. Mr. Conti rubbed his forehead and sighed. "Ah, you truly have no other options." Agnes faintly heard him mutter to himself. "Then, let us commence the preparation of the potion." At this, Agnes's breath caught in her throat. Chapter 4. The Prisoner. Do not be anxious. The potions below sequence 7 are rather straightforward to concoct. Simply follow the sequence of the recipe, adding the ingredients in the prescribed amounts and stirring. It is even simpler than conducting a chemistry experiment. Once prepared, it can be consumed directly without any rituals or incantations. There is nothing to worry about. Agnes nodded gently. Mr. Conti handed her a paper inscribed with several lines. "This is the potion recipe for sequence 9 prisoners. Take a moment to review it." As he spoke, he retrieved clean beakers, flasks, and other apparatus from the cabinet, along with a medium-sized wooden box. Agnes glanced at the paper. "Prisoner, 1 bloodberry, 10 g frost salt, 20 g nethergen powder, 3 drops of Lafaya belladonna juice, 100 milliliters pure water, all claws of 1 Highland snow wolf, and 1 complete black mandrake." The last 2 items were underlined in red ink. The underlined items were extraordinary materials, while the others were auxiliary. Noticing Agnes's focus on those 2 items, Mr. Conti remarked casually, "To be honest, the Church's instruments are far superior to what I previously used." He admired the neatly arranged equipment on the experimental table. "Let us begin the preparation. I will guide you through the process." Mr. Conti picked up a brown wide-mouthed glass jar, using tweezers to extract a red fruit, placing it in a 250 milliliters beaker. 1 bloodberry. There is no need to crush or cut it. It will dissolve on its own. He then took a transparent glass jar containing white powder, weighed out 10 g on the scale, and poured it into the beaker. Frost salt, 10 g. Next, he picked up another transparent jar filled with brownish yellow powder and handed it to Agnes. Nethergen powder. Weigh it yourself, ensuring it is 20 g. This was not difficult. Agnes skillfully balanced the scale, placing the weights accordingly, and measured out 20 g of nethergen. Your chemistry skills are commendable." Mr. Conti nodded approvingly. He then took a brown glass bottle from the table, using a dropper to extract a few drops of brown liquid. Lafaya belladonna juice. 1, 2, 3 drops, done. Lastly, 100 milliliters of pure water. Mr. Connie measured 100 milliliters from a large glass bottle at one end of the table, poured in 50 milliliters, stirred with a glass rod, and then added the remainder. Ah, you should have learned that this method helps solid powders disperse evenly in the liquid. Actually, the preparation of auxiliary materials does not require strict precision. I have been studying potion making recently and am adhering to a stricter standard. Mr. Connie smiled at Agnes. Perhaps due to the lighting, the liquid in the beaker shimmered with a crimson hue. Now we reach the crucial part. The extraordinary materials. 1 Highland Snow Wolf's complete claws and 1 whole black mandrake. The weights of these two must be as accurate as possible. A slight deviation is acceptable, but it must not be excessive. Too much may lead to psychological issues, while too little could result in a failed promotion. Mr. Conti opened the wooden box positioned at the back of the experimental table, revealing 2 smaller boxes. One contained 20 vibrant red claws, and the other held a complete blackish-brown herb, the size of a finger, with its leaves and roots intact. All materials from the Highland Snow Wolf must be preserved at low temperatures. Any exposure to heat will cause deterioration, leading to unpredictable effects on your potion or ritual. Mr. Connie carefully placed the claws into the liquid within the beaker one by one. As the claws submerged, they dissolved, and the liquid gradually transformed into a thick, blood-red substance, emanating a faint crimson glow, reminiscent of blood. The room seemed to grow colder. The black mandrake must be stored away from light. Exposure to sunlight will reduce it to ash. Mr. Conti gingerly placed it into the beaker, and the crimson glow coalesced around the black mandrake, which unfurled in the liquid. Wisps of vapor ascended from the beaker as the liquid surface rapidly descended, the black mandrake's leaves and roots contracting and dissolving, transforming the liquid into a gelatinous mass. Clear and dripping with a deep crimson hue, Mr. Conti poured the gelatin into a small bowl, presenting it to Agnes. Here you are, your prisoner potion. Agnes cradled the small bowl, hesitating for a moment before bringing it to her lips. The gelatin slid down the bowl's edge and into her mouth, coursing down her throat. It felt as if thorns were sprouting within Agnes's body, binding her tightly. A sound echoed briefly, vanishing before she could discern its meaning. Agnes found herself ensnared in a shadowy dungeon, engulfed in darkness where all light seemed to have vanished. She attempted to seek something, but the surroundings deepened in obscurity, devoid of any life or tangible entities. No, she thought, this cannot merely be described as a dungeon. It is more akin to the void, though she could not recall a precise definition of that emptiness. Strangely, Agnes sensed that within this void, there was not a complete absence of existence. She felt a mingling of despair intertwined with an odd sense of calm. The tranquility beckoned her, while the despair repelled her. Agnes remained motionless, and as she followed that repelling force, the darkness before her dissipated in an instant, revealing a dimly lit room once more. A cacophony of unintelligible roars filled her ears, layered and chaotic, laden with anguish. Agnes could not suppress a frown, rubbing her temples before shaking her head, the roars gradually diminishing. What do you perceive? Have you seen that which was once hidden from your sight? Heard sounds that were previously inaudible? Mr. Connie inquired. I just encountered a realm of darkness, but it has since vanished. I also heard some chaotic and incomprehensible roars, which are now faint, yet still present in whispering echoes, Agnes replied softly. Do not seek the meaning behind those sounds. Mr. Connie warned sternly. I understand, Miss. Jones has cautioned me that those whispers not meant to be heard and those entities not meant to be seen should not be probed. Mr. Connie appeared to have relaxed as he remarked, the enhancement of spirituality in prisoners is rather subtle. Your spiritual essence was not particularly strong prior to your medication. However, the recent intake has indeed resulted in a noticeable overflow of potion power, necessitating the acquisition of methods to control this magical energy. He smiled lightly before continuing, Come, let us proceed to the adjacent room. Agnes followed Mr. Connie out, casually pulling the door shut behind her. Bang! The door emitted a loud crash, drawing the attention of Mr. Connie and several clergy members of the Earth Mother nearby. Agnes felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was merely a child's blunder. Mr. Connie chuckled at the clergy before guiding Agnes into the room opposite. Chapter 5. Training. This chamber boasted grand windows adorned with stained glass. Light filtered through the colorful panes, casting an air of solemnity upon the light brown carpet. This is my usual prayer room, where I often meditate, Mr. Connie stated. Please, take a comfortable position. Agnes removed her shoes at the door, her bare feet sinking into the soft carpet, which felt entirely pleasant against her skin. She ventured further into the room before kneeling upon the carpet. Mr. Connie tapped his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, I forgot you were wearing a skirt. Never mind. Please stand up. Obediently, Agnes rose, The prisoner sequence does not significantly enhance spirituality, yet it does markedly improve physical fortitude. Your recent potion intake has rendered you unable to control its power, leading to a lack of restraint. You must be cautious during this period and strive to avoid such incidents as earlier, Mr. Connie said with a serious demeanor. Agnes nodded in understanding. Meditation can aid you in harnessing the potion's power. First, clear your mind and envision a simple object in your thoughts. Agnes concentrated, mentally sketching her black diary adorned with an embossed rose pattern. She sensed the cacophony around her fade away. Now, replace it with an object that does not exist in this world, something conjured purely from imagination. An ephemeral thought flickered in Agnes's mind. Recalling the darkness she had previously encountered, was it an illusion or a tangible reality? She struggled to remember the nature of that darkness, unable to grasp its form. Instead, she whimsically envisioned a gray ocean to substitute for her black notebook. The ocean rippled with illusory waves, and Agnes felt both her body and spirit settle into a profound tranquility. Instinctively, she began to gather her spiritual essence, awakening a sense of grounding she had never experienced before. Surrounded by darkness, it felt akin to being in her mother's womb. "How do you feel, Mr. Connie?" inquired as Agnes opened her eyes. "Very comfortable," she replied. "Did you perceive any colorful patches or similar phenomena?" he asked. Agnes shook her head. Mr. Connie hesitated for a moment, gently ruffling Agnes's hair. "It's all right. With continued practice using this method, you will soon master it." After a moment's reflection, he added, "Remember, daily practice is essential. It will help you maintain your state of being. The prisoner potion enhances our physicality, sharpens our perception, and equips us with various illicit skills, such as lock-picking with a wire, tunneling with a spoon, or utilizing any available object as a weapon. The Church's documents assert that we possess a silent exterior and a frenzied interior, and indeed, this is true. While every extraordinary individual from any sequence grapples with peril and madness, it is indisputable that the prisoner sequence is particularly prone to losing control. Therefore, you must remember what I am about to say." Mr. Connie's expression grew unusually grave, causing Agnes to instinctively hold her breath in anticipation. The heart is the prisoner of the body, and the body is the prisoner of the world. Thus, one must use reason, the body, and even the world to constrain one's aspirations and insanity. "Do not indulge them at non-critical moments," he pronounced with deliberate solemnity. "The heart is the prisoner of the body, and the body is the prisoner of the world." Agnes echoed this phrase, savoring the depth of its meaning. "Indeed, never forget this maxim, regardless of circumstances," Mr. Connie implored, locking his gaze onto Agnes's eyes. She nodded solemnly in agreement. "Very well, let us shift to a lighter topic," Mr. Connie said with a smile, lightening the somber atmosphere. "I am now your music instructor, and I would like to consult you regarding the scheduling of our lessons. Do you have any preferences regarding class timings?" Agnes shook her head, replying, "Mr. Connie, I am available at any time. Did my parents not already discuss this with you? They wish for classes to be held twice weekly, specifically on Mondays and Thursdays." "Indeed, I simply wanted to hear your thoughts. I have no objections. What did your previous teacher, Mr. Miller, impart to you?" Agnes pondered for a moment before responding, "Sight singing, ear training, and some music theory. Mr. Miller taught me piano along with theoretical knowledge, placing significant emphasis on refining my piano skills." Mr. Connie appeared unsatisfied with Agnes's response, saying, "Very well, tomorrow is Thursday, and I will assess your grasp of the material. Should I refer to it as a diagnostic test?" Agnes paused momentarily. Mr. Connie observed her with a smile. "What troubles you? Do not be anxious. I merely wish to ascertain your progress." "I simply haven't taken an exam in quite some time," Agnes murmured softly. Mr. Connie sighed. Ruffling Agnes's hair once more, "Let's head downstairs." Together, Agnes and Mr. Connie descended the stairs. She spotted her mother conversing with Mrs. Jones on a bench beneath the stained glass. "Mother," Agnes approached them. "It seems that the prisoner potion has indeed been beneficial for young Agnes's condition, though continued observation is necessary," Mrs. Jones remarked after scrutinizing Agnes. "Come, let us proceed to the training ground," her mother urged, taking Agnes's hand. The group entered an underground passage where vine-like roots glimmered faintly in the darkness. Ascending stairs woven between the vines led them to the surface. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they emerged from what appeared to be the 7th step into the basement of a building. Exiting the basement revealed a space reminiscent of a club, eerily vacant. "This is Joseph's Club, a renowned shooting establishment in Fenibort, offering combat and shooting training. However, it is still early in the morning, so few patrons are present," Mrs. Jones explained casually. Upon spotting Mrs. Jones, a server guided them to a private room. This chamber was roughly the size of a dance studio, featuring several smaller rooms along the side, presumably washrooms and changing areas. Mrs. Jones led Agnes to the changing room to swap her dress for training attire. Agnes carefully donned a white training outfit. Her mother scrutinized her appearance, frowning slightly. This training outfit does not seem particularly suitable for you. Perhaps the tailor should craft a new set. Agnes caught her reflection in the mirror. The girl in white looking thin and pale. She understood her mother's concern. The loose-fitting attire emphasized her slender frame. Nodding in agreement, they exited the changing room, where Mrs. Jones and Mr. Connie awaited, both attired in their training gear. I believe we should first assess your current strength, Mrs. Jones suggested, glancing at Mr. Connie. She demonstrated the usage of the strength testing apparatus to Agnes, instructing her to begin with her left hand, followed by her right. Agnes measured her strength according to Ms. Jones's demonstration. Her left hand registered at 280 pounds, while her right hand reached 300 pounds, roughly comparable to that of an average adult male. Ms. Jones jotted down these figures in her notebook with casual ease. Mr. Connie remarked that this might be attributed to young Agnes's previously frail constitution, suggesting her potential strength could have been even greater. You will need some time to adapt to your newfound strength, Ms. Jones said to Agnes with a smile. Today, I shall teach you the fundamentals of combat. With the potion's effects, your physical capabilities are no longer a concern, and we can commence your training directly. Following this, it was established that Agnes would be required to attend training every afternoon, except Sundays, until she met the standards for combat proficiency. Additionally, Mr. Connie would guide her in the use of firearms and the application of the prisoner potion's abilities. Very well, Mr. Connie. Agnes nodded in agreement. Ms. Jones nudged her mother, and the two exited the training room. Shall we begin? Mr. Connie said once the two had left. What shall we start with? Agnes inquired. We will commence with strength and endurance exercises, Mr. Connie replied, his smile revealing his enthusiasm. The potion has granted you the strength to rival that of an adult male. Therefore, these exercises will require increased intensity. Today's training will consist solely of this, and subsequent sessions will follow suit until you achieve the requisite standards of strength and endurance expected of prisoner. Chapter 6, Reflection. At 11:30, Agnes and her mother stepped out of the church. Little Agnes, remember to have your mother prepare some remedies for your muscle soreness or offer you a massage. After all, your mother is a professional physician, Ms. Jones remarked, observing Agnes's somewhat stiff gait with a smile. All right, Olivia, I will, her mother replied with a resigned affection, ruffling Agnes's hair. I hope to see you at the church next month, Mariana, Ms. Jones said, her smile fading. I certainly will, her mother assured her earnestly. In the afternoon, Agnes's mother prepared a special bath potion for her. Following her mother's massage, Agnes finally felt rejuvenated. Once you acclimate, it will no longer be so painful, her mother said with a chuckle as she continued the massage. How long until I adapt? Agnes lamented, burying her face in the pillow. Her mother couldn't help but laugh. Mother, you are laughing at me. Agnes turned over, looking at her mother with a mix of accusation and humor. It is merely because you have seldom exercised before, which makes this difficult to endure, her mother replied knowingly. Agnes hesitated, not wishing to continue the conversation. A silence fell upon them, dispelling the earlier lightheartedness. Mr. Connie informed me that the prisoner potion could enable me to master various criminal techniques, such as picking locks with wire, digging tunnels with a spoon, or even using any available object to commit murder. He will guide me in honing these skills gradually. Agnes shifted the topic. This is essential training, her mother responded calmly. I understand, mother, Agnes replied, her tone subdued. What troubles you, my Agnes? Her mother inquired gently. I just feel unaccustomed, Agnes confessed, sitting up and resting her head against her mother. The girl appeared more delicate than her peers due to her long-standing ailments. Her mother caressed Agnes's head, soothing her with tenderness. After a lengthy silence, Agnes spoke. I know, mother, that if it were not for necessity, you would not wish for me to become extraordinary. Her mother sighed, embracing Agnes tightly. Seated at her desk, Agnes opened a black notebook adorned with an embossed rose motif. The sunlight outside was gradually dimming, casting a crimson hue across the horizon. Agnes lit the oil lamp on her table. January 22nd, 1328. Today, I consumed the prisoner potion. My physical capabilities have been significantly enhanced. However, I was unable to succeed in the meditation taught by Mr. Connie, likely due to a lack of spiritual depth. Agnes penned on a fresh page. The pen's tip tore through the paper, and as she flipped the page, she sighed upon seeing the ink stains on the following sheet. Continuing, she inscribed another line. The heart is the prisoner of the body, and the body is the prisoner of the world. Thus, with reason, body, and even the world. Bind one's aspirations and madness. Do not indulge them in non-critical moments. This was a maxim imparted by Mr. Conti, one he insisted she must never forget. After a moment of contemplation, Agnes tore out the subsequent page, folded it along the horizontal line, and wrote on the larger portion, "It is not mastery, it is digestion. It is not excavation, it is performance." The name of the potion is not merely symbolic. It is an image and also the key to digestion. This line had emerged in her mind when Mr. Conti shared his maxim, as if it had always existed within her consciousness, though she could not recall its origin. She vaguely remembered that this might be referred to as the method of performance, which could assist her in digesting the potion. Undoubtedly, Mr. Conti's maxim was central to embodying the prisoner. Agnes glanced back at the words penned earlier, encircling the concept of desire. What is desire? She pondered. To her, desire stemmed from human nature, a yearning to achieve specific goals. At present, Agnes believed her most prominent desire was simply to survive. Yet she was uncertain how to restrain this longing. Should she add qualifiers, such as living harmoniously with her family? Or perhaps choose a simpler desire, like the exhaustion from Mr. Conti's combat training and a wish to avoid it? This latter desire was easily restrained. She could persist in attending. However, this was not a long-term solution, as the combat lessons would conclude once she met the standards and the aversion to training might vanish, thus extinguishing the desire. She needed to identify a desire that had always existed and required restraint. As for restraining her spirituality, this was, in many ways, the very purpose of her consumption of the prisoner potion. In some respects, actually serving time as a prisoner might aid her in swiftly devising the rules of performance, though her parents would certainly disapprove. In truth, there would be no issue in revealing to the church that she was aware of the method of performance, simply stating it stemmed from her dreams. However, as a former member of the ascetic order, Mr. Conti likely understood the method of performance. Yet he had not directly divulged it to her, suggesting that this method of digesting the potion was a secret not to be openly discussed within the church. She could not directly inquire, but perhaps she could subtly seek information. The most pressing matter was to ask Mr. Conti how he digested the prisoner potion. Nevertheless, the rules of performance would have to be her own synthesis. Perhaps it would be more beneficial to learn about his experiences after consuming the potion. Agnes continued to contemplate for a while, then tore the page into small pieces, swallowed them whole. Rising, she approached the full-length mirror and scrutinized her reflection. The girl still appeared emaciated and frail, her complexion pale, seemingly unchanged from before. She clenched her hands. They were small and thin, with pronounced knuckles visible beneath the skin. The bluish veins on the backs of her hands were clearly discernible, some even slightly protruding when she lifted her fingers, and her nails lacked color, appearing unhealthily pale. Yet, these hands had demonstrated strength equivalent to that of an adult male during today's test. Mr. Conti demanded that her strength and endurance reach the standards expected of a prisoner. But what precisely was that standard? Is it true that the maximum strength of an adult male can exceed 440 pounds? Agnes pondered, a hint of confusion clouding her thoughts. Furthermore, after consuming the potion today, it seemed she had heard some peculiar roars. In her memory, such sounds were typically emitted by high-ranking entities of the same pathway. Yet it appeared that something was amiss with the existence at the pinnacle of the prisoner sequence. Regrettably, the specifics eluded her at present. However, the impact of those roars on her seemed rather mild. Could it be attributed to her currently lower rank? Alas, the questions continued to multiply. Never mind. It was time to sleep. Agnes stepped away from the mirror. Chapter 7. Dreamscape. Agnes walked with a lantern in hand and soon found herself before a quaint courtyard, where a red lantern hung at the entrance, aglow, while the gate stood gently ajar, revealing lights flickering in the northern and eastern corners of the yard. That must be the main house and the kitchen, she suddenly recalled. Gently pushing open the wooden gate, it creaked, shattering the tranquility. As if a switch had been flipped, peals of laughter and joyous chatter erupted from the main house and kitchen. Drawn by an invisible force, Agnes moved towards the main house. She lifted the curtain at the door and peered inside. Before her lay a spacious room, adorned with a central painting depicting serene landscapes, flanked by couplets inscribed with the wisdom of contentment and the elevation of character. Below stood a solid wooden table, at the center of which rested an ornate tablet bearing the spirit name of her ancestor, Zhang Gong, alongside two smaller tablets inscribed with the names of previous generations. In front of the tablets stood a black-and-white photograph of a middle-aged man, his long braid cascading down, wearing a watermelon hat and a long robe. He sat in a grand chair, his expression stern as he gazed beyond the confines of the photo. Before the image, 3 incense sticks stood, their gray smoke curling gracefully upwards. "Welcome back, Huijin," Agnes noted, observing several individuals gathered around the tea table, plates of dishes laid before them. The food, evidently freshly served, included the obligatory meatballs, dumplings, and crispy pork, alongside tender steamed pig trotters, lamb bones, and Agnes's favorite stir-fried beef. Additionally, there were cold bean sprouts and pickled cabbage adorned with fragments of ice. Her third uncle waved cheerfully at her from the table. I'm back. Where is Yaya?" Agnes inquired. Yaya has dashed off to the kitchen, claiming she wants to help with the red and white noodles. Her third uncle replied with a smile. "They still call it red and white noodles? Well, they changed that." Her second aunt chuckled. "Indeed, it has yet to be amended." Agnes recalled that this was due to Yaya's childhood fear of blood noodles. She had adamantly refused to eat them, and whenever their grandmother made them, she deceived Yaya into believing they were red and white noodles instead. Just then, the door curtain was lifted, and her younger aunt entered, carrying a tray. "Oh, Huijin has returned," her younger aunt exclaimed with a smile. Agnes took the tray from her hands and arranged 3 bowls of blood noodles onto the tea table. "Yes, I'm back. Tell your grandfather and father that dinner is ready. This should be in the room to the west," her younger aunt casually remarked. Agnes nodded, placing the tray down before exiting the expansive room. She heard her younger aunt teasing her second aunt and third uncle. "You all behave as if you're visiting relatives, unable even to serve the food properly." "All right, I'll go right away," her second aunt replied with a laugh. Reaching the doorway of the western room, Agnes heard her grandfather's voice. "When Huijin was born, I calculated her fate. The omens indicated that she is intelligent, generous, and kind-hearted, yet also prone to overconfidence in her judgments, often disregarding the feelings of others. It seems my predictions were accurate." His voice was calm. "Isn't that a good thing?" Her father's voice chimed in. "Indeed, it is," her grandfather echoed, almost with a sigh, the sound of a wooden cane tapping against the ground resonating softly. "When your mother, Shun, was still alive, her character was already commendable, and you, father, are still here." Her father abruptly interjected. "Yes, at least I'm still here." Her grandfather's voice seemed to drift into the ether. Agnes hesitated briefly before knocking on the door. Silence enveloped the room for a second or two before her grandfather's voice called out. "Who is it?" "It is I, Huijin. My younger aunt asked me to summon you for dinner," Agnes responded. "Oh, Huijin. All right, your father and I will be there shortly," her grandfather replied. Stepping out of the main house, Agnes entered the kitchen. In a fleeting moment, she was taken aback, seeing her grandmother preparing bowls of mutton soup from the pot. Agnes picked up a tray from the table, placing a bowl of soup, a dish, a bowl of rice, and a pair of chopsticks upon it. "Can Huijin manage that?" her grandmother queried, adding a cup filled with white liquor to the tray before turning to ask. "I can," Agnes affirmed, noticing she was now of the same height as her petite grandmother. "Very well, be cautious." Her grandmother helped her lift the kitchen curtain, and Agnes stepped outside. Before she knew it, the courtyard was filled with a mournful melody as a throng of people knelt within. The front half of the courtyard was occupied by those clad in white mourning attire, while the back half consisted mostly of individuals without mourning garments, merely adorned with white silk flowers. She spotted her grandfather at the forefront, donned in white mourning robes. An expanse of coarse linen draped from the front of his mourning cap, obscuring half of his face. Beside him stood her second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, and fifth uncle, with her grandmother and several of her grandfather's wives and aunts having joined the gathering at an unknown time. With the tray in hand, Agnes approached. Her grandfather placed several sheets of joss paper into the fire pit, lifted the cup from the tray, and poured its contents in an arc before the flames. One by one, he arranged the food and soup from the tray onto the altar, inserting the chopsticks into the rice. "Tonight's dinner. May father feast well," her grandfather murmured. Agnes noticed her great-aunt, kneeling at the back, silently shedding tears without a sound. The wind sweeps across the open fields. Joss paper dances in the air. Ancient graves lie beneath the green of spring grass. Pear blossoms mirror the white poplar trees, a testament to the partings of life and death. A faint feminine voice sang softly in Agnes's ear. Her grandfather cast more joss paper into the fire, and alongside the others in the courtyard, bowed several times towards the altar before most departed to the outside, where she knew a canopy had been erected for their meal. Agnes chose not to follow them outside. Instead, she turned and re-entered the main house. The main house had been transformed into a mourning hall, with the table moved to the center, adorned with incense candles and spirit tablets. The mourning banner obscured the contents behind the table, yet Agnes knew that her great-grandfather's crystal coffin lay there. Several cushions were arranged on either side of the table. In the corner of the room, a cushion and a low table were set up, with a small enamel dish and a stack of paper shaped like currency atop it. The enamel dish contained bright red ink, a thick pile of red gauze, and a rectangular stamp resting on the fabric. This was the tool used for printing joss paper. Agnes knelt before the low table, picking up the stamp to imprint some joss paper, placing it into a box beside the table. As she slightly raised her head and twisted her neck, her gaze was drawn to a black object beneath the crystal coffin. Agnes stood and approached the coffin, scrutinizing the object below. It was a black tile, pressed beneath a yellow sheet of paper, on which were inscribed strange, yet seemingly meaningful characters in vivid red lines. The tile concealed most of the paper, leaving only a corner visible. Agnes refrained from touching it, merely observing and deciphering the meaning of the inscriptions. "That is a talisman." Her grandfather's voice rang out from behind Agnes. Straightening up, Agnes turned to face him. Grandfather stood beside the low table, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he pulled over a cushion, nudged aside a porcelain dish and a seal, and produced a pencil from his pocket. He inscribed a line on a piece of paper and handed it to Agnes. Holding the paper, Agnes scrutinized it carefully. Inscribed was a line that resembled a form of script. "Do you recognize it? Then recite it," he encouraged. After a moment's hesitation, Agnes softly uttered the words, "Wisdom traverses the tranquil path. True spirit enters the mysterious gate." The pronunciation and intonation of these characters were strikingly different from her usual speech. Suddenly, the colors of the spirit hall dimmed, as if a photograph were gradually fading. Instinctively, Agnes reached out and grasped her grandfather's hand, which he did not resist, allowing her to hold on. Darkness began to seep into the surroundings, and Agnes watched, bewildered, as her grandfather too became enveloped by the shadows, a resigned smile lingering on his face. She released her grip, and his figure slowly faded into obscurity. He raised his left hand and gently tousled Agnes's hair, after which the spirit hall before her shattered like a mirror, vanishing into nothingness. Chapter 8. The Transformation of Meditation. Agnes jolted awake, sitting up abruptly in bed. She clutched her clothing at her chest, gasping for breath, taking a moment to regain her composure. In retrospect, there was nothing particularly terrifying about the dream. Rather, it was the inexplicable sensation of suffocation that lingered. Rubbing her face, Agnes descended from her bed. It appeared to be quite early, as the faint morning light barely filtered through the curtains. Her head throbbed slightly, akin to the feeling after poring over an incomprehensible tome all night. She was also drenched in a cold sweat, her nightgown clinging to her back. After a refreshing shower and rinsing her mouth, she changed into a clean outfit, feeling considerably more comfortable. Upon examining her reflection in the mirror, Agnes concluded that she appeared significantly improved. Previously, during times of severe illness, each night, dream left her in a state of spiritual exhaustion the following day, plagued by headaches and mental disorientation, even experiencing hallucinations. Yet today, despite still feeling fatigued, it was merely the consequence of having dreamt excessively without proper rest. Nevertheless, she resolved to consult her mother later. As Agnes stepped out of her room, the corridor remained shrouded in darkness. The maids had yet to awaken. A shiver ran down her spine. The winter dawn still held a chill, and she mused that she should have donned a thicker garment. She made her way to her small study, opened her journal, and turned to a fresh page. Writing, January 23rd, 1328. After consuming the potion, my dreams seemed to have shifted from their previous nature. Last night's dream held no terror, yet inexplicably evoked a feeling of suffocation, as though I were directly experiencing my own emotions at the time. Was there something peculiar about the scenes in this dream? Agnes paused, closing her pen cap, feeling an inexplicable irritation. If only I had not lost so many memories from my past life. She slammed her journal shut. No. Why should I feel vexed merely for being unable to recall memories of a past existence? Should I not have grown accustomed to it by now? Agnes's movement stilled abruptly. Is this the influence of the potion's power? She pondered, choosing not to rush into a meditative state, but rather to carefully explore this feeling. It was not severe, yet exceedingly subtle. Without a deep familiarity with her own state, one could easily find their personality altered imperceptibly. Had it not been for my rare experiences of irritation, I might have overlooked this change. After careful assessment, Agnes closed her eyes and began to meditate. In her mind, she envisioned a black ocean, its surface undulating, producing gray-white bubbles. Gradually, Agnes's spirit calmed, her thoughts began to empty. She observed the darkness around her dissipating, vibrant colors overlapping and cloaked in ethereal mist, imparting a surreal and peculiar sensation that made her feel dizzy. Agnes instinctively halted her meditation, rushing into the washroom. retching for a moment before splashing cold water on her face and raising her head to chuckle softly. It seemed somewhat different from her previous meditative experiences under Mr. Connie's guidance, yet aligned with his subsequent inquiries. When Mr. Connie arrives, I must ask him about it. Agnes returned to her room, sat once more at her desk, and opened her notebook. Her fountain pen hovered over a blank line, pausing for a considerable time before she inscribed. The dream appears to have exerted some influence on my meditation. With a sigh, Agnes recalled the phrase her grandfather had prompted her to read in the dream. Wisdom traverses the tranquil path. True spirit enters the mysterious gate. What is the significance of this phrase? Her intuition suggested it hinted at something deeper. Moreover, the script used seemed to serve a function akin to that of Hermetic writing in some respects. Despite the alterations in her meditation, the feeling of irritation had entirely dissipated, though it remained unclear whether this was due to the effects of meditation or simply a distraction of focus. Regardless, she resolved to complete the digestion of the potion as soon as possible. Agnes tapped her fingers thoughtfully against her chin. With a final stroke of her pen, Agnes closed her journal, returning it to its place, and exited her room, where daylight had fully arrived. "Miss, would you like to dine now?" a maid inquired. "No, I shall wait for father and mother to join me," Agnes replied, taking a seat at the dining table and casually picking up the day's newspaper to peruse. A prominent headline caught her eye. "The Source Guild of Malicious Monopoly Drives Up Prices." Agnes furrowed her brow as she skimmed the article, suspecting it was a form of propaganda for some political agenda. Lacking interest in the underlying story, she turned to the serialized fiction section, engrossed in her reading. By the time Agnes had finished the serialized portion of the latest newspaper, her parents had arrived at the dining table. "How did you sleep last night, Agnes?" her mother inquired, her demeanor noticeably buoyant. "Mother, could you take a look? I had a dream last night," Agnes implored, pulling her mother's attention. Her mother immediately grew concerned, meticulously examining Agnes. Soon, however, she exhaled in relief. "It's merely fatigue from a restless night. It seems the medicine recommended by the church is indeed effective." A gentle smile graced her mother's lips, her facial contours softening pleasantly. "I felt different upon waking this morning." "Just as I suspected," Agnes chimed cheerfully. Her father, observing the interaction between Agnes and Mariana, joined in their laughter. The breakfast concluded amidst laughter and merriment, and Agnes practiced the piano casually for a while until Mr. Conti arrived. Today, Mr. Conti donned the formal attire he had worn during his previous visit, but this time he carried a violin case. He opened the case to reveal a violin, its top crafted from exquisite spruce, its grain uniform and straight, devoid of any blemishes, exuding a pristine appearance. Though it appeared to have been used for some time, it was impeccably maintained, free of accumulated rosin and dust. It shined remarkably alluring. "What do you think? Do you like it?" Mr. Conti asked, noticing Agnes's captivated gaze on the violin. "Yes, it's splendid, quite enchanting," Agnes replied, momentarily at a loss for more suitable praise. "This was the violin my father prepared for me when I first began learning music. He recounted to me that in a time long past, noble families sometimes had descendants who chose to become minstrels, adorned in crimson short jackets and black jumpsuits, with yellow hoods atop their heads. These troubadours, carrying their own finibort lyres, would ride from castle to castle, composing verses and melodies to extol the beauty of pastoral landscapes and to sing the praises of heroic figures, knights, and shepherdesses. Thus, before their departure from home, their fathers would gift them a finibort lyre. Minstrels have nearly become extinct, with the violin now having supplanted the finibort lyre. Hence, he presented me with this violin, which I have since used for my performances." Mr. Conti caressed the instrument, a wistful glimmer in his eyes. "Can you play the violin?" he inquired. "I have studied it, but my primary focus has been on the piano," Agnes replied. "Undoubtedly, the ability to play musical instruments is a vital talent for noble women, intricately linked to their allure in social gatherings." During her time at the academy, even with a myriad of courses to undertake, Agnes still dedicated an hour each day to piano practice. "Well, the piano is splendid," Mr. Conti shrugged, "but the violin can accompany you anywhere. Now, as per our discussion yesterday, I shall first conduct a preliminary assessment," Mr. Conti declared, retrieving a sheet of paper filled with annotations from his case, and with a wink, he added, "I need to evaluate your understanding of music theory." Chapter 9. Mr. Conti's Music Lesson. Agnes hesitated, remaining rooted to the spot. "What is it, Agnes? Is there a problem?" Mr. Conti asked, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Agnes responded, "Mr. Conti, you know my affliction is connected to my dreams." "Indeed. Lady Olivia mentioned it to me. What is it? Did you dream last night? How do you feel? Do you need me to reach out to the church on your behalf?" "No, wait. Have you informed your mother?" Mr. Conti paused his actions, gazing earnestly at Agnes. No, no. Agnes gestured in exasperation. I feel perfectly well now. What I meant to ask was, I dreamt last night, and it seems there were some changes during my meditation this morning. Mr. Connie set down the paper and inquired, what kind of changes? Agnes pondered briefly before describing. During my meditation yesterday, I encountered darkness, but this morning I beheld vibrant layers of colors, along with an ethereal mist. Mr. Conti exhaled a sigh of relief. That is a sign of successful meditation. There is nothing to be concerned about. Agnes added, however, the sights I witnessed today left me somewhat dizzy and a bit nauseous. Mr. Connie considered this before responding, I shall inquire at the church today and provide you with an answer during tomorrow's combat class. Nonetheless, it should not be a significant issue. Perhaps you are merely sensitive to bright colors and need some time to adjust. Do not fret too much. Thank you, Mr. Connie. Agnes smiled slightly, nodding at him. All right, enough of idle chatter. We must commence with the assessment, Mr. Conti stated with a grin. Subsequently, Mr. Connie assessed Agnes's foundational knowledge of music theory, sight singing, and ear training, ultimately requesting her to play an etude. It is evident that your foundation is solid, particularly in music theory. Your piano technique is also quite proficient. With continued practice, you will have no issues, Mr. Conti remarked thoughtfully. Did your previous instructor ever consider teaching you composition? Mr. Connie asked. Mr. Miller taught me some methods for melody creation, Agnes replied. Mr. Connie nodded. Have you composed anything of your own? I have created a few fragments, Agnes affirmed with a nod. Play a passage for me, Mr. Connie instructed as he took a seat. As Agnes played, Mr. Connie listened intently, tapping his fingers in rhythm, his brow gradually furrowing. All right, stop. That will suffice, Mr. Connie said, frowning as Agnes ceased playing. Can you play The Knight and the Shepherdess? Yes, she replied, and began a play at his request. The Knight and the Shepherdess is a widely popular piece by Fenibord, narrating a poignant and melancholic love story. The melody is simple yet profoundly evocative, with numerous instrumental versions. After a brief segment, Mr. Connie instructed her to halt. I believe I now understand the direction in which I should guide you, Mr. Connie announced. Your most pressing issue currently lies in your inability to infuse your emotions into the music. This is particularly evident in your rendition of The Knight and the Shepherdess. The melody is simple enough, requiring no overly complex techniques. Yet it demands the performer to invest their feelings to convey a heart-wrenching tale that resonates with the audience. It is clear that you have not injected sufficient emotion into your performance. Similarly, this is the most apparent flaw in your compositions. While you possess a wealth of dazzling techniques, you merely stack these skills to create ornate yet hollow pieces devoid of emotional depth, rendering them mechanical and rigid, lacking in musicality, and exhibiting overt signs of experimentation. Of course, this may also be attributed to your relative lack of life experience. You do not require me to teach you more techniques. Rather, I must guide you in feeling the emotions within the music. February 28, 1328. Having consumed the potion for a month, my training in combat has progressed smoothly, with Mr. Connie even introducing me to firearms courses. However, the abilities bestowed upon me by the prisoner potion have not met Mr. Connie's expectations. He believes this shortfall is due to my lack of practical combat experience and suggests that I should accompany the Heart of Nature team on a few missions. According to Mr. Connie, individuals in my situation are typically expected to join the church, yet it seems the church has no current intention to reach out to me. Is it due to my youthful age, my previous illness, or perhaps, to some extent, my identity? Nevertheless, Mr. Connie assured me he would communicate with the Heart of Nature. The dizziness I experienced during meditation has nearly dissipated. Perhaps I merely needed time to acclimatize to vibrant colors. I recall Mr. Conti mentioning a potential phobia in response from the church. Even after all this time, I must reiterate, it is truly absurd. During this period, Mr. Connie has imparted some foundational knowledge of mysticism and practical rituals. Yet to be candid, most of my current rituals require spiritual materials for completion. Mr. Connie mentioned that he is not particularly adept in this area and suggested I consult my mother or Mrs. Jones directly. In fact, my mother has already been teaching me these matters. Recently, while studying ritual magic, I crafted a few protective talismans, sending one each to Penny and Frank. I wonder if they will wear them. Ultimately, the core issue remains my insufficient spiritual strength, and the enhancement provided by the prisoner route is not significantly evident. Nevertheless, despite these challenges, I should familiarize myself with these rituals, as preparedness is paramount. Regrettably, it seems I will be unable to master divination for quite some time. During this period, I inquired about some of Mr. Connie's experiences while in Sequence 9. By piecing together these fragmented bits of information, I can roughly deduce several key points regarding Mr. Connie's role at that time. to repress impulses, emotions, and desires that the consciousness cannot accept. This is an act of self-imposed suppression. It requires a lucid self-awareness to discern what one truly desires and what one cannot accept. Additionally, it necessitates a clear understanding of when to restrain one's desires and when to release them. Mr. Connie's experiences in prison, engaging in a battle of wits with other criminals and guards, serve as a compelling testament to this. I must commend Mr. Connie. His storytelling is truly vivid, enriched by his own psychological insights. He navigates the rules while simultaneously subverting them. Since a prisoner is, by definition, an individual confined within a prison, it follows that they must have violated some form of regulation. Nevertheless, the fact that a prisoner can be incarcerated suggests that, whether willingly or involuntarily, they continue to abide by certain rules. This may serve to distinguish a prisoner from a mere criminal. Mr. Connie once stated that after succumbing to an impulsive act of murder, his tendency towards losing control intensified. However, upon his arrest and subsequent imprisonment, this inclination appeared to diminish. This raises a question. Mr. Connie asserts that his propensity for losing control was exacerbated by his indulgence in desire, thereby underscoring the significance of restraining such impulses. Yet, if surrendering to desire leads to an intensified propensity for loss of control, how do the hedonists navigate this phase of imprisonment? Surely, not all members can be deemed criminals. Mr. Connie's observation that his tendencies lessened following his incarceration hints at an implication regarding my role. Did the church lack stringent prohibitions against him disclosing such information? Tomorrow marks the commencement of spring break, and my brother is expected to return as well. Chapter 10. Aurelio. Agnes completed her combat training for the day and exited the club. Her gaze immediately fell upon a familiar figure in front of the carriage. It was a young man in his 20s, clad in a navy blue double-breasted overcoat and beige fitted trousers, complemented by a pure white linen shirt adorned with a delicate bow tie, with knee-high boots polished to a shine. He leaned against the carriage, his top hat removed and held in one hand along with his cane, while the other hand retrieved a pocket watch to check the time. This was Agnes's brother, Aurelio, the eldest son of Count Pagny. Aurelio, Agnes exclaimed in delight, lifting her skirts as she hurried towards him. Aurelio looked up, smiling as he opened his arms to embrace Agnes. He then gently flicked her forehead and remarked with a chuckle, "Fortunately, Mother is not here. Otherwise, you would surely have to retake your etiquette lessons." "Aurelio," Agnes said, slightly embarrassed, covering her forehead. Aurelio, surrendering in jest, raised his hands, his gray-blue eyes twinkling with mirth, and suggested, "Let us board the carriage. We shall return home." "How long do you intend to stay at home this time?" Agnes eagerly inquired as she settled into the carriage. 2 weeks, I suppose. After all, I have joined Mr. James's project team, and I will need to accompany him for experiments thereafter, Aurelio replied. "Aurelio, look at me. I'm already well. You need not exert yourself so," Agnes asserted, striking a pose that conveyed her strength. Aurelio paused, then burst into laughter. "Agnes, that pose does not quite suit you," he said with a grin, causing her cheeks to flush. "Stop laughing," Agnes protested, her fists clenched in playful irritation. Aurelio continued to chuckle heartily. "Cease your laughter," she insisted, tightening her grip. Aurelio doubled over, laughing uncontrollably. "You still laugh." Agnes could not resist delivering a playful punch to his shoulder, causing Aurelio to choke slightly as he coughed, clutching his shoulder. "Cough, cough. You did not truly come to Joseph's club to practice combat, did you?" Aurelio queried, rubbing his shoulder. "Indeed, do you not believe me?" Agnes lifted her chin defiantly. Aurelio scrutinized her for a long moment in silence. His peculiar gaze made Agnes feel rather uncomfortable. "Why do you stare? Has half a year passed, and your etiquette lessons have reached a level necessitating retaking?" she retorted, unable to contain her annoyance. "Mother mentioned your condition has greatly improved. Yet I did not anticipate you would be well enough to engage in combat training. I thought you merely frequented Joseph's club for leisure," Aurelio remarked somewhat dejectedly. "How could that be? My combat training has been progressing splendidly," Agnes proclaimed with a hint of pride. "And you utilize it to strike me?" Aurelio replied, somewhat glumly. "You laughed at me first," Agnes countered. Aurelio feigned deep sorrow, clutching his shoulder. "You wound me deeply. Having just returned from school, I learned you were at Joseph's club, and I came to fetch you. Who would have thought you would not only reject my welcome, but also strike me? Had I known, I would not have returned." Observing Aurelio's demeanor, Agnes felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. "Clearly, you laughed at me first," she murmured softly. "Ah, it hurts," Aurelio groaned, rubbing his shoulder in feigned agony. "Is it possible I lacked control and exerted too much force?" Agnes pondered. "No, I should be able to manage my strength perfectly well within 3 or 4 days. She reflected. Could it be that my anger clouded my judgment? Does it hurt greatly? Agnes inquired with a touch of remorse. Quite so. Would you be so kind as to massage it for me? Aurelio leaned slightly towards her. Agnes complied, gently kneading his shoulder. Yes, right there, Aurelio encouraged, a smile creeping onto his lips. As the carriage came to a halt, Agnes prepared to withdraw her hand. Wait, it still aches here, Aurelio interjected, preventing her from pulling away. Agnes gazed at him, a soft smile gracing her lips. Still in pain? Yes, still in pain, Aurelio nodded, cupping his shoulder. Agnes playfully punched him in the abdomen. Now you shall feel no pain. She turned and angrily alighted from the carriage. Entering her room, Agnes seated herself before the vanity mirror, her reflection revealing a girl with fair skin, slightly flushed cheeks, and eyes glimmering with a hint of indignation. Staring at her own image, she suddenly burst into laughter, revealing a pair of small, white canine teeth, her brows arched in delight. A gentle knock on the door interrupted her mirth, and Agnes turned to see Aurelio standing there, clutching his stomach. Seeing his expression only made Agnes laugh more heartily, and she covered her mouth in amusement. It seems Agnes is no longer angry, Aurelio remarked with a wry smile as he stepped inside and shut the door behind him. What would I have to be angry about? Agnes replied, her smile persisting. It must hurt quite a bit. Aurelio, eyeing her warily, admitted a little. If you bully me again, I shall strike you, Agnes threatened, waving her fists playfully. Aurelio shook his head in resignation, sighing. I should truly inform Mother that your etiquette lessons are in dire need of a retake. How have you grown so strong? Aurelio inquired. Agnes fell silent, lowering her gaze, unwilling to respond. It must be the extraordinary power of the church, Aurelio conjectured, observing Agnes's reaction with a hint of certainty. You know, Agnes replied, slightly taken aback. I am, after all, the eldest son of a count, Aurelio explained, shaking his head with a sigh. Agnes nodded in acknowledgement. Father must be aware as well. She asserted confidently, such as, for instance, Mother is a member of the church's extraordinary team. I know. And you? I know as well. Then you are aware that my illness was caused by extraordinary factors? Agnes probed. I am aware, Aurelio confirmed with a nod. Then why did you still choose Morgan Medical School? Agnes could not suppress her rising voice. Hush, hush, lower your voice. I only learned that afterward. Agnes fell silent, and after a lengthy pause, she spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. I am sorry. This was my own choice. Yet I know that Father does not truly support your decision to attend medical school. The heir to the Count has little concern for what he studies. Frankly, in my view, studying medicine is somewhat easier, Aurelio remarked, ruffling Agnes's hair with a smile. Yes, I understand, Agnes replied, her tone subdued. Cheer up. I'm not currently bullying you. Consider this. You are now recovered and have even mastered combat skills. If I were to bully you, you could simply strike me back. Wouldn't that uplift your spirits? Agnes erupted into laughter. How can you comfort me like that? Isn't it what you said? If I bully you, you shall retaliate? Aurelio exclaimed dramatically. Agnes was momentarily at a loss for words, fell silent for a brief moment, and then awkwardly shifted the topic. How much do you know about the extraordinary beings? Not much. I only know that the church and the royal family possess methods for ordinary individuals to acquire extraordinary powers. The church's powers are related to nature, which aligns perfectly with its name, while the royal family seems to be associated with order. Most incidents potentially related to extraordinary powers in Fenaport are dealt with by the church's extraordinary team, which I believe is called the Heart of Nature. The royal family also appears to have a relevant department, a secret division of the kingdom known as the Bureau of Special Incident Statistics. Beyond that, my knowledge is rather limited. Agnes nodded and said, Actually, I should be considered a member of the Heart of Nature at this point. Aurelio nodded in understanding. I see. After all, you have received assistance from the church. He hesitated for a moment before broaching a somewhat unrelated topic, according to my father's wishes. I will graduate this year and then truly engage in some matters alongside him. Agnes was taken aback and inquired, Is there still time? There is time, in fact. My father wrote to me last December. My grades are quite decent, and I have already met the graduation requirements. Moreover, the project I am currently working on can directly serve as my thesis, Aurelio replied with a smile. Agnes nodded and remarked, Then you must work even harder. Aurelio smiled, nodded in agreement, and stood up, saying, Let us go. It's probably time for dinner. Chapter 11. The Isulia Biological Research Institute. After dinner, Aurelio's father summoned him for a private conversation in the study, while his mother took Agnes to the music room. Claude has approved your application to join the Heart of Nature team. Tomorrow, you can meet your future teammates, his mother said, settling into a chair beneath a portrait. The painting depicted a woman clad in a white gown with a red shawl, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, and her brown eyes intently gazing outside, her chin resting upon her hands. The sleeves of her gown were loosely tied, revealing her healthy, rosy skin. Behind her stood a man with curly brown hair, attired in a russet Dorian-style outfit, his gray-blue eyes fixated on the woman, his form seemingly reflected by countless mirrors, shadowy behind her. "I understand," Mother Agnes said, sitting down in a chair on the other side. Her mother nodded. "You need not go to the church tomorrow. Simply head directly to the Isulia Biological Research Institute on Italy Street." The Isulia Biological Research Institute on Italy Street. "All right, Mother. I shall remember," Agnes repeated, ensuring she hadn't misheard. Her mother nodded. "Mother, what is the Heart of Nature team like?" Agnes inquired, propping her chin on her hands. Her mother chuckled softly and ruffled Agnes's hair, pondering for a moment before responding. "They stand on the front lines against danger. They are the honorable guardians." Then, seemingly lost in thought, her mother fell silent, and the room was enveloped in an abrupt stillness. "Wells," Agnes pressed. Her mother did not respond, but instead sighed softly, murmuring, "You can always trust your teammates." Agnes, feeling dissatisfied, tugged at her mother's arm. Her mother returned to the moment, smiling as she patted Agnes's head, saying, "This cannot merely be articulated through words. You must observe and experience it for yourself." "All right," Agnes nodded, somewhat disappointed. "Agnes, I hope you can maintain a humble demeanor within the team. I know you seem to carry an air of superiority from an unknown source, but I hope that upon joining the Heart of Nature, you can set that aside. Both the captain and the ordinary members of the Heart of Nature are admirable, and I hope you will actively learn from them," her mother said, her tone growing serious. Agnes nodded. "I understand, Mother." "I hope you truly grasp that," her mother sighed, continuing, "to foster your relationships with your teammates after joining the team, your identity as the Count's daughter will be concealed within the Heart of Nature. You are not Agnes Pargny, daughter of Count Pargny, but Agnes Spinoza, a student of Mr. Conti. Spinoza was her mother's maiden name. From now on, your music lessons will be reduced to once a week on Thursdays." "All right, Mother," Agnes nodded in acknowledgement. "Well then, Mr. Conti mentioned that your piano skills have improved recently. Won't you let me have a listen?" Her mother smiled. The following day, Agnes set out early in a carriage toward Italy Street. The Isulia Biological Research Institute was not far from St. Diana's Church, yet situated on a different street. Upon alighting from the carriage, Agnes beheld a 5-story building structured symmetrically in a cross shape. The central main building formed the shorter arm of the cross, appearing square and imposing, with its grand doors wide open, revealing a staircase adorned with deep green railings and a mysterious, enormous lizard-like skeleton displayed at the foot of the stairs. A few steps led up to the entrance, flanked by a marble plaque inscribed with the words Isulia Biological Research Institute in Feniport language. Agnes ascended the steps and entered the building. To her left was a small room resembling a security office, where a man in his 50s, with a touch of silver in his hair and clad in a deep blue thick jacket, sat at a rustic wooden desk. Upon noticing Agnes's arrival, he stood up and opened the door to the small room. "Miss, how may I assist you?" "Entry is generally not permitted without clearance. I am looking for Mr. Hicks," Agnes replied as she positioned herself in the lobby. "Very well, please wait a moment." The man retrieved a leather-bound notebook from within the room, flipped to a page near the back, glanced at it, and then asked, "May I have your name, miss?" "My surname is Spinoza." "Ah, Miss Spinoza, found it." "Ah, Agnes Spinoza, yes? Mr. Hicks informed me yesterday morning that you would be visiting today," the man said, having seemingly located Agnes's name on the page, extending a warm welcome. "Proceed up the stairs, turn right on the 3rd floor, and the first room on your left is Mr. Hicks's office. He's already here and should be in his office now." "Thank you, sir. You may call me Old Hughes," he replied with a smile, undeterred by Agnes's pause. Agnes nodded and reiterated, "Thank you, Mr. Hughes." Following Old Hughes's directions, Agnes arrived at the first room on the left after turning right on the 3rd floor. The sign outside bore the inscription Business Office in Feniport language. The door stood ajar, and inside, the only sound was the rustling of papers. Agnes tapped 3 times on the doorframe. "Come in," came a somewhat hoarse voice from within. Agnes pushed the door open and entered. The room was well lit, with the morning sun streaming in through the windows, casting a warm glow onto the rustic wooden desk. Seated behind the desk was a man who appeared to be in his 30s, nearing 40. His features were striking, with dark hair and gray eyes, clad in a black trench coat that revealed a gray turtleneck underneath. He appraised Agnes with a smile. "Mariana's daughter? Agnes Pargny?" Agnes nodded. "Please have a seat." He gestured to the chair opposite him. "Your mother and Mr. Conti have applied for you to join the Heart of Nature team. Initially, I was somewhat opposed to it. You were rather young, and the work of the team is not particularly suited for someone of your age. Children at this stage should be engaged in their studies, not battling cultists or monsters. Mr. Hicks relaxed his body, leaning back against the chair as he spoke. However, my mother has informed me that you approve my application to join the Heart of Nature team, Agnes replied with a smile. Mr. Hicks chuckled softly, shaking his head as he said, a word from Olivia changed my perspective. She informed me that you have ingested the potion and will henceforth be accompanied by danger. It is far better for you to learn to discern peril and cope with madness than to find yourself helpless when danger arrives. Agnes nodded in agreement. Mr. Hicks regarded her with a smile and teased, according to Olivia's description of you and what I learned from Lord Rossi about your actions last winter. You're not exactly a well-behaved child. Chapter 12. The signing of the contract. Perhaps, but being well-behaved does not resolve the challenges I face, Agnes replied, gazing into Mr. Hicks' gray eyes. You speak the truth, Mr. Hicks agreed, nodding without pursuing the topic further. Did you come to meet your future teammates today? He inquired. Yes, Agnes affirmed, nodding as she shifted away from the previous subject. Rita is on leave today, while Crash, Mino, and Justin are on a mission and will not return for the next couple of days. The others should arrive shortly, and you will be able to meet them then. Very well. By the way, your mother wishes for you to be treated as an ordinary person within the team, so your name will be Agnes Spinoza. Remember not to reveal your true identity, Mr. Hicks added, tapping the table with his finger. I understand. My mother spoke to me about this yesterday, Agnes replied, nodding. Then let us properly introduce ourselves. I am your future captain, Claude Hicks. You may call me Captain Claude. Mr. Hicks stood, placing his right hand over his chest and bowing slightly. Captain Claude, I, Agnes Spinoza, your future teammate, express my gratitude, Agnes responded with a courteous curtsy and a smile. I never imagined that one day Marianne's daughter would become my teammate, Mr. Hicks remarked with a grin. Agnes looked at him in confusion. Did your mother not inform you? Marianne, Olivia, and I were once part of the same team. They're my seniors, Mr. Hicks explained with a chuckle. But let us set that aside for now. Since I have some time, you should sign a contract. He waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Hicks retrieved 2 copies of the contract from a drawer and handed them to Agnes. You need to sign 2 contracts. One is for the Heart of Nature, emphasizing confidentiality regarding extraordinary powers. The other is for the Isulian Biological Research Institute, focusing on the confidentiality of research conducted here. Wouldn't using the Biological Research Institute as a cover pose many risks of exposure? Agnes cannot help but ask, what could possibly lead to exposure? Mr. Hicks inquired with interest. For instance, the records of personnel entering and exiting during missions, and most importantly, the results of the Biological Research Institute and the usage records of related reagents, as well as the activities for exchange and learning at the Institute. These are what I can think of at the moment. You need not worry about the results of the Biological Research Institute and the usage of reagents. After all, we do conduct related research. Mr. Hicks winked and smiled. Many members of our team are cultivators and healers. Would it not be a waste to have solely combat personnel? Agnes nodded in agreement. Moreover, the Isulian Biological Research Institute is actually one of the high-security research facilities in Phenobot. Although our focus is not on research, we still produce some significant results. Activities for exchange and learning only occur between institutes of the same level, and those at this level are generally aware of the circumstances of the Isulian Biological Research Institute. As for the records of personnel entering and exiting, if someone were to monitor this place, they would be suspected of espionage, Mr. Hicks scoffed. Agnes nodded in understanding, lowering her gaze to carefully read the contract for the Heart of Nature, which was a 5-year agreement. The confidentiality clauses in this contract are quite similar to the one I signed at the end of November last year. Mr. Hicks chuckled, of course. That contract was adapted from the confidentiality clauses of the Heart of Nature recruitment contract. Agnes then picked up the contract for the Isulian Biological Research Institute. Is this regarding the management of laboratory reagents at the Isulian Institute? She asked, looking at Mr. Hicks in confusion. Indeed, this provides you with a reason for being here. Mr. Hicks replied with a smile. I see. Agnes nodded, casually picking up the pen on the table and signing both contracts in their respective places, affixing her fingerprint. Mr. Hicks took back the contracts and stamped them with the seals of the Heart of Nature and the Isulian Biological Research Institute. The contract for the Heart of Nature also requires confidentiality, while the one for the Institute can be slightly more lenient, though still stricter than most, Mr. Hicks remarked casually. I noticed you did not pay much attention to the compensation issue, so I will reiterate it. The Heart of Nature offers you a weekly salary of 7 gold lira, with a 1 gold lira confidentiality and risk allowance. The position in the Institute's reagent management is temporary, with a weekly salary of 16 lira. In total, that amounts to 9 gold lira and 6 lira per week. I know that you do not seem to care much for these matters, but this is your earned compensation. So it's wise to pay attention to it. Wouldn't you agree? Agnes nodded. The gold lira is the pinnacle of the Phenobot currency system, with the next level being the lira and the lowest being the fun. Each level follows a decimal system. As Phenobot once simultaneously worshipped the Earth Mother and the god of knowledge and wisdom before the Oath War. The exchange rate with Ruin generally stabilizes at approximately 1 gold pound for 12 gold lira. Furthermore, we typically have 1 day off per week, according to your mother. You still attend music lessons every Thursday? Yes, Captain. Then how about Thursday? I have no objections. Claude neatly stored away 1 copy of each contract and handed the remaining copy to Agnes, saying, "All right. That leaves one last question. Do you have any thoughts on pursuing further studies here? Do not rush to answer. You can take your time to consider and discuss it with your parents. I have looked into your prior experiences. You entered Arnold Academy before the age of 8 and, within 3 years, not only met the graduation requirements but also took nearly all of the language courses. Additionally, your science scores ranked in the top 10 among all students graduating at the same time, and you were at least 7 years younger than them. Given your learning capabilities, it would be a pity not to continue your studies, wouldn't it? I will consider it carefully," Agnes replied. The teaching methods here differ from those in schools. You will primarily rely on self-study. The instructor will provide you with a reading list, and you will study independently according to that list. Should you have any questions, you may consult the instructor. Once you have completed your self-study, the instructor will give you an examination, and if you pass, you can join a research group according to your interests. As long as you produce some substantial results before the graduation deadline, you'll be able to graduate. What do you think? Mr. Hicks asked with a smile. I need to think it over, Agnes replied. Very well. Let me know when you have made up your mind. Mr. Hicks nodded, glancing out the window. All right. Your teammates are likely arriving soon. I will take you to meet them. Chapter 13. The Heart of Nature Team. Mr. Hicks stepped out of the office, with Agnes following closely behind. The Institute provides 3 meals a day. If needed, you can go to the dining hall, which is located on the far west side of the 2nd floor. Mr. Claude slightly slowed his pace, tilting his head to glance at Agnes, and smiled as he spoke. At this hour, most were gathered in the dining hall. Mr. Claude led Agnes downstairs to the restaurant. The ambience of the dining hall was pleasant, with warm-toned decor exuding a cozy atmosphere, complemented by the refreshing touch of greenery. In a corner of the hall stood a piano, draped in deep green velvet, appearing somewhat dusty, likely due to disuse for a considerable time. A number of patrons were already seated, and Agnes estimated there were roughly 20 individuals present. Fortune favored them today, as all the official members of their team were in attendance. Mr. Claude scanned the room, chuckling softly. A few individuals noticed him, halting their conversations. Mr. Claude greeted them with a nod and approached the table of a blond young man who sat with his back to him, engrossed in his meal, tapping the table lightly. Still dining, I see? Mr. Claude remarked with a smile. The young man suddenly choked on his food, coughing as he grabbed a nearby glass of water. See, Captain, he spluttered. A few nearby individuals could not contain their laughter. I recall you had a task at the police station this morning to hand over case documents. What brings you here now? Mr. Claude inquired, squinting slightly. The young man sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Captain, I have completed the handover. Quite diligent today, Mr. Claude observed quizzically, choosing not to press further. Agnes could not help but smile at the lively scene before her. Upon noticing Agnes, the young man's eyes sparkled. Is this young lady our new team member? Greetings. I am Nigad Ventic, Beast Tamer of Sequence 8. He introduced himself cheerfully, his brown eyes glimmering as if they held stars within them. Agnes suppressed the urge to retreat, responding with a poised nod. Hello, Mr. Nigad. I am Agnes Spinoza, prisoner of Sequence 9. A lady in a wine-red, lace-trimmed gown playfully patted Nigad on the shoulder and addressed Agnes. You can simply call him Nigad. He hardly merits Mr. Yet. Nigad opened his mouth in protest, only to be silenced by the lady's teasing gaze. She then smiled at Agnes, saying, Hello, Agnes. I am Eliza Valentini, Harvest Priestess of Sequence 7. A few others began to gather around. Hello, I am Zag McKean, Cultivator of Sequence 9, introduced a young man with black hair and brown eyes. Renice Brandy, Healing Priestess of Sequence 8, chimed in a young lady with gray hair and blue eyes. Damo Mason, Seeker of Secrets of Sequence 9, added a middle-aged man with red hair and brown eyes. Pierce Coyle, Fighter of Sequence 8, announced a sturdy young man with brown hair and brown eyes. Agnes nodded in recognition to each of them, committing their names, appearances, sequences, and ranks to memory. Clash, Mino, and Justin are absent today, but they should return tomorrow or the day after. You will likely meet Rita tomorrow, Eliza informed Agnes with a smile. Calculating the team's numbers in her mind, Agnes concluded that, including the captain and herself. There were already 12 members present. Eliza was confirmed to be Sequence 7, while the captain likely ranked at least Sequence 7, possibly even Sequence 6 in biology. Additionally, there were 3 members of Sequence 8 and 3 of Sequence 9. Even if the 4 absent members were all counted as Sequence 9, the Heart of Nature team in Phenobot City was certainly formidable. Mr. Claude nodded with a smile and asked Eliza, "How is the case you've been investigating?" "It is certain that a thief of extraordinary abilities is involved. I am preparing to apprehend him," Eliza replied. "Do not underestimate them. Extraordinary thieves are often exceedingly cunning, and a moment's carelessness could allow them to escape. Remember to bring 31070 during the capture," Mr. Claude advised. "Rest assured, I will," Eliza assured him with a nod. Mr. Claude then turned to Zag, asking, "How is the camphor tree you've been cultivating?" "It has successfully sprouted new roots. It should survive," Zag responded. Mr. Claude's gaze shifted to Renice, who directly replied with a smile. "The research has been handed over to the hospital, and we are ready to conduct a double-blind, randomized controlled trial. As for the case I'm handling, my contacts have yet to uncover any traces of that malevolent spirit." Pierce added, "I've recently collected rumors from the Daler region regarding werewolves. I am currently verifying the validity and danger of the information." "Good. Ensure your safety," Mr. Claude nodded, then turned to Agnes and said, "Agnes, follow Eliza for now. Once you've gained sufficient experience, you can complete your initiation task." Agnes nodded in agreement, responding, "Understood, Captain." "Very well. Take some time to familiarize yourself with your teammates. I have some documents to review. I shall see you shortly." Mr. Claude rubbed his temples as he addressed Agnes, then nodded to the others in the dining hall before departing. "You startled me," Nigad exclaimed dramatically, clutching his chest. "Why do I feel guilty seeing the captain even after completing my task?" Eliza cast a sidelong glance at Nigad and chuckled, her tone laced with mockery. "After all, you've grown accustomed to slacking off. I wouldn't be surprised if one day you were dismissed by the captain." "Eliza, I merely aim to enhance efficiency," Nigad retorted. "Ah, so that's why you always ensure to submit the least worded report possible to the captain?" Agnes looked on, puzzled by the exchange, while Renice gently patted her shoulder. "Don't mind them. They bicker like this daily. In truth, their relationship is quite good in my opinion. Come, let us sit here and watch for a while." "They will stop on their own," Renice suggested with a smile, even picking up a piece of bread to munch on. Chapter 14. The Theft at the Phenobot City Blacksmith Guild. As Agnes attempted to interject, Renice interrupted her. "Just call me Renice." She waved her hand dismissively, smiling. "All right, Renice." Agnes hesitantly asked about the others in the restaurant. "Ah, some are clerical staff from the Heart of Nature, while others are ordinary researchers from the Institute." Renice replied with a smile. "Is it not against confidentiality regulations for the captain to discuss task matters in front of ordinary researchers?" Agnes inquired, somewhat astonished. "They have either experienced extraordinary events or are exceptionally talented, serving as potential instructors for extraordinary individuals, all of whom have signed confidentiality agreements. Moreover, the reports we provide to the captain are merely routine updates on non-urgent matters. Truly significant issues are always discussed in the captain's office, where only those with relevant permissions are allowed to know," Renice explained casually. Agnes nodded in understanding. Zag leaned over, asking Renice, "Shall we make a wager?" "A wager on what?" Renice inquired with interest. "Let us bet on how long Nigad and Eliza will argue today," Zag said excitedly, only to be met with a sharp smack on the head from Damo. "What kind of wager is that with a young lady present?" Damo admonished Zag, then turned to Agnes with a somewhat embarrassed smile. "Little Agnes, if you have any questions regarding ritual magic or divination, feel free to seek me out in the library. I must take Zag to the laboratory. He hasn't recorded today's data yet." Damore dragged Zag away, and Agnes could still hear Zag's disgruntled remarks about being his cousin rather than his father. It seemed Damore harshly retorted, "Be quiet. Are you not embarrassed enough?" Renice, standing nearby, chuckled and explained, "Damore and Zag are distant relatives, but when Zag was a child, his family lived not far from Damore's. His parents were often busy, so Damore occasionally helped look after Zag, which is why he sometimes finds himself overly concerned about him." Agnes nodded and remarked, "Damore bears a striking resemblance to Zag's father." Upon hearing Agnes's comment, Pierce erupted into laughter, saying Zag would likely want to strangle Damore for that remark. Agnes couldn't help but smirk slightly. Pierce hesitated, scratching his head, and said, "Though it may be somewhat presumptuous, I have heard that your sequence also enhances physical abilities. I wonder if we might spar some time when it is convenient for you?" "Pierce, Agnes is only sequence 9, exclaimed Eliza, who had just been arguing with Nagata. "I will be careful and ensure I do not harm her." Pierce nervously waved his hands in protest. "I believe it is premature for you to spar with him until you advance to sequence 8, Eliza replied, then turned to take Agnes by the arm. Agnes, we must leave. You need to familiarize yourself with the upcoming case. Agnes glanced back at the trio. Nagata shrugged helplessly and shook his head at Agnes. Renice sighed in resignation, while Pierce appeared visibly disheartened. Eliza's office was on the 3rd floor, marked only by a room number and devoid of any additional signage. She unlocked the door, revealing a room divided into 2 sections. One appeared to be converted into a materials room, while the outer area resembled a standard office, featuring a desk, a chair, and a sofa. Eliza poured a glass of water for Agnes and said, "Please take a seat. I will retrieve the files pertaining to my current cases." Following her instructions, Agnes settled onto the sofa with the cup. Eliza entered the inner room and returned after approximately 3 or 4 minutes, holding a file folder. "I currently have 2 cases under my purview. One pertains to internal church matters, which you are not yet authorized to know about. The other involves the theft case I reported to the captain regarding a thief's extraordinary means of access. Let me walk you through the details. On February 13th, the Blacksmith Guild in Fenneboat reported to the police that someone had stolen their belongings the previous night. They lost 10,000 gold lira in cash, which had been locked in a safe in their president's office, guarded by 3 or 4 burly men, none of whom saw the thief. And the safe showed no signs of forced entry," Eliza recounted casually. On February 22nd, before the police could apprehend the thief, the Blacksmith Guild suffered another theft. This time, someone witnessed the president's wife's handbag disappearing from his office. The police suspected extraordinary forces were involved, thus transferring the case to us, the heart of nature. Agnes looked up at Eliza and said, "It is evident that this targets a specific item belonging to the guild president, and it is likely small enough to fit in a safe, comparable in size to the 10,000 gold lira cash, or even capable of fitting inside a handbag. Moreover, this item must have compelling reasons to remain in the president's office. Is there anything in the president's office that fits this description?" Agnes inquired. Eliza revealed a somewhat sardonic smile and replied, "Interestingly, when I questioned the guild members on duty that night, they all adamantly denied any knowledge. When I asked the president, he also insisted there was nothing, but I could sense some signs of anxiety in this President Carmen. Ah, by the way, their president's name is Asa Carmen. Anxiety symptoms? Well, from the perspective of a former physician, these may very well be signs of illness. It appears this item may have a rather dubious origin," Agnes pondered thoughtfully. More intriguingly, after I inquired about these matters, the following day, the police department informed me that the Blacksmith Guild requested they cease investigating the theft. I found that the security around the president's office had actually tightened, and when I asked President Carmen why the case was being withdrawn, he seemed rather wary. "Akin to a fugitive evading the police," Eliza noted. "Is President Carmen an extraordinary individual?" Agnes asked. "I later reviewed his records and concluded that he is not," Eliza responded. "Then he may have an extraordinary individual nearby, and perhaps that item also possesses extraordinary qualities," Agnes speculated. "How could an item capable of attracting a thief possibly affiliated with the Society of Fate not possess extraordinary power?" Eliza scoffed, noting Agnes's puzzled expression. Eliza suddenly tapped her forehead in frustration and asked, "Are you unfamiliar with the Society of Fate?" Chapter 15, The Thief. Without waiting for Agnes's reply, Eliza elaborated. "The Society of Fate is a clandestine organization composed of extraordinary thieves, seemingly connected to the Ammon, Zoroastrian, and Jacob families of the Fourth Era, who pride themselves as the Hermits of Fate. They convene regularly, though the locations are unpredictable, and the church rarely manages to trace their whereabouts." Agnes inquired, "Is the theft of President Carmen's item related to the Society of Fate?" Eliza shook her head and clarified, "No, we cannot be certain. We cannot ascertain whether he is a member of the Society of Fate. This is merely an inference drawn from the scant clues we possess. If he is, does his action represent the society, or is it merely a personal endeavor? This ambiguity is one of the reasons this case was transferred to me. Furthermore, we do not know if these 2 thefts were deceptive diversions meant to distract us, nor can we be sure about the size of the extraordinary item he might be seeking." Agnes fell silent, shaking her cup before asking, "So what should we do?" Eliza smiled, shrugged, and replied, "As I mentioned earlier, if we can apprehend the thief, we should interrogate him directly, regardless of their intentions. We must focus on executing our duties. The underlying issues can be addressed by others, as the affairs of the Society of Fate involve higher levels. And I am merely an ordinary member of the Heart of Nature." Eliza continued, "I managed to extract some traces of this thief from the Blacksmith Guild's office through 31070, which can be used for tracking, though the amount is limited, necessitating a narrowing of our search area. Do we have any additional leads on this thief?" Agnes inquired. Eliza smiled, but did not answer directly. Instead, she began explaining the case. One question remains. How did this thief learn about President Carmen's extraordinary item? If we can trace the source of the leak or identify the individual responsible, we may easily uncover clues about the thief. Consequently, I inquired about individuals who might have disclosed the existence of this item. After investigating, I identified 4 potential suspects: President Carmen himself, the president's wife, the cleaner Lydia who tidies the president's office, and the president's confidant, Henry Sharon. Eliza wrote down the 4 names on a piece of paper. In the month preceding the theft, President Carmen's activities included visits to his residence, the guild office, and several social balls. According to my investigation, neither the president's residence nor the blacksmith guild has employed any new staff this year, excluding the possibility of this thief possessing the ability to alter his appearance. The only potential leak could originate from the social ball. Of course, given President Carmen's vigilant demeanor, I surmised that he would only divulge information under the influence of alcohol, and only to someone he trusts implicitly. As for the president's wife, her social engagements closely mirror those of President Carmen, albeit with a greater emphasis on social balls. This lady has a penchant for flaunting her status, so if she were to inadvertently reveal something while comparing herself to other ladies, it would hardly come as a surprise. Elisa took a sip of water and remarked, if it involves either of these two, it would be quite challenging to ascertain the truth, considering the multitude of attendees at the social ball. Agnes pondered thoughtfully indeed. Elisa shook her head and continued, the cleaner Lydia leads a rather simple life, commuting between the blacksmith guild and her home on Bogart Street in the Shallow Harbor district. Henry Sherlin, on the other hand, departs from the blacksmith guild each day to visit the Fox pub in the nearby Reglar district before returning home to his residence on the slightly more upscale Pierre Street within the same Shallow Harbor area. At times, he also ventures to Jenny Street. Elisa recounted the information she had gathered thus far, then added, this information has been compiled from the police department's findings along with my own investigations. What are your thoughts? I believe we should commence our inquiries with Lydia and Henry Sherlin, inspecting the Fox pub, Bogart Street, Pierre Street, and Jenny Street. Although this may seem less extensive than investigating the social ball attended by the president and his wife, it still constitutes a significant undertaking. You have yet to adapt to the investigative methods of the extraordinary. Elisa smiled and shook her head, adding with a hint of mischief, it's customary for us to consult Damo to divine which individual has leaked this information. The identity of the culprit is merely a multiple-choice question, making it quite straightforward to ascertain. I indeed find myself still adjusting. Agnes chuckled with a sigh. Very well, Elisa. Since we have the scent of the thief at hand, why not utilize this essence to divine his identity directly? Agnes adjusted her mindset and inquired, who says I haven't consulted Damo already? Elisa retorted with a smirk. However, it appears the individual possesses some means of counter-divination, rendering Damo's efforts fruitless. This is one of the reasons we suspect he may be affiliated with the Order of the Fated Hermit. All right, Agnes queried somewhat disappointedly. So, what was the outcome of the divination? The cleaner Lydia was revealed to have been overheard while conversing with her sister and did not leak information intentionally. We have already identified the individual who received this information through Damo's sketch from the police department. Elisa produced a drawing and stated, German Moody, a dock worker. Shall we proceed to investigate this Mr. Moody? Agnes asked. Indeed. And we should also keep an eye on President Carmen's belongings in the hopes of fortune favoring us. Elisa added, are we to await this thief's next attempt? Will he truly return? After all, he has failed twice already and may well be aware that the heart of nature has taken over. Agnes questioned with uncertainty. Based on my speculation, this thief may indeed have set his sights on President Carmen, as this item is undoubtedly extraordinary. We will simply guard it and hope for the best, Elisa replied. Thus, should he attempt to steal again, it would be prudent to capture him, and if not, we shall have other means of investigation. Agnes understood Elisa's line of thought. Precisely. Elisa affirmed with a nod. What then is my role in this endeavor? Agnes inquired. This afternoon, I will take you to track down Mr. Moody, allowing you to gain some experience. Elisa responded with a smile. And what of the president's office? Agnes asked. Rest assured, I have placed certain items within the president's office that will notify me should the thief take action, Elisa assured her. Very well, that is the situation at hand. To minimize the chance of alarming the thief, our afternoon operation will involve only the two of us. Chapter 16, Jenny Street. In the afternoon, Agnes accompanied Elisa as they boarded a carriage bound for the Shallow Harbor district. German Moody was a worker at Orlando Freight Company in Shallow Harbor, age 28, orphaned and unmarried, having arrived in Finnaboat City 3 years ago without any close friends. He was recently dismissed from his position at Orlando Freight Company. Elisa waved the documents she had procured from the police, stating, Such a sparse social network clearly indicates something is amiss. It seems almost like a fabricated identity. Agnes took the document from Elisa, perusing them briefly before responding, "Indeed." Elisa nodded in agreement. "The carriage will drop us off on a street closer to the shallow harbor, from whence we will proceed on foot, as German Moody resides on Jenny Street." "Understood," Agnes replied with a nod. Elisa scrutinized Agnes for a moment before rummaging through her toolbox. Agnes, confused, examined her attire but found nothing amiss. "There is nothing wrong with your clothing, Agnes. I merely noticed an aristocratic air about you that could use some temperance. How did I overlook it prior to boarding the carriage?" Before they set off, Elisa pulled out a somewhat faded student outfit for Agnes to wear. She herself donned a darker ensemble, altering her hairstyle and applying makeup to present a slightly older appearance. The garments Elisa selected were impeccably clean, though upon closer inspection, one would notice meticulously repaired were on the cuffs and hems, perfectly suiting the character of someone hailing from humble beginnings, yet striving to maintain dignity. There is a slight incongruity between your demeanor and this attire, while not overtly apparent. It is advisable to conceal it. After all, we may encounter an extraordinary individual associated with the sequence of thefts, Elisa remarked. Elisa produced 2 bottles of foundation that appeared nearly identical, yet bore subtle differences, comparing them to Agnes's complexion before applying them around her eyes. With the art of makeup, we can soften the inner corners of your eyes and extend the outer edges downward, rendering your gaze gentler, thus enhancing your overall innocuous appearance, Elisa explained as she worked. "All right, take a look," Elisa said, stepping back to admire her handiwork before presenting a mirror to Agnes. As Agnes gazed into the mirror, the reflection revealed a girl who appeared not merely harmless but rather pitiable, although Agnes had previously exhibited a frail demeanor due to chronic illness. Her rigorous training in combat and the transformative effects of potions had, combined with her upbringing as an earl's daughter and careful fashion choices, nearly obliterated that sickly impression. Yet today, clad in a different outfit that stripped away her usual aura, Agnes found herself confronted with a fragile visage once more. A wave of frustration washed over Agnes as this realization felt akin to having her glamorous facade stripped away, exposing the ugly, withered reality beneath. "You see, this appearance aligns more closely with the characteristics of a shallow harbor. A student from a modest background, excelling in her studies, hoping to change her fate through education. While I shall be your mother's youngest sister, currently residing with you," Elisa joyfully asserted. Agnes forcibly suppressed her inner turmoil, nodding in agreement. "Very well, Elisa. Shall we change our names?" "I believe you need not. As for me, you may call me Eliza," Elisa replied with a smile. "Well then, Aunt Eliza?" Agnes inquired with a teasing tone. "Agnes, what is it?" Eliza replied, feigning seriousness, before breaking into laughter with Agnes. The carriage soon came to a halt at a seemingly deserted street corner, where Agnes and Eliza alighted. "This way," Eliza said, raising an eyebrow at Agnes before scaling the adjacent wall. Agnes hesitated momentarily, then followed Eliza's lead, careful not to soil her attire. "This is Pierre Street in the Shallow Harbor District," Eliza whispered as they proceeded. "You seem quite familiar with these streets," Agnes remarked. "I have thoroughly familiarized myself with the area," Eliza replied softly. "After all, most of the cases I handle require discreet investigation to avoid alarming the quarry. It is essential to understand the surroundings of the target in advance for the sake of effective inquiries." "All right, from now on, I shall be your Aunt Eliza," Eliza instructed. As Eliza descended the wall, they found themselves in a dim alley devoid of any passers-by. Agnes followed suit, and together they exited the alley. Pierre Street was relatively tidy, but they soon transitioned to a dilapidated and chaotic thoroughfare. Agnes recognized it as Jenny Street. This street served as a residence for the lower strata of Feneboat's populace. Being the closest street to the docks in the shallow harbor, its inhabitants were predominantly dockworkers, resulting in a somewhat unruly atmosphere. Yet, as most residents maintained employment, it was not the most chaotic of streets. The ground was riddled with deep and shallow potholes, stagnant water fermenting within, emitting a foul odor. Some structures, either partially demolished or collapsed, revealed bricks adorned with cryptic doodles from mischievous children. Unruly kids on the street pointed at the 2 women approaching from the corner, while a frail old man with pale hair sat in the shadow of a cracked wall, weaving something from reeds collected by the Iser River. Eliza led Agnes to a crumbling building. She produced a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket, examining the blue door plate at the entrance with a look of hesitation. "Young lady, what are you looking for?" inquired an elderly woman at the door, her voice shaky due to missing teeth. Eliza hesitated before stepping forward to ask, "Is a gentleman named German Moody residing here?" "What polite children you are," the old woman chuckled. Yes, he lives here. What do you need with that rude fellow? Eliza appeared reluctant to respond, a hint of unspoken sorrow on her countenance. The old woman shook her head, sighed, and spoke with a tone of sympathy. If you don't wish to share, that's fine. I can tell. He resides in the innermost room on the second floor. I haven't seen him come out today. He is likely at home. Eliza thanked the woman, and she and Agnes ascended the stairs. Chapter 17, German Moody. Agnes followed Eliza up the staircase. The corridor was dark and damp, permeated with a decaying odor, the long-neglected wooden steps creaking underfoot. In such an environment, Agnes instinctively heightened her vigilance. Eliza seemed to sense Agnes's tension and gently squeezed her hand. Agnes looked up at Eliza, who offered a reassuring smile. Here we are. The innermost room on the second floor, Eliza whispered. The door was made of wood, seemingly newly replaced, unpainted, with visible scraped fibers. Eliza paused at the entrance before knocking directly on the door. German, are you in there? Agnes glanced at Eliza in confusion, but Eliza shook her head. Why is the door unlocked? Agnes observed as Eliza pressed against the door, pushing it open and stepping inside. It was evident that this was a bacheloress abode. The window was ajar, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in. The table was cluttered with uneaten canned goods, remnants of meals long forgotten, alongside various empty bottles scattered haphazardly, some forming two distinct piles. Additionally, a pungent odor of sweat lingered in the air, which Agnes astutely traced to a pile of clothes huddled in a corner of the bedroom, marked by dried stains and dust, yet she refrained from disturbing them. Instead, she noted the scattered shoes strewn across the room's floor, suspecting one pair to be incomplete. Kicking aside the pile of clothes, she discovered that the missing shoe was not among them. Agnes glanced at Eliza, who nodded and then shook her head, playfully winking at her as she gazed out the window. Eliza approached the open window, chuckling softly as she looked outside. Agnes noticed new sprouts quickly emerging from the wooden window frame, trailing downwards. Suddenly, a low, guttural roar echoed, abruptly cut off as if someone had clamped a hand over her mouth. Moments later, a figure ensnared in vines was flung through the window. Curiosity piqued. Agnes turned her attention to him. The man was clad in tattered garments, appearing robust, with his hands, feet, and mouth bound by vines, leaving white scratches on his skin as he struggled. Eliza smiled at Agnes and remarked, I didn't anticipate an additional catch today, a hunter. The man's struggles grew feeble as Eliza turned to him, asking, German Moody? The vines obstructing his mouth loosened, allowing him to take a deep breath. Damn the church's harlots, he exclaimed, only to have the vines rebind his mouth. Eliza grinned. It seems we have not erred in our identification. That makes things simpler. Turning to Agnes, she instructed, go tell that elderly lady outside that German is in trouble and needs assistance. Make your expression one of alarm, as if you've seen a corpse. German's struggles intensified immediately. Agnes nodded, then strained to adopt a panicked demeanor, querying Eliza, is this acceptable? Eliza sighed, resting her forehead in her hand. Never mind, I'll teach you later. I'll handle this. Agnes noticed that German had lost consciousness, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Upon regaining awareness, German found himself no longer in his home, but in a dimly lit room. He sat up abruptly, feeling a wave of aches and dizziness wash over him, longing for sleep. Unable to suppress a curse, he muttered, just the aftereffects of an epileptic fit. His gaze fell upon the older girl from earlier, seated not far away in a wine-red gown, appearing significantly rejuvenated. The frail girl had donned a neat ensemble of camel-colored attire. While her features remained unchanged, she exuded a newfound strength that almost instilled a sense of superiority in him. German opened his mouth, but said nothing, ultimately asking, Are you here regarding the theft from the Smith Guild? Indeed, Eliza nodded. I suspected as much, German grumbled, muttering. I knew it. Eliza regarded him with keen interest, inquiring, It seems Mr. German has some knowledge to share. German raised both hands, declaring, I will reveal all that I know. A wise choice, Eliza replied. Elisa nodded, reclining against the back of her chair, and said, Please, go ahead, Mr. German. German took a deep breath, then began, On the 5th, I overheard two young ladies discussing that the president of the Blacksmith Guild was somewhat peculiar. One of them mentioned that she noticed, during every cleaning session, that the guild president and his trusted aide would fixate on her, never allowing her to touch a small safe. Once, when the president and his aide were absent, she attempted to move the safe while cleaning. But as soon as she picked it up, she forgot what she was doing, standing there for over 10 minutes until the president reprimanded her to put it down. At the time, I didn't think much of it, until the 8th, when I attended a gathering of the extraordinary. There was news at the gathering about the acquisition of extraordinary items, which reminded me of what I had heard, so I sold it. Later, I heard that someone had stolen 10,000 lira in cash from the president's office, which made me recall the earlier news I had sold. I was quite frightened and hid for several days, but when I realized no one was looking for me, I returned. I never expected you all to come today. Had I known, I would have hidden a bit longer to avoid being dismissed for absenteeism. German's voice gradually dwindled, eventually fading into a low mumble. So you believe that the individual who acquired your information is a suspect in the Blacksmith Guild theft? Elisa inquired, lightly tapping her fingers on the table with a smile. German could not help but swallow hard before responding, yes. Where was the gathering of the extraordinary held? How often does it take place? German hesitated before answering. At the Foxfire Tavern in the Reglar district, roughly every 10 days, with the next one on the 8th of this month. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. German. Elisa nodded, her expression non-committal, and added, during this period, we kindly ask that you remain here to assist with our investigation. Elisa stood, and Agnes followed suit as they walked towards the door. Wait, don't leave just yet. Can you tell me where this place is? German called out. Elisa turned, smiled, and replied, Pavla Monastery. German fell silent. Elisa and Agnes exited the room. Outside, the sun slanted across the eaves, dividing the space into two realms. Chapter 18. Frankly, can we trust what he said? Agnes asked Elisa as they stepped out of the room. What do you think? Elisa countered. Agnes furrowed her brow and replied. Though his words seem quite logical, I can't shake the feeling that something feels off. Elisa remarked. I assessed the authenticity of his statements based on his body language while he spoke. I can ascertain that he is largely truthful. His responses seemed rehearsed, addressing most of our inquiries, including his source of information, how it was relayed to the thief, and even the reason for his dismissal. Every detail was meticulously polished, as though he feared we might fail to solve this case. A hint of a sardonic smile graced Elisa's lips as she spoke softly. Is this a diversion from the people behind this case? Agnes inquired. Elisa shook her head. I don't believe so. Elisa refrained from elaborating further. The sunset casting a warm glow on her impassive face, rendering her a statue of sanctity amidst the monastery courtyard. Agnes, too, fell into silence, suddenly beset by a sense of foreboding. Elisa, have you finished your inquiries? A robust man clad in the ecclesiastical garb of the church approached, inquiring. He appeared to be around 20, with deep golden hair and blue eyes, adorned with a thick growth of hair. Elisa's smile returned as she nodded, responding, yes, we have. The man turned to Agnes, and Elisa introduced, I didn't get the chance to introduce you earlier. This is our new team member from the heart of nature, Agnes. The man nodded, revealing a bright smile, and Agnes found his laughter imbued with a peculiar purity, akin to the tender shoots of grass sprouting as the spring thaw begins. The man reverently traced a triangle on his chest and added a vertical line above it, addressing Agnes. I am grateful to the Mother Goddess for our acquaintance. I am Frank Lee, a cleric of the monastery. Elisa added with a smile. Frank is a devoted follower of the Mother Goddess and currently serves as a physician, overseeing the operations here at Pavla Monastery. Agnes paused momentarily, then mirrored the gesture of tracing a triangle with a line above it, saying, Praise the Mother Goddess. I'm the prisoner Agnes Spinoza. Frank shouldn't he behave this way? Agnes thought suddenly, a notion flitting through her mind. What is it? Elisa perceptibly noted Agnes' hesitation and asked. Oh, it's nothing. I just had a classmate named Frank, Agnes replied with a smile. How fortuitous, Elisa chuckled, not probing further. Have you encountered any difficulties recently? Elisa inquired of Frank, adding, if you require assistance, feel free to reach out to the Research Institute. Frank shook his head. I recently began sowing seeds with the children of the monastery. They are just ordinary seeds that require careful nurturing as I prepare to teach the children about cultivation. The only issue is that the children often fall ill, and I seek methods to strengthen their constitution. Coincidentally, Rennies is researching this area. You can contact her if needed. Elisa suggested. Agnes listened to their exchange. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Frank, an underlying sense of dissonance lingering in her mind. Well, I'll leave that hunter in your capable hands. I used some intriguing items on him. So at least for a month, he won't be able to utilize his extraordinary powers, Elisa said with a smile. And there should be no issues. Frank nodded with a grin. Until we meet again, Elisa replied cheerfully. Until we meet again, Frank echoed, once again tracing a triangle with a vertical line above it, stating, May the Mother Goddess bless us. Praise the Mother Goddess. Elisa and Agnes synchronized in their gestures. Elisa guided Agnes out of the monastery. Agnes glanced back, witnessing Frank standing at the entrance, the orange sunset illuminating his deep golden hair, transforming its hue into a blood-red shade. Pavla Monastery sat at the end of Puta Street in the shallow harbor district, approximately 3 blocks away from Kenny Street. serving as the only free medical facility for the local residents. Consequently, Elisa and Agnes were able to seamlessly arrange for German's neighbor to bring the evidently unwell German to this place. Not far down the street, a carriage awaited. Elisa and Agnes boarded the carriage, and as the horse snorted, it began to move slowly. Agnes looked at Elisa. Since boarding the carriage, Elisa's smile had vanished. Her gaze somewhat distant as she stared at the wooden floor of the carriage, seemingly lost in thought. Agnes remained silent, quietly observing Elisa. After some time, the carriage halted in front of the Icilia Biological Research Institute. Agnes stood, and alongside Elisa, disembarked, entering the main building of the institute. Before ascending the staircase, Elisa paused to grasp Agnes' arm, and Agnes turned to face her. Elisa hesitated briefly, then said, "There are some issues with this case. I'd prefer you not to participate for now. I will report to the captain shortly and request that you be assigned to Rennie's, if that is acceptable." Agnes smiled and nodded, replying, "I have no objections as long as the captain approves." Agnes was unaware of what thoughts had crossed Elisa's mind, nor did she feel inclined to probe further. After all, it was merely her first day involved in the Heart of Nature case, and there were numerous matters she did not fully comprehend. Moreover, she did not possess an overwhelming curiosity that compelled her to pursue further investigation. Ultimately, it was just a case. As long as her presence was not required, it bore no relevance to her. On the following morning, Agnes arrived at the Icilia Institute and knocked on Mr. Claude's office door. "Come in," he beckoned. Agnes grasped the doorknob and pushed the door open. "Ah, it's Agnes, Mr. Claude remarked, rubbing his forehead with a fatigued expression. "What brings you here?" "Captain, I have come to provide my response to your invitation regarding my studies here yesterday." Agnes replied earnestly. "Ah, that matter." Mr. Claude straightened in his chair and inquired, "What is your answer?" "After discussing it with my mother yesterday, I believe that not studying here might be a better choice for me." Agnes carefully articulated her thoughts. Mr. Claude paused for a moment, then smiled knowingly and nodded. "Very well, I understand. After all, there are numerous factors you must consider. Of course, if you would still be willing to provide me with a reading list, I would be immensely grateful," Agnes said, performing a respectful curtsy. Mr. Claude chuckled and shook his head. "That sounds like something your mother would say." He retrieved a densely handwritten sheet of paper from the bottom drawer of his desk and handed it to Agnes. As she scanned the list, she discovered it was filled with titles, authors, publishers, and key sections to focus on. Did Marion already know I was prepared with the reading list? Mr. Claude sighed with a hint of exasperation. "Coincidentally, you will be accompanying Renais starting today. She has made significant contributions in physiology and pathology, so you can begin your studies in those areas. Feel free to consult her with any questions and engage in discussions." "Yes, she is usually either on missions or in the laboratory," Agnes acknowledged. "The reading list also includes some texts on extraordinary beings. You may wish to familiarize yourself with them. However, such readings can be hazardous, so it is advisable to do so in the company of others. All these books are available at the Institute. You can find ordinary texts in the library, while those concerning extraordinary knowledge, marked in red, are in the archive overseen by Demo. You may borrow the ordinary ones, but it is best not to remove those containing extraordinary knowledge from the Institute." Chapter 19. Mira. Agnes expressed her gratitude to Mr. Claude, carefully tucked the reading list away, and exited the office. Following Mr. Claude's instructions, she proceeded to the laboratory, where she encountered Renais in a private area. Renais was in the process of removing her white lab coat, revealing an off-white shirt beneath, her gray hair neatly tied up, exuding an air of professionalism. "Little Agnes? Ah, please wait a moment." Renais picked up a thick notebook with a leather cover, already open to a page filled with data, and began jotting down calculations with a fountain pen. After approximately 10 minutes, Renais set down her pen with satisfaction, closed the notebook, and said, "All done. Let us go." She donned a jacket from the coat rack and grasped a filled-out form. "Your matters have already been discussed with the captain and Eliza. Conveniently, I just received news this morning about a malevolent spirit appearing on Grove Street. You shall accompany us. In addition to you and me, Damo and Zag will also be joining. To be candid, our church is not particularly adept at dealing with malevolent spirits. The Night Goddess Church is far more skilled in this regard. While our physicians possess the ability to mend souls, we are lacking in offensive capabilities. We must rely on the power of some sealing artifacts and talismans. By the way, do you still have the demon hunting bullets?" Renais inquired. "I picked up 10 rounds before my operation with Eliza yesterday, but I didn't use them, so they're still with me," Agnes replied. "Good, 10 rounds will suffice." Renais nodded, adding, "Wait for me in the hall. I need to submit the application form 31024 to the captain. Damo and Zag should be in the hall as well." Renais turned towards Captain Claude's office, while Agnes made her way downstairs, where she found Damo and Zag in the lobby. "Good morning, Agnes," Zag greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Zag and Damo," Agnes returned the greeting with a smile. Engaging in casual conversation with Zag and Damo, Renais soon descended with a veil in hand. "Let us go. We can discuss it in the carriage," Renais said as she led the trio to a spacious carriage at the entrance of the institute. As Agnes was still unfamiliar with the situation regarding the malevolent spirit, Renais began to relay the details of the case. This malevolent spirit originates from the heinous acts of a cold-blooded individual. Renais' voice was calm, yet serious. "Last year, there was a case that caused a sensation throughout the city, which you might recall, Agnes. The tragic incident that occurred on Pink Street in the Shallow Harbor?" Agnes pondered for a moment before responding, "Yes, that incident." "Indeed, that one," Renais confirmed with a nod. "In September of last year, the lifeless body of a young girl was discovered in an abandoned shack on Pink Street in the Shallow Harbor district. The grotesque condition of the girl's corpse incited a media frenzy when a journalist captured and published photos from the crime scene, prompting a significant overhaul of public safety in the Shallow Harbor district. It was only after the perpetrator was apprehended and swiftly sentenced to death that the outcry against the police department began to wane. "Was this perpetrator captured by the heart of nature?" Agnes inquired. "Yes, Captain Claude personally led the operation, and nearly all the team members were involved," Zag interjected. "Based on the circumstances at the scene, we suspected that Mira, the young girl, might have transformed into a malevolent spirit. However, the body was discovered rather late, and by the time the heart of nature arrived, Mira's spirit had already departed the scene. Although we sensed her presence while apprehending the cold-blooded individual, our focus was primarily on the perpetrator, and after his capture, her presence dissipated. For the past few months, she has not reappeared, seemingly vanishing from this world, and divination only indicated that she was wandering along the banks of the Easel River. Hence, we deployed informants along the streets bordering the Easel River to monitor any news regarding the malevolent spirit. This morning, an informant detected the presence of the malevolent spirit across the Easel River on Grove Street. Mira's home is located on Grove Street, and Damo's divination has confirmed that the spirit discovered today is indeed Mira." Agnes understood the sequence of events and nodded, her gaze shifting to the veil in Renais' hand. Sealing artifact 31024. The Tranquility Veil serves to pacify all living beings within a 10-meter radius, allowing ordinary individuals to fall into a state of slumber while spirits descend into the underworld. However, its drawback is that prolonged possession can draw the spirit into the underworld. An ordinary person will fall asleep within a minute, and after an hour, the spirit will be pulled into the underworld. Extraordinary beings will not fall asleep, but will begin to feel the pull of the underworld after 2 hours. This pull intensifies with the duration of possession. In a Sequence 9, extraordinary being will be unable to resist it after 3 hours, while a Sequence 8 can withstand it for 4 hours. Tests have shown that an ordinary ghost will be sent to the underworld within 2 minutes, though stronger ghosts require more time. Renais elucidated the function of the sealing artifact. "This artifact is particularly suited for today's mission. It will assist us in granting peace to this innocent young girl." As Renais spoke, her voice gradually descended into a hushed tone. Agnes recalled the haunting photograph she had once seen. The girl resembled a shattered doll, silently collapsed in a pool of blood, with a solitary rose placed beside her. Her limbs were positioned at grotesque angles, utterly unattainable by any normal human body, unless each limb had been snapped and rendered pliable for manipulation. It appeared as though her mouth had been slashed open and stitched shut with dark thread, extending down to below her ears, imparting a ghastly and eerie smile. One of her eyes had been gouged out, leaving behind a cavernous void. Most disturbingly, her clothing was tattered and ragged, revealing mottled bruises across her skin. Agnes remembered that the initial batch of newspapers featuring this grotesque and bloody image had been largely recalled shortly after distribution due to its disturbing nature. She recalled that despite being ensnared in the agony brought on by her ailment, her emotions dulled by the affliction, she still felt a surge of anger upon gazing at that photograph. Thus, our primary task today was merely to delay time, ensuring that the malevolent spirit of Mira did not escape the confines of 31,024. According to previous investigations, Mira's spirit was not particularly strong. "Understood," Agnes replied, pulling her drifting thoughts back into focus. Chapter 20. The Vengeful Spirit. The carriage came to a halt on Grove Street, and Agnes, along with Renais and the others, alighted. Before them stood a house that had been desolate for some time, appearing empty, yet still hinting at its former warmth. This was Mira's original home. It was said that after her demise, her mother fell into a poor state, prompting her parents to vacate the premises shortly after the perpetrator was executed, as Renais explained. Pushing the door open, Reness stepped inside, followed closely by Agnes and the others. The room, having been neglected for months, was cloaked in layers of dust, with their footprints starkly visible. Zag, bringing up the rear, gently closed the door behind them. "Demo you," just as Reness uttered a word. A faint sound of crying emerged. Without needing a word, they all turned towards the direction of the sound, which came from what appeared to be a child's bedroom. Its door adorned with a woven dream catcher. "Demo, stand guard at the door. Ensure no ordinary souls enter," Reness instructed. "Understood. I shall await your return at the entrance." Demo nodded in affirmation. Donning her veil, Reness proceeded towards the room, with Agnes and Zag trailing behind her. The sobbing grew increasingly distinct, resembling the heart-wrenching cries of a newborn kitten. "I shall enter first. Zag will follow, while Agnes will keep watch at the doorway," Reness whispered, extracting her firearm with one hand while gently pushing the door open with the other. A chilling aura wafted from the room, prompting Agnes to tap her temple twice with her left hand, activating her spiritual vision, a gesture she had recently perfected. She beheld a ragged little girl curled up on the bed, the source of the weeping. Standing outside, she watched as Reness and Zag stepped into the room. Seemingly sensing their presence, the little girl turned, and Agnes recognized her as Mira, the brutally murdered child. At that moment, her features were whole, her limbs capable of normal movement, and she appeared quite endearing, with arched brows and tear-filled, bright eyes. Reness and Zag exchanged a glance and nodded in silent understanding. "You girls look familiar," the child hesitantly remarked, scrutinizing Reness. Reness signaled to Zag, who, after a moment's hesitation, approached and bent down to say, "We are friends of your parents." Reness, exasperated, covered her face with the hand that did not hold the gun. "Parents?" the girl echoed uncertainly, before bursting into tears once more. "I can't find Mommy and Daddy. When I woke up, they were gone," she sobbed, repeating the lamentation over and over. Zag attempted various methods to console her, but none bore fruit. The girl's cries intensified, and Agnes noted the growing agitation of both Reness and Zag. Suddenly, Agnes realized something was amiss with the girl's cries. "Calm down," she urged Reness, gently nudging her, whispering in her ear. Reness snapped back to focus and pulled Zag back. Zag instinctively drew his weapon, red veins appearing in his eyes. The girl's gaze fixated on Reness, tears streaming down her face, but gradually. What flowed from one of her eyes was not tears, but crimson, even black, ichor. "I remember where I've seen you," she declared, her arms twisting grotesquely, unable to touch her own face as blood began to streak across half of her visage. "So, I'm already dead," she slumped to the ground. "I died so horribly. No wonder my parents abandoned me." Her limbs twisted further, the blood staining her exposed skin, turning darker. "Why me? It hurts so much, it truly hurts." The little girl struggled to rise, but her broken limbs caused her to collapse again. Her entire spirit became translucent, as if on the verge of disintegration. "It hurts. It hurts, it hurts," she cried, her speech becoming disjointed as her features contorted into a grotesque mask, wisps of black mist escaping from her form, coalescing into strange fiber structures. Her entire being vanished within the black mist, leaving behind only a scarlet eye filled with boundless resentment. Mira's malevolent spirit let out a wretched wail, and Agnes felt an unbearable, piercing sound invade her eardrums, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. She noticed Reness tremble slightly, while Zag instinctively covered his ears. "Damn it," Reness cursed under her breath. "We need to get out. It's too cramped in here." With her gun raised, she aimed at Mira's spirit, while Zag, in unison, began to retreat step by step from the room. The black mist writhed for a moment before slowly drifting towards the window. "We cannot let her escape. We need to hold her back for 5 more minutes." Reness decisively fired a shot at Mira's spirit, the demon-hunting bullet piercing through the mist as if sinking into a marsh. A shriek emanated from the black fog, and Agnes could faintly sense its pain. An inexplicable urge welled up within her, compelling her to reach out to the spirit, as if its agony resonated with a part of her being. The allure of the spirit's suffering was peculiar, yet now was not the time for experimentation. Agnes suppressed the impulse, striving to maintain clarity of mind, observing as the spirit, struck by Reness' bullet, did not falter but instead accelerated towards the outside. "Outside is the garden. I'll intercept her," Agnes declared. Hastening towards the living room window, Zag fired a shot at the spirit as it passed, but it evaded, successfully slowing its pace. "All right. Although Mira's spirit appears non-aggressive, please remain vigilant for your own safety," Reness remarked, monitoring the distance between herself and the malevolent entity. Agnes had no time to open the window. Instead, She sidestepped and kicked the glass, shattering it, and leaped through, circling around to the garden outside Mira's bedroom. In the interim, she heard several gunshots and the wails of the spirit. In the brief span of a minute, the black mist had already crossed the threshold of the window and was now rapidly drifting towards the garden. Agnes steadied herself, weapon in hand, and fired a shot, successfully striking the black mist. The black mist lingered ominously, seemingly quivering for a moment. Chapter 21. The Assault. Agnes and Zag clambered out of the bedroom window, guns drawn, their vigilance directed towards the black mist. The mist writhed restlessly, prompting the group to heighten their alertness. Agnes sensed something amiss and suddenly shouted, "Beware of her attack." No sooner had her words left her lips than Melah's malevolent spirit emitted a piercing wail, causing the black mist to swirl violently, wrapping around Agnes like tendrils of vine. Rather than retreating, Agnes fired a shot into the mist, causing it to convulse. Yet it did nothing to impede the spirit's advance, as the black mist ensnared her ankle. Caught off guard by the spirit's wrath, Agnes felt a twinge of helplessness. Although she had previously harbored an impulse to touch the spirit, this was not the manner she had envisioned. From the tendrils of the black mist that entwined her, Agnes sensed a spiritual entity, seemingly weeping, yet lacking the aggression she had anticipated. Had she misjudged? Was the spirit not intent on attacking her? The entity felt alarmingly feeble to Agnes, as if she could easily obliterate it and subsequently seize control of the entire astral essence. A chill ran down her spine at the terrifying thought, compelling her to verify whether she had been tainted by some hidden presence. "Please let me go. I do not wish to be purified. I will hide away and cause no harm." A disjointed voice of supplication brought Agnes back to her senses. She realized that Melah was almost entirely coiled around her, resembling a serpent. Her head was beside Agnes's ear, while the rest of her body twisted and contorted, appearing boneless, her limbs dangling grotesquely as they had before. Agnes could not suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth, then realized she had made an unbecoming expression. "Melah, we are not prepared to purify you," Agnes explained, suddenly aware that she had not vocalized her words, but had conveyed them directly through spiritual connection. "We intend to escort you to the underworld. You are no longer suited to exist in the realm of the living." After a moment's hesitation, Agnes continued her explanation through their spiritual link. Melah fell silent. "Damn it." Agnes heard Agnes curse fiercely, and she looked up to see Agnes aiming her gun at her. Instinctively, Agnes shouted, "Don't shoot," raising her hands and crouching down, only to realize that Agnes's weapon was directed at Melah. "Agnes, can you still hear me? Are you injured?" Agnes inquired. "Yes, Melah has not harmed me," Agnes responded, then became aware of a troubling realization. "You cannot see me?" If Agnes could perceive Melah's coiling form as Agnes did, then she should be aware that Agnes was conscious and unharmed. The fact that Agnes posed that question indicated that her perception differed significantly from Agnes's, likely seeing Melah in her previous state of black mist. After a brief silence, Agnes stated, "I can only see a mass of black mist," just as Agnes had surmised. She transmitted her thoughts to Melah. "Melah, can you revert to the form we first encountered you in?" Agnes heard Melah begin to weep softly. "I cannot control it. I turn into this whenever I remember. It hurts so much. It truly hurts," Melah lamented in a broken voice. "Whenever I cry out in pain, you strike me. It hurts so much. I beg you, do not hit me anymore." Agnes heard Melah's plaintive cries. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Agnes rubbed her nose and replied, "I am sorry. We could not understand you in this state. But I cannot control it." Melah sobbed, her continuous weeping giving Agnes a headache. It seemed her emotional fluctuations intensified in this context. Following her instincts, Agnes cautiously extended her spiritual essence towards Melah's entity, gently enveloping it. She perceived a gray ocean, with herself cradling Melah, rising and falling within it. From Melah's spiritual essence emanated an unrelenting agony. Agnes felt as though her limbs were being shattered, her eyes gouged out, and a knife slicing the corners of her mouth. Yet amidst the ceaseless pain, a profound fury surged within her, yearning to erupt but held back by her own restraint. Indeed, the intensification of her emotional state stemmed from her connection with Melah's entity, as if something beyond Melah's sensations was being transmitted through their bond. Simultaneously, she found she could partially control Melah's spirit. Was this resonance related? It felt akin to a sacrificial offering. Melah's sobs gradually diminished, her words becoming coherent. "Do not continue. It hurts terribly," Melah conveyed a thought to Agnes. "Ah, so this is the extent of the pain. No wonder Melah struggles to maintain control," Agnes thought with a sigh. "I once heard that if two people share a burden of pain, it becomes halved." As she watched Melah's essence slowly revert to its original form, Agnes smiled. Reness approached, seemingly grasping the situation, and said, "I apologize for the harm I caused you." Zag also stepped forward hesitantly to offer his apologies. "It is all right." Melah shyly waved her hand. "One more minute," Reness said with a tinge of melancholy. "Yes, I understand." Melah nodded obediently, her emotions fully stabilized. Her appearance restored to its former state. Agnes severed her connection with Melah's essence, unable to suppress a sigh of relief. "My lady, I wish to know your name." "May I ask?" Melah feigned maturity, looking expectantly at Agnes. After a brief moment of silence, Agnes conveyed her name through their spiritual link. "Agnes, I'm Agnes, pardon me." She added, "You may call me Agnes." "Thank you, Agnes," Melah replied with a smile. A chill and rotten aura enveloped the atmosphere. "It has begun," Agnes sighed. Foregoing any gesture of prayer, she spoke directly. "May the divine grant you eternal rest, forgetting every day of suffering." Melah nodded, her gaze fixed on Agnes until her essence rippled, transforming into a transparent, colorful radiance that sank into the earth. "Goodbye, Agnes." Melah's voice echoed in Agnes's mind. "Goodbye, Melah," Agnes murmured softly. Chapter 22. Mission accomplished. After summoning Damo, the four departed Melah's residence, returning to the Isulia Biological Research Institute. Reness did not rush to report the mission details to Mr. Claude. Instead, she took Agnes to have a comprehensive examination conducted by Alicia. "Although Melah's aggression was not severe and you appear unharmed, we cannot afford to be complacent. Extraordinary events are always fraught with unpredictability. Perhaps a minor oversight could lead to future regrets," Reness said, biting her lip, a look of remorse crossing her face. "Today, I let my guard down. Melah was fleeing, and I did not anticipate her sudden charge towards you. It was merely a simple task that nearly resulted in your injury." Agnes watched Reness, anxiously awaiting Alicia's conclusions. Recalling how, upon returning to the Institute, Reness had been eager to take her for an examination, unable to suppress a wry smile. Although the issue stemmed from her own shortcomings, Reness seemed to incessantly attribute the mistake to herself. There was an unsettling aura about her, reminiscent of lingering malevolence, likely a remnant of past encounters. This was not surprising. A cleansing ritual should suffice to alleviate her condition. Beyond this, I found no evidence that Agnes was afflicted by any other curses, and her psychological evaluation did not reveal any anomalies. Elisa finally set down her pen and remarked, "All right. Thank you immensely, Elisa." Reness expressed her gratitude, visibly relieved. "Here is your examination report." Elisa handed Agnes a sheet filled with her meticulous notes. Agnes glanced over it, pausing momentarily at the psychological status section, where the word normal caught her eye before discreetly shifting her gaze. "Thank you," Agnes sincerely acknowledged. "Now, I must attend to my own affairs. You both should seek out the captain," Elisa stated, signaling the conclusion of their meeting. "I intend to report on the completion of today's mission to the captain. Would you like to accompany me?" Reness inquired as they exited Elisa's office, heading towards Mr. Claude's. "Yes, I will join you. I have matters to discuss with him as well," Agnes replied with a smile. "All right," Reness nodded. Reness knocked on Mr. Claude's door. "Come in." "Captain, I am here to report on our mission this morning," Reness stated straightforwardly. Mr. Claude nodded, then turned his gray eyes towards Agnes. "And you?" Agnes hesitated for a moment before saying, "I would like to request your assistance in contacting Ms. Jones." "Very well." Mr. Claude casually took a note from his desk, scribbled a message, and placed it on a nearby vine with large leaves. The vine swiftly enveloped the note, retracting along its stem and departing the office. Noticing Agnes's intense gaze fixed on the vine, Mr. Claude smiled as he explained, "This is a branch from the one beneath the church. I presume you are aware of that." Agnes recalled the vine resembling tree roots that she had encountered in the underground passage of the church on the day she took the potion, and nodded. "All right, Agnes. Please sit over there and wait for a moment. Reness, you may begin your report." "I am listening," Mr. Claude instructed, while a pile of unfinished documents remained on his desk. Agnes observed as Mr. Claude jotted down notes while listening to Reness's report, occasionally lifting his gaze to ask questions. "Is this what they call multitasking?" Agnes pondered. However, it was hardly surprising for an extraordinary individual to master such a skill. Instead of focusing on Reness's account, Agnes lowered her head, reflecting on her own performance during today's mission, feeling she had faltered significantly. In truth, today's task was relatively simple. After all, it involved an ordinary little girl like Mira transformed into a malevolent spirit who retained much of her rationality and exhibited minimal aggression. The squad likely assessed the mission's danger to be low, dispatching a Sequence 8 accompanied by 3 Sequence 9 members and even opting for non-aggressive sealing artifacts. Yet, this did not excuse my reckless behavior today. Although I emerged unscathed, it was merely a stroke of luck. Had Mira possessed greater aggression, or had a more formidable, malevolent spirit been encountered, I could have easily sustained injuries, especially considering my lack of skills in dealing with such entities. Indeed, one must acknowledge that lower-tier cultivators lack adequate means to confront spiritual adversaries. The primary issue today was my impulsive decision to obstruct Mira's escape without possessing the capability to handle malevolent spirits independently. This was a deviation from my usual demeanor. I'd acted far too rashly. This impulsiveness seemed connected to the allure of Mira's suffering, which compelled me to reach out to her, consequently clouding my judgment and subconsciously driving me to seek opportunities to confront her alone. Thus, the principal concerns were my inadequate strategies against spiritual foes and my inability to suppress such impulses. Failing to think rationally when faced with a stronger adversary would undoubtedly lead to greater peril. In fact, Agnes sensed a slight digestion of the potion as she repressed her impulses. Perhaps this desire could be deemed an instinctual yearning? To confine such desires could be considered a form of role-playing? Though it was but a minor fraction, it equated to the progress she had made over the past month. Based on her previous digestion rate, it appeared she would not fully assimilate the potion for at least 2 years. However, as Agnes was aware, if one could adhere strictly to their role, complete assimilation could occur in under 6 months, and, in some cases, even within a month. It might be best to confess to the church sooner rather than later. Agnes could not help but sigh, covering her forehead with her hand. Upon seeing Agnes conclude her report, Mr. Claude nodded and stated, "I understand. Agnes, you may return now, and remember to submit your report to me. As for Agnes's cleansing ritual, you need not concern yourself with that. Olivia will assist her shortly." "Understood, Captain," Agnes acknowledged, nodding to Agnes as she exited Mr. Claude's office. "Are you seeking Olivia in relation to the malevolent spirit you encountered today?" Mr. Claude inquired with keen interest. "Let me think. Perhaps the restoration of the spirit's form was facilitated by you?" Agnes nodded, replying, "Indeed, Mira retained much of her rationality, yet she was unable to control herself." At that moment, "Stop. Do not divulge how you accomplished that. I do not have the authority to access all the details of your situation. Until I have reviewed the documentation, I would prefer you refrain from sharing it directly with me," Mr. Claude interjected, somewhat nervously. "Perhaps you should inform Olivia directly later." He continued, "It seems that in your 2 days with the squad, both missions have led to larger complications." Chapter 23. The Situation. "I believe you can now share what transpired today, Ms. Jones stated adeptly as she poured a glass of water for Agnes and settled into a reclining chair that began to sway gently. Agnes, with a resigned demeanor, took a seat on the sofa, sipped from her glass, and then said, "I would like to request a reassessment." Ms. Jones sat up, her expression turning serious. "What did you encounter today?" she asked earnestly, looking directly at Agnes. "I discovered that I seemed to resonate to some degree with Mira's suffering." Agnes contemplated before articulating her thoughts. "That malevolent spirit referred to as Mira?" Ms. Jones recalled, saying, "I remember she wasn't particularly strong. The method employed by the criminal who killed her was somewhat unique. We even speculated it might have been a ritual. However, after thorough investigation, we found no hidden entities responding, leading us to lower the danger level. Perhaps it truly was a ritual," Agnes mused thoughtfully. Ms. Jones inquired, "Did that hidden entity finally?" Agnes shook her head, replying, "I am uncertain. I do not even know whether this resonance originated from within me or was influenced by external forces." Ms. Jones anxiously rubbed her temples. "I will report this. Actually, Elisa conducted a standard psychological evaluation on me earlier, but she did not uncover any issues." Agnes produced the report Elisa had given her. "Did you not actively conceal your psychological state?" Ms. Jones scrutinized the report and asked. "No. Given the connection I formed with a malevolent spirit born from cruel murder, it is entirely reasonable for some psychological issues to arise. Moreover, Ms. Rennes was present, making it impossible to hide." Agnes shook her head in denial. Ms. Jones frowned deeply. "That is indeed peculiar. A fortnight ago, the evaluation conducted on you revealed that you still grappled with certain psychological issues. Although the ELISA test may not rival the thoroughness of the assessment performed by His Excellency Rossi, it remains sufficiently professional. In fact, when Agnes initially engaged with the Heart of Nature, she underwent an evaluation concerning various facets of her condition, followed by numerous subsequent assessments. 2 weeks ago, after she had somewhat acclimatized to the abilities bestowed by the prisoneress elixir, a comprehensive evaluation was once again administered. While each assessment may yield differing inclinations, they unequivocally encompassed personality tests, inspiration, and her current psychological state. Do you believe today's events have had an impact? Ms. Jones inquired. Indeed, I have observed a marked increase in emotional fluctuations while establishing a mental connection with Malara, Agnes replied, despite the assessments indicating a return to normalcy in your psychological state. Do you still harbor concerns regarding potential hidden dangers? Her blue eyes fixated intently on Agnes as she questioned. Yes, I am uncertain of the underlying causes of this change. After a moment of hesitation, Agnes continued. I even suspect that, aside from the influence on myself, Eliza may have been imperceptibly affected by the anomalies I embody. Yet we remain oblivious to it. After all, the Institute is not a church, and the vigilance of the Mother Goddess may be somewhat diminished there. Ms. Jones furrowed her brow more deeply. Observing her furrowed brow, which resembled a frown, Agnes hesitated to remind Ms. Jones that such expressions could lead to premature wrinkles. Finally, Ms. Jones let out a weary sigh and remarked, We must have faith in the divine's might. You do not seem to embody the fervent devotion of a true follower of the Mother Goddess. Yes, but this may indeed be our first encounter with this elusive entity manifesting its power. Any degree of overestimation is warranted. Agnes stated with utmost seriousness. Very well. We shall arrange for an examination. Ms. Jones replied. After a moment of contemplation, Agnes added, Furthermore, I would like to request a charm or seal that would enable me to maintain my composure in moments of impulsiveness. That is not a prudent suggestion, Ms. Jones replied earnestly. Agnes offered a wry smile and shook her head, saying, After resonating with Malara today, I found myself beset by a potent urge to touch her. Although I believed I had forcibly suppressed it at the time, my subsequent actions lead me to doubt whether I truly managed to quell my impulses. I surmise that had I been able to restrain such urges, many ensuing complications might have been averted. Ms. Jones chuckled softly and shook her head, saying, Such a naive rationale? Agnes, while that may constitute part of your motivation for this request, is certainly not the entirety. Agnes raised her hands in surrender, sighing, Very well. I simply believe that lacking rational thought in the face of adversaries will undoubtedly place one's self in peril. Very well. I shall submit your request to the church, and should it be approved, it shall be granted to you. Ms. Jones replied with understanding. I believe we should proceed to the evaluation. His Excellency Rossi awaits you. His Excellency Rossi is a venerable woman with eyes as blue as the sky and hair like spun silver, clad in a black nun's habit that exudes an aura of sanctity and benevolence. You appear troubled again today. His Excellency Rossi remarked, her kind and weathered voice soothing Agnes's spirit. Ms. Jones did not enter the room, leaving only His Excellency Rossi and Agnes within. Indeed, Agnes nodded. Joy is the most precious gift bestowed upon us by the divine, assisting us in bearing the burdens of life and the misfortunes and pains of the mortal realm. His Excellency Rossi spoke in her aged voice. Yet without suffering, we find it difficult to truly appreciate joy. Without misfortune, we cannot uncover happiness. His Excellency Rossi guided Agnes to cleanse her hands and then invited her to recline upon a bed formed of vines within the room. Lighting a candle, she approached the window. Her somewhat weathered hands gently covered Agnes's eyes, and Agnes obediently closed them. His Excellency Rossi softly recited the prayers she often invoked during Mass. The Great Mother has received my most fervent supplications, alleviating my soul's afflictions and calamities, filling my heart with inspiration, and guiding me toward the path of salvation. Chapter 24, Confession. Agnes's mind gradually drifted into a hazy state, feeling as though darkness enveloped her once more, yet this darkness slowly dissipated, transforming into a dense mist. A peculiar fatigue welled from within her, and she yielded to this sensation. Her consciousness seemed to bifurcate, one part succumbing to slumber while the other detachedly listened as His Excellency Rossi posed various questions, observing her increasingly solemn demeanor until she erected a spiritual barrier to pray to the Earth Mother. Agnes did not hear what His Excellency Rossi reported to the Earth Mother or what divine revelation she received. She merely noticed that upon completing the ritual, the tension in Rossi's expression had eased considerably. Agnes witnessed as His Excellency Rossi tidied the ritual materials and then roused her from a reverie. Opening her eyes, she found Rossi extending a hand to assist her. Your transformation poses no detriment to you. His Excellency Rossi spoke gently. You have indeed acquired something from Malara. Yet such things shall not disrupt your sense of self. A faint smile graced her lips. What have I taken from Malara? Agnes could not help but inquire. His Excellency Rossi remained silent for a lengthy moment, and just as Agnes believed she would not receive a reply, she finally spoke. Humanity. You have taken a fragment of her humanity. How can that be? How could one individual's humanity be appropriated by another? Agnes instinctively retorted, only to halt her skepticism as she recalled her own behaviors following her connection with Malara's spiritual essence. I am uncertain. His Excellency Rossi replied with a hint of self-deprecation in her smile. We presume that within each individual resides a spark of primordial divinity, yet we remain ignorant as to the true origins of humanity. Some contend that humanity is an intrinsic aspect of one's nature, while others argue it emerges from our social existence. No one can definitively articulate the essence of humanity. It possesses both benevolent and malevolent facets. I am pleased that you have garnered the gentlest aspect of humanity from Malara, namely, empathy for the vulnerable. His Excellency Rossi remarked with a smile. Agnes parted her lips, ultimately asking, and what a Malara? I do not know. Rossi shook her head. However, based on your descriptions and your current demeanor, I believe you have not taken too much. She now resides in the realm of the dead. A diminished sense of compassion may indeed aid her survival. Rossi sighed softly. I understand. Agnes lowered her head in acknowledgement. I feel as though I have become a thief. Agnes chuckled at herself. His Excellency Rossi said nothing, only sighed in resignation. Thus, the elusive entity that has reached out to me has not only refrained from taking anything from me, but has rather bestowed upon me even more. Agnes mused aloud. Indeed, His Excellency Rossi seemed to exhale a breath of resignation. Merely forging a connection with him brings misfortune. What must I offer in exchange for his gifts? Agnes, be cautious with your words. His Excellency Rossi admonished sternly. I apologize, Your Excellency. I have lost my composure. Agnes closed her eyes to calm her emotions and then spoke. His Excellency Rossi sighed in exasperation, stating, Your emotional fluctuations have intensified somewhat. You must exercise control. Perhaps it is also influenced by the elixir. Agnes pondered in silence for a moment before raising her gaze to ask, Your Excellency, what do you believe a prisoner to be? His Excellency Rossi cast a glance at Agnes and chuckled. The art of masquerade? I presumed you would exercise a modicum of discretion. There's no necessity for that, Agnes replied, shaking her head. I believe that over such an extensive history, the Church must have encountered the art of masquerade. The absence of any circulating information may stem from various other considerations. His Excellency Rossi laughed softly. Well, that is indeed the case. However, I can only divulge a portion of the reasons for its secrecy. What are they? Agnes inquired. Regardless of how you wish to masquerade, I must remind you of one crucial point. You must always remember that you are merely playing a part, His Excellency Rossi stated with grave seriousness. Is it the law of conservation of extraordinary traits that you cannot disclose? Agnes pondered. I would prefer that you come to understand the art of masquerade at a later time. His Excellency Rossi gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind Agnes's ear, as if sighing. You are still quite young, with an insufficiently profound self-awareness and a lack of maturity. In my view, it would be more advantageous for you to gradually master your powers and slowly acclimate to the extraordinary. Therefore, do you wish for me to refrain from masquerading for the time being? Agnes asked thoughtfully. No, that is not my intent. His Excellency Rossi shook his head. Your art of masquerade is likely drawn from your dreams. I fear that even if you wish to avoid it, unforeseen circumstances would compel you to hasten the assimilation of the potion. Indeed, Agnes hesitated momentarily before responding. I had always believed that consuming the prisoner's potion would allow for the digestion of a significant portion, considering the Church has monitored you for so long. His Excellency Rossi chuckled with a hint of self-deprecation. Perhaps it is because I have never felt particularly restricted. Perhaps, after all, you have always been a good child. His Excellency Rossi replied. I am not particularly knowledgeable about how prisoners masquerade. Do you have any thoughts on the matter? When I was consuming the potion, Mr. Connie once imparted a proverb. The heart is the prisoner of the body, and the body is the prisoner of the world. During this time, I have been attempting to grasp the concept of the heart is the prisoner of the body, but I find it quite challenging to comprehend the essence. Perhaps I should first experiment with the body is the prisoner of the world, Agnes articulated. Very well, we shall accommodate your approach, His Excellency Rossi smiled, adding, after all, you lack certain life experiences and possess a commendable family background. Beyond your illness, you have not faced much adversity, making it naturally difficult to truly grasp the notion of the heart is the prisoner of the body. Agnes, what is your most fervent desire? Or rather, have you contemplated what your true aspirations are? His Excellency Rossi inquired earnestly, gazing intently at Agnes. Before consuming the potion, I merely wish to survive, Agnes replied. And now, Agnes pressed her lips together, pausing in silence before responding. I suppose it is to uncover the secrets hidden behind my illness. His Excellency Rossi sighed. That is a long-term goal. I understand. His Excellency Rossi chose not to delve deeper into the topic, redirecting the conversation. I have heard that your recent missions with the Heart of Nature have not gone particularly smoothly. Indeed, Agnes nodded helplessly. I initially accompanied Elisa, but after interrogating a hunter who might know the identity of the thief, Elisa seemed to discover something and determined that I should not continue participating. His Excellency Rossi chuckled. You are certainly not suited to pursue this case any further. Why not? Agnes asked, perplexed. Who is the victim in this case? The Blacksmith Guild of Phenobot, Agnes answered, suddenly realizing something and instinctively inhaling sharply. Have you come to a realization? His Excellency Rossi chuckled. Phenobot is unlike other places. Many occurrences here are politically charged. Your father stands on the side of abolishing the guild system. Thus, you cannot investigate actions that may have been perpetrated by individuals associated with your father. My father? Yes. To my knowledge, the proposal to abolish the guild system was put forth by Count Pagny. His Excellency Rossi stated. I am unaware. Mariana is informed. The Count likely believes you need not concern yourself with such matters for the time being. Perhaps, Agnes replied non-committally, then asked, but Elisa should be unaware of my identity. Her ignorance is precisely why she felt compelled to prevent you from pursuing this investigation. After all, if you truly were merely a new recruit in the Heart of Nature, this case would thrust you directly into a political maelstrom. Agnes nodded, hesitating before looking at His Excellency Rossi. In fact, when we finished interrogating that hunter, I suddenly sensed an ominous premonition emanating from Elisa. Previously, I had requested Ms. Jones to pay closer attention to Elisa's situation under the pretext of my psychological assessment. Ah, I see, His Excellency Rossi acknowledged. Olivia tends to act with caution and typically does not encounter issues. He then inquired, what about your mission this morning? Agnes sighed. It was utterly chaotic. His Excellency Rossi laughed. The abilities you acquire from the potion are not particularly adept at dealing with spectral entities. Yet most importantly, I was unable to think clearly due to the resonance today, and impulsively ventured to confront Mela alone. Although I emerged unscathed, it is undeniable that I hindered our efforts. Agnes lamented. His Excellency Rossi chuckled with a hint of resignation. We can never predict what we will face in the future. The only thing we can do is to perform all the tasks within our capabilities. I understand, but I cannot bear the thought of my mistakes causing trouble for others. Your companions will not blame you. You are merely suffering from your own inner reproach, His Excellency Rossi reassured her. Well, yes, that is indeed the case, Agnes admitted, a rare blush creeping to her cheeks. You need not dwell on it. Simply strive to perform better next time. We all make mistakes, and it is far preferable to err when there is no danger than to falter in perilous circumstances, His Excellency Rossi advised. Agnes opened her mouth, seemingly ready to speak, yet ultimately refrained. Actually, I can probably surmise some aspects of your initiation task, His Excellency Rossi observed Agnes's reaction, smiling. It bears a certain correlation with your mission this morning. Due to the severe repercussions of the Mela case, the Church has decided to scrutinize individuals associated with the Rose Academy in the vicinity of Phenobot, His Excellency Rossi explained. That does not come as a surprise, Agnes nodded. Was that cold-blooded individual affiliated with the Rose Academy? Indeed, His Excellency Rossi confirmed. It is expected to occur within the next 2 to 3 weeks, coinciding with your initiation task. It is likely that you will be involved in the pursuit of a member of the Rose Academy. You should engage in more squad missions over the next 2 weeks to hone your practical experience, His Excellency Rossi advised. I understand. Agnes nodded in agreement. After some contemplation, Agnes asked His Excellency, how significant do you believe the influence of the Rose Academy in Phenobot might be? Actually, the Church maintains a stringent stance against the Rose Academy, especially in Phenobot. For various reasons, their mid to high-ranking members are easily detected upon entering Phenobot. I do not believe there will be many. You are acquainted with the prisoner pathways and should know that the sequence 7 is referred to as werewolves. In truth, during each full moon, werewolves lose much of their rationality, sprout a coat of dark fur, and their murderous and bloodthirsty urges reach a peak, rendering them difficult to conceal. While the criminal pathways do not bear such a curse, the intensity of their murderous desire surpasses that of the prisoner sequences, thus we monitor them more stringently. They should not possess substantial influence in Phenobot. At that time, it will be a unified action by the Church. You need only focus on your own mission. In such a larger operation, you will not attract much attention. Your Excellency Rossi said with a smile, you may also seek the assistance of other members of the Heart of Nature team, but be aware that their level of involvement will undoubtedly diminish your evaluation. If you manage to hunt down or even eliminate some higher-ranked members of the Rose sect during this task, it is highly likely that you will accumulate enough merit to exchange for materials for the Madman's Potion. Once you have processed the prisoners, you can directly exchange for the materials necessary for your advancement. This presents a natural advantage for you, as disregarding the influence of intelligence and other factors. Your probability of encountering members of the Rose sect is somewhat greater than that of other teams. A peculiar smile appeared on His Excellency Rossi's face. Is His Excellency referring to the law of extraordinary properties aggregation? However, a sequence 9 should not hold much allure, Agnes pondered. I understand, she nodded. Very well. I believe it is time for you to return. The malevolent aura that surrounded you has dissipated. As for your evaluation results, I shall need to conduct further research and expect to provide you with them by tomorrow, His Excellency Rossi stated as he rose. And my performance? Agnes inquired hesitantly. Should you require any assistance, feel free to inform me directly, as it is ultimately your performance, His Excellency Rossi replied with a smile. Thank you, Your Excellency, Agnes said with a standard curtsy, her voice laced with joy. Little girl, His Excellency Rossi sighed, shaking his head before looking up and saying, return to the Research Institute promptly. You have lingered here long enough. Understood. Agnes turned and exited the room. Chapter 26, 10 Days. March 3rd, 1328. Today, after completing the malevolent task assigned by Mira, I underwent another evaluation, though His Excellency Rossi has yet to provide the results. At that moment, His Excellency Rossi prayed to the Mother Goddess, indicating that my transformation this time was remarkable. His Excellency believes that I have taken a portion of humanity from Mira. Assuming her conjecture is accurate, I find myself questioning the mechanism through which I extracted it from her. Was there any loss during the conversion of her humanity into mine? Today, His Excellency stated that no one can clearly articulate the foundation of humanity's existence. Indeed, humanity is an incredibly intricate entity. However, without a doubt, each individual's humanity is something that relies on oneself. To transfer a person's humanity to another must involve an exceedingly complex mechanism that eliminates the donor's imprint, particularly since I did not perceive any memories or influences originating from Mira. Reflecting on the events of today, initially, Mira recalled her suffering, and then I felt a resonance that compelled me to connect with her spiritual essence. Upon engaging with her spirit, I experienced an intensified emotional fluctuation. This escalation peaked as I mentally connected with her to share in her anguish. During this connection, I seemed to glimpse a gray ocean, reminiscent of what I observed during my own meditations. However, the objects of meditation must not exist in this world, but be conjured from imagination. Thus, it stands to reason that the ocean I perceived must not belong to this realm. Is it related to my dreams? Yet, there are no corresponding memories in my mind. Have I forgotten part of it? Or is it something I am simply unaware of? His Excellency Rossi informed me of the potential entry tasks and advised me to accumulate practical experience. His Excellency treats me as if I were a younger kin. Regrettably, I cannot be entirely candid with her. I surmise that the reasons for her kindness towards me may include several factors. After losing her father and fiancé, His Excellency vowed to become a nun serving the Mother Goddess, remaining unmarried for life. She raised my mother, and their relationship is exceptionally close. Following my affliction, His Excellency took charge of my treatment, and since my proactive engagement with the Church, she has been responsible for my evaluations, fostering a familiarity that nurtures an emotional bond. Has my humanity truly been enhanced? I encountered Rita, who had previously been on leave. March 4th, 1328. Today, I assisted Rennies in investigating a case concerning cultists. It is truly laughable. A group of ordinary individuals, lacking any understanding of the arcane, attempt to communicate with the unknown through bloody rituals. Fortunately, they were thwarted in their endeavors. Is this the embodiment of humanity's malevolence? Today, I eliminated the leader of that cult. This marks my first kill. Rennies appears to be quite concerned that I may develop psychological issues. Scum like them are unworthy of sorrow, apart from regretting that we did not uncover their schemes sooner. I harbor no other negative emotions. Frankly visited Rennies today. Rennies remarked that Frank is a rare genius within the Church and that he has amassed sufficient merit, likely leading to his imminent promotion to Sequence 7. His Excellency Rossi provided my evaluation results, which are similar to those given by Eliza. There was little to analyze. I met with Clash, Mino, and Justin, whom I had not seen due to business travels. Ms. Jones delivered the results of my application for sealing artifacts. The Church has rejected the request for related sealing artifacts, but has permitted me to use the corresponding charms when necessary, which will be provided to me in a few days. March 6th, 1328. I participated in an operation to apprehend a vampire. How astonishing that there are still non-church vampires daring to roam freely in the territory of the Mother Goddess Church. Oh, it appears to be a wild one. Unaware of the situation, then it is of no concern. March 8th, 1328. Today marks the day of the gathering of extraordinary individuals mentioned by German Moody. I wonder if Eliza will successfully capture that thief. This evening, all Sequence 8 members are on standby at the Research Institute, but alas, I'm only a Sequence 9. Ms. Jones brought me the charms. She explained that these charms are crafted using a sealing artifact and can remain effective for about a month. They will suppress my excessive desires and emotions for a period, allowing me to maintain a rational state. Ms. Jones referred to it as the Tranquility Charm. To be honest, the name of this charm is quite down to earth. Its effect is immensely beneficial to me, yet I cannot fully rely on its power. March 9th, 1328. Last night's operations seemed to go smoothly. The team successfully apprehended the thief, and the church has taken over subsequent matters. The thief was merely a Sequence 9 burglar, who assisted him in preparing for the anti-divination. Does Eliza know what the extraordinary item held by President Cumon truly is? How will the church address President Cumon's concealment of this extraordinary item? Damn it, I should no longer dwell on this case. I am no longer involved, and the team has already captured the thief, with the church managing the follow-up. Moreover, as His Excellency Rossi mentioned, I should not investigate actions that may have been carried out by my father's faction. But did my father participate in this case? If so, to what extent? My father is aware of the existence of extraordinary powers. Does that imply he himself is an extraordinary individual? However, based on my father's past behavior, he seems devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Yet, it is also possible that he is simply concealing them. His Excellency Rossi mentioned that it was my father who proposed the abolition of the guild system. Could Aurelio's early graduation be linked to this matter? March 9th, 1328. Today, I took part in the pursuit of a witch. How astonishing it is that witches are ever present. During my break, I tried out the piano in the restaurant. It had not been used in quite some time and required tuning. Such a waste. The tasks of recent days have proceeded quite smoothly. It seems that the previous misfortunes were merely coincidences. March 10th, 1328. Today, I tuned the piano in the Research Institute's restaurant. It was quite a chore, consuming nearly an entire afternoon. However, once tuned, I played a bit, receiving praise from nearly everyone present, which made it worthwhile. March 13th, 1328. My mother hosted a musical salon and extended an invitation to Mr. Connie. His music, as always, was profoundly moving. For reasons unknown to me, I increasingly find such social gatherings to be rather tiresome. Fortunately, no one is aware that my symptoms have significantly improved, allowing me to feign discomfort as an excuse to depart. Perhaps this is one of the few advantages my affliction has bestowed upon me. As I was leaving, I overheard some ladies lamenting my plight, which struck me as rather amusing. In all honesty, fulfilling my duties as a daughter to my father and engaging in social interactions might indeed facilitate my assimilation of the potion's effects. Yet, I find myself growing ever more averse to their insincere displays. I suppose I'm still too willful. Chapter 27. The Initiation Task, March 17th, 1321. It has been 2 weeks since I joined the Heart of Nature, and I have noticeably improved my practical abilities during this time. I have primarily employed my skills in combat and firearms, while my criminal techniques, aside from frequent lockpicking, have remained largely untouched. After all, as an officially recognized, extraordinary individual, it would be rather absurd if I relied heavily on criminal tactics. From my practical experiences during this period, I believe that the heightened perception granted by the Prisoner S potion is the most subtle yet invaluable ability I have acquired. It enhances my capacity to process all the information I perceive, enabling me to uncover previously overlooked details and utilize them effectively, thus compensating for my inherent limitations in knowledge and experience. After completing the theft at the Blacksmith Guild, Eliza shifted her focus to the cases within the church that she oversees. Occasionally, during her breaks, she pulls me aside to tutor me in acting and disguise techniques. While these skills are undoubtedly practical and seemingly simple to learn, I cannot shake the ominous premonitions I've been sensing from her lately. Has Mrs. Jones not yet discerned the cause? Agnes entered the dining hall of the Icilian Biological Research Institute and adeptly seated herself at the piano, preparing to practice a piece. Recently, she has allocated some of her piano practice time to research, as the piano in the Institute is quite good and provides an opportunity for feedback from others. Even if many of them lack musical expertise, the power of music transcends knowledge. Agnes began to play Mr. Connie's Dixie Rhapsody, an early work of his in C major with a 38-time signature, imbued with the essence of a Dixie dance, evoking images of the graceful Dixie girl in motion. During this period, Agnes has been transcribing Mr. Connie's violin compositions into piano arrangements, which not only aids her in grasping the emotional essence of a piece, but also enhances her ability to express the emotions conveyed through different instruments. This particular piece serves as a prime example. Before embarking on the adaptation, one must possess a thorough understanding of the original composition's design and layout, while also considering the piano's characteristics, range, and suitable compositional techniques. The violin, being a melodic instrument, necessitates the incorporation of appropriate chords and left-hand accompaniments when transcribing its music for piano. Agnes consulted Mr. Conti regarding the inspiration behind his creation and the emotions he wished to convey, subsequently infusing her own interpretations into the piece. To comprehend chord construction, she referenced various other piano compositions. After firmly grasping the main melody, she experimented by removing it to better appreciate the progression of the chords. Once completed, Agnes performed her arrangement for Mr. Conti, who acknowledged her efforts. However, she felt that her piano version, in terms of liveliness, paled in comparison to Mr. Conti's original violin rendition, as certain passages that utilize the violin's spiccato technique to depict the lightness of the Dixie Girls' dance could not be fully realized through piano techniques. As Mr. Conti remarked, "Your rendition possesses a touch more tenderness and elegance than mine. This is not to suggest inferiority, as each composer invariably imbues their work with their unique style." Upon concluding her performance of the Rhapsody, applause filled the dining hall. Agnes offered a faint smile and gracefully executed a standard curtsy. She then bid farewell to her teammates and the ordinary researchers in the hall before ascending the stairs. "Agnes, just in time. The captain is looking for you," Renice called out as she descended the stairs, seemingly on her way to summon her. "All right, Renice. Do you know what the captain seeks me for?" Agnes hurriedly caught up with Renice and inquired. Renice chuckled playfully, winking mischievously. Guess. Agnes pondered over her own affairs, a smile breaking through. "Has my initiation task been confirmed?" "Agnes, it loses its charm if you simply state the answer," Renice sighed. Agnes chuckled knowingly. "It's rather easy to deduce. There are only a few matters the captain might summon me for, and excluding those that are temporarily irrelevant, it can only be the initiation task." "Very well," Renice replied, somewhat begrudgingly. Unable to suppress her amusement, Agnes smiled as they approached Mr. Claude's office. Renice, somewhat less enthusiastic, remarked, "The captain is inside. You may enter alone." "Thank you. I shall set aside some time to play piano for you." "You can choose the piece," Agnes replied, unable to contain her mirth. Renice's eyes lit up. "It's a deal. No backing out." "Of course not." Agnes nodded with a smile, rapping lightly on the office door before stepping inside. "Captain," Agnes addressed Mr. Claude. "Have a seat." Mr. Claude gestured for Agnes to sit in the chair opposite his desk. He was perusing a stack of documents, and Agnes discreetly glanced at the pile, noting that it appeared to contain numerous individuals' profiles. "You have been on the team for 2 weeks now," Mr. Claude remarked casually. "Indeed. It is time for you to complete your initiation task, Mr. Claude extracted a page from the stack and handed it to Agnes. "Your initiation task has been assigned. You are to pursue this individual. A member of the Rose Society?" Agnes immediately noted the label on the document. "Yes. The church is preparing to cleanse the vicinity of Fenibort City of the Rose Society's members." "Understood." Agnes meticulously reviewed the document. "Theodore Resley, a Sequence 9 criminal, has been frequently cited on Bogart Street in the Shallow Harbor District, known for multiple assaults on solitary young women, and is being pursued by the Steam Church." Agnes softly recited the details, noting a photograph of Theodore alongside the information. "Indeed, he is your target for today. You may either capture him alive or eliminate him. The church requires no interrogation nor divination." "I understand." Agnes nodded, inquiring, "May I ask if the church's operation to eliminate the Rose Society has commenced?" "Not yet. This initiative will first be initiated by the Heart of Nature team, with the Watchers responsible for those of mid to high sequence. Olivia will also be participating." "May I view the profiles of other targets?" "It would be prudent to relay information should I encounter them during my mission." Chapter 28. The task commences. Mr. Claude chuckled, passing the stack of documents directly to Agnes. "Certainly, each team member must familiarize themselves with this information." Agnes examined each page closely. Apart from her designated target, there were 8 others, encompassing both prisoners and criminals, with 4 belonging to Sequence 8 and the remainder to Sequence 9, scattered throughout various districts of Fenibort City. All of them are of low sequence. Agnes remarked with some confusion. "Indeed, the profiles for mid-sequence individuals have yet to be distributed. They must first be filtered by the Watchers to eliminate the more dangerous individuals, after which the remainder will be handed over to us." "We know there are 2 Sequence 7 and 1 Sequence 6, Mr. Claude responded. "Very well. When shall I commence my task?" "You may leave at once," Mr. Claude replied with a smile. "Will it not disturb the others?" Agnes inquired. "Not at all. The church has already secured the whereabouts of everyone, so there is no need for concern." Understood. Shall I request the sealing item? Mr. Claude casually asked. I would like to apply for 30791, Agnes responded. Sealing item 30,791, known as the Brooch of the Corruptor. Agnes had long speculated that this artifact was crafted from the extraordinary traits of the bribers within the lawyer's Sequence 7, and its creator must have been an exceptional artisan. The records indicated that the wearer could, through actual or symbolic bribery, weaken the target's attacks, defenses, or control, effectively diminishing their capabilities or instill pride and arrogance in the target, causing cognitive errors, resulting in hubris. However, the negative effects included a gradual erosion of the wearer's rationality, leading to increased pride and impulsivity, ultimately spiraling into chaos and a heightened probability of error. Such changes were subtle and easily overlooked. All right, complete the application form and hand it to me, Mr. Claude nodded, then cautioned, once you obtain 30791, proceed directly with your task. Remember to carry the necessary credentials and the police department's badge. I understand. Go on, mister. Claude affirmed with a nod. Agnes performed a courteous curtsy before departing the office. Rennies awaited her outside the door. Upon seeing her, Agnes paused for a moment and asked, Do you have no experiments scheduled for today? None. I actually completed them a week ago. The experiments conducted over the past few days were preliminary tests for the apparatus created by Frank, aimed at understanding its general safety window, though the results were quite unsatisfactory. At this juncture, both Rennies and Agnes wore somber expressions. Frank had attempted to develop a consumable fruit that could enhance physical capabilities. After he cultivated the seeds, Eliza assisted in accelerating their growth, resulting in fruit. Rennies had taken some to conduct safety trials. She fed a portion to rats, only to witness them grow to the size of cows within a minute and subsequently enter a frenzied state, their aggression escalating, causing chaos in the breeding room before they collapsed lifelessly into amorphous masses of flesh. Agnes had been assisting Rennies in the lab at the time, and the two, taken by surprise, managed to subdue the mutated rats and expended considerable effort to recapture the normal rats that had escaped from their damaged cages. Rennies deemed the effects of the fruit far too potent and informed Frank that he needed to cultivate a variant with milder effects. Thus far, Frank had yet to produce any new plants. Although Rennies had instructed Frank to create a new variety, she had not entirely dismissed the original plant. She had mixed some of its roots, stems, and leaves into the feed for the rats, observing the effects. However, the results showed little difference. The rat's lifespan extended from 3 minutes to 10, yet subsequent outcomes remained largely unchanged. Rennies was convinced that Frank's plant was not an extraordinary species, yet the results astonishingly exhibited symptoms akin to uncontrolled extraordinary powers. To mitigate the destruction caused by each trial, Rennies developed a tranquilizer that, in milligram doses, could render a rat grown to cow size weak, allowing it to quietly meet its end. This drug could permeate through the skin and swiftly cross the blood-brain barrier to induce sedation. I would like to inquire whether you need assistance with your entry task. Agnes paused in contemplation before smiling and replying, There's indeed a matter where I could use your help. Surprised, Rennies asked, What assistance do you require? I want to know what would happen if you administered that tranquilizer meant for rats on a human. After a moment of thought, Rennies answered, For an ordinary person, using the dosage we administered to the mutated rat would likely cause respiratory depression, potentially leading to death. For a Sequence 9 extraordinary being, the effects would probably be similar to those seen in the mutated rats. And for a Sequence 8, a larger dosage would be necessary, at least 2 to 3 times the amount to achieve the desired effect. Are you contemplating using the drug against your target? Rennies inquired with a smile. No, it is merely a precaution. If it were just my target alone, I wouldn't be overly concerned. My apprehension lies in the possibility of other members of the Rose Society being nearby, Agnes explained. After all, this drug has yet to be tested on humans, so I'm uncertain of its effects. However, I possess other types of anesthetics that have been validated, prepared as injection syringes, which also contain extraordinary ability suppressants. A single dose can incapacitate even a Sequence 6 without resistance, rendering them utterly vulnerable. They are compact, discreet, and convenient to carry. What do you think? Would you like some? Rennies inquired cheerfully. Of course. Do you have anything convenient for disposing of body? Agnes said, grasping Rennies' sleeve. Dressed in a faded and worn attire befitting a church schoolgirl, Agnes's outfit was tidy, but bore visible signs of wear, with frayed cuffs and exposed threads. She appeared pale and slight, her features soft, clutching a tattered and patched old satchel as she walked along Bogart Street in the shallow harbor area, concealing 30791. The anesthetic syringes and firearms beneath her clothing. This ensemble served 2 purposes, to better blend into the aesthetics of the shallow harbor area, thereby lowering her target's guard. And to lure them in, the church's records only detailed the locations frequently visited by Theodore, leaving the specifics of his movements for her to ascertain. Agnes had considered attempting to lure him out by exploiting the notoriety surrounding Theodore Wesley, who had been pursued by the Steam Church for attacking isolated young women. Despite the Rose Society's likely restraint following the previous Melra incident, Agnes doubted that someone with such a criminal history would swiftly amend their nature. Even if Theodore were not ensnared, discovering members of the Rose Society would be advantageous, as she could trace their whereabouts to their stronghold and collaborate with her allies to dismantle it. Rennies had already positioned herself nearby, keeping a watchful eye and ready to respond to any unforeseen developments. Chapter 29. Acts of Valor. It is far more convenient for others to seek you out than for you to pursue them, and it minimizes the risk of alarming the prey. However, those drawn out may not necessarily be Theodore, as the hedonistic members of the Rose Society often share a singular disposition. Should an individual of higher sequence approach, cooperation with allies would be essential. Agnes maintained a melancholic demeanor, as taught by Eliza, that best conveyed her vulnerability as she slowly made her way towards the alley frequently frequented by Theodore. Rennies lay in ambush nearby, vigilant for any sudden developments. Even if she were to be captured, the application for 31070 had already recorded her essence, ensuring her eventual retrieval. It was approximately 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Bogart Street was relatively quiet at this hour, as most residents were occupied with work. Agnes sensed several gazes upon her, a result of her heightened perceptual abilities. These stares felt predatory, akin to vultures circling the decaying. She feigned ignorance as she continued forward, acutely aware that those gazes remained fixed upon her. She feigned ignorance of the path and pretended to stumble into a pit, twisting her ankle as she leaned against the wall to massage her foot, all the while stealing glances at her surroundings. At least 4 or 5 individuals had fixed their gaze upon her, primarily destitute commoners. Save for one, a madman of Sequence 8 whom she had encountered in Mr. Claude's presence, who was not her intended target. Agnes recalled that these scrutinizing stares had emerged as she entered the alley, where only 5 or 6 people lingered. Theodore often frequented this locale, and the presence of other members of the Rose School indicated a significant likelihood of their stronghold nearby. Perhaps by following this individual, she could uncover their base. Waiting there would surely lead her to her target, although the more probable scenario was that the Sequence 8 madman would seek her out. His rank surpassed hers, and as she understood, the madman's most notable ability was his capacity to voluntarily and actively sacrifice rationality, unleashing his desires to gain power and enhance all facets of his being. If she were to confront him, she must incapacitate him in one fell swoop, denying him the chance to unleash his fury. Discreetly, Agnes elevated her hand that clutched her backpack, pressing it against her chest, shattering a preordained spiritual restraint. A shadow eclipsed the sunlight before her, causing Agnes to flinch. She looked up to see the Sequence 8 madman from a Rose School, his attire disheveled, emitting a melange of indistinct odors, with the most prominent being that of alcohol. He clutched a bottle in his hand, his eyes tinged with red veins, his steps unsteady. He appeared to be inebriated, Agnes mused. Get lost. Move aside. The man barked at a few who had approached him. Agnes noticed the others who had been eyeing her averted their gazes with visible disappointment and departed. Ultimately, the alley was left with only Agnes and the man. Twisted your ankle, did you? Need me to help you massage it? He leered, surveying her with a salacious grin. In response, Agnes flung her backpack at him and, rising, limped away. The man caught the bag with ease, chuckling as he tossed it to the ground. Within her backpack were several hefty grammar textbooks, which, if struck, would certainly cause pain. She had successfully bribed the madman, deploying her arrogance. The man pursued her, seizing her shoulder. Agnes's gasp was cut short as he covered her mouth. She detected the foul stench of alcohol on his breath, suppressing the urge to stab him or draw a gun against his head. Instead, feigning vulnerability while struggling with all her might, he produced a length of rope from somewhere and attempted to ensnare her. Agnes endeavored to distance herself from the rope, though it seemed a futile effort. Out of the corner of her eye, she glimpsed the barrel of a gun from where Rennes was concealed. Subtly, she shook her head, and the gun retreated. She surreptitiously checked on the madman, and he appeared oblivious, prompting her to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed her bribe had been effective. She thought. Just as the rope was about to bind her hands and encircle her neck, a voice rang out. Let her go. Her instinctive struggle halted, and she gazed up with tear-filled eyes to see a middle-aged man with black curly hair and brown eyes. He was a short stature, but robust. clad in a shirt and pants caked in black dust, his face similarly soiled, resembling someone just emerging from a boiler room. Agnes recognized him from records related to the Finnaboat Smithy theft case. He was Henry Sharon, a confidant of President Carmen, and was now confirmed as an extraordinary individual, likely of the generalist sequence. I said, "Let her go," Henry Sharon reiterated. A heavy silence enveloped the air. "Ha ha ha," the madman laughed, halting his movements as he approached Henry Sharon. He kicked the beer bottle he had previously discarded, the sound of shattering glass echoing starkly in the deserted street. "Are you talking to me, Shorty?" The madman snarled, grabbing Henry Sharon by the collar with a menacing glare. The shorter man's face flushed, though Agnes could not tell if he was indeed blushing. She observed as Henry Sharon gripped the madman's elbow with one hand while the other deftly maneuvered towards the madman's knee pit. The madman, taken by surprise, was swiftly toppled to the ground. Agnes effortlessly freed herself from the ropes binding her, feigning shock as she retreated to the wall, choosing not to assist, but rather to watch the unfolding spectacle. Henry Sharon pounced upon the madman, straddling him and delivering a series of fierce blows. The madman, refusing to yield, engaged in a fierce tussle with Henry Sharon. Strangely, neither utilized their extraordinary abilities, opting instead for a brawl akin to ordinary men. Gradually, Henry Sharon found himself at a disadvantage, pinned beneath the madman. What a nuisance, Agnes thought. The plan had commenced smoothly. Although not ideal, it aligned with her expectations. Yet, an unexpected variable had emerged in Henry Sharon. Having initially gained the upper hand, was now faltering against his opponent. Agnes was baffled by his choice for a physical confrontation, knowing full well he was likely a generalist, whose abilities were not conducive to combat. Was he perhaps losing his wits? Frustration surged within her, yet bound by her official identity as an extraordinary individual, she felt compelled to intervene. Truly, as prisoners of this world, one's ambitions are often thwarted by myriad constraints. Agnes sighed silently, sensing her potion's efficacy waning. Chapter 30. Interrogation. Agnes observed the madman, his back to her, binding Henry Sharon in a standard crosshold. Seizing the opportunity, she drew forth a prepared anesthetic needle and swiftly plunged it into the madman's flesh. His expression morphed into one of panic, and his grip on Henry Sharon gradually weakened. Without allowing the madman to utter any vile profanities, Agnes struck him squarely in the jaw. "All right, I believe you can rise now," she said curtly to Henry Sharon. He sheepishly withdrew his arm. "I have a question for you. Where's Theodore Wesley?" Agnes inquired, rising to her feet and giving the madman a light kick. "If you know not, if not, shake your head." Unfortunately, the madman seemed uncooperative, neither nodding nor shaking, instead thrashing about on the ground in a fit of agitation. "It seems our madman here is rather inebriated," Agnes observed with a smile, crouching down to pat his jaw. She had no intention of avoiding Henry Sharon, for she had already confirmed his status as an extraordinary individual. Given his service to the guild, the church could not treat him as a rogue, extraordinary being. "I think you might need to sober up," she remarked, perplexed by why most who had lost their ability to resist reacted with anger, despite having surrendered completely. As she spoke, Agnes dislocated the madman's joints. "Just to be safe, I believe it prudent to eliminate any possibility of resistance," she said with a grin. A pained sound emanated from the madman's throat, and his gaze toward Agnes was now filled with terror. "Be quiet," Agnes chided, giving him a light smack. "I find myself rather intrigued by the methods you employ against Mela. Alas, one cannot indulge in excessively gruesome acts on the streets, as it would lead to complications and restrict the use of many techniques." Agnes drew forth a diminutive dagger, delicately tracing its edge along the madman's body. Her expression one of perplexity. "Let me recollect. First, I had severed her limbs." As she spoke, Agnes scrutinized the madman's form, exhaling a resigned sigh. "This poses a significant dilemma. After all, the endeavor to shatter every bone within your body demands considerable effort. For a delicate girl, such as myself, it indeed seems quite a formidable task." Agnes murmured regretfully, observing that the madman appeared to subtly exhale in relief. "I recall having excavated one of her eyes, subsequently adorning the cavity with a rose." Agnes feigned deep contemplation, maneuvering her dagger near the madman's eye, seemingly searching for a suitable point of incision. The terror in the madman's eyes intensified. Regrettably, he was now unable to move his limbs, his jaw dislocated, leaving only the muscles of his face capable of twitching involuntarily, even brushing against Agnes's dagger and drawing forth crimson lines. Beside them, Henry Sharon could no longer contain himself and trembled, inquiring, "Miss you?" Agnes disregarded him, fixating instead on the madman, Truth be told, I would relish the opportunity to end your existence directly, but it appears that you twisted beings are shackled, both in body and soul. Merely relying on spiritual communication and divination yields scant useful information. How troublesome. I must extract Theodore's whereabouts from your lips. According to my deductions, he is concealed nearby, is he not? Agnes's dagger gently caressed the madman's skin, eliciting a trickle of blood. Mr. Madman, are you now inclined to divulge the truth? She inquired, lightly tapping his cheek with the flat of the blade. The madman nodded vigorously, disregarding the dagger's sharp edge as it carved more lines of blood upon his face. Agnes scoffed softly, realigning his jaw. Theodore, flee! The madman, having just regained his ability to speak, shouted urgently, even as his jaw dislocated once more from the exertion of his vocal outburst. Agnes's expression twisted momentarily. As if sensing something, she turned towards the nearby window, successfully spotting her target peeking through, only to quickly retreat. Although her objective had been achieved, Agnes recognized her error. The adverse effects of 31,070 had begun to take their toll on her, prompting her to heighten her vigilance internally. She must hastily reconstruct the spiritual restraints of 31,070. Agnes chuckled, a note of derision lacing her voice as she whispered in the madman's ear. It seems your companion lacks intelligence, or perhaps you anticipated he would act thusly, deliberately leading him astray? The madman's countenance darkened. Ah, well, I'm certain you are not truly inclined to cooperate with me just now. However, my mood is rather pleasant, so I'm willing to grant you a swift end. With that, Agnes withdrew her dagger and effortlessly snapped the madman's neck. The task of disposing of the madman's corpse might prove time-consuming, and Renice was not suitable for the task at present, Agnes pondered. She cast a cursory glance at Renice's hiding place, then rose, directing her gaze towards Henry Sharon. Mr. Sharon, Agnes said with a polite smile, I apologize for the fright I have caused. I am a member of the Heart of Nature. You appear to be a kind soul. Might I request your assistance in watching over this madman's corpse while I pursue another fugitive? Please secure the scene and ensure that no ordinary citizens approach. Should anyone draw near, kindly inform them that the police are in pursuit of a criminal. I trust you will not refuse, will you? I shall return shortly. Henry Sharon's muscles twitched momentarily before he replied, Well, all right. With a satisfied nod, Agnes turned and sprinted towards the second-floor window where she had spotted Theodore, extracting her firearm along the way. As she reached the entrance of the building, Agnes slowed her pace, observing a man before her, muttering curses as he brushed off the dirt clinging to his attire. In her mind, Agnes replayed the earlier scene, Theodore bursting from the entrance, colliding with the man's shoulder, causing him to fall, while Theodore continued his flight. Agnes lifted her gaze towards that direction. Not far off was a corner, with a courtyard wall adjacent to the street, and a two-story building nestled within the yard. Agnes smiled, racing to the wall, vaulting into the courtyard, and swiftly ascending to the second floor. The second floor was stark and empty, seemingly uninhabited. She peered through a window in the hallway, scanning the street below, but saw no sign of fleeing figures. Chapter 31. Task completed. Agnes leaned out further, successfully locating her target behind the corner of the courtyard wall. She spotted Theodore, lurking against the wall, and couldn't suppress a chuckle. To be pursued by a member of the Heart of Nature. Yet instead of seeking out his allies from the Rose School, he attempted to ambush her. Surely, he must be somewhat unhinged, Agnes mused. Ah, but wait. It seemed Theodore was unaware of his status as a member of the Heart of Nature. The madman had merely urged him to flee. Yet this was even more perplexing. A person of higher rank instructing him to run, and he still sought to lie in wait. How confounding. Agnes sighed, estimating the distance between herself and Theodore. She calculated it to be around 10 to 20 meters. However, should Theodore become aware of her presence and crouch, he could utilize the courtyard wall for cover against her bullet, and a missed shot might inadvertently harm an innocent bystander on the street. Although the likelihood was low, it was a risk to be avoided. She leaped from the second-floor window, landing precisely at the pre-calculated spot on the courtyard wall, and dropped to the ground with nary a sound. Once on the ground, Agnes swiftly aimed her firearm at Theodore's chest and fired. The bullet pierced through the left side of Theodore's chest from behind. He had even had a moment to turn before collapsing to the ground. Blood oozing from the entry wound. Not a gushing torrent, Agnes noted. She advanced a couple of steps before firing again at Theodore's eyes, ensuring he was incapacitated. Kneeling, she twisted his neck to confirm his demise, then rose, producing her credentials and badge, addressing the onlookers across the street. I'm a special operative from the police department. This man is a fugitive, and I have neutralized him. Kindly send someone with this badge to the nearest police station and inform them that 2 fugitives have been neutralized here. Please dispatch personnel to handle the aftermath. After all, in plain view of the public, employing something akin to corpse-disposing fluid would tarnish the church's reputation. She wondered if Renice had followed her. No one stepped forward to take the badge, and a moment of silence enveloped the air. Agnes chuckled helplessly, just as she was about to retract her hand. A middle-aged woman with graying hair, dressed in a somewhat tattered yet reasonably tidy outfit, accepted the badge. "Thank you, madam. May I inquire your name?" Agnes inquired with a polite smile. "My surname is Winter," the woman replied. "Very well, Mrs. Winter." Agnes handed her a 1 lira bill, saying, "This is a token of my gratitude for your assistance." The Heart of Nature dispatched personnel promptly to assist with the body removal, and Renice soon arrived. Eliza, for reasons unknown, had also accompanied the team sent to collect the bodies. Henry Sharon's expression soured upon seeing the members of the Heart of Nature, particularly Eliza. After completing the task of securing the scene, he exchanged a brief greeting with Agnes before departing. "You certainly have quite the speed, being the first among us to complete the task, and even managing to snatch one," Elisa teased with a smile. "It's just unfortunate that these two happen to be here." "But thankfully, Mr. Sharon lent a helping hand," Agnes said, feigning innocence as she shrugged. "Ha! You clearly dragged Henry Sharon into a brawl with that madman," Renice remarked, barely containing her laughter. "Mr. Henry Sharon appears to be quite a decent fellow," Agnes pondered aloud. She had previously recounted to Renice and Elisa the details of how she accomplished the task, and had also explained why Henry Sharon was inadvertently involved. Elisa felt a sense of relief when she heard that Henry Sharon's involvement had disrupted Agnes's plans, especially since she initially disapproved of Agnes's idea to have the madman lead her directly to Theodore. "Indeed, Mr. Sharon is truly a good man," Elisa remarked, her expression turning serious as she looked at Agnes. "Agnes, it was fortunate that Mr. Sharon disrupted your plans today. Otherwise, would you have faced the unknown enemies of the Rose Society's stronghold with Renice? I truly hadn't thought of that." Agnes attempted to refute. "Agnes," Elisa said with a hint of exasperation, "you should have proactively communicated with us when you discovered multiple members of the Rose Society were present. We are not solitary extraordinary individuals. We are a team, and we do not require our members to take unnecessary risks." Elisa appeared somewhat fatigued, with faint bloodshot veins visible in her eyes, and her tone carried an edge as she spoke. Agnes offered a wry smile and chose not to continue explaining, instead saying, "I understand." Elisa had indeed misjudged the situation. Perhaps due to her younger age, Renice and Elisa unconsciously regarded her as a younger sister, and at times, Agnes felt as if they viewed her as a daughter. Could this be a characteristic of extraordinary women in the maternal sequence? Agnes's thoughts drifted momentarily, but she quickly refocused. She had learned from Lady Rossi about the operation to investigate the Rose Society and was aware that her mission primarily involved tracking down a member of the society. Although the investigation into the Rose Society, sparked by the Melora incident, presented a prime opportunity for her to accrue merit, she was not prepared to recklessly storm into their stronghold alone. Even if she were inclined to take such a risk, she could not allow Renice to be put in danger. Initially, her intention was to lure her target out, but unfortunately, she had drawn out a madman instead. Thus, she aimed to ascertain the location of their stronghold and then wait for her target nearby, determined not to allow the madman to lead her into the stronghold. Before entering the stronghold, no, even when she was able to deduce its location, she would have directly backstabbed the madman. Even if she could not handle him alone, Renice would be there to assist. After dispatching the madman, she would take care of the body and find a place to hide nearby. To facilitate the disposal of the body and avoid detection by other members of the Rose Society, Agnes had even obtained decomposition fluid from Renice, which would allow for a swift and efficient breakdown of the remains. As Renice explained, this substance was an enzymatic solution capable of rapidly decomposing the corresponding substrates upon contact with a corpse, requiring no additional materials. Agnes had always found the idea of the decomposition fluid somewhat surreal. She feared accidentally shattering the small glass vial and spilling it on herself or others. However, Renice had reassured her with a smile, explaining that the decomposition fluid was intended for low-sentience corpses, and whether extraordinary beings or ordinary humans, as long as they were alive, they possessed a high degree of sentience, rendering the fluid ineffective. Of course, correspondingly, the fluid could not decompose a body until its extraordinary properties had been extracted. Unfortunately, Agnes had not needed to use it at all. Chapter 32. Ominous Foreboding. "We currently have only one target left in the shallow harbor area," Renice announced. "Has the information on the mid-sequence targets not been dispatched yet?" Agnes inquired, puzzled. "No, I'm not sure what the issue is," Renice shrugged. "Regardless of their troubles, we must focus on our own tasks," Elisa remarked nonchalantly. Agnes couldn't help but frown. Zag and the others have already gone to several other locations. They may have made some progress, Elisa said with a smile. I haven't done anything yet. Reness sighed in exasperation, glancing at Elisa. What about you, Elisa? My original task was to provide support to others at any time, Elisa replied cheerfully. Well then, Agnes, now that your initiation task is complete, come help me catch the remaining target, Reness requested. Of course, Agnes responded. All right, since your tasks are progressing smoothly, I should attend to my own matters, Elisa said with a smile. Elisa, if we need to find you, where should we go? Reness casually asked. I'll be heading to the Pavlarius Monastery. Since Frank is away, I want to ensure everything is all right, Elisa said, slightly turning her head with a smile. Clad in the wine-red lace gown she wore during their first meeting, Frank needed to be promoted to Sequence 7 Harvest Priest and was required to spend some time at the Harvest Church, the headquarters of the Earth Mother Church located in southern Phenobot, Celia. With only one Sequence 9 extraordinary being remaining at the Pavlarius Monastery, it was indeed prone to issues. But Agnes couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Very well, once we complete our task in the shallow harbor area, we will come find you, Reness replied with a smile. To be honest, aside from you having a fixed target, we all just have a designated area and pursue whoever we encounter, Reness said casually. Reness had not changed her attire either, and the two walked together, resembling a teacher accompanying her student. After Elisa departed, Reness assisted Agnes in constructing a spiritual shackling for 30791, and the two were now in pursuit of the final low-sequence target. In the shallow harbor area assigned to me, there were originally 3 low-sequence members of the Rose Society frequently active here, 1 Sequence 8 and 2 Sequence 9s. Now, having eliminated 2, only 1 Sequence 9 remains, Agnes said, a hint of embarrassment in her smile. If it weren't for your support, Reness, I wouldn't have had the courage to take the initiative to eliminate them while drawing out a Sequence 8. Reness chuckled proudly, of course. Agnes surveyed her surroundings. They had reached Pierre Street, where the atmosphere was markedly cleaner than Bogart Street, and the streets were bustling with people hurrying home for dinner. The sunset had painted the edge of the sky with hues of crimson, yet the majority of the sky remained a clear azure. Reness, what do you think is the reason that the information on mid-sequence targets has not been dispatched? Agnes asked. Reness fell into contemplation before finally shrugging and responding, I'm not sure. Perhaps the Watchers have resolved the situation, as such occurrences are not unprecedented. After all, we are in Phenobot, the very location of the Watchers' headquarters. Perhaps. Agnes mused, unable to arrive at a conclusive answer, finally stating, I can't shake the feeling that something is off. The two strolled casually, with Agnes meticulously observing the passing crowd. This was the area where the remaining Sequence 9 frequently operated, yet thus far, they had not spotted their target. Wait. Agnes suddenly halted, pulling Reness to a stop. Who is responsible for the data transfer between our team and the Watchers? Nagata. In large operations such as this, he has always been in charge of the data transfer for our team. Why do you ask? Reness inquired. This allocation seems quite reasonable. Nagata is the animal tamer, and the creatures nurtured by the squad have always been under his purview. Even in the absence of such large-scale operations, the team members tasked with relaying messages often rely on these animals. A sense of unease grew increasingly potent within Agnes, compelling her to grasp Renais' arm. Agnes, what troubles you? Renais inquired, her voice tinged with concern. Renais, was it Nagata who conveyed the information regarding the absence of the mid-sequence data? Agnes clutched Renais' shoulder tightly as she pressed on. No, it was Eliza who informed me earlier. You know, at that time, you were engaged in a handover with the squad members sent to recover the bodies. She approached me for a brief conversation first, Renais replied, though she did not comprehend the basis of Agnes's inquiry. It was Eliza who said so, Agnes murmured. Indeed, it was Eliza, and there is no issue. Renais affirmed with a nod. Why do I persistently feel that something is amiss? Agnes massaged her temples in frustration. I wish to visit the Pavlaz Monastery. Renais furrowed her brow, suddenly grasping Agnes's thoughts. Are you suspecting Eliza? Not quite, but I can't shake this unsettling feeling about her, Agnes responded, her voice laced with distress. That is inconceivable. Eliza is a devout follower of the Mother Goddess, Renais exclaimed, her complexion paling. Yes, I am aware that we have not sought assistance from the squad. Why then did she come to us unbidden, and why linger in the shallow harbor district after learning that our mission was proceeding smoothly? Agnes's expression mirrored her growing apprehension, particularly regarding the Pavlaz Monastery. Renais' pallor deepened, and she offered no rebuttal. She appeared somewhat saddened. Agnes fell silent, her brow furrowing in vexation. She had already informed MS Jones to keep an eye on Eliza. Why, then, did the most likely source of trouble remain Eliza? I apologize, Renais. Perhaps my suspicions regarding Eliza lack sufficient foundation. Causing you to stress, Agnes sighed. No, not at all. Renice struggled to articulate her thoughts. Renice, do you know which area Nagata is responsible for? Agnes hesitated, then posed the question. He should not have been assigned a specific area. He is the animal tamer, primarily responsible for message relaying during such large-scale operations, Renice instinctively replied. Then frowned, asking, do you wish to seek Nagata for verification? No, Renice, could you go find Nagata instead? Agnes smiled faintly, turning her gaze toward the Pavlaz monastery. My intuition compels me to seek out Eliza. Renice's eyes flickered with disapproval. No, I am Sequence 8. It should be my responsibility to find Eliza. You should return to the Research Institute to find Nagata. Agnes chuckled softly. Renice, should Eliza pose no threat, my inquiry would entail no peril. If she truly is compromised or coerced by others, then it is beyond the capacity of the two of us to confront such a situation. We must successfully relay this information to the squad, and your abilities are more comprehensive than mine, equipping you to better navigate any potential challenges on the return journey. Even if I were to find myself in danger, once you request support, you can easily track me using the essence of 31,070. Chapter 33, The Werewolf. Moreover, we are both merely low sequences. There is no significant disparity between us, Agnes stated candidly. Renice was momentarily taken aback, her mouth opening to counter. That is not the case. At least, it's all right. If I discover that Eliza is indeed in trouble, I shall retreat and hide until you arrive. I am confident in my ability to do so, Agnes interjected, blinking innocently. Renice chose not to argue further. After a moment of hesitation, she removed her small satchel and handed it to Agnes, opening it to reveal its contents. The rounder vial contains the healing potion I prepared before leaving this morning, while the slender vial holds a poison that suppresses extraordinary abilities. The remaining syringes are the anesthetics I mentioned. You are familiar with their usage, Agnes affirmed, fastening the satchel around her waist. Very well. Take care of yourself, Agnes, Renice said, her voice tinged with uncertainty. See you soon, Renice, Agnes replied, her smile radiant. The street of Pudis was eerily deserted, an unsettling emptiness enveloping the surroundings, as if Agnes herself were a part of this strange atmosphere. She walked silently along the street, her footsteps barely making a sound. The only sound was the rustle of the wind through the trees lining the road. Where have the residents of Pudis gone? Agnes's expression darkened at the thought, hoping they had not encountered misfortune. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed against her skin from the right, causing her to instinctively step back. A creature, covered in black fur, lunged at the spot where she had just stood. It regarded her with a sidelong glance. Agnes noted that its eyes, unmistakably human, appeared vacant and cold, with pronounced fangs and a visage obscured by thick black hair, rendering its original appearance unrecognizable. Although it bore the semblance of a werewolf, Agnes felt no immediate sense of danger emanating from it. It seemed to be a creature transformed by prolonged exposure to werewolf venom, Agnes mused. Instinctively, she raised her firearm and fired a shot at the black-furred monstrosity, the bullet striking its left shoulder, penetrating cleanly without spilling blood. It emitted a furious roar and charged at Agnes, seemingly unfazed by the injury to its shoulder. Estimating the situation, Agnes sidestepped to evade the oncoming assault. The creature appeared devoid of rationality. Its speed was not particularly swift, yet its body seemed enhanced. Was this a result of the werewolf toxin? Or did it possess such physicality from the outset? Upon closer inspection of its wound, it was evident that the demon-hunting bullet had a heightened effect on it, contrasting sharply with the previous encounters with criminals. Clearly, this creature exhibited a greater degree of corruption and depravity, likely due to its transformation into a werewolf. Agnes instinctively analyzed the situation further. She fired another shot at the black-furred creature, this time striking its left ribcage from behind. The bullet shattered bone, but remained lodged within its soft internal organs. Yet it stood unperturbed, continuing its relentless advance toward Agnes. It appeared to have fully morphed into a monster, lacking any sensation of pain and wholly unafraid of death. While the demon-hunting bullet's effect had intensified, Agnes lacked the confidence to accurately target its head during its rapid movements. Ugh, Agnes sighed. She rolled to the ground to evade the black-furred creature, swiftly stowing her pistol and drawing a dagger instead. Seizing the moment while the creature had not yet turned, Agnes lunged onto its back, driving the dagger precisely beneath its shoulder blade and into its heart. The creature writhed violently, and as Agnes withdrew the dagger, blood gushed forth. So this monster does possess blood. Was the absence of blood earlier due to the demon-hunting bullet? However, it seemed that damaging its heart would not immediately incapacitate it. Thus, damaging its trachea likely would not suffice either. Disregarding the blood splattered on her, Agnes discarded the dagger, reaching beneath the creature's arm with one hand while gripping its head with the other, pulling it forcefully backward. Agnes distinctly felt the creature's head loosen slightly, and as she released her grip, the black-furred monstrosity collapsed to the ground, its head falling at an unnatural angle and lying still. Agnes could not suppress a sigh of relief. She crouched down, studying the features of the black-furred creature intently. Through the dense black fur and somewhat distorted visage, Agnes recognized the creature as one of the subjects documented by Mr. Claude, a prisoner of Sequence 9. Yet, the existence of such monstrosities is often fleeting. It must have undergone transformation not long ago. Where's its master? Agnes raised her gaze to the distant monastery at the end of the street, a Gothic edifice constructed of bluestone and marble, standing solemnly in the twilight. The desiccated moss clinging to its walls appeared akin to darkened bloodstains in the shadowy corners. Once, this sacred place evoked a sense of the soul's sinfulness for the devout followers of the Mother Goddess. Today, however, under the eerie atmosphere of the deserted street, it inexplicably instilled in Agnes a feeling of dread and oppression. It is highly probable that they are there, she mused. There seemed no necessity to inquire further with Nagata. Agnes sighed in resignation. The disappearance of the residents of Pudi Street, along with the emergence of werewolf minions, only corroborated her suspicions regarding Elisa's predicament. Despite her subtle hints to Lady Jones, and even directly expressing her ominous premonition to Lord Rossi about Elisa, 10 days had already elapsed. The church's pace could not possibly be so languid. Where had the problem arisen? It was time for her to depart, and seek out the captain or Aunt Jones for resolution. The presence of werewolf tracks here was beyond her capacity to manage. Regardless of whether Elisa was involved, an ominous premonition suddenly enveloped her, without waiting for the creature's extraordinary traits to manifest. She swiftly took refuge in a nearby abandoned house. She shed her outer garments, stained with the creature's blood, hastily arranged her surroundings, and leaped out through the opposite side of the building, entering another house not far away. Agnes cautiously peered out onto the street, ensuring her silhouette remained unseen by passersby. She observed a lean figure rummaging through the corpse of the black-furred creature before rising to survey the vicinity. His hair was closely cropped, resembling spikes, and he donned a black trench coat. This must be the master of the creature. She watched as the werewolf began to methodically search each room. The werewolf successfully unearthed a blood-stained student uniform from one of the rooms. As he picked up the clothing, he felt a slight prick at his fingertips. Extracting the object hidden within, he discovered a tranquilizer needle, scoffing as he snapped it in half and discarded it onto the floor. Such trivial maneuvers. His body, enhanced multiple times, had significantly increased metabolic capabilities, rendering most narcotics ineffective against him. He felt no sensation of dizziness. He rifled through the surroundings before turning his attention to a window across the room. After inspecting it, he vaulted out, meticulously examining the ground, and soon discovered signs of disturbance on the lawn in front of a nearby house. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. Chapter 34. Hiding this was a 2-story dwelling with wooden floors. The werewolf deliberately intensified his footsteps, allowing them to reverberate throughout the empty rooms. "Little one, are you not coming out?" His voice echoed ominously, adding an eerie tension to the desolate space. No one responded, and he continued his search, opening door after door. He thought he heard something fall upstairs and swiftly ascended, yet found no one. "Escaping quite swiftly, are we?" He chuckled derisively as he resumed his search. On a balcony of one room, he spotted a round badge carelessly discarded on the floor, its pin side facing up. The werewolf approached and picked up the badge, and at that moment, a shiver coursed through him. Acting purely on instinct, he shifted his body sideways. The sound of a bullet piercing flesh echoed. He felt a heavy impact on his shoulder. Turning his head, he frowned at the bullet embedded within. The wound showed no sign of bleeding or healing. Following the trajectory, he glanced toward the roof of a nearby house, where a shadow vanished from sight. The werewolf attempted to summon his powers, but found himself unsuccessful. An extraordinary ability suppressor, a demon-hunting bullet from a Mother Earth church, though it appeared there was only one individual. He leaped from the balcony and sprinted toward that direction. Not far away, Agnes stowed her gun and swiftly vacated the rooftop, leaping onto the balcony of another house and ascending to its attic. A small black crow flew in through the attic skylight. This crow was slightly smaller than an ordinary one, with red eyes and feathers that shimmered with a purplish-blue metallic sheen, adorned by a distinct white collar. Received, encountered a werewolf near Pavla Monastery. Agnes withdrew a pre-written note. rolled it up, and placed it into a small tube attached to the crow's leg. She gently stroked the crow, smiling as she spoke. "Thank you for your assistance, Ross. Regrettably, I have no food on me right now, but I promise to treat you to a feast upon my return. We must hasten our departure." Earlier, as she left the second house, she had fortuitously encountered Ross, the crow sent to relay messages. Ross was one of the squad's messenger birds, possessing extraordinary lineage. The crow nuzzled against Agnes, and in its eyes, she perceived a human-like concern. "Do not worry. I have no intention of confronting that werewolf alone. After you depart, I shall also leave this house and remain hidden until the watchers arrive." Ross gently tapped Agnes's hand with its beak before flying out through the window. Agnes promptly concealed any traces of her presence in the room and exited swiftly. Ross brought news from Nagata. The watchers had headed toward Pavla Monastery and would arrive within 40 minutes. Based on this information, Agnes deduced that Renice must have successfully communicated the message to the squad, which relieved her greatly. The watchers' mobilization significantly alleviated her concerns, indicating that she would not have to confront the werewolf alone, and likely there would be other formidable allies. The disparity between the two sequence levels was not easily bridged, especially since her preparations today were solely aimed at a Sequence 9 criminal, lacking any weapons or seals of considerable lethality. After all, her initial intent was merely to pursue a Sequence 9 offender, without the notion of facing mid-sequence adversaries alone. Previously, she had mixed a certain quantity of extraordinary ability suppressants into the tranquilizer needle and subsequently utilized 30791 to weaken the werewolf. However, even after multiple weakenings, she had only succeeded in wounding him. With the werewolf's robust regenerative capabilities, her efforts had proven largely ineffectual. This was, of course, to be expected, given the enhancements to the werewolf's strength, agility, speed, and regenerative abilities. Even with the use of extraordinary ability suppressants, his physical prowess, aside from dark-type spells, remained formidable. That she managed to inflict a cold shot upon him was already commendable. Her previous shot had failed to eliminate him, thus he would undoubtedly be on high alert now. Any further attempts would likely yield diminished results and could even jeopardize her own safety. From this moment until the Watcher's arrival, she must conceal herself and avoid detection, as she lacked the capacity to confront the werewolf directly. Additionally, she needed to reconstruct the spiritual shackles for 30791 to prevent its negative effects from clouding her judgment. Furthermore, another pressing concern lingered. What had become of the residents of Pudi Street, and what was their current situation? As the Watchers were soon to arrive, there was no need for her to depart. During this interval, she could investigate the reasons behind the residents of Pudi Street vacating their homes. Agnes lifted her gaze towards the distant Pavla Monastery, where the evening sun had dimmed, casting elongated shadows that obscured the usual thoroughfare. On the desolate street, the dark silhouette seemed to conceal a lurking monstrosity, from which Agnes sensed an ominous and oppressive presence. There were still 30 minutes remaining. Agnes sighed, murmuring softly about the responsibilities of the Nature's Heart team. Her expression darkened as she cautiously removed the kettle from the stove, which had long been left to burn dry. The vessel contained no water, and its base had developed a small crack, marred by blackened, yellowish scorch marks. It appeared it had been heated for approximately 2 hours. Using an iron rod, Agnes pried open the stove's lid and surveyed its contents, drawing her own conclusions. 2 hours prior, shortly after parting ways with Reness and Eliza, she surmised that Eliza had likely just arrived at Pavla Monastery. While evading the werewolf, Agnes had traversed nearly all the houses on Pudi Street, finding them devoid of human presence. Each dwelling lay empty, their interiors frozen in the moment just before the inhabitants vanished, unchanged in any respect. Some houses still bore the remnants of dinner set upon tables, while others displayed unprocessed ingredients on kitchen countertops. It seemed the residents had departed mid-meal. Agnes mused that their dining hour was rather early. Yet, upon reflection, it likely illustrated the distinction between the common folk and the nobility. The latter often engaged in formal dinners, typically scheduled for around 7:30 or 8:30, while the former did not adhere to such elaborate customs. It was as if the residents of Pudi Street had been collectively drawn away by some unseen force, abandoning their tasks as they exited their homes. Their most probable destination lay only a short distance away, the Pavla Monastery at the end of Pudi Street. Chapter 35, Choice. With approximately 20 minutes left, Agnes silently counted in her mind. She tidied up the traces of her presence in the room, preparing to leave. After several attempts to track her down, the werewolf ceased its pursuit of Agnes and returned to the monastery, evidently deeming matters there to take precedence over hunting her. Agnes found some relief in this. as her intent was to evade rather than delay her pursuer. Once the werewolf departed, Agnes seized the opportunity to construct a spiritual binding for 30791. She speculated that the werewolves had deduced her solitary presence and perceived her as weak, brimming with confidence in their own strength, believing her to be inconsequential to their plans, and thus chose to spare her. Or perhaps they were simply too engrossed in their own schemes to concern themselves with her. Uncertain if only the werewolf lingered nearby, Agnes resolved to exercise greater caution, striving to remain undetected by others. Hence, she instinctively avoided the front door, opting instead to leap from the window. Suddenly, as she was mid-action, she halted and turned her gaze towards the direction of Pavel Monastery. Through layers of walls, she seemed to glimpse the monastery shrouded in the dim light of the setting sun. Agnes could not ascertain precisely what transpired within the monastery, but she sensed it must be something dire, as a profound aversion towards that direction welled within her, an emotion unfamiliar in all her memories of this world. Filth and decay, Agnes murmured, descending from the window and swiftly ascending to the second floor of the house, then clambering up to the roof. She peered towards Pavel Monastery, noting that its exterior appeared unchanged. The Gothic structure, composed of bluestone and marble, stood resolute under the sunset, its intricately carved octagonal spire entwined with vines still reflecting the waning light. She refrained from activating her spiritual sight to scrutinize the monastery, for to actively gaze upon the essence of filth and decay would undoubtedly be a perilous endeavor, a habit she had long avoided. After observing the monastery for a moment, Agnes leapt from the windowsill and made her way to the spot where the dark-haired beast had fallen. The werewolf had made no effort to dispose of its servant's remains. From a distance, she gazed towards the monastery, pondering what might be unfolding within. Suddenly, she felt a resonance emanating from the depths of the monastery, igniting an impulse within her to venture there, reminiscent of the last time she experienced such a compulsion in the presence of Mela. With a wry smile, she retrieved a talisman from her belongings and, uttering a word in ancient Hermetic, invoked a spell of calm. Agnes felt the talisman, composed of an unknown material, grow increasingly frigid in her grasp as she tightened her hold and infused it with her essence. She sensed her emotions and desires gradually receding, and instinctively began to recall her memories of joy and sorrow, only to find them as vivid as ever yet devoid of resonance. Akin to viewing the experiences of a stranger, her gray-blue irises deepened in hue, tinged momentarily with darkness before receding. The effect was indeed chilling. Agnes lifted her gaze to the Pavla monastery, feeling the compulsion dissipate. Yet, the desire to explore the monastery remained. She descended from the rooftop and re-entered the attic. Analyzing her prior impulse, she recognized that it stemmed not solely from the resonance, but also from her own inclinations. Deep down, she believed she ought to approach Pavel Monastery, compelled by the duty of a Nature's Heart member to protect the ordinary folk, to seek the truth from Eliza, and to assist in finding a replacement for Frank within the church. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own limitations and wished to flee from the danger she sensed there. The conflict between these two thoughts fueled her indecision, leading her to linger near the monastery instead of departing Putty Street to seek the arriving watchers. Upon her first glance at the abandoned street and the initial sight of the untouched interiors, she had comprehended that this affair undoubtedly involved entities of mid to high rank. Agnes descended the stairs, striding toward the entrance. The notion that she should go to Pavla Monastery arose from her belief that, as a member of Nature's Heart, she was meant to protect the innocent, to uncover the truth alongside Eliza, and to assist in replacing Frank's church colleagues. She understood well that she was not entirely powerless. Conversely, her instinct for self-preservation was rooted in her concern for her mother, brother, Lord Rossi, Rennes, and her commitment to the little crow, Ross. Agnes pushed open the door to the house and stepped onto Putty Street. I have indeed been seeking excuses to venture into the monastery, have I not? A smile graced her lips. She produced a badge and wrote a note indicating her whereabouts, pinning it to the badge before placing it beside the corpse of the dark-haired beast. Emotions and desires truly render one vulnerable. Yet she recognized that her actions might prompt Rennes or Lady Jones to chastise her for courting danger. Agnes moved lightly through the corridors of the monastery. The hallways were eerily devoid of any presence, the bluestone floor appearing almost black under the dim light filtering through the small windows. While the air was thick with the rancid odor of decaying corn husks, there were approximately 30 households among the residents of Putty Street. If they were to gather, based on her understanding of Pavel Monastery, only the inner courtyard and chapel would likely accommodate them all. Agnes meandered through the corridor, eventually arriving at a passageway from from which the inner courtyard could be glimpsed. She cast a fleeting glance downward, only to hastily avert her gaze. Below, she beheld several grotesque masses of flesh, writhing and intertwining in a grotesque display of proliferation. What could these be? The incessant growth of the flesh made it difficult for Agnes to discern their original forms. With an expression devoid of emotion, she refrained from looking down again, sensing that these were likely the tainted remnants of some unspeakable corruption. Memories of the foul and decadent scent she had encountered earlier flooded her mind. Although she had not personally sensed any inclination toward contamination, she was acutely aware that she could not be considered a typical example. It was a significant discovery, but alas, the moment was not opportune for investigation. A faint smirk graced Agnes's lips as an instinct warned her that descending to inspect would be perilous. Her gaze drifted toward the church section not far away, where she felt an undeniable compulsion to venture. The walls, crafted from blue stone, obscured her view, and the small windows embedded within them revealed only a void of darkness. Agnes proceeded toward the end of the passageway, estimating she had about 10 minutes remaining. Chapter 36. The Pavlach Monastery. Concealed behind an animalistic decorative statue on the second floor of the monastery's church, Agnes peered through a narrow gap below. The church hall was nearly deserted. She spotted Eliza and a figure clad in the garb of the Mother Earth Church, lying motionless on the ground, uncertain if still alive, while the werewolf that had rushed in earlier was nowhere to be seen. A resonance seemed to emanate from Eliza on the first floor, sending a shiver coursing through Agnes's body. She refrained from turning away and instead curled into herself, rolling sideways. The decorative statue shattered, plummeting to the floor below, leaving only a scattering of pristine white marble debris in its wake. Standing where the statue had once been was a gaunt silhouette, his hair closely cropped and spiked like thorns, his face marred by proliferating lumps, rendering his original features unrecognizable. Clad in a black trench coat, Agnes recognized him as the werewolf. Werewolf, Agnes managed to utter between clenched teeth. The figure chuckled, a peculiar sound that carried a hint of a lisp. Instinctively, Agnes sought to evade, but a tremendous force hurled her into the air, and she soared through the gap where the statue had stood, crashing violently to the ground of the first floor. Pain radiated throughout her body, momentarily stalling her thoughts. Struggling to regain her scattered focus, she forced herself to roll over, rise to her feet, draw her gun, and aim it at the werewolf who had leaped down after her. The werewolf shifted his body, dodging the bullet aimed at his vital points. Before Agnes could react, he seized the gun from her grasp and flung it away, then delivered a forceful kick to her abdomen. Agnes was sent sprawling, colliding heavily with a pillar in the hall. She coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. The werewolf approached her, crouching down to relieve her of 791, as well as the medicines and talismans she carried. He scrutinized her with an amused expression, leaning closer to whisper, "My dear lady, was it you who harassed me outside earlier?" Agnes struggled to breathe, coughing up a bit of blood. "You think you can kill me outright, Mr. Werewolf?" she managed to say, striving to steady her breath. The werewolf offered no reply, seizing Agnes by the collar and lifting her to throw her onto a nearby bench before taking a seat beside her. Agnes clutched her neck, coughing several times. The werewolf regarded her with a cold smirk, lifting his gaze to Eliza, who stood in the position of the priest. From this angle, the symbol of the Mother Earth was nearly obscured. Eliza still wore the attire she had donned during their encounter on Bogart Street. Yet the growth of grotesque lumps had overtaken her face, and faint, infantile cries could be heard emanating from her. Agnes noted that Eliza appeared almost marionette-like, remaining utterly still even as she witnessed Agnes's plight. Feeling a wave of weakness wash over her, Agnes lowered her gaze in silence for a moment before inquiring, "You don't seem to belong to the Rosie School?" The werewolf raised an eyebrow, seemingly pleased with Agnes's response. He nonchalantly replied, "No, I do." He offered no further explanation, instead gazing at Eliza with a fervent intensity, as if admiring a work of art. "But the servant you transformed outside was from the Rosie School," Agnes pressed on. "Indeed." The werewolf responded without looking at her, his tone dismissive. Agnes could not suppress the grinding of her molars. "What exactly are you? You don't know?" The werewolf turned to her, surprise flashing across his features. Agnes gritted her teeth and replied, "I do not." The werewolf erupted into maniacal laughter. "You don't know? Ha ha. How amusing that an extraordinary being of the Mother Earth Church is unaware." Agnes frowned, sensing that the werewolf's sanity had begun to unravel. She shifted slightly away from him, creating distance. The werewolf seized her, halting her retreat. "Are you afraid?" Agnes could not discern his expression, but she believed it must have been a grimace. "You think I'm insane, don't you?" After some consideration, Agnes replied. Every extraordinary being traversing the path of a prisoner must become a madman. Indeed, I am mad. The werewolf conceded, seemingly calming as he fixed his gaze upon Agnes. She noticed his gray-blue eyes which, while aesthetically pleasing, were filled with malice and tinged with a deep crimson hue. Do you wish to know who we are? The werewolf's smile took on an eerie quality. Agnes remained silent. We worship the moon. We are the devotees of the primordial moon. Agnes was taken aback and instinctively replied, But aren't you from the Rosy School? Clang! The werewolf slammed her down, grasping her throat. Dark fur erupted from his skin, and his nails rapidly elongated, carving lines of wounds into her neck. How dare you continue to provoke me? Agnes said nothing and offered no resistance. The werewolf, seemingly disinterested, released his grip on her neck, asking, Why not resist? Weren't you just attempting to weaken me outside? That seal you placed upon me remains unbroken. Why not give it a try? Mr. Werewolf, I am fully aware that under such a vast disparity of power, whether you are weakened or not makes no difference to me. You could easily end my life regardless. Agnes replied with a bitter smile. The werewolf appeared to find something amusing in her words, abruptly bursting into laughter, seemingly delighted. He helped Agnes to her feet and said, Repeat that. Agnes opened her mouth but found no words. The werewolf, eager, shook her insistently. Speak quickly. Mr. Werewolf, your strength far exceeds my own. I cannot contend with you. Agnes relented. Ha ha. The werewolf's laughter crescendoed, the crimson in his eyes deepening. Excellent, excellent. Suddenly, Agnes felt a tremor emanating from outside the Pavlach monastery. Chapter 37. The Unexpected Turn. The werewolf seemed momentarily taken aback, the crimson hue in his eyes fading slightly. He released Agnes and gazed outward, prompting Agnes to follow suit, shifting a step back while supporting herself with her hands on her hips. Before them, a colossal bear struck the pillar of the inner courtyard with a mighty paw, extinguishing a veil of illusory black flames beneath it. Despite it not yet being the hour for the moon to rise, a deep crimson full moon suddenly appeared, casting its luminescence over the entire monastery. The earth in the courtyard transformed into a quagmire, but halted before the church entrance, as if obstructed by some invisible force. Did you summon the followers of the Earth Mother? The werewolf taunted Agnes. Alas, the presence of my lord has sealed this place. They cannot enter this church. Agnes remained expressionless. Why is our prisoner silent? The werewolf observed the peculiar upturn of Agnes's lips, suddenly sensing something and turning towards Eliza. He beheld Eliza's face, once devoid of emotion, now contorted in struggle, as tendrils burst forth from the ground, rapidly advancing toward him. Seizing the opportunity, Agnes grasped the talisman carelessly discarded by the werewolf, reciting an incantation in ancient Hermes. Come. She infused her essence into it, feeling the talisman grow increasingly cold, and with a determined flick of her wrist, hurled it toward Eliza. Eliza, wake up. You must awaken. Only by doing so can you rectify your misdeeds. Agnes implored fervently. Damn it. What are you doing? The werewolf seized Agnes by the throat, silencing her words. Struggling against his grip, Agnes managed a faint smile. The werewolf flung her aside with force, and she crashed heavily to the ground. He turned and strode toward Eliza, tendrils surging toward him, only to be torn asunder, rapidly replaced by new ones. Struggling to rise, Agnes fumbled for a potion within a rounded bottom vial on the ground, trembling as she opened the cap and poured a quarter of its contents into her mouth. She sensed a flicker of strength returning to her, yet refrained from intervening in the clash between Eliza and the werewolf. Dark spots began to manifest in her vision, as if something previously obscured was finally revealing itself. Closing her eyes, she concentrated her dwindling essence on her connection with Eliza, disregarding the throbbing veins that surfaced on her skin and the growls that echoed in her ears. Upon her arrival, she had felt a resonance growing stronger, especially upon witnessing Eliza. It seemed Eliza had actively sought to forge a connection with her. In that moment, she had believed Eliza to be awakened, but as she directed half her will along their link, she discovered Eliza was wholly consumed by remorse, allowing the forces of filth and decay to taint her body. Yet, Eliza appeared to sense the events unfolding outside, as Agnes noticed the fluctuations of Eliza's spiritual essence intensifying when the werewolf struck her. This was validated when Eliza fired a shot at the werewolf and was subsequently kicked away. Agnes perceived, albeit vaguely, that unlike Mira, Eliza did not seek her assistance in sharing the burden of regret. Rather, she hoped for an opportunity to atone for her wrongdoings. Now that Eliza was gradually awakening, it was time for Agnes to pursue her own desires. She spread her essence, enveloping Eliza's spiritual being, shielding it from the encroaching red light. which she felt was the source of the pollution tainting Eliza's spirit. Let us see whose capacity for corruption prevails. Agnes smirked as her thoughts began to blur. In a moment of disorientation, Agnes opened her eyes to find a dark fruit stem presenting a deep brown, gel-like substance to her lips. She could clearly discern the densely packed, brownish-yellow specks on the stem and the crystalline cellular particles within the gel. Father. No, Huijin is still too young. Agnes observed a woman clad in a deep blue turtleneck, her long black hair tied in a ponytail, grasping the arm of the person holding her. Agnes felt an inexplicable warmth toward this woman. She heard the voice of the one cradling her, an elderly man, grumble in discontent. You needn't say anything. I know better than you how to care for her. Agnes witnessed herself swallowing the gel-like substance, while the aged voice chuckled. See, Huijin knows this is beneficial for her. She will consume it willingly. A surge of energy enveloped her as the person behind her lifted her, and she finally saw who it was that held her. Grandfather. Agnes mouthed silently. She watched as her grandfather and the woman before her engaged in playful banter, eliciting giggles from her, prompting her to reach out her arms to be embraced by the woman. Father, I must leave tomorrow. I may not return for at least a year. Agnes did not fully grasp the address the woman spoke, which puzzled her as her hearing was not so impaired. She heard her grandfather affirm, with a HM, saying, Good news, good news. We are still young enough to help take care of Huijin while you and Suchuan focus on your careers. However, Suchuan has been absent for far too long. This cannot continue. The woman said nothing, gently placing Agnes on the bed before playfully engaging with her. Agnes wished to voice her thoughts, but found herself unable to control her mouth. She longed to grasp the woman, but felt her arms were immobile. She was powerless to command her body, merely a spectator as the woman and her grandfather bid farewell the next morning. Days turned into weeks, and Agnes observed her grandfather rising early each day to fetch the freshest milk from the nearby dairy, preparing it for her grandmother to nourish her. She watched her grandparents alternately carry her on their backs to the fields to labor together. Each evening, she witnessed her grandfather feeding her a small portion of that gel-like substance, carefully extracting it from the fruit stem with a spoon, filling it to the brim. She clung to her aunt when she visited, refusing to let her go, even crying out with echoes of her mother's syllables. Her aunt, cradling Agnes, earnestly stated, Huijin has made a mistake. I'm not your mother. Laughter erupted from her grandfather, grandmother, and the grandfather who accompanied her aunt. Her grandmother teased, If you wish, you may consider yourself Huijin's mother. Her aunt's face flushed, and with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, she retorted, Auntie, do not jest. I am not yet married. Laughter continued from her grandmother and grandfather, while her grandfather remained solemn. Chapter 38. Doing good accumulates blessings. Doing evil brings disaster. Agnes observed herself growing day by day, yet not reaching an age of comprehension, as her grandparents gradually ceased taking her to the fields. She was sufficiently well-behaved, allowing them to trust her to remain at home alone, surrounded by her family in the village, free from fear of losing her. She would quietly occupy a corner of the bed, nestled with a pillow until they returned. What could possibly cause them concern? As time marched on, Agnes matured to 3 or 4 years old, having only seen her mother 2 or 3 times in between. She watched her grandfather carve triangular wooden blocks with precision, sanding them carefully before threading them onto a slender iron rod to create an abacus, teaching Agnes how to use it. She observed her grandfather with his calloused hands, guiding her delicate fingers to write the characters for Huijin. She observed her grandfather grasping a pencil to inscribe the words do good and accumulate blessings, do evil and incur calamity, urging Agnes to write them down repeatedly until they were ingrained in her memory. She witnessed her grandfather escorting her to the sole elementary school in the quaint village, only to be called upon by the teacher to assist in correcting Agnes's grip on the pencil. Agnes beheld her older uncles and aunts, 5 or 6 years her senior, as they began to engage her in playful activities. She watched as she followed them over the low wall of her 4th uncle's house, where they clandestinely plucked unripe apples from the neglected tree in the yard, washing them in the canal before tasting the sourness that made them grimace. She saw herself join them in rummaging through a pile of straw to find the eggs laid by her 2nd uncle's free-range chickens, which her 9th aunt slyly boiled and offered to Agnes. She noticed her uncles crafting makeshift toys from empty beverage cans, adding handles, and using charcoal from the hearth for their play, allowing Agnes to carry them. Her grandfather no longer fed her that gelatinous substance, but instead, her grandmother applied a medicinal liquid to Agnes's back each evening. Agnes noticed her mother finally returning with her father, this time to take Agnes away. Father, Huijin is 5 now. I wish to take her to the city for school. We will bring her back during the holidays. It is as it should be, Agnes heard her grandfather repeatedly affirm, followed by a sigh. She observed herself journeying to the city with her parents, enrolling in elementary school, and due to being slightly underage, her parents paid the school a sum of 3,000 yuan. She witnessed her diligent efforts to alter her pronounced rural accent. She perceived the gradual melting of the barriers between herself and her parents, as they grew more familiar with one another. Despite her attempts, she could not correct her pencil grip, and ultimately, her parents ceased their efforts to do so. She learned that her third uncle had a daughter, also entrusted to her grandparents' care. Agnes found herself teased by classmates about her name and complained to her mother, "Mom, may I change my name?" Her mother paused her vegetable chopping to look at Agnes. "What is the matter? Hui Jin, your name is lovely." Agnes felt her cheeks flush as she mustered the courage to say, "Classmates say my name sounds like that of a nun." Her mother sighed, explaining, "Your grandfather chose it." Agnes, during a holiday visit back to her hometown, persistently beseeched her grandfather to allow her to change her name. After much hesitation, he struggled to write on paper and said, "Let us change Jin, for they sound the same." Agnes was not entirely satisfied and continued to press her grandfather, who refused to alter it any further. She noted her repeated accolades as an exemplary student at school, which both she and her parents regarded as a matter of course. She observed her grandfather teaching her an entirely different language system of contemporary characters. Under his watchful eye, she tirelessly wrote, "A good heart brings tranquility. A troubled heart seeks to be tethered." She noticed her younger cousin from her third uncle's family often gazing curiously from afar as her grandfather instructed her. And after his teachings were complete, she would come to Agnes, requesting to play. She recalled the mornings just before the end of each holiday, gently kissing her sleeping cousin on the forehead before departing. She traversed through elementary school and then secondary school, eventually standing alongside her grandfather as they opened the long-sealed ancestral hall. Who can halt the decline of rivers and tides, such as fate? Agnes heard her grandfather sigh as he meticulously cleared the dust from the memorial tablets, collecting it. Despite the thorough cleaning, Agnes still could not discern the characters on the tablets. She approached and bowed, suddenly feeling a sense of control over her own body. The time has come. One must act when needed, and the outcome is left to the heavens. Would you not agree, Hui Jin? Her grandfather sighed. "I do not believe so," Agnes replied, rising to her feet. Her grandfather glanced at her without responding, continuing to wipe the tablets while murmuring, "How can one cleanse that which is tainted? From the depths of suffering, can one truly cultivate virtue? In the midst of filth, the purest flowers can bloom, and from the bitter sea, the sweetest crystals shall emerge." Agnes took the tablets from her grandfather's hands and returned them to their original place. Yet she found that even in her grasp, she could not decipher the characters, as if a force obscured her understanding. Suddenly, her grandfather chuckled, his gaze penetrating as if seeing into her very soul. He then spoke of unrelated matters. "Remember, do good and accumulate blessings. Do evil, and you shall incur calamity." Indeed, Agnes nodded. She assisted her grandfather in sweeping the dust from the beams and removing the accumulated earth from the cauldron. Strangely, although the ancestral hall appeared neglected for ages, it bore no spider webs, and the structure itself showed no signs of decay. Her grandfather inspected the now clean hall and smiled, but Agnes felt no joy from it. "Hui Jin, it is time for you to leave," her grandfather said, looking at her. "Yes, it is time for me to depart," Agnes replied, nodding as wisps of darkness began to emanate from her, swirling in the air and spreading outwards. The already dim colors of the ancestral hall grew even darker, fading away. Agnes heard her grandfather's voice, almost resigned, reciting, "Treasure the wisdom of the past," his voice fading into a whisper. The darkness deepened, and the scene before her shattered like a mirror, vanishing entirely. Chapter 39. Shall I tell a joke? Agnes felt her thoughts momentarily falter, as a red glow gradually emerged before her. She found herself enveloped in the embrace of her mother, Mariana, who radiated an extraordinary charm, imbued with a seemingly sacred maternal essence. Agnes felt her spirit joyfully flowing into the figure before her, transforming into waves of red light that extended towards her, only to be engulfed by a shroud of darkness. She sensed her temples throbbing, as if the air was filled with distant howls, and her heart tightened with each beat. Unperturbed by her physical unease, Agnes scrutinized her mother's visage, and then suddenly burst into laughter. "I have many mothers. Perhaps I should reconsider?" The expression of Mariana before her twisted momentarily. "In truth, one could say I have no mother," Agnes continued cheerfully. She observed the red light surrounding Mariana flickering in confusion. Agnes paused for a moment, unable to contain her laughter. "I was merely jesting, ha ha ha." Agnes felt her spirit still flowing toward the red light. Yet the sensation of spiritual depletion intensified. It paled in comparison to the tumultuous situations she had orchestrated over the years, and Agnes dismissed it with disdain. The red light before her seemed to react with indignation, its vibrancy surging as the loss of her spirit accelerated. Agnes envisioned the dark ocean she had conjured during meditation, and thin tendrils of darkness began to spread from her, entwining with the red light, merging and entangling. Thanks to Mela and Eliza for their assistance. Though it may not restore much of my power, it is but a fragment of scattered strength. Let us see whose contamination outpaces the other. Agnes felt her spirit draining rapidly, prompting her to laugh with glee. In the outside world, Agnes opened her eyes, momentarily disoriented, her crystalline gaze fixed upon the two figures entangled before her. No, perhaps they can no longer be referred to as two individuals. The werewolf had fully transformed into its monstrous form, its body cloaked in a dense coat of black fur, fangs protruding prominently from its maw, and claws sharp as daggers. Meanwhile, Eliza had become ensnared in a mass of twisting vines, her corporeal form obscured, leaving only a writhing tangle of greenery visible. The surrounding benches were encrusted with deep brown fungi, which crumbled rapidly, releasing spores that wafted through the air toward the werewolf. Most were repelled by the werewolf's bristling black fur, but a few settled upon its skin, quickly taking root and growing, only to be casually torn away by the werewolf, revealing the pulsating flesh beneath. Vines that reached towards the werewolf were severed with a swift motion, discarded onto the ground, their sap leaking out and dripping onto the slate stone floor, corroding it into a small pit that emitted wisps of black smoke. The vines themselves appeared to wither as though corroded. Ignoring the throbbing at her temples and the incessant howls that filled the air, Agnes stood up, furrowing her brow as she surveyed the church before her. Despite having visited the Pavlarius monastery several times, she had not paid much attention to the small chapel within. However, her prodigious memory allowed her to recall the general layout of the chapel. Agnes looked up at the unlit chandelier hanging above. Its position was directly over the stairs, slightly angled toward the benches below, such that with a precise exertion of force, it could be made to fall upon the werewolf. The chandelier was exceedingly rudimentary, constructed from 6 severed animal fangs filled with lamp oil, affixed to an iron ring, with 3 chains tied to the ring extending to a C-shaped iron loop fixed to the ceiling. Agnes had previously assisted Frank in lighting the chandelier, and she knew it was not light. Although it would not be sufficient to slay the werewolf, it would certainly demand a portion of its attention. This was the 3rd time today. Was I not, in essence, continuously irritating this werewolf? After all, these were not life-threatening situations, yet they demanded resolution. Agnes pondered as she selected a suitably sized, relatively smooth shard from the shattered stone. She extended her arm, hurling the piece like a frisbee, and it struck precisely at the base of the C-shaped iron loop, dislodging the 3 chains and imparting an initial momentum toward the lectern as the chandelier began its descent. The werewolf instinctively turned, raising its arm to catch the chandelier, only to be overwhelmed by its tremendous kinetic energy, crashing to the ground. The chandelier struck the werewolf with a resounding clang, several sharp animal fangs piercing its abdomen, while one fang shattered upon hitting the ground, slicing through the werewolf's skin. Seizing the opportunity, Eliza's vines ensnared both the werewolf and the chandelier, binding them together like a dumpling. Agnes marveled at the chandelier's efficacy. What creature's fangs had been employed in its construction to yield such remarkable results? As the vines retracted, Agnes observed Eliza's form gradually becoming visible. She noted that Eliza's burgundy gown was tattered, revealing the skin beneath. Once fair skin was now marred by crimson spots, and clusters of vibrant red tumors proliferated, bursting forth and oozing yellow pus, ceasing to grow thereafter. Underneath her gown, dark blood seeped out, mingled with purplish clumps of flesh. Agnes gazed in horror at Eliza's transformation and rushed toward her. Eliza, however, seemed oblivious to Agnes's presence, as the remaining vines tightened around the werewolf's neck. The werewolf's black fur bristled, embedding itself into the vines. Where the vines had been torn, new shoots sprouted, burrowing into the werewolf's flesh and continuing to grow. Agnes ascended the steps, disregarding the prostrate werewolf, and seized Eliza. Eliza, you. Eliza looked up at Agnes, her face, marred by ruptured tumors, betraying no discernible expression, save for her eyes, which remained intact, gazing at Agnes. In those eyes, Agnes sensed a complex emotion that compelled her to halt her words. Eliza lifted her tattered gown and curtsied before Agnes, despite her disheveled appearance and ghastly visage, still exuding an air of elegance. Thank you for rescuing me from my fate as a sacrifice, esteemed one. Eliza, what are you saying? You need healing, Agnes replied, bewildered and urgent. Eliza regarded Agnes. Her azure eyes, reminiscent of the sky, now laced with dark threads, her expression earnest yet devoid of emotion. With a pained flutter of her eyelids, she gradually knelt, bowing her head. Esteemed one, I offer my soul and body to you, to become your instrument, fulfilling all your desires. I only beseech you. Eliza's lips stirred, whispering hoarse words. I implore you, forgive Agnes Spinoza. A pale hand, unperturbed by the oozing liquid on Eliza's face, caressed her cheek. Eliza, you are mistaken. I am Agnes. Eliza closed her eyes, refusing to acknowledge the figure before her. She merely uttered, I beseech you for forgiveness for Agnes Spinoza. Agnes sighed, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her, though she had anticipated this turn of events. She harbored genuine affection for Eliza, recalling how, during the theft at the Blacksmith's Guild, Eliza had been captivated by her lack of acting prowess, insisting on tutoring her for an entire week until Agnes finally met Eliza's expectations. Initially, each time Agnes sought out Eliza, she would casually offer her small treats. When she realized Agnes was not particularly fond of snacks, Eliza had fallen into a brief despondency. Yet, upon discovering Agnes's keen interest in the newly cultivated plants at the Institute, she began gifting her beautiful potted plants grown prior to Agnes's joining, leaving Agnes both amused and exasperated. Eliza's demeanor often gave Agnes the impression that she regarded her as a daughter. If circumstances permitted, Agnes would have cherished the opportunity to forge a deep friendship with Eliza. Thus, she had fervently hoped that Eliza would not find herself in peril. Agnes rose to her feet, exhaling softly. Despite having foreseen this, Eliza's current demeanor truly unsettled her. Was this the constraint of societal perception binding her relationship with Eliza in such a manner? She could even sense the digestion of the potion within her system. The calming spell's effects seemed to be waning. Agnes concluded, feeling a rising discomfort within her heart. The darkness in Agnes's eyes expanded rapidly, completely replacing the previous azure hue. The urgency in her expression evaporated, transforming into an absolute tranquility. She ceased her dialogue with Eliza and turned her attention to the werewolf bound nearby. The werewolf, for the moment, was oblivious to the unfolding drama between Agnes and Eliza, focusing instead on breaking free from the constraining vines. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, blood vessels engorged, and a series of furious howls erupted from its throat. Yet the vines that bound it remained steadfast. Even where they showed slight rifts, new shoots emerged, either intertwining with adjacent vines or burrowing into the werewolf's skin, gradually merging with it. Agnes remained silent, raising her hand to extract one of the fangs from the chandelier's remnants, plunging it directly into the werewolf's eye socket, causing a crystalline substance to ooze forth. As she proceeded, a sensation of fragmentation surged behind her eyes, where the orbital bones lay shattered. Blood, mingled with cerebrospinal fluid, oozed from the eye socket in a thick, viscous stream, some of it clinging to the dark fur of the werewolf's face, gradually congealing into a gelatinous, undulating semi-solid. The werewolf's struggles intensified, momentarily snapping a few of the vines that bound him, though his growls grew somewhat subdued. Despite the grievousness of his wounds, the werewolf clung to life, glaring fiercely at Agnes with the one remaining eye. The master shall one day punish the thief who usurps his power and the followers of the thief. Agnes scoffed, exerting more force as she spoke. I know not whether your master can achieve that, but at this moment, your superior is preparing to send you to your master's divine realm. I wonder if your master will be able to receive your soul? Did your esoteric mentor not enlighten you? Those great entities are not accessible to ephemeral weaklings. Not even a whisper of their essence. Under Agnes's grip, the werewolf's struggles gradually diminished. Perhaps sacrificing yourself for your master is the utmost honor to you? Agnes sensed a complete barrier as the fang had nearly penetrated halfway into the werewolf's eye socket. The werewolf ceased to struggle, his muscles seemingly surrendering their strength, allowing the vines to bind him tightly. A faint murmur escaped the werewolf's lips. Agnes paused momentarily, ignoring it. With a decisive twist, she extracted the fang from her grasp. The werewolf had irrevocably lost his sanity. Yet, despite the irreversible damage to his brain, his formidable regenerative power sustained his breath. Truly difficult to kill. Agnes sighed, repeatedly dragging the fang across the werewolf's neck until it severed his trachea, arteries, veins, and nerves, ultimately separating his head from his body. Blood gushed from the werewolf's carotid artery, splattering across her face and clothing, with more pooling on the ground, gradually forming a crimson puddle. Rising to her feet, Agnes turned to Alyssa. Well, until the essence of the primal moon dissipates, I need not concern myself with other threats. Agnes forcibly pulled Alyssa, who had remained in a kneeling position, to her feet. With a serious gaze, Agnes stated, "Whether you believe it or not, I truly am Agnes." Alyssa hesitated, seeming to wish to speak, but Agnes swiftly rendered her unconscious with a precise strike. "To prevent you from uttering anything that displeases me, it would be best if you took a brief rest," Agnes remarked, her expression devoid of emotion. She approached the neglected figure of a priest from the Earth Mother Church, lying nearby, and upon inspection, discovered his neck riddled with wounds resembling those inflicted by someone's fingernails. "No hope remains." Agnes sighed, his corpse stiff and heavy. It took considerable effort for her to arrange his remains. Looking outside the church, she noticed that the full moon had vanished, revealing a deep blue, almost pitch-black sky. It is nearing its end. Chapter 41. The prisoner Agnes opened her eyes. Before her lay a dim expanse. Such a subdued brightness was suitable for one just awakening, allowing Agnes to observe her surroundings without adjusting her pupils. She surveyed her environment closely. The room was entirely wooden, with patterns on the walls and floor reminiscent of tree roots bark. It was small, roughly the size of her bedroom, yet far more compactly arranged, devoid of decorative embellishments. Agnes perceived that she lay upon a somewhat firm bed and noticed a rough-hewn desk nearby, equipped with paper, ink, and a pen. Next to the desk stood a bookshelf, sparsely populated with only a few books, giving it an empty appearance. In the corner of the room, a partition suggested the presence of a washroom. The room had no windows. All light emanated from an oil lamp atop the desk. Rising to her feet, Agnes approached the desk, reaching for the pen, only to freeze upon catching sight of her hands. Lowering her gaze to her palms, she noticed that her formerly smooth skin was now covered in white fur. Her nails sharp like a wolf's claws, yet her dexterity as a human hand remained intact. At least, she did not perceive any significant clumsiness. Agnes glanced around the room, finding no mirror. Thus, she lifted the oil lamp and moved toward the small partition in the corner. Slowly, she pushed open the door, confirming her suspicion that it was indeed a washroom, fully equipped with a sink and toilet, yet conspicuously lacking a mirror. Closing the door, she returned to the desk and sat down. Placing the oil lamp aside, she raised her hand to touch her head. Despite the barrier of fur, she felt the same hair on her face, and her features had evidently shifted to some extent. Her ears had migrated to the top of her head, twitching uncomfortably when her hand brushed against them. Her eyes had shifted slightly, and although her field of vision had altered, she had been entirely unaware of it until now. Most strikingly, her nose and mouth had protruded forward. Only the tip of her nose remained free of fur, tender to the touch, as she hesitated to let her sharp nails graze it, while a few whiskers sprouted from either side, stirring involuntarily as she brushed against them. Additionally, she felt an uncomfortable sensation beneath her, prompting her to stand and reach behind her, unavoidably discovering a furry tail beneath her skirt. It dawned on Agnes that she had assumed the form of a werewolf. What had transpired? How had she acquired the abilities of a werewolf? She had barely digested the experience of being a prisoner, and now she had leaped directly to the state of a werewolf. Why had she not lost control? A sense of dread washed over Agnes as she meticulously recalled her memories prior to losing consciousness, only to find them shrouded in a foggy haze, as if they belonged to a dream. This sensation was not unfamiliar. Each time she awoke after an episode, she experienced this same feeling, accompanied by the loss of some ordinary memories and the addition of perilous ones. The missing memories were primarily from her past life, while the newly acquired ones pertained more to knowledge of this world. For the time being, Agnes chose to disregard her peculiar condition and instead focused on meticulously sorting through her memories, particularly those concerning her past life. Well, my name remains unforgotten. My lineage is intact. Most of my experiences from childhood onward. I seem to have lost quite a bit. The time and cause of my death in my past life seem to have been inherently fragmented. Agnes retraced her memories carefully, failing to identify any lost recollections, but instead discovering some newfound insights. She recalled her grandfather teaching her the language used for drawing symbols, though she could not pinpoint when those memories had slipped away, nor could she discern whether they had been lost or merely restored. However, thus far in this world, she had never experienced the restoration of lost memories. Never mind. I can still uncover the lost memories through recollection. What is the harm in that? She resolved to revisit her journal to see if it could reveal what she had forgotten. With a sigh, Agnes turned her attention back to the anomalies she now possessed. She could sense that she had acquired numerous abilities, including those of the mad and the werewolf. Agnes suspected that, within the foggy recesses of her memory, She might have directly ingested the properties derived from a werewolf without properly concocting them into a potion, or perhaps even swallowed them whole without any preparation. She inclined towards the latter possibility, as she was entirely unaware of the werewolf potion's formulation. Even if the instigator of this incident possessed such knowledge, how could they procure the auxiliary materials in such a short span, while a conflict raged between the Watchers and the followers of the primordial moon outside the church? Moreover, there were additional concerns weighing on her mind, such as the likelihood that the werewolf traits had been tainted by the Mother Goddess, and the pressing question of how much madness would accumulate by directly accommodating both the criminal and the werewolf attributes without fully digesting the former. Furthermore, she pondered the cost she would have to pay to isolate this madness. The fact that she had transitioned from a lower sequence to a middle sequence without descending into outright chaos or insanity was, indeed, a stroke of fortune. In her memories, most individuals who bypassed the gradual ascent to embrace higher sequence traits ended up half-mad. She recalled a particularly fortunate individual named Kavitwa, who arrogantly proclaimed himself a god of the sea. Although the leap from sequence 9 to sequence 7 bore no comparison to a mere ordinary sea serpent ascending to demigod status, she sensed that the madness encapsulated within these potions had been temporarily sequestered by some force, and the taint appeared to have diminished, at least for the moment, as she had not detected any overt signs of contamination. Nevertheless, caution was paramount. The Church of the Mother Goddess had always been at odds with the followers of the primordial moon, suggesting the existence of specialized methods for scrutiny. Given that this incident was linked to the primordial moon, the Church would likely scrutinize her, the implicated party, with heightened vigilance, particularly concerning any contamination stemming from that source. Her current predicament served as a testament to her suspicions. She suspected she was now in the depths of St. Diana's Church. Chapter 42, Abilities. Well, these were matters that could not be resolved at present. Agnes could not suppress a sigh. What she needed most urgently was to familiarize herself with the knowledge imparted by the potion and restore her human visage as swiftly as possible. Habitually, she reached for a pen, attempting to inscribe her thoughts onto paper. The sharpness of her nails tore through the page, eliciting a silent mockery. In frustration, Agnes discarded the fountain pen and began to recall her abilities from memory. She meticulously catalogued the powers she currently possessed. First and foremost were those granted by the criminal potion: enhanced physicality, heightened perception, and mastery of various criminal techniques. Regrettably, during the time elapsed since she ingested the potion, she had not been able to fully utilize the criminal skills at her disposal. In nearly 20 days of joining the team, the technique she had employed the most was picking locks with a wire. Most of the time, she relied on her augmented physique and learned combat skills to engage her adversaries, utilizing her criminal techniques rather sparingly. This was primarily due to the fact that the criminal skills she possessed were ill-suited for the majority of scenarios faced by her team. Slightly more advanced criminal techniques required proactive preparation, while official extraordinary individuals often found themselves in a reactive state. In such situations, there was little time to devise elaborate plans. Many of the criminal techniques she had mastered were overly convoluted, rendering them somewhat inefficient in the face of the myriad cases encountered by the heart of nature. When pursuing enemies, the team preferred to confront them directly rather than expend considerable energy on assassination or setting traps. Completing the task was the priority, leading seamlessly to the next case. Should they fail, alternative methods or requests for assistance from the Watchers could be considered. This approach proved to be more efficient. Techniques, such as those of a demolition expert, while direct, posed significant societal risks and were not employed as standard methods, as the Church was not a criminal organization. Next were the abilities conferred by the madman traits, which involved the voluntary sacrifice of sanity, the eruption of desires, and enhancements across all facets, an explosive potential Agnes had yet to experience and therefore could not assess. Lastly, there are the abilities granted by the werewolf traits, encompassing two primary aspects. On one hand, the transformation of her body bestowed enhanced self-healing, strength, agility, and speed, alongside claws and teeth that rivaled extraordinary weaponry, complete with their own toxic properties. Moreover, beyond her normal human state, Agnes could voluntarily shift into a werewolf or wolf form, a transformation that did not deplete her spiritual essence. On the other hand, there were various dark spells, including but not limited to the ability to convert creatures into werewolf-like monsters using the werewolf toxin and inflicting grievous, unhealable wounds through biting. She even recalled details that made her stomach churn, such as the werewolf's capacity to accelerate its healing by devouring corpses. Additionally, there were minor abilities, such as the fact that in werewolf or wolf form, She would not be attacked by wolf packs unless she provoked them, and the werewolf's howl could drive away smaller animals. Agnes found these abilities somewhat difficult to articulate. She felt she could easily assume the role of a beast sovereign in the wilderness. As for the curse of the prisoner sequence, she primarily bore the werewolf's curse, which manifested each time the red moon waxed full, causing her to lose much of her sanity, grow a coat of black fur, and succumb to an overwhelming desire for bloodshed and slaughter. Naturally, Agnes was uncertain whether her fur would be white or black at that time. Additionally, due to the madman trait remaining undigested, although largely supplanted by the werewolf's curse, there were still residual effects that compounded with the werewolf's affliction, making her more prone to losing control at regular intervals, with the werewolf's curse intensifying on full moon nights. This was perhaps her way of circumventing a portion of the prisoner's cost. However, such a cost seemed trivial in light of what Agnes had gained. She had a foreboding sense that she must complete the roles of these 3 sequences within 3 years. Otherwise, the isolating force might very well dissipate, resulting in an explosive eruption of all accumulated madness, leaving her with no alternative but to succumb to chaos. Agnes could not help but press her forehead and let out a sigh. Today, she found herself sighing more than usual. This requirement aligned perfectly with the principle of role-playing, appearing to impose no undue burden, yet it only heightened her anxiety. After all, in a world as chaotic and frenzied as this, how could one expect to reap such benefits without incurring an adequate price? Now, all she could do was pray that the cost she bore would only manifest upon herself, sparing those she cared for. Like ephemeral mortals facing such circumstances, the only recourse was to await the impending doom while preparing as best as they could beforehand. After indulging in a flurry of thoughts, Agnes refocused her drifting mind back onto her abilities. She began to attempt the transformation from werewolf back to her human form. Her white fur gradually receded, revealing the bare skin beneath. Her features slowly shifted, aligning themselves with those of a human without any unexpected occurrences. Agnes breathed a sigh of relief, only to suddenly remember something. She reached behind her and, as expected, discovered that her tail had not retracted. After all, humans did not possess such an appendage, and she had previously neglected to consider this aspect. She then recognized another issue. If she did not subconsciously think of her tail while using her abilities, the corresponding module that should activate alongside it would not function. Having grown accustomed to a body without a tail, she had overlooked it during the transformation. Hence, that part remained unchanged. It was akin to disassembling a previously unified fluidized bed into its separate components. Originally, a single command could suffice to complete the blending, kneading, granulating, and drying of medicinal powder, resulting in the desired pharmaceutical granules. However, it is now imperative to issue separate commands for each individual task in order to execute this series of operations. Although she possesses all the requisite knowledge within her mind, it is undeniable that she must invest additional time honing her skills. The pressing question remains, has all her ability transformed in this manner, or is it solely the prowess of the werewolf and the madman? Perhaps this is one of the side effects of isolating madness, Agnes concluded. Such a side effect is bearable. Despite the inconveniences it brings to her ability, it grants her a deeper understanding of the mechanisms underlying her powers, Agnes mused. Finding solace in her thoughts, she refocused her consciousness and successfully retracted her tail. Chapter 43. The Arrival of His Excellency Rossi. You appear to be in fair condition. A familiar, gentle, yet weathered voice reached Agnes's ears. It was the voice of His Excellency Rossi, a thought that flickered in her mind. She turned towards the sound. His Excellency Rossi stood at the doorway, gazing at her with a somewhat complex expression. Agnes was unaware of when Rossi had entered. She had neither heard footsteps nor the opening of the door. Had it not been for Rossi's vocal greeting, she would have remained oblivious to the presence of another person at the threshold. His Excellency was adorned in a complete nun's attire, a flowing black robe enveloping her, and her graying hair concealed beneath a veil. Your Excellency Rossi, Agnes murmured softly, hesitating for a moment before approaching her. Agnes caught a whiff of a damp scent mingled with earthy undertones and a faint hint of blood emanating from Rossi, suggesting she had just returned from outside. His Excellency grasped Agnes's hand, her touch somewhat coarse, particularly around the skin of her palms, which bore evident calluses, imparting a pronounced sensation of contact as it brushed against Agnes's skin. Agnes instinctively pondered what could render a woman's hand so rough. Surely, it could not solely be the result of playing the role of a cultivator for an extended period. Rossi's light brown eyes were fixed intently on Agnes, and after a lengthy pause, she spoke. You have been unconscious for 3 days. Agnes felt a flicker of surprise and queried, "So, it is already the 23rd? Indeed, it is now the evening of the 23rd, Rossi replied, hesitating briefly before adding, "Your mother is quite concerned for you." Agnes fell into a momentary silence. Having originally assumed that only a night had passed, at most a day, she was astonished to learn that 3 days had elapsed. What could the cause be? Excessive spiritual expenditure? The transformation of her body by werewolf traits? Or perhaps the time required to entirely isolate madness? Agnes deliberated on the reasons for her prolonged unconsciousness. Unconsciously uttering, "I am sorry. What have you done wrong?" Rossi inquired, her expression impassive as she pulled Agnes to sit by the bedside, her demeanor stern. Agnes hesitated, reflecting on her actions before offering a reasonable explanation. "I was a bit reckless this time, placing myself in a perilous situation." Rossi remained non-committal, releasing Agnes and calmly stating, "Olivia was terrified when she found you in the chapel of the Pavla Monastery. You were covered in white fur, leaning against Elisa, your body gradually transforming into that of a werewolf. Olivia feared you were about to lose control." Rossi's expression softened gradually as she sighed, reaching out to gently tousle Agnes's smooth brown hair. "Fortunately, it was ultimately confirmed that you did not lose control. It was merely the power of the werewolf potion's aberration," Rossi said as she guided Agnes to sit at the bedside. Agnes remained silent, quietly listening, appearing obedient. Observing Agnes's reaction, Rossi sighed and asked, "What exactly transpired that day?" Agnes carefully recalled the events and hesitated before responding. "To be honest, I may not be able to articulate it fully." She paid close attention to Rossi's expression, which revealed neither disbelief nor any other emotion. Rossi simply regarded Agnes silently, awaiting her further explanation. "I can vividly remember the events leading up to my arrival at the Pavla Monastery, but after entering, my recollections become hazy, as though separated by a veil, akin to a dream, with only certain vivid scenes lingering in my mind." "Dream," Rossi echoed the term. "Very well, I understand," Rossi nodded. "It's all right. Please recount what you recall." "After parting ways with Rennies, I made my way directly to Putty Street. Shortly after entering, I encountered a werewolf transformation monster, and after a fierce battle, I managed to slay it." Agnes contemplated for a moment before slowly recounting her tale. "Upon defeating this creature, an ominous premonition washed over me. Connecting it to the werewolf transformation monster, I deduced that the werewolf likely sensed the death of its subordinate and would soon arrive, prompting me to vacate the scene at once. I hastily shed my blood-stained outer garments in an abandoned house to evade detection by the werewolf, who might track me by the strong scent of blood. Indeed, upon my arrival at Putty Street, I noticed that neither the street nor the surrounding houses harbored a single soul. That monster, after I killed it, turned out to be one of the lower-tier members of the Rose School I had seen in the captain's files." "Then what happened?" Rossi nodded, her expression unchanged. Agnes could not ascertain whether Rossi knew the reasons behind the disappearance of Putty Street's residents. "I set traps among the discarded clothing. Should anyone pick them up, they would inevitably be pricked by a tranquilizer needle laced with extraordinary suppressants, though it seemed to have little effect on the werewolf," Agnes explained, revealing that she had instinctively arranged the traps based on her mental recollections of criminal techniques. But perhaps due to insufficient potency or dosage, the werewolf appeared largely unaffected. Subsequently, I encountered Ross, who was delivering a message for Nygaard, relaying the impending arrival of the Watchers. I tossed a badge from the second-floor balcony of that house to lure the werewolf there, bribing it with 30,791 as it picked it up, and then I shot at it from the rooftop of another nearby building. Regrettably, it too failed to inflict significant damage on the werewolf. At that time, Ross helped create a diversion on the second floor of the ambush house, maintaining the illusion that I was still inside, thereby leading the werewolf upstairs. Upon realizing I could not contend with the werewolf, I opted to conceal myself within the houses of Putty Street to evade its pursuit. However, the werewolf soon abandoned the chase and returned to the Pavla Monastery. Agnes noticed Rossi nodding slightly, encouraging her to continue. As I awaited the Watcher's arrival on Putty Street, I sensed a foul and corrupt aura emanating from the Pavla Monastery, accompanied by a resonating pull, igniting a powerful urge within me to go there. Thus, I employed a calming incantation, after which my memories became increasingly muddled, akin to dreaming, lacking clarity. Chapter 44. Memories. What do you remember about what happened afterward? Rossi hesitated before inquiring. Agnes rested her hand on her forehead, struggling to recall. I remember stealthily infiltrating the monastery, relying on my familiarity with the terrain to navigate to the chapel. Agnes rubbed her forehead, and Rossi soothingly tousled her hair. Then I think I was discovered by the werewolf. Agnes struggled to recall, but found herself at a loss. She felt a surge of irritation and couldn't help but tug at her own hair. With a hint of frustration, she uttered, "I apologize, but it seems I only recall fragmented scenes." "It's all right. It's all right," Rosie gently reassured her, extricating the strands of hair that Agnes had clutched from her grasp. "Just speak of what you remember directly." "I remember the werewolf gripping my throat and then being flung to the ground by it." "Is there anything else?" "I recall the enormous fangs piercing the werewolf's abdomen, with brown liquid oozing from its eyes, as if a tusk had been thrust into one of them. And then the werewolf fought with Eliza. The werewolf's face seemed to be tainted with her essence," Agnes exclaimed, instinctively rising to her feet, only to be firmly pulled back by Lady Rosie. Lady Rosie encircled Agnes with her arms, securing her in place. Calm down, Agnes. What the church knows has already transpired. Eliza was taken to the Harvest Church in Celia yesterday." Agnes gradually composed herself. Her apparent madness was not solely due to Eliza's contamination. She sensed that Eliza's affliction had been effectively managed, and what truly unsettled her was something else entirely. As she recalled Eliza's visage, she momentarily glimpsed a vast gray ocean, its ethereal waves undulating unpredictably, bubbling forth as she floated upon the surface. Yes, it was the very ocean she had envisioned during her meditations, one she had encountered in Melra's case. Compared to what she had perceived during her meditations, or in Melra's case, this vision appeared more vivid. No longer observed from a detached standpoint, but rather from an increasingly subjective perspective, as if she were sinking into the waters. This sensation was so acute that she could feel the sea wash over her submerged body with the waves. The water was not the crystalline flow she had previously imagined, but rather akin to a viscous substance. Below her, she discerned numerous black specks, though they seemed too distant to identify. If one were to describe it, it felt like holding pure water in the mouth for 2 to 5 minutes, resulting in a viscous liquid tainted by digestive enzymes and remnants of food. As Agnes hazily beheld this ocean, an indescribable anguish and silent sorrow flooded her soul, rendering her momentarily incapable of controlling her body. She instinctively ceased her recollection, and the ocean faded from her mind, allowing her to regain her composure without succumbing to madness. All right, it's over now." Lady Rosie's somewhat weary voice reached her from above, and Agnes could even feel the vibrations of her chest as she spoke. She sensed Lady Rosie's reassuring hand patting her shoulder and back, and Agnes was at a loss for words regarding her feelings, the residual emotions prompting her to instinctively embrace Lady Rosie's rather slender frame. After a prolonged moment, Agnes released her hold, her cheeks flushed, and she knew without needing a mirror that she was rather warm. Although the Finnaboat people were generally regarded as warm and cheerful, and familiar friends often embraced as a form of social etiquette, Agnes rarely hugged anyone other than her family. Initially, her health had kept her from social settings. During the days following her potion intake, she had concentrated on combat training, with nearly all physical contact occurring during her sparring sessions with Mr. Connie or Ms. Jones. In the Research Institute, social niceties seemed less significant, as Renice and the others were either engrossed in their experiments or hastily preparing for missions. She was often immediately whisked away by Renice, who would either showcase her newly cultivated species or excitedly share the perfect animal testing data for her newly developed potions. Sometimes, Renice would drag her to assist with toxicology experiments, dissecting mice while Agnes weighed the organs, leaving her little time to exchange pleasantries. Observing Agnes's slight shyness, Lady Rosie smiled faintly. "Eliza exhibits clear signs of contamination and has already been sent to the Harvest Church in Celia," she stated with a smile. Agnes remained silent, merely reaching up to touch her ear. "In a couple of days, an expert in dreams and memories will arrive to conduct an investigation. You are a crucial witness in this case. Although some circumstances can be inferred from your narrative today, the hazy parts of your memory may contain significant information. I believe we must attempt to help you recall them." Lady Rosie resumed her serious tone, speaking earnestly. "Yes, I understand," Agnes nodded. "Additionally, you will need to stay here for a while until we ascertain whether you have been subtly contaminated and to evaluate your condition under the full moon before deciding if you may leave." Agnes obediently nodded, hesitating momentarily before inquiring, "May I ask where exactly this is?" Lady Rosie cast a cryptic glance at Agnes and replied, "We are in the basement of St. Diana's church." Indeed, Agnes felt a sense of resolution wash over her, sensing a slight digestion of her internal prisoners. Lady Rosie then asked, "Do you have any other questions or needs? You will be here for at least half a month." Without hesitation, Agnes inquired, "Could a mirror be added here? It feels quite inconvenient without one." "Very well. Anything else?" Lady Rosie asked. Agnes contemplated briefly before responding, Well, there's paper and pen here, but I have yet to finish the books on the list the captain gave me. Could you bring them to me? Lady Rosie nodded. All right, write down the titles of those books. Anything else? Agnes playfully probed, how about a piano? Lady Rosie regarded Agnes with a peculiar expression and remarked, Agnes, do not jest. You know it is impossible to install a piano here. Just kidding, Agnes murmured, then added, I would like a violin. Chapter 45, Contemplation, March 23rd, 1328. Agnes inscribed the date on the paper in Feneboat script. The pen left a small ink blot at the end, pausing for a moment before creating a conspicuous ink splotch. She moved the pen to the next line and began to write, and for a time, the room was filled only with the soft, scratching sound of the pen gliding across the paper. Lady Rosie had departed, leaving Agnes uncertain of what to do in this unfamiliar environment, so she instinctively began to pen her diary. Agnes first recorded the events that transpired on the 20th as she remembered them, then paused to ponder. The room was exceedingly quiet, with only the occasional crackling sound from the oil lamp. The lamp burned some animal oil, emitting a brightness surpassing that of most candles, without any oily odor. Despite the absence of windows, the room was not overly dim. Nevertheless, Agnes felt a lingering discomfort. She disliked windowless rooms, although this space was not particularly cramped. A sense of oppression perpetually lingered in her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Regaining control of her thoughts, Agnes refocused her attention on her diary. Lady Rosie inquired about my past experiences today. Does this count as an inquiry or an interrogation? Agnes wrote on the paper, then felt the latter part of her sentence was inappropriate, crossing it out several times with her pen. She remained unsatisfied and, in a fit of frustration, transformed her discontent into a kaleidoscope of ink strokes with her fountain pen, before discarding it. Lord Ross's demeanor was relatively gentle. Yet what was the church's stance towards me? The events surrounding Eliza were evidently not governed by my own volition. They starkly contrasted with my prior illness and the occurrences surrounding the Melra case. This laid bare a hidden aspect of myself that was not entirely dormant, manifesting a qualitative change even in the presence of extraordinary powers. Although I yearned to divulge the truth of what transpired, the gaps in my memory were inescapable. Agnes let out a sigh, feeling somewhat weary. She refrained from disclosing to Lord Rossi and the church that her previous dreams were, in fact, echoes of her past life. After all, in the realm of the arcane, there were no nations akin to her former existence, making it difficult for them to grasp many facets of her experiences. The saga of Emperor Roselle instilled a sense of trepidation within her, despite having forgotten the reasons behind his fate. She harbored an instinctive fear that revealing any similarities to him could unleash unwelcome consequences. Whenever members of the church inquired about her dreams, Agnes typically recounted a version adapted to the context of this world, as her dreams usually comprised mere scenes, easily translatable. Why had my recollections of this incident morphed to resemble those of my past life and dreams? There seemed to be an underlying mystery, yet whenever I contemplated delving into it, a sense of dread enveloped me, as if knowledge would render everything irretrievably altered. Agnes paused her chaotic musings and inscribed a phrase upon the paper, a conjecture. The essence of the prisoner's role lies in the unfulfilled desires that engender a sense of entrapment due to various factors. She then capped the fountain pen once more. Agnes was unaware of the origins of this conjecture. It had inexplicably materialized in her mind upon awakening. The phrase bore a resemblance to the rules of the role where the heart is a prisoner of the body, and the body is a prisoner of the world. She could not ascertain whether it was her own interpretation of the role's guidelines or knowledge gleaned from elsewhere. Upon waking, she discovered that a portion of the potion within her had been inexplicably digested and coupled with her earlier intermittent digestion. If she now possessed only one serving of the prisoner's potion, she must have consumed 2/3 of it by now. However, she currently had 2 portions of the prisoner's potion, one of madness and one of lycanthropy, yet to digest. Agnes sensed that since Lord Rossi acknowledged this as the church's subterranean domain, the characteristics of the prisoner within her were being digested at a subtle yet steady pace. Although this clearly diverged from her conjecture, perhaps this delineated the difference between superficial role-playing and genuine integration. Unconsciously, Agnes tapped her fingers against the table. She had long speculated that most churches were accustomed to housing sealed entities and extraordinary beings in subterranean chambers. At least to her knowledge, both the Church of the Night Goddess and the Church of the Earth Mother adhered to this practice. Perhaps the underground offered convenience for certain specialized arrangements, while above ground, anomalies would be more easily detected. Upon awakening, she surmised that she was beneath St. Diana's church, yet at that moment, she had not sensed any significant feeling of potion digestion, certainly much slower than the current rate. However, once she received confirmation of her thoughts from Lord Rossi, the pace of potion digestion had accelerated considerably. Could it be that I have finally acknowledged my current state of imprisonment? Agnes rubbed her temples in confusion. A crucial question loomed. How had the inexplicable progress of digestion occurred during my unconscious state? Agnes picked up a fountain pen once more, inscribing on the paper. Lord Rossi mentioned that experts in dreams and memory would be summoned to investigate, indicating that the church regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. Yet, could probing into my memories truly be devoid of peril? Agnes chuckled at the irony. After the manifestations of her illness became apparent, the church had dispatched a medium to uncover the concealed truths. Naturally, this medium had failed to extract any information from her, and it was rumored that upon his return, his disposition underwent a drastic transformation, becoming considerably more sensitive and melancholic, ensnared in sorrow until he underwent several purifications to regain his composure. From that point onward, the church refrained from attempting to glean insights through dreams or memories, allowing Agnes to narrate her story independently. Now, they were once again attempting to utilize such methods. It was evident that they were deeply concerned about this matter. I wish this expert good fortune, Agnes silently hoped. The final question remained. Could I return to the heart of nature? The pen sliced through the paper, leaving behind marks akin to a blade's incision. Would the peculiarities within me be deemed by the church as harmful to others this time? Chapter 46. The Expert. Agnes was somewhat taken aback by the woman before her. She appeared to be around 30, with meticulously styled ash-brown hair, and her light gray eyes were slightly obscured by gold-rimmed glasses. Dressed in a white top and a camel-colored skirt, she exuded an aura of elegant intelligence. Agnes recognized her from social gatherings in Phenobot, having attended a banquet hosted by her mother. As far as Agnes knew, her name was Delphine Baines, a distinguished professor in the Department of Psychiatry at Morgan Medical School in Phenobot University. Ms. Baines, I did not expect to see you here, Agnes remarked, a note of surprise in her voice. Nor did I anticipate encountering you, Miss Pagney, Ms. Baines replied with a hint of resignation as she adjusted her glasses. Agnes sensed a slight increase in the progress of potion digestion within her, leading her to wonder if this was due to her acknowledgement of her current predicament. Perceiving herself as the church's prisoner, perhaps it was simply that she had previously been unaware of her name, and now it resonated with her. Agnes chose not to engage in further small talk with Ms. Baines, as she was merely an acquaintance of her mother, and their familiarity was limited. How may I assist you? Agnes inquired directly. Ms. Baines placed a short candle upon the low table between them and ignited it, extinguishing the other oil lamps in the room. Miss Pagney, I shall hypnotize you and awaken your dormant memories. I ask that you place your trust in me. Ms. Baines's words were clear and precise, imbued with a gentle warmth and approachability. Now, please fix your gaze upon the candle's flame, concentrate, and do not blink. Ms. Baines appeared to strive to convey her benign intentions, making her hypnosis seem forthright. Indeed, when I am aware of her purpose in advance, any subconscious resistance could easily undermine the efficacy of her hypnosis. Agnes did not immediately comply with Ms. Baines's request. Instead, she regarded her and said, Ms. Baines, please exercise caution once you begin. Ms. Baines nodded naturally, indicating her understanding. Agnes remained silent and focused her attention on the candlelight. The flame flickered gently, exuding a faint warmth that caused Agnes's skin near the fire to grow slightly warm. She felt a force infiltrating her consciousness, rendering her awareness slightly hazy, as the world before her faded away, replaced by a realm composed of a shimmering ocean. This world was shrouded in a tempest, and Agnes faintly heard the cacophony of her countless thoughts, witnessing her memories flash before her eyes. This was a diary penned in Phenobot's language. March 27th, 1328. It has been nearly 2 days since the incident involving Lady Baines, and I have heard that she finally regained consciousness today. However, it is said that she is exhibiting signs of madness, incessantly muttering incomprehensible phrases before succumbing to agonized screams and tears. I have been informed that the church has arranged for someone to soothe her and provide treatment. His Excellency, Lord Rossi, believes that Lady Baines has acted rather rashly. Yet, thankfully, she has retained a record of the information she received beforehand. According to Lord Rossi, when she realized something was amiss and entered the room, both Lady Baines and I were unconscious, slumped over the table. Beside Lady Baines lay a piece of paper inscribed with the information she had previously obtained from me, along with the questions she intended to ask. The information Lady Baines received corroborated what I had previously provided, but her final question confirmed that an entity connected to me had indeed intervened in this matter, despite its apparent benevolence towards the church. To be honest, I am quite curious about what Lady Baines and I witnessed that could have driven her to madness. Yet, I must suppress my curiosity. This is exceedingly perilous. I awakened on the night of the 25th, while Lady Baines only regained consciousness today. I remain in my right mind, whereas she has succumbed to madness. Why have I emerged unscathed? Is it because I have gradually developed a resistance through repeated afflictions? Or am I somehow special in relation to this enigmatic entity? No. Mortals must not overestimate their significance. We must all understand that in the presence of beings endowed with immense power, we are but ephemeral creatures. The severity of Lady Baines's symptoms is markedly more pronounced than that of the medium from long ago. Is it due to the method she employed? Or could it be that my augmented powers allowed it to manifest through me with greater intensity? No, cease this line of thought. I should not attempt to pry into the intentions of a hidden existence. Lord Rossi has mentioned that my mother has visited several times. It has always avoided seeing me when I am awake, as though she seeks to evade conversation with me. Perhaps for her, the transformation of her child into something other is a significant blow. Although this fate was sealed the moment I embarked upon the path of a prisoner, no one anticipated that the buffer period would be so abruptly bypassed. The unexpected has arrived with startling suddenness, and none of us were prepared. March 31st, 1328. My brother visited me today. He seems rather displeased, his words laced with dissatisfaction towards the church, which he believes has imprisoned me. This is indeed the case. It stems from a cause, as Aurelio has somewhat misjudged the church. Unfortunately, I cannot directly explain this to Aurelio, only hint at it. However, my defense of the church has incited further discontent in him. Frankly, after Aurelio's visit, particularly when he angrily criticizes the church, the rate at which I digest the prisoner potion significantly accelerates, which is both amusing and exasperating. Perhaps it is because he firmly believes that I am truly imprisoned by the church. I attempted to change the subject by inquiring about the residents of Putty Street, but he informed me that he had not heard of any incidents involving them. The only news was that a fugitive had escaped into the Pavla monastery and killed the bishop there. Has the church suppressed the information? I sketched a portrait of the werewolf and asked my brother to help investigate its identity. It is peculiar. Why do I care so much about the identity of the werewolf? April 5th, 1328. Mr. Connie came to see me. He did not inquire about matters related to extraordinary powers. Instead, we engaged in a lengthy discussion about music before he took his leave. He mentioned that he has recently discovered a remarkably talented young boy in music and may take him on as a student. Chapter 47. The Night of the Full Moon. April 14th, 1328. The paper is crumpled and wrinkled, adorned with numerous ink stains that form bizarre patterns. Tomorrow marks the night of the full moon, and this will be my first encounter with the werewolf's curse. However, with the church's assistance, facing it will be far more manageable than confronting it alone. Even if complications arise, they will be promptly resolved, alleviating my concerns about potentially harming others. In truth, I have already begun to sense certain ominous signs today. An overwhelming restlessness fills my heart, and every rustle around me bombards my mind. This has rendered me fidgety, making it exceedingly difficult to remain calm, akin to suffering from neurosis. Is it due to the amplification of my curse? Agnes, Lord Rossi exclaimed, giving Agnes a firm tap, jolting her from a reverie. Oh, Lord Rossi, what is it? Agnes asked, rubbing her face, her scara tinged with a hint of blood, slightly reddened. Lord Rossi sighed and said, "It is time for us to go to the church." Agnes nodded and rose to her feet. Lord Rossi gently took her hand and led her toward the door. The vine-like tendrils, resembling a wooden door, twisted momentarily before parting to either side, allowing them to exit. Before them lay a dimly lit space, filled almost entirely with gnarled, root-like vines, from which glimmers of bioluminescence drifted. As Lord Rossi moved forward, the vines gradually receded, revealing a corridor that appeared rather short. Agnes followed Lord Rossi out of this corridor and into an underground passage. The vines behind them promptly filled the passage again, leaving only walls formed by the intertwining tendrils. Agnes focused her attention on the underground passage, recalling that she had traversed this way on the day she first ingested the prisoner potion, following her mother, Mrs. Jones, and Mr. Connie from the church to the Joseph Club. Without pausing, Agnes continued, and after a minute or two, she followed Lord Rossi up a staircase. Exiting the staircase, they found themselves in the church. The church, now devoid of ordinary folk just after dusk, revealed around 5 or 6 members of the Watchers, among whom stood Mrs. Jones, engaged in conversation with someone. Agnes did not see her mother, which left her feeling slightly disappointed. She turned her gaze toward the stained glass windows of the church. Unfortunately, The abstract floral designs were overly vibrant, and with the dim light outside, the stained glass nearly separated the church from the outside world, creating two distinct realms. "We must go upstairs." Lord Rossi nodded toward Mrs. Jones before softly remarking to Agnes. "Only by truly witnessing the full moon can you comprehend the extent of its influence on you." Agnes obediently allowed Lord Rossi to lead her up the stairs, reaching the end of the second floor and ascending another staircase, arriving in a room resembling a loft. The room's windows nearly occupied an entire wall. Agnes recognized it as resembling a half-rose window, though it appeared to be one of the smaller side ones. The glass comprising this rose window appeared much clearer compared to the stained glass below, even though from here, the vibrant flower square outside was still divided into a kaleidoscope of colors by the various panes. The room seemed to occupy only half the square tower size, and opposite the glass flower window stood a pair of double doors. "Is it here?" Agnes inquired. "No, it is outside." Lord Rossi opened a door on one side of the room, revealing the terrace beyond. The terrace was small, bordered by a half-height railing adorned with carved vine patterns. Agnes stepped out, gazing upward. Although it was merely past dusk, the eastern sky was already revealing a nearly crimson lunar disk. Agnes vividly sensed the surging desires for slaughter and bloodlust within her heart, far more intense than any feeling she had experienced in the depths below. Lord Rossi stood at the threshold of the rooftop, gazing at Agnes, while Lady Jones had seemingly approached unnoticed, positioning herself beside him. Agnes, however, lacked the energy to acknowledge Lady Jones' presence, as she directed nearly all her focus toward suppressing the violent urges that raged within. She felt the weight of her internal struggle grow heavier with each passing moment, while the full moon above gradually traversed towards the south. Her rationality seemed to wane, yielding control to her primal instincts as she transformed into her wolf form, white fur sprouting across her skin, nails elongating into sharp claws. She perceived her field of vision expanding slightly, the previously obscured shapes in the dim light becoming increasingly distinct. A cacophony of sounds and scents overwhelmed her senses, intensifying her agitation. Even the whisper of the night breeze resonated in her ears like a tempest. Unable to contain herself, she curled into a ball, her clawed hands pressing against her ears, yet to no avail. Amidst this turmoil, her destructive urges only seemed to amplify. Desperately attempting to divert her attention from the overwhelming irritability, Agnes recalled her experiences hiding from werewolves on Puddle Street. She pondered why the werewolves had failed to detect her absence from the second room. Was it because she had traversed every room in the house, leaving traces of her scent throughout? Her thoughts began to slow, frustration mounting within her. The moon had now reached its zenith in the southern sky, and Agnes found herself fixated on the crimson orb, reflecting, "Red may very well become my most loathed color." This thought abruptly surfaced in her mind. In a fit of agitation, she clawed at the ground, leaving behind a series of deep scratches. The sharp contact of her nails against the floor produced a piercing sound, yet she seemed oblivious to it. Her gaze remained locked on the nearly blood-red moon, and she felt as though she had been cleaved in two. One part of her struggled under the curse of the werewolf, while the other hovered above, coldly observing her agonizing plight. Chapter 48, Proposal. Agnes sensed that her mind had become a blank slate, merely obeying the instincts to suppress her murderous and bloodthirsty urges, wrestling under the weight of the curse. She believed she heard herself howling, yet it felt as if she were silently curled up on the ground. The world around her seemed to consist solely of that near blood-red moon and herself, devoid of others. Yet, a lingering thread of rationality reminded her that this was not the case. Lord Rossi and Lady Jones were present on the rooftop, accompanying her. Still, it felt as though she had lost both sight and hearing, unable to perceive their figures or discern their words. Her vision appeared consumed by the crimson moon, while faint, indistinct noises buzzed in her ears. She thought she heard someone speaking to her, yet the words were indecipherable, as if multiple voices overlapped, obscuring their specific meanings. The surrounding clamor suddenly intensified, resembling the creaking of wooden doors, then morphing into what sounded like an argument, only to melt back into gentle reassurances. What were they saying? Agnes instinctively twitched her ears, striving to catch a clearer sound. It seemed as though someone grasped her arm, gently stroking her head, lingering by her ear for a moment before scratching her chin. She vaguely discerned someone calling her name and softly singing a lullaby. Agnes realized she could identify the lyrics, for the melody was too familiar to her. Yet, she questioned whether she truly heard the singer's voice or simply filled in the lyrics herself through the melody. Regardless, she indeed heard the song, grass dew and new buds, snow melting away. The world is vibrant, flowers bloom beneath the eaves. The scent of firewood wafts through the air. Breath mingles with twinkling stars. Honey and crystal form a rainbow. Tiny footprints create a tapestry. O Creator's brush, the blood coursing through my veins, flowing like a river. Radiant sunlight shines upon me. Sun-kissed skin glimmers in May's embrace. My palms carry the fragrance of flowers. Agnes faintly recognized the voice as her mother's. She opened her eyes to a shroud of darkness, her vision momentarily blurred before swiftly acclimating to the gloom. Instinctively, she tensed every muscle in her body, then leapt from her bed, nearly tumbling to the floor. She felt an overwhelming fatigue, as if all her strength had been drained. Agnes sensed that she had brushed against someone, and upon looking, she discovered it was her mother. Startled by Agnes's sudden movement, her mother rubbed her eyes and turned to her. Agnes felt a wave of excitement, only to be reminded of her earlier ungraceful actions, prompting her to instinctively cover her face, only to behold her sharp claws. Realizing she still bore the form of a werewolf, Agnes subconsciously shifted back to her human state. Wait! Agnes heard her mother raise her voice slightly. Confused, she gazed at her, her eyes, not yet fully returned to their human state, capturing her mother's slightly dazed expression. What is it, Mom? Agnes inquired. She noticed her mother hesitated momentarily before clearing her throat and replying, It's nothing, Agnes. Agnes refrained from pressing further, striking a match to ignite the oil lamp, illuminating the room instantly. She observed her mother glance at her with a hint of disappointment before quickly averting her gaze upon noticing Agnes's attention. Unable to suppress a smile, Agnes set the oil lamp on the table before turning to approach her mother. Her mother, tall and statuesque, towered over Agnes, who had yet to fully mature due to her recent illness. When they stood side by side, her mother appeared nearly a head taller than her. Gently, her mother enveloped Agnes in an embrace, resting her chin atop her head and tenderly nuzzling her hair. Mom! Agnes exclaimed with a hint of exasperation, raising her arms to shield her crown. Her mother chuckled lightly, brushing aside Agnes's arms without further action, merely smoothing down her brown locks. Aurelio misses you. Her mother began. Yes, I know. Agnes nodded, responding he visited last time. And father? Her mother, still toying with Agnes's hair, replied. Lorenzo is busy attending to matters with Aurelio. Thankfully, Aurelio is now able to assist him with some tasks. Agnes instinctively recalled the scandal involving the Blacksmiths Guild and, without hesitation, inquired, Is it about the guild? Her mother exhibited visible surprise before understanding dawned upon her. Did Aunt Rossi tell you? Agnes hesitated before nodding and added, When I encountered the Blacksmiths Guild theft case, Lord Rossi mentioned father's proposal to abolish the guild system. Indeed, her mother replied, shaking her head with a smile, not concealing the truth from Agnes. Recently, many who opposed it have begun to support Lorenzo's proposal. He is currently busy refining the draft of his proposal. Agnes nodded, choosing to remain silent. She couldn't shake the feeling that the sudden shift in many individuals' attitudes towards abolishing the guild system surely concealed deeper secrets. However, while she possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the political landscape of Fenibord, it was insufficient for her to discern the entirety from merely a fragment. Furthermore, she had yet to penetrate the social sphere, which meant she could presently revel in the joys of her youth without the burden of concerning herself with the complexities lurking beneath the surface. Despite the fact that her youthful exuberance seemed momentarily detached from genuine happiness, the matter of the Blacksmith Guild's theft was already of no concern to her, and she had no desire to expend her mental energy on matters that did not require her attention. What mattered most was when she could finally depart from this place. It was exceedingly conducive for her to assimilate the potion, and during this nearly month-long period, her progress with the prisoners had far surpassed the cumulative advancement she had made in the preceding 2 months. Had she only possessed a single dose of the prisoner potion within her, she would have surely completed the assimilation by now. Alas, she bore the burden of 2 distinct prisoner traits. Should she remain here for merely half a month longer, she was confident that she could complete her assimilation of the prisoners, a splendid opportunity for rapid potion digestion that Agnes was reluctant to relinquish. Chapter 49. Departure. Regrettably, the decision regarding her departure was not within Agnes's own grasp, but rather under the dominion of the Church. Moreover, she could not intentionally compromise her performance to remain, as the implications of her actions were intricately linked to her future, not merely a fleeting moment. According to the words of His Excellency Rossi, the Church's rationale for her confinement stemmed from 2 primary concerns: the possibility of her exposure to certain contaminations and the necessity to ascertain her condition under the full moon. The assessments for contamination had been conducted upon her initial return with the Watchers and had been repeated several times thereafter. leading the church to conclude that the original moon had not tainted Agnes. However, she harbored the lingering suspicion that this conclusion omitted significant details, such as the presence of other hidden contaminations within her. Naturally, all individuals within the church who had the authority to comprehend her situation were well aware of her condition, including her affliction and her potential connections to clandestine entities. The existence of other hidden contaminations was indisputable. Yet, after a period of observation, the church had determined that these entities did not presently pose a direct threat to others. Nevertheless, following the incident involving Lady Baines, the church might reassess its stance. Regarding her condition under the full moon, testing had occurred the previous night, and she had indeed succeeded in suppressing her murderous and bloodthirsty impulses. However, Agnes remained uncertain whether she had truly passed the church's test, as she had nearly lost consciousness, leaving only the instinct to restrain her primal urges. This suppression of desires had, in fact, contributed to her potion assimilation. Perhaps, mentioning her thoughts to His Excellency Rossi might warrant consideration. Agnes pondered uncertainly, setting aside her musings. Agnes turned her attention to conversing with her mother, as it had been nearly a month since they last spoke. April 16th, 1328. Today, I finally encounter my mother while in a state of clarity. During our conversation, although my mother instinctively avoided addressing her previous reluctance to see me while I was conscious, it was evident that she had come to terms with it. My mother's demeanor towards me seemed considerably gentler than before. Was it due to the guilt of previously avoiding me, or perhaps sorrow over my cursed transformation? Nevertheless, it felt far preferable to the gradual loss of my memories that I experienced in my ailing state. At the very least, I now possessed the intuition that I could accompany my mother until the end of her days without fearing the loss of my identity and the oblivion of forgetting everything. In the afternoon, His Excellency Rossi delivered the news that I would not be able to leave just yet. She informed me that a divergence had arisen within the church regarding their evaluation of my situation. The primary points of contention revolved around the matters of Eliza and Lady Baines, while the concerns previously mentioned by Rossi had been resolved. Furthermore, she indicated that this division had even resurrected the incident involving the medium who had first revealed the signs of my affliction. The information left by Lady Baines included her last inquiry about the reasons behind Eliza's restoration of self-awareness. This inquiry unexpectedly validated the close connection between Eliza's regained sanity and the hidden entities associated with me. According to reports from Celia, the contamination from the original moon that had afflicted Eliza had almost entirely been supplanted by another form of contamination. She had lost all recollection of how she regained her sanity and overcame the werewolf. Yet unlike Lady Baines, she did not exhibit signs of the same madness. These revelations substantiated the notion that the hidden entities connected to me were far more active than previously presumed. Additionally, in reference to the moment I had mentioned to His Excellency Rossi, when my memories began to blur, the church concluded that this hidden entity had actively intervened in the events surrounding the original moon. This raised a question: why would a typically dormant entity choose to engage in this matter? Could it signify that this hidden entity was not as innocuous as previously assessed? This led to a schism within the church. His Excellency Rossi informed me that, due to the ongoing discussions yielding no resolution, I would need to remain here for a while longer. This was not unexpected, and it aligned with my anticipations, yet it did not bring me joy. My mother was required to return tomorrow, as this was a critical period for my father's proposal to abolish the guild system, and my mother's social engagements would play a crucial role in garnering support. May 16th, 1328. I have now spent my second full moon night here. Perhaps due to experience or the partial digestion of the potion, I found this time considerably less burdensome than the first. The prisoner had completed his digestion by the 5th and was currently attempting to feign madness. The cleric who regularly delivered my meals was thoroughly frightened by me. On several occasions, he nearly believed I had lost control. His numerous reactions had significantly accelerated my potion digestion, though he had grown somewhat resistant to my performance. His Excellency Rossi informed me that the church had decided to release me, and I would be able to depart tomorrow. I inquired about the outcomes of the church's discussions, but Rossi hesitated before finally stating that it was a divine decision. Was it the Mother Goddess's oracle? It seemed she held a keen interest in my fate, and His Excellency Rossi was also a devotee of the Mother Goddess. Praise be to the Mother Goddess. To be honest, after nearly 2 months of residing here, the prospect of leaving so abruptly left me with a sense of reluctance. However, compared to that, I yearned for the comfort of my soft bed, the brightness of my windows, and the flowers blooming outside. It was already May, and I could imagine the vibrant blossoms adorning the landscape, creating a breathtaking scene. Agnes followed Lady Jones out of the church's underground passage. The bright sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows, prompting her to instinctively raise her arm to shield her eyes. During the past 2 months, she had only emerged from the depths after dusk, rarely experiencing daylight. Her time spent in this subterranean realm felt akin to slumbering in the depths like a vampire. Though she was, in fact, a werewolf, Agnes mused. As she gradually acclimated to the glaring sunlight, she lowered her arm and gazed ahead. She beheld the grand dome of the church, resembling the undulating canopy of trees, extending outward. The flanking columns stood tall, like the trunks of trees, reaching skyward. The light filtering through the stained glass cast a kaleidoscope of colors upon the ground, reminiscent of blossoms blooming on the forest floor, infused with vibrant life. It felt as though she were immersed in a lush woodland, with her mother and brother standing amidst the greenery, smiling down at her. Chapter 50. Resistance? On this Sunday, the church was bustling with worshippers, yet by this point, the priest had already concluded the Mass, and many had departed, leaving only a handful of attendees. Aurelio appeared somewhat impatient as he approached, his excitement rendering him oblivious to the decorum expected in public. Agnes observed Aurelio's mother beside him, who shook her head with a resigned smile. Aurelio leaned slightly forward, opened his arms, and embraced Agnes, who felt the strength of his hold. After a moment's hesitation, she reciprocated the embrace, gently patting his back twice. Mrs. Jones, standing nearby, chuckled at the sight and remarked to Aurelio's mother, "Mariana, your 2 children share a remarkable bond." Mariana merely smiled warmly, watching Agnes and Aurelio. Aurelio, finally recalling his surroundings, released his embrace and scrutinized Agnes before bowing slightly to Mrs. Jones and expressing, "Aunt Jones." "Thank you for escorting Agnes." Mrs. Jones replied with a smile, "It is my duty. Agnes hasn't been home in quite some time, and I thought it best to return her swiftly. I hope you will excuse any impropriety on my part." Aurelio responded with brisk efficiency, "Of course. Until we meet again. Olivia." Mariana bid farewell with a smile. Mrs. Jones nodded, saying, "Farewell, Mariana, Aurelio, and the lovely little Agnes." "Goodbye, Mrs. Jones," Agnes earnestly replied. Mrs. Jones affectionately tousled Agnes's hair as she departed the church, traversed the flower square, and boarded the carriage. Once seated, Agnes regarded Aurelio with a curious gaze, causing him to shift uncomfortably under her scrutiny. Unable to contain himself, Aurelio finally inquired, "Agnes, why do you stare at me?" Agnes burst into laughter and replied, "Our Mr. Pagny is quite assertive today." Aurelio's ears flushed slightly as he coughed and averted his gaze. Mariana, with a subtle smile, interjected, "Aurelio has been assisting your father with some matters recently, and he has done admirably." "Aurelio is quite impressive," Agnes exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. Noticing Aurelio's ears nearly crimson, he quickly covered her mouth, exclaiming with mock indignation, "Mention your gift again, it will vanish." Agnes raised her hands in surrender, prompting Aurelio to release his hold on her mouth. Mariana watched the playful exchange between her 2 children, her expression one of gentle amusement. As the carriage fell into silence, Agnes no longer teased Aurelio, observing that his ears had returned to their normal hue. Leaning closer, she whispered, "Aurelio, will you tell me secretly what my gift is?" Aurelio's gray-blue eyes sparkled with mischief as he responded, "Guess." Agnes frowned in dissatisfaction and turned to her mother for assistance, but Mariana merely smiled at the two without responding. "All right, let me guess. Did you find me a new piano?" Aurelio shook his head with a grin, replying, "You guessed wrong. It is much smaller than that." "A violin, then?" Agnes ventured uncertainly. Aurelio shook his head again. Agnes, unable to resist, clung to Aurelio's arm and pouted, "Just tell me." Aurelio remained steadfast, shaking his head. Frustrated, Agnes returned to her seat, falling silent. The carriage was enveloped in an atmosphere of quietude. "Are you upset?" Aurelio leaned closer to inquire. "No," Agnes replied, turning her head away sullenly. Aurelio, unable to resist, ruffled her hair, only to be met with her discontented grip. He chuckled softly and settled beside her, whispering, "If I tell you, there will be no surprise." His eyes twinkled with joy. "Very well," Agnes said, sounding somewhat disappointed. In the distance, a commotion caught Agnes's attention, and she peered out the carriage window. A long procession was marching down the street, the majority of its participants robust and clad in mismatched, soiled attire. Agnes's keen eyes discerned the rough hands of the marchers, who brandished banners inscribed with the demand to reject the abolition of the guild system. She heard their chants echoing similar sentiments. The carriage halted, likely impeded by the parade. Agnes turned her gaze back to Aurelio, who wore a troubled expression as he drew the curtains closed. I did not anticipate encountering such a situation, he remarked. Agnes nodded in agreement. Aurelio sat across from Agnes, hesitating before explaining. As you know, due to various historical factors, Phenobot did not fully reform in the wake of the industrialization wave that swept from Intis, leaving the issue of guilds unresolved. Now, guilds have become an impediment to Phenobot's development. To quote Emperor Roselle, this system is more suited to individualism than industrialization. Moreover, many guilds operate as monopolies, inflating the prices of goods, which is detrimental to Phenobot's exports. Aurelio sighed, continuing, in Phenobot and some larger cities, guilds hold relatively little power, while in smaller towns, they monopolize most artisans. They restrict the number of apprentices and journeymen, prohibit members from employing any tools or methods outside of established practices, strictly control the quantity of goods produced, and forbid undercutting prices. In cities where they can monopolize, they control the supply of raw materials and mandate that local artisans must join their ranks. In some cities, they even participate in municipal governance. Agnes, deep in thought, lifted the curtain to gaze at the procession outside. But the artisans support them, do they not? She mused, noting their fervent proclamations that seemed to incite the craftsmen. Aurelio, watching the parade, sighed. They claim to employ every means to provide equal opportunities for all members, shielding them from exploitation by merchants. But how genuine is that? They internally distinguish between masters and journeymen, and for a journeyman to ascend to master status, there are stringent economic prerequisites. In fact, many guilds have fixed membership numbers, making it challenging for journeymen to achieve mastery. Unfortunately, many independent artisans are unaware of these realities. They are merely drawn to the allure of the guild's claims. Are the affluent masters staunch supporters of the guild system? Agnes inquired, her gaze fixed on the passing throng. Aurelio paused, shaking his head. To my knowledge, not entirely. Many wealthy individuals within the guilds are dissatisfied with certain regulations, such as the strict limits on goods and the prohibition of price cutting. However, discontent with specific rules does not equate to a rejection of the guild system. They largely view it as a safeguard for their interests. As the procession moved past, the carriage resumed its journey. Agnes drew the curtains and turned to Aurelio, remarking, "It seems this is, in fact, a fragile and rigid alliance." Aurelio chuckled and shook his head, replying, "Fragile? They are anything but weak." Agnes continued, "Perhaps my understanding of this is insufficient. I may have underestimated the strength of the guild. Based on what you have just shared, I sense that this system could easily crumble without coercive measures." Aurelio gazed at Agnes with a smile, asking, "What idea has our little Agnes conceived?" She gently shook her head, saying, "It's not really an idea. I merely believe there are certain aspects we can exploit. Firstly, their foundation is rather unstable. You mentioned that the transition from apprentice to master craftsman is heavily restricted. Yet it is the masters who constitute their membership. Apprentices find it challenging to reap sufficient benefits from the guild, leading to a lack of loyalty. Instead, they may develop resentment. Although the membership is predominantly composed of masters, their primary workforce consists of apprentices. Should the apprentices reject the guild's organization and choose to form their own, the guild would lose its main source of labor. If another organization treats them marginally better, the apprentices will be inclined to leave the guild. As long as the departure from the guild is unobstructed, it could significantly weaken the guild. However, apprentices are unlikely to conceive the notion of establishing their own organization without some form of guidance. Aurelio looked at Agnes with a hint of surprise, saying, "I had considered that." Agnes cast a sideways glance at Aurelio, chuckling softly, "You are rather full of yourself." Aurelio playfully flicked her forehead and laughed. "What nonsense are you spouting? Even father hadn't thought of this. Your sarcasm isn't directed solely at me. Mother's right here watching." Their mother couldn't help but laugh, waving her hand and saying, "I won't tell Lorenzo." Agnes teasingly looked at Aurelio. "See, mother won't say a word." Aurelio shook his head in resignation and inquired, "That was your first point. What else do you have?" Agnes nodded, "Yes. The previous methods you mentioned are more suited for guilds with weaker influence in larger cities, whereas in smaller cities where the guild holds considerable power, apprentices find it difficult to break away. Thus, different strategies are required in these smaller locales. This brings me to my second point. We should target the affluent members." "Affluent members? I've tried. It's somewhat challenging to win them over," Aurelio replied, shaking his head. Agnes smiled, saying, "Why the sudden urgency? Let me finish. You previously mentioned that many wealthy craftsmen are indeed dissatisfied with certain guild regulations, yet they still view the guild system as a safeguard for their interests. This is likely because they have not discovered an alternative organization that would satisfy them more. We can establish a new organization addressing their grievances with guild regulations. such as permitting them to utilize tools and methods they deem superior, providing channels for them to sell their products elsewhere, and even assisting them in forming their own apprentice organizations. They don't need excessive privileges. As long as they perceive this new organization as more profitable than the guild, they will naturally choose to abandon the guild in favor of supporting the new entity. After all, in such a loosely knit alliance as the guild, loyalty is often tied to the benefits received. Of course, the affluent craftsmen who transition away from the guild may no longer identify as craftsmen. Perhaps they will become factory owners? These 2 points address internal issues. There are also some external measures, which I presume you and Father are currently undertaking. Agnes smiled mysteriously, looking at Aurelio and playfully winking. Aurelio pondered, politically rendering them illegal and economically restricting their growth. Agnes nodded, correct. But there should be one more thing I recall Father having done. Creating a media campaign for the abolition of the guild system? Aurelio speculated. Agnes nodded and added, indeed, the power of public opinion. It can be utilized even more effectively. Previously, Father only published articles in the newspapers. But we could also spread rumors and other means to undermine support for the guild system. For instance, revealing the true workings of the guild, prompting prospective craftsmen to reconsider their futures, informing citizens that the guild restricts the number of goods and forbids members from underpricing, thereby inciting public sympathy to wane. Many of these points have been discussed by Father in the newspapers. Aurelio remarked, yes, in the newspapers. However, those who read newspapers must possess a certain social standing. And these individuals often have various considerations. The petty matters mentioned frequently do not harm their interests. Therefore, we need to rally the ordinary citizens who would genuinely harbor grievances against the guild's practices. Ordinary citizens? What can they do? Aurelio questioned. Agnes replied with a smile. Do not underestimate them. When they can be organized, even the king cannot ignore them. Agnes grinned at Aurelio. She mused, if only this world lacked extraordinary forces. Perhaps we could send the king to the guillotine? Would you care to try? Aurelio asked, looking at Agnes. Don't frighten me, he added, as he met her gaze, shivering slightly and playfully tapped her head, saying, I have a feeling you're contemplating something sinister. Chapter 52, Aurelio's Gift. Upon returning home, Aurelio took Agnes by the hand to avoid their mother and led her to the study, drawing the curtains before mysteriously producing a small box. What gift is so enigmatic? Agnes chuckled at Aurelio's antics. Open it and see. Aurelio urged with an expectant glimmer in his eyes as Agnes accepted the box and slowly opened it. Inside lay a beautifully crafted bracelet, seemingly made of silver, adorned with delicate flowers of purple and blue gemstones. It appeared somewhat dainty, but seemed to fit Agnes's wrist perfectly. She sensed an unusual aura emanating from the bracelet, though it did not feel overtly dangerous. Furrowing her brow, she reached for the bracelet. What do you think? Do you like it? Aurelio asked with a grin. This isn't an ordinary bracelet. Where did you acquire it? Agnes inquired, gazing up at Aurelio. He nodded, affirming yes. I know, which is why I chose to give it to you. Agnes regarded him disapprovingly, saying, most of these items are quite perilous. You are not an extraordinary being. It would be wise to avoid such things. Aurelio chuckled and tousled her hair, replying, I am aware. That is why once I placed the bracelet in this box. I have not opened it since. Very well, but you still Haven Tea told me where you obtained it. Agnes pressed, displeased as she brushed Aurelio's hand aside. Aurelio sighed in resignation, stating, I had someone procure it from a member of the Church of Steam and Machinery from Mentis. What do you think? Rest assured, I won't casually attend gatherings of extraordinary beings like those who are infatuated with mysticism yet oblivious to the dangers involved. Agnes nodded, asking, what did you exchange for it? Just some gold liras. I've been doing quite well lately. Father increased my allowance, making it easy to afford this bracelet, Aurelio replied nonchalantly. All right then, Agnes said, shaking her head with a bemused smile. Well, would you like to know what effects this bracelet possesses? Aurelio asked eagerly. Agnes feigned curiosity, and Aurelio began to recount the bracelet's abilities with satisfaction. This bracelet primarily possesses two capabilities. Firstly, the ability of invisibility can be acquired by merely touching the azure gemstone, endowing one with the power to become unseen, albeit for a limited duration, typically no longer than an hour. Otherwise, it may drain one's spiritual essence. Secondly, the effect of incitement can be activated by touching the violet gemstone, subsequently provoking discord and instigating conflict through one's actions. According to a member of the Steam Church, the negative repercussions of this artifact are not particularly severe, provided that one's blood does not come into contact with the gem. Otherwise, the bracelet may impose a curse via the blood as a conduit, with the nature of the curse being unpredictable. It could manifest as minor malevolent spells or potentially fatal hexes. As Agnes listened to Aurelio's account, she instinctively murmured, "Witch? What did you say? Witch?" Aurelio inquired curiously, gazing at Agnes. "I assert that the materials of this bracelet must possess characteristics of a witch," Agnes proclaimed, slightly raising her voice. "A witch? Is that a designation for extraordinary beings?" "Yes." Agnes nodded. "It sounds like a title exclusive to females," Aurelio remarked with a smile. Agnes's expression suddenly turned peculiar as she regarded Aurelio in silence. Aurelio, somewhat perplexed, asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something amiss?" Agnes shook her head, neither affirming nor denying, but rather stated, "It's not entirely incorrect. Indeed, witches are predominantly female." Aurelio, still observing Agnes with a hint of bewilderment, could not help but shudder slightly, then remarked, "Witches are females." "I spoke truthfully." Agnes smiled, yet continued, "However, not all who choose to become witches are women. Are there men who choose to be witches?" Aurelio's eyes widened in astonishment. Agnes nodded affirmatively. "Unbelievable," Aurelio exclaimed, visibly shaken. He queried, "What happened to these men? Did they perish in the process?" "No, they're still alive," Agnes replied, gradually losing her composure, her expression becoming increasingly strange. Aurelio, perceiving the oddity in Agnes's demeanor, sensed an implication and asked, "So, did these men transform into women?" Agnes nodded, her face reflecting an odd mixture of emotions. "Terrifying. Simply terrifying," Aurelio muttered to himself, then looked up and inquired, "Do you know what the precursor designation for witches is?" Agnes picked up the bracelet and pointed at the blue gemstone, remaining silent. Incitator? Aurelio pondered aloud. Agnes nodded, hesitated momentarily, then felt compelled to add, "Before that, it was assassin." Assassin, incitator. Aurelio repeated the two potion names several times, saying, "It seems utterly unrelated to witches." Agnes nodded in agreement. Aurelio shook his head, as if attempting to dispel some disconcerting thoughts. "Let us not dwell on this topic any longer. It becomes increasingly unsettling the more I contemplate it." He picked up the bracelet, expressing his discontent. "I shall find you another gift. This one feels rather ominous." Agnes paused, then smiled as she reclaimed the bracelet, stating, "You've already given it to me. How can you take it back?" She adorned her left wrist with the bracelet, its size fitting perfectly, the purple and blue gemstones accentuating her fair skin. "I find this gift delightful. I truly adore it." "You shall not exchange it for another," Agnes declared with a smile. "I merely mentioned the matter of witches to caution you to be wary of certain enchanting women in your vicinity." Agnes leaned closer to Aurelio and whispered. Aurelio chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "Your warning is far too effective. Henceforth, my first reaction upon seeing a woman will be to ponder whether she is a man in disguise." Agnes hesitated, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks, and replied, "Well, it's actually quite easy to discern. Most of them tend to be rather indulgent." Aurelio, bemused, gazed at Agnes and queried, "Are you worried I might be seduced by those social butterflies? Have you become so coarse? You need a refresher course in etiquette." Agnes retorted, her cheeks flushed as she playfully punched Aurelio on the back. Chapter 53. A Holiday with Uncertain End Times. Aurelio raised his hands in surrender. Agnes slightly turned her head, saying, "Father is a principal advocate for abolishing the guild system. As you assist him, many who cannot act against him will turn their attention to you." Aurelio nodded with a smile. "Fear not. I shall not be deceived by sugar-coated bombs. After all, our dear Agnes has devised such an excellent strategy. I cannot afford to falter, can I?" Agnes did not meet Aurelio's gaze, asking, "Will father truly adopt it?" "I believe he will certainly consider your proposal," Aurelio replied, momentarily taken aback. "This time, we shall undoubtedly succeed in abolishing the archaic guild system," Aurelio stated with a sense of conviction. Agnes turned to him, nodding, choosing not to pursue the topic further, instead smiling and saying, "I believe I have yet to express my gratitude for your gift, Aurelio." Aurelio tousled Agnes's hair affectionately, responding with a cheerful hum. "Would you care to take a stroll this afternoon?" Agnes pondered briefly, responding, "I plan to visit the Isulia Biological Research Institute first. If time permits, I would like to check out the Musicians Association. Is it true that one cannot bring a maid to the Biological Research Institute?" "Indeed," Agnes confirmed. Aurelio nodded. "I shall accompany you this afternoon." Agnes shook her head with a smile. "There's no need. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters. You have been quite busy lately, and it would be unnecessary for you to waste time accompanying me." Aurelio, visibly displeased, countered, "How could accompanying my sister be a waste of time? I'm not like father, who is perpetually tied up. If I can spare the time, of course, I shall accompany you." However, Agnes's words were interrupted by Aurelio, Just grant me a legitimate excuse to be lazy. You have no idea how father exploits me. It's utterly inhumane. Aurelio appeared dramatically tormented. Agnes, about to protest, instead found herself acquiescing. Very well. Let us go together this afternoon. Aurelio smiled contentedly. Excellent. I shall seek out father first. Agnes nodded in agreement. Aurelio turned and exited, while Agnes silently watched his retreating figure, her eyes slightly lowered, casting a shadow of contemplation. It seemed that father was rather impatient. But why? Yet, it appeared that her brother was unaware of the reasons. Never mind. Let us see whether father will adopt my suggestions and which parts he may choose to implement. Agnes retrieved her diary, having been diligently writing in it, and took from a shelf her black notebook adorned with rose patterns. Still needing to transcribe her notes. How troublesome. Please wait here for a moment. I shall be down shortly, Agnes told Aurelio. With a touch of apology, she smiled at old Hughes, saying, I appreciate your patience, Mr. Hughes. Miss Spinoza, you remain ever so polite. However, you may call me old Hughes, he replied with a resigned smile, offering Aurelio a cup of red tea. Agnes smiled back, nodded, and ascended the staircase. She rapped lightly on the door to her room. Come in, Mr. Claude, a slightly hoarse voice called out. Captain, Agnes entered the room. Inside, Mr. Claude remained seated behind his wooden desk, having changed from his original high-collared sweater into a striped shirt layered with a gray vest, while a black overcoat hung on the coat rack behind him. Mr. Claude was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Agnes, before breaking into a smile and inquiring, What brings you here today? I heard you only returned home this morning. Agnes pulled out a chair opposite Mr. Claude and seated herself. I suppose that regardless of when I arrive, the outcome remains unchanged. Therefore, it is perhaps wiser for me to come earlier and solidify the results. This way, both you and I, Captain, can find it a tad more effortless. Mr. Claude shook his head in resignation, retrieving a folder from his drawer and handing it to Agnes. The church deems your current state somewhat unstable, rendering you unfit for assignments at this time. Hence, you find yourself on a temporary leave of indeterminate duration, he explained. Agnes accepted the folder, glancing inside to find a notice of her enforced leave from the Nature's Heart Squad, along with an approval for a prolonged absence from the Research Institute. Naturally, there will be no salary during your leave, Mr. Claude added. Agnes shook her head, responding, That is to be expected. What I truly wish to ascertain is whether my initiation task is considered complete. Indeed, for you have indeed slain Theodore Wesley, Mr. Claude affirmed. Agnes nodded, then added, Actually, I have another matter to discuss today. She removed a bracelet from her left wrist and presented it to Mr. Claude. Aurelio gifted me this morning, claiming it to be an extraordinary item he procured from a member of the Steam and Machinery God Church. I'm aware of this, Mr. Claude replied with a smile as he returned the bracelet. It was indeed acquired from a member of the Steam and Machinery God Church. Agnes looked at Mr. Claude with curiosity, asking, I find it rather puzzling that a member of the Steam and Machinery God Church would sell such an extraordinary item to an ordinary person. Mr. Claude chuckled softly, shaking his head. It was not he who purchased it himself. He enlisted the help of an extraordinary individual to acquire it. Agnes pondered for a moment before asking, Was it someone from the church? Logically speaking, even if the transaction had gone through others, Mr. Claude should not be so well informed about it. Mr. Claude nodded, but refrained from revealing the individual's name. Does Aurelio know? Agnes inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Mr. Claude shook his head. I am uncertain, but it is likely he does not. Agnes nodded in understanding. Very well, I comprehend. She did not press further, gathering the folder and rising to leave. Wait, Mr. Claude called after her, retrieving a slip of paper from his drawer and handing it to Agnes. Your salary and allowances. Agnes took the paper, calculating roughly. She found it amounted to nearly 20 gold liras. I find it curious that I have received nearly 2 months' salary despite not having worked a full month, she remarked. It is the first time I have heard someone inquire so directly, Mr. Claude chuckled, shaking his head. Of that total, 9 gold liras and 6 reals constitute your first month's salary and allowances, while the remainder is compensation. For my enforced leave? Agnes asked. Indeed, Mr. Claude confirmed with a nod. Agnes tucked the slip into her satchel, stating, All right, I understand. I shall take my leave now. After taking a few steps, she turned back, saying, Captain, could you kindly relay a message to Renice? Please ask her to meet me at the Musicians Association in Fainport on her day off this Wednesday. I shall be waiting for her. Chapter 54, Marcono. The Musicians Association in Fainport was rather deserted that afternoon, and Marcono Costa seized the opportunity to peruse a beginner's music book. An orphan boy, Marcono considered himself fortunate. He had encountered his mentor, Mr. Connie, before life's burdens had numbed him. Upon learning that Marcono had temporarily lost his job, his teacher graciously introduced him to a position at the association's front desk, providing him with a more manageable occupation. Hearing the sound of a carriage halting outside, Marcono set his book down and looked toward the door. A gentleman in his 20s descended from the carriage, clad in a beige long coat and donning a light gray wide-brimmed hat. The coat was unbuttoned, revealing a deep gray waistcoat and trousers, complemented by a brown-striped tie at the collar. After stepping down, he turned, extending his hand toward the carriage door. A slender, pale hand adorned with a silver bracelet rested upon his, belonging to a young lady who appeared to be no more than 13 or 14 years old. Indeed, it would be appropriate to refer to her as a young miss. She, too, wore a beige coat, adorned with a chestnut green satin ribbon and a lightweight white veil hat. The coat hung loosely on her frame, revealing the brown-edged collar of a white blouse beneath. Marcono noticed the young miss lift her gaze toward him, her complexion remarkably pale, with a gentle smile gracing her soft-featured face, reminiscent of the legendary vampires spoken of in Fameport. As the pair approached, he instinctively straightened and tucked away his book. The young miss reached the front desk and softly inquired, "Good day, sir. May I ask if Mr. Connie is present today?" Marcono involuntarily paused, turning his attention to her. Agnes, keenly observant, detected the momentary stiffness in the front desk attendant's demeanor and furrowed her brow slightly, asking, "Is something the matter? Is Mr. Connie not here?" Agnes instinctively scrutinized the attendant. He bore the scent of pine resin, appeared slightly older than her, perhaps around 15 or 16, possessing chestnut hair and gray eyes, with pronounced features and dressed in the association's standard attire. His hands bore some calluses, though not so thick as to hinder dexterity. She surmised he had engaged in manual labor, albeit not for an extended period. The calluses on his left middle finger and the area near his thumb were particularly noticeable, suggesting a preference for using his left hand. Agnes observed that his fingernails were clipped very short, nearly enveloped by flesh with fresh, thin calluses evident on the tips of his left fingers, coupled with the scent of pine resin emanating from him. She deduced that he had likely studied the violin for some time, though not extensively. A sudden hypothesis formed in Agnes's mind, prompting her to smile a bit brighter as she asked, "Are you Mr. Connie's new student, Marcono Costa?" Marcono instinctively nodded, then felt a twinge of regret for his reaction. Asking, "Miss, may I inquire what business you have with Mr. Connie?" He suddenly recalled Mr. Connie mentioning he was not the sole pupil. Hesitating, he added, "Are you another one of Mr. Connie's students?" Agnes nodded with composure. Marcono gazed at Agnes in delight. He had never encountered Mr. Connie's other student before, believing he might never meet her, only to find her here today. When he had learned of the existence of another pupil, he had inquired about her identity, but Mr. Connie had hesitated for quite some time before revealing only that she was a noble young lady, refusing to divulge anything further. When he had asked when he might meet her, Mr. Connie had merely stated that she had recently experienced some issues, leaving the certainty of their future encounters in doubt. Marcono was unaware of the specifics of her troubles, yet he sensed Mr. Conti's pessimism regarding the prospect of seeing her again. He had always found it perplexing as to why Mr. Connie believed he could not see the other party. Now, however, he understood. Judging by the appearance of this young lady, it was evident that she had been gravely ill prior. Presumably, Mr. Connie was aware of her condition and felt that she would likely be unable to return to the Musicians' Association in the future, while he himself found it difficult to gain entry into an aristocratic household. Nevertheless, the fact that this young lady had come here today suggested a marked improvement in her health. "My name is Agnes Pagny. You may simply call me Agnes," she stated with a smile. Marcono nodded and replied, "Very well, Miss Agnes." Agnes shook her head gently and said, "No need for Miss, just Agnes will suffice." Marcono hesitated briefly before conceding, "All right, Agnes. Mr. Connie is rehearsing the orchestra upstairs, preparing for next month's concert." "Very well," Agnes acknowledged with a smile. Marcono hesitated again, then offered, "Shall I accompany you upstairs?" Agnes declined with a shake of her head, saying, "No, I can manage on my own. Don't you need to oversee things here?" "All right." Marcono acquiesced after a moment's consideration, nodding as he informed her, "Mr. Conti is in rehearsal room number 1. Room number 1 was the largest rehearsal space in the Musicians' Association, almost akin to a small concert hall. "Then, until we meet again, Marcono," Agnes said with a smile. "Indeed, until we meet again," Marcono replied. Turning to Aurelio, Agnes said, "Let us ascend." Aurelio nodded in agreement. At the staircase, Agnes could already hear the music resonating within, so she paused at the door of rehearsal room number 1, listening intently. The symphony was grand and imposing. From it, Agnes perceived highlands, desolate plains, tempestuous winds, and torrential rains. She could hear the cries of people, the clash of weapons, the darkened skies, and swirling sands. She heard weeping that turned to moan and laughter that met with demise upon the battlefield. With a slight sigh, Agnes recognized this was yet another symphonic piece drawn from Mr. Connie's experiences in the southern continent. Though she was not well versed in the situation there, she was aware of the ravages of war and the escalating conflicts that plagued the region. Chapter 55, Mr. Connie's Commentary. Agnes waited until the music within had gradually subsided before she knocked and entered. Mr. Conti glanced at Agnes, offered a few instructions to the orchestra members, and then approached her. "Good afternoon, Mr. Connie," Agnes greeted first. Mr. Connie smiled and nodded, responding, "Good afternoon, Agnes." He then turned to Aurelio, saying, "Hello, Mr. Pagny." Aurelio smiled and nodded back, "Hello, Mr. Connie. Come, I have arranged the orchestra's training. Let us proceed to my office," Mr. Connie said cheerfully, opening the door and leading Agnes and Aurelio out. The trio ascended another flight of stairs and entered Mr. Connie's office. The office appeared quite modest. Beside the door stood a black iron coat rack. A rustic wooden desk graced the window's side, while a leather sofa and a low coffee table occupied the opposite side. On one side of the coffee table rested a black iron music stand and a piano. Mr. Connie removed his coat and hung it on the rack, and the three settled onto the sofa. "You seem to be in fairly good spirits now," Mr. Connie remarked. Agnes helplessly raised her hand to touch her face, replying, "I suppose so, though I appear rather unwell. Marcono clearly thinks I am gravely ill." Aurelio expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Anyone who sees your complexion would not conclude that you are in good health, especially since you are indeed unwell." Agnes offered a resigned smile. "See, even my brother thinks so." Mr. Conti chuckled softly. "No matter, with proper care, you should recover swiftly." Agnes smiled, but chose not to pursue the topic further. She retrieved a few sheets of paper filled with musical scores from her small bag and handed them to Mr. Connie. "I have attempted to compose 2 pieces during this time." Mr. Connie took the scores and examined them closely, inquiring, "For violin performance?" "Yes." Agnes responded with a hint of shyness. "I only had a violin available under the limited conditions, so I gave it a try." "Do they have titles?" Mr. Connie asked. "None." Agnes shook her head. "For now, they are only numbered." She had labeled them as the first piece, a variation in a minor for violin, and the second, a G major minuet. Mr. Connie made no comment, but began tapping his fingers in rhythm, softly humming the melodies. Agnes remained silent, awaiting Mr. Connie's critique, while Aurelio listened intently. Curiosity etched on his face. Mr. Connie hummed through both pieces, contemplating before stating, "I need to hear you perform them on the violin." He rose and walked toward the cabinet, prompting Agnes to stand hastily. Mr. Connie placed Agnes's written scores on a music stand and retrieved his violin case from the cabinet. Carefully opening the case, he extracted the instrument and bow, meticulously fitting the shoulder rest and rosin onto the bow. He handed the violin to Agnes, saying with a smile, "I believe you are quite familiar with my instrument." "Indeed," Agnes replied, carefully accepting the violin with a smile. "Let us begin by discussing the variation." "Very well," Agnes responded. Not glancing at the score on the stand, she positioned herself and commenced to play. She was, of course, well acquainted with the piece she had composed. During her 2 months in the church's underground, aside from journaling, contemplating her role, and honing her skills, she had devoted most of her energy to these 2 compositions. The potency of the potion had not only augmented her physical capabilities during combat, but had also benefited her violin playing, enhancing her finger dexterity, enabling her to execute left-hand pizzicato with ease, and allowing for more refined control over her bowing techniques. This newfound control came after inadvertently damaging 2 pens and subsequently acquiring a new bow for her violin. The lycanthropic traits enhanced her physical prowess far beyond the initial effects she experienced upon consuming the prisoner. Although Agnes had gained experience in managing her physical strength, the church's underground lacked suitable facilities and tools. Thus, it took her 2 to 3 days to refine her strength control and nearly a week to master the finer aspects of her physical power. Other abilities acquired from the potion took her about a month to familiarize herself with, yet she could not claim complete mastery, as it required her active control to utilize these abilities, one of the costs she had to bear. Mr. Connie listened intently to Agnes's performance, while Aurelio observed her with a smile. When Agnes finally set down the violin, Mr. Connie remarked, "Your violin technique has become increasingly proficient." Agnes smiled, choosing not to respond. She practiced the violin daily in the church's underground, just as she had previously with the piano. Mr. Connie refrained from further comment on this, shifting the conversation. "Do you not think that the rapid large-span string crossings in this piece are somewhat excessive?" Agnes remained silent, thoughtfully awaiting Mr. Connie's ensuing remarks. Mr. Connie, noticing that Agnes was still intently gazing at him, began to elucidate. The main melody of your piece is indeed quite exquisite, imbued with a crystalline and transparent solitude, as well as a pure, melancholic sentiment, reminiscent of flowers adorned with dew by the lakeside in the early morn. However, the excessive rapid string crossings have somewhat diluted the purity of your composition, consequently diminishing its emotional resonance. I believe you understand that appropriate and measured techniques can enhance the expressiveness of our music, whereas an overabundance of technical flair risks rendering the piece hollow and lifeless. Music is a wondrous domain. Staccato bowing can convey a lively, fragmented, and elastic effect. Legato bowing, on the other hand, produces a clear and distinct sound, akin to pearls cascading upon the ground, exuding elegance, grandeur, or light-hearted whimsy. Rapid, large-band string crossings allow two melodies to coexist in both the high and low registers, while left-hand pizzicato can complement various bowing techniques, even serving as an accompaniment to the main melody, and finger-tapping can create a sense of continuity. Although a piece laden with intricate techniques may appear impressive and enigmatic, the thoughts and emotions concealed beneath the notes can easily be overshadowed by an excess of such complexities, thereby diminishing the piece's emotional impact. After all, you would not wish for your music to be likened to the laughter of an old woman, would you? Agnes could not help but chuckle, and Aurelio beside her joined in. Chapter 56. The Busy Aurelio. Mr. Connie could be rather obstinate at times, his views leaning towards the academic. Indeed, in the realm of the arcane, there is scarcely a place for mere showmanship. Mr. Connie's perspective is emblematic of the prevailing ideology in this world. The evolution of virtuosity necessitates numerous factors, including the construction of the violin, the manner of holding it, and the transition of performance venues from court to salons and concert halls. Throughout the annals of the arcane world, there has been little opportunity for figures akin to Paganini to emerge, at least during the Fifth Epoch. Neither the northern nor the southern continents witnessed the arrival of the Baroque-style violin, which, while aesthetically pleasing and elegant, limited the mobility of the left hand. This is largely attributable to the influence of Emperor Roselle, who, despite perhaps being constrained by his own musical limitations, left an indelible mark on the realm of instruments. Both the violin and the piano owe their existence to his ingenuity. Prior to Emperor Roselle's era, only prototypes akin to the viola existed. However, he successfully crafted the violin, which, possessing a superior tonal quality and allowing for a greater range of playing techniques, gradually supplanted the earlier string instruments and garnered the admiration of many musicians. Initially, it made its way into court concerts, swiftly proliferating across the noble gatherings of various nations, driven by the aristocratic penchant for ostentation. Following Emperor Roselle's initiation of the Industrial Revolution, the violin found its way into the homes of the burgeoning middle class. With the gradual rise of public concerts, it became a staple of musical performances. Similarly, the trajectory of the piano's development mirrors that of the violin. Conversely, the guitar has faced a rather different fate. In contrast to the piano and violin, the guitar appears overly accessible, and its role occasionally overlaps with that of the theorbo. The proud aristocrats deemed their lutes sufficient, relegating the guitar to the status of a niche instrument, which, for nearly 2 centuries, has struggled to find a path to successful evolution, perhaps a reflection of the times. Regrettably, the rapid pace of the Industrial Revolution initiated by Emperor Roselle truncated the timeline, preventing the violin from developing a more refined technique in such a brief period, thus leaving no room for genius to flourish. Although the burgeoning bourgeoisie were eager to showcase their status through the fashionable concerts favored by the nobility, they lacked the time and experience to cultivate the requisite discernment for appreciating intricate compositions. The violinists who had just departed from court performances were cautiously exploring the methods of hosting salon and public concerts. While music is indeed a universal language, it is undeniable that the emerging bourgeois class gravitated towards melodies that possessed greater emotional impact. Alas, in this era, no figure akin to Paganini has emerged, one who could both dazzle with technical prowess and infuse their performances with profound emotional resonance. Presently, within the realm of the violin, the notion that technique should not compromise musicality has undeniably become a principle akin to political correctness. Having laughed to her heart's content, Agnes picked up her violin, omitting the rapid, large-band string crossings from the beginning and end sections of her piece, opting instead for variations of other forms, leaving only the central portion intact. In truth, her earlier reliance on such rapid techniques stemmed from her newfound endurance. Having discovered that she could execute these crossings without fatigue, she had inadvertently overindulged. Mr. Connie listened intently to Agnes's performance, occasionally tapping his fingers in rhythm. "It sounds much better this way," he remarked with a smile. Taking the violin from Agnes, he suggested, I believe we can experiment with measure 1014 in this manner. He played through the measure and turned to Agnes. After a moment of careful contemplation, she replied, perhaps we could give it a try. Just as Agnes was about to elaborate, a knock resounded at the door. The three inside turned their attention toward the entrance, where Agnes approached to open it. Outside stood Marcono, who bowed respectfully. Mr. Connie, Agnes, he began, hesitating slightly before continuing. Someone has come to see Mr. Aurelio Paganini, stating that he has yet to resolve matters from today and must return to address them. Agnes instinctively glanced at Aurelio, who had previously sat there composed, but now wore a furrowed brow. She sensed that, were it not for the presence of two unfamiliar individuals in the room, he would likely have already erupted in despair. Unable to suppress a smirk, Agnes said to Aurelio, it seems father is unwilling to grant you this holiday. You ought to return promptly. Aurelio sighed, conceding very well. However, you wait here. Just let me know when the carriage arrives. Agnes replied with a smile, all right, then I shall see you off. Aurelio, no longer hesitating, understood that typically no harm would come to Agnes from the outside world. He bid farewell to Agnes and Mr. Conti before descending the stairs, followed by Marcono. Mr. Conti did not close the door behind them. Taking a seat on the sofa, Mr. Conti remarked, it seems your brother is quite busy. Agnes chuckled softly, replying, it is primarily father who is preoccupied. Aurelio has taken on some of his responsibilities and thus finds himself equally occupied. Mr. Conti remained silent for a moment, then turned to Agnes, saying, let us continue our discussion of your two compositions. How are you considering modifying measure 1014? With a smile, Agnes retrieved the violin Mr. Conti had placed on the table and resumed their previous topic, playing through measure 1014 according to revision. Mr. Conti smiled in response. Your idea is splendid. Let's give it a try. We shall temporarily settle on this segment, then review the entire piece as a whole. Well then, for measure 1826, I envision handling it this way, Agnes said with a hint of shyness as she shared her forthcoming modification ideas. With the revisions to both pieces nearly complete, Agnes had just performed them in their entirety once more. Mr. Conti, who had initially been attentively listening to Agnes's playing, appeared to have drifted into a reverie, even failing to notice when she ceased playing and regarded him. He merely stared vacantly in her direction. Mr. Conti, Agnes called softly. Mr. Conti regained his composure, offering a slight smile of apology, and remarked, I apologize. I inadvertently lost my train of thought. Chapter 57, The Rose Brooch. Agnes regarded Mr. Conti with concern and inquired, did you recall something of significance, Mr. Conti? You appeared quite engrossed. Mr. Conti chuckled softly, shaking his head as he replied, it was nothing of great importance. I merely reminisced about certain events from my past. Agnes had a general understanding of Mr. Conti's history gleaned from his own narratives, as well as references made by her father, mother, and others. Mr. Conti originally hailed from a minor noble family in Fenibord and had garnered acclaim for his musical talents at a young age. Approximately a decade ago, for reasons unknown, he departed Fenibord for the southern continent, becoming a member of the moderation faction of the Rosette School and an extraordinary individual. Nearly a year and a half ago, for reasons still unclear, he returned to Fenibord and proactively sought the protection and supervision of the Earth Mother Church. After a year of observation, the church deemed him trustworthy to a certain extent, and thus he became both her music and esoteric studies instructor about 6 months ago. Agnes refrained from further questioning Mr. Conti and instead asked, what do you think would be suitable titles for my two compositions, Mr. Conti? Mr. Conti could not help but laugh, responding, these are your own pieces. Do you not have any thoughts on naming them? Agnes smiled shyly in response. Mr. Conti rubbed his temples in mild exasperation, pondering before suggesting, your variation could be aptly named Morning by the Lake. Agnes promptly noted the title beside her neatly organized score. And what about the Menudo? She inquired. Mr. Conti playfully tapped her on the head. Think for yourself, he said with a bemused expression. Agnes, rubbing the spot where he had tapped her, gazed at Mr. Conti with wide eyes. He chuckled helplessly, saying, no need to be coy. Very well, Agnes replied, slightly disheartened as she gathered her scores. Then I shall take my leave for today, Mr. Conti. Outside, the sky had dimmed, signaling the approach of dusk, nearly 6 o'clock. Wait a moment, Mr. Conti interjected, raising his hand to stop her. He rose and approached the coat rack, retrieving a brooch from the inside of his jacket and handing it to Agnes. Instinctively, Agnes accepted the brooch. It was modest in size, crafted from metal, adorned with red glass, shaped like a blooming rose accompanied by 3 rosebuds behind it. What is this? Agnes asked, gazing quizzically at Mr. Conti. Mr. Conti's azure eyes fixed intently on her as he replied, a token. It once held a measure of extraordinary power, though it has since lost its efficacy. Nonetheless, it can still serve to establish identity. Agnes remained silent, awaiting Mr. Connie to elaborate. It is of no use to me now, so I entrust it to you. Should you find the opportunity, you may use it to seek out Cain Chester. He was once my teacher, but I fear it would be quite difficult for me to leave Fenibort, Agnes interjected. Perhaps, Mr. Connie responded with a hint of inscrutable meaning in his smile, but you possess a greater chance than I. I am of an age where I can no longer face Master Cain. I simply give this to you, regardless of whether it will serve any purpose. Agnes parted her lips, yet no words emerged. Are you curious why I cannot bear to me my teacher? Mr. Connie chuckled, observing Agnes's expression. Agnes hesitated, yet before she could respond, Mr. Conti continued with his own explanation. I have always been a timid soul. He tilted his head slightly, gazing out at the setting sun, though I had long since absorbed the madman's potion. I lacked the resolve to ascend to the ranks of a werewolf and ultimately chose to depart when they needed me most. His voice grew increasingly fervent, his complexion reddening, the veins in his neck becoming pronounced. Mr. Connie, Agnes reached out, placing a hand on him, her voice a soft plea. Please, calm yourself. Mr. Connie ceased his passionate discourse, his expression gradually softening. I apologize for my outburst, he said, leaning back against the sofa, closing his eyes as he rubbed his temples. Agnes affixed the rose brooch to her lapel, offering comfort. I shall certainly seek out Mr. Chester if the opportunity arises. Mr. Connie opened his eyes and nodded. While departed, Master Cain was still in by him. Agnes acknowledged with a nod, affirming her memory. She rose to her feet and addressed Mr. Connie. Then, Mr. Connie, I shall take my leave. Mr. Connie nodded, adding, devote some careful attention to refining those two pieces. I shall see if they can be included in the concert on June 20th. Very well, Agnes replied, nodding in agreement. Farewell, Mr. Connie. Noting that he had no further comments, she made her exit. Mr. Conti waved cheerfully as she departed, and Agnes walked out of the Musicians' Association, descending the stairs. Downstairs, Marcono remained seated behind the front desk, illuminating an oil lamp while perusing a textbook. Marcono, Agnes called softly. Marcono looked up, and upon recognizing Agnes, closed his book and approached her. Are you leaving? He asked. Indeed, it is getting late, and I must return home, Agnes affirmed with a nod. Will you remain at the front desk? Ah, I shall not be needed here much longer, Marcono replied with a smile. Agnes nodded, hesitating momentarily before asking. And what Mr. Connie? Mr. Connie still requires a rehearsal today, followed by my lesson, Marcono explained. Agnes nodded, smiling as she said, best of luck. I look forward to your graduation. Thank you, Marcono replied, smiling in return. Mr. Connie mentioned that I possess considerable musical talent. At this rate, I might become a competent violinist within 4 or 5 years. Are you practicing the violin under Mr. Connie's guidance? Agnes inquired. Marcono nodded affirmatively. That is wonderful. Mr. Connie's proficiency with the violin is remarkable. With him as your instructor, if you are willing to put in the effort, you will undoubtedly become a renowned violinist. Yes, I will strive to do my best, Marcono replied with determination. Then, until tomorrow, Marcono, I must make my way home. Until tomorrow, Agnes, he echoed. Agnes exited the doors of the Musicians' Association and boarded carriage. Chapter 58, Trevor Arcado. A cacophony of sounds wafted through the carriage window as Agnes gently lifted the curtain. 3 days had elapsed since she left the church's subterranean chambers. During these days, she reported daily to the Fenibort Musicians' Association, revising the scores of her 2 compositions. Mr. Connie had confirmed that Agnes's 2 pieces would be performed at the concert on June 20th, and today she was to meet the performers Mr. Connie had recommended for her compositions. Given her status and Agnes's considerations regarding her own skills and reputation, it was inconceivable for her to perform the pieces herself. Consequently, Mr. Connie had suggested a moderately renowned violinist in Fenibort to play her compositions, and today marked their first meeting. Moreover, barring any unforeseen events, Renice was also expected to visit the Musicians' Association today to seek her out. Outside, the bustling streets of Fenibort unfolded, and Agnes gazed at the passing parade, her expression inscrutable. The members of the procession were predominantly robust, adorned in variously soiled garments, their rough hands hoisting banners that Agnes discernibly noted bore the inscriptions, "Abolish the guild system. Return our bread." A fleeting laugh escaped Agnes as she observed the slow march of the procession along the street ahead, remaining silent. Her maid, Hetty, curiously leaned closer and remarked, "Ah, they have indeed come to parade today." Agnes slightly turned her head towards Hetty, who blushed and quickly returned to her original position. With a gentle smile, Agnes inquired, "Are you well versed in the details of this parade?" Hetty shook her head, replying, I heard from a neighbor when I returned home on leave the day before yesterday. It seems many who work for the guilds are preparing to participate in the march. What has prompted this sudden demonstration? Agnes asked. Hetty shook her head again, stating, I'm not entirely sure. Agnes pressed further. Do you know who is leading it? Hetty pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, There appears to be someone. But I did not take note. If you wish to know, I can inquire upon our return. Agnes declined with a shake of her head. No need. Her gaze remained fixed on the passing procession. It is organized quite swiftly, and they can extrapolate, but alas, Agnes murmured. Miss, what did you just say? Hetty, unable to catch Agnes's subdued words, shifted closer, asking with curiosity. Nothing, Agnes replied, drawing the curtain. Let us go, the hour grows late. The procession will not pass for a while. We shall take a detour. Very well, miss, Hetty responded, turning to relay Agnes's instructions to the coachman. The carriage began to move slowly, circumventing the parade, en route to the Fenibort City Musicians Association. Mr. Connie. Agnes ascended to the third floor and gently tapped on the open door of Mr. Connie's office. Inside, apart from Mr. Connie, was another gentleman. This young man, with golden hair and green eyes, appeared to be in his 20s, his complexion somewhat fair. He was attired in a black waistcoat over a white shirt, adorned with a black bow tie. Agnes stepped into Mr. Connie's office, a hint of apology in her voice. I apologize for the wait. It was not long at all. Mr. Connie smiled, adding, We have only just arrived. Agnes turned her gaze to the curious golden-haired gentleman beside her. I am Agnes Pagny, a student of Mr. Connie. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. She extended her hand. The gentleman smiled slightly, replying, Trevor Arcado, a violinist. I hope you find satisfaction in having me as the performer for your two pieces. Indeed, I am honored that Mr. Arcado is willing to perform my compositions, Agnes said with a smile. Trevor Arcado grasped Agnes's hand for a brief shake before releasing it. I have heard Edmondo perform your two pieces. I greatly enjoyed them, which is why I accepted his invitation to be your performer, Trevor Arcado stated earnestly. Mr. Connie's full name was Edmondo Connie. Thank you for your kind words, Agnes replied with a feigned calmness. I would like to see the scores, Trevor Arcado inquired directly without unnecessary preamble. Very well, I shall refrain from further delay, Agnes smiled, retrieving 2 sheets of music from her bag and handing them to Trevor Arcado, feeling a slight sense of relief. The room fell silent, save for the sounds of Trevor Arcado shuffling through the pages and softly humming. Though not the most renowned violinist in Fenibort, Trevor Arcado possessed a modest fame. Agnes had certainly heard of his name. To her knowledge, Trevor Arcado had risen to prominence 5 or 6 years prior, yet had never truly garnered widespread acclaim. This was not due to any lack of ability, but rather his peculiar selectiveness regarding the pieces he chose to perform. Since achieving fame, he had participated in few performances, seemingly not relying on music for his livelihood. His persona remained shrouded in mystery, with few knowing his origins or mentorship. Agnes herself had been unable to uncover such information. She had perused articles regarding Trevor Arcado, noting that there was scant background information provided, whether factual or rumor. This was quite peculiar. One would expect that journalists would be particularly intrigued by the hidden aspects of a public figure with such an enigmatic background. As Agnes observed Trevor Arcado's expressions, it was evident from his earlier comments that he seemed satisfied with the pieces. However, no one could predict if he might harbor discontent over certain details and thus choose to withdraw from this collaboration. Although she did not place immense importance on her potential achievements in music, the fact remained that these 2 compositions were the result of 2 months of her labor, and she hoped they would be well received by a broader audience. Trevor Arcado lifted his gaze, smiling at the 2 of them. What is it? Why do you both stare at me? Agnes, slightly embarrassed, averted her gaze, while Mr. Connie straightforwardly inquired, So, have you made your decision? Trevor Arcado smiled, replying, Of course. Edmondo, you know well that I favor this clean and pure feeling. Chapter 59. The agreement, then. Shall we enjoy our collaboration? Agnes offered a slight smile. Trevor Arcado returned her smile, saying, Indeed, a delightful collaboration, little Agnes. He waved the sheets of music in his hand and added, I will need a day or 2 to familiarize myself with the scores before we discuss the details further. Very well, Agnes nodded. May I use room 3 for practice? Trevor Arcado turned to Mr. Connie. Mr. Connie shook his head in resignation, saying, As long as you register, it's yours for now. I have no need of it. Excellent. Then room 3 is mine for the next few days. Trevor Arcado chuckled as he rose, retrieving his deep gray overcoat from the hook by the door and picking up his violin case. I shall go practice your 2 pieces now, little Agnes, he told Agnes. Very well, Mr. Arcado. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. I shall remain at the association today. Agnes nodded in response. Good. Then until we meet again, Edmondo, and you as well, little Agnes. Trevor Arcado bid farewell to the two and exited the room. Renice Brandy alighted from the public carriage and strolled a short distance along Lily Street until she arrived at the Musicians Association. She ascended the steps and entered through the wide-open doors of the association. At the reception desk stood a boy of about 15 or 16, clad in standard reception attire. Perhaps due to the time of day being relatively quiet, he was engrossed in a book. Renice slightly increased her footfalls, prompting the boy to lift his gaze. He set down the book, stood, and inquired, "Good day, miss. How may I assist you?" "I am here to find Agnes Spinoza." Marco could not help but look closely at Renice, yet maintained his composure as he replied. "Agnes instructed me today that you should proceed directly to room 5 to find her." He paused to elaborate. "Room 5 is on the second floor. If you ascend the stairs here to the second floor and continue straight, you will find it on your right, marked by a sign." "Thank you." Renice nodded in gratitude. She lifted her foot and stepped onto the staircase, only to awkwardly retract it, raising the hem of her long dress. To her dismay, she noticed a conspicuous footprint on the sky-blue fabric. Stealing a furtive glance, she confirmed that aside from the youth at the reception desk, the hall was devoid of other occupants. That youth, engrossed in a book, paid her no mind. Renice seldom donned dresses. Most of her time was spent either in the laboratory or on missions, where a dress proved to be an impractical choice. Had it not been for the fact that Agnes had chosen the venue of the Musicians Association for their meeting, she would have undoubtedly opted for her usual laboratory attire. Seizing the moment of solitude, she hurriedly ascended to the second floor, holding her skirt in a less than graceful manner, before finally releasing it and adopting a slightly more elegant posture as she gazed down the corridor. The corridor was empty, yet a faint melody wafted through the air. Following the sound, Renice proceeded down the corridor, her eyes fixed on the doorplate as instructed by the youth, and successfully located room 5, where the distant sound of piano music resonated. The door was firmly shut. She composed herself, smoothing her hair before gently knocking. The music within ceased, and though she heard no footsteps, the door swung open to reveal Agnes. Agnes scrutinized Renice from head to toe, a smile creeping onto her lips as she stepped aside. Saying, "Please come in," Renice entered, and Agnes casually closed the door behind her. She guided Renice to a nearby armchair and took a seat. "It's rare to see you so formally attired," Agnes remarked with a hint of amusement. Renice cast a half-hearted look at Agnes, replying, "It's such a bother. Had you not summoned me here, I would never have dressed this way." Agnes couldn't suppress her laughter, replying, "Honestly, it's not necessary. It's not a ball or soiree. You could have easily worn a trench coat here, provided it was well-coordinated." "Oh, why didn't you tell me sooner?" Renice exclaimed, enveloping Agnes in a hug, her expression a blend of distress and frustration. Agnes chuckled as she gently pushed Renice away, teasing, "Perhaps you ought to peruse a book on etiquette." Renice withdrew her arms, a thoughtful expression crossing her face as she mused. "You have a point." "All right," Agnes said, rising to take her place at the piano, tilting her head slightly to look at Renice. "What would you like to hear? Really, I get to choose?" Renice's eyes sparkled with excitement. "We did agree on this," Agnes replied, lowering her gaze as she caressed the edges of the piano keys. 2 full months had elapsed since the day she completed her initiation task. From the end of March to the present day in late May, a mere 2 months felt like an eternity. Yet, the promise she made to Renice to play for her at a later date remained vivid in her memory. Despite the passage of time, Agnes was determined to fulfill her commitment, as she had always abhorred reneging on promises. "How is it that you still remember something so old?" Renice sighed, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. "To be honest, I find it rather unsettling to work on experiments without your collaboration." Agnes idly struck a few notes on the piano, watching Renice as she spoke. "So, what shall it be?" Renice stood and walked behind Agnes, unable to resist the urge to tousle her hair, earning a disapproving glare from Agnes. "All right, I would like to hear Midsummer Night." Ignoring Agnes's reproachful look, Renice smiled. Midsummer Night was a lively piece that had various instrumental renditions, with the piano version being particularly delightful. Agnes had previously played it under Mr. Connie's supervision to grasp how music could convey joy. With her focus now on the piano, Agnes began to play earnestly. Renice positioned herself beside Agnes, attentively observing her performance. Chapter 60. Renice and Trevorn. Agnes found amusement in watching Renice carefully navigate the staircase while holding up her skirt, prompting her to inquire, "Is the long dress truly that daunting?" Renice looked up at Agnes and nodded vigorously. "Of course. I can't see my feet or the steps beneath me." Just then, she misstepped and lost her balance. Instinctively, Agnes reached out to steady her, but someone was quicker. A swirl of black mist enveloped the air as Trevorn Arcado appeared behind Renee's, one hand clutching a violin case while the other firmly grasped one of her arms. Halting her descent, Agnes squinted slightly and glanced around. Aside from the three of them, the staircase was empty. "Thank you, Mr. Arcado," Renee said, slightly embarrassed as she gently extracted her arm from Trevorn's grip, offering her gratitude. No problem," Trevorn replied, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Renee chose not to speak further, instead gripping Agnes's arm tightly with one hand while cautiously lifting the hem of her dress with the other as she carefully descended. Trevorn Arcado, carrying the violin case, silently walked alongside them. "Mr. Arcado, are you heading back?" Agnes asked, attempting to strike up a conversation. "Yes," Trevorn nodded in affirmation. "I have a few matters to attend to this evening." Agnes cast a glance at Renee's, who appeared expressionless, and continued, "I am truly grateful that Mr. Arcado is willing to take on the performance of my two pieces despite his own commitments." Trevorn shook his head with a smile, saying, "It's not too much of a burden. I merely have a few things to sort out. Once those are settled, I will be entirely devoted to rehearsals over the coming month. Most importantly, encountering such pure and pristine music is a rare fortune, and I am unwilling to let this opportunity slip away." "Bless the mother," Trevorn remarked, drawing a triangular gesture across his chest followed by a vertical line. "Bless the mother," Agnes echoed faintly, mimicking the same gesture of prayer. "Mr. Arcado is also a devout believer in the mother?" Agnes inquired casually. Trevorn nodded with a smile. "Indeed." Agnes acknowledged this with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further as the three of them descended the stairs in silence. Trevorn accompanied Agnes and Renee's to their carriage, gently tapping on the window, which Agnes opened. "Is there anything else, Mr. Arcado?" Agnes asked. Trevorn tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over Renee's before addressing Agnes. "I'll familiarize myself with the pieces tomorrow, and will come to see you the day after." "Very well. See you then," Agnes replied with a smile. "See you the day after," Trevorn nodded before turning to his own carriage. Agnes watched his retreating figure for a few seconds before closing the window, drawing the curtain, and turning to the coachman outside, instructing, "To Best Street, please." As the carriage began to move, it was just Agnes and Renee inside, with Agnes having left the maid. Heading outside, Agnes couldn't help but chuckle at Renee, who had grown unusually quiet since Trevorn had steadied her. "What's the matter? Feeling embarrassed for almost stumbling?" Agnes teased playfully. Renee cast a sidelong glance at Agnes and adjusted her skirt. Agnes, undeterred by Renee's gaze, inquired with curiosity, "Do you know Mr. Arcado?" Renee nodded slightly, responding, "Yes. I met him while studying in Celia." "Is he affiliated with the church?" Agnes asked thoughtfully. "Indeed," Renee affirmed, adding, "He taught us pharmacology at that time." "So, he was your instructor?" Agnes could not help but laugh, leaning closer to Renee and saying, "Did you embarrass yourself in front of your teacher today? Hence your reluctance to speak?" "Not at all," Renee replied nonchalantly. Agnes smirked, casually remarking, "It seems Mr. Arcado is quite attentive to you." Renee tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and explained, "Perhaps I left a lasting impression on him." "So, you and Mr. Arcado have a decent relationship then?" Agnes asked with a smile. "Well, actually, our relationship isn't very good," Renee admitted with an awkward expression, hesitating before continuing. "Why is that?" Agnes questioned, looking at Renee with curiosity. "I find Mr. Arcado to be rather cantankerous and overly critical, with a temper to match," Renee replied, her tone serious. Agnes observed her closely, noting that Renee was not jesting. She leaned in slightly, grinning as she asked, "So, do you dislike me from when I first joined the team?" Renee furrowed her brow, interrupting Agnes, and said, "Not at all. You were inexperienced and made mistakes, which is perfectly normal. The essence is different." Agnes playfully asked, "So, what impression did Mr. Arcado leave on you that makes you almost unwilling to converse with him?" Renee's expression darkened, her grip tightening on her skirt as if it were her adversary. "He is a nitpicker and quite a perfectionist, with a foul temper and a penchant for berating others," she lamented. Agnes, both amused and exasperated, rescued the fabric from Renee's grasp. "All right, I understand," she conceded. Renee feigned a proud smile, arching an eyebrow at Agnes, and remarked, "You have no idea how spectacular his expression was when I pointed my finger at him and scolded him before leaving that training." Agnes found herself momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at Renee with an indescribable look. Renee's ears reddened, and she shot Agnes a fierce glare. "What are you staring at?" Agnes couldn't help but chuckle. Renee suddenly pulled Agnes towards her, securing her hands before teasingly tickling her underarm. "I'm not laughing anymore, I promise." "Huh?" Agnes squirmed, pleading, "Let me go, I won't laugh." Renee continued her playful assault for a few more moments, threatening, "You mustn't tell anyone about this." Agnes nodded fervently, Still laughing, Renee released her grip, and Agnes straightened herself. Adjusting her disheveled clothing and hair, she asked, "So, does Mr. Arcado usually stay in Celia?" Renee nodded in affirmation. Chapter 61. The Old Lady of Putty Street. "Are you all right, young lady?" The concerned gaze of the old woman before Agnes elicited a faint smile from her. She shook her head and replied with a smile, "I'm fine." Agnes found herself on Putty Street, seizing a rare opportunity to venture out alone. Despite having gathered much information through various channels, she resolved to personally observe the residents of Putty Street and the situation at the Pavla Monastery. It had been 3 days since she first met Trevor Arcado. Yesterday, she had discussed the details of the musical score with Mr. Arcado, and today she finally had some time to herself. Without Hetty, she disguised herself as a student from the church school and made her way to Putty Street to inquire about some specifics. According to Aurelio, 2 months prior, the residents of Putty Street had noticed nothing unusual, while the incident at the Pavla Monastery had been attributed to a fugitive who had broken in and killed the temporary priest. From what she had learned from Renee, the ordinary residents of Putty Street had not suffered any harm during the extraordinary struggle due to the church's use of special sealing artifacts. However, among the extraordinary individuals of the church, aside from the Sequence 9 priest who was directly killed and Eliza, who was tainted by Agnes's corruption, several others in the Watchers had also been affected by the original moon's corruption and were still undergoing purification in Celia. The Pavla Monastery, being the site of the incident, had undergone multiple purifications but remained uncertain whether the corruption had been fully eradicated. Thus it was sealed off to prevent any danger to ordinary people. The most innocent victim in this was Frank, who had just been promoted to Sequence 7 Harvest Priest and returned only to find the monastery he was responsible for mysteriously vanished, leaving him with no choice but to seek refuge in the Research Institute or several churches in Phenobot. According to Renee, Frank ultimately chose the Research Institute but did not join the Nature's Heart team, deciding instead to focus on his hybridization studies. When Agnes heard this news, she felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, sensing something amiss. However, Renee mentioned that Frank seemed quite happy with his decision, pouring himself into his research and largely forgetting about the events at the Pavla Monastery. Agnes set aside her unwarranted concerns. After all, any issues now had little to do with her. She had previously asked Renee about the church's investigation into the circumstances surrounding the Pavla Monastery incident, and Renee hesitated before revealing that the confidentiality level regarding the reasons behind this incident was quite high, and she lacked the necessary clearance to know. However, in the past 2 months, several senior deacons have been found to show signs of corruption and have been sent to Celia for judgment. Agnes was not surprised by such developments, due to factors she could not yet articulate. The Mother Earth Church had established 2 major systems: the divine benefactors of Earth and Moon, and the non-divine benefactors, mandating that revelations received by non-divine individuals be deemed invalid without confirmation from a divine benefactor. Despite this dual system's assurances, which were intended to prevent discrepancies in the Church's revelations, there were still instances of certain believers or clergy being led astray by malevolent entities, gradually succumbing to corruption. This was unavoidable, and the Church could only enhance its monitoring of extraordinary individuals, addressing any signs of trouble promptly. This incident appeared to have significant ties within the church itself. Why had the followers of the original moon chosen the Pavla Monastery? Why had Eliza gone there? Despite having alerted Mrs. Jones and Lord Rossi to Eliza's abnormalities, why had Eliza still encountered trouble? Agnes pondered deeply, concluding that the Pavla Monastery was not particularly special. If anything, it had relatively weaker extraordinary powers and was closer to the Shallowport district. For what Agnes knew, the Pavla Monastery had been established in 1258 as the first monastery along the Isle River, intended to provide a healing space for passing sailors. This function had remained largely unchanged, as the Pavla Monastery continued to offer free treatment to the residents of the Shallowport district, which was indeed a pity. The elderly woman brought a glass of water to Agnes, casting a sympathetic glance her way as she said, "Sit down and rest for a moment. Your complexion suggests you are on the verge of fainting." Agnes, caught between laughter and tears, accepted the water and merely touched it to her lips in a symbolic gesture. Earlier that day, as she strolled down Putty Street, a group of children had rushed past her, and in a moment of hesitation, she yielded to their momentum, allowing their collision to send her sprawling to the ground. The kind old lady had been nearby, promptly assisting Agnes to her feet and guiding her gently to a seat beside her. This could be considered a form of exploitation, Agnes wryly mused. Had she not joined the heart of nature, she would certainly have resisted the urge to feign weakness for ulterior motives. The pallor she had developed during her 2 months in the church's basement served as the perfect disguise, leading anyone who beheld her to assume she was in poor health. Furthermore, Agnes had deliberately adjusted certain details to appear even more frail. If only you had come 2 months ago, you might have visited the Paphras monastery. The elderly woman lamented. Agnes paused momentarily, her hand holding the glass faltering, and she looked up to inquire, is the Paphras monastery still closed? Not yet open. The old lady replied knowingly, observing Agnes with a keen eye. By your question, it seems you came specifically to seek treatment at the monastery? Agnes nodded slightly. The old woman sighed. Ever since the monastery was sealed by the church 2 months ago, it has remained closed. Agnes hesitated before quietly asking, Dear lady, living near the monastery, do you know what transpired? What could possibly happen? The old woman scoffed. That new priest was murdered. Who knows where that fugitive came from? Sneaking into the monastery? It seems the priest discovered him and was killed on the spot. The new priest had been quite young, hardly older than her grandson, and kind-hearted. It was indeed a tragic loss, the elderly woman lamented. Agnes sighed in unison, her fingers gently tracing the rim of the glass. Did no one living near the monastery hear or see anything unusual that day? Agnes inquired. What could we see or hear? It was an ordinary day, and then suddenly, that young priest was murdered, the old woman expressed with regret. But surely a fugitive entering the monastery would leave some trace. Agnes stammered, her voice lowering as she asked. Did no one see any peculiar individuals? The old woman shook her head, but then seemed to recall something, leaning closer to Agnes and saying, That day, there was no strange figure, but the following day, the Farrell family discovered a bloodied outfit thrown on the floor in their home. Ah! Agnes gasped softly, quickly covering her mouth. It was Mrs. Farrell who found it. She was terrified and immediately called the police. At first, they instructed her not to let anyone in to see the room with the clothes, but eventually, they took the garments away without any further explanation. We only learned of the priest's murder later when it was reported. Mrs. Farrell speculated that it belonged to the fugitive, likely discarded after it was stained with the priest's blood. The old lady was pleased with Agnes's reaction, lowering her voice to whisper conspiratorially in Agnes's ear. Agnes couldn't help but remember the outfit she had left behind, soaked in the blood of the dark-haired monster, and felt a mixture of amusement and distress. The Farrell family seems quite fortunate, Agnes said, her expression reflective. The fugitive even entered their home. Indeed, the old lady sighed. Mrs. Farrell was so frightened that she fell ill for a week. Did she not hear any strange noises that night? Agnes asked. That was my question for her as well. The old woman replied, shaking her head. Mrs. Farrell said they slept so deeply that they heard nothing at all. In fact, the Farrell family was quite lucky. Had they heard something and gone to investigate, they might have encountered the fugitive. Agnes nodded in agreement. They truly are fortunate. Aside from the Farrell family, were there any other peculiar happenings? Agnes inquired. The old woman appeared animated, lowering her voice again to share, of course. Young Remo's illness inexplicably vanished just days before the priest was killed. I asked his mother, Mrs. Pez, how she managed it, but she would not divulge a word. Ah! Agnes exclaimed in astonishment, her curiosity piqued. What happened next? Did you find out? Don't even mention it. The old woman shook her head. The day after the priest's murder, young Remo was taken away by the church's people. Why? Agnes was visibly shocked. The old woman shook her head again. It's unclear, but it likely wasn't for a good reason. When the church representatives arrived, Mrs. Pez's face was as pale as yours. Agnes nodded, a sense of dejection washing over her. Well, thank you, dear lady. She carefully set the glass down and said, I believe I must take my leave. Are you returning now? The old woman inquired. Rising as well. No, I still wish to visit the Paphras monastery, Agnes replied, shaking her head. I just told you the monastery remains sealed, the elderly woman reiterated. Yes, but I cannot rid myself of the desire to see it, Agnes remarked with a wry smile. Very well. The old lady waved her hand dismissively. If you walk to the end of the street, you will see it. I suspect there are still church members guarding that area. Thank you, dear lady. Agnes smiled and nodded in appreciation. Standing beneath the eaves of a bakery, Agnes gazed at the distant Paphras monastery. It basked in the summer morning sun, its walls of bluestone and marble exuding an oddly chilling aura that naturally inspired reverence. For a moment, Agnes did not spot the church representatives the old lady mentioned, but they were likely nearby. After all, the monastery had been sealed off due to potential lingering contamination, and it was improbable that the church would permit entry to those lacking the means to resist such pollution. Clearly, those assigned to prevent ordinary individuals from entering would not be high-ranking members, as they had more pressing matters to attend to. Based on Agnes's deductions, it was highly likely that the person stationed there was a member of the Heart of Nature. Agnes's gaze swept the surrounding crowd as she scrutinized them closely. At the entrance of a grocery store, she spotted a sturdy figure with brown hair engaged in conversation with the shopkeeper. A smirk played on her lips as she approached. She made her way to the front of the grocery store, standing to the side and waiting for the man to finish his discussion with the proprietor. After a minute or two, he turned to leave and noticed Agnes. His gaze lingered on her for a moment before he stepped across the street, and Agnes followed closely behind. She trailed him to a solitary house at the end of the street where he produced a key and unlocked the door, pulling a chair out from the table. "Please, have a seat, Agnes," he said with a smile, taking a seat opposite her. "It has been a while, Pierce," Agnes said, resting her chin on her hand with a smile. Pierce Coyle, a member of the Heart of Nature Squad and a fighter of the 8th Sequence, first encountered Agnes during her initial visit to the Isulian Biological Research Institute. At that time, he had intended to spar with Agnes, but was halted by Eliza. Pierce nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It has been 2 months, hasn't it?" "Indeed, it has been quite a while since we last met. I heard that the church mandated your leave, and I thought I might not see you again." A hint of nostalgia laced Pierce's words. "It would have been better if you were still in the squad. You could have shared the burden of our tasks." Agnes found herself both amused and exasperated by Pierce's sentiments. She shook her head and inquired, "Is the church particularly busy these days?" "Alas, ever since the incident at Pavla Monastery, the church's tasks have suddenly multiplied, yet the available personnel has dwindled," Pierce lamented. "In these past 2 months, many tasks have explicitly required members from the non-farmer and apothecary paths to execute them, leaving me, Damo, and Crash overwhelmed. Once this hectic period passes, things will improve," Agnes offered in consolation. Pierce shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the topic any further. Instead, he shifted the conversation, asking, "What brings you here?" With her chin resting on her hand, Agnes smiled and replied, "I have come to seek you out." Pierce waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, do not be absurd. I cannot believe you knew beforehand that I was on duty here today." Agnes chuckled, shaking her head. "Indeed, I have business, though it was not specifically to find you. I merely guessed that a squad member would likely be on duty here. Whether it would be you or someone else, I was uncertain. Damo, Crash, and I, along with a few members of the Watchers, take turns on duty here, each for half a day. This half day is considered a rest, though to be truthful, I have lost several of my days off in the past 2 months." Pierce elaborated, "Were it not for this matter that cannot be ignored or transferred to the police department, we would probably have no opportunity for even this brief respite." "So, the contamination at Pavla Monastery has not been fully purified in 2 months?" Agnes inquired. Pierce nodded, replying, "Indeed. It is said that every time purification is completed, the contamination mysteriously re-emerges after half a day, as if there exists a source of pollution within the monastery." "Source of pollution?" Agnes echoed thoughtfully, then raised her head to ask, "Has the church made any conjectures regarding its origin?" Pierce shook his head. "No, we can only purify it promptly before the contamination worsens. If there were any guesses, they would have been addressed long ago. They would not have kept this place sealed for such an extended period." "Not even divination can unveil it?" Agnes questioned. "Of course not. Who would dare to divine matters connected to the primordial moon's contamination?" Pierce scoffed. "Very well," Agnes replied with a resigned shrug. "So, presently, no one aside from those purifying can enter?" "Yes, it is rather awkward. After purification, one cannot trace the source of the pollution. Once the contamination begins to manifest, it spreads rapidly. Not only are those purifying concerned about lingering too long and inadvertently allowing the pollution to spread, but those investigating also find themselves unable to withstand the contamination and must withdraw promptly," Pierce explained. "Thus, we find ourselves in this predicament." Agnes mused. "Precisely," Pierce confirmed with a nod. Agnes let her hand that had been propping up her chin fall and began gently tapping on the table. "I suspect it is not merely stationary. Could the source of pollution be frequently moving? If that were the case, each investigation would likely reveal a change in its location. Otherwise, with such an extensive duration, the accumulated progress should suffice to locate the source of pollution," Agnes queried, lifting her gaze. "I am uncertain. I am merely on duty here and have not participated in the investigations or purifications," Pierce shrugged. Agnes paused, taking a deep breath before saying, "Well, thank you for sharing this information." "Not at all." Pierce leaned back against his chair and inquired, "The squad members are mostly aware of these matters. Do you have any other business?" Agnes retrieved a neatly folded white paper from a small pouch at her waist and handed it to Pierce. He accepted it and unfolded it to reveal a charcoal sketch of a portrait. The depicted individual had short, spiky brown hair, deep-set features, and striking gray-blue eyes. "Is this the werewolf you reportedly fought?" Pierce asked. "What fight?" "Though my memory is somewhat hazy, I am aware that I was the one being unilaterally assaulted," Agnes scoffed. Well, that still constitutes a fight. Piers placed the portrait on the table, saying, "When shall we have our match? I heard you unexpectedly advanced during this incident." Agnes looked at Piers with suspicion, asking, "You know?" "Yes, I inquired with the captain regarding the reasons for your enforced leave." Piers nodded. "The captain mentioned that you inadvertently ingested an extraordinary trait that had not been prepared as a potion, and your condition is quite unstable." "Did the captain not mention my sequence number?" Agnes questioned. "Not at all." Piers shook his head. Agnes sighed in resignation, covering her forehead with her hand. "Very well. Once I stabilize my condition, I shall engage you in a match. It will only take 2 or 3 years, once the traits within me are fully digested." Agnes jested to herself. "Then it's settled," Piers said, clearly excited. He picked up the portrait again and asked, "Do you wish to investigate the identity of this werewolf?" Agnes nodded, stating, "Not in his capacity as an extraordinary being, but rather his true identity as an ordinary person. A few days ago, I inquired with Rennies and learned that this werewolf is named Jerome Glando, which is likely a pseudonym. He was active at sea for a time and was a member of a minor pirate crew with a bounty that barely reached 1,000 pounds. Far inferior to the later Flame Darnayes. I wish to uncover the location of his initial appearance to see if I can ascertain his original identity." She had initially entrusted Aurelio to assist her in investigating this werewolf's identity, but unfortunately, due to her father's intention to abolish the guild system, Aurelio's investigation into the werewolf's identity had been hindered by a lack of allocated personnel, resulting in less than ideal progress. "Why are you investigating him? You are currently on leave. This is not your responsibility," Piers remarked. Agnes's expression turned momentarily vacant as she replied, "I do not know. For some reason, I feel a strong curiosity about this werewolf's identity. It seems crucial to uncovering the truth." "Are you?" Piers began but hesitated. "What?" Agnes looked at Piers, awaiting his continuation. "Nothing." Piers decided against completing his thought and instead said, "I shall help you investigate." "Honestly, why not let Rennies assist you?" Piers queried. Agnes hesitated briefly before responding. "Actually, I did request her assistance, but Rennies mentioned that much of the information related to this matter is not accessible to her. She is uncertain whether she can uncover anything." "Well, I too am uncertain," Piers sighed. "It seems I have taken on yet another task to assist you." Agnes could not help but chuckle. "Thank you. If it becomes too overwhelming, it is perfectly fine to postpone. I am in no rush. It would be ideal to uncover the truth, but if not, it is not a matter of great concern." "Very well. I shall endeavor to find out as soon as possible. Aside from these 2 matters, do you have anything else?" Piers inquired. Agnes hesitated before asking, "Do you know what became of the children who were once at Pavel Monastery?" As the excerpt transitions into Chapter 64, Agnes has just disembarked from a carriage when Hetty hurriedly approached her. "Miss, you have finally returned. The Count is looking for you." Agnes nodded and slightly tilted her head, saying, "I understand. I shall change my clothes first, then seek out my father." She was still clad in the garb of a church student, which she had donned for convenience while navigating Purtith Street. "However, Mr. Count had been waiting for you for quite some time," Hetty remarked, her tone tinged with impatience. Agnes shook her head and replied, "Even in haste, I cannot present myself before my father in this attire. It is most inappropriate." With that, she casually ascended the staircase. "What is inappropriate about your clothing?" Agnes heard her father's voice echoing from above. She looked up to see her father, his expression somewhat displeased, leaning over the railing on the second floor. "Where have you been, Agnes?" he inquired. With a sigh, she continued her ascent. "I merely took a brief trip to Purtith Street," she replied as she climbed. "You needn't change. Just come with me," her father called out as she reached the top. Agnes followed him into his study. "Father, what is it that you wish to discuss?" she asked. He settled into his chair behind the desk, rubbed his temples, and sighed before questioning. "First, tell me, why did you venture to Purtith Street dressed in such a manner, and without Hetty?" "I was simply investigating a few matters. This attire was more suitable for subterfuge. If I had brought Hetty along, it would have compromised my disguise," Agnes replied, fidgeting with her fingers. Observing her small gesture, her father softened his tone. "I'm not scolding you. This is merely a casual inquiry. Your late return has caused me much concern." Agnes lifted her gaze to meet her father's and nodded. "I understand, father. Today was an exception. I usually return home promptly. Moreover, at present, no ordinary person could best me." "What does that have to do with it?" her father replied, exasperated, rubbing his temples again. "The situation in Fenibord is far more complicated than you might imagine. Exceptional personal strength does not guarantee safety. It may, in fact, lead you into peril." Agnes smiled at her father, moved closer, and playfully shook his arm, saying, "All right, father, I understand." He chuckled and shook his head. "Well, as long as you are aware." "Father, what did you wish to speak with me about today?" she inquired. He leaned back in his chair, somewhat resigned, and said, I have a few questions regarding some actions you communicated to Aurelio. Agnes released her grip on his arm and asked, Is there an issue with those actions? I must clarify that most of them were derived from the information Aurelio provided, so if there are discrepancies, it is not solely my fault. Her father took a deep breath. I know you merely relayed information to Aurelio without paying it much heed. I simply wish to know how long you have contemplated this method. I find it hard to believe that you could devise such a plan immediately after Aurelio mentioned it. Agnes paused, momentarily taken aback, and replied, I actually became aware in March that you were advocating for the abolition of the guild system. After learning that, I familiarized myself with the relevant materials, though not as extensively as Aurelio. March, well, that is commendable, her father murmured softly. Agnes, intrigued, asked, What a march, father? Nothing, he said, lifting his gaze with a smile, appearing somewhat pleased. You have been away from social engagements for quite some time. I believe it is time for you to re-enter the world of balls and soirees to announce your return. But, father, he waved his hand dismissively, next Tuesday, Lady Durant will host a ball, and I believe it presents a splendid opportunity. Does it not? Very well, Agnes replied, somewhat disheartened. Is there anything else, father? She asked. He shook his head and replied, Just remember to prepare for the ball next Tuesday. Agnes felt perplexed, as she sensed that her father's concerns were trivial, and he should not have waited for her so long amidst his busy schedule. Rising, she made her way to the door, but then hesitated and turned back, asking, Father, what if I were to disappoint you? Disappoint me? Why would you think that? He queried. For instance, if I were to appear eccentric or even seem somewhat mad. Agnes stammered. Agnes, you must remember, we are not minor nobility, her father said, his tone laden with meaning. Very well, Agnes nodded slightly. Then, I shall return to change my attire. Good night, my dear Agnes, he said as she exited his study. Hetty assisted Agnes in donning the gown prepared for the ball. The dress had been delivered the previous morning and fit impeccably. Agnes surmised that her father must have decided long ago that she would attend this ball. Otherwise, how could he have requested her presence at tonight's event, with the appropriate attire arriving just in time for her to wear today? The gown was predominantly a delicate blue, adorned with golden embellishments. The cuffs and hem featured stripes of gold and brown, decorated with a few golden flowers that possessed pearl centers. A band of approximately 3 fingers in width, crafted from golden lace, cinched at the waist, while a golden ribbon formed a V-neckline, with delicate fringes cascading from the shoulders. As Agnes took a few steps forward, she furrowed her brow at the cumbersome train of her gown. Miss, please remain still, Hetty urged, adjusting the necklace around Agnes's neck. Betty and Ellie are still arranging your skirt. I believe it looks splendid already, Agnes protested with a frown. Miss, please do not frown, Hetty gently smoothed Agnes's brow, adding, Any crease would detract from your perfection. Agnes gazed at her reflection in the mirror. The image before her was of a flawless figure adorned in the gown, complemented by a perfectly matched headdress, earrings, and necklace, with 3 maids attending to every detail. Chapter 65, The Ball. Agnes felt a sense of disorientation. She vaguely perceived that the person in the mirror was not herself but a perfect doll, sharing her name and visage, yet devoid of her soul. She would never allow herself to be manipulated in such a manner, nor would she wear such cumbersome attire to attend a meaningless ball. She was acutely aware that she was not so compliant. Hetty, tell me, who is the person in the mirror? Hetty paused, glanced at the mirror, and burst into laughter. Miss, how can you boast so about yourself? Hetty could hardly suppress her smile, infused with mirth as she replied, You may consider yourself perfect, but you must wait until we are finished. I do not, Agnes insisted earnestly. Indeed, Miss is merely inquiring about the identity of the beautiful girl in the mirror, Hetty said with a smile. Agnes sighed, somewhat despondent, as she patiently awaited the completion of her maid's preparations. Ever since her return from the church's underground, her progress in potion digestion had nearly stalled. The primary reason was her inability to resolve herself to perform in front of her family and friends. Just as she had today, she relished the warmth derived from her loved ones, yet feared the disdain and fearful gazes she might encounter should she begin to play the part they expected of her. After all, humans are social creatures. Even if she claimed indifference to her reputation, she had not reached a state of emotional detachment from external opinions. In reality, she still cared about others' words, especially when they originated from those with whom she shared close ties. Unlike when they were in the depths of the church, where Lady Rossi and her companions were all aware they were merely playing roles. Despite that priest being startled by her, they would readily provide explanations here. She could not divulge her intentions to them. The role she was to embody would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications. After all, she was tasked with portraying both a madwoman and a werewolf, neither of which would enhance her reputation. As the daughter of Count Pagny, Any scandalous rumors would undoubtedly cast a shadow upon her father. Although she had subtly inquired about such matters with her father, he had responded with the notion that they were not mere minor nobility. From her understanding of her father, he implied that she need not concern herself with the opinions of others. Should any issues arise, he would not forsake Agnes. This was indeed true, for the news of her severe illness had long since circulated within the social circles of Phenabat City. Back in March, during a music salon hosted by her mother, she had overheard some ladies expressing their pity for her. The Pagny family was certainly not a family of lesser nobility. In fact, they were a pillar among the new aristocracy, devoid of fears of bankruptcy. Her grandfather had chosen to sever ties with her great-grandfather, leaving her father as the sole heir, and their lineage was not particularly thriving. Her father did not need to resort to sending his ailing children to a monastery, as lesser nobles might do, to alleviate their burdens, often under the pretense of serving the divine. For them, the ultimate worth of such children would be to uphold the family's reputation. Yet, Agnes had always found it difficult to accept being a burden to others, particularly under circumstances of her own making. She yearned to leave home for a time, until her performance was complete. However, she had inadvertently stepped into a role teetering on the brink of chaos. Moreover, she was likely intertwined with certain hidden entities. Finally, she had simultaneously embraced the traits of both a madwoman and a werewolf, although she appeared to be in control at present. The curse of the werewolf had undeniably intensified while she had yet to fully assimilate the madness. The church would never permit someone as volatile as she to leave Phenabat City. Should she attempt to force her departure, it would likely be interpreted by the church as a sign of her losing control, leading to a manhunt. Her desire to leave was for the sake of her performance, not to completely abandon her identity and sever ties with her family and friends. Splendid, Hetty remarked as she appraised Agnes from head to toe, clapping her hands. I shall inform the Countess, said Betty, standing nearby. According to the etiquette manual, young unmarried women must be accompanied by an older female chaperone when entering social gatherings. Agnes had become an extraordinary individual earlier this year, her illness no longer impeding her daily life. Since February, she had begun attending balls and banquets, albeit always needing the presence of an older chaperone to introduce her. Her mother was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this role. While she had never been fond of socializing, she would acquiesce to her father's wishes and attend the ball to announce her return. Simultaneously, she was eager to test whether her subtle madness would yield similar effects. Should it prove effective, she might not need to leave Phenabat City after all. Agnes had just shared a dance with her mother, a gesture to signify their mutual lack of partners, perhaps with the intention of rekindling her mother's fond memories of dancing. Agnes had felt a twinge of anxiety, for it had been quite some time since she last danced, and she feared stepping on her mother's toes or failing to keep pace. Fortunately, the enhancements she experienced from embodying the traits of both the madwoman and the werewolf had heightened her physical prowess and sensory perception, allowing her to execute her first dance of the evening flawlessly. Gently lifting a glass of juice from the table, she took a sip while observing the dancers on the floor, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Her mother had already been invited by acquaintances, leaving her alone in the corner. While others might feel awkward or anxious in such a situation, Agnes was indifferent to such sentiments and relished the opportunity to rest and admire the performances around her. She noticed a young gentleman approaching her, clad in a brown coat, black patent leather trousers, and tall boots. With a slight squint, she regarded him, then allowed a smile to bloom on her face. His golden hair was impeccably styled, and he wore an elegant, perfect smile. Upon reaching Agnes, he bowed with a nearly flawless arc miss. I would like to ask you for a dance, if I may. Agnes's smile widened, and she nodded, rising to her feet. Of course, Mr. Durant. Chapter 66. Leonardo Durant. Leonardo Durant, the eldest son of the Durant Marquis family, was 4 years her senior. When she first entered Arnold Academy, Leonardo had just graduated. He had been quite the figure during his time there. At least in her first year, his name was frequently mentioned in her presence. Even as she immersed herself in her studies, the name left a lasting impression on her. After all, Leonardo Durant was not only a topic of conversation among students, but also among teachers during their lessons. Agnes found it perplexing why, despite Leonardo having graduated, both teachers and students continued to speak of him with such fervor. She had once inquired of Penny, a friend of hers, who had responded, someone like Leonardo, with gentlemanly grace, profound knowledge, remarkable leadership skills, and a distinguished family background, is destined to become a prominent figure in Phenabat's political arena. Thus, Agnes understood. The crux of the matter was that he would be a future star in the political landscape of Phenabat. The interactions between the Durant and Pagny families had notably increased this year. Previously, their social exchanges had been amicable, yet unenthusiastic. However, given the unique circumstances of the year, it was hardly surprising that members of the new nobility would seek to connect more frequently. As far as Agnes was aware, her mother had attended numerous balls and soirees hosted by the Marchioness Durant over the past 6 months, and the Marchioness had reciprocated by attending many of her mother's gatherings. Mutual invitations had become commonplace. Nevertheless, Agnes had not frequented social events in Phenobot City, having spent a third of the past 6 months in the church's depths, and she was not particularly inclined towards socializing even during the remaining time. Although she had only begun attending balls and dinners earlier this year, she was still quite young, not yet formally integrated into the social milieu of Phenobot City. As she would not turn 14 for another 2 months, she could recognize the Durant family, thanks to her good memory. Indeed, she could identify all the nobles of Phenobot City she had encountered, as she had made a point to remember them. While Agnes had not anticipated Leonardo Durant would come to invite her to dance, she was not entirely surprised. After all, today was a ball hosted by the Marchioness Durant, and as the eldest son of the Durant family, it would have been polite for him to extend an invitation upon noticing her solitary situation, thereby preventing any negative impressions she might form about the event. Agnes and Leonardo Durant entered the dance floor together. Agnes discerned that Leonardo had slightly slowed his pace, allowing her to enter the dance floor first, before guiding her to commence their dance at the spot where she halted. She felt his right hand not resting flat against her waist, but rather facing downwards, gently clasping her with the back of his thumb. His left hand softly supported her right, elevated just enough to remain comfortable, yet not so high as to achieve an elegant parallel with her shoulders. This height was far more agreeable for Agnes, preventing her from feeling as though she were suspended in mid-air. After all, her stature barely reached Leonardo's shoulders, a feat only possible due to her wearing high heels that day. Agnes sighed quietly to herself, feeling a touch embarrassed by his gentlemanly demeanor. "Are you the daughter of Count Pagny and the sister of Aurelio?" Leonardo inquired softly. Agnes nodded, deliberately lowering her voice as she replied, "Yes, I am Agnes Pagny. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Durant." Leonardo offered a slight smile and remarked, "You may simply call me Leonardo. I share a good rapport with Aurelio. I, too, am an alumnus of Arnold School, thus your senior." Agnes smiled and nodded. "Very well, Leonardo-senpai." Leonardo responded with a chuckle. "It seems you do not frequent balls often," he noted. Agnes nodded earnestly. "After all, I'm still young and not yet of age." Leonardo could not help but reveal a fleeting smile, which he quickly masked, reverting to his composed demeanor. Yet Agnes was certain she had witnessed it. "What do you usually do at home? You graduated from school over 2 years ago. Wouldn't it be rather dull to remain at home every day?" he asked. Agnes was taken aback, surprised that news of her graduating from school at 11 had spread so widely. However, she recognized it was not entirely unusual, given that Leonardo had also graduated from Arnold School. If he indeed had a good relationship with Aurelio and maintained a keen interest in the school, it was not surprising he was aware of such details. "It is not dull at all," Agnes explained earnestly. "I study music and contemplate." "What do you contemplate?" "I contemplate this world," Agnes replied with a faint smile. "You contemplate the world?" Leonardo laughed and asked, "Have you arrived at any conclusions?" Agnes cast a noticeable smile in his direction and replied, "We can never truly comprehend this world. When I face the sun and close my eyes, I feel warmth and begin to recall many fiery things. Yet, when I open my eyes and behold the sun, I discover that all I had contemplated dissipates. The sun is merely the sun and not any of the notions I previously entertained. When I touch the earth, I recall the bountiful harvests of autumn and the sustenance it provides. I attempt to bite the earth, but it is not something that can be bitten. Thus, I realize that almost everything I have contemplated is not its essence, for I have not fully understood the subjects of my thoughts. Just as the sun is not the fiery things I imagined, the earth is not the abundant harvests I recalled. We cannot genuinely know the things we encounter. We can only infer the entirety of something through what we perceive. It is akin to a blind person touching an elephant or peeking through a keyhole at a leopard. We, who understand only parts of things, must conjecture from our limited comprehension, which often leads to incorrect conclusions. I have heard those 2 phrases. They are quotes from Emperor Roselle. Leonardo interjected, having listened silently to Agnes's discourse, maintaining his elegant and composed smile, seemingly unperturbed. Agnes could not resist a slight smile. "Indeed, they are from the quotes of Emperor Roselle," Agnes affirmed. "It seems you harbor doubts about the validity of information perceived through your senses," Leonardo remarked. "Yes, that is indeed the case," Agnes nodded in agreement. "For when I close my eyes and feel the sun, I might mistake it for some kind of fiery entity. When I contemplate what the earth is based on my impressions, I may erroneously confuse it with that which emerges from the earth. Since we cannot fully comprehend an entity, it becomes inevitable to rely on our senses to derive information about its true existence. Yet, our thoughts invariably contain various fallacies in comparison to reality. At times we confuse cause and effect, and at others, we mistake effect for cause. We often misinterpret our imaginings as truths, to the point of engaging in disputes over them. Yet, frequently, the information we receive through our senses cannot ascertain its authenticity. Just as our eyes may conjure illusions, our ears may experience auditory hallucinations, our sense of smell and taste may occasionally malfunction, and our sense of touch may exhibit discrepancies. The five senses we rely on often diverge from the real world due to subjective factors. For instance, a bottle of bromothymol blue solution at a chemical mutation point may appear green to one person and blue to another. So what color is it truly? Similarly, what is the sun that we perceive? Is it a burning sphere of light, a dazzling star, or perhaps the eternal sun itself? Agnes, be cautious with your words. Leonardo could no longer maintain his elegant smile, his expression turning serious as he lowered his voice in admonishment. I apologize, Agnes responded, as if coming to a realization. Lowering her head slightly in contrition, Leonardo took a deep breath and said, "We must respect the divine." "Yes, I understand," Agnes nodded. She began, then sighed. "I may have said too much." Leonardo shook his head. "You merely articulated your understanding of this world." Agnes ceased to speak, nodding instead as she earnestly resumed dancing. For a time, both remained silent. After nearly a full rotation, Leonardo softly inquired, "Are you tired? Do you need a break?" A slight flush appeared on Agnes's face. Still somewhat pale from her makeup, resembling someone who had engaged in vigorous activity, and Leonardo observed this clearly as they danced together. "Yes, I think I need to rest," Agnes replied with a nod. She had intentionally allowed Leonardo to notice, so as to conclude their dance. "Well, I'm grateful for Elisa's guidance." The two gradually moved to the edge of the dance floor before gracefully exiting. Leonardo escorted Agnes to her seat, expressing concern as he asked, "Do you require a doctor? Your complexion seems somewhat off." Agnes shook her head and replied, "No, thank you. I'm just a bit tired. A moment of rest will suffice." "All right. Should you need anything, feel free to call upon me or my mother," Leonardo said, refraining from insisting further as he departed from the corner. Agnes picked up a glass of juice from the table and took a sip, lowering her gaze to observe the slight bubbles on the surface, her mind deep in thought. She had just begun to feel a hint of the potion's effects. Prior to her mention of the eternal sun, the quantity digested had been relatively small, far less compared to the feedback she had received when she frightened that unfortunate priest beneath the church. However, this at least indicated that the method was indeed feasible, albeit at a slower pace than when she allowed herself to fully engage in her role. Yet, one question lingered. Having said so much, the most profound feedback had come inadvertently when she referenced the eternal sun, revealing a facet of her subconscious that displayed a lack of respect towards the divine. Indeed, an individual who demonstrates a lack of reverence towards the divine can easily be deemed a lunatic in a world where such deities can truly manifest their powers. However, this perspective diverges somewhat from her ultimate aim. Her intention in speaking to Leonardo was to seek a role that would be less harmful, with minimal impact on both her and her father, thereby allowing her to remain in the city of Fenibord. Rather than acquiring a role fraught with significant peril, she sought a more benign alternative. In a certain light, exhibiting disrespect towards the divine may pose a greater danger than her clandestine departure, which would lead the church to declare her out of control and initiate a manhunt. While she may harbor disbelief, she must maintain the facade of respect towards the divine, refraining from directly leveraging this fact for her performance. Even though the church often exhibits a degree of tolerance towards the nobility, this leniency is contingent upon the nobles displaying at least a veneer of reverence. Should Agnes truly declare her disdain for the divine, it is likely that not only the Church of the True Gods would deem her insane, but even the cultists would consider her profoundly deranged. This indeed represents the best performance. Yet the most favorable outcome might merely result in her being taken by the Mother Earth Church for examination to ascertain whether she has lost control or been tainted by some corruption, this being under the context of her intricate connections with the Mother Earth Church and her unique background. Had she been an ordinary person, it is probable that she would have been subjected to surveillance in the church's subterranean chambers, or worse, directly judged by the church. For the dignity of a divine is not to be trifled with. Such matters are customary. Those who actively provoke such repercussions tend to meet dire fates. For instance, Had she inadvertently uttered a phrase slightly disrespectful to the divine, even if it were not directed at the Mother Earth, which is the predominant faith in Fenibord? Or even considering that the Durant family, as Agnes knows, is not particularly devout in their worship, they would still be taken aback by her words, regardless of whether Agnes merely used it as an example. Her mention of the eternal Son was solely to provide a more tangible comparison of the varying speeds at which different performances might be digested. As this was a prime opportunity, given that Leonardo was not well acquainted with her, allowing her to receive a relatively authentic feedback on her performance. Moreover, it was inevitable that Leonardo would not disclose Agnes's remarks, for not only does the eternal Son have few adherents in Fenibord, but her statement, when taken in isolation, does not constitute disrespect towards the divine. Indeed, even the teachings of the eternal Son extol the Son as a veneration of their deity. To genuinely reveal Agnes's irreverence towards the divine, one would need to present the complete context, and these comments were shared solely with Leonardo. Should Leonardo or the Marquis Durant wish to act against her or her father, they would not require such a statement as a weapon. For Agnes's words were merely an instance of an inadvertent error. Please hold for a moment. I am not yet finished. I still have a little more to write. Perhaps another 10 minutes or so. Chapter 68. Leonardo's assessment. Agnes allowed a faint smile to grace her lips as she gently swirled the juice in her glass. Observing the couples dancing in the ballroom, she contemplated selecting a few more individuals to experiment with. After all, there exists a multitude of ways to manifest her madness, and today presents an excellent opportunity. While she could not employ those methods that are perilous, experimenting with less harmful approaches remains permissible. A most, whispers of her eccentricities may circulate, or those she engages with may find their impressions of her diverging, concluding that she is playing with them, inciting their ire. Such potential developments hold little consequence for Agnes. Leonardo Durant ascended the staircase and arrived at the threshold of his father's study. "Father," he gently rapped on the ajar door. "Is the ball concluded?" Marquis Durant inquired, lifting his gaze. "Yes." Leonardo nodded in affirmation. "Did you encounter the young lady from the Lorenzo family?" the Marquis asked. "I met Miss Pagny, and we danced a waltz together," Leonardo replied, nodding once more. "What is your impression of her?" the Marquis queried with keen interest. Leonardo shook his head, stating, "It is difficult to say. Through that brief interlude of a dance, I cannot attain a comprehensive and genuine understanding of her. No need for a thorough assessment. I merely wish to know what you currently perceive her to be like," the Marquis remarked as he approached the window. Leonardo stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Firstly, in terms of her physicality, she aligns entirely with the rumors. She does indeed appear to be in poor health. Despite her makeup concealing some aspects, I can still distinctly observe that her complexion is considerably paler than that of most ladies. Moreover, due to her lack of stamina, we were unable to complete even a full dance." The Marquis nodded, stating, "This is not unexpected. Agnes Pagny has suffered from illness for several years. You graduated from Arnold Academy early, thus you may not be aware that she fainted several times while at school. Many students were privy to her condition." "That sounds quite serious," Leonardo mused thoughtfully, inquiring, "Did Count Pagny not seek the church's assistance?" "Of course, they requested the church's healing. But Agnes's ailment has persistently lingered without improvement." The Marquis shook his head. "For the past 2 months, there has been no news regarding Agnes. Lorenzo claimed it was due to Agnes receiving treatment from the church." "So severe?" Leonardo furrowed his brow, asking, "What affliction does she suffer from?" "Unknown," the Marquis replied, shaking his head. "Lorenzo has always been reticent about his daughter's illness, and the church maintains a high level of confidentiality regarding her condition. It is impossible to glean any information. Why does it feel as though it may be related to some extraordinary power?" Leonardo spoke in a slightly hushed tone. "I too find that possibility plausible." The Marquis nodded in agreement. "Then it is perplexing. If Miss Pagny's illness is indeed connected to extraordinary powers, she should possess awareness of their existence, thus fostering greater reverence towards the divine. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that Miss Pagny subconsciously harbors a lack of respect for the divine. She disrespects the divine." In her words, the Marquis, once relaxed, now assumed a serious demeanor. In truth, she did not utter any overtly irreverent statements. However, the manner in which she articulated her thoughts consistently conveys to me a sense that she does not hold the divine in high regard. She was discussing her understanding of various matters, using the sun as an example. She inquired, "What exactly is the sun we perceive? Could it possibly be the eternal sun itself?" Leonardo elucidated to the Marquis. "For a mortal to ponder the existence of the divine is either an act of ignorance or sheer madness, and through this brief encounter, I cannot discern which category she falls into, Leonardo concluded. The Marquis remained silent for a moment before stating, "Let us set this discussion aside for now. Do you have any further observations regarding Agnes? Perhaps she overthinks?" Leonardo suggested uncertainly. Overthinks? How so? The Marquis chuckled. I suppose few would dedicate themselves to contemplating the nature of this world or the essence of its phenomena, unless they are ill or aspire to be a philosopher. Leonardo replied. While dancing with her, I casually asked what she typically does with her time at home, whether she finds it dull. Her response was that she studies music and reflects upon the world. Initially, I thought she was jesting, yet she proceeded to elaborate extensively on her conclusions, which were rather insightful, truly remarkable. Leonardo expressed his exasperation. Marquis Durant could not help but chuckle, saying, I believe you ought to exhibit a bit more understanding towards her. You must realize that Agnes does not possess the myriad of matters to attend to as you do. Her health is frail, and her participation in social gatherings is scarce. It is quite natural for her to indulge in flights of fancy during her leisure time. Perhaps, Leonardo conceded with a shake of his head, inquiring, I do not quite comprehend why you insist that I pay attention to Miss Pagny, although in hindsight, she does appear rather peculiar. The Marquis stifled his laughter, replying, Do you suppose that if both you and the young lady from the Lorenzo family were presented with a problem to solve, who would arrive at a solution first? Leonardo pondered seriously for a moment before responding. Perhaps it would be Miss Pagny? The Marquis's eyes widened in surprise as he fixated on Leonardo. With a resigned sigh, Leonardo added, If you pose the question thus, it becomes evident that you regard me as inferior to Miss Pagny. You must not state it so bluntly. The Marquis exclaimed, striking the table with fervor. I beg your pardon, father. I was mistaken, Leonardo replied with a grave countenance. The Marquis nodded in satisfaction, explaining, 9 days ago, we discussed several methods. Yes, the same methods that Aurelio later elucidated, originating from Agnes Pagny. I had assumed those methods were proposed by Aurelio, Leonardo remarked, nodding in understanding. Her thought process is indeed expansive. Thus, I wish for you to familiarize yourself with Agnes Pagny, the Marquis instructed. But, father, if you are so concerned about her, why not investigate personally? Leonardo queried. The Marquis's face flushed with indignation as he retorted. What would it signify for me to visit his daughter when Lorenzo himself has not even appeared? Chapter 69, Speculation. Agnes paused slightly, her words momentarily caught in her throat. What is it, Agnes? Her mother inquired. Ah, mother, it is nothing. I simply recalled a few matters, Agnes replied, regaining her composure with a smile. Her mother nodded, refraining from further questioning. Agnes gently closed her eyes, contemplating the reasons behind the recent digestion of the potion amidst the gentle jostle of the carriage. Had someone recounted her performance at the ball to others? At this juncture, it was unlikely that participants were relaying their experiences to family, as they had yet to return home. Thus, it was probable that the exchange occurred among the ball attendees themselves or amongst the members of the Durant household. The likelihood of Leonardo divulging their communication to the Marquis was substantial, and it was entirely reasonable for the Marquis to perceive his conversations with Leonardo as slightly eccentric. May 26, 1328. Today, I explored numerous portrayals at the ball. Through their feedback, I could roughly infer a pattern. The greater the disparity in worldviews, the more potion one could assimilate following their responses. Among my dance partners today, the most rewarding feedback came from Leonardo Durant, as I intentionally revealed my subconscious lack of reverence for the deities, contrasting sharply with the prevailing attitudes of this world. This divergence in perspective undoubtedly served as the most pronounced gap between myself and the inhabitants of this realm. This prompted me to theorize, could the progression from prisoner to madman, and even a werewolf, signify a gradual estrangement from one's own kin? The portrayal of a prisoner distances the extraordinary beings of this sequence from others spatially, while the role of a madman introduces a psychological distinction. By the time one reaches the werewolf stage, the extraordinary beings become fundamentally altered, no longer belonging to the human species. This represents a phase of diminishing identity with the human collective. This process subtly erodes the extraordinary being's sense of human identity, a phenomenon common to all paths of the extraordinary in this world. Even those not on the path of the otherworldly manifest certain traits of mythical beings upon ascending to demigod status, no longer remaining entirely human. The manifestation of otherness is simply more pronounced in their case. If this indeed holds true, how do the prisoners, whose hearts are shackled, relate to those whose bodies are imprisoned by the world? Viewed from this perspective, the process seems not deeply intertwined with desire. Yet, if there exists no substantial connection, How then did the conflict arise between the ascetic and hedonistic factions of the Rose School? Drawing parallels to my earlier deductions. Within these three tiers of the sequence lies a gradual release of desire and an erosion of rationality. The desires of the prisoners are constrained and suppressed, while the madmen begin to unleash their desires, sacrificing reason for power. In contrast, werewolves become easily dominated by their desires, yet simultaneously grow stronger in the absence of rational thought. This progression within the prisoner sequence is strikingly pronounced, inching ever closer to becoming a monstrous entity governed by desire, which explains the vigilance of numerous righteous deities regarding this sequence. However, a query arises: why do werewolves exhibit a propensity for slaughter and bloodlust, even from a biological standpoint? Killing is not inherently a biological desire. It is merely a means to secure adequate sustenance. The primal instincts of an organism should center around survival and reproduction. The inclination towards slaughter and bloodlust often contradicts these instincts, resembling a curse that compels the extraordinary beings of this sequence to wholly reject humanity. The werewolves, unable to suppress their desire for carnage and blood during the full moon, gradually become cold and distorted, losing the emotions that are characteristic of normal humanity, likely due to their diminishing identification with their former human selves. If we consider the subsequent sequences of the living dead and vengeful spirits, the curses associated with these two tiers also treat humanity as potential sustenance, albeit not as a necessity. Thus, the werewolf stands as a pivotal juncture. Maintaining one's identification with humanity at this level distinguishes the various portrayals within the prisoner sequence. Clad in her formal attire, Agnes entered the rehearsal room, the final practice before the concert. This afternoon, the concert would officially commence. Mr. Connie was to conduct two pieces during the event, a symphony and a concerto. The symphony was an original composition by Mr. Connie, the very piece Agnes had heard at the Musicians' Association on the afternoon she left the church's underground. He would merely be conducting the orchestra for the concerto, with Mr. Ricardo as the soloist. Indeed, Mr. Ricardo had not only the two pieces to perform, but also the task of playing a concerto. The symphony, which Mr. Connie referred to as the E-flat Major Symphony No. 20, comprises 4 movements and has a duration of approximately 30 minutes, characterized by its grandeur and scale. The concerto, an E minor violin concerto, was known by Mr. Ricardo as Moonlit Night. The composition exudes a harmonious and cohesive quality, imbued with a sense of gentle romance and an air of nobility, striking a balance between softness and solemnity. The entire work consists of 3 movements, also lasting around 30 minutes. The composer, Klinsmann White, was a name Agnes had not encountered among the nobility of Phenibut. Yet based on the style of the piece, she was certain that the composer belonged to the aristocracy. These 2 pieces would be the 5th and 3rd selections of the concert, presenting a stark emotional contrast, with only a 20-minute interlude of a rhapsody in between. Agnes was genuinely concerned about whether Mr. Connie could adjust his emotions in such a short span of time, transitioning from a state of delicate romance to one filled with fervor. This was undoubtedly a significant challenge for any conductor. However, when Agnes inquired about this matter with Mr. Ricardo, he expressed unwavering confidence in Mr. Connie's ability to adeptly conduct the 2 pieces, advising Agnes to focus on her own performance of Morning by the Lake, which was to open the concert, rather than worrying about unnecessary matters. Indeed, the selection of Morning by the Lake as the concert's opening piece placed immense pressure on Agnes, despite the fact that she would not be the one performing it. In Chapter 70, The Ship of Theseus, Agnes seated herself in the empty audience, observing the bustling activity on stage, lost in thought. In truth, she need not have arrived so early, yet she instinctively felt compelled to witness the preparations for the rehearsal, even though these preparations bore no direct connection to her. Feeling anxious? Mr. Connie inquired as he took a seat beside Agnes. Not particularly, Agnes replied with a slight smile. Mr. Connie nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he recounted. When my first piece was to be performed at a concert, I arrived at the hall at the crack of dawn, scrutinizing every detail, fearful that something might go awry. My nerves then were far more intense than yours, as music was my entire career at that time. Agnes couldn't help but chuckle, recalling from the newspapers that Mr. Connie had debuted at the age of 12, hailed as a once-in-a-century musical prodigy. That depiction was rather exaggerated, Mr. Conti remarked with a shake of his head. I was merely fortunate, possessing some foundational skills, and my father and teachers had connections in the musical world that allowed my compositions to gain traction. That is still quite impressive, Agnes mused, resting her chin in her hand as she regarded him. Mr. Connie sighed, shaking his head again. Achieving fame too early is not necessarily a blessing. especially when one's talent does not align with their status. At that age, I was perhaps even younger than you. Blissfully unaware of how shallow and ridiculous my understanding of the world was, yet I was exalted by others. I poured my pride, my loves, and my hates into music, intoxicated by the adulation, believing myself truly worthy of such praise. It was only when I recognized my shortcomings that I chose to leave Phenobot City. I was akin to the noble in Rosal's tale, questioning why the poor would not consume meat broth when they had no bread. Agnes listened in silence, absorbing Mr. Connie's words without interjecting. Although she had gleaned some understanding of Mr. Connie's youthful experiences through various channels, she acknowledged that these were mere glimpses, without first-hand experience. One could not fully comprehend another's innermost feelings. She was aware that after a period of acclaim in Phenobot City, Mr. Connie had opted to depart, ultimately journeying to the southern continent. Yet, the reasons behind a young musician's choice to abandon their homeland and relinquish all they possessed remain a mystery to Agnes. Mr. Connie's previous mention of his departure from Phenobot City was vague, clearly indicating that this chapter of his life was one he preferred to avoid, likely due to its profound impact on him, an event he still struggled to confront. Agnes, respecting his privacy, refrained from probing into matters that were not hers to know. Mr. Connie's blue eyes lingered on Agnes for a considerable time, and upon noticing her silent attentiveness, he chuckled softly. Agnes, you truly are. Agnes focused intently on him, awaiting his next words. As one ages, one tends to reminisce about the past, often sharing tales that the young may find tedious. Let's speak of something else, Mr. Connie suggested, redirecting the conversation. What have you been performing lately? Agnes, undeterred by Mr. Connie's interrupted thoughts, nodded. I have been experimenting with various approaches. I've heard reports about your performances at several balls this month, he replied, shaking his head in mild exasperation. Oh, what did they say about me? Agnes inquired with keen interest. Mr. Connie chuckled wryly. I believe you can surmise it for yourself, such as the new moniker of the peculiar Miss Pagani and the notion that the Pagani family has produced a philosopher who is attempting to propagate her rather eccentric ideas. Agnes burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she revealed her sharp canines. That is precisely what I had hoped for. Mr. Connie shook his head. Our performances are far more perilous than many other forms of expression. Often, our own state of being takes precedence, while the opinions of others become secondary. Unlike other extraordinary individuals, we tread the fine line between madness and chaos, necessitating a greater emphasis on our own condition. When I ascended to madness, my mentor urged me repeatedly to examine myself, to ascertain whether my true character and mental state had been unduly influenced by potions. Only after that did he advise me to restrain my madness and suppress my desires. To be honest, had you not refrained from performing in my presence, I would have genuinely believed you had transformed into that rumored persona. That is indeed necessary, though some subtle changes may be difficult to detect, Agnes posited. Mr. Connie's blue gaze remained fixed on her, and after a lengthy pause, he responded, Agnes, what do you think an extraordinary being truly is? From a moment one embarks on the path of the extraordinary, one is accompanied by eternal madness until death. It is akin to the ship of Theseus described by Rosale, where the wood is gradually replaced until none of the original remains. Once one begins the extraordinary journey, madness accumulates within until it ultimately engulfs them, leaving behind a monster that shares the same name. I understand, Agnes interjected. I believe this is an inevitable consequence. To attain power beyond the ordinary, one must inevitably pay a corresponding price. It is merely that the cost for extraordinary beings is somewhat greater, forever entwined with misfortune and madness. Their conversation fell into a contemplative silence. Let us set that aside for now, Mr. Connie suggested, his expression darkening slightly as he shifted the topic. Your current state appears markedly better than mine when I first became mad, even more lively than when I first met you. I endured considerable anguish during the phase of digesting the potion. There were times I nearly lost control. Much of it could be attributed to the curse, compounded by my current reluctance to actively sacrifice my reason and unleash my desires in exchange for power, Agnes speculated. The madness curse that afflicted me has largely been supplanted by the werewolf curse, leaving only remnants that have intensified the werewolf's curse. In the absence of a full moon's influence, I am usually in a tolerable state. Indeed, that is plausible. Mr. Connie nodded thoughtfully and remarked, It is imperative to pay heed to your own character and psychological state. One must not lower their guard simply because their present condition appears satisfactory. Indeed, I shall remember that, Agnes replied, nodding in agreement. This is precisely what I have been practicing. The Church continuously monitors my psychological state, conducting assessments across various dimensions almost every month. Mr. Connie paused momentarily, then nodded in realization. With the church's vigilance, any issues should be promptly detected, allowing you to make timely adjustments. Agnes concurred with a nod. As the time drew near, Mr. Connie stated, I believe it is time for me to prepare for the final rehearsal. He lifted his gaze to the stage, noticing that the number of people had significantly dwindled. I look forward to your performance, Mr. Connie, Agnes said. Seated in the audience, she felt the concert commence as Mr. Ricardo began to play her minor violin variations. Morning by the lake. Her keen sight allowed her to discreetly scan the audience, and she was grateful for her increasingly sharp vision, which enabled her to clearly observe the body language of most individuals across from her. If the distance was not too great, she could even discern their facial expressions. Noticing that the majority seemed to be listening intently, Agnes relaxed, leaning back lazily in her chair and closing her eyes to fully immerse herself in Mr. Ricardo's performance. Despite having composed the piece herself and having heard Mr. Ricardo play it numerous times during rehearsals, experiencing it in the concert hall evoked a distinctly different sensation. She no longer needed to ponder its imperfections, consider necessary revisions, or contemplate the best approach. Instead, she surrendered her thoughts entirely to the evocative imagery and emotions conveyed by the piece. She relinquished her preconceived notions, allowing her mind to wander freely, treating the composition as if it were an entirely new work she had never encountered before. It must be said, Mr. Ricardo's violin mastery was indeed exceptional, a realization Agnes had come to appreciate deeply during rehearsals. His playing evoked a crystalline purity that transported listeners to the tranquil shores of a summer lake, where one could savor the gentle breeze alongside the flora and fauna. Alternatively, it was as if she had transformed into a water plant, swaying with the softly rippling surface beside her kin adorned with delicate yellow blooms. Agnes opened her eyes and gazed at Mr. Ricardo on stage. His posture was relaxed yet elegant, neither completely still nor overly animated, holding the violin with grace and composure. He leaned back slightly, half closing his eyes as he focused intently on the strings, completely absorbed in the music. Mr. Ricardo's performance exuded an ineffable innocence intertwined with a touch of noble elegance. Captivating to behold. Perhaps this was one of the reasons he maintained a notable presence in the musical realm of Fenibord, despite his infrequent participation. Agnes closed her eyes once more, allowing herself to revel in Mr. Ricardo's playing until he concluded the final note. Only then did she open her eyes and look toward the stage. Mr. Ricardo remained in his playing position, and after a minute or two, his bow gracefully lifted from the strings, and his left hand lowered the violin gently. Following the audience's lead, Agnes joined in the applause. Seemingly aware, Mr. Ricardo's gaze swept towards her, and he bowed gracefully before departing the stage. Agnes rose from her seat and, amidst the sustained applause from the music hall, made her way backstage. Mr. Ricardo, she called out, finding him resting as he meticulously wiped the rosin dust from his violin. Upon hearing her voice, he looked up and smiled at her, saying, I notice your applause. It seems my performance met your expectations. Certainly, Mr. Ricardo, your playing exceeded my expectations, and I was utterly absorbed in your music, Agnes replied with a smile. To receive praise from the esteemed Miss Agnes is an honor, he chuckled, placing his violin in its case. Shall we not go check on Edmundo? Moonlit is a duet between him and me. Should we not be concerned about whether Mr. Connie has adequately managed his emotions? Agnes smiled sheepishly, replying, Mr. Ricardo, please do not tease me. He picked up his violin and bowed again, handing her the case as he said, Let us go to Edmundo. Moonlit is the third piece, and we have over 20 minutes until our next performance. Returning to the audience, Agnes found both Mr. Ricardo and Mr. Connie on stage, with the orchestra already in position. She observed Mr. Connie closely as he prepared himself. He held the conductor's south baton close to his chest, adopting a slightly curled posture, and the music hall fell into an almost complete silence. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, he began to move, his gestures gentle and fluid. The violins of the orchestra soon resonated softly and melodiously, introducing the main chord of the first movement, imbued with a sense of nighttime tranquility and profundity. Mr. Ricardo's performance blended seamlessly, weaving a lament that evoked the image of a noble maiden yearning for freedom, standing by a window, reciting poetry, her voice coming alive amidst the orchestra's accompaniment. Mr. Connie's gaze occasionally flickered towards Mr. Ricardo, and his conducting motions grew ever more delicate in harmony with the music. Agnes listened intently, gradually immersing herself in the enchanting depiction of a beautiful night painted by the melody. Chapter 72, The Doubts of a Break. Agnes descended the stairs and took her seat at the dining table. She leaned back comfortably in her chair, gently closing her eyes, fingers pressing against her temples as a soft sigh escaped her lips. Despite returning late from the concert the previous night and having gone to bed around midnight, she had awakened unusually early today. When she stirred, the sunlight outside seemed to indicate it was approximately 5 o'clock, which meant she had only managed 3 to 4 hours of sleep. After 2 or 3 months of not experiencing such poor rest, she now felt dizzy yet utterly devoid of any desire to sleep. In truth, there was nothing pressing on her mind. It was simply that, after nearly a month, she had finally received the investigation results from Pierce and a note from the captain. The message had been delivered by Corvus Ross while she was writing in her journal by the small study window. The raven had perched on the windowsill and tapped against the glass with its beak to draw her attention. Agnes opened the window to let Ross in and hastily fetched a plate of sliced apples from the kitchen for the raven before examining the investigation results it had brought her. To be honest, Agnes felt somewhat guilty for not having fulfilled her promise to treat Ross to a grand feast during their time in Putty Street, despite the circumstances that had prevented her from doing so. After all, she had awakened in the church's underground, and following her departure, the squad had imposed a mandatory leave, leaving no opportunity to meet with Ross. Ross was quite astute. Although he had yet to master the art of speech, he could clearly convey his intentions through various means. The raven is an exceptionally vindictive creature. Although Agnes has never wronged it, she can distinctly sense Ross's underlying discontent. After much contemplation, she surmises that it likely stems from her failure to honor the promise of treating him to a grand feast. Consequently, last night, after inquiring about Ross's culinary preferences, Agnes instructed the maids to prepare small portions of various dishes, thus fulfilling her commitment. Upon learning of Agnes's intent to procure such an abundance of food, the maids exclaimed in dismay, expressing concerns about the unhealthiness of such indulgence, yet ultimately complied with her orders and delivered the fare to Agnes's study. Pierce's investigative findings left Agnes astounded. He successfully uncovered multiple aliases and locations associated with the werewolf. Apart from the name Jerome Grander, which he adopted during his piratical ventures, he had also been traced in several locales within Fenaport under various monikers. However, as he had not employed extraordinary abilities to alter his appearance, only utilizing rudimentary makeup, the church was still able to locate various records that might pertain to him across different time frames. Chronologically, his initial appearance was in the region of the Dissy Gulf, part of Fenaport, where he went by the name Jameer Pagny, and at that time, he was still a madman. The surname stirred a plethora of speculations within Agnes's mind, as there are not many individuals bearing the name Pagny. Aside from the Pagny earldom, she has scarcely encountered anyone in Fenaport sharing her surname. Following the rift between her grandfather and great-grandfather, they had virtually severed ties with their original family. During her grandfather's lifetime, he never made an effort to visit them or discuss his father, mother, or siblings. Even when Agnes, curious, broached the subject, her grandfather merely responded with an expressionless demeanor, stating that he had long since cut ties with them and would never contact them again. Agnes only gleaned bits of information through idle chatter from others. The original Pagny family was not part of Fenaport's nobility. Their ancestral lands were situated in the eastern region of Fenaport, close to the border with the Kingdom of Ruin. The Pagny family originally held the title of Earl, which was inherited by her great-grandfather. Logically, her grandfather, having estranged himself from his progenitor, should have been ineligible to inherit the title. Yet, for reasons unknown, the title ultimately passed to him. During the reign of Emperor Rosser, in the wars initiated by Intis, the Pagny family, already showing signs of decline, rapidly deteriorated, with her great-grandfather serving as the Earl at that time. After the fall of Emperor Rosser, the tide of the Industrial Revolution continued unabated, with capital flourishing unchecked. For reasons unknown, her great-grandfather clung tenaciously to the glory of the family name, resolutely refusing to change it. Following Rosser's demise, while not many families chose to abandon their noble heritage, several, including the Durant family, aligned themselves with the emerging new wave. Her grandfather was still a youth at the time of Rosser's downfall, yet he had matured into a young man by the time of his estrangement from his great-grandfather. Without the influence of Rosser, many nobles were empowered to commit themselves to the new wave. After all, whether it was the Industrial Revolution instigated by Rosser or the newly discovered trade routes, both promised substantial rewards. However, during Rosser's life, many nobles, intrigued yet apprehensive, were deterred by potential pitfalls he might have laid and the suspicions from their own nation's rulers, thus refraining from investing. Following Rosser's death, these anxieties dissipated, and many families seized the opportunity to join the movement. Displeased with his great-grandfather's decisions, her grandfather ultimately severed ties and embraced this new wave. After Agnes turned 7, her grandfather passed away, and her father inherited the title. Even at her grandfather's funeral, no other Pagny relatives appeared, as if her grandfather's original family had never existed. Agnes had always believed this to be due to her grandfather's strained relationship with his family, but it now seemed likely that other factors were at play. If that werewolf truly bore the name Jameer Pagny and his initial appearance was indeed in the Dissy Gulf, he might well have connections to the original Pagny family. Was Jameer Pagny an extraordinary being from a line of prisoners or a devotee of the primal moon? And what of the original Pagny family? Did they too have ties to the followers of the primal moon? If her conjecture held any truth, then the reasons behind her grandfather's estrangement from his progenitor must have been rooted in something far deeper than mere dissatisfaction with his great-grandfather's apparent refusal to adapt, likely something intimately connected to extraordinary powers. Chapter 73. The Banquet. The dining hall lay desolate, with Agnes the sole occupant. Her parents had yet to rise, and the maid seemed oblivious to her early arrival in the dining room. After all, the hour was still quite early. The faint rays of sunlight struggled to pierce the lingering fog outside, lending an ethereal quality to the garden, imbued with a hint of coolness. Agnes heard footsteps approaching, and a footman entered, bearing the day's newspaper. Upon spotting Agnes seated at the dining table, he hesitated for a moment, then bowed respectfully and inquired, "Miss, do you require sustenance at this hour?" Agnes shook her head and replied, "No, I shall wait for my father and mother." The footman bowed again, placed the newspaper on the table, and exited without further comment. Agnes picked up the newspaper and idly flipped through its pages. Most of the news articles were matters she was already aware of or could easily surmise would occur, as Aurelio often shared anecdotes about the intrigues he encountered while assisting her father. Agnes had a knack for predicting subsequent events. After all, nothing is new under the sun. As she perused the obituary section, Agnes stumbled upon a notice regarding the passing of the president of the Fenaport Blacksmith Guild, Mr. Oscarman, who had died at the age of 58. Last night, at 8 o'clock, Mr. Oscarman took his own life at his estate. Let us mourn his departure. He was a gentleman worthy of respect, stated Mr. Henry Sharon, the guild's chief smith, for he was always concerned for our future. Regardless of whether I share his views, I must concede that Mr. Oscarman was a capable individual, having indeed managed the Blacksmith Guild with remarkable efficiency until this year, remarked Casim Larson, a member of the Fenaport Blacksmith Guild. The funeral is scheduled for next Sunday at 2:30 p.m. at St. Celica's Church. Mr. Oscarman's remains are expected to be cremated and returned to his hometown of Moltsport. Agnes let out a soft sigh and set the newspaper down. Perhaps the guild system would indeed face complete abolition. Her whispered lament echoed faintly in the empty dining hall for a brief moment before dissipating into the air, unheard by any other. With a glass of juice in hand, Agnes quietly exited the banquet hall and made her way to the terrace, which had been prepared to celebrate the successful banquet held at the association president's residence the previous evening. The dinner had concluded, with gentlemen congregating over glasses of wine while the ladies gathered in the parlor for tea and conversation. Agnes found little interest in their discourse and harbored no desire to play a role in their social exchange, thus using the pretext of feeling slightly warm to slip outside for a breath of fresh air. "You don't appear particularly happy," a voice called from behind her. "No, you are mistaken, Mr. Arcado. I am, in fact, quite pleased," Agnes responded without turning around. Agnes did not need to turn around to recognize the voice of Trevor Arcado. After a month of acquaintance, it would be a disservice to her enhanced hearing if she were unable to recall his tone. "Perhaps, but I place greater faith in my judgments. At the very least, I sense your mood is somewhat worse than it was yesterday." Mr. Arcado approached Agnes, mirroring her stance as he gazed downwards, holding his glass of red wine. "The view from this vantage point is indeed quite pleasant," Mr. Arcado remarked with a smile. "Mr. Arcado, I take it your statement implies you believe my mood yesterday was also less than favorable?" Agnes tilted her head slightly, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired. Trevor Arcado cocked his head, his green eyes fixated on Agnes's smile, and nodded, affirming, "Yes, that is indeed my belief. I was in good spirits yesterday as well." Agnes turned her head back to the view below, remarking, "I felt the same until I perceived you through my spiritual sight." "You?" Agnes glared at Trevor Arcado with indignation. "You see, although you are currently displaying anger, what I perceive is predominantly blue," Mr. Arcado stated with a chuckle. Agnes composed her expression, regarding Trevor Arcado with calm eyes. "Are you aware that your actions are quite impolite and potentially dangerous, Mr. Arcado?" "I am aware," Trevor Arcado replied with a slight smile, leaning slightly closer to meet Agnes's gaze. "After all, I have perused your file at the church, dear Agnes. However, I discovered that as long as I refrain from probing into your soul or exploring certain memories, I remain untainted by your influence. Straightening up, Trevor Arcado swirled the red wine in his glass, stating, I have observed you for a month and have concluded that your rationality is almost inhuman. Whenever I employ spiritual sight upon you, I find you perpetually engaged in contemplation, and even emotional fluctuations fail to overshadow the dominant blue hue. Thus, a question has echoed in my mind throughout this month. With such rationality, what compelled you to risk your life at the Pavlash Monastery? At the time, you were merely a Sequence 9 and should logically have sought to avoid danger. There must be a significant motivating factor at play here. Let me ponder. Could it be the presence behind you? Agnes took a gentle sip of her juice, opting not to respond directly, but rather remarked, You chose to perform these 2 pieces of music merely to facilitate your inquiry into me? Not entirely. I genuinely enjoy these 2 pieces as well, Mr. Arcado replied casually. Agnes nodded thoughtfully before asking, Was it the church that instructed you to investigate me? Mr. Arcado shook his head, stating, I have not received orders from the church, nor have I been prohibited by them. Are you concerned I might pose a danger to ordinary people? Agnes inquired. No, when it came time to vote, I favored your release, Mr. Arcado said, his gaze fixed on the crystalline wine in his glass under the distant light. Given my candid responses to your inquiries, dear Agnes, might you now be willing to disclose the reason for your presence there? Chapter 74, Stance. Agnes lifted her gaze to meet Mr. Arcado's green eyes. Speaking, one cannot always be rational, and I share a close relationship with Eliza. Is that so? Mr. Arcado tilted his head slightly toward Agnes, suggesting she was reluctant to divulge her reasons. Mr. Arcado turned his gaze away, now observing the garden below the terrace. I have shared my thoughts. Believe them as you will. That is true. Often, the distinction between truth and falsehood is not so significant, Mr. Arcado remarked lightly, swirling the wine in his glass as he smiled at Agnes. I have another question for you. Mr. Arcado set his glass aside, turning to Agnes, his green eyes imbued with depth. You must have seen the obituary of the chairman of the Finnabat City Blacksmith Guild this morning. What are your thoughts? Agnes scoffed, asking, What thoughts should I have? From a personal standpoint, my only interaction with him was at the onset of my enlistment when I handled a case related to the Blacksmith Guild. I have had no further dealings with him, not even having seen his face. Politically, he represents a fragment of history my father wishes to erase, naturally positioning himself on opposing sides. Essentially, we are 2 points on opposite sides of a sheet of paper, utterly disconnected. Do you expect me to feel any noteworthy emotions regarding his passing? Should I not merely express a fleeting sigh of indifference before moving on? Your words have suddenly become rather verbose, Mr. Arcado chuckled. Agnes paused before responding. I merely articulated some of my thoughts. To my knowledge, you previously offered some advice to Count Pagny, which they adopted, implementing certain measures. These measures appear to have influenced Chairman Comont's mental state to some degree. Mr. Arcado nodded in acknowledgement. Agnes maintained her impassive demeanor, remaining silent. Even so, you harbor no thoughts on the matter? Mr. Arcado inquired. In my view, position often takes precedence over right and wrong, while the latter is secondary. What constitutes right or wrong can frequently elude clear judgment. It is far easier to contemplate issues from a defined position. At least in doing so, one's decisions rarely inflict harm upon one's own side. Given my father's stance on abolishing the guild, I, as his daughter, cannot afford to entertain any misplaced sympathy for him. Mr. Arcado nodded in agreement. Regarding Agnes, truly, you embody the wisdom of the Pagny family. Well, I have exhausted my inquiries. Shall we discuss something more lighthearted? I believe the current atmosphere is ill-suited for such discussions, Agnes replied with a stoic expression. Then shall we enliven the mood? Agnes cast a sidelong glance at Mr. Arcado, remaining silent. Mr. Arcado chuckled softly. It appears our dear Agnes is genuinely upset. Just as Agnes was about to speak, she suddenly felt something and looked up at the sky. Her enhanced vision allowed her to clearly see the objects in the night sky. It was Crow Ross. It seems the heart of nature seeks you, Mr. Arcado remarked with a smile. Agnes ignored him, patiently awaiting Ross to alight on the railing of the terrace, extending her hand to retrieve a note from the small tube on Ross's leg. Once in her possession, Ross did not linger and soared back into the heavens. Are you not inclined to take a look here? Mr. Arcado asked. Agnes fixed her gaze on him for several seconds before unfolding the note and reading its contents carefully. As she read, Agnes's brow furrowed deeply, and she suddenly lifted her gaze to Trevor Arcado. Mr. Arcado raised his glass to his lips, taking a sip. You seem rather displeased with the contents of that note. Agnes scoffed, responding, naturally, who would wish to confront the pollution emanating from the Mother Goddess? Especially from a place like Pavlash Monastery, which harbors unknown sources of contamination. I suspect you possess some peculiar qualities that may yield unexpected surprises. Mr. Arcado's green eyes gazed at Agnes, a smile gracing his lips. It seems you were aware of this matter beforehand, he remarked. Agnes affirmed with certainty, to which Mr. Arcado nodded without hesitation, stating, of course, after all, I am a supporter of this proposal. Agnes fixed her gaze on Mr. Arcado for an extended moment before diverting her eyes, chuckling lightly as she said, You are quite forthright. I have always been forthright, Mr. Arcado replied, his demeanor brightening as if he had received a compliment. Mr. Arcado, I initially believed the issue lay with Renice, but it appears that Renice is not at fault. You are indeed rather unlikable, Agnes remarked, taking a sip of her juice. However, I believe I differ from Renice. I detest inexplicable individuals, she added casually, lifting her juice and striding toward the terrace. Mr. Arcado chuckled, leaning against the railing of the terrace, his voice slightly raised as he suggested, Perhaps it is best to simply discuss music. Agnes glanced back at him and noticed Mr. Arcado inexplicably laughing, doubling over as the wine in his glass spilled onto his attire. Should I notify the church? Agnes queried. Do you think I am about to lose control? Mr. Arcado replied, clutching his belly, appearing somewhat breathless from laughter. Agnes nodded without reservation. I doubt anyone witnessing your current state would consider you normal, she stated firmly. Ha ha, Mr. Arcado exclaimed, discarding the wine glass onto the ground, straightening up while gripping the railing, before saying, Indeed, even before a former lunatic like you, I appear even more mad. However, if I were to truly lose control, do you believe you would have the opportunity to relay the message to the church and ensure your own survival before me? Agnes noticed Mr. Arcado's nails elongating, adorned with mysterious symbols and patterns. Chapter 75, The Battle. Agnes furrowed her brow, her idle left hand gently grasping a talisman decorated with a lily of the valley pattern that hung at her waist. She looked up at Mr. Arcado and said, I do not sense any aura of corruption from you at this moment. Is that so? Mr. Arcado replied with a smile, his gaze fixed on Agnes's left hand as he inquired, Then why do you clutch it so tightly? Let me see. This talisman bears a striking resemblance to Lady Rossi's style. Did she give it to you? Can it be used to notify her? Agnes fell silent. The talisman was indeed a gift from Lady Rossi, crafted specifically for her after the incident at Pavlashi Monastery to ensure she could contact the church in times of peril. As she was neither a cultivator nor an apothecary and could not utilize many common church communication methods. But are you certain you will have the time? Mr. Arcado's smile gradually faded, his center of gravity slightly lowering. Instinctively, Agnes tightened her grip on the talisman, crushing it in her hand, white fur sprouting across her body, her fingers sharpening as she slightly hunched forward. It appears you are not afraid of me, Mr. Arcado remarked with a cryptic smile. I am quite curious about your alliance. You seem to have a good rapport with Renice, and should have some inkling of my rank. Agnes remained silent, indeed possessing some conjectures about Mr. Arcado as prowess. When Renice mentioned that Mr. Arcado had guided her in potion making during her studies, Agnes had surmised that he was likely masquerading as a potion professor. Given that the primary ingredients for potions after the transition to vampirism are typically derived from bloodlines or the extraordinary traits of humans, it was plausible that Mr. Arcado had not advanced too swiftly, likely remaining at rank 6. If Mr. Arcado was still a potion professor, Agnes felt she could withstand him for a brief period, but only for a short while, likely disregarding the presence of others at the banquet. However, if he had ascended to the rank of Crimson Scholar, she ought to flee swiftly, as the curse of lycanthropy still greatly impacted her abilities. Should he possess the capacity to create a full moon effect, she would stand no chance, though the likelihood of such an occurrence seemed minimal. Before I make the first move against you, do you not wish to speculate on how much preparation I have undertaken? Agnes's brow furrowed, instinctively glancing at the wine glass Mr. Arcado had discarded on the ground, her thoughts drifting to the banquet attendees. She controlled her desire to turn back and inspect the guests, instead maintaining her focus solely on Mr. Arcado's actions. Rest assured, the individuals in the room are merely asleep. I have not harmed their lives. Mr. Arcado seemed to have perceived Agnes's thoughts and explained. Thus, we can now engage in a proper duel before Lady Rossi arrives. No sooner had Mr. Arcado spoken than Agnes felt the surrounding darkness come alive, coalescing into chains that sought to bind her, a power acquired during the vampiric phase known as the abyssal shackles. Instinctively, she evaded the encroaching chains, moving into the light streaming through the banquet hall's windows, hurling the juice glass at Mr. Arcado while gently kissing the blue gem on her left wrist, activating her invisibility. The shadowy shackles lost their target and gradually dissipated. Mr. Arcado did not flinch as the juice glass struck him, the orange-yellow liquid staining his attire and mingling with the remnants of the spilled wine, while a dark mist enveloped him, forming ethereal bat-like wings. Within the dark haze, a swarm of blood-sucking bats emerged, spreading across the terrace and darting toward the spot where Agnes had vanished. Agnes did not linger, swiftly racing to the railing, leaping over the edge of the terrace to evade the bats' assault. She discarded her high-heeled shoes and quickly fled to the flower bed, tearing the hem of her gown, using the torn fabric to bind her garment around her legs. Rising to her feet, she glanced back toward the terrace, witnessing Mr. Arcado descending from the air, landing where she had discarded her heels. With light steps, Agnes circled around Mr. Arcado, accelerating as she approached him. Mr. Arcado seemed to sense her presence, slightly turning aside as Agnes's claws grazed his left arm, tearing flesh and leaving him visibly paler. Agnes willingly ceased her invisibility, revealing herself. She provocatively smiled at Mr. Arcado, discarding the piece of flesh onto the ground, then wiped her bloodied hands across the gem on her left wrist. A wound inexplicably appeared on Mr. Arcado's right arm, blood gushing forth. "Just my luck," Agnes sighed. "Is this all you are capable of?" Mr. Arcado, expressionless, examined his injury, casually retrieving an ampoule from his pocket, shattering the top and pouring the liquid onto his left arm, the flesh writhing as Agnes's claws mark vanished. "Your actions do not seem indicative of losing control," Agnes chuckled, her sharp fangs emerging as she appeared somewhat menacing. She charged directly at Mr. Arcado, and within a mere 10 meters, the shadowy chains failed to intercept her, allowing Agnes to reach him in an instant. Agnes extended her claws toward Mr. Arcado's neck, only to be thwarted by his arm. Blood oozed from the wound she inflicted, dripping onto her and the ground. Meanwhile, Agnes's left hand was pierced effortlessly by Mr. Arcado's fingers, adorned with mysterious symbols and patterns, as if they were penetrating tofu, causing blood to trickle down. Mr. Arcado slightly lifted his head. His once pure emerald eyes now glowed a sinister crimson. He let out a cold, mirthless chuckle, and with a flutter of the ethereal bat wings behind him, his figure vanished, leaving behind a wisp of dark mist. Instinctively, Agnes looked up and caught a glimpse of Mr. Arcado's silhouette in the air. Lowering her left hand, she gently caressed the blue gem on her left wrist, reactivating her invisibility, rendering her presence undetectable to Mr. Arcado. Chapter 76. Bloodthirst. Mr. Arcado furrowed his brow slightly as the dark mist behind him swiftly spread across the garden, transforming into a quiet, creeping black flame that enveloped the entire ground. In an instant, the garden became a tableau of burning black fire, silently consuming everything in its path. The faint scent of charred flesh and burnt hair wafted through the air as the blood and remnants that had fallen earlier shrank away, coalescing into a viscous, tar-like substance. Unfazed by the odors, Mr. Arcado scanned the garden with his blood-red gaze, meticulously assessing the state of the flames. Yet, the garden remained eerily silent, devoid of any sounds or signs of movement amidst the inferno. He scoffed, directing his gaze toward the trees scattered throughout the garden. One by one, bloodthirsty bats emerged from his back, soaring toward the few trees that stood. He descended slowly to the ground, the air behind him stirring slightly as he instinctively summoned more dark mist and released another swarm of bats. Agnes had no choice but to retreat, evading the onslaught of bats, and she ceased her invisibility, revealing herself. "You're not hiding anymore?" Mr. Arcado turned to inquire, his expression bemused. Agnes's bare feet bore the marks of burns, the once white hairs singed and fallen away, indicating she had not taken refuge in the trees. Ignoring Mr. Arcado's words, Agnes lunged at him. Her earlier invisibility had been a tactic to avoid Mr. Arcado's aerial assaults, which would leave her unable to retaliate. Such a predicament was decidedly unfavorable, and she needed him to descend. The vampire's ability to fly, granted by his dark wings, was inherently transient, primarily enhancing speed. She could easily wait for Mr. Arcado to voluntarily return to the ground, although she was uncertain why he persisted in battling her despite knowing Lord Rossi's imminent arrival. The situation undeniably favored her, as she need not worry about Mr. Arcado leaving and endangering ordinary lives. After all, an uncontrolled mid-tier extraordinary being could become a significant destabilizing threat if left unchecked, and his willingness to remain here was undoubtedly advantageous. With a flap of his bat wings, Mr. Occult swiftly retreated while retrieving a small test tube from his pocket, approximately the size of a pinky. With a slight pressure from his thumb and forefinger, he extracted the rubber stopper. Halting his retreat, he hurled the crimson liquid from the test tube toward Agnes, who was charging at him from a mere 3 to 4 meters away. Agnes slowed her pace upon seeing the test tube, and, as Mr. Occult flung its contents at her, she began to sidestep. However, the proximity was too close. Despite nearly half of the liquid splattering onto the ground, the remainder drenched her bare shoulder, quickly seeping into her body. A cacophony of chaotic and agonizing howls echoed in her ears, seemingly isolating her from reality, leaving only an unbearable sense of irritation, reminiscent of her initial experience with the werewolf's full moon curse. This sensation was bearable, and Agnes paid it little mind, merely hesitating momentarily before continuing her advance. It seems the dosage was insufficient, Mr. Occult muttered, sidestepping Agnes' attack with a deft maneuver. Agnes abruptly halted her forward momentum, gritting her teeth. She turned, revealing a slight smile as she spoke. "Aren't you worried about Lord Rossi's arrival?" "Of course I am, but what good does that do?" Mr. Occult replied, his bat wings fluttering gently behind him as he gazed at Agnes with a grin. "What is the matter? Do you feel unwell and wish for me to take my leave?" Agnes's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, betraying her agitation as she fixed her gaze on Mr. Occult, refraining from immediate attack. "What a pity! I merely wish to engage you in a proper battle," Mr. Occult stated, no longer evading, as he flapped his bat wings and abruptly appeared before Agnes, his claws, adorned with enigmatic symbols and patterns, lunging for her throat. Agnes crouched slightly and Mr. Occult's claws swept overhead. In a swift motion, she wrapped her arms around him, lifting herself slightly to sink her teeth into his shoulder, her sharp fangs piercing deeply into his flesh. She tore away a chunk of flesh, spitting it onto the ground. As the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth, Agnes felt a smirk tugging at her lips, her eyes glowing crimson with bloodlust as she lunged for Mr. Occult's neck once more. Mr. Occult quickly retracted his hands, pressing down on Agnes's head with forceful intent to prevent her fangs from making contact with his neck. The veins on his forehead bulged, his expression twisted in a snarl. Agnes shifted her focus, turning her head to bite down on Mr. Occult's hands instead. He released his grip from her head to evade her jaws, summoning the abyssal chains. Shadowy tendrils slithered toward Agnes's lower limbs, seeking to bind her. Yet, Agnes did not relent. Instead, she lifted her legs off the ground, flipping behind him to evade the shadowy restraints. Her legs coiled tightly around Mr. Occult's waist as her hands clung to him, her teeth once again sinking into his shoulder, albeit this time without tearing, merely holding on tightly. Mr. Occult let out a furious roar, and swarms of blood-sucking bats descended upon Agnes, who felt her strength and blood gradually ebbing away. In a desperate bid, she intensified her grip on his shoulder, her mouth overflowing with his blood. A sharp pain shot through her leg as Mr. Occult's claws, lined with symbols and patterns, pierced deeply into her flesh. With immense effort, he attempted to pry her legs from around his waist. Agnes tightened her grip, her claws penetrating his skin further. Chapter 77, The Desire for Blood. Agnes felt a throbbing sensation at her temples, accompanied by waves of pain. Her rationality seemed to wane, her control over her actions slipping as primal instincts surged within her, driving her urges ever higher. Just as before her rational mind could fully comprehend the situation, she had already sunk her teeth into Mr. Occult's shoulder, and she harbored a strong suspicion that, had her reason not intervened in time, she might have consumed that piece of flesh. Her instinct suggested that this was a highly probable outcome. The bloodthirst of the werewolf surged intensely at that moment, and the metallic taste of blood in her mouth only exacerbated this yearning. The flavor of Mr. Occult's flesh was irresistibly alluring to Agnes. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though she were confronting a challenging yet exquisitely delectable prey, perceiving herself as a wolf in the throes of the hunt. Since her transformation into a werewolf, this was the first time she had truly experienced the potency of the bloodlust, as it had been suppressed through various means over the previous 3 months. Even during the full moon, she had not succumbed to the allure of blood and flesh as she did now. Her mind was inundated with the desire to sever Mr. Occult's carotid artery and revel in the gushing blood. She even fantasized about tearing open the skin of his abdomen, peeling back the fatty mesentery, and feasting upon his tender innards at will. Even now, she found herself instinctively intensifying her grip on Mr. Occult's shoulder while simultaneously battling the urge to sink her teeth into that enticing flesh. Damn it, What potion did Mr. Arcado douse me with? Agnes cursed inwardly. Although this substance seemed to pose no significant threat to her life, its capacity to incite bloodlust was alarmingly potent. Agnes maintained her position, paralyzed with fear, acutely aware that any shift in her posture could trigger an instinctual lunge toward Mr. Arcado's neck, as envisioned in her mind's eye, potentially severing his carotid artery. She had a foreboding sense that if she acted upon that impulse, her bloodlust would become increasingly unmanageable, leading to even graver repercussions. She pondered when Lord Rossi would arrive. By the passage of time, he should be nearing. Agnes observed her own skin gradually transforming into an unearthly pallor, while Mr. Arcado's physique appeared to be growing more slender, albeit slightly hunched. Though she could not see his face directly, she could imagine the grotesque transformation taking place, for she felt the repugnant aura emanating from him, a harbinger of his unsettling metamorphosis. This aura was not tainted or debased, but rather akin to the force that incited her curse during the full moon, intensifying her agitation. It seemed that Mr. Arcado had not succumbed to depravity, but had merely lost control, she thought, tightening her grip on him. After his transformation had commenced, she could not allow him to escape before Lord Rossi's arrival. She doubted that he would possess the reason to refrain from causing harm in such a state. As her dulled mind continued to contemplate, Agnes's eyes beheld the flora of the garden beginning to grow wildly, ensnaring both of them in its grasp. The grass softened, and a massive bear emerged, only to transform into a woman clad in a nun's attire. Agnes released her grip. A hint of a sinister smile revealed at the corners of her blood-stained mouth. "How do you feel now?" Lady Jones inquired. Agnes slightly shook her head, remaining silent. Outside the stained glass window, darkness prevailed, yet the church sparkled with brilliant lights. Agnes now found herself seated on a pew, her prior injuries having completely vanished. For such matters were trivial to Lord Rossi. The physical wounds were inconsequential. The true danger lay in her insatiable bloodlust. Ever since being stimulated by Mr. Arcado's potion, that craving had been boiling within her, and even the tranquilizer she had taken did little to alleviate its intensity. Though this state was milder than the curse during the full moon, it was still arduous to endure. Most importantly, she was uncertain how long this condition would persist, waiting for the pharmacological analysis of that potion to yield results that could lead to a specific suppressive antidote. Lord Rossi had previously collected some of the soil contaminated with the potion and sent it to the laboratory for analysis and multiple tests. This potion had been developed by Mr. Arcado himself, and the church had no records of it, necessitating further research. After entrusting Agnes to Lady Jones at the church, Lord Rossi had departed to address the aftermath of Mr. Arcado's loss of control. Lady Jones did not take Agnes to her office, but remained within the church, asserting that it was more convenient for managing subsequent situations. Agnes had no objections to her current surroundings, her focus predominantly on suppressing her bloodlust. Agnes's slightly crimson eyes gazed at the simple emblem of life, a rudimentary infant surrounded by symbols of wheat, flowers, and springs, attempting to divert her attention. Truth be told, the calming incantation was remarkably effective under these circumstances. However, the church believed that the tranquil spell could potentially provoke the latent power within her. And since awakening in the church's subterranean chamber, they had retracted most of the calming spells previously bestowed upon her, leaving only one and instructing her not to use it unless in dire emergencies. Presently, she found herself in no life-threatening predicament, rendering the use of the calming spell unnecessary. She could only rely on her own strength to suppress her desires. Agnes heard faint footsteps approaching from behind. Lord Rossi. Lady Jones turned slightly, rising to her feet and making a gesture of prayer. "How is Agnes?" Lord Rossi inquired. "It may be necessary to wait for the effects of that potion to subside, or for the laboratory to identify a specific suppressive agent," Lady Jones replied. Chapter 78. Obsession. Lord Rossi took a seat beside Agnes, his slightly rough hand gently clasping hers, which lay carelessly on the pew. "You may return to your duties," he instructed Lady Jones. She nodded and turned to exit the church. "Would you like to rest for a while?" Lord Rossi asked. Agnes turned her slightly crimson gaze toward him and nodded. Lord Rossi smiled, covering Agnes's eyes with his hand. "Then sleep." A soothing aroma emanated from him, and Agnes felt an irresistible wave of drowsiness wash over her, her consciousness gradually fading into darkness. When Agnes opened her eyes, a glimmer illuminated her gaze in the dim light. She found herself in a shadowy room, recognizing it as Lord Rossi's chamber by its furnishings. He sat nearby, his gaze fixed intently upon her. "Awake?" he asked. Agnes sat up and nodded, relieved to find that the bloodlust was no longer as overwhelming. At least she no longer needed to exert all her energy to suppress it. The laboratory had deciphered the pharmacological properties of Trevor's potion, identifying a variant from the existing potions that offered some alleviation, which had been administered to her while she slept. Though it lacked specificity and carried slightly more side effects, it was at least capable of diminishing the impact of Trevor's potion, allowing her to remain calmer while awaiting its effects to wane. However, during the period before the effects of the medication dissipate, the consumption of spiritual energy will accelerate, potentially resulting in varying degrees of limb weakness. These are some of the side effects associated with the alleviation potion, Lord Rossi explained to Agnes. Indeed, I do feel somewhat relieved, Agnes nodded and remarked. It is quite satisfactory. The primary issue lies with the recent inefficiency of the research institute. Otherwise, there would have been ample time to formulate a specific inhibitor during this period. Lord Rossi's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he spoke. Agnes regarded him with a hint of confusion, prompting Lord Rossi to offer a brief explanation. Since you Haven T visited the institute this month, you may not be aware that the frequency of experimental accidents has risen significantly. Agnes could not suppress a cough, her intuition hinting that this was closely connected to Frank, who had been transferred to the Isulian Biological Research Institute over a month ago. Lord Rossi chose not to delve deeper into this topic, instead shifting the conversation. The potion developed by Trevor resembles more of a curse enhancer. It can amplify and provoke the manifestation of curses within the subject to a certain extent, while also inducing a tendency towards loss of control, making it a concoction that can inflict harm on specific targets. Yet in most circumstances, it does not confer benefits to the user, although it possesses certain value. Its applicable scenarios are indeed rather limited. The Church had never specifically developed such potions before, otherwise it would not be so laborious. Agnes furrowed her brow and remarked, however, I sense that this potion has a remarkably targeted effect on the prisoner sequence. Indeed, yet in many instances, those who lose control are not necessarily easier to deal with than ordinary extraordinary individuals. Lord Rossi nodded in agreement. Trevor's intention behind developing this potion appears to be aimed at inducing your loss of control, ultimately leading to your demise. Lord Rossi hesitated before uttering this statement. Agnes could not help but laugh in exasperation. I had no idea I harbored such deep animosity towards him. In truth, I too have made some miscalculations. Lord Rossi shook his head and said, you should be aware of the Church's circumstances, understanding that it is not uncommon for members and followers of the Church to be lured into corruption by certain hidden entities. In such cases, Trevor has taken an extreme stance. He has always believed that those associated with hidden entities pose significant danger. He consistently suspects that you harbor ulterior motives towards the Church, which could lead to harm for them. I am aware that he holds great dissatisfaction towards my attitude regarding you. Thus, a few years ago, I requested the Holy See to transfer him to Celia, only for him to be reassigned back to Fenaport after the recent incident at the Pavel Monastery. At that time, he voted in favor of your release, and I thought his attitude towards you had improved, but I did not expect Agnes hesitated before asking. So, the root of his loss of control largely lies with me? Trevor is overly fixated on his notions, Lord Rossi sighed. Agnes, cradling her knees in silence for a moment, said, initially, I only sensed his immense malice towards me, but at that time, he had not yet transformed into a monster. It was only before your arrival, Lord Rossi, that Agnes paused, unable to continue. I arrived too late, Lord Rossi sighed, hesitating for a moment before adding. Perhaps had I come a little earlier, there might have been a chance for reversal. Or perhaps, thinking more darkly, it could be that Mr. Arcado lost control entirely upon sensing your arrival. Agnes remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Let us not dwell on this. Lord Rossi shifted her posture, concealing her expression, and inquired, have you received any messages from Claude? I have. Agnes nodded, stating, the captain contacted me, indicating a need for my assistance in investigating the source of contamination at the Pavel Monastery. It appears you are somewhat informed about this matter. Lord Rossi smiled, saying, in fact, it is not a summons from the heart of nature, but rather from the Watchers. It is merely because you still belong to the heart of nature that the request was channeled through them. During the previous incident at the Pavel Monastery, your remarkable resistance to the contamination from the primal moon was revealed, and the Church has recently found itself at an impasse regarding the contamination at the Pavel Monastery. Which lets me think of you. Agnes nodded. Initially, it was scheduled for you to enter the Pavel Monastery with the Watchers on Tuesday. But with such developments, now a day should suffice for me to regain my composure. Agnes frowned slightly. The primary issue lies in the necessity for a reassessment of your condition. Lord Rossi shook her head in resignation, stating, this is a requirement that must be adhered to. Decisions cannot be made solely based on your feelings. There is nothing to be done. We will have to see how the Watchers arrange it. Agnes sprawled unceremoniously on the bed, while Lord Rossi chuckled in exasperation. Chapter 79. The Chaos of the Institute. The Watchers cannot place all their hopes solely on you. If tomorrow's evaluation of your condition meets the requirements, then there is no issue. However, if it does not, they are likely to proceed with the investigation as scheduled, with greater likelihood of involving you in the next one, Lord Rossi remarked. Agnes nodded, saying, I understand. Good. Dawn is approaching. Would you like to sleep a bit more? Lord Rossi inquired. Agnes shook her head, saying, I just woke up. Then I will help you find a set of toiletries. Lord Rossi stood up and walked out. Agnes rested her head on her bent knees, tilting slightly to observe Lord Rossi's retreating figure, suddenly calling out loudly, Lord Rossi. Lord Rossi halted, turning to look at Agnes. Agnes hesitated for a moment before finally asking, Will the church permit me to leave Fenaport? Lord Rossi pondered for a brief moment before responding. This may require an application to the Holy See. Agnes nodded, saying, I understand. Agnes entered the Isulian Biological Research Institute, casually greeting old Hughes before making her way upstairs. The hallway of the institute was still not overly crowded, though there were a few individuals present. But predominantly absent were the faces of the Heart of Nature members. As she greeted them, Agnes casually speculated whether the members of the Heart of Nature were on missions or still engrossed in their respective research projects. She approached a door she was quite familiar with. It was Renice's laboratory. She knocked lightly before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Renice was not present, and the laboratory's partition contained only one person. However, through the glass window, Agnes could see 2 or 3 individuals inside the laboratory performing an autopsy on a peculiarly shaped creature, while on the adjacent workbench lay several similar creatures. Agnes blinked, casually taking a lab coat from a nearby rack and putting it on before pushing open the door to the inner chamber. Agnes remained silent, opting to stand aside and observe their actions from a distance, so as not to interfere with their work. Approaching closer, Agnes discovered that the creature was roughly the size of an adult large dog, entirely hairless, with skin that exhibited a faint brown hue. It possessed a disproportionately short tail and ears that appeared somewhat elongated, translucent under the light, revealing its arteries and veins. Its slightly ajar mouth had a split upper lip that exposed 3 pairs of shovel-shaped incisors, their surfaces adorned with intricate dental patterns tinged with yellow. Its eyes were a vivid crimson with distinctly visible pupils. The protrusions of its frontal bone gave rise to symmetrical bony branches, glimmering faintly under the illumination. The dorsal spines of its cervical vertebrae protruded ominously, revealing themselves through the skin, while the overlying musculature had developed into a prominent bulge. In stark contrast, its forelimbs appeared peculiarly diminutive, with the elbows curving backward. Conversely, its hind limbs exuded an extraordinary strength, with the knees bending forward in a normal manner. Both fore and hind limbs possessed merely 4 toes. Agnes observed as they extracted a tumor-like mass, roughly the size of an adult's palm, from within the creature's abdominal cavity, visible only upon the opening of the abdomen, which released a milky liquid when inadvertently jostled. Some beasts exhibited distended abdomens, and upon being opened, a slightly yellowish viscous fluid would flow forth, with some even having partially coagulated. Agnes could not refrain from inquiring, Is this their mammary gland? A man looked up, evidently recognizing Agnes, and nodded, affirming, indeed. They seem to bear traces of hybridization and bodily modification, Agnes remarked. The man nodded, hesitating briefly before responding, Yes. This is actually the result of experiments conducted by researcher Frank Lee. We are here to assist him. Agnes immediately lost interest in the creature, nodding and asking, Do you know where Anice has gone? The man replied, She seems to have gone to researcher Frank Lee. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it, Agnes said, subsequently removing her lab coat and exiting the laboratory. Frank, what on earth have you created? As Agnes located Frank's laboratory with the help of a research institute member, she was met with a cacophony of noise from within, reminiscent of shattering glass and heavy objects colliding, followed by Renice's furious shout. Agnes hesitated momentarily before gently knocking on the door. Who? Came the response, Renice clearly suppressing her anger. Come in. We are unable to open the door for you right now. A hint of a smile crept onto Agnes's lips, which she quickly suppressed, before turning the doorknob and stepping inside. The room was in disarray, the floor littered with shards of glass and traces of various unidentified liquids. Agnes carefully navigated around them, making her way towards Renice and Frank. Only the 2 of them occupied the laboratory. Renice was firmly pinning down a creature that appeared even more bizarre than the one Agnes had previously encountered, while her other hand waved in the air, seemingly stitching something. Meanwhile, Frank was catalyzing the growth of another creature, and Agnes distinctly observed it rapidly expanding from the size of a human infant to that of a calf. Its crimson eyes seeking escape from Frank's grasp, only to be knocked to the ground by a punch from Frank. Agnes involuntarily twitched at the corner of her eye as she reached out to assist Frank in lifting the creature off the ground. The creature immediately began to struggle fiercely, prompting Agnes to emit a low, wolf-like howl, causing the creature to stiffen and tremble. Frank looked at Agnes with delight. "Excellent. Your ability is truly convenient." Renice slightly turned her head, interrupting Frank's words, and exclaimed in surprise, "Agnes, what brings you here?" Agnes replied with a touch of resignation. "I haven't received the specific inhibitor for the medication I was administered, so I came to see what the delay was." "The specific inhibitor? Wasn't it already produced?" Renice asked, puzzled. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead and shifted her gaze to Agnes. "I'm sorry, I forgot to deliver it to you. It's in my office. I'll accompany you to retrieve it." Renice released her grip on the creature, which promptly began to proliferate rapidly, its body appearing to split in two, one half expanding robustly, muscles bulging, while the other became covered in smooth, soft fur, appearing delicate and frail. Chapter 80, The Test. Agnes watched with a mix of exasperation and amusement as Renice turned back to hurriedly tidy the chaos on the lab bench. With a soft sigh, she stepped forward to assist Renice in moving the mutated creature's carcass aside, then found a broom and mop in the corner of the laboratory. "I'm in no hurry," Agnes said. "Let us clean the laboratory first before proceeding." Renice, with a peculiar expression, seemed to want to say something, but ultimately sealed her lips and nodded, pulling Frank, who was engrossed in researching the creature's collapse, over to help clean up. "This is the joint inhibitor derived from the cursed enhancer sample extracted from the Research Institute this morning. It hasn't actually been augmented with any new substances. It's merely a concoction of several existing raw medicinal ingredients. However, due to time constraints, only necessary toxicological and pharmacological tests were performed on animals, and it has yet to be trialed on humans, so I cannot assure its efficacy will meet expectations." Renice retrieved an ampoule from a drawer, covering her mouth with one hand as she yawned before continuing. "Given the brief time frame, I decided to prepare it as an injectable solution." Agnes smiled and said, "It's all the same. If everything goes smoothly, I will only need to use it once." Renice sighed and casually remarked, "Indeed, it is paired with that cursed enhancer, so its applicability is limited." She paused, then asked, "Are you planning to use it now, or wait until you return?" "Let us use it right here," Agnes replied with a teasing smile. "In case anything goes awry, our doctor will still have time to treat me. This is a curse that has been enhanced, not a malignant disease. I lack the capacity to address potential issues should the medication fail," Renice retorted, taking a deep breath and rapping Agnes lightly on the head. "Moreover, I have no idea what curse you are harboring. You ought to let Mrs. Jones, or even Lord Rossi, supervise your use of this medication." Agnes covered her head, feigning a look of grievance as she gazed at Renice. "You seem rather irritable today. It appears that, even without the medication, the curse's influence on you isn't as pronounced." Renice proceeded to place the ampoule and a new syringe into a small box, which she then tucked into Agnes's waist pouch. "Well, it's not as strong now. I used a relief agent last night, and I was able to suppress the curse's intensity on my own." Agnes composed herself and nodded in agreement. "Even so, you should promptly seek out Mrs. Jones. You have already delayed for quite some time," Renice said with a sly smile. "If you don't hurry, the inhibitor will be too late to take effect, and the efficacy of that cursed enhancer will wear off on its own." Agnes pursed her lips, remarking, "Who has caused such a delay?" After a moment, she frowned and asked, "Are you suggesting that I could forego this inhibitor?" Renice appeared somewhat embarrassed, opening her mouth before finally saying, No, that was just a joke. In fact, the Research Institute discovered through pharmacokinetic studies that the organism metabolizes that cursed enhancer extremely slowly. It is estimated that your blood concentration will not drop below the effective level for at least 2 or 3 days, so it won't be that quick. "All right." Agnes sighed with a hint of disappointment, then grasped Renice's arm, conveying a touch of reproach as she said, "Renice, you have changed." Renice's gaze drifted somewhat guiltily, and she replied, All right, as compensation, I will accompany you to find Mrs. Jones." Agnes beamed with delight, standing up and pushing Renice towards the door. "Very well, you said it. Now accompany me to Mrs. Jones." "Oh, wait a moment. Let me process these sets of experimental data before we depart." "It will only take a few minutes," Renice implored, struggling to free herself from Agnes's grasp. Unfortunately, her strength paled in comparison to that of Agnes, who had already transformed into a werewolf. You cannot delay any longer, Agnes insisted, refusing to relinquish her hold as she dragged Renice towards the door. With an impassive expression, Agnes exited the room, prompting Renice, leaning against the wall and yawning, to inquire, "What is wrong? Did the test fail?" Agnes nodded, her gaze shifting to Renice, who was yawning incessantly. With a hint of exasperation, she asked, "Are you tired? What time did you go to bed last night?" "Oh no. I should ask what time you woke up and how many hours you slept." Renice straightened up and casually replied, "It doesn't matter how long I've slept. My brain simply hasn't kicked into gear." Agnes chuckled softly. "Really? You've never reached the point of feeling drowsy without having a task to engage in?" Renice pondered for a moment before responding, "Perhaps it's because it's already afternoon. Before you came to the lab at noon, I was mentally strained and expended too much energy, leaving me drained now." Agnes regarded Renice with an inscrutable expression before finally saying, "Had I not known you better, I might have almost believed your fanciful words. You've never shown signs of fatigue after completing experiments before." "No, I'm being honest. The experiments of the past differ fundamentally from the current ones. The psychological pressure now is considerably greater," Renice earnestly explained. "Shall we take a stroll to clear your mind?" Agnes proposed. "You can leave now? I thought from your earlier demeanor that you hadn't passed the test," Renice queried. Agnes shook her head, replying, "I indeed did not pass. But it merely indicates that my suppression of the curse could easily falter under significant stress. It simply means I cannot participate in a Watcher mission. Regular activities are of no concern." Renice furrowed her brow, hesitating before asking, "What curse has befallen you? It seems to pose no threat to your life, yet it appears to profoundly affect your mental state." Noticing Agnes's reluctance to answer, Renice sighed and conceded, "Very well, if you choose not to share, that is your prerogative. You have many secrets, and I lack the clearance to know them. You just suggested I take a walk to clear my mind. Do you have a specific destination in mind?" Renice inquired. Chapter 81, The Barrier of Class. Agnes hesitated, ultimately remaining silent, as she was unaware of any suitable places to unwind in Phenobot City. In truth, compared to most citizens of Phenobot, her knowledge of the city was rather limited, despite having resided there for over a decade. Aside from the district of John where she lived, her most vivid impressions of Phenobot were, oddly enough, of the shallow harbor district. It was somewhat serendipitous, aside from the initial two rather unsuccessful missions. Most of her subsequent assignments had taken place in or around the shallow harbor area, with her involvement in tasks outside this district being scarce. Moreover, much of her understanding of Phenobot stemmed from books, maps, and accounts of people's lives, leaving her devoid of genuine experiences. Initially, her youth had confined her, and later, her enrollment in public school, followed by her illness that led her to retreat from society, further isolated her. However, even without these reasons, daughters of the nobility often found themselves engaged in idle chatter at balls and soirees, rarely casting their haughty gazes upon the city they inhabited, lacking both the inclination and the energy to do so. Upon reflection, Agnes suddenly realized that her time at the heart of nature had been her most liberating period. Despite the numerous tasks assigned to her, she often found herself conscripted into arduous labor by Renice. Yet when Renice inquired about what Phenobot had to offer, the first memories that surfaced were of that time, rather than her more extensive life of nobility. "It seems you're also at a loss for engaging pastimes," Renice sighed. "So, might I have the honor of being invited to our Miss Spinoza's home for a visit?" she asked with a smile. Agnes hesitated before slowly nodding. She had effectively distanced herself from her team and no longer felt compelled to conceal her identity at her mother's behest. Accepting Renice's invitation would naturally allow her to disclose her true identity, and her mother would undoubtedly become aware of their amicable relationship. However, this did not align with the customary etiquette of noble visits. Renice was not of noble birth. She could at best be considered part of the middle class of Phenobot. According to the etiquette manual, a member of the middle class wishing to visit a noble required a complex set of formalities. The general procedure was as follows. First, an intermediary would need to introduce them, followed by the exchange of calling cards. This step did not equate to an actual visit. Typically, a person of lower status would leave a calling card without inquiring if the host was home. Ideally, the lower status individual would remain in their carriage, entrusting their card to a servant, who would then present it to the household servant, who would pass it on to the lady of the house, who would then decide whether to accept the visit. Once the visiting process commenced, careful consideration of the timing was paramount. Visits from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. were considered formal. 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. were semi-formal. And from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. were intimate visits. Beyond timing, visits were categorized into 3 types. First, if the visitor did not wish to meet the lady immediately, they would leave a calling card on the silver tray in the hall, to be retrieved later. Second, if the visitor had prearranged a meeting with the lady. They could enter directly. And third, the lady of the house's designated visiting days, during which the noblewoman would allocate 1 or 2 occasions each month for receiving guests. Much like Mr. Connie's previous visit, which adhered to this set of rituals, an introduction by Mrs. Jones, the prior exchange of calling cards, and a scheduled visit the following afternoon at 3 o'clock. The life of the Phenobot nobility was highly ritualized, and Agnes believed this was, to some extent, a means for the aristocracy to distinguish themselves from the middle class. For instance, any noble could freely visit a middle-class household at any time, while the latter required an elaborate series of protocols to visit the former. In truth, most nobles would never entertain the thought of inviting members of the lower classes into their homes, as they perceived it to be beneath their dignity. Such etiquette established a barrier of social class, clearly delineating the boundaries and distinctions between classes. This distinction was both subtle and palpable, akin to many nobles who, while appearing genteel and courteous on the surface, often harbored an underlying sense of superiority. Regardless of whether they were new or old nobility, Agnes herself was not immune to this influence. In fact, Agnes found this etiquette to be cumbersome and inefficient. Yet, constrained by her status, she often felt compelled to adhere to these conventions. Her mother, too, held a disdain for such visits, yet she regarded them as a social duty, essential for bolstering her father's position of power and fostering connections with other nobles. In such circumstances, Agnes sometimes feels an unexpected relief in not being the matriarch of a household. Rainey's directly inquired whether she could visit her home, which was a deviation from the etiquette guidelines. However, Rainey's was unaware of Agnes's true identity, and moreover, Agnes did not consider herself a true lady of the house. Rainey's was a close friend, and at this moment, her visit could indeed be regarded as an intimate one. Agnes surmised that her mother would not mind having Rainey's as a guest. At times, Agnes found herself reluctant to adhere to the cumbersome protocols of nobility. She realized she had been influenced by the carefree spirit of the Nature S Heart group. Prior to this year, she often complied with the conventions she disliked. Now, Agnes discovered she instinctively sought reasons to deviate from such traditions. She had no desire to change, nor did she wish to become a rigid traditionalist, exuding an air of stale aristocracy. Her former acquaintance, Penny from the academy, was, to her knowledge, already active in soirees and balls. Upon encountering her at such events, Agnes noted that Penny was preoccupied with displaying her charm and socializing, leaving little common ground between them. It seemed Penny felt similarly. Chapter 82, Pagny and Spinoza. Well then, let us go. Agnes nodded and remarked, the carriage should be just outside the flower square. You may visit my home now. You agreed so readily? Rainey's appeared somewhat astonished, inquiring with curiosity. I thought it would require more persuasion. Agnes smiled gently and asked, what led you to think that? After all, you have never mentioned your family background at the Institute. Rainey's pondered for a moment before replying. I suppose I was influenced by Nygaard and Zag. That group always found you rather enigmatic and thought you seemed somewhat at odds with the essence of nature's heart. They believed, at times, you resembled a black kite that had strayed into a flock of white geese. Such exaggeration? Agnes couldn't help but laugh. Interrupting Rainey's, I assure you, those fellows did not articulate it in that manner. Rainey's, unfazed by the revelation, smiled at Agnes. I think I understand now, Agnes said with a grin. Let us allow our doctor to investigate the origins of this black kite today. She winked playfully. It seems we are heading toward the John district, Rainey's remarked, slightly furrowing her brow. The last time Agnes escorted Rainey's home, she first had the carriage take Rainey's to Best Street before returning to her own residence. The Musicians' Association was located in the western part of the Cavalier district, while Best Street lay further south, closer to the Isa River. The John district was situated west of Cavalier district, away from the river, nearer to a small hill known as Occult in the northwest of Phenobot City. I doubt I would stray off course returning home, Agnes chuckled. Rainey's regarded Agnes intently for a long moment before stating, so you are of noble lineage. No wonder you have never mentioned your family background. I had thought. Rainey's trailed off. What did you think? Agnes inquired, curiosity piqued. Rainey's considered before saying, I thought your parents were scholars, or perhaps physicians. You do not embody the image of a noble as I had envisioned. And your inquiries regarding physiology and pathology displayed a certain depth of understanding. What image did you conjure of nobility? Agnes asked, amused. One that travels with dozens of servants? Speaks in sonorous tones? Rainey's teased with a smile. Agnes couldn't suppress her laughter, feeling a sense of relief. Not quite. At most a dozen or so would suffice. She replied with mirth. After Rainey's had her fill of laughter, she remarked, You are not surnamed Spinoza, are you? I have never heard of any Spinoza nobility in Phenobot City. Agnes nodded, saying, Indeed, My surname is actually Pagny. Spinoza is my mother's maiden name. So you are the daughter of Count Pagny? Rainey's queried. Agnes acknowledged with a nod. Pagny and Spinoza. That rings a bell. Rainey's murmured thoughtfully, sighing. I cannot quite place it. Perhaps it pertains to my mother and father, Agnes suggested with a smile. My mother grew up in a convent and was a member of the Nature's Heart group prior to marrying my father. Rainey slapped her forehead, exclaiming, that's it. I once heard a watcher mention it while I was in Cilia. Agnes nodded in understanding. This dates back over 20 years at the time. My father marrying a girl raised in a convent surprised many in Fenerbahce City, as it was deemed improper by numerous nobles. Yet, it is not a matter that requires concealment. It is not unusual for people in the church to speak of it. Moreover, Mrs. Jones had a close relationship with my mother, so it is perfectly normal for some watchers to be aware. In that case, I feel considerably less anxious. Rainey's exhaled deeply, adding, I shall regard this as a visit to a senior of Nature's Heart. The carriage came to a halt, and Agnes noticed Rainey's taking a noticeably deep breath. Suppressing a smile, Agnes descended from the carriage first, then turned to extend her hand toward Rainey's. However, Rainey's did not comply. Instead, she jumped down from the carriage and raised an eyebrow at Agnes. Unable to resist a smile, Agnes linked arms with Rainey's. Let us proceed to observe the nest of the black kite, our Miss Brandy, Agnes whispered in Rainey's ear. Rainey shot Agnes a subtle glare, but followed her into the estate. Yes, if we proceed that way, you'll find my study. My bedroom is a little further in. Agnes led Rainey's upstairs while casually introducing her surroundings. Rainey's expressed curiosity about Agnes's study, and Agnes guided her inside. One of my childhood dreams was to possess a study like this. Rainey's mused wistfully. I believe you have realized that dream now, Agnes replied with a smile. That is precisely why I referred to it as a childhood wish, Rainey's chuckled. I always thought from a young age. Agnes's musings were interrupted by 3 knocks on the study door. Agnes, I heard you brought a friend? Aurelio's voice announced, and Agnes clearly observed Rainey's tense up. Agnes sighed, turning to Aurelio as he entered the study, slightly displeased. Aurelio, I believe you have yet to inquire whether it is convenient for us to receive guests. Shall I step outside and knock again? Aurelio raised an eyebrow. Agnes, exasperated, placed her hand on her forehead and sighed. Never mind. This is Rainey's Brandy, a close friend of mine from the church, she introduced. Aurelio's gaze shifted to Rainey's beside Agnes, and with a slight bow, he said, Greetings, Miss Brandy. I am Aurelio Pagny, Agnes's elder brother. Perceiving Rainey's nervousness, Aurelio exchanged a few words before turning to exit. Didn't you say to treat this as a visit to a senior of Nature's Heart? Agnes teased with a smile. This is beyond my control, Renee said. Her voice tinged with a rare hint of grievance. Taking a deep breath, she continued, I have never truly encountered a noble. A few weeks ago, I distantly overheard a speech on Harder Street, and the individual standing on the makeshift platform appeared to be your brother. Chapter 83, Proposal for Review. Agnes displayed a flicker of surprise and inquired, You still attend street speeches? Renee shrugged slightly and replied, Not really. I merely chanced upon a crowd while on my break, and, out of concern for public safety, went to see what was transpiring. I believe that falls under the police's jurisdiction. Agnes chuckled. After all, we do carry the badge of the police department. Renee blinked, her tension visibly easing. Well then, what was Aurelio speaking about? Agnes casually asked. Renee pondered for a moment before responding. It seemed he was discussing the guild's exploitation of apprentice laborers. He wasn't the main speaker. It appeared he was invited by the order and spoke for only a short while before departing. Agnes nodded, falling into silence. To be honest, your brother's speech was rather compelling. Perhaps it was because when I first laid eyes on him, he stood to one side of the platform, his expression impassive and silent, gazing intently at the main speaker, which made him seem particularly serious. I instinctively perceived him as quite a solemn individual, Renee remarked. However, he is quite different in private, as I have come to realize. Agnes tilted her head slightly. Is that so? I have yet to witness his stern demeanor. Renee couldn't help but chuckle, of course. How could he possibly maintain a serious face in front of someone like you, Agnes? Oh, what does that have to do with me? Agnes raised an eyebrow, asking, It must be because he feels more relaxed at home? I can tell that your brother is particularly at ease in your presence, Renee said, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind Agnes's ear. But that is entirely natural. Having a sister like you is truly a gift from the Mother Goddess. Agnes merely twitched her lips, choosing silence. With a smile dancing on her face as she observed Agnes's reaction, Renee continued, When I first met you, I thought, whose little lady is this? She looks so adorably earnest, especially when you retreated a step back in front of Nagata. Agnes couldn't suppress a sigh, resting her forehead in her palm. All right, I shall cease the teasing. Renee reined in her smile and said, Truth be told, I intended to inquire about your suppressants when I realized it was you, but the crowd at the Institute and the church made it difficult to find an opportune moment. Renee sighed. Is it forbidden to discuss how you came by your curse, and whether it can be lifted? Agnes's expression turned serious, as she hesitated before softly replying. The curse was not sown by anyone. It shall likely accompany me in various forms for the rest of my life. Renee opened her mouth, eager to probe further. But Agnes remained silent, her gaze fixed on her. All right, then, what are the curse enhancers? Renee sighed, inquiring further. Agnes remained quiet for a moment before saying, Mr. Arcado lost control last night. Renee hesitated briefly, then forced a less than convincing smile onto her face. Is that so? No wonder he fell. No. It was merely a loss of control that transformed him into a monster, Agnes replied, scrutinizing Renee's expression and speaking cautiously. Renee appeared momentarily stunned, and after a long silence, she sighed. Well, there are too many who have lost control due to their fall from grace. I nearly forgot that even without the temptation of eldritch gods, extraordinary beings carry a significant risk of losing control themselves. I had often scolded him in secret, but upon reflection, he is quite diligent and responsible. His constant critiques of me stem from my talents, as he wishes for me to excel. Renee lowered her head slightly, adding, individuals like him meet their end as monsters rather than departing gracefully, which must leave them quite dissatisfied internally. Agnes simply regarded Renee in silence, saying nothing. Enough about him, Renee said, her gaze drifting as she shifted the topic. You mentioned that you were testing for a task with the wardens. Are you preparing to leave the heart of nature to join them? Agnes leaned back against the carriage seat, her gaze momentarily vacant as she peered through the window at the street outside. Extra! Extra! The proposal to abolish the guild system has been submitted to the Kingdom Senate for review, cried Newsboy. Chairman Elsa has announced strengthened defenses along the coastline of the Dissy region. Best Street is quite lively this morning, Agnes observed, watching as a well-dressed gentleman approached the newsboy and purchased a newspaper. Best Street isn't particularly bustling, Renee chuckled. Most of the residents here are busy with their work, hurrying about. Aside from major festive days, there are hardly any significant events, unlike over on Harder Street, where one can always hear the melodies of Dissy dances, along with many speeches and debates. Agnes nodded in agreement, but remained silent. As the carriage came to a halt, Renee disembarked, waving goodbye to Agnes through the window. Agnes smiled as she watched Renee turn and walk towards her home. Miss, shall we return now? The maid Hetty inquired as she entered the carriage. Not yet. Please go and fetch me a newspaper first. Agnes gently shook her head and replied. Hetty bowed and exited, soon returning with a newspaper in hand. The scent of ink rushed into Agnes's nostrils as her eyes fell upon the bold headline. The proposal to abolish the guild system has been submitted to the Kingdom Senate for review. Agnes furrowed her brow slightly. I apologize, miss. The newspapers from a newsboy are of rather poor quality, Hetty said, noticing Agnes's frown. Agnes shook her head and instructed Hetty. Please tell the coachman that we are heading to Harder Street. Hetty turned and exited the carriage, prompting the vehicle to begin its slow journey. Agnes lowered her gaze, intently reading the content beneath the headline. Recently, the proposal to abolish the guild system was submitted to the Kingdom Senate for review. This proposal was spearheaded by Count Pagny earlier this year, and subsequently garnered substantial support from numerous senators. It seeks to abolish the privileges conferred by King Vittorio 250 years ago, including price-setting rights and tax contracting rights, while sternly addressing the guild's interference in municipal affairs. The issue of guild interference in municipal governance has persisted for ages. Reports indicate that as far back as 20 years ago, the Norwich municipal authorities petitioned the Senate for the direct revocation of the guild organization's privileges. Reliable sources suggest that this proposal will enter formal debate within a week and will be amended and voted upon within this year. Norwich, situated in the eastern part of Fenabad, is a small town near Sevilla. Agnes let out a barely audible sigh. 3 months. Chapter 84. The Speaker of Harder Street. As the carriage approached Harder Street, Agnes distantly heard the cheers of a crowd. Indeed, it was lively. This part of Harder Street, with its vast square, is often the first choice for hosting large-scale events. Agnes looked out through the carriage window towards the source of the applause, where a throng of people had gathered, obscuring the view of what was actually happening. Yet even without relying on her enhanced vision, Agnes could discern that while the assembled individuals were not clad in opulent attire, most appeared to be respectable. Agnes instructed the carriage to halt at the roadside and, without Hetty, made her way towards the gathering crowd. The crowd stood tightly packed, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the happenings within. Agnes did not attempt to force her way through. Instead, she turned and climbed atop the pedestal of a nearby statue in the square, sitting there to observe. In the center of the throng, an area approximately 10 meters in diameter had been vacated, and a figure resembling a university student stood at the heart of it. Agnes watched as he, with a hint of arrogance, gestured for silence among the gathering before slowly beginning to speak. Today, the guild system that has plagued Feniport for over 3 centuries is finally nearing its end. For these 300 years, they have drained the lifeblood of the laborers, stepping over the emaciated forms of apprentices, all to create wealth for the few true members, those mere dozens of artisans within each guild. Agnes sighed in exasperation. She surveyed the crowd encircling the speaker. Most were well-dressed individuals, resembling craftsmen, with very few appearing as laborers. From the content of the speech, it was evident that the speaker possessed a profound understanding of the guilds, yet the audience might not resonate sufficiently with his words. This was to be expected. True artisans and laborers seldom had the luxury of time to attend speeches on Hartel Street, as they were far too preoccupied with earning a living to support themselves and their families. Nonetheless, the power of such rhetoric could sway public opinion. Despite the audience's lack of deep connection, they would likely come away with the impression that the guilds were inherently flawed, Agnes mused. Seated upon the statue's pedestal, she listened intently to the speaker's oration. The guild imposed numerous restrictions on its members, advocating a shared system meant to ensure equitable interests among them. This system mandated that any goods purchased by a member could be claimed by others within the guild. Not like this, came an incongruous voice, and Agnes noticed a disturbance in one corner of the crowd. Following the sound, she recognized a familiar face, Henry Sharon, the chief artisan of the Blacksmith Guild. The man who had previously attempted to act heroically, suspected to be an extraordinary individual of the general knowledge sequence. Henry appeared significantly more haggard than when she last encountered him, although he had donned a seemingly respectable shirt and trousers. It was evident that the garments were faded and bore signs of wear. The guild was established to enhance the common interests of its members. The shared system merely serves to eliminate certain members' advantages in acquiring goods and to prevent others from hoarding raw materials for profit, Henry said, his voice hoarse. The speaker raised an eyebrow at Henry, his tone taking on an unusual quality as he inquired, "Are you the vice president of the Blacksmith Guild, Sharon?" Henry nodded. Agnes could see the speaker's excitement visibly heighten as he addressed Henry loudly. "I have heard that the true reason for your former president, Oscarman's suicide was due to coercing lawmakers, attempting to evade the law's punishment. Is that correct?" Agnes observed as Henry lowered his head slightly, clenching his fists tightly. And after a prolonged silence, he seemed taken aback by the speaker's audacity, stepping back a few paces, swallowing hard before exclaiming, "Your silence suggests that there may indeed be some truth to this." Just as Agnes rose to intervene and protect the speaker before Henry could act, he released his fists, covered his eyes with one hand, and roared, "Yes, I confess. I was involved." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, igniting a flurry of discussions. Agnes shook her head inwardly. Henry's emotional outburst could plunge the Blacksmith Guild into a more precarious situation. The matter concerning Oscarman had not been convicted nor mentioned in the newspapers, indicating that some hidden truth must have compelled those advocating for the abolition of the guild system to refrain from exploiting this opportunity. The speaker had merely stumbled upon some gossip to confront Henry with, but now, with Henry's admission in front of so many, even if there were mitigating circumstances, the truth could no longer be ignored by those in power. In such a scenario, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to further attack the guild system, with the Blacksmith Guild likely to bear the brunt of the consequences. Henry had likely been wholly absorbed in his craft, never having encountered such a public confrontation before. It seemed Oscarman had shielded him well. Otherwise, a more experienced individual would have promptly denied such accusations in a similar situation. Agnes sighed, recalling her initial case while with the Heart of Nature, and the peculiar behavior of President Oscarman, as described by Eliza. Perhaps she could inquire with M.S. Jones about the subsequent developments of this case to uncover what Oscarman and his associates had truly done, Agnes contemplated. However, we do not exploit any guild members. We provide assistance to those in need, visiting them during illness, bringing 2 loaves of bread, a gallon of wine, and a piece of smoked meat. Henry's words came out weary and rasping. The speaker interrupted, challenging, "But do you consider apprentices and laborers as members of the guild?" Henry faltered, and the speaker pressed on relentlessly. A guild typically comprises 500 to 600 individuals, with artisans numbering only 30 to 40. Even the guild with the highest proportion of artisans, the Watchmakers Guild, boasts merely over 70. In your guild, laborers and apprentices constitute the majority. To you, they're merely cheap labor. Laborers must first possess sufficient funds to support their trade before they can qualify for advancement to artisan status. Moreover, you must evaluate whether they possess the skills required for such elevation. But what are the criteria? It is solely at the whim of the artisan's subjective judgment. Statistics show that nearly 2/3 of those promoted to artisans are the children of guild artisans. This is irrefutable. But Henry attempted to interject, but merely echoed the same monotonous words in futility. In addition, what constitutes your unfair competition? You should be acutely aware that if a cobbler with new tools can produce 70 shoes in a day, while others can only manage 20, it would spell the demise of 100 or 200 shoemakers. Emperor Roselle once proclaimed that all decayed and backward entities shall inevitably be swept away by the tides of history. Upon hearing the speaker's words, Agnes instinctively twitched her lips. Chapter 85. Irreversible Decline. In a debate, how could a craftsman possibly contend against a likely university student, unless he resorted to savagery and violence? Agnes let out a faint sigh, quietly observing the dispute between Henry and the speaker until the latter emerged victorious, and the crowd dispersed, leaving only Henry standing there. Agnes noticed Henry's fists clenching multiple times before he ultimately relaxed them, refraining from allowing the argument to escalate into a brawl. She jumped down from the statue's pedestal and approached Henry, who stood there with his head slightly bowed. You should not have engaged in a dispute with him unless you were certain of your victory. Ignoring his speech from the very beginning would have been your wisest choice. Agnes hesitated before saying. Henry looked up, revealing a bittersweet smile. I simply could not contain myself. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then asked, Are you the member of the Heart of Nature who pursued the fugitive? Agnes nodded. Did the Heart of Nature send you to monitor me? A mere sequence 8. Warrant the attention of a member of the Heart of Nature? Henry's tone was laced with disdain. Agnes could not help but frown, responding, No. I merely happened to cross paths with you. Henry Schelling nodded perfunctorily, leaving Agnes uncertain about whether he believed her explanation. I ventured out today with the intent to go to the Parliament. Will you accompany me? He inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Agnes furrowed her brow even more deeply, yet ultimately nodded in agreement. Having failed her assessment, the Watchers did not permit her to partake in the investigation of the Pavel Monastery. With nothing pressing to occupy her time today, observing Henry's purpose at the Parliament seemed a worthy endeavor to avoid idleness. Could you wait a moment? I shall return shortly to join you, Agnes stated. She hurried back, instructing Hetty and the coachman to return first, and adorned herself with a veil. Although the veil would not render her unrecognizable to those familiar with her, it conveyed a certain sentiment. Agnes trusted that those who could identify her would comprehend her desire to remain anonymous at this moment. Henry Schelling awaited her return impassively, and upon seeing Agnes approach, he offered a slight nod and said, Let us proceed. He then turned briskly and advanced ahead, prompting Agnes to quicken her pace to match his stride. Henry walked at a rapid pace, requiring Agnes to occasionally jog to keep up. She felt fortunate that she had opted for a deep blue linen shirt and twill cotton trousers, paired with a camel-colored coat, rather than a lengthy gown. After all, the werewolf speed enhancement did not manifest in their ordinary walking pace. Why can you not walk a bit faster? Henry exclaimed irritably, halting and turning to cover his forehead before softening his tone. I apologize. My emotions are somewhat unstable. Without waiting for Agnes, he resumed his forward march, albeit at a slightly reduced speed. Agnes paused momentarily before hastening to catch up. You must have just graduated from primary school then. Does the church truly send such young girls on missions? Agnes was taken aback by Henry's sudden inquiry. No, I graduated a long time ago. I merely appear younger. She replied. Is that so? Henry remarked, casting a glance at Agnes. You seem even younger than my daughter. Agnes smiled, but refrained from responding. After walking in silence for a while, Agnes suddenly asked, What brings you to the Parliament today? The newspapers have already reported that the proposal to abolish the guild system has entered the Senate's deliberation process. Henry halted in his tracks. Not just today, in fact. I have been visiting the Parliament daily during this period. Gazing at Agnes, he finally managed a wry smile. I suppose I still wish to fight back. I cannot compare to President Carmen. During his presidency, even in dire circumstances, the number of members scarcely dwindled. However, since his suicide and my assumption of the presidency, many members have withdrawn daily, leaving us with merely a few official members now. Yet, even with the Smiths Guild reduced to such a scant number, I hope the name of the Smiths Guild of Feniport remains extant, rather than being extinguished in history, as that individual suggested. Henry then turned once more and continued his forward march. Agnes remained silent, trailing behind, unable to fully grasp Henry's sentiments. After discussing some issues regarding the guild system with Aurelio in the carriage last time, she had conducted a bit of research on the Feniport Guild, which provided her with a clearer understanding of its irreversible decline. In her view, The guild's golden era likely predated the arrival of Emperor Roselle. At that time, the king, aiming to circumvent the control of the nobility and lords over the city's economy, conferred powers upon the guild that included, but were not limited to, tax contracting, employment monopolies, and price-setting authority. With royal privilege, the guild wielded considerable power in many significant cities of Fenaport. The king required the guild to implement monopolies within the cities to assist in controlling the economy, and, when necessary, to exert pressure on local governments to ensure his dominance. Serving as a tool in the struggle between the king and the nobility and lords, the guild became a source of discontent for many nobles even to this day. Agnes had once read in literature about a rather absurd incident. In 1132, Vittorio II had once agreed to a request to abolish the Fenaport Weavers Guild. At that time, the city authorities proposed that if the king dissolved the Weavers Guild, the municipal government would not only assume all guild responsibilities, but also provide the king with a sum of money. Consequently, Vittorio II consented and issued a decree abolishing the Weavers Guild. However, the municipal authorities failed to fulfill their promise, prompting the king to retract the previous decree and restore the guild's legal status and economic authority. It could be said that the guild was merely a tool in the king's negotiations with the nobility and lords. As Roselle ignited the Industrial Revolution, leading to the rise of the bourgeoisie and new nobility, the guild's significance to the king gradually waned, with many of the powers previously granted by the king being restricted or even rescinded. The guild's control over its members also diminished, as the one industry per person rule began to erode, allowing members to freely engage in various trades, rendering the organization itself increasingly fragile and rigid. Agnes observed Henry Schelling ahead of her and shook her head slightly. Her father and his supporters advocating for the abolition of the guild evidently recognized that this tool had become dispensable to the king, who might even perceive the guild as an impediment to his economic ambitions. Furthermore, President Carmen had seemingly committed acts that alienated many who had previously been willing to shield the guild. The roots of the guild's impending abolition were evidently entrenched in the upper echelons. The efforts of Henry Schelling and a few others opposed to the guild's dissolution were insufficient to reverse the tide. Please wait. The writing is not complete. I need a moment, perhaps half an hour. Chapter 86, A Dead End. How, then, did matters evolve into this state? Agnes watched as Henry Schelling was pulled by a throng of guards, yet he continued to unleash furious shouts towards her father, who stood at the entrance of the parliament, leaving her feeling somewhat bewildered. Upon reaching the parliament's entrance, Henry joined nearly 100 individuals, all dressed as various craftsmen, who sat silently on the ground before the parliament. This assembly remained seated from morning until noon, resisting the attempts of the parliament to disperse them. Eventually, the king could no longer contain himself and sent a messenger to deliver the final ultimatum. You are aware that, in light of requests from the mayors and citizens of Fenaport, I have approved and authorized the proposal regarding the abolition of the guild system to enter the Senate for deliberation. No one shall obstruct this for any reason. Those among the steadfast supporters of the guild who were slightly politically astute understood the unspoken implications of the king's words. Nevertheless, they were unwilling to leave lightly. After an initial silence, the group began to stir restlessly. Some shouted in anger, others remained silent. Some rose to their feet while others remained seated, as if the events unfolding beside them bore no relevance to their own plight. Among them, Henry Schelling was one who stood up and shouted in outrage. The courtier appeared oblivious to the crowd's reaction, leisurely stowing away his belongings before turning to leave, with the king's guard repositioning themselves to shield him once more. The parliament dispatched another envoy to disperse the seated demonstrators at its entrance. Unable to tolerate any longer the guards who attempted to shoo them away, Henry Schelling engaged in a scuffle, and upon his action, many of the steadfast supporters who had been sitting with him also chose to fight back, successfully transforming a peaceful sit-in into a violent rebellion. The guards of the assembly no longer merely drove them away. Instead, they resorted to violence to subdue them. It was during the reading of the royal decree by the nobleman that the father emerged, after the steadfast supporters of the guild erupted into chaos. It was he who commanded the temporary detention of the offending craftsmen, justifiably citing their blatant disregard for the king's edict, their obstruction of the assembly's proceedings, and their assault on the guards. Agnes observed the hateful glare that Henry Schelling cast toward her father and let out a faint sigh. She removed the veil from her face and approached her father, who was furrowing his brow while assigning tasks to his subordinates. What brings you here? Her father inquired, his frown deepening upon seeing Agnes approach. Just as she was about to explain, he interrupted her, saying, You may elucidate your reasons later. For now, I shall have Helrag escort you home. Helrag was her father's personal servant. Thus, Agnes fell silent and followed Helrag to her father's carriage. "Could you take me to St. Diana's church?" Agnes asked. Helrag glanced at her and replied, "Of course." Agnes nodded, her gaze becoming distant as she observed the scenery retreating outside the carriage window. The bill to abolish the guild system had entered deliberation, and most of the staunch supporters of the guild had been imprisoned. The faction advocating for the abolition, represented by her father, would surely not allow them to leave the confines of prison before the guild system was truly dismantled, even if they were powerless to act, at most causing some distasteful disturbances like today's. It could be said that the abolition of the guild was all but a foregone conclusion, and her father, mother, and Aurelio would soon find themselves with more leisure time. Agnes pondered hesitantly. She always felt that her father's urgency regarding the guild's abolition was somewhat excessive. At times, she sensed that there were underlying motives behind her father's push for its dissolution that she had yet to fully comprehend. However, on one hand, they were in the city of Fenabode, and on the other, the church, for various reasons, maintained a keen interest in the Pagny family. Agnes did not believe anyone could clandestinely interfere without being detected by the church or the royal family. "Little Agnes, are you here to see Olivia again?" A striking woman with violet eyes and clad in a black gown asked with a smile. Agnes nodded and inquired, "Yes, Lady Beshamite." "What, Mrs. Jones?" "The watchers brought back a, specimen from Pavlash Abbey this morning. Olivia went to assist them in examining it." Lady Beshamite replied with a shrug. "What kind of specimen?" Agnes asked, her curiosity piqued. "I cannot disclose that," Lady Beshamite said, shaking her head with a smile. Agnes nodded, understanding the situation. The watchers had likely successfully identified the source of contamination from Pavlash Abbey. "Are you in a hurry to find her?" Lady Beshamite asked, bending slightly with a smile. "It's not urgent," Agnes replied, shaking her head. "Then do stay here for a while," Lady Beshamite suggested, guiding Agnes to sit on the sofa. "Olivia should return shortly." No sooner had she spoken than Mrs. Jones entered, rubbing her forehead. "See, I told you she would be back soon," Lady Beshamite remarked with a hint of amusement. Agnes stifled a giggle and nodded in agreement. "Agnes, what brings you here?" Mrs. Jones asked, noticing Agnes seated on the sofa. "But it's fortuitous. I was just about to look for you," Mrs. Jones continued. "Come with me." With that, she turned and exited the office, prompting Agnes to follow. "Mrs. Jones, what do you need me for?" Agnes inquired. "First, you need to undergo a test," Mrs. Jones replied. "Have the watchers found the source of contamination or even brought back related materials?" Agnes asked with certainty. Mrs. Jones took a deep breath and said, "You must first complete the test." "Oh." Agnes obediently nodded, preparing to enter the testing room. "Wait, tell me what you want to see me about first." "I can address it while you test," Mrs. Jones insisted. "It's nothing much. I merely wanted to inquire about the investigation's findings regarding the Blacksmith Guild theft," Agnes whispered. "Very well," Mrs. Jones acknowledged with a nod. "You go ahead with the test, and I will retrieve the case files." "Still not passed, Mrs. Jones remarked with a frown as she examined Agnes's test report. Agnes sat quietly beside her, not uttering a word. "Never mind, I'll ask about it." "You wait here for a moment," Mrs. Jones said, standing up with the report in hand and heading towards the church's underground. Chapter 87. The Infant. Agnes perused the files brought by Rennies with a serious demeanor, gently massaging her forehead. The documents provided by Mrs. Jones contained only the findings from Elise's initial investigation. The results obtained after the case was transferred to the watchers required formal approval before they could be shared with her. However, even the information gathered by Elisa was sufficient for Agnes to make some deductions. It was known that President Carmen indeed hoarded extraordinary items, and that this particular item possessed psychological suggestive abilities, capable of using a specific environment as a medium to subtly manipulate the target, compelling them to unwittingly follow the user's commands or fostering a profound desire to uphold a certain promise. Yet, this item could not be moved for 3 days after its activation. Otherwise, it would consume all thoughts and ideas of the person attempting to relocate it, rendering their mind a blank slate, erasing their intentions until they became akin to an imbecile. In this light, it was plausible that President Carmen had influenced the attitudes of several significant figures who had visited his office regarding the Blacksmith Guild, possibly even achieving a degree of control over them. Furthermore, if President Carmen were to irresponsibly employ this extraordinary item, he could potentially use it to brainwash members of the guild, ensuring their unwavering loyalty to the Blacksmith Guild. This could explain why, following the Blacksmith Guild theft, many legislators who had previously sympathized with the guild altered their stance. They likely became privy to the church's investigative findings through their own channels. Moreover, if one were to delve deeper into darker conjectures, it could be questioned whether the extraordinary item played a role in maintaining the guild's membership numbers during challenging times. as Henry Sherlin had mentioned. Yet, a lingering question remained. How could the mere president of a blacksmith guild acquire such a remarkable item? And what audacity did he possess to ensnare prominent figures in his schemes? President Carmen's behavior seemed utterly bewitched, and the occurrence of the blacksmith guild theft appeared too coincidental, almost as if orchestrated to expose President Carmen's machinations. Even more coincidentally, the case emerged shortly after her father's proposal to abolish the guild system, eventually falling into the church's hands. In Agnes's recollection, there were 3 sequences associated with suggestive abilities: the audience sequence, the assassin sequence, and the lawyer sequence. Among these, the instigators of the assassin sequence were more inclined to exacerbate conflicts, incite violence, and create bloodshed, which did not align with the typical style of an instigator. Conversely, the lawyer sequence could, to some extent, distort or guide a target's thinking, making them feel at ease and inclined to trust, which was a plausible avenue. The audience sequence, however, consistently possessed the capacity to lead others to act according to their desires, presenting the highest likelihood. Viewed from this perspective, if there truly was someone guiding President Carmen's thoughts, that individual would be. Agnes suddenly sensed a foul and corrupt aura erupting from beneath the church, only to be swiftly suppressed and vanish, leaving her to question whether she had misperceived the sensation. Agnes swiftly set aside the dossier, rose to her feet, and exited the room. The corridor was devoid of any presence, prompting Agnes to furrow her brow in concern. Approaching the office door, she raised her hand and knocked gently. Ms. Beshmet opened the door and inquired, "What is it, Agnes?" "Ms. Beshmet, it seems there has been some sort of upheaval beneath the church. Did you not sense it?" Agnes asked. Ms. Beshmet shook her head with a slight smile, replying, "I did not. My perceptions may not be as acute as yours." Agnes raised an eyebrow and settled onto the sofa, stating, "Very well. Ms. Jones should be arriving shortly. We can inquire with her then." Ms. Jones came up, looking somewhat fatigued, and with a hoarse voice addressed Agnes. "Come with me, Agnes. Although you did not pass your test, this is not a moment for you to engage in battle, but rather to assist in soothing a few children." "Is this related to the recent disturbance beneath the church?" Agnes inquired. "Did you just perceive it?" "Yes, it is he," Ms. Jones affirmed with a nod. "I understand," Agnes replied. Following Ms. Jones, Agnes descended into the church's underground passage, traversing a narrow path between vine-like roots until they arrived in a spacious chamber. There, at the far end of the room, she spotted a child who appeared to be just over 3 years old. He had buried his head between his knees, his hands clasped around his legs, and his entire form seemed to tremble slightly. Draped in a tattered robe, the color of which was unrecognizable, it was oversized enough to envelop him twice over. He looked like a lost child who had inadvertently wandered into the church. Yet this was peculiar. A child who appeared to be merely 3 years old in the church's depths was undeniably suspicious. "Is he what the Watcher brought back?" Agnes could not refrain from asking Ms. Jones. Before Ms. Jones could respond, the enormous infant seemed to detect Agnes's voice and lifted his head. Agnes stared at his face, momentarily taken aback. She then realized that the smooth, supple skin she initially mistook for normal childhood innocence was in fact in a state of constant flux. His limbs varied in girth, his skin's texture fluctuated, and the hue of his complexion continually changed. Only the subtlety of these differences had obscured them from immediate notice. Although his face bore the features of an ordinary person, there existed a dissonance that evoked discomfort, akin to an assemblage of disparate facial traits cobbled together from various individuals. Similarly, his features were in a state of perpetual transformation, with these alterations rendering his overall visage even more disconcerting. Fortunately, this was not deemed bizarre within the Great Mother Church, Agnes mused. At least it was far more conventional than the creations of Frank. Agnes surveyed the room, but found no other watchers present. Sensing Agnes's inner turmoil, Ms. Jones remarked, "Once his aura erupts, none in this chamber will endure for long. I had them leave beforehand." Agnes nodded slightly and asked, "What is it that I need to do?" Despite her awareness of the troubling issues surrounding this 3-year-old, she was uncertain about the Watchers' expectations of her. Surely they did not anticipate her to simply comfort the child? Surely, any member of the church would perform better in that regard than she could. Ms. Jones hesitated before asking, "Do you feel any uncontrollable impulse emanating from him?" "Ms. Jones, you could have phrased that differently," Agnes remarked, unable to suppress a slight grimace. While she comprehended Ms. Jones's intent, the phrase uncontrollable impulse seemed ill-suited when addressing a child who appeared to be around 3 years old. After a moment of contemplation, Agnes nodded hesitantly, saying, "There is a resonance, albeit faint. Had you not specifically asked, I might have overlooked it." Ms. Jones furrowed her brow and inquired, "In such a case, can we achieve a communication similar to that with Melra? Agnes pondered before responding. At that time, Melra initiated the communication. I would need to attempt it to ascertain the outcome. However, if it is merely a dialogue, it primarily hinges on my ability to enter a state where I can directly perceive his spiritual essence, which should have a significant likelihood of success. Very well, I have sought the Mother-S attention. Ms. Jones contemplated before adding, but do not overexert yourself. If you sense anything amiss, halt immediately. Agnes nodded and asked if successful. What should I communicate with him? Ms. Jones replied, I believe it is crucial to understand his current condition and convey our goodwill. If possible, facilitate his ability to communicate with us. Understood, Agnes affirmed with a nod. She lowered her gaze slightly, her spirit reaching out through the fragile connection. The resonance was indeed faint, requiring Agnes to intermittently pause to more accurately sense it as she followed the thread of connection. Agnes vaguely perceived the existence of a fragile consciousness, considerably weaker than that of Melra. Within that spiritual essence, it occupied only a fraction of the territory, and she sensed many other consciousnesses residing there, each imbued with a similar madness and depravity, albeit distinct in their manifestations. In Agnes' eyes, the spiritual essence that had just brushed against hers retained a sliver of purity at its edges, while the remainder was shrouded in various shades of crimson. Indeed, a kaleidoscope of red. Ms. Jones, has the Watcher performed a soul stitch on him? Agnes inquired, her brow knitting in concern. No, Ms. Jones replied, her expression troubled. The aura of corruption surrounding him is far too severe. No Watcher would dare attempt such an act. However, our earlier observations of his outward state led us to suspect as much. What does his condition appear to be from a spiritual perspective? Ms. Jones asked, gazing intently at Agnes. It seems rather peculiar, Agnes said, her brow furrowing in confusion as she explained. It resembles an unsuccessful soul stitch. I sensed numerous consciousnesses within his spiritual essence, yet also seems to be an indistinct whole. My rough estimation suggests there are at least 20 of these consciousnesses. How many of these consciousnesses are capable of communication? Ms. Jones inquired. Agnes paused in contemplation before responding. If none of these consciousnesses are masking their true selves, then the only one maintaining relative sanity is the one that resonated with me. Understood, Ms. Jones said, her brow furrowed. Do you need to make contact with him? If your safety can be assured, Ms. Jones replied. Very well. Agnes' spirit quietly reached toward the pure corner of that spiritual essence, striving to forge a connection with the consciousness residing within. Are you the one sent by the Mother to save me? Agnes faintly sensed this thought emanating from the consciousness. With a soft sigh inwardly, Agnes transmitted a thought in response. Yes, it is the Mother-S will. Has the Mother finally responded after my prolonged prayers? The returning thought carried a hint of disbelief. Does the Mother truly wish to lead me out of this darkness? How terrifying. Orlando has transformed into a monster, and Yuno has become a monster as well. They are fighting and gnawing at each other. They will discover me. Hurry, take me away. The thoughts that returned were imbued with a sense of panic. Agnes tugged at Ms. Jones, who was watching her, while her mind unhesitatingly conveyed a message. They will not notice you. There's no need to panic. Simultaneously, she swiftly enveloped the still pure part with her spiritual essence and inquired, What is your name? I'm called Stitch, came the reply. Agnes whispered to Ms. Jones, I believe it may be necessary for Frank Lee to provide the list of children adopted from the Pavel Monastery. I suspect this may be linked to those children. In fact, we had previously entertained similar conjectures, and someone had already retrieved the list of children from the Pavel Monastery. MS. Jones produced a sheet of paper from her briefcase, inscribed with approximately 30 names, and handed it to Agnes. Agnes glanced over it, and through her thoughts asked, Have you seen Jenny? Jenny has been consumed, Stitch's awareness responded. I apologize. What about Ida? Agnes inquired again. Ida is engaged in a scuffle with Casey and Emilio. Stitch replied in a somewhat peculiar tone. Agnes casually remarked to Ms. Jones, The relationships between the various consciousnesses within his spiritual entity are exceedingly chaotic. Ms. Jones nodded, asking, Do you think that increasing the proportion of rationality might alleviate this state? Agnes replied in a somewhat odd tone, I am not a mental health professional. I believe you should consult an expert, Ms. Jones. Indeed, Ms. Jones acquiesced. Is there a way to enhance the rational aspect? She probed. Agnes shook her head, saying, The only thought I can muster is to have Stitch, yes, that's the name the communicative consciousness prefers, consume the other consciousnesses, but the consequences of such an action remain uncertain. Stitch's awareness persistently called out to Agnes, who engaged in light banter with him through her thoughts. Is there a method to restore sanity to those frenzied consciousnesses? MS. Jones asked once more. Agnes fell silent, prompting Ms. Jones to add, just as you did in the monastery, as you did with Eliza. Chapter 89. The Roselle Memorial Exhibition. I do not recall how I achieved that, Agnes murmured, her gaze fixed on the patterns on the ground. I certainly do not consider it a wise choice, even though I have heard that Eliza currently faces no issues. I am uncertain what price the one connected to me must pay. I do not believe that their assistance to Eliza is entirely selfless. Ms. Jones scrutinized Agnes, ultimately letting out a soft sigh, saying, "Very well, I understand. Let us proceed with the original plan and attempt to gradually alleviate his madness through traditional methods. However, we need you to constantly monitor the state of his spiritual entity during our treatment. Should any changes occur, you must issue a timely warning. We must ensure that the participants in this plan retreat to a safe area before the taint of corruption within him erupts." Understood. Agnes nodded in agreement. Pain and fear. Agnes inscribed these two words onto the pages of her notebook, then cast down her pen, leaning back against her chair, her left hand rubbing her temples. What was the foundation of my resonance with Eliza? Agnes sighed in frustration. Based solely on the instances with Mira and Stitch, it appears that a heart filled with relatively pure negative emotions resonates more readily with me. She jotted down this thought in her notebook. Due to the minuscule sample size, this inference remains a mere conjecture, and any deductions drawn from it should not serve as the basis for all choices. Agnes glanced once more at the two words above, lingering for a moment before diverting her gaze. She flicked her pen slightly and began to write at the start of a blank line below. What value does Stitch possess? Why does the church insist on saving him? After a brief contemplation, she closed her notebook, returned it to the bookshelf, and exited the room. The ensuing 2 months unfolded with an unexpected tranquility. Agnes attended the church punctually each day, assisting the church's healing practitioners in dispelling the madness from the remaining consciousnesses within Stitch. This task undoubtedly demanded immense labor, as over 20 chaotic consciousnesses awaited resolution. In truth, even Stitch required such assistance. While he could maintain rational communication with Agnes, how could a consciousness coexisting with so much madness ever be entirely sane? However, the church's healers chose to postpone Stitch's treatment, concerned it might interfere with Agnes's resonance with him. The deliberation on the proposal to abolish the guild system proceeded smoothly. Those staunch supporters of the guild system remained imprisoned without release, and Phenobot City seemed to have entered a newfound peace, at least with no unexpected parades of supporters for either side crossing Agnes's path. However, Aurelio mentioned that on June 28th, Henry Shelley requested his release to attend President Cumont's funeral, but the prison authorities, fearing he might escape and cause greater troubles, denied his request. Agnes continued to visit the Musicians Association intermittently, where Mr. Connie began to instruct her in conducting and prepared for her to attempt a small concert in October. Agnes, as she stepped through the grand entrance of the estate upon returning from the church, she heard Aurelio calling her. In recent days, perhaps due to the smooth progress of the guild abolition, Aurelio found himself with much more leisure time. Yet, having been busy for several months, he seemed rather unaccustomed to this sudden abundance of free time. Despite his previous complaints about his father's demands, he now often sought out his father for tasks. Most of the responsibilities remaining with their father were of significant importance, matters that could not be entrusted to Aurelio. Consequently, Agnes frequently witnessed her father dismissing Aurelio with a hint of disdain, shutting the door behind him. Aurelio, rubbing his nose after nearly colliding with the door, sheepishly smiled at Agnes, who had walked into him. With a smile, Aurelio queried, "There will be a Roselle Memorial Exhibition in Phenobot City this month. Would you like to attend?" Agnes internally added a few thoughts. Indeed, Aurelio would seek her out when he had nothing to do, dragging her along with him. The Roselle Memorial Exhibition? Agnes regarded Aurelio with a hint of confusion. Yes, this year marks the 130th anniversary of the late Emperor Roselle's passing, and the Steam Church is hosting the Roselle Memorial Exhibition across the northern continent. Frankly, I did not expect them to actually agree to hold the exhibition in Phenobot City, considering the historically poor relations between Phenobot and Intis. Agnes nodded non-committally and asked, "When shall we go?" "We will go after the exhibition concludes in the afternoon." "In the afternoon?" "That will be around 6 o'clock. Let us leave the Musicians Association a bit earlier today." "Very well. Will you pick me up from the Musicians Association this afternoon?" Agnes casually inquired. Aurelio let out a deep sigh. "Are you beginning to find me bothersome as well, Agnes?" he asked, his eyes cast down, an air of gloom about him. Agnes could not help but frown. "Speak properly," Agnes admonished. "Perhaps you should skip the Musicians Association this afternoon. Can we depart together from home instead?" Aurelio then fixed his gaze directly into Agnes's eyes and asked, Agnes opened her mouth and ultimately found herself uttering a single word. All right. Agnes looked at the velvet drapes, gilded glassware, and gold-plated toilets within the daily exhibition hall, her lips twitching slightly. She often felt a vague familiarity with such scenes in her mind, yet the details remained elusive. Agnes surmised that this must be a fragment of her forgotten memories. She had a distinct impression that there ought to be an impassioned female guide, rather than the stern-faced, monotone guide before her. The steamed church should have sent a guide with a bit more fervor, Agnes mused, perhaps akin to the student who had initially delivered the speech. The garments designed by Emperor Roselle were quite exquisite. Should I inquire with the tailor to commission a few outfits in a similar style for you? Aurelio winked, nudging Agnes with his elbow. Never mind. That would be too extravagant. I'm not particularly fond of it, Agnes replied with a sense of resignation. Exiting the daily exhibition hall, we arrived at the literature exhibition hall. The guide's words promptly interrupted Aurelio's comment. Chapter 90, A Problem. Agnes attentively absorbed the guide's discourse on the background of various significant manuscripts, remaining mostly silent. The contents of his notebook were inscribed using a unique set of symbols. These enigmatic glyphs, created by the innovative Emperor Roselle, have yet to be deciphered, and we refer to them as Rosellian script. Numerous historians and archaeologists believe that the notes contain Emperor Roselle's most obscure secrets. At this juncture, the guide momentarily expressed a sense of nostalgia, stating, "In my youth, I also participated in the efforts to decode Rosellian script, but alas, we achieved little of significance. The symbols devised by Emperor Roselle are indeed exceedingly complex." A nearby noble youth echoed this sentiment with a sigh. Agnes diverted her attention to their exchange, her gaze falling upon the open notebook, which she scrutinized with apparent seriousness. July 12th. I can't endure it any longer. Squatting for too long has made my legs ache. I must prioritize constructing a flushing toilet. July 20th. What on earth have the artisans from the guild produced? Nevertheless, this fortuitously allows me to showcase my prowess. August 9th. I have felt somewhat out of sorts these past few days, even lacking enthusiasm for the Baroness. Could I be unwell? Damn it. Why doesn't the generalist strengthen their physique? August 11th. Thankfully, it's not just my predicament. Why does it seem as though nearly everyone in Trier has been exhibiting a lack of vigor lately? Could it be some malevolent deity at work? August 15th. It appears I have recovered. Something was definitely amiss the past few days. Yet even the deacons in the church seem unclear about the cause. August 16th. Lady Till is truly beautiful. Agnes hastily scanned the contents of the two open pages before shifting her gaze to the guide, casually inquiring, "Did Emperor Roselle ever teach his children or other trusted individuals how to interpret these mysterious symbols?" The guide shook his head, replying, "To my knowledge, no. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to expend so much effort attempting to decipher these symbols." Agnes nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, however, everyone harbors secrets they wish to keep hidden from others. It is merely that Emperor Roselle's method of safeguarding secrets is rather innovative. After all, he has always been a creative individual." The guide concurred with a nod, saying, "That is indeed the case. Now, please proceed as we enter the next exhibition hall." The endearing Roselle. Noticing that the group had ceased to pose questions, the guide continued, "Are you interested in Emperor Roselle's notes?" Aurelio, lagging slightly behind the other noble youths, approached Agnes with a smile. "Not particularly. I am merely intrigued by his method of crafting a cipher to articulate his secrets," Agnes replied, halting and glancing back at the notebook. "I see," Aurelio remarked with a meaningful tone, asking, "Does Agnes have her own little secrets?" Seizing the opportunity, while the others were distracted, Agnes shot Aurelio a discreet glare before hastily catching up with the group. The guide, perhaps lacking a sufficient emotional resonance with the verses and trinkets, delivered a rather dry commentary, and Agnes followed along, feeling somewhat listless, until they arrived at the next exhibition hall. This hall prominently displayed Emperor Roselle's contributions to the arts, showcasing several instruments he designed and all his influential literary manuscripts. As Agnes listened, she paused before a display case. "A guitar," Aurelio remarked, standing beside Agnes. "I've heard of this instrument, but I've seldom seen anyone play it." "Yes, among the various instruments crafted by Emperor Roselle, it is the least fortunate," Agnes replied. "Can you play it?" Aurelio inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Agnes nodded and added, "Though my music teacher never instructed me, its playing technique bears some resemblance to that of the Phenobot." "Then I shall buy one for you when we return, and you can play it for me," Aurelio grinned. "You should prepare yourself. The posture required to play this instrument may not be as graceful as that of the violin or piano," Agnes said with a feigned seriousness. Aurelio observed Agnes's left leg resting on the footstool while her right foot remained on the ground, slightly apart, raising an eyebrow, but remaining silent. Agnes appeared somewhat awkward as she held the guitar, casually tuning it before asking, "Would you prefer something gentle or something more rugged?" "Rugged?" Aurelio raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What kind of rugged?" Agnes arched an eyebrow and replied, "Never mind. For the sake of ensuring you have a good first impression, I shall select a piece more aligned with your understanding." After a moment as contemplation, she pressed her lips together and began to play. It seemed as though she casually plucked the strings 3 times, her focus intently on her left hand, her expression betraying a hint of nervousness. The melody was a hauntingly beautiful and slightly melancholic tune. Aurelio sat up straight, listening intently. The piece lasted nearly 10 minutes, and Agnes maintained a slight lean to her left, her brow furrowed. Upon the conclusion of her performance, Aurelio applauded enthusiastically and asked, "That was lovely. What's the title of this piece?" Agnes smiled, responding, "The Magic Flute Variations. It has been quite some time since I last played, so I am a bit rusty. There were a few lapses." "Is that so?" "I couldn't tell," Aurelio shrugged. "By the way, the magic flute, I believe, is a tale penned by Emperor Roselle." "Indeed," Agnes nodded. "Who is the composer of this piece?" "It sounds delightful," Aurelio inquired. Agnes paused for a moment before replying, "Sol, not the currently renowned composer." "I've certainly never heard of him," Aurelio acknowledged, noticing Agnes' diminishing enthusiasm. He then remarked, "You previously mentioned that the posture for playing the guitar is not particularly elegant, and you were not mistaken." Agnes raised an eyebrow at Aurelio, but remained silent. All right. Aurelio raised both hands in concession, stating, "Even so, our Agnes remains dazzlingly radiant." Only then did Agnes emit a soft hum, placing the guitar atop a table. "I should probably refrain from further playing today. I will be home a bit later, and I need to rise early tomorrow to catch the high-speed train. I'll make up for today's missed post once I return to school." Chapter 91. The Time of the Banquet. Agnes stood up, stretching her limbs slightly, gazing out at the withered flowers beyond the window, and asked, "I've heard that you've already set the date for the banquet to celebrate your success?" The statement seemed somewhat incoherent, yet Aurelio grasped Agnes's intent. The proposal to abolish the guild system was progressing remarkably well, after more than 3 months of diligent efforts. All procedures were nearly complete, with only the final announcement pending. To celebrate this achievement, his father and others planned to host a banquet following the announcement of the guild's dissolution. Nodding, he remarked, "I cannot confirm the banquet's timing, but I can say that the date for the announcement of the guild's abolition is set." "Isn't that essentially the same thing?" Agnes turned around with a smile. "Not quite," Aurelio replied with a hint of seriousness. "And on which day has it been scheduled?" Agnes, undeterred by the previous topic, inquired. "October 6th, Monday," Aurelio said with a touch of pride. "It is a day dedicated to the Mother Goddess, symbolizing the onset of a new cycle of prosperity and decline." Agnes looked at the enthusiastic Aurelio with a bemused expression and could not resist teasing him. Every week has a day that belongs to the Mother Goddess. However, according to the calculations from Finneport University, that day will witness the alignment of the brown star. Aurelio arched an eyebrow in response. "Is that so?" Agnes regarded Aurelio seriously, continuing his train of thought. "Coincidentally, that very night marks my debut as the conductor of the concert. This was a collective decision, and while my father and I are aware of your concert that evening, it is impractical to alter the schedule for the sake of one individual, especially with Prince Biles in attendance." Aurelio explained with a hint of exasperation. "I understand," Agnes replied after a brief pause. "Thus, I am not planning to attend your banquet," she said with a beaming smile. Aurelio was momentarily taken aback, wanting to respond, but Agnes interrupted him. "I believe I am not an important figure, am I?" she said with a twinkle in her eye. "Moreover, I reckon my reputation among those individuals has not been particularly favorable lately." This period of pretense earned Agnes the moniker of philosopher miss from the Count Pagny family and successfully rendered her somewhat of an outcast among the many noble young ladies in social settings. According to those individuals, Agnes resembled a missionary, obliviously trying to promote her peculiar ideas to others. Consequently, many would instinctively avoid her presence to sidestep any ensuing troubles. In truth, since last month, Agnes had ceased this manner of performance. She discovered that under this guise, her absorption of the potion had slowed considerably, stagnating at roughly 1/3 of its potential. Consequently, she no longer frequented banquets and balls as she once did, without the need to digest the potion. These social gatherings became a mere nuisance. Unless her parents insisted on her attendance, she naturally preferred to refrain, making only occasional appearances to maintain a semblance of presence in social circles. Her focus shifted towards discovering alternative methods for potion absorption. Yet, it was evident that the remaining potion's assimilation could not be accomplished through her previous shortcuts. Perhaps she needed to resort to more traditional approaches. Emotions and desires truly render one vulnerable, Agnes suddenly murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Aurelio, unable to discern her words, looked at her in confusion. What did you say? Agnes shook her head with a smile, replying, Nothing. I was merely inquiring whether my father, mother, and you will be attending that day. Aurelio nodded slightly, affirming, Indeed. That is certainly sufficient to demonstrate our regard for the banquet, Agnes asserted confidently. Are you truly not planning to attend? Aurelio asked, somewhat pained. Certainly not. Agnes nodded, playfully winking. Girls have the prerogative to be willful, do they not? Very well, as you wish, Aurelio sighed. You will have to inform your father of your decision not to attend. I shall not assist you in that regard. October 6th, Monday. Good morning, Marcono. Agnes cheerfully greeted as she entered the Musicians' Association, her mood quite buoyant. Good morning, Agnes, Marcono, already donned in uniform at the front desk, responded with a smile. How are preparations for the evening's concert coming along? Don't even ask. Agnes clasped her hands, her expression brimming with excitement. I am nearly dying of nerves. You seem to be doing quite well. Marcono chuckled at Agnes's reaction. This is not solely my concern. Agnes shrugged helplessly, addressing Marcono. It is also a matter regarding the orchestra. However, after nearly 2 months of rehearsals, I believe they are performing Mr. Conti's Symphony No. 1 quite well, Agnes said with a smile. To be honest, Agnes found Mr. Conti rather audacious, allowing someone like her, who had only recently taken up conducting, to participate in tonight's concert. And with such a significant piece as his Symphony No. 1. Though it was one of Mr. Conti's earlier works, its value remained undiminished, as it represented one of his masterpieces from his youth. Honestly, Agnes, I think you arrived a bit too early, Marcono remarked. None of the orchestra members have arrived yet. Agnes, indeed, had come quite early. The outside world was still shrouded in dim light. The autumn morning mist carried a slight chill, and the frost from the night before lingered upon the now crimson leaves. The layers of colors on the cedar trees resembled an exquisite oil painting from a distance. I simply found it difficult to stay put, Agnes said with a slight shrug, a grin on her face. But I did not expect you to start your shift so early every day. The workers in the harbor district arrive even earlier than I do. Marcono shook his head. After all, it concerns our livelihood. No one dares to be lax. And since the teacher has granted me this opportunity, I certainly should not be negligent. You have always been very earnest. Agnes nodded, appearing somewhat serious as she added, I must partner with you for my first violin concerto, the future great musician, Mr. Costa. Do not jest with me. Marcono laughed helplessly. It may be a long while before you get a partner with me for a concerto. I believe in you, Agnes replied with excitement, her toes barely lifting off the ground as she playfully patted Marcono's shoulder. What do you say? If you need someone to conduct the orchestra during your concerto, make sure to think of me first. All right, but it is still quite early. I need at least 3 or 4 more years to reach a level suitable for performance, Marcono said with a chuckle, shaking his head. That is merely because Mr. Conti did not discover your talent sooner. Agnes shook her head. Marcono smiled, stating, I have been quite fortunate. At a loss for words, Agnes picked up a freshly delivered newspaper from the podium, the scent of ink filling her senses. Her gaze quickly caught the bold headline. The results of the deliberation on the proposal to abolish the Finaport Guild system will be announced today at 9 o'clock. I suspect Mr. Conti and I might be more confident than you are, Agnes casually remarked. After a swift glance through the following text, she set the newspaper down with understanding. Marcono remained silent, merely shaking his head with a resigned smile. Clad in a flowing black gown, Agnes stood upon stage, lowering her raised hand as a wave of applause erupted from the audience. Agnes gently tapped her heart with both hands, then opened her arms wide, her eyes sparkling as she signaled for them to rise. She gracefully descended from the stage, modestly bowed, and swiftly exited. You performed admirably today, Mr. Conti remarked with a smile. The members of the orchestra were indeed commendable. Agnes felt a blush creeping upon her cheeks. A good orchestra can perfectly reflect the conductor's level, Mr. Conti said as he handed Agnes a handkerchief, adding, wipe the sweat from your brow, and don't forget to express your gratitude to the members of the orchestra. Of course, I have gifts for each of them, Agnes replied as she took the handkerchief but refrained from using it, mindful of her makeup. I shall go find the orchestra members now, Mr. Conti. See you shortly. Agnes waved as she spotted the orchestra members descending from the stage and hurriedly ran off. Mr. Conti chuckled and shook his head as he watched Agnes's retreating figure. Agnes sat quietly while 2 maids assisted her in touching up her slightly disheveled makeup and hair, which had become a bit unruly from conducting. Miss, you really ought to change out of that dress, Hetty remarked with some discontent. Agnes chuckled softly without opening her eyes, replying, no need, I shall change once I am home. But the long black dress truly does not suit you. Miss, you are only 14. Hetty insisted, somewhat dissatisfied. All right, I understand, Agnes said, cautiously opening her eyes to look at Hetty. Have the gifts for the orchestra members been delivered to their homes? She inquired, resting her head on her hand. They have been delivered, Hetty answered. Agnes recalled the enthusiastic reactions of the orchestra members earlier and couldn't help but smile. This orchestra, assembled by Mr. Connie, was relatively new and not yet renowned, but their skill was commendable. The members were mostly young, many hailing from Serbia, infused with a hint of the distinct style of their homeland. When Agnes had previously expressed her thanks, their exuberance had been overwhelming, perhaps because she was no longer their conductor, which had made her a tad flushed as she left. To be honest, the past 2 months of rehearsals had been somewhat stifling for them, as they had no other source of income during that time. Upon learning of their plight, Agnes had generously used part of her pocket money to cover their meals and lodging for those 2 months. Following this concert, it was expected that their fame would begin to blossom, for Agnes, as Mr. Connie's pupil, had drawn some attention with her debut as a conductor. Given that the orchestra performed admirably, it was likely that others would be willing to collaborate with them, and should they maintain their high standard in future performances, it would not be impossible for them to become one of the more recognized orchestras in Fenebote. Are you ready? Agnes asked the maid who was finishing her hair. All done, miss, the maid replied, gently releasing her hands. Agnes stood and gazed into the mirror. The girl in the form-fitting black gown appeared somewhat pale and slender. Her chestnut hair neatly arranged in an elegant updo, the attire not entirely befitting her age. Agnes tilted her head and smiled before turning to exit, while Hetty and the maids began tidying up her belongings in the room, not following her. Mr. Conti, Agnes greeted him first before turning to smile at Marcono, who was impeccably dressed in a formal suit. Good evening, Marcono. Marcono nodded with a smile. Good evening, Agnes. You conducted splendidly today. After a moment's thought, he added, Thank you. Agnes smiled as she took a seat beside Marcono, watching him intently. The stage crew descended, signaling that the next performance was about to commence. The Rhapsody of Seville, Marcono remarked as he noticed Agnes's attention shifting back to the stage. Agnes nodded in understanding, leaning back in her chair to relax while observing a man of around 50, not particularly tall, with graying hair, ascend the podium. Mr. Hamilton, Agnes murmured softly. Marcono glanced at her, but said nothing, redirecting his attention to the stage. It must be said that Mr. Hamilton and the orchestra displayed remarkable skill, perfectly embodying the carefree and jubilant essence of the Rhapsody of Seville, which invigorated even the wearied Agnes, stirring excitement within her. Unconsciously, her hands began to move in rhythm with the music, her gaze fixed on Mr. Hamilton's movements. Suddenly, Agnes was struck by an overwhelming sense of trepidation, her heart racing, compelling her to rise instinctively. Chapter 93, Agnes. What is the matter, Agnes? Marcono inquired softly, disturbed by Agnes's sudden upright posture. Agnes's complexion had turned pale, betraying her distress. I feel unwell, she stammered. I need to step outside for a moment. Before she could finish her sentence, Agnes stood and, despite her pale face, appeared remarkably composed as she left the audience area, making her way toward the aisle. Agnes? Marcono asked, puzzled. Mr. Connie's gaze shifted, noticing Agnes's unusual behavior, prompting him to stand and follow her. Mr. Connie? Agnes, filled with concern, hesitated as if wanting to voice something. I'll check on her. Stay here, Mr. Connie said casually, disregarding Marcono's reaction as he strode out. Marcono, wishing to inquire further, remained in the audience, feeling increasingly anxious. Agnes was engulfed by a suffocating sense of unease, urging her to leave, to go to where she felt she belonged. But where was that? Her footsteps quickened, an intense restlessness consuming her, as if something significant was about to unfold somewhere, and she had to be present. Or else, what would happen? The answer eluded her, yet she felt she should know. Miss. In the corridor, Hetty, accompanied by 2 maids carrying items, called out in confusion as she spotted Agnes. Agnes's rapid pace halted, her gaze turning to Hetty, her eyes shimmering with a crimson hue, causing Hetty and the maids to instinctively fall silent. Hetty? Agnes inquired. Miss, what is it? Hetty swallowed hard, finally speaking. You. After a moment of silence, Agnes struggled to articulate. You must go to the Biological Research Institute. Find Captain Claude Hicks. Tell him Agnes requests the assistance of Lord Rossi. Hetty gasped in surprise, but dared not speak. Suddenly, Agnes, who had seemed tranquil moments ago, took off running, disappearing from Hetty's sight in an instant. Where's she going? The maid trailing behind cautiously asked. Hetty's expression darkened as she hurried after Agnes, leaving her belongings behind, rushing toward the concert hall's exit. Agnes felt her consciousness blur, witnessing herself exiting the concert hall, asking Hetty to seek Lord Rossi's aid, and running out into the streets at an extraordinary speed, causing gasps of astonishment from onlookers. She perceived herself merely as a spectator, her inner world enveloped in tranquility, even tinged with an air of detachment as she observed her own actions. Yet, this state felt inappropriate. She ought to be a little more frantic, a touch more fearful. Perhaps even in anguish, rather than the serene calmness she currently experienced. She should resemble her former self. When was that? What did it entail? As Agnes sprinted down the street, the gasps of the onlookers failed to disrupt her focus. Her sole thought was to accelerate further. The high heels she had once worn had long since vanished, discarded immediately after exiting the concert hall, as they hindered her movement. She was acutely aware that her current actions were quite improper. After all, her speed was clearly beyond that of an ordinary person. Although the streets were not overly crowded at this hour, there were still enough people around who might suspect the existence of extraordinary power. Perhaps after today, the church would impose some form of punishment for her behavior. But that was a matter for another time. Right now, her mind was singularly fixated on one thing: to move even faster. A sense of unease had engulfed her, suffocating, accompanied by an indescribable pang of guilt. She could not articulate the tumult within her heart. Perhaps it was panic or fear. The most fitting description might be a medley of emotions. Agnes thought to herself with a hint of self-deprecation, yet she could not provide an answer to this quandary. All she knew was that she needed to hasten to reach the venue of the banquet her father was hosting tonight before it was too late. Regrettably, her physical limitations prevented her from unleashing her full potential. No, why did she use the word again? Never mind, it was of no consequence. Agnes gradually slowed her pace, as she could now see the guard stationed at the manor. It was evident that the estate was under stringent security today, especially since Aurelio had mentioned that Prince Biles would be arriving, making the heightened vigilance entirely justified. As Agnes eased her steps, her bare feet, having endured long stretches of running, were now raw and bloodied, leaving a trail of crimson behind her. Noticing the guards becoming alert, she offered a wry smile and approached them. "Miss, you cannot enter here," one guard intercepted her. "My apologies," Agnes replied casually, not pausing in her stride. The guard's expression tightened, his hand reaching for his weapon, but faltering. All the guards who beheld Agnes appeared momentarily dazed, their faces twisted into grotesque melons of anguish and mirth, mouths agape, as if to cry out, yet no sound escaped. Seizing the opportunity, Agnes slipped past them, as the guards remained ensnared in this bizarre state, offering no resistance. She paused at the foot of the stairs, her gaze momentarily unfocused. How'd I end up here? Slowly, she surveyed her surroundings, clearly recognizing her location. While she could not claim to be intimately familiar with this place, it was certainly not alien to her, having visited numerous times over the past months. This was the LOTM Manor, the estate of the Marquis Durant, and the site of her father's celebratory banquet this very night. She recalled that she had been in the concert hall a moment ago, listening to Mr. Hamilton's melodies. How had she suddenly arrived at this spot? She had distinctly informed Aurelio that she would not be attending today, though she was uncertain how she had come to this place. She was resolute about what she must do now. She reached out and gently pushed the door open, peering inside. Her eyes, once merely tinged with crimson, now appeared as if drenched in blood. Silvery strands sprouted from her form. Chapter 94, The Thorn Beacon. Marianne felt the gradual transformation overtaking her, the air filled with anguished howls of suffering. The assassination seemed premeditated, as someone had deliberately diverted most of the guard station here today, trapping them and rendering them incapable of calling for help from the other guests at the banquet. Inside the LOTM Manor, the intruders had managed to breach security, and the absence of any rescuers only deepened her foreboding. She was uncertain how long she could endure, for the adversary before her was undeniably more powerful. When she had departed from the church, she had merely been a physician. After years of a comfortable existence, her combat skills had atrophied. In contrast, her opponent was a mid-tier hunter, significantly stronger in combat. Her only means of resistance lay in the thorn ring gifted to her by Lorenzo. Though wielding this extraordinary item demanded a hefty toll, she could feel a strange transformation occurring within her body and mind, a clear indication of some insidious corruption. Had this been during her time at the church, she would have immediately ceased using the item and sought purification. No, it was too late now. She had already undergone a transformation. With Lorenzo and Aurelio at her back, retreat was not an option. Relying on this artifact was her sole chance of survival in this conflict. Her vision was becoming increasingly obscured, everything around her shrouded in a gray haze. All sights warped in a surreal manner. Yet, inexplicably, she could sense the emotions permeating the room. She felt the predator's delight in toying with its prey, a sensation that filled her with revulsion. She sensed Aurelio's anxiety and helplessness, as well as Lorenzo's anger and sorrow. Aurelio had been injured earlier, and she longed to assist him in healing. But she could not afford to. She felt his life force still flickering, and as long as he remained alive, if she could endure until help arrived, the church would surely be able to heal him, no matter how grave his wounds. But what if, just moments ago, she had sensed the presence of someone at the door, a familiar aura mingled with an unsettling strangeness? Was a member of the church? A faint glimmer of hope flickered within her heart, yet she dared not entertain certainty. She fought to fend off the enemy's attacks, her gaze instinctively drawn to the entrance. "What are you looking at?" the enemy inquired with a smile, not bothering to turn. "No one is coming in. This room has been sealed." The foe laughed, but before the words had fully left his lips, the door swung open. He instinctively turned, only to feel a vice grip around his neck. He was hurled backward, his bones cracking under strain. He crashed to the ground, his insides feeling as if they had shifted. A white blur suddenly appeared before him. It was a werewolf. How could a werewolf be here? Moreover, this creature's eyes were blood red, clearly in a state of frenzy. "You!" In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through his mind as he attempted to speak, to stall for time, only to see his arms severed from his body, pain exploding in his brain as he let out a wail. The werewolf ignored his cries, effortlessly tearing off his right leg. Blood gushed from the 3 severed points, and he felt the heat of his body rapidly dissipate, his strength waning. The crimson in the werewolf's eyes seemed to diminish slightly. "Who sent you to assassinate?" A hoarse voice emerged from the werewolf's mouth. He paused, unable to suppress a laugh. "Guess. If you get it right, I'll tell you." Before he could finish, his consciousness blurred. He beheld his own headless body and the scattered remnants of his limbs. The werewolf did not spare him another glance, turning instead toward the Countess. Agnes gently cradled her mother, who had collapsed on the ground after ceasing to fight. Her mother appeared to be in a state of confusion, and Agnes was acutely aware of the reason behind it, a knowledge that resided in her mind, yet she wished fervently to remain ignorant. The Thorn Ring, or more aptly termed the Thorn Beacon, when activated, grants the sought-after power, but simultaneously it inexorably transforms the user into a soul courier. An irreversible process where prolonged activation deepens the transformation. Agnes had a vague understanding of what the couriers dispatched, a thought that filled her with despair and anguish. Her mother had activated the Thorn Beacon for far too long. The transformation was nearly complete, and Agnes felt utterly powerless. "Agnes?" Aurelio gazed in astonishment at the white figure before him. This specter conformed to the legendary image of a werewolf, sharp claws, pronounced fangs, and a body cloaked in a coat of pristine white fur, albeit still bearing a semblance of Agnes. It swayed unsteadily as it attempted to rise. Agnes paid him no mind, appearing somewhat dazed as she held her mother without making any movement. "Kill me, kill me." Mariana could not discern the identity of the one who held her, yet there was a sense of familiarity in their presence. She sensed the enemy's essence dissipating beneath this person's grasp, concluding they were not an adversary. The one cradling her remained motionless. An impatience surged within her as her hands clutched tightly at the fabric of their clothing. "All right." A vaguely familiar voice sounded above her, though she struggled to recall its owner. She grasped the meaning of the words, and a sudden relaxation washed over her. "Agnes, is that you?" Aurelio was filled with trepidation as he witnessed the figure, which had just risen, collapse once more. He observed the blood-stained white fur of Agnes vanish, reverting to her human form. He watched as she drew a dagger from her side and plunged it directly into her mother's heart, uttering 8 syllables in a language he could not comprehend. "Agnes!" Aurelio's eyes reddened as he beheld Agnes slowly withdraw the dagger, discarding it to the ground, and removing a ring from her mother's hand before rising to her feet. She approached Aurelio, who remained motionless. Agnes knelt before him, placing a vial of potion into his hand. "A healing potion," Agnes whispered, her voice tinged with a huskiness. As soon as the words left her lips, she turned and walked toward the door, disregarding her father entirely. It was a day belonging to the Mother of Earth, marking the commencement of a new cycle of prosperity and decay. Chapter 95, A Prayer. Tonight, the moonlight was scarce. The crescent moon lingered in the sky for merely an hour before vanishing. Even while the moon remained, its faint crimson glow was insufficient to illuminate the nocturnal sky. In such times, only the artificial lights created by humanity could remedy the darkness. Parker, the footman stationed at the estate's entrance, could not suppress a sneeze. The Count's family was absent, Yet the manor remained aglow as the male and female servants who had accompanied them busied themselves preparing for their return. Parker, however, was not required to partake in these tasks today. His sole responsibility was to stand guard at the entrance and notify the other servants upon the arrival of their masters, ensuring they would be ready to welcome them. The butler had instructed that their reception should not be overly casual, for it might disturb the Count's good spirits after an important dinner he was attending that evening. Parker could not comprehend the logic behind this directive, but it mattered little. He was to fulfill the footman's orders. He glanced up at the empty street, a shiver coursing through him. He should have donned an additional coat, he mused. October in Fenibort was gradually growing cooler, with a widening temperature disparity between day and night, making his thin uniform feel inadequate for such weather. Yet, it was not all bad. At least he need not worry for his livelihood. He had heard that many artisans this year, particularly former apprentices and helpers of the guild, were apprehensive about how they would survive the winter, as they were about to lose their jobs this autumn. If they could not find sufficient work to support their families before winter set in, their struggles would be unimaginable. Parker looked once more down the street, still devoid of life. He sighed softly, uncertain of how long the dinner would last, forced to remain here in anticipation. Missing their return would not merely invite the Count's ire, but could also cost him his position, leaving him to face the same winter fears as those artisans. "Are you waiting for your father to return?" A voice interrupted, startling Parker into a shiver. He instinctively turned toward the sound, where in the shadow of the trees stood a girl clad in a black, fitted gown. He recognized her as Miss Agnes, dressed as she had been when she left earlier that day. "Miss." Parker bowed hurriedly, feeling a hint of unease. Why had she returned? Where's her carriage? Why had he not seen it? A gust of wind swept by, prompting another sneeze from Parker. His face flushed with embarrassment as anxiety crept in. He had little interaction with this young lady, being merely a newly appointed third-tier footman. He was unsure of her character and worried that his somewhat impolite actions might invite rebuke. "You may go to your room. Father will not be returning anytime soon." Miss Agnes furrowed her brow, her gaze lost in the street outside. But Parker hesitated, wanting to explain that the head footman had tasked him with waiting for the Countess' arrival. Yet he felt it inappropriate to voice this. He stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought. "Never mind, follow me." Miss Agnes's tone left no room for argument as she turned and walked inside. Parker bit his lip and followed. Agnes ascended the stairs directly to her study. "Stay at the door. No one is to enter while I am inside," she instructed casually. After a moment's thought, she added, "If anyone disregards your warning, inform them that they will bear the consequences. Understand?" Parker nodded vigorously, and Agnes stepped into the study with an impassive expression. The air of authority she exuded was palpable, and once she had entered, Parker released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He pondered what the young lady intended to do alone. His lowly station afforded him no opportunity to interact with the estate's owners. All he knew of them came from the idle gossip of the chattering maids. He had only heard that Miss Agnes was somewhat peculiar, preferring solitude over the company of many, permitting assistance only during the elaborate preparations for balls or dinners. Aside from her personal maid, Parker sensed her strangeness. He had not noticed when she had entered the manor. His 2 glances upward had not exceeded a minute. Yet she stood beside him. Moreover, as he trailed her, he observed further oddities. She seemed to be barefoot, and there lingered an unsettling scent that resembled blood. Parker was taken aback, unable to contemplate further. He felt as though the once brightly lit manor had suddenly descended into darkness. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, he sensed an increasing chill enveloping him. Anxiously, he began to pace in place, neither daring to enter nor to depart. His heart raced, and his senses appeared to sharpen. He could hear Miss Agnes seemingly dragging one side of a square table in the room, but then all fell silent. After a moment, the door behind him creaked open, startling him, and he quickly turned around, inhaling a fragrance reminiscent of chamomile infused with nut oil. Miss Agnes emerged holding a black notebook. Through the ajar door, he glimpsed the square table, which had been relocated to the center of the study, its vase now placed upon the desk, utterly bare. "You may leave now. If you intend to linger by the manor's entrance, it would be wise to don a coat. I would not wish for anyone to claim that the Pagny family mistreats their servants," Miss Agnes stated. Yes, I understand, Miss Agnes," Parker replied, nodding profusely. Agnes furrowed her brow and strode toward the other end of the corridor, dismissing him entirely. Once she had departed, Parker wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurried downstairs to the servants' quarters, retrieved a coat, and stepped outside, feeling considerably more at ease. Chapter 96. 3 Choices. "How cold-hearted!" Agnes, she lamented as she collapsed onto her bed, covering her eyes. She was astonished that she still possessed enough rational thought to reflect. Agnes had feared she would succumb to madness or lose control entirely. A sensation akin to a void emerged within her, and the sorrow and anguish in her heart gradually dissipated, as if siphoned away by some unseen force. The agonizing grief she had felt since the moment she killed her mother had lessened. Even the bloodthirsty urges that had once consumed her were now manageable, milder than when she had first succumbed to her cursed temptations. Part of the reason she had left her father in Aurelio was her inability to control her murderous impulses, fearing she might harm them. Now, she could endure the myriad of illusions before her, as well as the murmurs in her ears that bordered on delirium. Attempting to comprehend why she had suddenly found herself at Le Havre Manor, why her parents had encountered an assassination there, why her father had gifted her mother a ring that served as a thorny beacon, and what her next steps should be. Yes, her mind was inundated with countless illusions following her mother's death. At times, she envisioned her mother collapsing to the ground. At others, she beheld an indistinct figure, its upper body human, but its lower half resembling an eel, yet bearing bony legs. More often than not, she faced a pair of remorseful eyes that belonged to no one she could identify. Yet, the predominant vision was merely a sea of crimson. Within that blood-red haze, something seemed to transpire, but she could not discern it clearly. The duration of this unsettling experience lengthened. Different feminine voices echoed in her ears, reciting the same phrase, some of which seemed familiar. Yet when she searched her memory, they remained elusive and indistinct. However, this did not seem of great consequence, Agnes thought wryly. After all, she could grasp the essence of the phrase, as it was the very incantation she had uttered while slaying her mother, learned from her grandfather's teachings in a forgotten tongue. The sea of suffering, the disgrace of wandering, life and death. This was a simplified part of a ritual contained within her dangerous knowledge. Through this rite, she had slain her mother and intercepted her soul. The transformation of the thorny beacon could not simply be escaped through death. Rather, once the transformation reached a certain threshold, the soul-bearer would nearly become one with the entity behind the thorny beacon. Should they be killed, their soul would be taken by that very existence. Yet if they were not, the soul-bearer would rapidly fall under the entity's control, leading to a fate more agonizing than death itself. After intercepting the soul through this ritual, one could employ various means to purge the transformed aspects and re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. Oh, but no. In the realm of the arcane, true reincarnation does not exist. However, one could embark on a new life through other avenues. The only dilemma was that after purging the transformed elements, the soul would no longer resemble its original self. Agnes sensed the presence of another at the foot of her bed. She lowered her hands from her eyes and gazed at the figure. Lord Rossi, she murmured softly as she sat up. Lord Rossi sighed, embracing Agnes, and after a prolonged silence, spoke. Agnes, every life traverses the cycles of growth, flourishing, and decay. Growth, decay, withering, year after year, life after life. I understand. Agnes nodded, wishing to articulate something. Yet ultimately, she could not find the words of true significance, feeling a sense of bewilderment about what she should convey. She seemed inclined to confess to Lord Rossi that she had killed her mother, but dismissed the notion as unnecessary. Surely, Lord Rossi was already aware. She also wished to express her concerns about the peculiarities of the assassination, but that was evident. And Lord Rossi likely knew far more than she did. To admit her discomfort, Agnes found herself at a loss, as the pain and sorrow within her gradually ebbed, leaving her feeling hollow and adrift. Do you wish to leave Fenaport City? Lord Rossi inquired, exhaling deeply. Agnes nodded, sensing that remaining in Fenaport would invite even more unpredictable events. Moreover, she thought that leaving might ease Aurelio's burden. She recalled the look he had given her, and silently sighed. Do not make decisions in a state of agitation. Such behavior resembles escapism, Lord Rossi admonished, frowning. I have considered it thoroughly, Agnes replied, shaking her head slowly. Furthermore, I have prayed to the Mother Goddess and received her response. Previously, she had directly beseeched the Earth Mother in the study, yearning to depart Fenaport City, believing it might be the swiftest route to obtaining her approval, and the Mother Goddess had responded to her supplication. Let us proceed to the church and await the council's deliberation. Lord Rossi sighed, continuing, Lorenzo is unharmed, and Aurelio's injuries have been treated. According to the Mother Goddess's oracle, the church has devised 3 options for you, and you now possess 3 choices. As Agnes listened to Lord Rossi's words, her gaze drifted toward the hem of her garments. The first option, Agnes Pagni's illness deteriorates, proving untreatable, ultimately leading to her demise. If you wish to conceal this from Lorenzo and Aurelio, the church will assist in staging your death and arranging a new identity. convincing your father and brother that you have perished from illness, while you, in truth, maintain a covert affiliation with the church as an informant. The second option, Agnes Pagny, moved by the Mother Goddess's teachings, vows to leave her home and serve the Mother Goddess for life, taking on the mantle of a nun to spread her faith. The church will not restrict your missionary endeavors, provided you publicly adhere to the 3 vows of a nun. However, should you not actively seek assistance from the church, they will not provide further support. Of course, if you are willing to assume greater responsibilities, the church is prepared to offer you additional aid. The third option is for Agnes Pagny to assume the role of a church deacon as a favored one, directly reassigned to other regions. Does this not resemble the red gloves of the Lady of the Night Church, where one must fulfill their duties as an emissary of the church, with the institution providing maximal support? So which will you choose? Chapter 97, Elaboresia. After a moment of contemplation, Agnes let out a wry smile and spoke. Aside from the first option, the other 2 do not seem to be solely my decision. As long as she retains the surname Pagny, whether she becomes a nun or a deacon as a favored one signifies a deepening connection between Count Pagny and the church, and she cannot unilaterally make decisions in place of her father. After all, she would be departing from Phenobot City, while the repercussions would need to be faced by her father and Aurelio. I wish to discuss this with my father, Agnes said to Lord Rossi. Very well. Lord Rossi nodded in agreement. Agnes sat quietly in her chair, her gaze drifting through the window to the world outside. Dawn was approaching, and she could already see the morning star on the horizon. Her father gently knocked on the half-closed door and entered. Agnes, he called softly. His eyes bore traces of bloodshot redness, dark circles indicating a sleepless night. Father, Agnes rose, taking a moment before speaking. Her father opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something, but ultimately only inquired. Lord Rossi mentioned you wish to discuss certain matters with me? Agnes nodded and replied, I wish to leave Phenobot City. The church has presented me with 3 options. It seemed that a resolution was finally at hand, as her father nodded, calmly stating, yes, leaving would indeed be easier for you. Agnes nodded and stated plainly, the first option is for me to assume a new identity created by the church as an informant, with Agnes Pagny effectively deceased, severing all ties with the Pagny name. And the second option? Her father's voice remained steady. The second option is to take vows and become a nun, embarking on a mission away from home, Agnes said, turning to gaze out the window. The third option is to become a favored one, assigned to other regions. Without waiting for her father to ask, Agnes continued. Her father then inquired, which do you wish to choose? His tone was devoid of any peculiarities. What if I said I wish to select the first? Agnes turned to him, a smile gracing her lips. She noticed her father's right hand suddenly clenching his cane tightly, his arm trembling slightly, the bones and veins on the back of his hand starkly visible. If you truly wish to choose the first, there would be no need to consult me. Her father replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. Agnes abruptly turned away, her fingers gripping the windowsill, turning pale from the pressure. Fissures appearing in the marble ledge as small stones tumbled to the ground. Indeed, Agnes could not help but laugh bitterly, saying, rationality tells me that the first option is the easiest for everyone, yet I find myself unwilling to embrace it. With just a word to Lord Rossi, the Pagny family would lose one tarnished reputation, and I would no longer need to concern myself with how my actions might affect the Pagny family standing. With a mere funeral, Agnes Pagny could be laid to rest alongside her mother, and you and Aurelio could swiftly forget both her and me, granting me my freedom. A piece of the marble windowsill crumbled in Agnes's grasp, and she stared blankly at the stone in her hand, her words faltering. Her father silently regarded her. After a lengthy pause, Agnes finally spoke. I apologize. Her father gently asked, do you harbor resentment towards me? Agnes remained silent, sinking to the floor against the wall, burying her head in her legs. Why is that? Is it due to the assassination? Or perhaps the thorn ring? Or simply because of Mariana's death? Agnes offered no reply. Her father sighed and approached her side, hesitating before ultimately standing there in silence. Whatever you choose this time, I have no objections, he stated. Agnes did not respond. Her father slowly crouched down and retrieved a crown from his pocket, placing it beside her. I had intended to wait until you came of age to gift you this crown, but it seems that opportunity has passed. He continued, if you have the chance, take this crown to Castle Anva in Badivia, east of Phenobot. There, you may uncover many answers you seek. After placing the crown down, he turned and exited the room, and Agnes quietly lifted her head, tears streaming down her face as she watched her father's retreating figure. Lord Rossi entered the room, observing Agnes seated in a chair, entranced by the crown. The delicate diadem appeared to cradle a droplet of water between two branches. Agnes nodded at Lord Rossi. casually flipping the crown over to wear it as a necklace around her neck. Have you made your decision? Lord Rossi inquired, taking a seat across from Agnes. Agnes nodded and asked, if I choose the second option, can the church assist me in fabricating another identity? After all, portraying a nun might have adverse implications for the church. Have you decided on the second option then? No further contemplation? Lord Rossi scrutinized Agnes's eyes, searching for a hint of hesitation. Agnes nodded, stating, I have made up my mind. The second option grants me greater freedom. Very well. Lord Rossi ceased his inquiries and directly asked, what kind of identity do you desire? Agnes's gaze lingered on the faint morning light outside as she slowly replied, a fledgling bounty hunter, born an orphan. That is manageable. What name do you wish for this identity? Any requirements regarding your hometown or educational background? Lord Rossi inquired. A Laborisia, with a secondary education and no further specifications, Agnes answered. You might want to consider it further. Familiarity with your background would facilitate your disguise, Lord Rossi suggested. I believe it makes little difference. Agnes's gaze dropped slightly as she murmured, after all, I have only ever learned about these matters from books. Understood, Lord Rossi nodded. Then asked, Aurelio has awakened. Do you wish to see him? Agnes hesitated, slowly shaking her head. Aurelio likely does not wish to see me. Before Lord Rossi could respond further, Agnes directly inquired, has the church taken over the investigation into this assassination, or has it been handed to the Statistical Investigation Bureau? Chapter 98. He has lost his mind. The church has taken charge, given that your mother hailed from the church, Lord Rossi replied. Agnes nodded, pausing before asking, have any discoveries been made? Lord Rossi, with a resigned gesture, tucked a stray strand of Agnes's hair behind her ear, shaking his head as he spoke. The church requires some time to conduct its investigation. Agnes clenched the fabric of her long skirt tightly, and after a moment, she spoke. If there are any findings, I hope you will inform me. Of course, you should be kept informed, Lord Rossi said, taking Agnes's hand as he stood. Go rest. A good sleep will help. He turned himself in this morning, Ms. Jones said softly. He claimed that he commissioned this assassination. Following Ms. Jones through the corridors, Agnes let out a cold laugh upon hearing these words, asking, is that so? What was his reasoning? He claimed it was due to Count Pagny's initiative to abolish the guild system, coupled with his resentment towards Pagny for having imprisoned him, which caused him to miss the funeral of the former president of the Blacksmith Guild. Agnes remained silent, walking quietly, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the corridor. Pushing him out to take the blame is simply treating others as fools, Agnes softly remarked. Lady Jones shook her head and sighed, saying, anyone with a modicum of understanding can discern the truth, yet recognizing it changes nothing. Our investigation has revealed that Henry Shellen indeed engaged in hiring an assassin, and the individual who attempted to assassinate Count Pagny was affiliated with the faction he chose. Which faction? Agnes inquired. Lady Jones halted, turning to say, the Corsia Party, a notorious gang in Fenabat City. A gang? Agnes also stopped, gazing at Lady Jones as she questioned, what made Henry Shellen believe this gang could successfully assassinate a count? We found it peculiar at first, Lady Jones admitted with a slow sigh. However, upon further investigation, we discovered that this gang indeed has ties to the Intis faction. So, the Corsia Party is likely a pawn of Intis embedded within Fenabat City? Agnes asked. But why would the Corsia Party risk exposure to carry out an assassination now? If they had done so before the bill to abolish the guild system was passed, their justification would have been far more compelling. This is also a point of our confusion, Lady Jones replied. The two fell silent, soon arriving at a cell-like chamber, where Lady Jones presented a badge to the guard. The guard saluted them and permitted their entry. They stepped into a room that was not particularly dim, divided into two compartments visible through windows. Interrogate Henry Shellen, Lady Jones instructed. The guard who had followed them nodded and exited the room. Has Henry Shellen already been convicted? Agnes frowned and asked. Yes. Although the process is not yet complete, his involvement in the assassination is confirmed. Additionally, he is implicated in other murders, Lady Jones explained. Agnes nodded, remaining silent as she took a seat on a chair beside Lady Jones. Before long, she saw Henry Shellen entering the opposite compartment. Upon spotting Agnes, he greeted her with apparent cheerfulness. We meet again, young lady of the heart of nature. Agnes looked up at Henry Shellen and calmly replied, I did not expect to see you under such circumstances, Mr. Shellen. Ha ha. Indeed, this is not a particularly comfortable setting for our reunion, Henry Shellen chuckled. Although, the previous two encounters were hardly pleasant either. Suddenly, the pen in Agnes's hand broke, prompting a concerned glance from Lady Jones. Agnes gently shook her head and said, Mr. Shellen, I believe our relationship has not yet reached the point where we can indulge in casual conversation. Indeed, you are here to interrogate me. Henry Shellen seemed to finally recall his predicament. So what do you wish to ask? Lady Jones interjected. Why did you choose the Corsia party for the assassination? Why the Corsia party? Henry Shellen responded, as if he had heard a joke, saying, Isn't the Corsia party the most renowned assassin organization in Fenabat City? Oh, but wait. You are extraordinary agents of the church. You need not hire others to kill. Henry Shellen said this with a tone laced with sarcasm. Agnes rapped the table and frowned, saying, Mr. Shellen, please speak properly. I am merely answering the lady's inquiry beside you. Henry Shellen replied with a smile. What compensation did you provide to the Corsia party for the contract? Lady Jones disregarded Henry Shellen's sarcasm and posed her second question. The remaining funds from the Blacksmith Guild amount to over 100,000 gold liros. Seemingly lost in thought, Henry Shellen sighed. Nothing else? Lady Jones probed further. No. Henry Shellen shook his head. Unable to contain herself, Agnes glanced at Lady Jones. Lady Jones, ignoring Agnes, continued her questioning. Who was the person who received you when you contracted the Corsia party? Henry Shellen shrugged, saying, I don't recognize them. If they were in front of you, could you identify them? Lady Jones asked with unwavering composure. I should be able to, Henry Shellen replied somewhat dismissively. After asking several questions and repeatedly revisiting previous inquiries, Lady Jones finally concluded the interrogation. The guard took Henry Shellen away, and only then did Lady Jones turn to Agnes. I almost thought you would rush over to confront him, Lady Jones remarked. I did entertain such thoughts, but I know it would be futile. Agnes replied with an expressionless face. He appears quite pleased with himself. Agnes turned her head and said, He brazenly admits to his actions, and 31,597 remains unresponsive. Within the jurisdiction of 31,597, should anyone utter falsehoods, it automatically enacts punishment. He has lost his mind, and this morning's newspapers reported the assassination of the Countess. While the Count and his eldest son are gravely injured, their lives hanging by a thread. He likely never anticipated a successful assassination, Agnes scoffed. Now the situation has evidently exceeded his expectations. It seems he no longer cares whether his family suffers retribution for his actions. Lady Jones turned her head, shaking it as she said, His entire family was killed this morning. Chapter 99. The church may investigate, but you cannot. They all died this morning. How'd they die? Agnes swiftly turned to stare intently at Lady Jones, demanding an answer. Henry Shellen killed them himself. Lady Jones sighed and continued her explanation. He turned himself in only after murdering his wife and daughters. At the time, he was covered in blood, yet appeared relatively calm. Lady Jones shook her head at the memory of the scene. Who would have thought Lady Jones did not finish her thought, but sighed instead. So this is why you say he has lost his mind, Agnes murmured, her gaze drifting to the empty compartment across from her. Does he truly have a reason for such actions? Agnes inquired. He stated that after seeing the news of the Countess's death and the Count and his eldest son being severely injured in the newspaper, he realized that he and his family could not escape the church and the royal family's pursuit and vengeance, so he decided it would be better to free them first. Lady Jones explained. He was not like this during my previous encounters with him, Agnes remarked, her eyes unfocused, staring blankly. Lady Jones sighed deeply, fixing her gaze on Agnes. The church will certainly have experts to validate his issues. My visit was merely a routine inquiry. I believe it is time we discuss your concerns, Lady Jones stated. I'm quite worried about your mental state, she said, locking eyes with Agnes. Agnes instinctively averted her gaze from Lady Jones's piercing eyes, looking down at her feet. Remaining silent, Lady Jones sighed again. Well, at least you seem better than you were last year. Lady Jones observed Agnes's demeanor and sighed once more. When I saw you in the church's lounge last year, your calm reaction made me instinctively question whether you were truly Mariana's daughter. And what about now? Agnes lifted her head, her voice somewhat ethereal as she inquired. I can perceive that you are in considerable distress. Lady Jones shook her head with resignation. Last year, I was concerned that you were overly composed and hoped you would embrace a more emotionally rich existence. Now, however, I worry that you are too sentimental and believe that a touch of rationality would not be amiss. Rising to her feet, Lady Jones enveloped Agnes in her arms. You always respectfully address me as Lady Jones, yet I have long wished for you to call me Aunt Jones or Aunt Olivia. Together with Mariana, I was raised in the convent during a time when it was filled with many children. We shared a close bond from a young age. Mariana appeared to be the most obedient and gentle of us, while I was rather rambunctious, sometimes even getting into scuffles. Whenever Lord Rossi caught us, at that time, he was our principal, Mariana would innocently inform him that it was others who had instigated the altercation. Who would have thought that such a seemingly docile person as Mariana could be deceitful? Often, it was I who had stirred up trouble. Lady Jones's tone carried a hint of nostalgia. In truth, Mariana has always been far more astute than I, yet she yearns for a more stable life. With a sigh, Lady Jones continued, "But such is the irrational nature of the extraordinary world." Agnes remained silent, merely listening intently. Lady Jones sighed once more and softly said, "Do call me Aunt Jones or Aunt Olivia. Once you become a nun, I fear it will be even more difficult to hear it from your lips." Agnes gave a subtle nod, gazing into Lady Jones's eyes for a long while before softly uttering, "Aunt Olivia." Lady Jones held Agnes tightly, burying her head in her embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Agnes pushed open the door, her gaze landing on the figure standing in the room. "Father." Agnes looked at her father and spoke softly. "Agnes." Her father hesitated before responding. Without waiting for Agnes to reply, he urgently asked, "I have heard that you accompanied Olivia to interrogate the confessing artisan?" Agnes averted her gaze, nodding in affirmation. "Yes. Do you intend to pursue the investigation into this assassination?" Her father inhaled deeply, inquiring. "Yes." Agnes nodded again. "I forbid it," her father exclaimed, agitation evident as his cane struck the floor with a resounding thud. Agnes calmly regarded her father, asking why. Her father's words faltered, instinctively avoiding Agnes's gaze, his mouth opening but no sound emerging. It seemed he harbored suspicions regarding the mastermind behind the assassination. "No, perhaps you even know who the orchestrator is." Agnes intently locked her gaze on her father's eyes. Her father tightened his grip on the cane in his left hand, but remained silent. "Father, can you not speak?" Agnes pressed further. Her father sighed, appearing somewhat hunched. "I do know," he admitted as he gazed out at the faint autumn sunlight filtering through the window, his expression complex. "But I truly cannot disclose it to you." "Why?" Agnes pressed on. "Is it because of the mastermind's identity? Or perhaps the motives behind this assassination?" "I cannot say," her father murmured, his gaze cast downward. "Then to whom do you intend to reveal it?" Agnes stepped closer, fixing her eyes on her father's, demanding an answer. "I cannot say," her father evaded, stating, "At least not now. The church may investigate this assassination, but you cannot. I'm also a member of the Heart of Nature, and soon I shall become a nun of the church," Agnes retorted, her eyes unwavering on her father. To her surprise, she detected a glimmer of pleading in his gaze. "Very well," Agnes finally conceded after a prolonged silence. "I promise you. The church has decided that after attending my mother's funeral this weekend, I will take my vows on the next day dedicated to the Mother Goddess and officially become a nun. Next Monday." Her father nodded, tightening his grip on the cane. "I understand. I will attend the ceremony." Her father turned and exited the room, while Agnes turned her gaze toward the window. The autumn afternoon sunlight appeared somewhat muted, and the sky was a brilliant blue. Chapter 100. Farewell. The ship would sail down the Easel River until reaching the Bay of Dissy. Lord Rossi addressed Agnes. "Since you plan to stop in Badivia along the way, you can disembark in Sevilla and take the train." "I am aware, Lord Rossi," Agnes nodded. Clad in a black nun's habit, her hair concealed beneath a white veil, only her face and hands were visible, every other inch of her skin hidden. Although the church's influence in the southern continent is not strong, there is still some clergy present. Should you require assistance, you may seek their help. "I shall," Agnes affirmed. "Then, my child, may the Mother Goddess grant you peace. I will always pray for you." Lord Rossi made a gesture of prayer. "May the Mother Goddess bless you with health and tranquility." Agnes reciprocated with a similar gesture of prayer. She took Lord Rossi's right hand and kissed the ring on his fourth finger. Lord Rossi embraced Agnes, gently pressed his cheek against hers, and then released her. "Rains," Agnes called out. Rains enveloped Agnes in a tight embrace, tears cascading onto Agnes's shoulder. All right, keep in touch," Agnes said, wiping away Rains's tears with a hint of exasperation. "Yes, you must remember," Rains replied, dabbing at the tears that had trickled down to her cheeks. "Indeed. Farewell, Lord Rossi." "And Rains," Agnes said, picking up the leather suitcase at her feet and nodding. "Goodbye, Agnes," Rains waved. "May the Mother Goddess bless you, Agnes." Lord Rossi made another gesture of prayer. Agnes nodded, turning to ascend the deck. As she glanced back, she saw Lord Rossi waving once more, and a smile graced her lips as she recalled his words in the church. "When you assume the identity of Agnes Pagny, remember to adhere to the 3 vows of a nun." "I will, Lord Rossi. I believe you'll be a good nun. The silence of your exterior and interior, your humility and dignity in dealing with others, I trust you will achieve with ease. However, my concern lies elsewhere. Joy is the most precious gift bestowed upon us by the divine, aiding us in bearing the burdens of life and the misfortunes and pains of the world. Each time you seek me out, I will remind you of this, and on the eve of your departure for Fenerbahce City, I must emphasize it once more. This year, as you embarked on your extraordinary path, your smile has brightened somewhat, which is delightful. Yet, since Mariana's departure, the weight of oppression upon you has grown heavier. I understand the anguish within your heart, but I still hope you can emerge from your suffering sooner. An unhappy person cannot endure for long. Understand, Lord Rossi. May the Mother Goddess relieve you of your spiritual misfortunes and suffering. The identity of Elarapesia serves as a splendid outlet. You need not confine yourself, as you did while being Agnes Pagni. I hope you find more joy in being Elarapesia. The Mask of the Jester is an extraordinary artifact I acquired in my youth. I now bestow it upon you. You may establish a fixed visage, which, once set, cannot be altered for at least 6 months. As you wield it, this extraordinary artifact can transform your visage, physique, and even scent, enabling you to camouflage yourself with unparalleled success. However, one must exercise caution, for the adverse effects of this remarkable item will gradually alter your cognition, leading you to perceive the lives of others as mere playthings, until ultimately your own existence is manipulated by this very mask. I urge you to refrain from prolonged use and to impose upon yourself the discipline of introspection regarding your conduct while donning this mask, to ensure that you remain unaltered by its influence. In this regard, the identity of Agnes Pagni serves as a supplementary element. I understand. Thank you, Sir Rossi. Agnes smiled and nodded at Sir Rossi, casting her gaze over the crowd before her eyes fell upon her father, who leaned on his cane, watching her from a distance. She recalled her father's silent vigil at her mother's funeral, as he stood with his cane, observing the earth gradually conceal the black coffin, while Aurelio lingered behind him, his gaze somewhat vacant. She remembered her father's quiet presence in the corner during the investiture ceremony, and that Aurelio had not attended. Agnes recalled kneeling on the ground, kissing the earth, which bore traces of autumn's white frost. What is your request, child? I beseech the compassionate Mother Goddess to accept me into this order. I willingly renounce fame, wealth, and all worldly pleasures, seeking the love and divine grace of the Mother Goddess. May she guide me on the path to perfection. You have forsaken family and friends, relinquished material possessions, and all past beautiful and painful memories. You have resolved that henceforth, all your actions shall stem from selfless love. From this moment forward, you shall embrace divine poverty, chastity, and selflessness, treating this world with a heart full of love. Go forth, child. Shed your attachment to the secular, and may your flesh embrace this humble robe. Agnes recalled Sir Rossi loosening her hairband, the cold scissors severing her long locks, the brown strands cascading onto a silver tray that mirrored the light, as Sir Rossi draped a headscarf over her, concealing her short hair and neck. She recalled kneeling at Sir Rossi's feet, reciting her vows, as the nuns on either side of the church sang hymns of praise. I, Agnes Pagni, in the presence of the Mother Goddess, and under the witness of the bishop and Sir Rossi, vow to uphold for all my days the virtues of selflessness, chastity, and divine poverty. She remembered, amidst the hymns, Sir Rossi placing a ring on her right hand's ring finger and donning another layer of black headscarf over her. Agnes gazed toward her father for a long while, until she was brought back to reality by a passerby. It seems I still owe a farewell to my father and Aurelio. Suddenly, Agnes chuckled softly, waved her left hand toward the boat below, and turned away, not looking back as she carried her suitcase into the cabin. She gently set down the suitcase and approached the cabin's window. Agnes silently observed the travelers bidding farewell to their families outside. Sir Rossi, upon catching sight of Agnes's face, waved again, and Agnes smiled and waved back. Her gaze returned to her father, and she saw Aurelio stepping down from the carriage, looking toward the steamboat. Though she could not discern Aurelio's expression, she could not help but smile faintly. The boat departed. Chapter 1. The new nun in Seville. The seasons in Seville seem rather indistinct, even as November unfolds. The majority of trees remain verdant, the grass retains its lushness, and the floral tapestry continues to bloom vibrantly. If one were not to accidentally glimpse the quietly yellowing and reddening leaves of the maple trees by the church, it would be difficult to perceive autumn's approach. Cattle and sheep graze contentedly, basking in the sun, exuding an air of tranquility. The pigeons and wild ducks by the Isar River, having feasted, flutter and dive into the river for a bath, and the cats by the roadside recline lazily, curiously observing the passers-by. The windmill by the farm turns slowly, while laughter occasionally escapes from the tavern, and in the square, figures clutching classic statues of saints gaze up at the distant spire of the Mother Earth Church. 2 weeks prior, a new nun arrived at the Mother Earth Church, often playing the harpsichord during Mass and occasionally assisting in the church hospital when nurses were scarce, piquing the curiosity of many parishioners. The children by the dock proudly recounted to adults how they had seen this nun disembark from a ship hailing from the city of Fenebote, and adults noted it down as fodder for future conversations. Meanwhile, the ladies who had encountered the nun whispered among themselves, questioning how such a young woman could choose to become a nun. "My, you are indeed a beautiful nun." An elderly lady chuckled as she gazed at Agnes. For a moment, Agnes paused in her actions, then smiled and nodded gently, replying softly, "Thank you." The young cleric beside her could not contain his laughter, hastily averting his gaze to focus on his tasks when Agnes looked his way. Ignoring the cleric's reaction, Agnes meticulously bandaged the elderly lady's wound, then smiled as she remarked, "All done, madam. Fortunately, you haven't injured any bones, but do be mindful while walking in the future." The elderly lady nodded appreciatively. "Will your children come to fetch you?" Agnes inquired gently. "They shall arrive shortly," the elderly lady replied. "Very well, then let the volunteers care for you in the meantime," Agnes smiled, gathering her supplies into a small box. She carried the box out of the room, followed by the young cleric. "You just blushed, Sister Pagny," the young cleric remarked with a grin. Agnes nodded slightly, responding calmly, "I am aware. It is my issue, stemming from my misplaced vanity." The cleric, somewhat anxious, waved his hands and hastily clarified, No, it's not that. The people of Seville are simply more enthusiastic. You must understand, Sister Pagny. That lady merely expressed her fondness for you." "I understand," Agnes nodded, then continued, "However, to be honest, my knowledge of medicine is rather limited, and I am not particularly suited to participate extensively in patient care." "Is that so? I find you quite proficient. We are always in need of help." The cleric shrugged helplessly. Agnes shook her head slightly, saying, "Never mind. Evening prayers are about to commence. I must return. May the Mother Goddess bless you." Agnes skillfully traced a triangle on her chest, adding a vertical line above it. "May the Mother Goddess bless you." The cleric mimicked her gesture. Agnes removed her apron and exited the hospital. The evening breeze in Seville was gentle, yet carried a hint of chill, gradually soothing Agnes's flushed cheeks. She knelt to pick up a maple leaf from the roadside, a smile gracing her lips. In tranquil contemplation, Agnes twirled the leaf stem between her fingers, whispering softly to it, "You are beautiful, but I must take my leave." "Do you hear me?" I said. "I must go." With a slight increase in pressure, the stem snapped and the leaf fluttered to the ground. Agnes paused, dropping the remaining stem from her fingers, and turned toward the church. Sister Pagny. Sister Pagny." Agnes smiled and bowed in acknowledgement to the clerics and nuns who greeted her. "Bishop Cornet." Agnes inclined her head slightly in greeting. The bishop, adorned with a long beard, returned her nod with a smile. Agnes joined the ranks of the nuns, and as evening prayers commenced, she sang hymns of praise alongside them. "We praise you, source of life. We praise you, mother of all. Oh, hallowed one, sovereign of both flourishing and desolation. We, your myriad children dwelling upon this earthly realm, beseech you to temper us with your kindness and grace. We shall heed your guidance, our lips proclaiming praises unto you. May the Mother Goddess extend her mercy upon us and aid us. Hail to the Mother Goddess." As the evening prayer concluded, the clergy and nuns departed the hall, while Agnes lingered, awaiting the arrival of Bishop Cornet. "Child, what troubles you?" Bishop Cornet paused in his task, turning to Agnes with concern. After a moment's hesitation, Agnes replied softly, "I believe it is time for me to depart, Bishop Cornet." The bishop seemed taken aback, then nodded in understanding. "Indeed, you have stayed with us for 2 weeks now. I recall you initially intended only to observe our missionary work." Agnes nodded silently. "Do you truly wish to leave, child?" Bishop Cornet inquired, studying her intently. Agnes slowly shook her head and whispered, "I have my own path to follow, Bishop Cornet." "Ah, you are resolute in your intention to minister in the southern continent," sighed Bishop Cornet with a hint of melancholy. "Well then, when do you plan to leave?" Agnes pondered for a moment before responding, "I shall set forth on the day dedicated to the Mother Goddess, heading towards Badivia. Day after tomorrow, then?" "Very well, I understand." Bishop Cornet nodded thoughtfully. "You might take the opportunity to explore Sevilla tomorrow. It is indeed a lovely place." Agnes inclined her head slightly and turned to exit the hall. "Sister Pugnes," Bishop Cornet called out, raising his voice slightly. Agnes turned back, curiosity etched upon her face. "You will make a splendid nun," Bishop Cornet declared after a prolonged pause. "I am confident that the name of Pugnes will one day epitomize the virtues of a nun, her deeds immortalized in the acts of saints." "Thank you for your blessing," Agnes responded with a smile, turning once more to leave the hall. Chapter 2. The plan. Agnes entered her chamber, pulling the door closed behind her. She sank into a chair at the table, her gaze drawn to the letter resting upon it, one she had received a week prior from Mr. Condi. "Forgive me for not bidding you farewell upon your departure from Fenebat City. I have always believed that farewells at that very moment are a torment to both oneself and those who truly wish to hold on to you. it read. Your brother visited me a few days ago, seeking guidance on how to play the guitar, which posed quite the challenge for me, as I am not well versed in that instrument. However, he shared with me some recollections of your posture and finger placements while playing. I had not anticipated your engagement with such an obscure instrument. Marcono possesses remarkable talent on the violin. I believe that within 3 years, or perhaps even just 1 or 2 if fortune favors him, he may become a competent musician. However, I hope he does not squander too much time performing for others, as it would be a disservice to his gifts. Perhaps I should share a few details about my mentor, Chester, though such information may be somewhat outdated. My teacher, Chester, is a member of the Rosie School of Temperance. By the time I, an unworthy student, departed, he had assumed a leadership role in many matters pertaining to the temperance faction in Byam, and was preparing to promote the vengeful spirits. I am unaware of his current circumstances, yet at that time he spent the majority of the year on the Lost Isles, returning to the southern continent only at the end of each year, unless urgent matters required his presence. If you are inclined to seek him, I believe a journey to Byam might serve you well. Agnes clasped her hands together, resting them against her forehead, exhaling softly. Byam, Byam. Though she had yet to fully process the crazed and the lycanthropic, preparations for the formula must commence early. She was resolute in not consuming the enhancement without proper modulation. To obtain the formula, she could not bypass the Rosie School. Chester undoubtedly represented an excellent avenue, though Agnes recognized that persuading him to trade the formula for the mid-tier potion of the living dead would prove exceedingly challenging. Nonetheless, at least a starting point had emerged. She could not demand too much. With a resigned shake of her head, Agnes opened her notebook and began to write with a fountain pen. The upcoming journey should be arranged as follows. First, I shall travel from Sevilla to Badivia to visit Anva Castle, for it bears secrets pertinent to the Pugnus family. From the thorny beacon S essence, it appears that the Pugnus family S mysteries relate to the soul senders, and in the meager remnants of my past life S memories. The soul senders seem to have been my constant adversaries. Agnes abruptly dropped the pen, cradling her head in her hands as her body trembled slightly. After a prolonged moment, she released her grip and picked up the pen again, scrawling 8 entirely different characters in a haphazard manner. Destruction of form, annihilation of essence. As soon as the characters were inscribed, they began to dissolve into a gray mist, dissipating into the air. Agnes watched the vanishing script in silence, then shifted her pen to a new line, meticulously rewriting the same 8 characters. They too transformed into gray smoke and vanished. Agnes refrained from repeating those 8 characters, instead adopting an impassive expression as she inscribed in Phenobot language. Upon leaving Badivia, I may assume the identity of Elarapija to venture to the Dissy Bay, then set sail from the port of Escon to Byam. This time, the words did not fade. There is no need for haste in this journey. I can engage in role-playing, perhaps even accept some bounty tasks to alleviate my precarious financial situation, for I left with merely what I carried from the heart of nature, along with the earnings from 2 concerts, totaling less than 100 gold lira, precisely 97 gold lira and 4 lira. May the Mother Goddess forgive my lingering desire for wealth. In Byam, I must locate Chester. Failing that, I may have to journey to the southern continent to achieve my objectives, which would complicate matters significantly. If I could successfully find Chester, I could devise a means to complete my promotion in Byam before proceeding to the southern continent. Agnes closed the fountain pen and rose from her seat, filling a basin with water from the washroom. She gazed into the water's surface, observing her reflection. The nun's quarters lacked mirrors, for a nun ought not to be preoccupied with her appearance, as it signifies an inner vanity. The contours of the girl's visage in the water were softened, appearing somewhat gaunt, her gray-blue eyes imbued with tranquility, yet lacking vitality upon prolonged scrutiny. Agnes turned away, retrieving a mask adorned with a smirk from her suitcase and affixing it to her face. As the mask began to dissolve, a wave of energy emanated from it, enveloping Agnes entirely. She felt herself grow taller. The hair that had been cropped during her vestment ceremony gradually lengthened, spilling from beneath her headscarf to rest on her shoulders. Still brown in hue, Agnes lowered her gaze to the water's surface, where her features had become more defined. With brown eyes and a flushed complexion, her features bore a certain heroic quality. Normally, such features would evoke a sense of warmth and enthusiasm. However, her countenance remained expressionless, tinged with a hint of coldness. A slight smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, as if the reflection itself mocked her. An error, Agnes sighed, pressing her forehead in exasperation. Very well, it shall be as it is. During this time, I must devise a suitable and convenient attire to complement this identity. Agnes reached up to remove her mask, and the flesh strands connecting it to her face emerged, fracturing as distance increased. She felt her height gradually diminish until she returned to her original stature, and the hair beneath her headscarf, once uncomfortably cramped, began to settle back into place. With a sigh, Agnes placed the mask back into her leather case. She returned to her writing desk and took up her fountain pen, inscribing in her notebook, "I repent for having succumbed to vanity due to the flattery of others regarding my appearance. I repent for my reluctance to alleviate the suffering of others. I repent for my..." Chapter 3. Anwa Castle. Agnes, carrying her leather case, stepped through the grand gates of the convent, making her way toward the carriage parked by the roadside. "Good morning, Mr. Ellison. May the Mother Goddess bless you," Agnes said with a serene smile directed at the coachman. "Good morning, Sister Pagny. I believe that being tasked with your transport is blessing enough from the Mother Goddess." The coachman replied with a grin. After all, the remuneration for this journey from Father Spin is rather generous. He reached out to take the leather case from Agnes and placed it onto the carriage. "Thank you." Agnes smiled and nodded in gratitude as he accepted her case. "Are you in need of money?" Agnes inquired as she stepped onto the carriage but remained seated outside. "Oh, not particularly. I just need to think of ways to save a bit for my young son to learn some skills. He has only recently graduated for the church's Sunday school. In the past, I could simply pay a fee and directly hand him over to the guild masters as an apprentice, but now..." The coachman sighed. "Now that the guild system has been abolished," Agnes murmured. "Indeed, the guild system is no more," the coachman sighed again. "Now it's quite troublesome. One must inquire individually. Some masters, having left the guild, are not currently accepting apprentices, while others still are. Some want to assess the child first, and others only require a fee. The amounts vary significantly. Such matters used to be managed by the guild." Agnes listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. "Ah, these matters shouldn't burden a nun like you," the coachman remarked with a smile. "No, comforting the souls of the faithful is indeed the duty of the Mother Goddess's nuns," Agnes replied with a gentle smile. "It is unfortunate that I cannot be of much assistance." "Indeed, sometimes venting to others can be quite relieving," the coachman nodded in agreement. "At times, I feel quite stifled by my wife's reprimands and cannot speak of it at the tavern, where those fellows would surely mock me. So I go to Father Spin to unburden my heart," he chuckled. Agnes couldn't help but smile and nodded in understanding. "Yet, to be honest, I sometimes feel rather fortunate." The coachman added cheerfully. "Sister, shall we be off? Aren't you coming inside the carriage?" he asked, pulling at the reins. "I wish to observe the scenery outside before we leave the city," Agnes replied with a nod. The coachman laughed, saying, "Sevilla truly is a splendid city. Don't you agree, Sister Pagny?" Agnes nodded in agreement, smiling. "I once heard from a traveler that life in Sevilla can heal every weary soul." Earlier this year, a young couple moved to London Avenue. I believe it was due to their original child being murdered, and when his wife first arrived, she was in a rather poor state. After spending some time in Sevilla, she has since recovered, and they are now expecting a new child, choosing to settle here. The coachman shared casually. "That is indeed a heartening turn of events." Agnes smiled in response. "Ah, speaking of which, Sister Pagny, will you return after your visit to Badivia?" the coachman suddenly asked. Agnes slowly shook her head, saying, "I shouldn't return, no." "Why not?" he inquired, looking up at her. "Everyone quite adores you," he added. Agnes smiled slightly and shook her head, taking her time to respond. "I believe my destiny lies in the southern continent." "Is this a calling from the Mother Goddess?" the coachman asked. Agnes smiled, but remained silent. "Very well," he sighed. The carriage rumbled forward, departing the city, and the roads were still deserted due to the early hour. Agnes's gaze wandered over the grass along the roadside, interspersed with some withered yellow leaves and the still-blooming Sevilla daisies. "The church bells are about to ring," Agnes remarked, turning her head towards the church tower, peeking through the layered maple trees. Ding! The ethereal chime resonated in Agnes's ears. Badivia City was not far from Sevilla. Departing in the morning meant arriving at the town's edge by evening. Badivia lay slightly to the east of Sevilla, or perhaps closer to ruin. The journey to the Dissy Bay from here was not much different from that departing Sevilla, the only distinction being the significantly smaller port here. Agnes walked along the nearly overgrown path toward Anwa Castle, the route evidently worn and neglected, yet not entirely deserted. During her 2 weeks in Sevilla, she had inquired about the location of Anwa Castle and instructed the coachman to find an inn upon arrival, planning to return alone after daylight. After reporting her whereabouts to the church in the town, she made her way directly to Anwa Castle. Agnes caressed the crown in her hands, gazing at the faint silhouette of the castle atop the cliff. She had previously inquired with the priest in the town about the state of Anwa Castle, receiving news that aligned with her expectations. The priest informed her that the castle was now largely deserted, as members of the Pagny family had been leaving for unknown destinations. To his knowledge, only one Pagny remained in Anwa Castle, a figure who had been there since the priest's arrival 6 years prior. At that time, while Anwa Castle had already fallen into decline, it was not as desolate as it was now. Agnes tugged her garment free from the thorns. Glancing back at the fabric caught in the brambles before continuing onward, she ascended the mountain clad in her nun's attire, unashamed of her identity, even having informed many of her purpose in coming here. Anwa Castle had once been the residence of the Pagny family. Her father had mentioned that many of her inquiries could find resolution here. Indeed, she possessed numerous questions. The secrets of the Pagny family seemed intertwined with her past life. For instance, the thorny beacon, which Agnes would have struggled to discern without her mother's guidance, and the new questions that arose after her mother's death regarding her birth into the Pagny family. Unanswered questions could torment one's soul, breeding doubt about one's existence. Thus, Agnes resolved to confront the answers to her inquiries, regardless of their nature. She lifted her free hand and rang the bell before the castle's grand door. Chapter 4. Count Pagny. The crisp sound of the bell echoed as a gaunt-faced elder peered down from above. Before Agnes could utter a word, he retreated. Approximately 10 minutes later, the grand gate of the castle creaked open, revealing the elderly gentleman who had previously stood at the threshold. Agnes noticed that he was clad in an exceedingly antiquated, even patched-up, butler's attire, whose style and color palette harked back to the era prior to the reign of Emperor Roselle, having fallen out of fashion nearly 2 centuries ago. "Please come in, Miss Agnes," he rasped, his voice reminiscent of the sound of bark peeling from a tree. "How do you know my name?" Agnes inquired softly. The old man remained silent, closing the castle door firmly behind her as she stepped inside, then proceeded deeper into the castle. Agnes followed, her gaze sweeping over the estate. This was not a magnificent castle, yet remnants of its former grandeur were still discernible. The towering structure cast shadows that rendered the interior somewhat somber. Moss clung to every wall that had been deprived of sunlight, while ivy had successfully reached the third-floor windowsill. The fountain lay long dry, and the garden had not been tenderly cared for in ages, now overgrown with weeds, though resilient wildflowers still bore their seed pods. As Agnes ascended the creaking staircase behind the old man, she noted that the banisters appeared to be succumbing to rot in the damp air, with some sections even sprouting fungi. "Whom do you serve now?" Agnes ventured to ask. The old man, however, continued his ascent in silence. Upon reaching the third floor, he turned into a side corridor and opened a door to a room. "The Count will see you tomorrow morning," he stated as he turned back at the doorway. "Please rest well, Miss Agnes." With a bow, he departed, leaving Agnes by the threshold, her gaze lingering on his retreating figure until he rounded the corner. With measured steps, she entered the room. Unlike the dilapidated staircase and corridor, this chamber appeared to have been well maintained. Its dimensions were comparable to her quarters at the Pagny estate in Fenipot. One side resembled a bedroom, while the other boasted 3 nearly filled bookshelves facing a rustic wooden desk accompanied by a cream-colored upholstered chair. To the right of the desk, a pair of double windows were partially draped with slightly yellowed sheer curtains, while deep green heavy drapes remained drawn. Opposite the desk hung a seemingly masterful, albeit slightly aged, oil painting. Agnes placed her leather suitcase atop the desk and scrutinized the artwork before her. The painting depicted a family of 4, a couple and 2 boys. The 3 men in the painting shared the same brown hair and blue eyes as Agnes. The attire of the couple reflected the fashion of Fenipot's early founding days. Untouched by the modifications of Emperor Roselle, the man donned a suit of armor, draped in a purple velvet cloak, cradling a helmet in his left hand while his right rested on the hilt of a sword at his waist. The woman wore a long gown of purple velvet adorned with delicate floral patterns, featuring exquisite pleats at the back, the hem trailing elegantly behind her. The woman was flanked by 2 finely dressed boys, one appearing to be in his early teens, while the other seemed but 7 or 8 years old. Agnes discerned from their garb that this family likely held titles of Viscount or Baron, possibly even merely knighted lords, for during that era, only counts, marquises, and dukes were permitted to don gold or silver-threaded garments, while the purple velvet was reserved for viscounts and barons. Which generation of the Pagny family does this portrait depict? Agnes mused, leaning against the bookshelf and shaking her head, for she did not recognize the figures portrayed. The Pagny estate in Fenipot bore scant images of previous family members, perhaps due to her grandfather's and great-grandfather's estrangement from their lineage. She turned her attention from the portrait to the bookshelves, her eyes skimming the spines of the tomes. Titles such as The Origins of Alchemy, The Controversy of Vittorio II, an analysis of low-level rituals, and How to Be an Excellent Courtier caught her eye. Frowning thoughtfully, she finally withdrew How to Be an Excellent Courtier and began to peruse its contents. A line of text caught her attention. When your villainous king grasps the hands of others, do not allow your jealousy to become overtly apparent. As the morning star still hung in the sky, with the sun yet to reveal its first light, Agnes rolled out of bed to complete her customary prayers by the window. Rising, she quietly leaned against the sill and resumed her reading of How to Be an Excellent Courtier. Since the old butler had escorted her to this room, no one had disturbed her. To be precise, she had not sensed any signs of activity from the previous evening until now. She had neither heard the sounds of servants at work nor glimpsed anyone passing through the courtyard outside her window. The castle seemed eerily deserted. This situation was both peculiar and not. From a worldly perspective, it was undoubtedly strange. A family that had once held the title of count should not have fallen into such disrepair, especially while the kingdom's rule remained robust. Family members ought not to have departed so completely, even if the rightful heir had severed ties with them. Conversely, from an extraordinary standpoint, it was entirely plausible. Whether considering the werewolf, likely a member of the Pagny family, or the thorny beacon inherited from her father, the Pagny lineage was steeped in secrets. In the realm of the extraordinary, secrets often intertwine with danger. Thus, it seemed a reasonable choice for the Pagny family members to have vacated the premises. Yet, one question lingered. Why were there still Pagny family members present in Anva Castle 6 years ago? Why had they not departed sooner? As Agnes idly flipped through the books, she pondered the myriad mysteries surrounding the Pagny family. The dawn light began to brighten, casting a radiant shadow through the window. She turned away from the window and returned the book to its place on the shelf. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped rhythmically on the door, the sound moderate and melodic. Agnes approached the door and opened it, looking up at the person outside. She found herself momentarily stunned, rooted to the spot. The individual outside chuckled lightly upon witnessing her reaction. Agnes, it has been quite some time. Chapter 5. The Transformation of the Beacon. I never expected to encounter you here. Mr. Arcado. Agnes swiftly regained her composure and spoke. Though the man before her was no longer the golden-haired, green-eyed figure she remembered, his features remained unchanged, and Agnes recognized him at once. On the contrary, I have eagerly anticipated seeing you here for quite some time, Mr. Arcado replied with a smile. Is that so? Agnes raised her gaze to Mr. Arcado calmly and inquired, I am curious. You were undeniably out of control at that time. Why? Why am I still alive? Mr. Arcado directly articulated the unspoken query that lingered in Agnes' mind. Indeed, Trevor Arcado of the Earth Mother Church had succumbed to uncontrollable death, while Trevor Pagny of Bedivia had never left Anva Castle. So, are you satisfied with my explanation, little Agnes? Mr. Arcado asked with a smile. Agnes hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside to let him in. Should I address you as Mr. Pagny? Trevor Pagny turned his gaze away from the painting to glance at her, smiling wryly. If you wish, you might even refer to me as great-grandfather. Agnes remained silent, standing calmly by the door. Observing her reaction, Trevor Pagny sighed audibly. You were far more endearing 6 months ago. Mr. Pagny, I believe it is unnecessary for us to squander any more time on these trifling matters. Both you and I are acutely aware of the malice we harbor towards one another. Agnes frowned as she spoke. No, Trevor Pagny interrupted Agnes, maintaining his genial smile. I merely wish to afford you a moment for contemplation. However, should you be eager to uncover the answers to those queries, I shan't impede your pursuit. As for malice, the former Trevor Arcado indeed harbored intentions of ending your life, yet the current Trevor Pagny harbors no such thoughts. So, my dear little Agnes, are you certain you are prepared to confront the truth? Agnes silently turned away, retrieving the crown bestowed upon her by her father from her trunk, then gazed at Trevor Pagny. Very well, Trevor Pagny remarked, casting a long, resigned glance at the crown before shaking his head. Since you are insistent, today you may pose any question, and I shall respond earnestly. He glanced once more at the painting across the desk before turning to exit. Agnes took a few steps after him, then turned back to regard the painting, her mind swirling with thoughts as she followed him. The space resembled more of a storage room. Agnes observed a plethora of items haphazardly strewn about, as if they had been cast aside and never tidied. Among them were necklaces and rings, weapons such as daggers and guns, alongside a solitary book, a photograph, and a painting. Agnes scrutinized each object in the room, pondering the reasons for their presence. It seemed that prior to their usage, one could not easily discern their significance. Trevor Pagny casually picked up a photograph discarded on the floor, his fingers brushing over the image of a girl with an innocent smile. A surge of energy enveloped him, as if a switch had been flipped and a peculiar aura radiated around him, flecks of crimson light emanating from his being. Agnes instinctively pressed her toes into the ground, distancing herself from Trevor Pagney. "Fear not. I have no intention of conjuring a full moon." Trevor Pagney chuckled lightly as the red luminescence coalesced around the photograph, the girl's figure materializing in the air. "She is my youngest daughter, Shara," he said, observing the apparition of the girl. The girl extended her arms towards Trevor Pagney, who merely smiled back, making no move. The girl, seemingly perturbed, pouted before her form dissipated, scattering back into the light. Agnes cautiously approached and inquired, "Does this belong to that aunt of mine?" The title slipped from her lips with difficulty. Trevor Pagney glanced at the crown in Agnes's hand before replying, "No. This was her brother Connell's possession, your grandfather's. The crown you hold is rightfully hers." "I do not recall my grandfather having such a sister," Agnes stated. "Of course, you wouldn't know, for I ended her life before she reached adulthood," Trevor Pagney replied, his smile unwavering. Agnes was momentarily speechless, gazing at Trevor Pagney in disbelief before finally asking, "Are all these items beacons of thorns?" "Ah, so they ought to be called beacons?" Trevor Pagney chuckled, surveying the disordered items around him. "If you refer to object akin to Shara's crown and the ring you wear, then yes." Agnes instinctively glanced at her hand. Prior to her initiation as a nun, she had requested Lord Rossi to replace the ring she was to wear with the thorn ring that belonged to her mother. Since donning it during the ceremony, she had never removed it. "Beacons of thorns, indeed. Quite fitting," Trevor Pagney remarked, a rare chill crossing his demeanor as he carelessly discarded the photograph onto the ground and proceeded forward. "How did all these beacons of thorns come to be?" Agnes queried, quickening her pace to catch up. Trevor Pagney cast a cryptic glance at Agnes as he replied, "Each Pagney is, well, a soul courier. Is it not what you call them? And each Pagney's most intense emotional attachments transform into beacons, just like Connell's photograph, Shara's crown, and the ring you possess. If I am not mistaken, that ring is a beacon belonging to your father, Lorenzo. I hear the Countess was recently assassinated." Trevor Pagney observed with keen interest the ring on Agnes's hand. Did Connell not inform Lorenzo of the transformation of beacons? Or perhaps he did, but Lorenzo paid no heed. Agnes's thumb caressed the ring as her forearm trembled slightly. "I believe my father's knowledge of what I ought to know is of little consequence, Mr. Pagney," Agnes stated calmly. Chapter 6. The Transaction of Oladius. "However, I wish to say," Trevor Pagney's smile remained, watching Agnes's demeanor as he turned to move forward. At the end of the room stood a painting draped in green velvet, which Trevor Pagney approached and pulled down. The paint on this canvas was thick and vibrant, the figures within appearing quite three-dimensional. The woman depicted had dark hair and brown eyes, clad in a white gown, with a red shawl draped over her, gazing coldly ahead. "I trust you have encountered similar paintings," Trevor Pagney remarked with a hint of derision as he focused on the artwork. Agnes had indeed seen such a painting, prominently displayed above the resting chairs in the music room of the Pagney estate. The distinction lay in the fact that the estate's painting featured two individuals, a man and a woman, while this one showcased only the solitary figure of the woman. The music room's painting depicted a healthy and vibrant woman, whereas this one exuded an inhuman chill. Evidently, the artist of this painting differs from that of the one in the Pagney estate. Agnes inquired casually. "Indeed, this piece is of my own creation, while the one in the estate was crafted by Connell," Trevor Pagney replied, turning to Agnes with a smile. "Who was the subject of the painting?" Agnes asked again. "Do you not recognize her?" Trevor Pagney queried in surprise. Agnes remained silent, merely gazing at Trevor Pagney with calmness. "Ha! You do not recognize her?" Trevor Pagney suddenly burst into laughter, bending over with mirth. Agnes stood quietly, awaiting Trevor Pagney's composure to return. Trevor Pagney's gaze became somewhat unfocused as he lifted his hand, tracing the image of the woman in the painting. "Do you know why during my time in Finnabode I harbored thoughts of wanting to kill you?" Trevor Pagney's lips curled into his habitual smile, as if he had regained his composure. "Because I hate." Without waiting for Agnes's response, he continued, "Do you know why I chose not to end your life directly, opting instead to employ a curse enhancer upon you?" Trevor Pagney stared intently at Agnes. "Because I desired you to kill me," he confessed with a complex expression, "though I am fully aware that my desires were never destined for fulfillment. The cattle tethered to a post, awaiting slaughter, cannot possibly retain any strength for rebellion. They cannot even choose how they shall meet their end." Trevor's words quickened, imbued with a strange sense of indignation, though his smile remained, lending an eerie quality to his demeanor. "Why such a metaphor?" Agnes couldn't help but inquire. "Ha, why indeed?" Trevor laughed once more. "Why, Because the Pagani family serves as their reserve sustenance. Trevor panted, his eyes gently closing as he stood in silence. Agnes, too, observed Trevor quietly, refraining from uttering a word. After a prolonged moment, Trevor finally opened his eyes and spoke. "I'm uncertain whether Connor has thoroughly elucidated the history of the Pagani family to you. But there are certain matters he failed to comprehend before he severed ties and departed from the family. When did the beacons first emerge? I dare say no one possesses greater authority on this subject than the Pagani family," Trevor Pagani intently declared, his gaze fixed on Agnes. "I believe you took note of the oil painting in the room where you stayed last night." Trevor tilted his head, addressing Agnes. "I trust in your perceptiveness. The painting is so conspicuous that it is implausible you did not ponder its content. The artwork depicts our ancestor, Vespasian Pagani, who pledged his allegiance to the Castilian family during the reign of the Trencist Empire and subsequently attained the title of Baron after the establishment of the Phenobot Kingdom." As Trevor Pagani recounted the family's history, an unsettling detachment enveloped his words. The tumultuous state of warfare among the four northern nations provided Vespasian with ample opportunities for valorous deeds, yet the elevation of his title proved to be no simple feat. Even as he held the position of potion master in an era when deities still roamed the earth, he remained woefully inadequate. He never succeeded in becoming a viscount, even unto his demise amidst the pale catastrophe. In that calamity, not only did our ancestor Vespasian perish, but his wife and eldest son were also claimed by the disaster that ravaged the northern continent, leaving only his youngest son, Horatius. Harboring deep-seated resentment and forging some unknown pact with the existence behind the beacons. Once an ordinary bloodline adult, he acquired extraordinary abilities through a path distinctly divergent from a norm. I recall my father narrating it thus. Trevor Pagani gazed at Agnes. Speaking slowly, his power was not confined to any singular path. It seemed entirely contingent upon his desire to wield it. His might appeared intrinsically linked to the strength of his spirit, allowing him, when at his zenith, to stand shoulder to shoulder with demigods and saints. Yet in moments of weakness, he was merely an ordinary bloodline baron. He ascended to become the most trusted general of the king of Phenobot, gaining the title of count after the pale catastrophe had passed. However, shortly after entering the Fifth Era, Horatius inexplicably took his own life. Trevor Pagani remarked with a cynical smile. These words echo those of history. And all true rulers of the Pagani family thereafter understood that Horatius merely adhered to the terms of his agreement. His lifeless body bore no trace of his spirit, having been claimed as sustenance or perhaps a collection by that entity. In the days leading up to his suicide, Horatius had been frantically painting numerous portraits. "Look," Trevor Pagani gestured with his chin towards the portrait before them, saying, "All those images feature this woman." The nightmares for the Pagani family truly began only after Horatius' death. Trevor Pagani remarked with a tone laced with derision. Horatius fathered only 2 children, both sons. From the very first day following their father's demise, the brothers began to dream incessantly of a vast ocean. Within the dream's waters, they beheld the woman from their father's paintings, holding aloft his grotesquely contorted head, her face alight with a sinister smile as she gazed upon them from a distance. In their terror, after realizing that even seeking refuge with the church would not abate their nightmares, they incinerated all of their father's portraits, liquidated their possessions, and fled from Phenobot City. They even refrained from utilizing the traits that emerged post-Horatius' death, opting instead to offer them to the Mother Goddess' church. Trevor Pagani recounted with a mocking grin. Initially, these actions appeared to yield results. Upon arriving at Anwa Castle, they indeed ceased to dream. Their subsequent ascensions proceeded smoothly, and their tendencies towards losing control were significantly less pronounced compared to other extraordinary individuals. Chapter 7. Ineffectual Resistance. Yet after some time, the brothers were horrified to discover that the dreams had returned, this time with the woman now lurking ever closer, as if patiently awaiting their surrender of their heads. Simultaneously, they acquired powers akin to their father's, their prowess surpassing their current ranks. They were gripped by dread at the inexplicable acquisition of their abilities, and their attempts to rid themselves of this curse proved fruitless, leaving them to watch in terror as the woman in their dreams drew nearer. The younger brother was the first to succumb to despair. He attempted to take his own life, yet the brothers were met with utter hopelessness, for they had lost even the right to die. Whenever he entertained thoughts of suicide, all his inner turmoil and unease gradually dissipated, as though devoured by an unseen force, coercing him back into a state of calm, absurdly rekindling his desire to endure. Members of the Pagani family initially explored myriad avenues in an attempt to escape this fate, including but not limited to abstaining from marriage and procreation, ensuring their offspring did not become extraordinary, and steering their children towards alternative paths. Yet all endeavors ultimately met with failure. Unmarried Pagani members would inexplicably fall in love at some juncture, while those among them who were ordinary still possessed the same powers as their ancestor Arrhetius, and pursuing alternative paths yielded no respite. They could only helplessly witness the faces of their loved ones reappear as heads in the woman's grasp within their dreams. Not a single member of the Pagani family departed this world in peace. They all succumbed to suicide without warning, their spirits inexplicably vanishing from their corpses. It was as if he tended to his livestock, awaiting the Pagani family members to marry and bear children, only to harvest their souls at the most opportune moment, akin to slaughtering cattle and sheep when they had grown fat. This cycle repeated numerous times among the members of the Pagani family at the onset of the Fifth Era. Through these means, he proclaimed dominion over the lives of the Pagani family and made them acutely aware that escape was an impossibility, Trevor Pagani stated coldly. After a period of futile resistance, the Pagani family finally confronted reality, redirecting their focus towards the exploration of the origins of their acquired powers. They discovered that the essence of the powers bestowed upon them by him stemmed from his insidious corruption of the Pagani family members. Under his scrutiny, this corruption proved nearly impossible to eradicate, destined to propagate through the family's bloodline. Each member of the Pagani family was tainted from birth, and every utilization of the power derived from him only intensified this corruption. With each generation, the taint grew stronger. The ancestor who uncovered this truth postulated that one day, the corruption of a newly born child of the Pagani family would reach its zenith, and the nature of that child would be beyond prediction. Is this a prophecy? Agnes could not restrain herself from interjecting. No, it is a deduction, Trevor Pagani replied with a smirk. He disregarded Agnes' reaction and continued his narrative. The Pagani family, unwilling to resign themselves to the fate of inevitable suicide, embarked on new endeavors. In a fortuitous moment, someone discovered the ability to transfer that peculiar power onto objects intimately tied to their strongest emotions, thereby transforming them into extraordinary artifacts. Although they would consequently forfeit that cursed power, they could thereby decelerate the approach of the woman in their dreams. Is this the creation of beacons? Agnes furrowed her brow and inquired. Indeed, the objects within this room have all come to be in such a manner, remarked Trevor Pagani with an enigmatic smile. Through this method, the first departed member of the Pagani family has finally made its appearance. Trevor Pagani's words bore a rare tinge of melancholy. Thus, the Pagani family solidified this behavior through ritual, ensuring that each member would naturally transfer that ability onto objects, with only the family's ruler being exempt from the ritual's effects. Consequently, henceforth, it was only the rulers of the Pagani family who would succumb to self-inflicted demise, while ordinary members could often depart this world in peace. At that time, the nobility were oblivious to the Pagani family's circumstances, even jesting that the rulers of the Pagani were mere expendables. Of course, this was already quite satisfactory. The sole issue lay in the fact that the taint originally borne by a member would, upon their death, be reclaimed along with their soul. Whereas now much of this contamination would linger upon these beacons, persisting as long as the objects themselves did. Most beacons would remain within the Castle. Yet a small portion would inevitably escape due to the accidental deaths of Pagani family members, evolving into new sources of pollution apart from the extraordinary traits inherent to the Pagani lineage. Those unaware of the horror of the contamination would even regard these items as rare, extraordinary artifacts. It was only when the number of soul senders outside the Pagani family increased that they recognized the favor bestowed upon the Pagani members. Trevor Pagani's smile was laced with sardonic undertones. Unlike the Pagani, who could innately wield the power derived from him until the predetermined time of harvest, those soul senders from outside the Pagani family, nearing the completion of their transformation, would undergo a complete personality shift, with some gradually morphing into monstrous forms. As if they had lost control, it appeared as though he was satisfied with the passive dissemination of his taint through the Pagani family, reducing restrictions upon them, and even bestowing new abilities upon the Pagani. It seemed he desired the Pagani to become the leaders of the soul senders. Should the Pagani refrain from crafting beacons, they could innately sense the presence of newly born soul senders, even gaining the ability to control the bodies of non-Pagani soul senders upon encountering them. Yet, as that rascal Roselle once remarked, might giving too much not breed resentment? Unlike those soul senders from outside the Pagani family, who revered him immensely due to the potent abilities granted through the beacons, the majority of Pagani family members harbored a sense of animosity towards him. His choice of the Pagani family was indeed perplexing. However, I suspect he remains indifferent to the Pagny family's sentiments towards him. Chapter 8. Transformed beyond recognition. Has he ever cared about the faith of the Pagny family? Amy inquired. Trevor Pagny cast a glance at Agnes before responding. At least within the Pagny family, he has never sought to cultivate followers. Nor has he ever acknowledged that the members of the Pagny family might worship other deities. I have always perceived his actions as akin to treating the Pagny family as livestock he raises, much like a shepherd ensures the vitality and quality of his cattle. He never concerns himself with whether they fear or love him. Trevor Pagny regarded Agnes with an inexplicable smile. He hardly ever takes any proactive measures concerning the members of the Pagny family. Were it not for our frequent dreams of that woman, whose lifeless body bore no trace of a spirit, the Pagny might have almost considered him to be merely a figment of their imagination. The members of the Pagny family seldom beseech him, and he rarely reveals his power. The only instance I am aware of occurred 180 years ago. That miracle reverberated throughout the world, with effects lasting nearly 3 days. Trevor Pagny stated with a hint of indifference. I could feel his power influencing the entire world, yet I cannot ascertain what he did, he added, momentarily displaying a rare look of bewilderment. What relation does this bear to the Pagny family? Amy queried. Trevor Pagny replied with a sardonic smile. It is indeed relevant. Following his display of power, the accumulation of pollution within the Pagny family accelerated dramatically. A peak that would have taken at least 5 generations to reach has suddenly become an immediate concern. Even more terrifyingly, the Pagny family members who completed the transformation of their beacons no longer experience that dream. I observed the pollution on those members quietly dissipating, while my own pollution inexplicably increased, despite my never having utilized the power he granted since becoming the family's ruler. After Connell's birth, I examined him numerous times, only to confirm that the pollution he bore seemed merely slightly more severe than that of previous Pagny family members, lacking any transformative quality. His demeanor repeatedly reassured me that he was an entirely normal child, and in fact, he exhibited a far greater optimism and joy than the average Pagny family member. However, what filled me with dread was a childhood inquiry as to why the Pagny family feared the woman from their dreams. He found her presence quite comforting. Beyond that, he showed no other signs of abnormality until Shara's birth. Trevor Pagny's expression twisted slightly. At the moment of Shara's birth, the level of pollution she bore was unlike anything I had ever witnessed. When I first beheld her swaddled form, the sheer magnitude of that pollution instilled a profound terror within me, compelling me to wish to end her life on the spot. Yet reason prevailed, urging me to refrain. If she truly was the child who had reached the pinnacle of pollution, I could never bring myself to kill her. If she was not, then my actions would amount to the murder of my own child. Thus, I suppressed my desire to kill her and watched her grow. She was so innocent and beautiful, appearing entirely at odds with the Pagny family's essence. Yet all members of the Pagny family adored her, particularly Connell. Yet this only deepened my fear, as I could not help but recall Connell's childhood remark about the comfort he felt from the woman in his dreams. Agnes furrowed her brow as she listened. On the eve of her adulthood, witnessing her radiant smile as she expressed her eagerness for the crown I had prepared for her, I could no longer contain myself. I instinctively unleashed every ounce of power at my disposal, including that which he had bestowed upon me. She died, her corpse devoid of a spirit, and the crown I had intended for her coming of age was, unbeknownst to me, transformed into a beacon. Ha ha ha. Trevor Pagny covered his face and laughed. Agnes remained silent, simply listening intently. As Trevor Pagny finally regained his composure, a smile once again crept onto his lips. Arrogance. Utterly unbridled arrogance. How laughable that due to my own biases, I brought about my daughter's demise, resulting in Connell severing ties with me. He took Shara's crown and left behind his own beacon, that photograph belonging to him, which has since remained unchanged. Connell has only publicly cited his dissatisfaction with my conservative approach towards Emperor Rosel's reforms as the reason for our estrangement, never revealing the true cause. I lingered within the castle for an extended period before finally grasping the self-deception I had engaged in, believing I possessed the rationality to make the most appropriate choices. Yet in truth, the terror within me had long since rendered me unrecognizable. Beginning from the moment I became horrified by the rapid accumulation of pollution, I have finally come to understand these matters and no longer reject his power. I am attempting to employ the strength he has bestowed upon me to accomplish various tasks. I have even ingeniously managed to gain permanent control over a bloodline tainted by the use of the beacon, utilizing this bloodline's identity to join the Mother Earth Church. Yes, is Trevor Pagny. He gazed at Agnes with a broad smile, yet Agnes remained unresponsive, appearing rather bored as he continued. But he paid no heed, and the Mother Earth Church showed no signs of refusal. I am perplexed as to whether the Church of Mother Earth is incapable of detecting his taint, or if they are aware of it, yet choose to remain indifferent. I have utilized the name Trevor Pagney within the Church for over a century, leaving behind numerous suspicions, yet the Church has never deigned to investigate me. Trevor Pagney sneered. I have finally grasped why our ancestors proclaimed that the Pagney family had long been forsaken. I find it hard to believe that the Church and the royal family are oblivious to the peculiar powers of the Pagney lineage, the inexplicable suicides, and the countless pleas for help from our forebears. Yet, they have consistently ignored us, since our ancestor, Oladius, chose to bargain with him. The Pagney family has been unable to escape. A mocking smile returned to Trevor Pagney's lips. He must have reached an accord with the deities, at least with Mother Earth. Mr. Pagney, tread carefully. Agnes interrupted Trevor Pagney's words with a serious expression. Chapter 9. Your Excellency. Trevor Pagney smiled at Agnes and said, I understand that you currently hold the position of a nun in the Mother Earth Church, and I should refrain from speaking in such a manner before you. Mr. Pagney, this is Phenobot, Agnes stated. You may doubt the benevolence of the divine, but you must never underestimate their might. Trevor Pagney looked at Agnes and smiled, responding, I know. He turned his gaze to the portrait before him, choosing to speak instead about Agnes's grandfather, Connell. I have always known Connell to be quite capable. Yet I never anticipated that he would ascend from being a disowned young master to such heights. He truly managed to climb to prominence, riding the waves that came from Intis, eventually becoming a trusted minister of Emir Kalair II. Agnes rarely detected a hint of pride on Trevor Pagney's face. When the king's envoy delivered Emir Kalair II's letter, insinuating that I designate Connell as the heir to the title, I smoothly obliged and directly conferred the title upon him. My actions must have cast some psychological shadow over Connell. He married late and fathered a child only later, with Lorenzo being his sole offspring. Although the taint within Lorenzo has indeed intensified, no other issues have arisen. I have been covertly observing him under the guise of Trevor Pagney. And while Connell seems to have sensed something, he has not attempted to thwart me. Aurelio's birth, too, presented no issues. Trevor Pagney's expression grew somewhat vacant. I could not help but question our ancestors' deductions, entertaining doubts about whether we had all been mistaken until your birth. Trevor Pagney slowly turned his head and remarked, I finally understand why our ancestors spoke of the unpredictable nature of a child born when the taint reaches its zenith. When you were born, I attempted to catch a glimpse from afar, but my spirit warned me against it. The fear within me clamored for me to flee this place. Trevor Pagney fixed his gaze upon Agnes, enunciating each word, and in that moment, I hazily felt the woman from my dreams cradling you, while you grasped strands resembling wisps of hair. Most of those strands extended into the distance, with a few connecting me, Connell, Lorenzo, and Aurelio. Ha. Trevor Pagney erupted into laughter once more. Agnes remained silent, merely observing Trevor Pagney with a calm demeanor, her eyes as clear as the sky. Trevor Pagney laughed for an extended time. Connell and Lorenzo have long completed the beacon transformation, remaining entirely oblivious to your peculiarities. Apart from myself, only Aurelio has sensed something amiss, yet he does not seem to harbor the same fear as I do. I have resolved to observe what you choose to do. Your every action appears superficially akin to that of an ordinary human child, albeit significantly more intelligent than your peers. However, your spirit has been steadily consuming the strands that connect us. Meanwhile, the taint upon me has been gradually dissipating over time. It is as though you are continuously gathering this taint. Although there was a temporary slowdown following Lorenzo and Mariana's appeal to the church, it has never ceased. I cannot help but ponder whether the taint left upon us from trading for his power is merely the price of wielding that power, or perhaps his original intent. Trevor Pagney's expression grew fervent, his body trembling uncontrollably, his voice taking on a sharp and piercing tone. He may simply require someone to bear his taint. Mr. Pagney, I believe you need to calm down, Agnes remarked, observing Trevor Pagney's state, her eyes revealing a depth within them, from which wisps of black threads began to emerge. Trevor Pagney looked into Agnes's eyes and could not restrain his laughter, doubling over as he covered his face. After a long while, he finally raised his head, no longer looking at Agnes, but smiling as he said, Well, the matters of the Pagney family are now clarified. Only one question remains. What exactly are you? I have been observing you for quite some time, even deemed by Rossigers to harbor a profound malice towards you, which resulted in my reassignment to Celia for reflection. Indeed, I have harbored malice towards you. His accumulation of taint over the course of a millennium has ultimately led Lorenzo and Mariana to conceive you. Over the past 1600 years, countless members of the Pagney family have perished, all for your sake. I spent precisely 6 years in Celia, ultimately realizing that regardless of what he desires from you, it is beyond my capacity to prevent. All my actions have been in vain. I found it amusing to hear of the church seeking help due to your deteriorating condition. Is this dire news? It is clearly merely his way of augmenting your strength. I listened as you chose the prisoner sequence. Prisoner, indeed, how fitting. What is it that lies imprisoned within your human form? When will this cage be shattered? Your mind and memories remain untouchable. As you gain extraordinary powers, you can even disregard the taint to connect with other spirits. You seem utterly unconcerned with the church's view of your peculiarities, and the church, in turn, has chosen to overlook your anomalies, no matter how glaring they may be. Trevor appeared somewhat indignant, turning his head to cast his gaze back upon Agnes. Agnes said nothing, merely regarding Trevor Pagney with a look that seemed to carry a sigh. Her eyes' darkness fading into nothingness, revealing only pure azure. Look, just as you are now, you no longer wish to disguise yourself. His gaze? Is it mocking me? Trevor Pagney laughed heartily at Agnes's expression. No, I merely find you remarkably courageous. A mortal daring to fathom the thoughts of the divine. Such bravery. Agnes wore a smile that appeared profoundly sincere. Indeed, I have always attempted to decipher the divine's intentions. Trevor Pagney's voice seemed to carry a hint of wistfulness. Gradually lowering in tone, swallowed back by himself. He appeared weary as he leaned against the wall, finally inquiring, Agnes? Or should I address you as your excellency? How should I refer to you now? I remain Agnes. Agnes spoke with a gentle smile, exuding an air of tranquility. It seems this esteemed gentleman is indeed the one in question, remarked Trevor Pagney with a hint of sarcasm. Chapter 10, Recovery. Do you harbor suspicions regarding my existence? Agnes inquired softly, her gentle smile directed at Trevor. I have long awaited your arrival, Trevor replied with a slight derision, since the inception of Agnes. I have been anticipating the day when I could truly converse with you. You encountered Agnes quite early on, she stated, her tone reminiscent of recounting a fact. A serene smile gracing her lips. That is not entirely you, Trevor retorted, his smile increasingly sardonic, appearing relaxed as he leaned against the wall, his words somewhat vague. I can sense the uniqueness within Agnes, yet she perpetually gives me the impression of lacking something. It wasn't until I utilized Jameer's vision at the Pavla Monastery that I finally comprehended what that absence was. Oh, what have you discovered? Agnes asked with keen interest. Divinity, he replied, fixing his gaze intensely on Agnes. The divine essence that instilled fear within me at her birth is subtly concealed. While preparing for the concert, I sensed no danger in viewing her through spiritual sight. After a month of meticulous observation, I found her to be merely an ordinary girl, Trevor scoffed. Clearly, at the Pavla Monastery, the Agnes I perceived through Jameer was terrifying. Agnes informed the church that her recollections of the events at the Pavla Monastery were rather indistinct, akin to dreams experienced during her episodes. Hence, a hypothesis formed in my mind. Perhaps the effects of her so-called illness extend beyond mere recovery from pollution? Trevor seemed somewhat agitated, his voice elevated slightly. As a unique entity, the dreams she experiences evidently differ significantly from those of ordinary Pagney family members. What might that signify? She frequently states that she loses fragments of memory with each dream. If we correlate this with her waning divinity, coupled with the evident fact that her strength has not augmented with the recovery of pollution, but rather she appears weakened after each dream, it suggests that something within her is being severed, giving rise to a new existence. Clearly, this newly formed entity is the true master of power. This presence acted within the Pavla Monastery, causing Agnes to have a hazy recollection of her experiences there. Your deductive reasoning is commendable, Agnes said, smiling at Trevor. A mere mortal often ponders the motives behind a deity's actions, contemplating the purpose behind such deeds. Even if the divine does not chastise such inquiries, the individual will inevitably endure suffering. Trevor Pagney's smile appeared somewhat strained. Yet, I remain curious. What is it that you wish to accomplish now? His words seemed casual, yet carried an undertone of probing. To recover his pollution and restore your strength? Is that not your desire? Agnes surveyed the room, stating, in this chamber, apart from the painting before you, are there not beacons? She gently closed her eyes, as if sensing something, then continued, except for you and Aurelio, S. Beacon. Most of the Pagney family S. Beacons are present here, particularly those of the surviving members. You have sent away the other Pagney family members, leaving their beacons behind. Are you afraid of me? Afraid that as I reclaim the pollution you speak of, I will also seize their souls? Agnes inquired, her serene and gentle smile fixed upon Trevor Pagney. Trevor remained silent. But you must understand, Distance is of no consequence to me, regardless of how far. Their souls remain within my grasp. Moreover, they have already become soul bearers. In the foreseeable future, they will journey to him, Agnes added. I beseech you, do not speak further, Trevor interrupted, his body trembling slightly as he fixed his gaze intently on Agnes. His expression was one of a powerless yet stubborn resolve. Agnes sensed something amiss, furrowing her brow as her words faltered. He silently parted his lips, finally stating, I will not plead for your mercy, but I hope that, considering Agnes's father and brother are members of the Pagny family, you will allow them to pass peacefully. Agnes regarded Trevor with an enigmatic smile. As the beacons in the room began to levitate, tendrils of grayish-black mist emanating from them, coalescing into a gray sea in midair. Trevor, too, was surrounded by wisps of gray-black mist, and his visage suddenly contorted, revealing signs of anguish. If that is the case, why do you persist in provoking me? When you wish for me to spare their souls? Agnes inquired with a sigh. Agnes regarded Trevor calmly, stating at this moment, I lack the ability to take their souls with me. They hold no value for me to claim, nor does your soul. Trevor seemed to relax momentarily, leaning weakly against the wall, quietly observing the gray-black mist escaping from his form, merging with the ocean of mist. The other Pagny family members, from their inception, had been complete soul-bearers, devoid of redemptive value. Their power had long since transferred to the beacons, leaving nothing that I must extract from their souls. Only he would take an interest in these souls. Trevor abruptly lifted his head, fixing an intense gaze upon Agnes. The ocean of gray-black mist encircled her, her words piercing through the fog, ethereal in nature. I apologize regarding the Pagny family, Agnes continued, her smile remaining soft, her voice somewhat ethereal from now on. The Pagny family will lose the abilities bestowed upon them by him. Yet the conversion degree of the newly born Pagny family members as soul-bearers will gradually diminish until they return to normalcy. As long as they do not actively utilize the beacons left behind or someone does not engage in a new pact with him. Chapter 11. Immortality of the Celestial. The sound of weeping echoed in Agnes's ears, intermingled with the torrential rain, creating a disjointed symphony of highs and lows. She beheld a scene not far from her feet, where men and women, families in tow, appeared ragged and gaunt, their clothes tattered, their forms caked in mud and rainwater, presenting a pitiable sight. Do not cry, a woman, clutching a child, admonished softly, yet the child with hastily tied pigtails cried even louder until the woman struck the back of the child's head, causing the sobs to subside slightly. The giant wave is coming. Move to the back of the line, someone shouted, and the woman, abandoning her earlier fury, now wore a countenance of panic as she clutched the still sobbing child to her chest, hastening forward with the throng, only to slip and become ensnared in the muck. The towering wave loomed overhead, and despair flickered across the woman's face as she trembled, holding the child close. The child, hands muddied, clutched the woman's arm, eyes wide in terror. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, uttering an ancient syllable, and the colossal wave froze mid-air, dissolving in a fine mist that scattered in the rain. Gods bless us, gods bless us, the woman exclaimed, her face lighting up with uncontrollable joy as she set the child down and knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing in reverence. The child gazed with wide-eyed curiosity at the figure ahead, draped in a flowing white gown and a crimson shawl, and followed her mother in respectful reverence. The woman paid them no heed, her silhouette flickering before vanishing from their sight. Sister Huijin wields her powers with remarkable swiftness. A voice, soft yet tinged with a hint of melancholy, emerged from behind Agnes. It was Sister Shuiyuan. Agnes turned, offering a slight bow. Fortuitously encountered. It is best to save what can be saved, Agnes remarked, her gaze lingering on the distant figures fleeing amidst the towering waves, her expression serene. In this apocalyptic era, it remains exceedingly difficult for mortals to survive, Sister Shuiyuan sighed, joining Agnes in observing the frantic crowd. It is merely a matter of doing what one can, Agnes replied, a hint of inscrutability glimmering in her eyes. Let us not dwell on such weighty matters, Sister Shuiyuan suggested, sensing the heaviness of the topic, and inquired, is Sister Huijin preparing to return to the sect? Indeed, the findings of this investigation must be reported to the sect leader. Agnes nodded slightly, observing Agnes's demeanor. Shuiyuan could not suppress a sigh. Alas, the Central Plains are rife with demons. Be cautious on your journey, sister. The tumultuous sea roared like a mountain, and the 5 rivers surged with fury, leaving the common folk along the shores in utter disarray. The Central Plains were engulfed in relentless warfare, with some disciples of the sect embroiled in the conflict. The battlegrounds stretched for miles, reduced to scorched earth. The Kunlun boundary stone had vanished. The main peak had collapsed, ravaged by celestial flames. Inside the grand hall, an atmosphere of solemnity prevailed, wisps of smoke meandering through the air, leaving only a faint, ethereal fragrance. The only sound resonating within the hall was Agnes's voice, echoing in harmony with the torrential rain outside. In this terminal age, sighed an elder in a Taoist robe seated to the side, his expression clouded with sorrow. The sect leader, however, paid him no mind. His gaze fixated blankly on the downpour beyond the hall, where raindrops hung from the eaves like severed threads. Leader? Leader? The elder called softly. I was merely lost in thought. The leader finally shifted his gaze back, smiling at Agnes and beckoning her closer. Come, Hui Jin stepped forward. Agnes rose and approached the leader. He grasped her hand and placed a jade pendant into her palm. The 23rd generation leader of the Dalian sect, Wei Ji, hereby bequeaths the position of sect leader to disciple Hui Jin, witnessed by all ancestral masters. Surprised, Agnes lifted her head, gazing at the leader. Leader, an elder exclaimed in disbelief. Hui Jin, I shall rely on you henceforth. The leader smiled gently, his voice trembling. Agnes lowered her gaze, her expression becoming somewhat profound. She said no more, simply bowed deeply, her black tresses cascading over her shoulders, obscuring her countenance. Good, the leader said with a benevolent smile, though his eyes appeared clouded, and the once gray strands of hair now turned stark white in mere moments. Go pursue the endeavors you desire. The leader's brow furrowed with new lines, and a haze of gray seemed to emerge in his eyes. Agnes bowed deeply once more, casting a lingering glance at the leader before turning to exit the grand hall. Who can halt the decline of rivers and mountains? Time and fate. The leader pondered, his voice heavy with foreboding. Leader, what was it you wished to ask? The elder suddenly appeared alarmed, observing the leader's transformation. The leader's visage darkened, his eyes a deep shade of blue-black, resembling a figure on the verge of demise, as a profound sorrow etched itself across his weathered face. He spoke with deliberate clarity, his previously tremulous voice now rising in intensity. The seas boil and mountains crumble. The stars realign. With each utterance, the leader's countenance aged further, his expression growing increasingly tragic, as two streams of blood tears cascaded from his tightly shut eyes. His lips, fingers, and body trembled violently, his voice stuttering as his skin, hair, and beard began to wither and fade. Leader, the elder called out in terror, realizing he could not restore the leader's sanity. He turned to flee, attempting to summon Hui Jin back, but the leader grasped his arm firmly. Hui Jin, the elder shouted with all his might toward the outside. Destruction of form and essence. Reversal of right and wrong. Dissolution into nothingness. The heavens and earth are void. As if foreseeing something, the leader's expression shifted from sorrow to a peculiar smile, the corners of his parched lips curling into a strange arc as he closed his eyes and erupted into maniacal laughter, a bizarre sound that reverberated throughout the hall. The elder's face turned pale with terror, blood seeping from his eyes and nose. Finding himself unable to free his arm from the leader's grip, he resorted to tearing off his own arm and discarding it as he fled towards the exit. What a splendid transformation of a Tao. The repeated exclamations of Tao, mingled with the leader's cackling laughter, echoed ceaselessly in the hall, his body quaking violently, rapidly deteriorating until only a skeletal frame remained. Outside the grand hall, thunder roared with a force that shook the heavens. Inside, the laughter abruptly ceased, and the fleeing elder turned back, unable to restrain the urge. A voice, hoarse and strained, reached for the heavens. Heavenly beings do not perish. A myriad of tribulations cannot be undone. The rivers and mountains remain eternal, everlasting. The thunder outside could not drown out the leader's final, desperate proclamation. As he uttered his last words, his breath faltered, his head drooped, and he disintegrated into ash before the elder's eyes, vanishing completely, leaving only a wisp of gray mist swirling towards him. Chapter 12. Unrescuable. Stop. A primordial syllable echoed behind the elder, halting the gray mist barely a foot from him, swirling as it sought to break free from the invisible restraint. The elder, still shaken, glanced back. At the entrance of the hall stood a woman in a white gown, draped in a crimson shawl, her figure appearing somewhat eerie against the gloomy skies obscured by torrential rain. The beads of water cascading from the eaves seemed to form a new curtain of liquid behind her, splashing against the ground with a melodious sound. The elder exhaled, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief, rising despite the blood that continued to pour from his shoulder. Hui Jin, the leader. Hui Jin, a voice, tinged with excitement, pierced through the rain, interrupting the elder's words, but upon witnessing the scene within the hall, the words caught in his throat. Sushuan, wait a moment. The elder sighed softly to Sushuan. Agnes had been oblivious to the events unfolding nearby. Her attention focused solely on the swirling gray mist. After a long pause, she spoke. Master. Her expression was profound, her voice low as she inquired, did he transform into the Tao? The elder, his face ashen, nodded. What did he say? Agnes lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes intently on the elder. The elder, his countenance grim, opened his mouth but could not articulate a response. I understand, Agnes said, not pressing further, but retrieving the jade pendant from a robe and tossing it toward the roiling gray mist. The mist surged eagerly toward the pendant, disappearing entirely in moments. Agnes caught the pendant as it fell from the air, turning to Sushuan, who appeared astonished by the unfolding events, and asked, Sushuan, what is it you seek? Sushuan, looking somewhat embarrassed, stammered, I. Agnes tilted her head, silently urging him to continue. I have nothing to say, Sushuan murmured, lowering his gaze. Agnes turned away, stating, Sister Shuin will undoubtedly return within a month or two. A flicker of uncontrollable joy crossed Sushuan's face, but upon glancing at the elder's severed arm, it quickly faded. Hui Jinyu, elder, you bear wounds. It will be prudent to seek treatment first. I wish to remain here for a while, Hui Jin replied, her gaze cast downwards. Disregarding Su Chuan's words. Very well, the elder acknowledged with a nod, stepping forward to retrieve his severed arm. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Su Chuan before turning to exit the Grand Hall. Su Chuan hesitated momentarily, glancing at the still figure of Agnes standing at the center before ultimately following the elder out. Within the vast hall, only the howling wind and the relentless rain from outside remained, as Agnes raised her eyes mockingly towards the ancestral tablets, then lowered her gaze indifferently to the jade pendant in her hand. Celestial beings, she sighed, her breath lost amidst the tumult of wind and rain. Countless onlookers instinctively looked up at the darkened sky, which had transformed from a mere flicker of lightning to a foreboding mass of gray-black clouds, swelling ominously. Run! Are you all mad? Cried a voice of clarity amidst the chaos. It was only then that the crowd reacted, their panic igniting a desperate bid for escape. An invisible force enveloped them, causing their hearts to tremble as illusions danced before their eyes, while anguish and dread surged within them, leaving many crumpled on the ground. Silenced in an instant. Huijin, what are those people? Su Chuan instinctively glanced towards the distant figure, only to see someone indifferently observing the devastation below. Taking a deep breath, he questioned, Sect leader, shall we not save them? It is futile, came the emotionless response, chilling him to the core. He instinctively lifted his gaze towards the figure ahead, only to glimpse the myriad disasters manifesting within her eyes. Mountains and rivers, pavilions and towers crumbled before her gaze. Bloodstains and withered vegetation lay scattered, mingling with the gray-black mist of celestial fire. It was the visage of annihilation. Su Chuan let out a bitter laugh, choosing silence. Hui Jin, are you not afraid of divine retribution? It is not too late to turn back. A chorus of impotent curses from behind seemed to have no effect on Agnes, who sat quietly upon the stone platform, enveloped in swirling gray-black mist that connected her to those behind her, her eyes fixated on a colorless crystal not far above. Her expression remained devoid of emotion, as if all semblance of humanity had long since faded. Celestial being? Truly a celestial being. Someone, unable to bear it any longer, drew a blade across their throat. Blood flowed like a stream down the stone steps. The lifeless body lay still, eyes wide open, fixated on the figure on the platform, as if still cursing her. With a casual flick of her hand, a cloud of gray-black mist rose from the corpse, merging with the mist surrounding her. While her gaze never wavered from the distant crystal, she frowned slightly as the cacophony behind her gradually faded, the gray-black mist coalescing into a vast ocean. The crystal above finally stirred, releasing a torrent of gray-black mist that intertwined with the ocean at her side. A flicker of emotion crossed her eyes, her gaze lowering, the light within them flickering. Sect leader, so this is your true intention, a cold voice resonated from behind. In an instant, a gaping hole appeared in Agnes's chest. Yet no blood flowed forth. Only wisps of gray-black mist escaped from the edges of the wound. The recently joined river of gray-black mist trembled momentarily before stabilizing once more. Su Chuan, she turned calmly to face him. His eyes burned with an unquenchable hatred, a frost seemingly enveloping him. Who could have anticipated that this catastrophe, known to all practitioners, was merely a ruse to ensnare them within this secret realm? Who could have foreseen that the means they desperately sought to escape the impending doom was but a trap laid over millennia? From the ancient prophecies of their forebears to the words spoken by the esteemed Master Wei Ji before his transformation, how long had this scheme been unfolding? Su Chuan's eyes glinted with madness as he raised his sword, striking fiercely at the river of black mist, yet Agnes merely regarded him with indifference, making no move to intervene. The gray-black river appeared to exist in a realm separate from Su Chuan's own. His blade merely sliced through the air, ultimately striking the stone platform. He halted his frenzied actions and turned to Agnes, who continued to regard him in silence. Celestial being, celestial being, celestial being. Truly, as long as celestial beings endure, all shall be lost. Su Chuan laughed maniacally at Agnes. Indeed, celestial beings endure. All else is doomed, Agnes remarked casually, casting a fleeting glance at Su Chuan before returning her focus to the crystal above. Why do you not end me? Su Chuan approached Agnes, sword in hand. His demeanor frenzied. He swung his blade once more at her, yet she remained unmoved, letting out a soft grunt as she bore the pain. A wisp of gray-black mist escaping from her wound. Her expression remained unchanged, her attention riveted on the crystal. Is it because I am useless? Su Chuan laughed maniacally, thrusting his sword towards Agnes again, drawing forth tendrils of gray-black mist. He reached for the mist seeping from her wound, surprisingly managing to seize it within his grasp. Agnes finally cast her gaze upon him, observing the madness in his eyes, her brow furrowing. With fervor, Su Chuan forced the mist into his mouth, his eyes alight with mania, as a slender wisp of gray-black mist emerged from the crystal, connecting with him. You will regret this, Agnes warned him earnestly. What more could I regret? Su Chuan thrust his sword at Agnes once more, grasping the mist escaping from her wound, tauntingly questioning. I only regret encountering you within the protective array, for your talent brought you before Master Wei Ji. Agnes fell silent, allowing him to consume the gray-black mist emanating from her, her gaze once again fixated on the crystal. The gray-black mist within the crystal appeared to dwindle, the river of gray-black mist flowing forth gradually thinning, until the connection between Agnes and Su Chuan was severed. The crystal's hue became translucent, resembling glass, radiating a light akin to snow. Then, in a flash of white, it vanished before them. A flicker of manic glee crossed Su Chuan's face as he prepared to speak, but a wave of terror swept through the entire secret realm, silencing his words. Agnes's expression, usually composed, betrayed a rare hint of anxiety as she conjured pure white orbs of light in her hands, revealing a vortex in the space before her, with the orbs swiftly vanishing into the depths of the secret realm. Soon after, a viscous gray sea materialized, rapidly expanding to engulf Agnes, Su Chuan, and the entirety of the secret realm. Those who attain enlightenment often sink into the sea of suffering. Chapter 13. Agnes jolted awake, her eyes fluttering open, tinged with confusion. She sat upright, furrowing her brow as she closed her eyes again, massaging her temples. Those who attain enlightenment often sink into the sea of suffering, she murmured, momentarily lost in thought, before instinctively opening her eyes, suddenly realizing something and halting her speech. What was I just saying? She gasped, recalling her earlier words with a throbbing headache, her temples pulsing like a drum, igniting within her an inexplicable irritability, as if the air was filled with agonizing wails of unknown origin. Has my spiritual essence been depleted? She furrowed her brows in a bittersweet smile. Ever since embarking on this extraordinary path, she had seldom expended her spiritual energy so thoroughly, save for that one occasion at the Pavla Monastery and the subsequent dinner after the concert. After all, the sequence of prisoners was inherently prone to losing control, and frequently depleting her own spirituality, leading to a state of mental disorientation and increased hallucinations, was undoubtedly a tendency that needed to be avoided at all costs. Agnes slightly closed her eyes, conjuring in her mind the image of a gray ocean. After several attempts, she opened her eyes with a frown. Why was she unable to manifest it? What gone awry? Such a situation had not occurred before. A chill inexplicably crept through her body, prompting her to rise and approach the window. With a somewhat dazed gaze, she regarded the crimson hues of the sunset for a moment before gently closing her eyes once more, resuming her meditation. She felt like a novice, beginning anew to sketch the black diary adorned with a pressed rose pattern on its cover. This step came easily to her. A sense of relief washed over Agnes. Her headache seemed to ease, and the wails in her ears began to fade quietly. She could not help but exhale in relief, commencing the process of replacing the black diary as taught by Mr. Connie during her meditation lessons. After a moment's hesitation, She chose not to invoke the gray ocean she had previously used during her meditations. Instead, she envisioned a leafless tree, seemingly scorched by some flame. With the leafless tree, she successfully substituted the black diary, entering a meditative state. Both her body and spirit settled into tranquility, and the wails around her vanished completely. It felt as though her mother's gentle hand was soothing her. Agnes sensed her throbbing brain gradually calming, and she felt her spirituality extending infinitely, transcending space, seemingly connecting her to many entities she did not yet comprehend. A flicker of vigilance arose within Agnes, prompting her to refrain from probing that connection, instead utilizing meditation to restore her state. After achieving a semblance of stability, she ceased her meditation, glancing at the setting sun, which cast a faint red glow behind the mountains, before turning back to her desk. It seemed the issue lay not within herself, but rather with the object of her meditation. Agnes retrieved her diary from her suitcase, took out a fountain pen, and pondered thoughtfully. Her gaze unconsciously drifted out the window, her left palm resting against her cheek, while her index finger tapped rhythmically against the back of her head through her headscarf. Why had it worked before, yet not now? Agnes mused with some hesitation. She recalled Mr. Connie's words during her instruction. Replace it with something that does not exist in this world, something conjured from your imagination. With a slight pressure from her pinky and ring fingers, she unscrewed the cap of the fountain pen and began to write a new phrase on a fresh page. Most likely, the issue resided here. However, what had once been non-existent was now present. Agnes hesitated again, recapping the pen, tapping the tip against the desk, and inhaling deeply. What had he done? What did the gray ocean represent? Agnes tossed aside the pen, leaning back in her chair, firmly pinching the bridge of her nose. Trevor's recollection of the circumstances surrounding her birth remained vivid, while subsequent memories had once again transformed into a dreamlike haze. Yet, fortunately, fragments could still be recalled. Trevor seemed to perceive her as not entirely herself. Agnes furrowed her brow, struggling to remember. He had seen her through the eyes of that werewolf, Jameer, at the Pavlum Monastery, and the sight had instilled in him the same fear he felt upon witnessing her at birth. Through another's vision? Suddenly, Agnes opened her eyes wide, jotting down 2 phrases in her notebook, connecting them with a line. Was there a correlation between the connections felt during meditation and the ability mentioned in Trevor's words about perceiving through another's sight? This was not the crux of the matter. She would set it aside for now and seek Trevor for verification later. Agnes shook her head, retracting her wandering thoughts. Her memories of the Pavlum Monastery paralleled those of today, indicating that her recollections might resemble dreams due to changes in the self that controlled her body at the time. Was this what they referred to as the notion of I am not I? Agnes chuckled bitterly, shaking her head. Yet, she possessed certain memories. Did she believe she ought to be aware of these matters? Or was it that her connection with herself was so profound that she could not entirely shield her memories from these events, only obscuring the significant details? Then all along, had it been he who influenced her, or was it herself? Agnes gripped the fountain pen tightly, leaving clear fingerprints on its barrel. She had always believed in the existence of an entity influencing her. The first reason being her acute awareness of certain information that should have been within her memory, yet was conspicuously absent, along with a strong premonition that such memories posed a grave danger to her present self. The second reason was her nearly dismissive attitude towards the pollution of the primordial moon, though she currently did not comprehend what the primordial moon truly was. There lingered an instinctive sense of its elevated status. The third reason stemmed from an inexplicable resonance with Mira and Stitch. This resonance felt as though they were offering their negative emotions as a sacrifice, forging a connection with her. If there existed an entity influencing her, then these matters could be easily explained. Conversely, if it were her own doing, the implications would be dire. Was it a split personality? Or was some existence attempting to seize control of her body? Perhaps only through the abilities of the audience sequence could the truth be uncovered. Let me consider. Perhaps it requires sequence 7 or sequence 6. No, one must also take into account the pollution carried by her spirit and memory. Chapter 14, Atli. Until now, she had believed that the memories she had forgotten were merely those that he deemed she should not recall, as her strength was insufficient to combat his will. However, it now appeared that if it were indeed her, perhaps she could find some threads of truth within her spirit. Yet, the pollution she bore posed a significant concern. Trevor had once mentioned that as long as one did not delve into her spirit and memories, they would not be affected by her pollution. Conversely, the pollution she carried likely resided primarily within her memories. Any attempts to explore her spirit and memories would readily invite contamination. the spirit medium sent to investigate her condition upon its initial discovery, as well as Mrs. Baines after the events at Pavel Monastery. Both experienced drastic changes in temperament after probing into her memories of certain events. The medium was said to have undergone multiple purifications before regaining her composure, while Mrs. Baines, upon Agnes' departure from Fenaport, was reported to be somewhat mad, yet had improved significantly compared to before. But was their recovery truly genuine? Given that her pollution was linked to the transformation of the soul sender, had their souls undergone changes that remained undetected? After all, they were merely sequence 7. Considering the Pagny family's entanglement with the pollution stemming from him since the end of the 4th epoch, it was evident that the contamination she bore was not easily cast aside. A family that had established itself since the founding of Fenaport and continued to hold the title of Count, even with the assistance of many powers granted by him. Yet she could not believe that throughout such an extensive timeline, the family had never produced a transcendent being of demigod status, especially given their perpetual vigilance towards the powers bestowed by him. Even if, as Trevor suggested, he might have reached some agreement with the deities and turned a blind eye to the Pagny family's plight. The lack of progress in their research on purging pollution over the span of millennia spoke volumes about the tenacity of this contamination. What fortitude do the extraordinary beings of Sequence 7 possess to resist the insidious transformation of this pollution? Given the protracted duration required for their restoration to normalcy, it is evident that the Church has not intervened to directly cleanse them of their affliction. This may imply either that the Church lacks the means to eradicate their pollution, or that it has indeed mastered the method, yet chooses not to act on their behalf. The former suggests that the source of this pollution emanates from a high-ranking entity, while the latter reflects a certain disposition of the Church, or even the divine, rendering it difficult to ascertain the precise nature of the situation. Agnes furrowed her brow and let out a soft sigh. Never mind, they're all affiliated with the Church, and their affairs will surely be a source of concern for the Church itself. I need not dwell on such matters. My sole consideration should be whether the audience I intend to engage possesses the capability to resist the pollution I carry. Given the elevated rank of this pollution, it is unlikely that anything below demigod status could withstand it. Perhaps it would be more prudent to seek extraordinary items from an appropriate audience sequence. Thus, I must add another task to my list. Agnes shook her head, lit the candle on her desk, and began to document the information she had previously acquired from Trevor in her journal. After nearly 2 pages of writing, she paused, closed the journal, stood up, placed it in her suitcase, and exited her room. The Anva castle at dusk bore an air of somberness, its dilapidated surroundings lending it an enigmatic aura, reminiscent of the ancient vampire lord's castle from the legends of Phenabot. Yet the castle's master indeed possessed a vampiric identity and had once held the title of Count. Agnes mused internally. The castle was eerily quiet. Even the faint sound of the evening breeze and the rustling of climbing ivy leaves were distinctly audible, creating an almost melancholic melody that instinctively urged Agnes to tread lightly. Mr. Butler, guided by her instinct, Agnes located him by the staircase. Miss Agnes. The elderly man bowed in greeting. Where's Mr. Pagny? Agnes inquired directly. The butler remained silent, instead producing a densely written sheet of paper from within his coat and offering it to Agnes with a bow. Agnes reached out to receive it, but before she could unfold it, the butler spoke. The Count wishes to convey that should you have any further inquiries, you may relay them through me. He hesitated before adding. The Count also expressed his desire to avoid further meetings with you and hopes for your understanding. Agnes nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging his words. The butler bowed once more, stating, you may freely utilize anything within the castle. Should you require anything else, you may summon me at your leisure by pulling the bell at the foot of your bed. My name is Atli Pagny. You may simply call me Atli. Are you also of the Pagny lineage? Agnes inquired, regarding the elderly man. Atli hesitated before responding in a gravelly voice. I am of a collateral branch of the Pagny family. A soul courier? Agnes asked. Atli nodded. By your attire, it seems you have served Mr. Pagny for quite some time, Agnes remarked casually. Atli hesitantly nodded in agreement. A vampire? Agnes questioned again. Atli nodded once more. Not wishing to pursue this line of inquiry any further, Agnes shifted her focus, stating, I require a women's top hat, a long leather coat, a set of shirts and trousers, and a pair of knee-high boots. Very well. These items will be delivered to your room by tomorrow morning. Atli replied, without questioning her motives. Do you have any further requests? Atli inquired again. Agnes shook her head. Very well. Mississippi dinner is ready. Would you like to dine now? Agnes nodded in affirmation. Please, follow me. Atli turned and led Agnes to a side chamber. Tonight's dinner consisted of a starter of black caviar and Badivia ham, followed by Phenabot pasta as the first course, and a main dish of herb-crusted sirloin steak, accompanied by dessert. The usually taciturn elder surprisingly became quite loquacious as he described the meal he had prepared, causing Agnes to chuckle softly and listen attentively to his narrative. Chapter 15. Queries. After dinner, Agnes returned to her room, feeling quite satisfied with the meal. Atlee's culinary skills were commendable, despite his insistence that he had not cooked in some time, as both Trevor and he rarely consumed regular food. However, Agnes sensed that Atlee was, in fact, pleased by her commendation of his cooking, as a rare softness graced his wrinkled face. Agnes opened the paper that Atlee had handed her. How audacious! Agnes chuckled softly. The handwriting was familiar. It belonged to Trevor Pagney. It resembled the script he had used while performing her 2 pieces under the alias Trevor Arcado in Phenibot. He seemed intent on ensuring that the church would not discover that Trevor Pagney and Trevor Arcado were one and the same. Yet, his actions were understandable, albeit regrettable that the church did not align with his intentions. Agnes shook her head. However, it appeared that perhaps the church had indeed reached some accord with him, given that the church's disposition toward her had always been rather favorable. Perhaps it was best to let such thoughts go. Fortifying her own abilities was of utmost importance. With that, Agnes ceased to ponder the church and focused on the contents of the paper in her hand. Her expression shifted as she read the salutation. Esteemed Lady Agnes, I express my gratitude for your benevolence toward the Pagney family. However, I must apologize for my discourteous behavior, as my heart is suffused with resentment, making it difficult for me to maintain the poise befitting nobility in your presence. Only through this means can I ensure a rational discourse with you. I trust that upon your awakening, you will have many questions, and I shall endeavor to address some of them in this letter. First, I must summarize what I have done to you. You have listened to my account of the Pagney family's experiences, retrieved the pollution from me and all the beacons within that room, and informed me that the degree of soul transformation for the newly born members of the Pagney family will gradually diminish until it returns to normal. I am grateful for your kindness toward the Pagney family. However, I must remind you that only your brother Aurelio's beacon remains unreclaimed. Should you wish to prevent his beacon from escaping, it may be prudent for you to return to Phenibot City in a timely manner. Of course, perhaps you possess a more effective means of reclaiming his beacon. Agnes could not suppress her frown. I retrieved the pollution from the beacons? She murmured to herself, a rare moment of introspection. Her hazy recollections of the day did not include any scene of her reclaiming the beacons. All memories pertaining to that event seemed to have been obscured. Was I in a rush to reclaim the Pagney family's beacons? What significance do the beacons hold for me? Are they the source of my power? Agnes's mind raced with unformed speculations, yet her understanding of this matter remained limited, leaving her with only uncertain conjectures. However, Aurelio's beacon? Agnes felt a flicker of uncertainty. She traced her fingers over Aurelio's 4 letters, her brow knitting in complexity. Returning to Phenibot City now is not a judicious choice, Agnes affirmed to herself, though a myriad of conflicting emotions surfaced upon her visage. In her existing plans, there was no option to return to the city of Phenibot in the near future. Aurelio, as a member of the Pagney family, was already a complete soul sender in his own right. The existence of the beacon, in some respects, constituted a part of Aurelio's strength, provided he knew how to wield it. As long as Aurelio's beacon could be assured against accidental leakage, preventing its use by those who were not soul senders, there would be no issue. Furthermore, as the son of a count, unless Aurelio willingly bestowed his beacon upon another, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone else to seize it. Additionally, Agnes possessed an intuition that even if the beacon were to escape, she could trace it through some inherent connection, so there was no cause for concern about losing it. Agnes was acutely aware of these facts, yet she still shamefully entertained the thought of returning to take a look, despite having departed only recently. However, such thoughts were unwarranted. Agnes lowered her gaze, a faint smile of bitterness gracing her lips. Emotions and desires are indeed capable of rendering one weak. Yet perhaps I should pen a letter to Aurelio to remind him. Agnes sighed and shifted her gaze to the subsequent content. I believe you have already discerned your connections with certain entities, and you should have gained some understanding of them. Yes, these entities comprise the soul senders throughout the world, including members of the Pagney family and others that have arisen due to the leakage of Pagney beacons over the years. While I still possess the powers bestowed upon me, I can utilize this connection to perceive through their eyes, influence their actions, and even during prolonged periods when their own consciousness falters, be it through extreme emotional states, unconsciousness, or loss of control, directly replace them. I trust you are capable of such feats as well, though perhaps with some distinctions from my own abilities. Of course, in my case, Only those of equal or lesser rank in the hierarchy can be dominated by me, which is the origin of Trevor Arcado. However, after you reclaimed the corruption within me, I have lost this ability. Agnes tilted her head thoughtfully. Trevor's detailed introduction implied a certainty that I am unaware of how to utilize that connection. Agnes raised an eyebrow, curiosity piquing her interest. What does Trevor know? A frown creased her brow in contemplation. Yet, extreme emotions. This description seems to resonate with my own experiences of empathy with Melra and Stitch. I wonder if there's a connection. Agnes continued to peruse the text. Based on my observations of non-Pagny soul senders over the years, some among them have developed a form of reverence towards him, becoming his devotees. If you wish to establish a church devoted to him, they would serve as excellent candidates. Of course, my opinion is merely a reference. All decisions ultimately rest upon your will. The Pagny family has amassed a considerable collection of tomes over the years, which you are welcome to peruse at your leisure. Should you have any further inquiries, Atlee can assist in conveying them to me. Yours sincerely, Trevor Pagny. What is Trevor attempting to convey? Why does he presume I might harbor intentions to establish a church in his honor? Agnes furrowed her brow. Or perhaps he merely intends to suggest that members of the Pagny family are not suitable candidates for developing his followers. Chapter 16, Speculation. Trevor Pagny's letter conveyed through Atlee indeed addressed some of her queries, yet simultaneously birthed even more uncertainties. Agnes rubbed her temples in a fit of mild frustration, folding the paper in her hands and setting it aside. She then took another sheet, grasped her pen, and began to write. She intended to note down the questions she felt compelled to directly ask Trevor, curious to see if he would genuinely respond to her inquiries, as he claimed he would. The morning at Anwa Castle seemed a tad chillier than in Sevilla, the wild fruits plucked from the trees glistening with a thin layer of frost. The most prominent sound within the castle was the wind seeping through various crevices, imparting an inexplicable sense of solitude. Here, one could more acutely sense that autumn had long since settled in. After finishing her breakfast, Agnes took a stroll around the vicinity, perhaps due to the Pagny family secrets. There were no other dwellings nearby. The castle felt abandoned by the world, accompanied only by the forest and its beasts. Of course, this seemed unsurprising for the extraordinary. A castle in the wilderness concealing a family's secrets was a very fitting narrative turn. Agnes smirked slightly as she opened the door to her room. Upon entering, her eyes immediately fell upon the set of garments she had requested from Atlee, neatly pressed and hung on a coat rack, while on her desk, a sheet of paper lay face down, held down by a fountain pen. Nodding to herself, Agnes approached the desk and picked up the paper to read. Dear Lady Agnes, you inquired about my certainty regarding your unfamiliarity with the connection. I can inform you that this deduction stems from my years of observing your condition. Naturally, if you have intentionally concealed such abilities in your previous life, my conclusions would be erroneous. You also asked what cost Pagny family members incur when utilizing the powers bestowed upon them. I can only tell you that each individual's price varies. For instance, after employing this power, I am condemned to relive my nightmares, vividly replaying the entire process of slaying Shera. My father, the previous head of the Pagny family, remains entranced in visions of our ancestors, enduring their incessant interrogations. The Pagny family has long held the belief that one suffers from what they are fated to pay. Yet this price seems to enhance our strength. We discover that the greater the anguish, the more potent the power acquired, as the woman in our dreams draws nearer, and we approach the moment of her harvesting. In a sense, members of the Pagny family, if they have not transformed their beacons, are at their strongest during the period just before being claimed by her. We believe that the power we gain resonates with our pain, enabling us to harness his strength through that resonance. The transformation into beacons serves as a conduit that solidifies our most intense emotions intertwined with his corruption. When activated, it merely allows those emotions to resonate with him through his corruption, thereby unleashing power. His corruption acts to draw our souls closer to him, facilitating resonance and the transmission of his power. This is also part of why we refer to ourselves as soul senders. On the second tier of the third row of the library shelves, you will find some insights from the Pagny family regarding the utilization of the powers he has granted. Additionally, regarding your inquiry about the number of non-Pagny soul senders in the world, answers can similarly be found within the library. On the top tier of the fifth shelf, records of non-family soul senders compiled by the Pagny family over the years await your examination. Agnes pondered thoughtfully, placing the paper down in contemplation. She resolved to visit the library shortly. Trevor's descriptions evoked a sense of familiarity within her. Members of the Pagny family resonate with him through their extreme emotions, thereby channeling his power, She, on the other hand, can establish a certain inexplicable resonance with individuals in extreme emotional states, forging a connection with them. The distinction lies in their roles within this resonance. The Pagny family occupies the primary position as the initiators of resonance, while she assumes the secondary position as the responder. What does this imply? Agnes found herself hesitant to delve further into her thoughts. A vague suspicion nagging at her, while an ominous premonition whispered that she ought not to pursue the matter any deeper. Is it me? She murmured softly, folding the paper and setting it aside. She approached the coat rack, retrieving a complete outfit and laying it upon the bed. Atreelli, seemingly considerate of the gradually cooling weather, had evidently selected an ensemble suited for autumn and winter. The attire consisted of a long-sleeved, cream-colored silk blouse, form-fitting black trousers, a gray checkered felt wide-brimmed hat, and brown leather knee-high boots. As for the coffee-colored long coat, Agnes estimated it would reach just beside her knees. She unfastened the clasp between her headscarf and nun's habit, shedding the latter and donning the new attire. The nun's habit appeared to have skewed Atreelli's estimation of Agnes's size, resulting in a slightly oversized fit, particularly with the blouse, which hung a bit loosely. However, the trousers fit her perfectly in length. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, frowning slightly in dissatisfaction. The lengthy coat draped around her like a voluminous cloak, making her appear somewhat shorter. Nevertheless, the coat featured several pockets, which proved convenient for storage. Agnes retrieved the jester mask from her trunk and placed it upon her face, witnessing her flesh and skin morph swiftly, resembling melting wax. Before long, her reflection revealed a woman of approximately 20 years, with chestnut hair and brown eyes, her features flushed with vitality. This visage was the one she had preordained for Elabesia in Sevilla, slightly older than Agnes Pagny. She moved her body casually, then picked up the hat that had been set aside and placed it atop her head. After touseling the hair that fell upon her shoulders, she removed the hat again, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. The blouse and trousers felt somewhat snug. Her hair should be tied back. She had envisioned Elabesia to be 10 centimeters taller than herself, rendering the trousers that fit Agnes perfectly into cropped pants on Elabesia, which were still slightly tight. Conversely, the blouse that was loose on a developing girl felt a bit constricting on a fully matured woman, likely due to differences in tailoring between garments for adolescent and adult women. She resolved to visit the ready-to-wear shop in town in a few days to seek suitable blouses and trousers for herself. With a practiced hand, she braided her scattered hair and replaced the hat. I believe I have made an astute choice. Elabesia's attire is quite fitting. Chapter 17, The Library. Initially, Agnes had requested of Lord Rossi that Elabesia be characterized as an orphan, educated to a moderate extent, and newly initiated as a bounty hunter. Lord Rossi's assistance in crafting this identity fulfilled her specifications impeccably. According to Elabesia's identification and the background information provided by Lord Rossi, Elabesia was born in the small town of Oliel, near the city of Fenibot, to spice merchants. Tragically, her father perished at sea during her childhood, and her mother remained a widow, raising her alone while supporting her education at a teacher training institution. Elabesia encountered extraordinary powers in an unforeseen incident, which led her to become an extraordinary being, fostering a yearning for the world beyond. However, with her mother still alive, she continued to reside in the small town, secretly seeking connections to partake in numerous combat trainings. Earlier this year, her mother unexpectedly passed away and unencumbered. Elabesia utilized the family's real estate and shops as collateral to settle her mother's medical debts, relinquishing her comfortable life in the town to pursue a career as a bounty hunter, leveraging her father's connections to embark on adventures. Lord Rossi's meticulous crafting of Agnes's identity demonstrated remarkable foresight. He even considered the possibility that Agnes might struggle to swiftly adapt her demeanor to blend in as an ordinary person, selecting a background of relative affluence for her. When providing the relevant documents for Agnes's identity, he reassured her that Sister Pagny merely needed to periodically report to the Mother Earth Church to confirm her safety, allowing Agnes to set sail under this new identity. Agnes, too, found the prospect of venturing forth as Elabesia enticing. Absent unforeseen circumstances, after perusing the literature in the library, she intended to depart from Anva Castle and journey to Badivia to solidify her identity as a bounty hunter before setting sail. After all, her primary purpose for visiting Anva Castle was to seek answers regarding the beacon. Any additional information she acquired was merely a delightful surprise. In Agnes's mind, Elabesia, being orphaned and unencumbered, epitomized the idiom of being free to indulge oneself without familial obligations. Agnes remained uncertain if she could convincingly embody such a persona. as she had always been bound by a sense of responsibility, finding it difficult to embrace the freedom that Elobesia enjoyed. As Agnes Pagny, even upon leaving Feneboat, she would merely transition from one cage to another. After all, the true shackles were of her own making. Agnes offered a wry smile, suddenly gaining a fresh perspective on the nature of imprisonment. Agnes Pagny resembled someone ensconced within a shell, constantly contemplating whether her actions aligned with her identity, and whether they might tarnish her father's reputation. Despite Captain Claude's earlier jest regarding Agnes's unruly nature, she was acutely aware of her tendency to gauge her father's brothers, the church's, and other sentiments, her actions restrained by these external expectations, rendering her cautious and anxious. All sources of confinement stemmed solely from within oneself. Perhaps this constituted a fundamental tenet of performance. Regrettably, the effects of the prisoner elixir had worn off, revealing that she was not, in fact, a gifted extraordinary being. A hint of self-mockery flickered across Agnes's features. One can deceive others, yet one cannot deceive one's own heart. Agnes could not assert with conviction that she was free. Even now, she remained bound, whether by her identity as a nun, the secrets she bore, or various trivial matters. Even in her quest to acquire suitable clothing for Elobesia, Agnes refrained from shopping in Sevilla, fearing that her presence would draw the attention of numerous admirers and lead to her being recognized while purchasing garments. Yet, in truth, these were choices entirely her own. She harbored a deep-seated envy for the fictional existence of Elobesia, a character unfettered by constraints. Elobesia could freely pursue her desires, laugh heartily, venture out at will, and dismiss the responsibilities weighing upon her, casting them aside to embrace adventure. Regrettably, I am Agnes, not Elobesia. Agnes cast one last glance at her reflection in the mirror, removed the jester mask, stripped off the garments, and stowed them away in her trunk. "Miss Agnes, the library is right here," Atreely announced, pushing the door open and bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Atreely," Agnes replied with a smile and a nod. "It is my pleasure," Atreely replied modestly, nodding slightly as he assisted Agnes in closing the door upon her entry into the library. Agnes gazed upward, taking in her surroundings. Rather than merely a library, it resembled a private collection of tomes. Towering shelves obscured much of the light, necessitating a ladder to reach the uppermost volumes. The shelves brimmed with an array of books crafted from various materials, including parchment. The scent of diverse papers filled the air, an aroma of knowledge. Agnes could discern a familiar, potent force enveloping the entire room, suppressing numerous emanations of light, darkness, chaos, and malevolence. This, it seemed, was an application of the power bestowed upon the Pagny family. Agnes contemplated this thoughtfully. A tall cabinet stood by the door, each drawer adorned with labels indicating the corresponding positions on the bookshelf, as well as the categories of the collected literature. Agnes could not help but smile faintly as she pulled open one of the 5 rows of drawers, sifting through the cards that bore titles, abstracts, and locations. Among them, she discovered a card titled Beacon Leakage Records. Following the indicated location, she found the corresponding notes on the shelf and opened them. This document resembled a record kept by each generation of the Pagani family's rulers, detailing the times when family members' beacons had leaked, the reasons for such occurrences, whether they had been recalled, and the current total number still in circulation. Agnes casually scanned the contents before jumping to the final entries. The record from Trevor stated, apart from those of Lorenzo and Aurelio, a total of 98 beacons have leaked, with 24 recalled, leaving 74 currently unaccounted for. 74 beacons. How many soul senders could that potentially transform? Agnes sighed softly. The handwriting on the notes was exceptionally neat, suggesting the author had written with great care. It appeared that individuals within the Rosie Academy were intentionally collecting the leaked beacons. Based on existing information, it could be inferred that over 20, perhaps even nearing 30, beacons had ultimately found their way to the Rosie Academy. The circumstances surrounding the Rosie Academy were intricate and complex, making it unwise to attempt a recovery. Additionally, there were also over 20 beacons that had flowed toward the remnant sin church. This church comprised worshippers of him among the non-Pagani family soul senders, and his stance toward his followers remained ambiguous. Thus, recovery efforts were not advisable at this time. Fewer than 20 beacons were scattered across the northern and southern continents, and their recoverability could be assessed once more information was obtained. The last line of writing exhibited a slight deviation from the previous entries. The strokes appeared forceful, even tearing through the page. Agnes could sense the tumultuous emotions that surged within the writer as they penned the words. That is what he requires, not our responsibility. With a faint sigh, Agnes returned the record to its place and resumed her search through the corresponding drawers of the cabinet. It seemed the Pagani family possessed methods to explore the primary distribution of the beacons, indicative of their application of such abilities. As Agnes flipped through the cards within the drawers, her mind pondered deeply. After retrieving a card labeled Overview and related information of soul senders on the northern and southern continents, she closed the drawer. She then opened the second layer of the 3 rows of drawers and, after sifting through the contents, extracted a collection of books titled Silence of the Voice, Emotion Transformation, and various similarly named works. Guided by the recorded positions on the card she had found, she successfully located the corresponding books on the shelf and brought them to the desk in the library to peruse. A knock echoed at the door of the library, and Agnes finally lifted her gaze from the stack of books. With a sigh, she stood and opened the door. As anticipated, it was Atli. He inclined slightly, placing a hand over his chest, and inquired, "Dinner is ready. Would you care to join us, Miss Agnes?" "Very well, I shall come at once," Agnes nodded, casually closing the door to the library before following Atli to the dining hall. According to the theories of the Pagani family ancestors, to harness the power bestowed upon them, one must resonate with their own emotions, allowing their desire to achieve a task to guide them and manifest that power in a form they comprehend. In such instances, the power exerted is inclined to correlate with the user's emotions, should positive emotions serve as the foundation for resonance. The resultant power can be immensely potent in healing and protective endeavors. Conversely, if negative emotions underpin the resonance, the power manifested possesses formidable advantages in cursing and causing harm. It was evident that the Pagani family utilized his power in 2 distinct manners. However, the majority of the literature within the library focused on research related to negative emotions. Why? One might wonder, did the Pagani family lean more toward the study of negative emotions? Was it due to the notion that one's suffering correlates to their price? Agnes mused absent-mindedly while spooning cheese into her mouth. "Is Miss Agnes dissatisfied with today's appetizer?" Atli inquired as he presented a plate of seafood paella. Agnes snapped back to the present, shaking her head with a smile. "Not at all. The flavor is just right. I was merely reflecting on some earlier questions. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to share them with me. Perhaps I can relay them to the Count," Atli suggested with a nod. "That may not be necessary." Agnes hesitated before directly asking, "Atli, have you ever resonated with positive emotions while utilizing his power?" Atli paused, a complex expression crossing his face before he nodded slowly. "I have, prior to becoming the Count's steward." Agnes opened her mouth to ask further, but Atli interjected, "You wish to know why we seldom resonate with positive emotions, correct?" "I can answer that." Agnes nodded in affirmation. Atli exhaled softly before explaining, "For reasons unknown, the power derived from resonating with positive emotions tends to be weaker. Moreover, for members of the Pagani family, pure negative emotions are more readily accessible than purely positive ones." Agnes considered this thoughtfully, expressing her gratitude to Atli before focusing on her meal. Seated at the desk, Agnes found herself idly flipping through the books before her. After a moment's contemplation, she opened her notebook, which she had retrieved from her room after dinner, and began to write on a fresh page. Resonance based on emotions can yield effects from both positive and negative emotions, yet the strength derived from positive emotions is relatively weaker. After a pause, she penned the next line, "If one disregards the applications of the power acquired, does this imply that the essence of negative emotions is more akin to him, thereby facilitating a stronger resonance with him? If so, can I wield such power?" With that, she closed her notebook and resumed her reading. After concluding her customary evening prayers by the window, Agnes returned to her desk, lost in thought as she gazed at the oil painting of a radius on the wall. Letting out a faint sigh, she was prepared to explore the connection she possessed, even if she remained uncertain whether actively attempting such a connection would be beneficial or detrimental to her. Regardless of her willingness, that connection undeniably existed within her, impervious to her will. "Regrettably, I am not skilled in divination. Otherwise, I could inquire about the risks of my decision to actively pursue this connection." Yet, she mused, perhaps divination would reveal little. This connection was evidently related to him, and even the most adept diviner could easily be influenced or misled. Shaking her head, Agnes sighed and resolved not to hesitate any longer. She gently closed her eyes, envisioning the leafless tree, and entered a meditative state. Agnes felt her spirit extend infinitely, transcending space, seemingly linking to numerous distinct entities. She recognized them as the soul senders of this world. With an instinctive grasp, she infused her spirit into one of the connections. Suddenly, her vision appeared to distort slightly, with countless lights and shadows flashing before her. Chapter 19. The Youth of the Remnants in Church. Merciful God, I offer all that I am, beseeching you not to cast me aside in totality. A dim shadow enveloped all of Agnes's vision, rendering everything before her indistinct and unrecognizable. She could only faintly hear a voice, somewhat hoarse, engaged in prayer, laced with traces of pain and sorrow. To speak candidly, the voice bore no resemblance to anything melodious. However, Agnes found it reminiscent of a youth undergoing the throes of voice change. Instinctively, she directed her attention towards the source of the sound, and the shadows before her gradually sharpened and brightened. In her line of sight appeared a pair of hands clasped together in a conventional posture of prayer, followed by the stony ground beneath and the black trousers adorning the body as owner. Agnes furrowed her brow in discomfort. She perceived herself from a subjective vantage point, as though all the sights around her were veiled by gossamer gray film, imparting a dreamlike quality to her surroundings. Suddenly, the prayerful utterances ceased, and Agnes, somewhat puzzled, surveyed her surroundings as her perspective shifted. She easily deduced that the change in her viewpoint was due to this body instinctively turning its head in accordance with her thoughts. Evidently, by focusing her attention here, she had directly commandeered this individual S form. Yet, the consciousness of the body S owner had not been extinguished by her presence, as she could distinctly sense another consciousness cohabiting within this vessel. A peculiar intuition told her that she could effortlessly erase that consciousness or relinquish control of the body back to its rightful owner. She possessed complete dominion over that awareness. Agnes did not hasten to return control to the other consciousness, but instead casually maneuvered the body to stand upright, slowly rotating it while her gaze swept across the entire chamber. She beheld a stone room, the air imbued with a slight dampness. The chamber appeared rather austere and cramped, furnished only with a writing desk, a side cabinet, and a wooden bed. A small square window on one side allowed the crimson moonlight to filter in. Approaching the desk, Agnes observed an open notebook and bent down to read its contents. The notes were inscribed in runic, and she silently thanked her fortunate studies in the language. Who was he? The teacher had never revealed his sacred name, merely instructing that they should perceive the connection with him within their souls, drawing nearer to him in service. The teacher conveyed that they were his students, offerings, guardians, his possessions. They wielded his power, traversed his path, ultimately returning to him, becoming part of him. When she pressed the teacher for his divine name, he fervently uttered 2 syllables she could not comprehend, later explaining that these syllables denoted endless suffering. Those 2 syllables seemed imbued with a mysterious force, evoking an inexplicable sense of awe within her. Perhaps that was the essence of divine naming, and she felt she had begun to gravitate towards him the moment she encountered those syllables. She inquired the teacher why they were called the Remnant Sin Sect, rather than adopting a name that invoked the divine as others did. The teacher elucidated that although his name comprised merely 2 syllables, it encompassed infinite meaning, far beyond his superficial explanation. The sect's doctrine stemmed from those syllables, believing that all suffering, desire, irrationality, and ignorance encountered throughout one's life were the roots of misery, leading to untold sins. Yet desire was inherently human, and empathy was essential for one to acknowledge their ignorance while pursuing perfection. They would inevitably fall into ceaseless suffering, becoming part of him. Their human sins were boundless. Hence, they were called the Remnant Sin Sect. Agnes casually closed the notebook and set it down on the desk. Remnant Sin Sect, she murmured, the meaning elusive. She opened the door to the stone room and peered outside. It appeared to be a cloister situated in an indeterminate location, the corridor devoid of people, save for the crimson moonlight casting a hazy veil over the floor. Agnes furrowed her brow and glanced down at the garments adorning her body. They were merely ordinary formal attire for a runic gentleman, evidently ill-suited for the ambience of a monastery, though the reason for her presence there remained unclear. A figure clad in the vestments of the night goddess church approached from the corridor, inquiring with concern, "Dries, is there something amiss?" Agnes suppressed a frown and pressed her index finger to her lips. The individual chuckled softly, remarking, "It's nothing, Dries. You're not a devotee of the goddess and may not be aware, but unlike other churches, there is no period of profound silence at night in the goddess's church." Agnes nodded, appearing somewhat resigned as she replied, "I am not aware." The individual laughed heartily, saying, "No worries. After all, you are merely here for an unexpected overnight stay. Do you require assistance?" Agnes, feeling somewhat embarrassed, inquired, "Could you direct me to the washroom?" The other person paused, stifling a laugh, and shook his head, saying, "Just follow the corridor to the end, and you'll find it." Agnes expressed her gratitude and, with a serious demeanor, proceeded towards the washroom. She stood by the wash basin in the washroom, collecting the basin's water as she gazed into the surface. As anticipated, She beheld a youthful visage, with chestnut hair and dark eyes, embodying the quintessential features of a runic individual, which Agnes mentally noted. Subsequently, she relinquished control of the body back to the consciousness residing within, and her perspective abruptly elevated, as if viewing from a great height. An expression of excitement suddenly graced the youth's face, disregarding the somewhat soiled floor as he knelt down to pray fervently. "Lord, is it you?" Agnes frowned, choosing to ignore him. The youth, undeterred by her silence, continued his fervent supplication. "Thank you, Lord, for allowing me to serve through this body. May you find satisfaction in it. Merciful Lord, forgive my cowardice and doubt. I offer all of myself, wishing only to become one with you." Agnes couldn't help but feel a pang of exasperation at the youth's declarations. She chose not to engage with his prayers, instead drawing back her spiritual connection. The scene before her flickered, the youth's figure and words distorting into obscurity, as Agnes once again sensed myriad connections. Immersing too deeply in spirituality would invariably usurp the other's control over the body. No to the remnant sin sect, Agnes resolved, cautiously regulating her spiritual engagement as she touched upon another connection. Chapter 20. The Movements of Cain Chester. Agnes once more beheld that dim shadow, and amidst the haze, she discerned a stout man clad in a sailor's uniform walking below. She felt her perspective shift in tandem with the man's movements, and a flicker of realization dawned upon her. The individual linked to her this time was indeed the man below. Her view gradually sharpened, allowing her to finally discern his features. He was a man with dark skin, hair curling in locks, and muscles rippling with strength. Agnes surmised he was likely a native of the southern continent, or at least a resident of the colonies. Agnes remained still, quietly observing as he knocked on a door and entered a room. "Captain." She witnessed the man bow before another seated on a sofa within the room. A pallid-faced man with sunken eyes, light brown irises, and two dark mustaches adorning his lips, exuding an inexplicable aura of coldness and foreboding. Surrounding him were several other men, all bearing similarly pallid visages and eyes that resembled those of predators. "Mavedi, how goes the investigation?" The captain inquired with a hint of chilling amusement as he beckoned Mavedi forward. "I have ascertained the facts, Captain," Mavedi replied, advancing to rest his head upon the captain's knee, his body leaning closely against the captain's calf as he grinned with pride. "Cain Chester visited Olavi Island a few days ago on behalf of the abstainer's mission." "Well done, Mavedi. What sort of reward do you desire?" the captain inquired. A hint of crimson appeared on Mavedi's dark skin as he fixed his gaze on the captain, rendered momentarily speechless. "I understand," the captain replied, lowering himself to gently caress Mavedi's face, emitting a low, muffled chuckle. In a sudden motion, he gripped Mavedi's neck, observing the flush spread across his features as he struggled for breath. Mavedi offered no resistance, his reddened eyes locked onto the captain, his muscular hands feebly clutching at the captain's garments. The captain's visage contorted grotesquely, tinged with a blend of excitement and avarice, a myriad of shattered emotions swirling in his gaze as a rigid smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This brief exchange did not linger long. As Mavedi's hands slipped from the captain's sleeves, the captain gradually released his grip. Mavedi sank to the ground, coughing weakly, his face awash with a morbid satisfaction. The captain, akin to patting a small dog, clapped Mavedi on the back, his menacing demeanor dissipating, replaced by an approving tone. "I am quite satisfied, Mavedi. Shall we continue?" he inquired, stroking the nape of Mavedi's neck. Agnes immediately withdrew her spirit, exiting her meditative state. "Ah, my eyes! I'm blind!" she exclaimed, covering her face, disregarding her usual decorum, feeling a wave of despair wash over her. What manner of individuals are these connections? Agnes lamented. The first was a youth from the Uzue cult, while the final prayers were nothing but predatory words. She released her grip, staring despondently at the ceiling. The second contact likely belonged to the hedonists. Recalling the disturbing sights she had witnessed, firmly believing her eyes were irreparably damaged. Taking a deep breath, Agnes forced herself to forget the ghastly images and redirect her thoughts towards more pressing matters. Thankfully, she had gleaned the whereabouts of Mr. Chester. A melancholic sigh escaped her lips. It was now confirmed that Mr. Chester was on Olavi Island. Agnes opened her journal, holding her pen delicately between two fingers, slowly rotating it as she pondered the scant useful information she had extracted from their dialogue. Mr. Chester was on Olavi Island due to the Temperance faction's mission, while the hedonists were probing into his whereabouts and intentions. What could the hedonists possibly desire? Yet, this presented an excellent pretext for meeting Mr. Chester. It seemed prudent to keep a close watch on Mavedi, Agnes mused, relaxing her posture and slumping in her chair. However, it truly was a painful sight. After a few minutes of languishing, she sat up, grasped her pen, and inscribed Olavi Island in her journal, marking it emphatically. Additionally, there was the Yuzue cult. From Dreiser's perspective, the cult's modus operandi remained elusive, and the Pagni family also seemed to speak of the Yuzue cult with ambiguity. The priest from the Night Goddess Church treated Dreiser well. Did he remain oblivious to the identities of the Yuzue cult members, or was there something more sinister at play? She wondered why she still needed to remain vigilant. Agnes rubbed her temples in frustration. There must be other members of the Yuzue cult among those contacts. Perhaps she could seek them out later. A sigh escaped her lips. The first objective was nearly accomplished, and now she would attempt to harness the abilities of the Pagni family by resonating with her own emotions and directing her desire to achieve something. She aimed to manifest their power in a form she understood. Agnes's gaze shifted to the candle flickering on the table, resolving to see if she could extinguish its flame. Perhaps the form would manifest as a gust of wind? She contemplated, but which emotion should she resonate with? Agnes hesitated, still undecided on the emotion she would use to connect. Suddenly, she noticed the candle flame beginning to flicker erratically, the light dimming and brightening. Yet it never extinguished. Curious, Agnes redirected her gaze, and the flame abruptly steadied, ceasing its dance. Was this my doing? She mused, repeating her previous actions, and the flame began to sway once more. It appeared that I need not engage in the resonance step. Agnes finally confirmed that this was indeed her influence. However, the effect seemed rather minimal. She observed the candle flame, quivering yet defiantly unextinguished, and let out a sigh. This experience starkly contrasted with the descriptions provided by the Pagni. Evidently, I find it far easier to utilize this ability, yet its potency is considerably diminished. Is this a reflection of my uniqueness? Or am I simply unskilled in wielding this power? Nonetheless, despite its feeble effect, I must be cautious to temper my desires to avoid unnecessary repercussions. I shall visit the library tomorrow. Agnes closed her pen and tucked away her notebook, deciding to retire for the night. Miss Agnes, are you truly departing today? Atrelia inquired, assisting her in opening the castle's grand door. Agnes lifted her gaze towards a window in the castle, smiling modestly as she nodded. Yes, my objective has been achieved, and I imagine Mr. Pagni is growing impatient. Atrelia offered no comment in response to Agnes's words, merely bowing with impeccable formality. I wish you a safe journey, Miss Agnes. Agnes nodded in acknowledgement and stepped out of the castle. The grand doors gradually closed, the desolate garden within slowly obscured, ultimately vanishing into a thin line beyond Agnes's sight. She took a few steps forward, casting a final glance at Anwa Castle, placing her hat atop her head, and began her descent down the hill. Chapter 21, Badivia. The port of Badivia was not particularly bustling. After all, a mere distance away lay Sevilla, the inland city with the largest cargo throughput. Nevertheless, the existence of Badivia's port was essential, as it boasted a natural deep-water harbor. In contrast to Sevilla, situated at the mouth of the Isar River and significantly affected by tidal fluctuations, often resulting in insufficient water depth that necessitated manual dredging of channels and marking safe navigational routes. Badivia's port naturally occupied a deep-water stretch, meeting the depth requirements even at low tide, with minimal tidal variance. Many vessels preferred to dock here rather than in Sevilla. However, when compared to Sevilla's substantial cargo volume, generated by serving both sea and river vessels, Badivia appeared rather bleak, resulting in a significant economic disparity between the two closely situated cities. Agnes disembarked from the carriage, placing her hat atop her head and scanning the noticeably quieter streets compared to Sevilla. She handed the driver a 5 lira note and a 1 lira note. According to prior conversions, 5 lira equated to 833 suler, expressing her gratitude. The 5 lira served as the hiring fee, while the 1 lira was a token of appreciation. To be frank, the small town beneath Anwa Castle seemed closer to Sevilla than Badivia. Yet, administratively, the kingdom categorized that town under Badivia rather than Sevilla. Were it not for her obligation to visit Anwa Castle, taking a train from Sevilla to Badivia would have been the more sensible choice. She had descended from a mountain where Anwa Castle stood, purchased a more fitting shirt and trousers for Elabija from the town's tailor, secured a carriage to Badivia's city center, and spent a night in the small town, departing early this morning before dawn. Truth be told, finding a carriage to Badivia's city center from the small town proved challenging. Had she not spent a considerable sum to persuade the desperate driver, she might have had to wait several days to leave the town for Badivia. Agnes cast a glance at the sky, now completely shrouded in darkness, and let out a faint sigh. She needed to swiftly locate a suitable inn for the night to avoid spending it on the streets. Miss Poesia, I am grateful for your generosity. The coachman, noticing the 2 bills Agnes had handed him, visibly brightened and remarked, I feel compelled to caution you. The safety in Badivia is rather precarious at night. It would be wise to secure a proper lodging as soon as possible to avert any unforeseen incidents. Intrigued, Agnes inquired, do you have any recommended inns? The coachman pondered for a moment before responding, the finest would undoubtedly be the one at the town square. But it comes at a steep price, over a gold lira for a night, catering to the affluent. Generally speaking, inns charging between 1 to 3 lira per day offer quite decent accommodations and are relatively safe, though it is advisable to secure your doors at night to deter thieves. Establishments that charge mere fractions of a lira can be quite perilous, with incidents of brazen robbery occurring without intervention. The fraction is a subordinate monetary unit to the lira, adhering to a decimal system. Truth be told, Agnes had seldom encountered bills of such denominations prior, as they were of little use to her until her departure from Fenerbahce City, where their frequency increased. The closer an inn is to the town square, the pricier it tends to be. Similarly, those near the main thoroughfares are more expensive and, correspondingly, safer. In contrast, establishments situated in the suburbs or the corners of city alleys are predominantly hazardous, often becoming crime scenes. Agnes nodded, asking, so, the assessment of Badivia's safety relies on the remoteness of the streets? The coachman hesitantly nodded in agreement with her observation. Thank you for sharing this information. Agnes expressed her gratitude, handing him a 5-fraction bill before turning to make her way down the street. She entered a bookstore that had yet to close, purchasing a map of Badivia and taking advantage of the streetlight to examine it. Although Agnes had previously memorized a rough layout of Badivia, the map she possessed was somewhat outdated, and having never visited Badivia before, merely gazing at the map felt inadequate. It could not compare to navigating the streets of Badivia while holding the map. She currently found herself on Bavi Peter Street, one of Badivia's main thoroughfares. And according to the coachman's theory, she could easily find a lodging along this street. However, after contemplating the coachman's words, a thought crossed Agnes's mind. Perhaps she could seek out an inn on a more secluded street, allowing the bounty hunter Elapesia to commence her operations tonight. After all, as she understood, aiding the police in apprehending criminals was part of a bounty hunter's duties. Nevertheless, she decided it would be prudent to visit the police station tomorrow to review the bounty task listings before determining her first mission, opting to avoid complications for the night. The thought of the hygiene conditions of those inns and the likelihood of previous occupants having engaged in unsavory activities on their beds caused her to hesitate. As Agnes strolled along Bavi Peter Street, pausing to observe the shops lining both sides, she finally discovered an inn that piqued her interest and stepped inside. Behind the counter sat a somewhat drowsy woman, her right arm propped on the bar, her head nodding as she fought off sleep. Agnes, with her suitcase in one hand, approached and gently tapped the bar twice. Madam, I apologize for interrupting, but I believe this time still falls within your working hours, Agnes said with a smile. The woman suddenly jolted awake, springing to her feet. My apologies, she exclaimed, bowing repeatedly with a look of contrition. Agnes offered a reassuring smile to the woman, her gaze sweeping over the pricing board behind the bar. Single room, no window, 1 lira per day. Single room, 1 lira and 5 fractions per day. Double room, 2 lira and 3 fractions per day. Agnes addressed the woman. I would like a standard single room. Certainly. How many days do you intend to stay? The woman asked hurriedly, retrieving a registration book from a drawer. I believe I should stay for 1 day initially. If the accommodations are satisfactory and I require more time, I will extend my stay, Agnes replied. The woman instructed Agnes to sign her surname in the book and then stated, very well. That will be 1 lira and 5 fractions for the room, plus a 5-fraction key deposit, totaling 2 lira. The key deposit will be refunded upon your checkout. Without much hesitation, Agnes handed over 2 1-lira bills, and the woman retrieved a key from the back counter, presenting it to Agnes. Your room is on the 2nd floor. Room 3 on the east side. May the Mother Goddess bless you with sweet dreams, the woman said with a bow. Thank you for your blessing. Praise be to the Mother Goddess, Agnes replied with a smile, taking her suitcase and proceeding upstairs. Chapter 22. The Police Station of Badivia. Agnes unlocked the door with the key. The room was relatively clean and tidy, though the furnishings appeared somewhat antiquated, suggesting that this inn had been in operation for quite some time. Perhaps due to Badivia's coastal proximity, the room had a slight dampness, but that was to be expected. Fortunately, upon inspection, the wardrobe and bedding showed no signs of mold, which was a relief. Agnes removed her hat and placed it on the coat rack, then set her suitcase on the desk. To be truthful, Her suitcase was quite light, containing only her nun's robe, her diary, a fountain pen and ink, and some necessary materials for her disguise. Unlike Agnes Pardney, who had to adhere to the vow of poverty, Elapeja could afford to carry a few more belongings without concern. Upon leaving Fenerbahce City, she had brought along a bracelet gifted by her brother, a rose brooch from Mr. Conti, a thorn ring taken from her mother, a crown from her father, a jester mask from Lord Rossi, and her own black diary adorned with rose patterns, a handgun, and 4 lira in cash. The thorn ring and the crown from Shera had been cleansed of corruption at Amwa Castle and no longer bore their beacon properties. So she had left them behind at the castle. Having assumed the identity of Elapeja, the jester mask was naturally donned, the rose brooch pinned to her shirt, and the bracelet worn on her wrist, while the cash and identification were conveniently placed in her wallet for easy access, with the handgun secured at her waist. Aside from the diary, the contents of her suitcase were easily replaceable and not of great significance. Agnes unfurled the map, beginning to plan her itinerary for the following day. She intended to remain in Badivia for approximately a week to acclimate to her identity as a bounty hunter before setting off for the Gulf of DC. Given that she was still within her homeland, the most suitable task for her was, of course, assisting the police in capturing wanted criminals. Tasks involving locating missing persons or items would prove both challenging and time-consuming for her, as she was merely passing through and had no intelligence sources in Badivia. The identity of Elapeja was officially registered as a bounty hunter, but assisting the capture of fugitives required obtaining search warrants issued by the police station. Thus, her plan for tomorrow was to first visit the police station to see if any suitable tasks were available for her to undertake. Thereafter, she would head to the docks to check the schedule for boats heading to the Gulf of DC, ideally reserving an appropriate ticket. This map is evidently quite recent, showcasing an extensive level of detail. It not only marks essential public service buildings, such as the municipal hall and police station, but also highlights renowned attractions, shops, and restaurants. Furthermore, there are evaluations of these locations inscribed on the back panel, resembling more of a tourist map. Agnes chuckled to herself, realizing that if this had been a year or even 6 months ago, she would have been more inclined to pay attention to these sites. However, at present, her finger traced the lines of the streets as her mind conjured a general outline of the Badivia cityscape. She subconsciously committed the map to memory, ensuring that even in its absence, she could navigate Badivia with ease. Currently situated in the middle of Bobby Peter Street, she knew that a mere 100 meters ahead, a right turn would lead her to Sabos Avenue, which, if followed to its terminus, would bring her to the docks of Badivia. Conversely, a left turn at the intersection of Sabos Avenue and Matthias Street would take her to the police station, her first destination for the following day. Certainly, Agnes was acutely aware that this map omitted several alleys, which, in her line of work as a bounty hunter, were of greater significance. After all, these alleys often concealed the underbelly of society, frequented by the dregs of humanity. Consequently, she had a task for the morrow, to explore some of these alleys and ascertain their conditions. One might consider it a field study. Rising early, Agnes forewent her morning prayers. After all, she now identified as a resident of Elapeja rather than Sister Pugnes. As a mere lay devotee of the Earth Mother, she rarely visited the church, lacking the habit of morning supplications. After enjoying breakfast in the restaurant downstairs, she set out on foot to the police station, opting to walk rather than take a public carriage, thereby allowing herself to observe the state of Badivia. It was evident that Badivia, in comparison to Fenerbahce City and Sevilla, felt considerably more desolate, and the collective spirit of its inhabitants appeared notably diminished. Even on Bobby Peter Street, one of the city's main thoroughfares, she noticed a homeless man wrapped in a tattered blanket, sleeping beneath the awning of a shop, only to be roused by the shopkeeper wielding a stick. Among the homeless, some bore robust physiques, clearly having engaged in laborious work for an extended period, yet now found themselves destitute and wandering the streets. They evaded the shopkeeper's blows, retreating in a cloud of dust, meandering aimlessly until they disappeared into an alleyway. Drawing her gaze away, Agnes entered the police station. The atmosphere within appeared bustling, and despite her presence, few acknowledged her. Perhaps they perceived her as non-threatening, or simply because she exuded an air of calm that belied her first-time visitor status. This wouldn't do. What if a wanted criminal burst into the building, or some sinister offspring of the dark gods sought to manifest here? Amused by her own thoughts, Agnes shook her head and intercepted a civil servant exiting an office, laden with a stack of documents. "Excuse me, sir. Could you direct me to the office responsible for issuing bounty notices and search warrants for bounty hunters?" Agnes inquired with a hint of a smile. The civil servant appeared momentarily flustered, as the jovial chatter from the office behind him abruptly ceased, and several pairs of eyes turned toward Agnes, some filled with caution, while others bore curiosity. An older officer, previously stationed at a desk, addressed the civil servant. "You may take the files. I will escort this young lady." The civil servant nodded appreciatively, apologizing to Agnes before hastily departing the office. "Please, follow me," the older officer said, offering Agnes a warm smile and a gentle tone. He exited the office, guiding her down a corridor to the opposite side of the building. They entered a spacious office where several detectives were engrossed in their paperwork. The old officer approached a middle-aged detective's desk, tapping the corner lightly. "Harriman, this young lady seeks the office responsible for issuing bounty notices and search warrants for bounty hunters," he announced. Harriman looked up from a pile of documents, revealing dark circles under his eyes, indicative of sleepless nights. Agnes returned his gaze with a polite smile, introducing herself. "Poesia, a registered bounty hunter. Do you possess a valid license?" Harriman inquired. "Indeed," Agnes replied, retrieving her credentials from her pocket and presenting them to him. "Are you planning to operate in Badivia?" Harriman asked, pulling a hefty ledger from his drawer to record her information. "No, merely intending to earn a bit of money," Agnes answered candidly. I understand," Harriman said, glancing up at Agnes. "Bounty hunters generally undertake any task, provided the compensation is sufficient." He returned her credentials, adding, "Your records indicate registration in Fenapot City. Badivia has some differing circumstances. I believe I must assess your qualifications. You are aware of the requisites for accepting bounty tasks from the police station, I presume?" Harriman inquired, picking up a bulky folder from the desk. "Certainly, as long as they align with those in Fenapot City," Agnes affirmed with a nod. Having reviewed the requirements upon receiving her identification from Poesia, she understood they entailed basic stipulations: confidentiality regarding tasks, self-funding of operational expenses, provision of necessary tools, no harm to innocent civilians, non-payment of bounties for the deaths of non-capital offenders, and limited assistance in the event of arrest for carrying out illegal tasks assigned by them. In truth, these regulations imposed minimal constraints on bounty hunters operating within the gray areas of legality. Even the mention of police assistance seemed more like a courteous formality, as no bounty hunter would rely on such promises. However, the stipulations regarding non-payment for bounties were well remembered. No one wished to toil fruitlessly without recompense. "Well, I see from your records that you are skilled in combat, and, fortuitously, there is a capture mission available," Harriman said, extracting a file from a folder and handing it to Agnes. She perused the document with care. The target was named Antoine Gardner, a member of the violent syndicate known as the Stir Brotherhood. The police station had issued a warrant for his arrest earlier in the month due to a murder case, with a bounty of 250 gold pieces attached. The dossier outlined his habitual areas of movement, yet the police had been unable to apprehend him, relegating the task to bounty hunters instead, primarily because Antoine had fled to Ett Street. The file explicitly detailed that the Stir Brotherhood wielded considerable influence in Ett Street, where various criminal activities thrived: robberies, thefts, and drug trafficking, rendering it a malignant presence within Badivia. Agnes found it perplexing that the police, fully aware of the Stir Brotherhood's operations, had yet to take action against them. Perhaps the costs outweighed the benefits, or there were darker, unspeakable reasons at play. After all, the dossier indicated that Ett Street was predominantly inhabited by addicts and prostitutes, with neighboring streets reflecting a similar state of decay. If a legitimate police officer were to enter, it is likely that before reaching their target's location, the target would have already been alerted to their presence and made a hasty escape. Agnes lifted her gaze thoughtfully towards Harriman, who smiled but remained silent. "All right, I'll handle it," Agnes remarked, raising an eyebrow. She lowered her hat slightly with her left hand while her right hand rested in the pocket of her leather jacket, gripping her handgun. To her, the handgun was merely a supplementary tool. After all, the best weapons for a werewolf are her claws and teeth. She only wanted to give those watching her the impression that she was armed. As Agnes stepped onto the street, she felt a multitude of malevolent gazes directed at her. For someone like her, whose senses had been heightened multiple times, these stares felt like needles piercing her skin, and she could distinctly sense their origins. In such locales, one must demonstrate some degree of strength. Otherwise, one risks having to deal with a plethora of problems, an endeavor far too bothersome. Agnes deftly caught a hand reaching toward her pocket and glanced up at its owner. The man was pale and gaunt, with deeply sunken eyes, resembling a drug addict. He attempted to free himself from Agnes's grip, but she smiled maliciously, exerting force that dislocated his wrist, causing him to emit a cry of anguish. "Quiet down, sir. You don't seem particularly intelligent," Agnes remarked with a sinister smile, before dragging the terrified man into an empty alley and finally releasing him. The man, appearing quite practiced, immediately crouched down, cradling his head, his dislocated hand resting on his skull in a somewhat comical manner. Agnes could not help but raise an eyebrow and kicked him lightly, asking, "Did you think I was going to hit you?" The man shrank back, glancing up at Agnes, only to be intimidated into lowering his head by the malice glimmering in her eyes. With a curious demeanor, Agnes crouched down to his level, wearing a slightly wicked smile as she tugged at his hair, forcing him to meet her gaze. "Are you a member of the Stir Brotherhood?" Agnes asked, her eyes locked onto his. The man hesitated, but eventually nodded in response to her penetrating stare. "By your demeanor, you must be the insignificant trash of the Stir Brotherhood," Agnes inquired with a smile. "You." The man's face flushed crimson as he attempted to voice a protest, but under the weight of Agnes's malicious grin, he faltered into silence. "Relax. I'll ask you one question, and if you can answer it, I'll let you go today," Agnes said, patting his shoulder with a smile. "Do you know Antoine Gardner?" she asked, her gaze unwavering. Aye. The man stammered, but ultimately nodded under her intense scrutiny. "What a coincidence," Agnes mused, stroking the purple gem on the bracelet on her left wrist, her smile deepening. "Now, tell me what kind of person Antoine Gardner is," she commanded, seizing the man's shoulders and hauling him up, pressing him against a nearby wooden crate, even brushing off some dust from his clothes as if they were old friends. The man's expression was one of sheer terror, and he struggled to find his voice. "What's the matter? You seem a bit anxious, sir. Do you need my assistance in relaxing?" Agnes's smile widened, her malice evident. The man trembled and quickly stammered, I'm not familiar with him." "Oh, aren't you all members of the Stir Brotherhood?" Agnes feigned confusion, tugging at his hair again to direct his gaze towards her. The man, with a despondent look, replied, "I'm just an outer member, PSA core member. I've never even spoken to him." "Is that so? How unsurprising." Agnes exaggeratedly nodded, releasing her grip on his hair. "Someone like you could only be an outer member. Unlike Antoine Gardner, even if he were to commit murder and fail to cover his tracks, would still be shielded by the Brotherhood upon fleeing to Adder Street. Unlike you." Agnes clearly observed a flicker of resentment cross the man's face, and a faint, cold smile curled within her heart. "Given your adeptness at cradling your head, it seems you've had your fair share of being dragged into alleys and beaten for failed thefts. Haven to you? Surely the Brotherhood has never intervened for you?" "No, it's not like that." The man opened his mouth, attempting to refute her, but Agnes interrupted him with a slowly spreading smile. "Don't look at me like that. Just reflect on your situation. Forget the past. Consider today. I've dragged you into this alley, and I'm quite sure many members of the Stir Brotherhood have witnessed it. Has anyone come to your aid during this time?" Agnes asked playfully. The man lowered his head, falling silent. "Admit it. You're just an inconsequential pawn," Agnes declared, her smile widening as she fixated on the man's reddening eyes. The man clenched his fists, his eyes beginning to glimmer with a crimson hue, and finally looked up at Agnes, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "Miss, are you saying all this to compel me to do something for you? Let me think. You've been trying to sow discord between me and the Brotherhood, hoping I would betray them. What value do I hold for you? Information about the Brotherhood?" Agnes' smile deepened even further as she stood tall, gazing down at him. "Sadly, your intellect is still lacking. You hold no value for me," Agnes remarked, noticing the man's indignation as he attempted to rise and counter her statement. She chuckled, tightening her grip around his neck, stating, "You're merely an outer member. What useful information could you possibly provide me? Killing you here would yield less than slaying a chicken. At least, a chicken would offer me a delicious dinner, whereas you provide nothing of worth." Agnes stared intently into the man's eyes. The suffocating sensation induced a growing panic within the man. He strained against Agnes' grip, attempting to pry her fingers from his neck, but under the enhancement of her potion-fortified strength, he appeared as weak as an infant. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but the pressure on his thyroid cartilage rendered him only capable of meaningless groans. Agnes smiled and asked, "It seems you wish to say something?" She didn't release her grip, merely watching him with keen interest. The man's eyes brimmed with fear and despair, and Agnes could feel her long-stagnant potion digestion process beginning to accelerate. "Why aren't you speaking?" Agnes inquired with a hint of malice. The man's face turned crimson, his hands feebly grasping her hand, his eyes rolling back slightly. "Oh, I nearly forgot. This position makes it quite challenging for you to articulate your thoughts." Agnes finally released her hold, and the man clutched his throat, coughing as he stared at Agnes in terror, retreating toward the wall with his hands. Weren't you eager to say something?" Agnes leaned down, feigning confusion. "So, I must have misunderstood." She extended her hand towards him. No, I have something to say." The man cried out in fear. Agnes retracted her hand with a smile and asked, "What do you wish to convey?" "Ma'am, you're seeking Antoine Gardner, aren't you?" The man raised his hands and stated, "I know where he resides." "Oh, and how would you know where he lives if you're not familiar with him?" Agnes narrowed her eyes, skeptical. "He is one of those you cannot provoke on Addis Street. We all know." The man hastily replied, "Is that so? Lead the way, for I happen to have business to discuss with him," Agnes said with a narrowed-eyed smile. She followed the man to a somewhat dilapidated house. The man, somewhat sycophantically, explained to Agnes, "This is what its street is like. It has always been the district of failures, filled with vacant houses, the original owners nowhere to be found, and no rent to be paid. New faces arrive daily, just as new ones depart or perish." "Is that so?" Agnes replied, her tone rather dismissive. The man instinctively fell silent, ceasing further commentary. Approaching the door, he raised his hand to knock, but was interrupted by a sound from behind. He turned instinctively to find Agnes had, unbeknownst to him, fitted a silencer onto her handgun. She stepped forward calmly, raising the weapon and firing a shot that struck the door lock, pushing the door open and entering the house. The man stood frozen, paralyzed by his instinctual trepidation. Inside, a man seated on the sofa instinctively rose, reaching for his coat. Agnes smiled faintly and aimed her gun at Antoine Gardner, firing a shot that grazed his arm and embedded itself in the sofa. Antoine's hand froze instantly as he slowly raised both hands, his complexion paling. "No, don't be rash," he stammered. Chapter 25. Residues. Agnes approached Antoine Gardner, her smile unwavering, gun in hand. She positioned herself beside him, who remained motionless with his hands raised. "Don't shoot." Antoine suddenly lunged, attempting to seize Agnes's wrist to wrest the gun away, yet her grip remained steadfast. "What a nuisance," Agnes remarked with a smile, deftly prying Antoine's hand from her wrist, pulling with such force that his wrist joints dislocated. She sighed softly, flipping Antoine onto the ground and effortlessly holstering her gun. She crouched down and dislocated his limbs. Antoine let out a cry, only to have Agnes stuff a piece of curtain into his mouth. Her expression one of disdain as she said, "Be quiet." From Antoine's person, Agnes retrieved a revolver, a dagger, and a wallet. Opening the wallet, she counted its contents, less than 30 golden lira. What a miser. She scoffed at Antoine, who, hearing this, felt his eyes blaze with rage, though his dislocated limbs rendered him powerless. Outside, the man, hearing the commotion cease, cautiously peeked into the room. "What is it?" Agnes inquired, glancing up at him with a smile. The man recoiled slightly under her gaze, his voice dwindling as he asked, "Did you not say you had business to discuss with him?" Agnes looked at the man lying at her feet and nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I do have business to discuss. But business can take many forms. Robbing him of his money is also a business transaction, and exchanging his life for currency is likewise a form of commerce," she said, her face alight with mirth. Antoine became agitated, muffled sounds escaping his gagged mouth as he struggled, his body straining yet unable to rise. For Agnes had even dislocated his hip joints. The man's face mirrored terror. "Are you frightened?" Agnes queried, her gaze fixed on him. "Why, do you not find this intriguing?" The man, visibly shaken, shook his head, only to nod quickly under Agnes's watchful eyes. "It is indeed fascinating," he lamented. Agnes sighed regretfully. "It appears you have yet to grasp the true essence of fascination." The man's expression grew increasingly frightened. He seemed on the verge of collapsing. Yet it was understandable. Antoine Gardner was simply too weak. Agnes mused, "A hunter does not find it thrilling to trap a mouse in a mousetrap. But aiming a gun at a ferocious beast certainly ignites anticipation." Her voice took on a dreamlike quality, while the man felt an overwhelming urge to shrink into a corner. Only blood and peril could invigorate a hunter. Suddenly, Agnes turned sharply and asked, "What are you hiding from?" The man struggled to mask his expressions, his facial muscles twitching as he attempted a semblance of a smile, ultimately failing and approaching Agnes with a mournful visage. I merely sought something to lean against," he stammered, his voice trembling. Agnes nodded thoughtfully. "Very well, but there is no time for rest. Go to the storeroom of this house and find a woven bag." "Why, yes," the man replied hastily, retreating in a panic. "Do not even think of fleeing. I have set my sights on you." Agnes's words, laced with a devilish whisper, trailed down the corridor, causing the man to falter, nearly falling to the ground. He lowered his head and handed a woven bag to Agnes. "Excellent. You did not attempt to escape," Agnes said, accepting the bag with a smile. The man shuddered and quickly retracted his hand. "Come, lend a hand. Let's put Antoine Gardner inside. Remember to stuff some cloth in there," Agnes instructed cheerfully. "He's not dead yet," the man exclaimed in terror, looking up at Agnes. "Of course I know he is not dead," Agnes replied with a smile, raising an eyebrow. However, using a woven bag is simply more convenient. Is it not easier to transport? Under Agnes's gaze, the man trembled as he held the woven bag, enduring Antoine's murderous glare, and reluctantly pulled the bag over his head. No need to be so meticulous. After all, his mouth is stuffed, and no matter how much it hurts, he cannot scream loudly. You still need to move him to the handcart outside. If you take too long, others might discover us, Agnes remarked. Casually toying with the spent shell casing she had pried from the sofa cushions, her gaze unwavering. The man hesitated momentarily before resuming his task. Trust me, being discovered is merely a minor inconvenience for me, but for you. After all, as Emperor Russell once said, soft persimmons are always more easily molded into other shapes, are they not? Agnes looked up, revealing a smile full of malice. The man gritted his teeth, hastening his movements, now much more forceful. Antoine's muffled groans echoed from within the bag. Yet the man paid no heed and swiftly tied the bag's opening, hoisting it onto his shoulder with considerable effort as he trudged toward the door. Agnes let out a light laugh, rising to follow him outside, casting a glance around the room before firmly shutting the door behind her. While the man searched for the woven bag, she tidied up the traces she had left behind. This was not particularly difficult. After all, she had only fired 2 shots, and Antoine Gardner had offered little resistance before she incapacitated him. Aside from the bullet hole in the sofa and the damaged door lock, the room appeared utterly unremarkable. Once she had cleared the room of evidence, Agnes even had the leisure to check on the man she had sent to retrieve the woven bag. As anticipated, he had easily found the bag in the storeroom, but lingered there for what seemed an eternity before returning. The man rummaged through the storage room in search of a woven bag, leaving chaos in his wake. Yet Agnes had no intention of assisting him in tidying up. After all, it was essential for the Sturt Brotherhood to discover certain traces, was it not? Agnes observed the man's silhouette as he shouldered the woven bag, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chapter 26. Mission accomplished. The man unceremoniously tossed Antoine Gardner onto the cart, resting his hands on his knees to catch his breath before finally lifting his gaze to Agnes. This handcart, originally abandoned in the yard behind the house, appeared to have been used by the previous owner for weeding the garden. Clearly, this cart had served more purposes in the care of Antoine Gardner or previous owners, as Agnes noted the remnants of vegetable leaves and soil scattered upon it. When Agnes had inspected the traces earlier, she had fortuitously noticed the cart, recognizing it as sufficiently intact, and decided to utilize it for transporting Antoine Gardner out of Athea Street. Agnes chose not to further press the man, and instead stepped into the storage room, casually stuffing several bags filled with rags atop Antoine Gardner, obscuring the faint outline of his form that was still discernible through the woven bag. Let us proceed. Agnes gestured with her chin, smiling at the man. Momentarily puzzled by her meaning, the man hesitated under her gaze before resigning himself to grasp the cart's handle and push it forward. Agnes instructed him to halt in a corner near the intersection of Sabbath Avenue, then effortlessly hoisted the woven bag containing Antoine Gardner onto her shoulder. Striding along Matthias Street towards the police station, passers-by cast astonished glances at Agnes, but upon realizing her destination was the police station, they instinctively averted their eyes. Unfazed by the speculation of those around her, Agnes continued her straight path into the police station. The afternoon bustle of the police station remained palpable as Agnes, amidst the astonished gazes of a throng of officers, delivered Antoine Gardner to the office entrance, peering through the crowd toward Officer Harriman within. Officer Harriman, the task has been completed. Do remember to settle the payment, Agnes remarked with a smile. Harriman rose. Approaching the woven bag Agnes had unceremoniously dropped to the ground, untying the rope at its opening. The first sight that emerged was a pair of seemingly soft feet, devoid of any binding restraints. Harriman furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Is he dead?" Agnes quickly realized the misunderstanding and replied, "No." With a swift motion, she yanked away the woven bag that contained Antoine Gardner, revealing him within. The abruptness of Agnes's action caused Antoine Gardner to emit a weak groan, his mouth gagged, having succumbed to unconsciousness during the cart's bumpy journey. Harriman scrutinized Antoine Gardner's contorted limbs in silence. "These dislocated joints are all reversible," Agnes explained with a smile, reaching out to reattach the joints she had previously dislocated. "Though there may be some discomfort later, at least this method spares us the bloodshed," she stated, rising to meet Harriman's gaze. Harriman nodded, acknowledging the mission was executed well. "We recognize your capabilities." He returned to his desk to document the completion of Agnes's task, subsequently issuing her a check for 250 gold lira. Agnes stepped forward, as several young officers hoisted the still unconscious Antoine Gardner and made their way towards the staircase. 250 gold lira, redeemable at any bank in the city, Harriman remarked. Agnes smiled and nodded, accepting the check. Miss Poesia, are you inclined to take on further assignments? Harriman inquired. Of course. Who would refuse the prospect of earning money? Agnes replied with a grin. Are there any particular bounty targets that interest you? Harriman asked, a hint of amusement on his face. Are there any other bounty tasks associated with the Sturt Brotherhood? Harriman raised an eyebrow, standing to retrieve a thick folder from a nearby cabinet. There are many. What kind of task would you prefer, Miss Poesia? Harriman posed. May I peruse them all? Agnes asked with a smile. Harriman regarded her with interest. I believe I could handle multiple assignments, and I need to gauge the value of those individuals, Agnes declared, her smile widening. After all, if I inadvertently eliminate a valuable target while engaged in other tasks, that would be quite a loss. Miss Poesia, you are quite audacious, though your request is reasonable. Harriman conceded, handing the folder to Agnes. This contains information on bounty tasks and targets related to the Sturt Brotherhood. You may read it here, but it cannot leave this office. Thank you, Agnes replied sincerely, taking the folder and casually seating herself on a nearby sofa to peruse its contents. Exiting the police station, Agnes walked along Matthias Street to the intersection of Sabbath Avenue. She returned to the corner where she had previously stopped, only to find the handcart standing alone. Its operator long vanished. As expected, he fled. Soft targets are easy to manipulate. Despite my warnings, Agnes chuckled softly, disregarding the handcart as she turned to leave the corner and proceeded towards the docks along Sabbath Avenue. This was your choice. Do not regret it. Although situated at the southern tip of the northern continent, the sea breeze in November carried a slight chill. Agnes instinctively adjusted her hat to prevent it from being blown away by the stronger gusts near the docks. The vessels moored alongside the pier were heavily laden, and dockworkers busily unloaded bags of ore from the ships, transferring them to nearby carts destined for the railway. Agnes understood well that as a rare deep-water port, Badivia's role differed significantly from the nearby Sevilla, which was situated at a river's mouth. Larger vessels, particularly ore carriers, preferred to dock in Badivia and then ship their cargo via rail to other locations. In truth, Badivia had established itself as a hub of heavy industry. The municipal government of Badivia had wisely leveraged its geographical advantages to develop a nationally recognized industrial city. However, it was evident that in comparison to the neighboring Sevilla, Badivia, relying on heavy industry, exhibited a somewhat lesser degree of prosperity. By around 4 in the afternoon, the streets of Badivia had already grown quiet. Of course, this was merely Agnes's subjective perception. Her knowledge of Badivia's specific circumstances was limited, having only read a general overview in books. She was neither an employee of the Badivia municipal government, nor did she find it necessary to delve into such details. After a brief glance at the dock's activities, she entered the ticket office of the Badivia Ticket Company. Chapter 27. The Port of Badivia. The ticket hall was eerily quiet, with only 2 or 3 travelers present, and only one ticket window was open. Agnes surveyed the hall's layout and quickly spotted a wooden board standing to one side, her exceptional vision allowing her to read the various passenger vessel listings affixed to the white paper. Approaching the board, Agnes began to read the information displayed. The Sapphire. Destination Pritz Harbor, with stops at. Agnes continued scanning the details, soon locating the information she required. The vessel, the Happy Anna, is bound for Ellesmere Port, departing daily at 8 o'clock in the morning from Tuesday through Sunday. The ticket prices are as follows. Third class at 3 lira, second class at 6 lira, and first class at 9 lira. Agnes has successfully identified the ferry that piqued her interest, which, for the sake of convenience, shall be referred to as a ferry. It operates 2 daily crossings. The first departs at 8 in the morning towards Ellesmere Port, returning in the evening, thus completing 1 round trip each day. The second sets sail at 2 in the afternoon, returning the following morning. Both ferries share the destination of Ellesmere Port, located within the Fenapot control zone of the Dissy Bay. Ellesmere Port rests upon the grand island of Vassen-Saint, a place Agnes had previously encountered in literature. It is renowned for its spirited Dissy women, joyous Dissy songs and dances, the most authentic Dissy pies, and the warmest climate on the northern continent. Of course, November, with winter approaching, is upon her, and her departure for Badivia will not occur until November 20th. This season is considered the most suitable for visiting Dissy Bay. In a broader sense, both Sevilla and Badivia could also be classified as part of the Dissy Bay region, as many regard the coastal line here as the northern coastline of Dissy Bay. However, perhaps due to their inland position, Sevilla and Badivia diverge somewhat from the typical perceptions of Dissy Bay, particularly Badivia. According to Agnes's observations, the citizens of Sevilla appear to exude a more vibrant warmth. Especially the elderly lady who remarked, "Sister, you truly are a beautiful nun, which left a lasting impression on her. In contrast, her current impression of Badivia is one of a somewhat desolate city, where citizens can be found dozing at their posts. Although this may also stem from her unfamiliarity with the place, having just arrived yesterday. Agnes intends to traverse Vasan Saint en route to the Sea of Suinya after departing Badivia. To be candid, traveling directly from Dissy Bay to the southern continent is considerably more expedient. After all, crossing the southernmost island of Dissy Bay, Esconport, leads one directly into the wild sea, and from there, one can reach the southern continent. Regrettably, according to Professor Connie's correspondence, Cainchester spends most of the year upon the Sea of Suinya, only returning to the southern continent during the year-end. Agnes harbors uncertainties about whether she will be able to locate him during the brief days he resides on the southern continent. Moreover, based on her recent overhearing of conversations among members of the hedonist faction, Cainchester currently remains on Olavi Island due to the obligations of the ascetic faction. With Cainchester entangled in the duties of the ascetic faction, and the hedonists likely to take action against him, Agnes cannot ascertain if he will follow his usual pattern of traveling to the southern continent this year. Rather than passively await fate, Agnes prefers to take the initiative in her search. At least this way, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she would have the opportunity to devise alternative measures. The queue at the ticket window has dissipated, allowing Agnes to approach. Behind the counter stands a woman in her 30s, who greets Agnes with a radiant smile and inquires, "Madam, which ticket would you like to purchase?" Agnes instinctively returns the smile, shaking her head as she replies, "I merely wish to inquire. Are there many passengers for the ferry to Ellesmere Port?" The ticket seller appears slightly disappointed, yet responds earnestly, "Not many. Typically, we sell about 3/4 of the tickets for each journey. If you wish to go, you can purchase your ticket just before departure. After all, few travel from Badivia to Vasan Saint. Most prefer to depart from Sevilla, where there are more passenger boats." Agnes nods thoughtfully. "I see. So I need not rush to buy a ticket for that route?" "Indeed, even if you miss the morning sailing, there is an afternoon trip available. However, if you have pressing matters and require haste, I would suggest purchasing your ticket in advance to ensure you can board without delay." Agnes smiles in gratitude at the ticket seller and inquires, "May I purchase a ticket a week in advance?" The ticket seller looks at Agnes in astonishment, as if she has uttered something utterly unbelievable. After a moment of awkward silence, she replies, "Madam, I'm afraid we only sell tickets for the ferry to Ellesmere Port one day in advance, as it is not far. A single day suffices for a round trip. So early purchase is not necessary." Agnes smiles and nods, seemingly unfazed by the minor embarrassment, and calmly expresses her thanks to the ticket seller before exiting the ticket hall. Adjusting her hat, Agnes is not surprised by her inability to procure a ticket to Ellesmere Port. Upon discovering that 2 ferries traverse between Ellesmere Port and Badivia daily, she had anticipated this outcome. Merely confirming with the ticket seller was a formality. She can return to purchase her ticket before her departure. Glancing at the bustling dock, she begins to contemplate what she might have for dinner that evening. Perhaps she should sample the local Dissy pies of Badivia? A smile graces Agnes's lips. Although she had tasted Dissy pies in Sevilla, the preparation methods undoubtedly vary slightly from place to place. Her spirits are relatively high today, as the man who attempted to steal from her inadvertently provided her with ample insights into the progress of the mad potion. And her inaugural bounty task with Ella Boysia was flawlessly completed, while there remain various matters to address, such as the pit she had dug for that man and the new task she had undertaken. There is no need to rush. She still has time to enjoy a dinner that piques her interest. Perhaps she could find a grocery store to purchase a few items while inquiring about the quality of the Dissy pies there. Agnes muses, her gaze sweeping across the small shops lining the street. Chapter 28. Zimolo. Agnes sits in a restaurant, her mood buoyant as she awaits the arrival of her meal. Based on her previous inquiries, this establishment is reputed to be the finest eatery in the vicinity, despite its modest decor. Agnes observes that the clientele primarily consists of common folk, a fact reflected in the prices listed on the menu. The prices here are quite reasonable, at least from Agnes's perspective. After a rough estimate based on the proprietress's recommendations, she orders a Dissy pie, a serving of rich Badivian ham, and a glass of sweet iced tea, totaling a mere 1 lira and 1 cent, the extra cent attributable to the iced tea. Agnes finds herself somewhat perplexed regarding the traditional dining etiquette surrounding the consumption of Dissy pie. After all, this dish seems suitable for any meal, with some enjoying it for breakfast, others for lunch, and she now partakes of it for dinner. She gently taps her forehead, reminding herself that she has departed Fenapot City and is no longer Miss Pagney, who needed to be mindful of every detail. Now, she can decide for herself what and how much to eat at each meal. She could easily order 2 servings of spiced cheese steak or pear seafood pasta with finapot roast chicken, as long as she can finish it. Indeed, she can finish it, and Agnes can't help but chuckle at the thought. 2 main courses might seem excessive for an ordinary person, but for a werewolf, it is hardly a challenge. However, Agnes has no intention of overindulging. She raises her gaze to the street visible through the window, noting that she hasn't lingered long at the dock. It is barely 4 o'clock, which is somewhat early for dinner. In the establishment, the sole patron at the moment was Agnes, and it was only after she had placed her order that the sounds of cooking emanated from the kitchen. The proprietress sat on a stool at the entrance, casting a curious glance at Agnes. Agnes's attention was drawn to a small boy, seemingly around 10 years of age, who passed by outside the window, making his way along Sabbath Avenue towards her. Her gaze followed him as he approached. The boy, with his dark hair and brown eyes, bore an attractive visage, yet his frail physique suggested he was not in good health. His complexion appeared somewhat pallid, and he walked with a light and measured gait. Agnes sensed that something troubling had transpired in the boy's life. He seemed to be striving to maintain an illusion of innocence in his gaze. Yet perhaps his experiences were insufficient to mask the turmoil within. She perceived a depth in his eyes, a quiet tempest, reminiscent of leaves burnt to ash, which, though charred, retained their form for the time being. What captivated Agnes, however, was the profound resonance she felt with this boy, a sensation she had not experienced since leaving the city of Phenibode. It was challenging for her to discern the nature of this resonance. It was a tumultuous mix of pain and hope, hatred and love, an emotional chaos that surpassed even the irrational sentiments of a madman. Agnes found it perplexing that such a cacophony of emotions could emanate from one who appeared to be an ordinary child, seemingly unremarkable. Had it not been for her spiritual intuition assuring her that the boy posed no threat to others, she might have considered revealing her identity as Agnes Pagny to offer assistance. She refrained from pursuing the resonance to connect with the boy, as he seemed to require no help, and Agnes had no compelling reason to engage with him. She merely observed as he halted before the restaurant's entrance and greeted the proprietress with a cheerful, "Good afternoon, Mrs. Wellington." The proprietress smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, casually inquiring, "Milo, good afternoon. Off to Mrs. Morris's again?" The boy, identified as Milo, nodded with a smile, replying, "Indeed, I can help Mrs. Morris if I arrive early." "Very well." Mrs. Wellington sighed softly, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. "Mrs. Morris ought to come to your home to cook for you. Given your condition, walking this distance daily is simply excessive." The boy smiled politely and replied, "It's not too tiring for me, really." Mrs. Wellington chose not to pursue this topic further and instead asked, "Would you like to rest for a while, Milo?" The boy hesitated for a moment, then nodded and stepped inside, surveying the restaurant until he spotted Agnes. As he entered, Agnes did not conceal her curiosity. When their eyes met, she merely smiled, a subtle curve of her lips. Milo returned her greeting with a polite nod before selecting a quiet spot to rest momentarily, then expressed his gratitude to Mrs. Wellington before departing the restaurant. Agnes took a bite of the richly flavored dissy pie, watching as the boy left, choosing not to follow but rather to inquire of Mrs. Wellington, "That boy does not appear to be in good health. Why does his family allow him to wander the streets alone?" Mrs. Wellington sighed. "Poor little Milo. His family has fallen into misfortune." Agnes raised an eyebrow, setting down her dissy pie, and asked what happened. "His parents encountered an accident while constructing the breakwater," Mrs. Wellington lamented. "Now he has only Daniel left to rely on." She sighed again. "Not long ago, his brother Daniel also went missing, leaving Milo here alone. Fortunately, Daniel entrusted Milo to Mrs. Morris before he vanished." "Missing?" Agnes furrowed her brow. "How did that happen?" "It remains unclear." Mrs. Wellington shook her head. "The police have searched extensively for Daniel, but to no avail. It is feared that he has met with some calamity. May the Mother Goddess grant Daniel safety," Agnes intoned, forming a gesture of prayer over her chest. Mrs. Wellington mirrored her gesture, echoing the same sentiment. Agnes resumed her meal, the savory aroma of the dissy pie enveloping her senses, and she temporarily withdrew her thoughts, quietly attuning to the resonance that gradually receded with distance. Yet the connection remained unbroken. Chapter 29. Communication. After finishing her final sip of sweet iced tea, Agnes thanked Mrs. Wellington and exited the restaurant. Pausing at the door, she ultimately resolved to follow the bond she felt with Milo. His unusual demeanor was glaringly evident, and whether out of genuine concern for a fellow member of the congregation or compassion for the psychological well-being of a minor, Agnes found it hard to overlook Milo's situation. Furthermore, based on her previous encounters with Melra and Stidge, she surmised that at the moment of resonance, he likely sensed their connection, regardless of her decision to approach him. Truth be told, These reasons were merely justifications. Agnes smiled softly to herself as she strolled along the street, adjusting her hat against the biting wind, blending seamlessly with the throngs of passers-by. The fundamental reason for her curiosity lay solely in her interest in Milo's plight. Agnes recalled the map of Badivia she had previously noted, assessing Milo's direction of movement. He traversed Sabbath Avenue for some distance before veering into a narrow alley. His pace was slow, likely hindered by his physical condition. Milo appeared to sense her scrutiny as Agnes approached him through their connection. He paused momentarily before turning into an even smaller path. A flicker of intrigue graced Agnes' features as she quickened her steps towards Milo. He had not ventured far, and it did not take long for her to reach him. He leaned weakly against the wall of an empty, narrow alley, his gaze unfocused as he stared across at the opposite side. Agnes halted at the entrance of the alley and stepped closer. The walls must be quite chilly in this season. If you're unwell, it's best to minimize leaning against them, she remarked. Milo turned to glance at her, straightening his posture and nodding in agreement. I believe you are correct, madam. Removing her hat, Agnes offered him a friendly smile and inquired, I am Ilapija. What shall I call you, young sir? Milo Madrin. You may call me Little Milo, just as Mrs. Wellington does, Lady Puija, he replied, displaying an innocent smile as he looked at Agnes. Well then, greetings, Little Milo. Agnes approached him, crouching down, her left hand gently resting on his shoulder as she smiled warmly. Greetings, Lady Puija. Milo nodded, regarding Agnes with his seemingly clear eyes, taking in her features. I seem to harbor an innate fondness for you, which compels me to draw closer and share my innermost thoughts. However, my intuition warns me of a rather ominous trait within you, suggesting that untimely interaction may lead me into peril. Thus, my foremost priority should be to distance myself from you as much as possible. What do you suggest I do? With a genuine smile gracing his lips, Xiao Moreau inquired of Agnes. Agnes tilted her head slightly, raising an eyebrow as she regarded Xiao Moreau. You have already made a choice, have you not? Indeed, I believe I have chosen to place my trust in you. Lady Puija, I wish to believe in you. A faint smile graced Agnes's features as she asked, does your intuition seem quite heightened? After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Moreau replied, I am half a seeker. Is your father or mother a middling member of the seeker's path? Agnes inquired calmly, unperturbed. Yes, my father was a recluse, Xiao Moreau responded clearly, his gaze shifting from Agnes's face to her left hand resting upon his shoulder. However, he perished 2 years ago alongside my mother during the reconstruction of the breakwater. With a seemingly innocent smile, Xiao Moreau looked at Agnes and said, I am truly sorry. Agnes paused in silence before speaking. No, I am quite glad. Xiao Moreau shook his head, his smile radiating innocence as he remarked, I find joy in my life now. Just with Daniel and me, without them. Your brother. Agnes hesitated, about to inquire. Xiao Moreau interrupted her, speaking with an air of mystery. I know where Daniel is. Agnes raised an eyebrow, eager to ask. Xiao Moreau gestured for silence, addressing Agnes. I cannot divulge that information just yet. I am to dine at Mrs. Morris's house shortly. As per Daniel's arrangement, a good child should heed the adult's plans. Should you, Lady Puija, wish to find me this evening, I believe I shall reveal it to you. After all, you can find me, cannot you? Xiao Moreau stated earnestly. Very well. Agnes nodded with a smile, rising to her feet, and asked, Is Mrs. Morris's house far from here? Do you need me to escort you? Xiao Moreau shook her head, casting her gaze toward the houses beyond the alley, and replied, Thank you for your kindness, Lady Puija, but Mrs. Morris's house is just outside. Agnes nodded and followed Zayamiro's gaze to the buildings beyond the alley. Very well. I shall come to find you. Agnes lowered her head to look at Xiao Moreau as she spoke. I eagerly await your arrival this evening, Xiao Moreau replied with a pure smile, turning to walk out of the alley and into the house they had previously spoken of. Agnes watched as Zayamiro's figure receded before she too departed from the alley. Did that fellow mention who the woman was that accompanied him to Antoine's house today? A voice laced with a hint of darkness inquired from a room adorned with crimson velvet carpets. That scoundrel Snow has been adamant that he knows nothing of the woman's identity. He claims she approached him, stating she had business to discuss with Antoine, and threatened him into guiding her there. A somewhat hoarse voice responded in hushed tones. Does he take us for fools? Does he believe we have not traced their movements? The dark voice growled ominously. He was clearly quite exhilarated to escort that woman to Antoine's hiding place. He left the Tear Street without a hint of resistance, leaving traces all over the storage room and the parlor. Does that sound inconsequential? It is evident that he must have struck some sort of agreement with that woman. He brought her to Antoine's hideout and then assisted her in eliminating Antoine, after which they both absconded with Antoine's remains in a handcart. It is clear that this was a collaboration between the two, Does he think we cannot deduce this? Chapter 30. Bernice. Agnes listened quietly from a corner of the room, eavesdropping on the conversation of the two men. After parting with Moreau, she had hastened directly to Atair Street, concealing her movements as she began her pursuit of the fleeing man. For an extraordinary individual, hiding one's presence is quite elementary. The only challenge lies in concealing oneself from the watchful eyes of all on Atair Street, especially since she was unaware of how many among them were members of the Sturp Brotherhood. Thus, she activated the invisibility function of her bracelet, capable of maintaining her concealment for just over an hour, given her spiritual strength. It did not take her long to locate the man, as he hurriedly carried a pile of belongings out of Atair Street, his commotion far too conspicuous. The man's actions were entirely predictable to Agnes. She had anticipated that he would flee the Sturp Brotherhood upon hearing they began investigating Antoine. Given the man's timid disposition, his instinctive reaction would undoubtedly be to run. Even more unsurprisingly, he was soon apprehended by several individuals as he rushed outward, laden with luggage, his demeanor clearly suspicious. Agnes was convinced that such overt behavior could not possibly escape the notice of the Sturp Brotherhood. Once captured, the man was taken to a house where he was interrogated about Antoine until Agnes learned his name was Snow through the exchanges among the Brotherhood members. Agnes had successfully achieved her goal of using Snow as a decoy, being new to the area. She could not discern who among the populace were members of the Sturp Brotherhood, nor could she inquire openly. By allowing Snow to take the fall, she was able to observe numerous members of the Brotherhood who had not yet left their names on bounty tasks, while also gaining a general understanding of their standings within the organization, which were evidently rather low. She felt no fear of the Brotherhood tracing her. Yet avoiding confrontation with a gang of thugs would certainly be more pleasurable, allowing her to remain in the shadows and glean information about the Sturp Brotherhood. The police bureau had a considerable number of bounty tasks related to the Brotherhood, most concerning mid-level members, with some classified as secret missions, primarily aimed at apprehending criminals. In total, there were roughly 30 such tasks, though regrettably, the two men in her sight bore no bounties. Frankly, Antoine Gardner's charges did not stand out among these tasks. Merely being recent, Agnes noted that there were far more egregious offenses than his, including one member named Lun Lanbois, who was implicated in orchestrating over 50 murder cases. However, since he had never personally committed any killings, the evidence against him was insufficient for conviction, preventing the police from issuing a bounty for his capture. Although there was indeed a secret mission to covertly apprehend him, the leader of the Sturp Brotherhood, Bernice, was similarly associated with secret missions. He was accused of masterminding multiple robberies, kidnappings, and murders, engaging in drug trafficking, manipulating the Badivia gambling industry, and participating in organized crime. Yet, concrete evidence remained elusive. Should it be uncovered, the death penalty would be inevitable. The secret mission required the investigation of Bernice's crimes and the acquisition of incriminating evidence. Agnes was not inclined to pursue such convoluted methods. A person like Bernice perfectly aligned with her requirements for a servant. By converting him into her servant, obtaining evidence or fulfilling bounty tasks would become remarkably straightforward. Should the servant's term expire or if she planned to leave, she might even be able to exchange his corpse for a bounty if a wanted notice were issued. Nevertheless, she intended to first ascertain his strength before proceeding with her next plan. The somber-voiced man incessantly uttered a plethora of inconsequential words, while the hoarse-voiced individual continuously echoed him. Agnes, feeling somewhat exasperated, shook her head and sought refuge in a discreet corner, activating the invisibility effect of her bracelet. She was uncertain how long these individuals would interrogate Snow, and it would be unwise for Agnes to squander her limited invisibility time. After following the captors to this location and waiting for approximately 20 minutes, she finally heard a response regarding the interrogation of Snow after enduring a barrage of trivialities concerning the Sturp Brotherhood. "Very well, you continue the interrogation with Snow. I shall report to the gentleman," spoke the somber-voiced man. Their conversation concluded, and the hoarse-voiced man bowed and exited, while the somber-voiced man tidied some items before leaving the room as well. Agnes, maintaining her invisibility, trailed behind. The hoarse-voiced man ascended the stairs, indicating a relatively high status within the Sturp Brotherhood, as most members he encountered bowed to him, while the remainder merely nodded in acknowledgement, evidently his peers or subordinates. Agnes took the opportunity to memorize numerous members of the Sturp Brotherhood. She spotted several targets with bounties on their heads. However, given the circumstances, it was clearly not an opportune moment for capture. Agnes merely observed them, assessing their capabilities. The somber-voiced man entered a room adorned in opulent decor, where Agnes immediately recognized Bernister, seated in an expansive chair, accompanied by several other Brotherhood members, 3 of whom bore bounties. Burnister appeared to be in his 40s, tall and imposing, with prominently developed calluses on his hands, layered upon one another. Agnes could surmise the origins of those calluses, which likely resulted from wielding various weapons over an extended period. Agnes raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What secret did Antoine possess that garnered such attention from a crime lord? Burnister seemed proficient in the use of many weapons, resembling a warrior of sorts, though his precise rank remained unknown. The somber-voiced man approached the center of the room and bowed, addressing Burnister. "Sir, we have captured that fellow Snow, but he refuses to disclose the identity of the woman." Burnister shifted his attention, furrowing his brow as he tapped his forehead, and inquired, "We must capture that woman. She dared to provoke us, and she must pay the price." As Agnes listened to their exchange, she scrutinized the room's arrangement. The decor was lavish enough, yet it appeared the owner lacked a discerning aesthetic sensibility. The extravagant adornments, overlapping within her line of sight, failed to showcase their beauty and instead clashed due to poor combinations, imparting an impression of a nouveau riche. Chapter 31. The First Werewolf Servant. The somber-voiced man reported to Burnister with clarity, while Agnes listened intently, carefully maneuvering past Burnister and a few others to position herself behind them. Minutes later, the man concluded his report and exited the room. Agnes turned, observing Burnister furrowing his brow at the documents on the table, his fingers tapping rhythmically. A smile crept upon Agnes's lips. She seized a moment and, leveraging her werewolf agility, swiftly incapacitated all guards near Burnister's chair. These individuals were merely ordinary men, making the task relatively simple. She managed it in mere seconds. Burnister only had time to sense something amiss as he rose from his seat. Without hesitation, Agnes lunged towards him. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Despite Burnister's realization of the impending danger, Agnes remained cloaked, and he could only gauge her position through the shifting air. Furthermore, the proximity between them was so minimal that, as Burnister began to evade, he was swiftly seized by a clawed hand transformed by her werewolf nature, pressed down onto the ground. The sound of the chair crashing to the floor reached his ears, accompanied by the suffocating sensation in his throat. At last, Burnister discerned the location of his assailant. However, rather than attempting to pry away the hand constricting his neck, he instinctively attacked the vulnerable areas of her body. To his surprise, she did not evade his strike, absorbing the blow without flinching. He heard her emit a soft chuckle, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "The strength of a warrior seems somewhat lacking, Mr. Stir." A thought flickered through Burnister's mind. It was a woman. Instantly, he redirected his assault in response to her gender. The woman pressed down on his hands, and despite his efforts to free himself, he lamentably discovered that her strength far exceeded his own. Exhausted and desperate, he exerted all his might, yet she remained unyielding. It became evident to him that this woman was an extraordinary being of a rank superior to his own. When had he offended such a formidable individual? Burnister's mind raced through his recent actions, contemplating what might have provoked her ire. The lilting voice beside him carried a hint of amusement, unbroken by pauses as she continued. "I find you quite satisfactory, Mr. Stir. Come, be my servant." Suddenly, he felt a searing pain in his neck, akin to that of a beast bite, and a numbing sensation began to spread from the wound, dulling his thoughts. A primal fear welled within Burnister as he sensed his life ebbing away. Accompanying the encroaching numbness, his body seemed to contort, an itch spreading from the wound to his entire being, yet was distinct from the initial sensation. He could unmistakably perceive that a transformation was occurring within him, though his current position prevented him from witnessing the changes. The detestable woman held him firmly, rendering him unable to raise his head. No, she was the master. He ought to revere her. He could not think of her in such a derogatory manner. He belonged to her, yet still, he was the leader of the Stir Brotherhood. How could he submit to a woman who had plotted against him? Yet Agnes gradually released her grip on Burnister's neck, rising to her feet. She deactivated her invisibility, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and spat a mixture of saliva and blood with indifference, gazing coldly at the man writhing at her feet. His body began to twist and contort, white fur sprouting from beneath his garments, while sharp fangs protruded from his lips. In his struggle, his once-fitting clothes became increasingly rumpled, the fabric straining against the transformation. They appeared to be of good quality, though regrettably, his shoes fell victim to his uncontrollable claws, tearing through the leather and exposing his sharp talons, prompting a slight frown from Agnes. Due to the irregular nature of her ascension, Agnes found herself needing to actively control each module of her abilities with every use. Conversely, each time she employed her powers, she could also dictate whether those modules would manifest effectively. Whenever she transformed, if she wore shoes, She would consciously restrain her feet from becoming claws. As for her attire, perhaps due to her original physique, her werewolf form conformed more to a streamlined shape, alleviating concerns of clothing destruction. Burnister appeared to be in agony, his visage contorted, emitting deep growls from his throat. Agnes frowned, tearing off a section of the curtain and stuffing it into Burnister's mouth. Burnister's voice resonated with a certain loudness, and Agnes, unwilling to disturb the other members of the Sturt Brotherhood, begrudgingly compromised her own comfort for the sake of her future servant for the week. She delivered a few more blows to the guard she had previously incapacitated, ensuring that these individuals would remain unconscious for a considerable time. Then, she seated herself aside, her gaze fixed on the white hair of Burnister. After her transformation into a werewolf, she sprouted white fur. Her converted servants exhibited the same trait. Did the werewolf toxin impart a resemblance between the werewolf forms of her servants and their master? Agnes wrinkled her nose in distaste. Although she was not particularly picky, she would not have resorted to biting such a filthy creature had it not been for the necessity of injecting additional werewolf toxin to accelerate his transformation. With this thought, she could not help but rush to the small washroom equipped within the room, where she rinsed her mouth thoroughly before emerging once more. The man's struggles within the room gradually subsided, his body having undergone a complete transformation into a werewolf. The wounds she had inflicted on him were now mere faint marks, thanks to the formidable healing power inherent to werewolves. Suddenly, Burnister opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Agnes, who stood observing him. "Master," he said, bowing low in respect. Agnes appraised the man's appearance before commanding, "Return to human form." Burnister nodded respectfully, retracting his fangs, claws, and tufts of white fur, reverting to the leader of the Sturt Brotherhood. Agnes scrutinized him, her gaze finally settling on his impassive, cold eyes, which now held a glimmer of anger. Frowning, Agnes spoke, and in an instant, the man's expression transformed into one of ruthless brutality. Satisfied, Agnes nodded and cast a glance at Burnister before turning and shattering the window, leaping down. "A bit late today. A full schedule awaits, and I have yet to finish this chapter." Yes, that's right. Chapter 32. A madman does not consider himself mad. The Sturt Brotherhood lay enveloped in tranquility under the night sky, yet it was still not the hour for the members to rest. In truth, their day's work was only just beginning. The base on Yat Street was undeniably the headquarters of the Sturt Brotherhood. Ever since it had become one of the largest gangs in Badivia, no one dared to cause trouble in this vicinity. However, today, circumstances took an unexpected turn. In the morning, a core member was abducted by an outsider entering Yat Street. Shortly thereafter, the same individual infiltrated the leader's office, incapacitating his guards before escaping through the window. The incident occurred so abruptly that the members of the Sturt Brotherhood merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure clad in a long brown leather coat before losing sight of their target. Dazed by the sudden upheaval, the members dashed to track down the assassin under the furious bellowing of their leader, but by the time they reacted, the assassin had already vanished without a trace. "What do I keep you around for? An assassin breaches our stronghold, and you can't even catch a glimpse of their tail," Burnister bellowed, sweeping all the documents from the table in a fit of rage, pointing at the members standing helplessly in the center of the room. "Get out and investigate. Find that woman." He kicked a chair that had fallen to the ground, sending it crashing into one of the members. The unfortunate soul, struck by the chair, dared not move, bowing his head as he listened to Burnister's tirade, too intimidated to speak. "If you cannot track down that woman, you will all feed the sharks," Burnister threatened menacingly. The members nodded in compliance, one of them cautiously raising his gaze to the furious leader, only to be met with the cold brutality in Burnister's eyes, causing him to immediately lower his head once more. Agnes paid no heed to the farce unfolding at Yat Street. After leaving the Sturt Brotherhood stronghold, she proceeded directly to meet Milo, as per their arrangement. The werewolf servants she had transformed possessed a certain degree of autonomy. After all, their lives had not been stripped away, but merely influenced by the extraordinary power contained within the werewolf toxin. Agnes had confidence that Burnister would adeptly manage the events of the day, even if his intellect and temperament were somewhat affected by the werewolf toxin. All of it could be attributed to the assassination attempt and provocation he had endured. Indeed, subordinates who do not actively seek to infer reasons are not worthy subordinates. Agnes mused with a hint of a smile. Perhaps this time, she could say she was taking the blame herself. As she sprinted across the rooftops in her werewolf form, the crimson moonlight cast a gentle glow, allowing Agnes's keen eyesight to discern every detail on the streets below. She glanced upward at the increasingly full crimson moon, letting out a soft sigh. In 3 days, it would reach fullness, and she should be cautious in the meantime. However, the madness had begun to subside. no longer as unbearable as when she had first emerged from the depths of the church. The prisoner traits had been digested during her time in the church's underground, while the madman's potion had reached a standstill halfway through its digestion in Phenobot City. Today, however, the process had resumed, if it continued at this pace. She estimated that in just over 2 weeks, she would complete the absorption of the madman's traits. Reflecting on her actions today, Agnes concluded that the progress in digestion was largely due to her bold actions against the Stir Brotherhood. The members must now be aware that a woman had threatened to intimidate Snow into leading her, abducting core member Antoine Gardner, and later infiltrating their stronghold to incapacitate their leader's guard before escaping through the window. To an ordinary person unaware of extraordinary powers, provoking an entire gang with the strength of one individual might indeed seem mad. Yet for those with such powers, these actions were entirely mundane. Her deeds today would not align with the expectations of typical members of the Stir Brotherhood. Perhaps, when considering her previous role in Phenobot City, one of the madman's rules was to behave in a manner distinct from that of ordinary people. Slowing her pace, Agnes eventually stopped atop a rooftop. She sensed only a slight increase in the digestion of her potion, likely stemming from the spread of her actions among the Stir Brotherhood members. Yet something felt amiss. What could it be? Suddenly, Agnes recalled a detail she had overlooked. Her role in Phenobot City had reached a stalemate, and the digestion of the madman's traits had stagnated. Until today, she had not identified the underlying cause. What differentiates my role in Phenobot City from today's actions? Agnes pondered as she gazed at the moon. In Phenobot City, she had utilized some outrageous theories to convince the other nobles that she had become deranged from deep contemplation. Despite occasionally doubting her own sanity regarding those theories, Agnes abruptly paused, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, she was acutely aware of her abnormal behavior during her role in Phenobot City, whereas everything she had done today felt entirely justifiable in her own mind. A madman never considers himself mad, nor does he believe his actions to be insane. This realization shed light on the stagnation of her role in Phenobot City and illuminated the reason for the progress in digesting the madman's traits today. Feeling a significant surge in the digestion of the madman's traits within her, Agnes' smile broadened. She sensed a refreshing clarity in her mind, as if her thoughts had sharpened. A madman does not perceive himself as such. Indeed, this encapsulates the very essence of the madman's rule. Agnes tucked the loose strands of hair behind her ear and resumed her movements. Today was indeed a splendid day, yet she still had an appointment to attend. Xiao Milo maneuvered his hands beneath the armpits of the man sprawled on the ground, dragging him down the stairs. Lady Poizia had promised to visit him in the evening, and he needed to tidy up the room. It was a courtesy to his guest. This was not the first piece of refuse he had dealt with. It was rather absurd to think that with him being the sole occupant, the house was fully utilized. Xiao Milo paused momentarily to catch his breath. The weight of an adult man was still too burdensome for him, and despite his dragging technique, he could not manage to haul the man to the basement in one go. He sat on the floor, panting, his expression fluctuating. A voice tinged with amusement resonated above him. "It seems you require assistance, do you not, dear Xiao Milo? You will be late again today. I just completed an experiment, and I anticipate further delays." Chapter 33. Allowing oneself to fall continuously. Agnes leaped down from the rooftop with a hint of mirth. She recalled the bloody tools scattered across the entrance floor, and her facial muscles involuntarily twitched. She had been there for a while, just in time to witness Xiao Milo severely injure the intruder with the traps he had set in the house, then approached to slit the man's throat with a small knife. Throughout the ordeal, the man barely emitted a scream. To be frank, the mechanisms Xiao Milo devised were truly ruthless, lethal for an ordinary person devoid of extraordinary strength. When the man had opened the door and stepped inside, he had triggered a nearly invisible fishing line, and as he approached the threshold, a sheet fell from above, enveloping his head. Panicking, he stumbled, inadvertently pulling several more fishing lines. With a few soft thuds, a collection of hammers, cleavers, and butchering knives fell from above, striking the man's head, while toy darts equipped with syringe needles whizzed in from all directions, piercing him with force. In truth, Agnes felt that compared to Xiao Milo, he resembled someone who had consumed a convict's potion, mastering the art of murder with readily available objects. Xiao Milo appeared somewhat frustrated. He released his grip, letting the man fall to the ground, stood up, and bowed slightly towards Agnes with a hint of apology. "I apologize, Lady Poizia, for allowing you to witness this. I had intended to dispose of the rubbish before your arrival." "Who is this man?" Agnes inquired, raising an eyebrow. "A thug from the street," Xiao Milo replied with disdain. Casting a glance at the man on the floor, He has attempted to break into my home several times since the news of Daniel's disappearance. I see. Agnes smiled at Xiao Milo. So these traps were prepared for those who dare enter your home uninvited? Xiao Milo nodded earnestly. Indeed, for anyone. Very well. Agnes gazed at Xiao Milo for a moment, ultimately shrugging and asking, do you require my assistance in dealing with his body? No need. Xiao Milo shook his head in refusal. You are a guest. It is the host's duty to handle refuse, not to burden the guest. After saying this, he lowered his head, grasped the man's shoulders once more, and continued dragging him towards the basement. Agnes, watching Xiamilo's actions with a sense of resignation, turned and walked back to the living room. The living room was not in disarray. All the traps the man encountered were aimed solely at him, and he had not successfully crossed the threshold. The only mark he left in the living room was a series of indentations in the wall where the fishing line had grazed. Agnes settled onto the sofa, her gaze leisurely surveying the alternating fishing lines above, nodding slightly. Xiao Milo returned to the living room, cleaned the blood from the entrance, repositioned the various tools, and then changed his clothes before sitting beside Agnes. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Lady Poesia, he said with a serious demeanor, appearing more like a child attempting to feign maturity, despite the actions he had just taken being far from those of an ordinary child. Not for long. But since there are no other matters at hand, let us take this splendid evening to converse openly, Mr. Xiao Milo Maidlon, Agnes remarked, never truly perceiving him as a typical child of 10. She gazed at him calmly. This afternoon, when we met, a mysterious connection was formed between us. To be honest, Xiao Milo was the first individual with whom Agnes had resonated, someone still capable of leading a normal life, although she did not consider him normal. In a sense, this was her first opportunity to engage in a dialogue with someone who could articulate what they felt through their resonance. Yes, it is indeed a mysterious connection, Xiao Milo said, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he looked at Agnes. What did you perceive? Agnes inquired, her gaze fixed on him. My pain and joy have woven a connection with you. You have cast your gaze upon me. I can exchange all my sorrows for my assent or allow myself to fall perpetually, awaiting your embrace, Xiao Milo replied with a hint of amusement. Then how do you wish to choose? Agnes asked, her brow furrowing. Your embrace holds an allure beyond all else for me, Xiao Milo expressed with a tinge of yearning. That does not sound like a splendid choice, Agnes remarked, somewhat perplexed. No, it is precisely what I desire, Xiao Milo explained with a smile, observing Agnes's furrowed brow with intrigue. I do not wish to abandon those sorrows. Perhaps they inflict pain and madness upon me, causing me to think irrationally at times and be insufficiently cautious, leading me into danger. Yet it is precisely because of these that I find the notion of dismantling them, of shattering their expectations, to be an exhilarating endeavor that I cannot refuse. Who are they? Agnes asked. Did you not guess? Xiao Milo queried, a hint of confusion in his tone. They are my parents, he stated bluntly, seemingly indifferent to Agnes's words. Agnes couldn't help but frown, remaining silent. It is quite absurd. They believe it a stroke of fortune for me to be a naturally born half-sequence 9, Xiao Milo remarked with a hint of cold laughter. Yet from my childhood, that bizarre murmuring has lingered in my ears, drowning out their voices and Daniel's. Lady Wellington, Lady Morris, and the others even thought I was naturally deaf. I wept because of those murmurs. I cannot sleep due to them, yet they merely assumed I was a naturally weepy and restless child. Every time I cried, they would simply cast me aside, waiting for me to quiet down on my own. Only Daniel would come to comfort me, holding me close. It wasn't until I grew older and finally learned to discern others' words from that inescapable murmur that I remember the first time I clearly heard Daniel singing a lullaby to me. Though I did not understand the words, I could feel him trying to soothe me. In the beginning, I could not make out what others said could not attend school, and they were indifferent. Only Daniel would bring home his old textbooks, teaching me to read. But they dared to consider sacrificing Daniel. Did they believe an 8-year-old child could not comprehend their discussions? Especially me, who did not learn to speak until I was 3 or 4. They are despicable. Milo's expression was somewhat grotesque, while Agnes listened silently to his account. Chapter 34. The Abnormal Child. Milo raised his hand to shield his eyes, halting his narrative as the muscles in his face twitched involuntarily. Agnes gazed calmly at Milo, awaiting his return to composure. After a considerable pause, Milo lowered his hand from his eyes and turned his gaze towards Agnes, appearing to have regained his equanimity, a hint of innocent mirth returning to his countenance. I apologize for my lack of decorum. No, it seems you are quite willing to share your story with me. This is a positive development, Agnes remarked, observing Milo's demeanor with a sigh and a shake of her head. I made my choice this afternoon, Milo blinked and said. However, Agnes's expression grew increasingly grave as she inquired. You possess an innate ability to perceive others' attitudes towards you, and these impressions remain etched in your memory, do they not? It appears so, Milo replied, his gaze vacant as he seemed to reflect on his past experiences. After approximately half a minute, he continued, Indeed, I can still vividly recall the way they looked at me. Agnes nodded, then posed another question. You seem to have developed your own set of values from the very beginning? Milo appeared perplexed by Agnes's words, his eyes searching hers for clarification. Sighing, Agnes chose not to pursue this line of questioning further, instead stating, Your inspiration seems remarkably high. You possess the ability to hear the whispers of hidden entities at the half-sequence 9 stage, which, to my knowledge, is typically a power of the sequence 8 listeners among the secret supplicants. Ignoring Agnes's earlier inquiry, Milo nodded, his gaze fixated on the glass of water resting on the coffee table, swinging his legs as he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Yes, I can hear them, from beginning to end. You seem to be aware that the whispers you hear are not a normal phenomenon? Agnes asked Milo. Suddenly he laughed, raising his head to meet Agnes's eyes, nodding, though a sense of bewilderment lingered in his gaze. Yes, I know, but I can't recall when I became aware of it. Agnes scrutinized Milo's eyes intently, searching for something within, yet finding only desolate confusion. Are you aware that those who possess such abilities often struggle to survive beyond 5 years? And yet you are now at least 10 years old, Agnes continued, maintaining her intense gaze on Milo's eyes. Milo slightly tilted his head, nodding without uttering a word. It seems you are conscious of your uniqueness, Agnes stated with certainty. Yes, I am aware, Milo replied, turning to face her, the bewilderment in his eyes deepening. He looked at Agnes, though it seemed he was gazing past her, nodding as he said, I can sense that I am different from Daniel, and I instinctively know that the issue lies with me, not him. I believe that is not the true reason, Agnes asserted confidently. Milo regarded Agnes for a long moment before a smile broke through, and he finally spoke. Yes, I suppose I have always subconsciously known that normal children do not behave as I do. I have always understood that normal children should be carefree, not preoccupied with deciphering others' attitudes towards them or speculating whether they are loved. Normal children should love their parents, not withhold affection due to their parents' lack of love for them. Normal children would not contemplate killing their parents simply because they wish to sacrifice their brother. Normal children would not allow their minds to be filled with murderous schemes, executing them step by step. Normal children certainly would not calmly clean up the scene after taking their parents' lives. A growing sense of resentment crept across Milo's face, while Agnes inexplicably exhaled, feeling a weight settle in her heart. But what of it? Even if I am indeed abnormal, who can maintain their sanity amidst the incessant whispers that haunt them? Who can remain normal when their parents contemplate sacrifice daily? Milo appeared agitated, his voice sharp, instinctively raising it before lowering it again as reason returned, as if lacking conviction in his own words. Agnes opened her mouth to respond, but Milo interrupted. Yes, I know. Even without these whispers, I wouldn't be entirely normal. He wrapped his arms around his knees, burying his face in them, speaking in a muffled tone. Agnes hesitated, then reached out to ruffle Milo's hair. He stiffened momentarily, but made no move to resist. With a sigh, Agnes said, You have indeed committed wrongdoings. Milo straightened and swatted away Agnes's hand from his head. Yes, Lady Poesia, I know. Good children shouldn't be preoccupied with thoughts of killing others, he stated, looking at Agnes as if unaffected. Agnes shook her head, saying no, that's not it. Then what is it? Milo tilted his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Agnes did not answer directly. Instead, she frowned slightly at the curve of Milo's smile and asserted, You suffer because of your differences. Your heart believes that is the right way, and you have consistently denied yourself. I do not, Milo instinctively retorted. Agnes disregarded his protest, continuing, You yearn to be the normal child you described, striving to present yourself as such. Yet you are acutely aware that no matter how normal you appear on the outside, it cannot alter the truth of your being. Milo turned his gaze away, no longer meeting Agnes's eyes, murmuring, Not appearing normal would lead to being sent to an asylum. Agnes raised an eyebrow and gently stroked Milo's hair, asking, Then why did you choose to share your story with me when I had yet to inquire? Milo fell silent, ignoring Agnes's hand in his hair. After a moment of contemplation, he finally embraced his knees, resting his chin atop them. Indeed, I sought someone to confide in about all that I have done, Milo murmured. It seems you have come to understand, Agnes replied with a faint smile, softly asking, So what have you done to Daniel? Chapter 35, Daniel's Whereabouts. I did nothing to him. Milo looked up at Agnes and said, So when you claim to know Daniel's whereabouts, It was merely to indicate that you were aware of where he had gone, Agnes said thoughtfully. Milo hesitated, then nodded, replying, yes, he went to the sea, to the ROSD Islands in the Sunius Sea. He left Batavia on his own. I simply led others to believe he was missing. Before leaving, Daniel entrusted me with his resignation letter and several notes for others, but I burned them without delivering them to the intended recipients. After several days without seeing Daniel, I corroborated their claims that I too had not seen him return, thus he was deemed missing. Agnes furrowed her brow and asked, why did you do this? Milo moved his lips, gazing at Agnes for a long while before finally whispering, because he was going to undertake something dangerous. I wanted someone to find him and bring him back. Milo's voice carried a hint of disorientation, and his expression mirrored that same haze, as if he were lost in reminiscence. Agnes couldn't help but furrow her brow and called out to Milo, who blinked and turned his gaze back to her. What is Daniel planning to do? Milo opened his mouth, his eyes clouded with confusion as he shook his head. Finally, he spoke. I don't know. He didn't tell me precisely, but I have a feeling he is embarking on something perilous. When he left, he bore little resemblance to the Daniel I know. He merely informed me in a stiff manner that he would be away for a while, mentioning that Mrs. Morris would come to assist me with meals, and asked me to deliver his resignation letter and some notes to the appropriate people before hurriedly leaving with his suitcase. If I hadn't pressed him, how would he even have known he was heading out to sea? In the past, even if he was going to be home late, he would always ensure everything was arranged and tell me when he would return. But that day, he said none of those things. He simply departed with his suitcase, without a word, leaving home behind. Agnes frowned, her curiosity piqued. Has Daniel already chosen his faith? Milo smiled faintly. You wish to inquire whether Daniel believes in the true Creator, don't you, Lady Poesia? Agnes hesitated before nodding. I do not know, Milo replied, shaking his head with a hint of self-deprecation. Daniel has never shared such matters with me. However, Lady Poesia, you might have surmised that my parents adhered to the faith of the true Creator. They were members of the Aurora Society. Daniel has never broached the subject of faith with me, yet he has never set foot in the Church of the Earth Mother, nor have the members of the Aurora Society ever approached us. When they passed away, Daniel and I, being quite young, did not join the Aurora Society. Nevertheless, they were aware of us. They could not have simply allowed us to drift entirely outside their realm. I am uncertain if Daniel has done something in this regard. Milo's expression grew slightly wistful. Daniel is older than I. He spent more time with our parents than I did. While I was at home, he was often out working, and I am unaware of whom he encountered or where he ventured. I truly do not know. Milo's voice dwindled to a whisper until silence enveloped the room. Agnes sighed and embraced him. It seems you do not wish for Daniel to join the Aurora Society? Agnes whispered into Milo's ear. Indeed, Milo nodded. And what about yourself? Agnes released her hold on Milo and asked. I do not wish that either. Milo hesitated before shaking his head. However, you must understand that if you aspire to tread the extraordinary path, joining the Aurora Society is an inevitable choice. The pathway to the mystics lies within their grasp, Agnes stated calmly. Milo remained silent, gazing at Agnes in quiet contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he spoke hoarsely, I understand. The room fell into a heavy silence, with neither of them uttering a word. Milo awkwardly shifted the topic, looking at Agnes and asking, Lady Poesia, you have been inquiring about my affairs. Why not ask about what concerns you? Agnes, following Milo's lead, shifted her focus from the previous topic, asking with a hint of amusement, what do you think I should be concerned about? Milo rested his chin on one hand, his fingers tapping lightly on his cheek as he mused, for instance, what can our connection accomplish? Agnes raised an eyebrow, inquiring, are you aware of what such a connection can achieve? Yes, Milo nodded, a hint of innocent joy lighting his face. Since the emergence of this connection this afternoon, a whisper has been telling me its purpose. Agnes's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. The question she was about to pose caught in her throat. I did not hear it. Agnes raised her hand to her forehead, sighing. Though those words may not always lack significance, deliberately seeking to listen to them is an exceedingly hazardous endeavor, likely to impact your state drastically, and the content often conceals traps. Milo interrupted Agnes, saying, yet this whisper feels akin to your presence. It instills both fear and a comforting urge to draw closer, entirely unlike the bizarre murmurs I have encountered before. Agnes's expression grew increasingly grave. Sensing her unease, Milo quietly asked, what is it, Lady Poesia? Agnes snapped back to reality, shaking her head. She sighed, gazing at Milo, and asked, what did you hear? I can offer what I possess through this connection, in exchange for what I desire, Milo stated earnestly. Whether it be my suffering, my joy, my madness, or my desires. I can sacrifice these to you in pursuit of transcendent power. I do not possess such power, Agnes asserted firmly. Perhaps, Milo replied with that innocent smile. But that is not important. My pain and joy through this connection will gradually bring me closer to you, and ultimately, I shall fall into your embrace, becoming a part of you. What do you always perceive me as? Agnes asked, locking her gaze onto Milo's eyes. Milo shook his head, his smile still pure. I do not know what I should regard you as, but I am certain of what I should be to you. I am your student, your offering, your guardian, and your possession. I seek my answers from you, and I shall ultimately return to you. Chapter 36. The Attempt. Agnes felt the warmth in her hands suddenly dissipate. Turning cold, words she had read in the notebook of Dreiser, a member of the Yuzue cult, flashed through her mind. The master tells us we are his students, offerings, guardians, and his possessions. We wield his power, walk his path, and ultimately return to him, becoming part of him. She raised her eyes to Milo, her expression unwittingly tinged with a semblance of coldness. Is this what you heard from the whispers? Agnes inquired. Milo nodded obediently, cautiously tugging at the hem of Agnes' leather jacket. Lady Poesia, are you upset? He asked softly. I apologize. I know I shouldn't have said these things to you, but I did not wish to deceive you. Agnes met Milo's gaze, took a deep breath, and composed herself before asking, why do you feel you shouldn't have shared this with me? Milo shook his head in confusion. I do not know. I merely sensed that you did not wish to hear this. Agnes instinctively furrowed her brow, her mind beginning to ponder why Milo believed she would not want to hear it. Was it the whisper? Or perhaps the connection? Or simply an intuitive feeling? Milo observed Agnes's expression, remaining silent, quietly grasping the edge of her garment and standing aside. Agnes raised her hand to pinch the bridge of her nose, her thoughts swirling chaotically like a tangled mess. Milo's words seemed to have cast aside the veil that had long concealed the truth, exposing everything to the light. Despite Milo having previously mentioned feeling a quality within himself that was both terrifying and reassuring, she had chosen to ignore it. While she spoke of the anomalies within Milo, she could not help but recognize her own peculiarities. Agnes offered a rueful smile, raising her gaze to Milo, and inquired, earlier this afternoon, were you aware of my presence, observing you, through our connection? Milo nodded, responding, I could sense the whispers around me intensifying when you were gazing in my direction. Agnes lightly tapped her knee with her hand resting on her lap. Let us conduct an experiment, she suddenly declared. Milo promptly nodded in agreement. Agnes half closed her eyes, swiftly envisioning the leafless tree in her mind. Tendrils of black threads began to unfurl in the air before her, extending outward in a mysterious manner, akin to strands of hair. Agnes concentrated her spiritual essence, traversing these threads of connection until she ultimately located the target she sought. She sensed that the object of this connection was in close proximity. This connection appeared to differ from others. In Agnes's perception, it seemed somewhat ephemeral, exhibiting signs of instability. Agnes allowed her spiritual essence to flow along the connection, successfully glimpsing Milo, who remained shrouded in a veil of gray mist, reclining on the sofa with half-closed eyes. Milo stood in front of her, seemingly lost in thought, resembling the earlier sight of Dreiser from the Yuzue cult and May Vidi from the Rose School. Agnes tentatively sought to convey her thoughts directly through her spirit. Milo. A flicker of surprise crossed Milo's face as he lifted his gaze to the Gongjong, then lowered it back to Agnes's reclining form, stating, Lady Poesia, you are speaking to me within my heart. Agnes felt an impulse to facepalm, but noticed her body seemed to want to raise a hand, prompting her to swiftly redirect her thoughts. Do not vocalize it. Simply communicate with me in your heart, Agnes imparted to Milo. Milo nodded, his lips remaining still, yet Agnes heard his voice whispering in her ear. Is that so, Lady Poesia? Indeed, I shall attempt to perform some actions through your body, so do not be afraid. Agnes reassured him, adopting a gentle tone. Milo nodded without hesitation. Agnes gradually intensified her spiritual investment in this connection, feeling a much weaker consciousness being pushed aside, while her own consciousness seized control of Milo's body. Agnes surveyed her surroundings with a newfound perspective. The sensations from Milo's body differed from her own. Perhaps it was due to the sequence of the body or the nature of inspiration, but through Milo, the world she perceived felt distinctly altered. In a tranquil night, she vaguely sensed the presence of something, perhaps not human, floating outside on the street. Nearby, in the dim and narrow alley, a shroud of numb despair hung in the air. Agnes did not hear the murmurs that Milo had previously mentioned. She was unaware of the reason. Perhaps it was because, despite controlling Milo's body, she had not truly touched its essence. Yet, that did not seem to explain the discrepancy in her sensations. Agnes raised her head, observing her own half-closed body, sensing nothing out of the ordinary, as if the individual before her were an ordinary person. But this contradicted Milo's description. Milo? Agnes inquired within her heart. I am here. Lady Poisia, Milo's voice echoed in her ear. What do you feel now? Agnes asked Milo. Milo hesitated momentarily before responding, and Agnes patiently awaited his reply. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a crimson veil upon the floor, while the trees outside rustled in the evening breeze. Milo's voice reached Agnes's ears. I can see and hear. My senses seem unaffected, yet I cannot control my body. Is there a difference from what you saw and heard before? Agnes inquired once more. No, Milo answered without hesitation. I understand. Agnes nodded, quietly noting this matter without further questioning. Her gaze fell upon a feathered duster propped against the door, and she plucked a feather from it, placing it upon the coffee table. She wished to ascertain certain things. Disregarding the patterns outlined by the Paganini family regarding emotional resonance, she proceeded directly to the second step. I wish for this feather to levitate, supported by a whirlwind beneath it, preventing it from falling. Agnes fixed her gaze upon the feather, distinctly sensing a surge of power flowing through the connection into Milo's being, a gentle breeze coalescing from Milo's palm, gathering beneath the feather, which slowly and steadily began to rise from the table. Chapter 37. Sacrifice. Agnes stood in place, silent for a considerable time, watching the feather ascend gracefully until it floated before her. She raised her hand and grasped the feather, and with that the airflow dissipated, and the power surging through the connection vanished. Lady Poisia, using power in this manner may have side effects, Milo cautioned. What side effects? Agnes inquired, her brow furrowed. The next step may invoke a desire to leap, Milo replied earnestly. As Agnes attempted to control Milo's body, to take a step forward, she felt as though her right foot was slipping from her control, poised to leap, but she managed to raise it under her command, stepping forward steadily onto the ground. Agnes twitched the corner of her mouth, contemplating. It seems manageable. However, Lady Poisia, this sensation does not dissipate. It lingers, Milo stated seriously. Agnes continued to guide Milo's body forward several steps, with each advancement accompanied by a sensation of the leading leg preparing to leap. Lady Poisia, allow it to happen. Once it is completed, the desire will vanish. Milo's voice conveyed a hint of resignation. Agnes ceased her forceful control, feeling Milo's body leap forward. And then she reasserted her control, successfully guiding Milo's body to walk forward once more, restoring her command to normalcy. How did you know that? Through the whispers? Agnes queried internally. No, Lady Poisia. After you successfully wielded this power, my heart instinctively understood the potential side effects. Agnes furrowed her brow, recalling her sensations following her attempt in the Ambicastle. She could only remember feeling exhausted and retiring to sleep without any premonition of side effects. Was it because she had not successfully completed it, or was it due to her uniqueness? Agnes resolved to experiment further upon returning. Is there anything else you inherently know? Agnes inquired within her heart. I know that the greater the impact of actions taken with this power, the more significant the side effects will be, Milo replied after a moment of silence. Agnes nodded, finding this to be a matter of course. However, this method appears somewhat distinct from sacrificing what I possess to gain power, Milo added contemplatively. Do you know what one gains from sacrificing for power? Agnes asked internally. I do, Milo affirmed confidently, his words unwavering. In truth, if Lady Poisia requires this knowledge, I can attempt to reveal it. Milo hesitated slightly. Agnes shook her head, thinking, what you sacrifice must be your own. You should not relinquish it on my behalf. Agnes perceived a hint of shyness in Milo's smile as he spoke to her with an air of exuberance, saying, no, what belongs to me does not necessarily have to remain with me. I wish to dedicate my praises for you. Agnes responded with a raised eyebrow. Lady Poisia, please grant me control of my own body. All you need to do is gaze upon me. Milo's voice resonated with palpable excitement. Agnes did not refuse. She withdrew most of the spiritual energy she had invested, allowing her consciousness to revert to that of an observer, while Milo regained dominion over his own body. Agnes watched as Milo, without hesitation, approached her form and knelt before her in a posture of prayer, his words flowing like a dream. Lady Poisia, I offer my words of adoration to delight your spirit. May you grant me repose under your guidance. Agnes was taken aback. She clearly heard Milo's supplication, not only in her physical ears, but also through a profound connection within her heart. Before her unfolded a gray sea, with strands of black hair like threads extending from her body, drifting in the ocean and connecting to various distant places. Some figures came into her view, their forms gradually becoming saturated with gray, as though dissolving into the seawater, leaving only a distorted visage. The majority, however, remained beyond her sight, the black threads stretching infinitely outward. Following the thread of prayer, Agnes found a singular black strand, her consciousness brushing against it. With the prayer came a cacophony of overlapping voices. As her awareness casually skimmed through the myriad of words, she felt an involuntary blush creep across her face. Agnes was baffled as to where Milo had acquired such extravagant flattery. Expressions like "You are an unattainable dream descended into my world. You are the eternal radiance of the horizon. And my reverence for you is akin to standing before the stars." What a nightmare. Why must I endure such terrifying phrases? Clearly, these praises do not encapsulate me at all. Suppressing the twitching of her lips, Agnes began to ponder whether she ought to refuse this offering. Why should she decline? A voice within her heart suddenly echoed this question. Almost instinctively, she felt a surge of power emanating from an unknown source, compelling her to respond through their connection. "As you wish." Immediately, Agnes felt a force intertwining with her consciousness, flowing into Milo's body, solidifying the previously nebulous connection. Although Milo appeared unchanged in her vision, Agnes's heart suddenly surged with clarity. Milo's intuitive senses would be heightened, allowing him to form images in his mind. "Who are you?" Agnes found herself surprisingly unperturbed, calmly posing this question within herself. The other seemed to chuckle softly, and soon a phrase filled her mind. Laced with praise, "Hurry and discover the objects of the audience sequence." In that instant, the gray ocean before Agnes vanished, and she blinked, finding Milo standing before her once more. He smiled at her, declaring, "I have gained the ability of intuitive foresight." "I know," Agnes nodded, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she remarked. "However, your offerings were rather extravagant." Milo's expression dimmed slightly as he replied, "Do you not like them? But those were my true sentiments. In my heart, you truly are like an everlasting spectacle. You should not be praising me. I was even contemplating a refusal." Agnes couldn't help but smile wryly, noticing Milo's inclination to repeat those grandiose declarations. She hastily interjected, "Can you continue voicing those offerings?" Milo nodded earnestly, "Yes. I can still extol you in such a manner, but I will not be able to offer such praises to anyone else. Nor will I feel the desire to do so. Isn't that just a collection of exclusive flattery?" Agnes felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. How narcissistic it would seem to accept such an offering. Ultimately, this sacrifice would reflect upon herself. Agnes realized she needed a moment to compose herself. Taking a deep breath, she stood and placed a hand on Milo's shoulder, saying, "It's getting late. I must take my leave. Rest early." Milo nodded, asking, "Will you seek me out again, Lady Poja?" Agnes hesitated, but eventually nodded, "Perhaps. However, I must depart from Badivia in a week." Milo's brow furrowed in disappointment, but he said nothing. He continued, "Will you still observe me through our connection?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Agnes nodded once more. Milo's face lit up with a pure smile. His voice filled with joy as he said, "I will also pray for you through our connection." Chapter 38. The bounty task. Agnes returned to her inn, entering the washroom to splash her face with water, feeling the need to calm her mind. It was not solely due to the embarrassment from Milo's extravagant praises, but rather the enigmatic voice that had surfaced within her heart. Sacrifice? She gazed at the reflection of a woman in the mirror, a faint smile tugging at her lips as she formed the words with deliberation. "Who exactly are you? What exactly are you?" The woman in the mirror possessed striking features. With chestnut hair and brown eyes, her expression devoid of emotion, appearing somewhat aloof. This was not her face. It belonged to a Lab Poja, while she was Agnes Pagny. Agnes raised her hand to remove the mask of the jester, the flesh threads connecting the mask to her face emerging, snapping as the distance increased. The girl in the mirror appeared slightly shorter, her delicate features bearing an air of distress, her brow furrowed, and her complexion somewhat pallid. Agnes was plagued by uncertainty, unable to suppress the recollection of her hazy memories. Setting aside the distant memories of her previous life, she had experienced 3 instances of memory fog this year alone, at Pavla Monastery, Leva Manor, and Anva Castle. Following her time at Pavla Monastery, she inexplicably ingested traits of a werewolf. At Leva Manor, she had inexplicably breached the guard's defenses, arriving at the scene of her parents' assassination, and at Anva Castle, her recollection of Trevor's words had become blurred. "Can you control my body, just as I control Dreiser and Milo?" Agnes inquired of her reflection. Unsurprisingly, there was no response. It seemed that the priority of locating the objects of the audience sequence must be elevated. With a sigh of resignation, Agnes turned on the faucet again, splashing water on her face. She picked up a nearby towel and rubbed her face vigorously, noticing that the complexion of the woman in the mirror appeared to soften slightly. Gradually adjusting her expression to a state of calm, Agnes donned the mask of the jester and exited the washroom. She retrieved her notebook and began documenting the events of the day. "Good morning, madam." As Agnes stepped into the cafe, the cheerful server behind the bar greeted her with a bright smile, her lively voice dispelling the lingering shadows from Agnes's heart left by the previous day's events. Agnes offered a slight smile and nodded at the server, returning the greeting. "Madam, what would you like for breakfast?" "I recommend a chocolate croissant paired with a foamy coffee," the server cheerfully inquired. "Indeed, just as you recommended, chocolate croissant paired with frothy coffee," Agnes remarked with a smile. "Very well, please hold on a moment, madam." The waiter turned and retreated to the kitchen. Agnes settled at a nearby table. She observed several individuals standing at the bar, not taking a seat, one hand grasping a pastry while the other cradled a cup of coffee, engaged in conversation with those beside them. With her keen hearing, Agnes discerned their words with clarity. "It seems the Stir Brotherhood is up to something significant," one man remarked. "What has occurred?" inquired another, a hint of concern lacing his voice. "I heard their leader was assassinated last night, and today they are scouring the city for the culprit," the first man replied. A sigh escaped the waiter, who stood nearby, muttering under his breath, "It's getting increasingly chaotic. The recent disbandment of the guild has led to a surge in vagrants on the streets. Traversing them at night has become increasingly perilous, especially with those gangs around." The waiter lowered his voice, mumbling inaudibly. "Honestly, if the town hall dared to send someone to guard those gangsters' gambling dens and seize their armed caravans, they would undoubtedly become heroes of Bordivia. The town hall's coffers would swell significantly, and perhaps a once revered family would find itself reduced to utter disgrace." Silence. The man who had spoken earlier was sharply nudged by his companion. "If you wish to see your corpse tossed into the harbor by nightfall, just say so." The murmurs from the group promptly ceased, leaving only the sound of several individuals sipping their coffee. "Madam, your breakfast has arrived." The waiter approached Agnes's table, carrying a tray. "Thank you," Agnes replied with a smile, taking a bite of her pastry. "Damn it. We've been wandering this street for half the morning and have gleaned no leads on that woman. We don't know her name, her identity. All we have is that she wore a long brown coat, and that Snow fellow keeps describing her as cold and deranged. Who can find someone in Bordivia based on that?" A man complained aimlessly to his companion as they strolled along the street. "Madness, of course she's mad. What sane person would infiltrate a gang headquarters alone?" He continued to ramble. "Could you please be quiet? It's already a miracle the leader hasn't killed anyone." His companion retorted irritably. "Who knows how that woman managed to infiltrate? No one saw her," the man expressed with a hint of frustration. They walked to the end of the street and turned into a side alley. Suddenly, both men felt a sharp pain at the back of their heads, their consciousness fading instantly. A woman's voice whispered in their ears, "5." Agnes caught the two men as they began to collapse, dragging them into a corner. These bounty targets were merely ordinary individuals, making their capture a trivial task, especially since the leader of their group was her own informant. Agnes had obtained a list of individuals dispatched by Bernest and their respective areas of responsibility. Following the list proved highly efficient. However, these two were the last she intended to capture today. After all, with several days ahead, completing the task too quickly might raise suspicions of the precinct. Casually, she stuffed both men into a woven sack and hoisted it onto her shoulder, sprinting swiftly towards the precinct. Although only one of them was listed on the bounty task list provided by the precinct, her previous experiences indicated that the precinct would not mind receiving other criminals as well. After all, anyone plucked from the Stir Brotherhood, even if their crimes did not warrant immediate execution, would certainly face several years of incarceration without a hint of injustice. This spared Agnes the hassle of dealing with non-bounty members. If left to her own devices, those members would likely end up as corpses discarded along the shore, polluting the environment and wasting time, not to mention the ensuing messy cleanup. Since the precinct was willing to take them off her hands, that was undoubtedly the best outcome. Chapter 39. Lady Cynea. Agnes nonchalantly dropped the two men onto the floor, glancing at the middle-aged officer approaching her. "Eris Harrell, a bounty target, along with a bonus of watershed, the perpetrator of the Bango Lane murder case you have been investigating," Agnes said with a cheerful smile directed at Harriman. "Miss Poesia, your efficiency is truly commendable," Harriman remarked with a hint of admiration. "This is not my doing. It is merely their efficiency in finding me," Agnes replied with a grin. "It would be a waste of their effort not to send them my way." Harriman paused momentarily before kneeling beside the two woven sacks, lifting the flap to reveal their faces. "Indeed, it is Eris Harrell." He nodded, then turned his gaze to the other individual, saying to Agnes, "As for watershed, We will need some time to investigate the evidence against him. If confirmed, we will issue you the bounty. However, if you happen to possess evidence of his wrongdoing right now, Agnes raised her hand to interrupt Harriman, stating, "The means by which I acquire the evidence is not what you would wish to see, and it lacks the necessary efficacy according to protocol. As a newcomer, you would be better off in trusting a detective or another bounty hunter for evidence gathering than relying on me." Agnes's intelligence regarding the two men came from Bernist. She could hardly disclose that it was the leader of the Sturt Brotherhood who had informed her. Very well then, for now, only the bounty for Eris Harrell will be issued, totaling 300 gold liras. Harriman returned to his desk and wrote Agnes a check for 300 gold liras, handing it to her. "Do you require us to provide you with some additional clothing?" Harriman inquired, eyeing Agnes. "It appears the precinct's information network is quite astute," Agnes replied, casting a glance at Harriman with a smile. "Indeed, the precinct does maintain its own informants," Harriman responded, his smile broadening. Agnes chuckled softly, shaking her head. "No need. Every person who seeks me out represents an income. However, if the precinct were willing to dispatch some guards to assist me, I would be quite pleased. Perhaps within a few days, I could apprehend the entire Sturt Brotherhood." Agnes regarded Officer Harriman with an inscrutable expression. Harriman's demeanor stiffened slightly, and he forced a chuckle, saying, "I lack the authority for such matters. The precinct would find it difficult to approve such a plan." A flicker of disappointment crossed Agnes's face as she addressed Harriman. "Very well, but I managed to capture these individuals while they were still unaware of my capabilities. However, the news of their capture has likely already reached the Sturt Brotherhood. Once they become more cautious, it will likely be far more challenging to apprehend them." Agnes sighed. Harriman expressed no regret, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "We're grateful to you, Miss Poesia. If you encounter any of the bounty targets, please continue to bring them here. The precinct is eager to cooperate with you." Agnes removed her invisibility in the opulently adorned room. Bernist had long sensed her arrival and dispatched his subordinates, leaving him alone in the room. He bowed to Agnes, then turned to retrieve a small suitcase from beneath a nearby table, presenting it to her. Agnes placed her hat on the table, accepted the suitcase, opened it, and nodded in satisfaction. Inside lay a black gown accompanied by elongated gloves, the dress adorned with delicate floral cutouts at the shoulder. Agnes lifted the gown and stepped into the washroom. She merely removed her leather jacket and shirt, donning the long dress which concealed her trousers and the pistol she had tucked at her thigh. Should the need arise, she could effortlessly tear away the excessive hem of the gown to engage in combat. Subsequently, she removed the rose brooch from her shirt and affixed it to the gown, then slipped on the black gloves, donning her bracelet over them. Casually folding her discarded clothing, she cradled it in her arms as she exited. Bernice handed Agnes a lengthy black cloak, which she accepted and draped over herself, securing the ties. "I shall await you at the street corner," Agnes remarked softly as she packed her belongings and hat into a suitcase. "Understood, my lady," Bernice replied, standing upright with a bow. "Call me Lady Cynea." Agnes chuckled lightly, activating her invisibility before turning and leaping from the window with her suitcase in hand. Her intention in donning the gown at Bernice's was to attend an extraordinary gathering masquerading as a ball. As a wild Sequence 9 warrior, Bernice was well aware of where the local extraordinary gatherings took place. Agnes's earnings for the day totaled 350 gold liras, and with the capture of Antoine Garter the previous day, her savings had soared to 696 gold liras and 3 cents. She now possessed ample confidence to explore the extraordinary gathering in search of potential acquisitions, should she happen upon extraordinary items from the audience sequence. She could promptly address the foremost item on her list. However, Agnes recognized that such a possibility was rather slim, as generally, extraordinary items from the audience sequence were highly coveted, and few were willing to part with them for sale. Agnes harbored little expectation for the extraordinary gathering. She merely wished to witness its nature. After all, in a sense, this was her inaugural participation in a genuine extraordinary gathering. As Agnes dispelled her invisibility in a secluded corner, donned her hood, and exited with her suitcase, she paused at the street corner. A carriage arrived, halting beside her, and Bernice's familiar visage emerged from behind the curtain as he extended his hand toward her. Agnes smiled softly, placing one hand on Bernice's while lifting her gown with the other as she boarded the carriage. "Good evening, Mr. Bernice," she greeted. "Good evening, Lady Cynea," he replied solemnly. He then explained to Agnes, as if addressing someone new to the extraordinary realm, "We are to attend a ball held in the underground, where we shall uncover the forbidden knowledge we seek. If you find yourself perplexed by what you witness, please remain silent. We must be vigilant regarding all that we encounter there." "Yes, I understand, Mr. Bernice," Agnes replied quietly. The carriage rumbled forward, enveloped by the encroaching night fog. Only the faint sound of hooves resonating through the mist, indicating the arrival of other attendees. When the carriage came to a stop, Agnes followed Bernice down from it, arriving at a resplendent manor. The grand entrance stood wide open, the air thick with the scent of wine and the distant melodies of song drifting from within. Chapter 40, The Ball. Bernice approached a black-clad steward at the manor's entrance, producing 2 coins. The steward bowed respectfully and presented him with 2 masks. Bernice turned, handing 1 mask to Agnes. She accepted it and donned it, linking her arm with Bernice's as they stepped onto the crimson welcome carpet. The proprietor here is Bonner, who primarily engages in smuggling. He collaborates with a band of pirates on the Sunius Sea, who are responsible for plundering and delivering goods to Badivia Harbor, where Bonner then sells the contraband. Bernice whispered to Agnes. These are all illicit wares, beyond the reach of the common populace, yet the affluent hold purchasing power. Thus, he regularly hosts balls. Though referred to as a ball, it is essentially a marketplace, a transaction between 2 worlds. Bernice's words carried a hint of ambiguity. Yet Agnes grasped their meaning. She smiled and nodded, inquiring with a hint of intrigue. Is the threshold quite high? Bernice nodded in affirmation, stating, Indeed. I too only secured a ticket through connections. As the imposing doors of the manor swung open, a cascade of light spilled forth. Agnes caught a whiff of an unusual scent, subtly covering her nose as she peered ahead. A lengthy corridor led inward, branching into numerous paths, where the clinking of coins and the echoes of song intertwined, creating an entrancing melody. This is the most vibrant locale in Badivia. Bernice's voice resonated in Agnes's ear. Beneath her mask, a smirk of derision crept onto Agnes's lips as she replied in a low tone, Of course, the commerce here appears to surpass that of a bank. Her gaze swept over the gambling tables lining the rooms, finally resting on one that seemed starkly out of place amidst the ambience. The individuals at that table lacked the bravado of gamblers. They resembled bank clerks, mechanically shuffling and drawing cards, while shifting in their hands based on wins and losses. Agnes diverted her gaze to another table not far away, where a woman shrieked sharply for the dealer to deal the cards, her male companion entangled with her, appearing as though she were being torn apart. Noticing Agnes's attention, Bernice quietly elucidated, That woman comes here regularly. She has been here for quite some time, and is said to be deeply in debt. Let's proceed. Agnes's tone was laced with a chill as she maintained her pace, entwining her arm with Bernice's as they advanced. They eventually traversed the lengthy hallway, stepping into the true ballroom, where the music enveloped them, and couples swirled and danced. A magnificent chandelier hung overhead, illuminating the grand hall as brightly as day. Though there remained some time before the gathering officially commenced, those intent on attending were already present within the ballroom. Bernice murmured to Agnes, Shall we dance? Agnes suggested, pausing to savor a segment of the music being played, a smile gracing her face as she remarked, I believe my dancing skills are commendable. Indeed. It would be my honor, Lady Cynea, Bernice responded with a grin. Agnes shed her cloak, and Bernice took her gloved hand, bowing slightly as they stepped into the dance floor together. Servants meandered through the crowd, balancing trays laden with coins and gold, while the goods exchanged resembled refreshments. Circulating amongst the throng, Agnes surveyed these items, her keen intuition signaling that they were merely mundane objects. Within the dance floor, Agnes exhibited astonishing finesse. The gown's hem flared as she twirled, for she had attended numerous balls in the months preceding her departure for Phenobot City, despite often concealing her stamina, unable to complete a full dance. Her hand rested upon Bernice's shoulder, occasionally exerting pressure as they wove through the crowd in time with the music. Her gaze roamed the dancers before her, speculating on their identities and mentally noting the attire of suspicious figures within the throng. Agnes's attention fell upon a seemingly unremarkable pair, yet she found them intriguing. The young man possessed gray eyes and brown hair, his features chiseled, moving with practiced grace, exuding an air of someone accustomed to high society. In contrast, the girl dancing alongside him appeared flustered and clumsy, resembling an unsuspecting naive young woman ensnared in a disreputable setting. Yet the intricate details upon their persons informed Agnes that the identities of these 2 individuals were, in fact, entirely reversed. The young woman was undoubtedly born into high society, while the man was a genuine imposter masquerading as a member of the elite. Despite her clumsy dance steps, it was evident from her instinctive movements and gestures that she had undergone specialized training in etiquette. Furthermore, her exquisite gown, complemented by suitable jewelry and an appropriate makeup, indicated that her family standing was at least of moderate means within the upper echelons of society. The young woman appeared slightly older than Agnes's true age, yet she was undeniably not of legal adulthood. Typically, such a young lady would require the accompaniment of older women at social gatherings. Conversely, the man exhibited a certain finesse in his dance, yet his demeanor and attire strayed from the aesthetic standards of the social elite. His gaze frequently swept across the crowd on the dance floor, suggesting he was in search of someone. It was likely that someone attending the ball to seek out individuals was not merely a detective on the hunt for a mistress. Agnes mused silently to herself with a smirk. Bernie leaned closer to Agnes, whispering, "I believe it is time for us to take our leave." Agnes nodded with a smile, retracting her gaze. The two moved gradually towards the edge of the dance floor in sync with the melody, as Bernie retrieved a hooded cloak from a nearby cabinet, draping it over his shoulders. Agnes likewise reclaimed her cloak and donned it, raising her arm to entwine it once more with the man's. They proceeded down the corridor at the back of the ballroom. The passageway appeared unremarkable, yet Agnes's keen intuition hinted that they were descending further underground. The illumination along the corridor dimmed, eventually replaced by pale, white candles that delineated its periphery. From the shadows, the sound of other footsteps emerged, and Agnes recognized them as fellow extraordinary individuals attending the gathering. In fact, she too was traversing through the shadows. For most extraordinary beings, navigating dimness was hardly a rare feat, barring certain exceptions. Agnes adjusted her hood forward, catching sight of a room not far ahead, where individuals stood in a circle, clearly the venue for today's extraordinary assembly. Upon entering the room with Bernie, her gaze swept across the circular space, which boasted numerous doors along its perimeter, each leading into a dark corridor. This chamber resembled the hub of a spider's web, with the corridors radiating outward like silken strands, each leading to different destinations. Already, 6 or 7 individuals occupied seats, adorned with masks provided by the estate, all cloaked and hooded. Chapter 41, The Gathering. "Mr. Wolf has brought a new member today. Might you introduce them to us?" spoke the individual seated at the head of the table, his voice raspy and grating, reminiscent of a throat that had suffered a grievous wound. Agnes refrained from allowing Bernie to respond, instead addressing the gathering with an exceptionally gentle and refined tone. "You may call me Lady Cyan." "Very well, Lady Cyan." The man nodded, offering no further remarks. With an air of elegance, Agnes followed Bernie to select 2 chairs and sit down, the room descending once more into silence, conversation ceasing. 2 additional individuals later entered the room, finding chairs of their own, presumably established members. After a prolonged pause, the man at the head of the table produced a briefcase from beneath the table, extracting a scale which he placed upon the central round table. The scale's trays bore signs of rust, suggesting a history of imprecise measurements, perhaps having weighed potent acids or alkalis. He then spoke again in his harsh voice. "It appears no one else will be joining us. It seems we are the only attendees today. Thus, I shall commence." One individual across from Agnes turned their gaze toward the man at the head and, recognizing him as male, declared, "I wish to sell an item." All eyes turned toward him, including Agnes, who regarded the speaker with aristocratic interest. The man produced a small iron box, from which he retrieved a pristine white glove, stained with flecks of blood. "I call it the stained glove. It can be used to cure diseases, even terminal ones, provided they have not reached their final stages, allowing for alleviation and prolongation of life." The stained glove? Quite an intriguing name. Agnes mused, recalling her own bracelet, realizing that neither she nor Aurelio had yet bestowed a fitting name upon the forlorn accessory. Or its adverse effects? Someone inquired with apparent curiosity. "It cannot be worn in sunlight. It must be donned carefully beneath moonlight, yet once successfully worn, it poses no further issues. Additionally, when utilized for healing, the user will inevitably acquire symptoms of the ailment they seek to cure, correlating with the severity of the disease, though they will not contract the disease itself." "Are you implying it can only be used on others, not oneself?" a bystander queried. Agnes's interest in the item waned instantly. For a werewolf possessing potent self-healing abilities, the demand for healing artifacts was minimal. Surely, it would be more prudent to procure some medicinal potions from the Earth Mother's church, rather than rely on an extraordinary item that necessitated external application for healing. Nevertheless, the other members of the gathering exhibited fervent enthusiasm for the extraordinary artifact, ultimately leading to its acquisition by the individual who had posed the initial question. Agnes observed as the man at the head placed the stained glove and the cash for its purchase upon either side of the scale, which teetered slightly before achieving equilibrium. "Transaction successful," he announced in his raspy voice. Evidently, the scale was some form of extraordinary device capable of determining the value of 2 items. Agnes pondered, shifting her gaze away thoughtfully. As the first transaction concluded, others at the gathering began to speak in succession, either seeking certain items, selling extraordinary artifacts, or proposing commissions. Some deals were struck, while others fell through. During this time, Agnes spent 400 gold lira to acquire 10 purification bullets, 10 exorcism bullets, and 20 demon hunting bullets. Noticing the dwindling exchanges among the attendees, Agnes spoke in her soft, elegant tone. I require an item that grants the ability to communicate with a mental entity. I can offer gold lira in exchange, or provide answers to queries concerning the realms of mystery and the extraordinary world. You may specify your demands regarding this knowledge, though I cannot guarantee complete fulfillment. The room fell silent, no one daring to respond. Very well, Agnes sighed softly, the atmosphere thickening with silence until the man at the head announced the conclusion of the gathering. Bernie urged Agnes to rise, leading her into a corridor, where she observed each attendee ascending through different passages. The corridor remained dim and quiet, the only sound being the soft crackling of burning candles. Agnes walked forward silently, an ethereal melody wafting from the front. The end of this corridor still led to the ballroom. She faintly heard a dull thud from above, discerning it to be the sound of a silenced gunshot. Agnes hesitated momentarily before proceeding as though nothing had occurred. It sounded as though a shooting had transpired, though perhaps not, she calmly contemplated. However, it was of little concern to her for the moment, as the muffled sound suggested a murderous intent. However, if it were indeed a murder, the gathering at the manor would likely conclude prematurely. No one would dare to alert the authorities before the esteemed guests departed, as their reputation held greater significance. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, it would be prudent to leave early. Agnes discreetly secured the bullet acquired through clandestine means to her thigh before entering the ballroom, lowering her hood. Bernie, in turn, stowed his cloak in a locker. Agnes feigned a slight unsteadiness in her steps, linking her arm with Bernie's as they entered the ballroom, appearing to lean most of her weight on him while striving to maintain her own balance. This was not particularly challenging, as the cloak concealed much of Agnes's body language, and she possessed ample experience in feigning delicacy. The dance floor was still a scene of exuberance, seemingly untouched by the sound of the gunshot. Yet, given the revelry, it was understandable. Amidst such merriment, unless someone fired a weapon in their midst, it was improbable that anyone would notice anything amiss. Bernie guided Agnes towards the ballroom's exit. Glances occasionally flitted their way, only to be quickly diverted, as if acknowledging an unspoken understanding. Agnes spotted the young man and woman she had previously noticed still amidst the throng, both exhibiting an underlying urgency masked by their calm demeanor, clearly still searching for someone who had yet to appear. In a hushed, slightly hoarse voice, Agnes leaned closer to Bernie and whispered, "Shall we return?" Bernie nodded, a blend of guilt and pride in his expression, and draped his arm around Agnes's shoulders as they made their way outside. The light beyond the manor was dim and murky, revealing only the gray mist and the enveloping darkness. It was not a night marked by clarity. The horses tethered nearby occasionally emitted soft whinnies, while the coachman leaned against a post, resting. "Are you departing, sir and madam?" inquired a nearby servant, glancing at Agnes with a bow. "Indeed," Bernie affirmed with a nod, disregarding the servant's presence as he lifted Agnes into the carriage. "Let's depart," came Bernie's voice from within the carriage, and the wheels began to roll forward with a rhythmic clatter. Chapter 42, Vicente Polo. The carriage successfully exited the estate. Shortly after the coachman guided the carriage through the iron gates, a thunderous explosion resonated through the night, prompting Agnes to hastily draw the curtain. Through the haze, she glimpsed the upper walls of the manor's main building, obliterated by some explosive force, brilliant flames licking the night sky. The chaotic cries of the crowd, screams and shouts, emanated from the thick fog, allowing Agnes to vaguely envision a scene of disheveled individuals fleeing from a structure. Who could have done such a thing? How audacious, Agnes remarked with a slight smirk. "That upper room is where Bonner often resides," Bernie replied. "Ah, this certainly marks a significant blunder. But how do you know this so well?" Agnes exclaimed, her tone exaggerated. "Sir, shall we continue on?" The coachman's voice called from outside. Agnes, grinning at Bernie, remained silent. "Of course, what transpired there has no bearing on us," Bernie replied coldly. Agnes lowered the curtain, obscuring the unfolding chaos from view. The events that transpired at the manor today were indeed tumultuous, yet the majority of those present were individuals of high society, their intentions far from virtuous. Gazing out at the desolate street, Agnes's expression turned contemplative. She found herself unable to predict how tomorrow's newspapers would report the incident, but she was certain that much of the truth would be concealed, particularly regarding the numerous individuals who had attended. Yet, the casualty count from this incident was indisputable. It would inevitably be categorized as an exceptionally grave event, with the only uncertainty being who would bear the blame. Reflecting on the day's occurrences, the soiree's original purpose was to facilitate the exchange of smuggled goods, intertwined with an extraordinary gathering. Moreover, numerous enigmas had emerged from her observations. As a venue for clandestine dealings among the elite, it was hardly surprising to encounter gamblers, nor was it unexpected to witness individuals laundering money through gambling. However, the woman ensnared in the throes of addiction, burdened with enormous debts yet still present, posed a significant question. How could a woman with such debts remain in attendance? Was her fortune substantial enough to stave off bankruptcy? Yet, if that were the case, it would not be said that she was in debt. Additionally, the demeanor of those at the gambling table suggested a lack of respect toward her. What, then, was her purpose for being there? This was the first point of concern. The second point of concern lay with the peculiar young couple on the dance floor. They were clearly in search of someone. Who were they seeking? Did their quest relate to the day's harrowing events? The third point of concern was the muffled gunshot she had heard in the corridor. Given the use of a silencer, it was clear that the shooter wished to remain undetected. The gunfire had only echoed once, suggesting the assailant had achieved their objective. Did this shot correlate with the subsequent explosion? Furthermore, as the owner of the estate, was Bonner still alive? Why would an explosion occur in a place he frequented? And, most importantly, was this incident connected to extraordinary forces? Truth be told, this incident bore little direct relevance to Agnes, yet she felt an unsettling premonition from the moment she stepped into the manor. The atmosphere, the very essence of the place, instilled within her a sense of discomfort that was difficult to articulate. If one were to employ a more vivid metaphor, Agnes would liken it to entering a laboratory recently used for ornithine and arginine decarboxylation experiments. It was not that she found it repulsive. Rather, everything about the manor seemed to incite a harmful agitation within its visitors. Moreover, she sensed that this matter was far from concluded, and she would undoubtedly encounter individuals linked to it again. Agnes casually opened her diary to document her feelings. Subsequently, she stowed away the leather suitcase from Bernie and the long gown she had hastily changed out of after alighting from the carriage. After contemplating for a moment, she bid goodnight to Milo via message before reclining on her bed. Agnes entered the police station, bearing the two targets she had chosen from the Sturt brothers' bounty list. The atmosphere within the precinct felt markedly somber. Uniformed officers moved about, their expressions grim. Agnes understood the reasons behind their demeanor, maintaining an impassive facade as she navigated her way to Officer Harriman's office. It is merely conjecture. She overheard the voice of a young man, one she and T previously encountered in the precinct. What conjecture? Officer Harriman's tone was tinged with impatience. Agnes dropped the two individuals onto the floor, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow at the young man conversing with Officer Harriman. With gray eyes, brown hair, and chiseled features, he was unmistakably the young man she had seen the previous day in the Manor-S ballroom. His neck was bandaged, and his face bore several scratches, indicating he had sustained significant injuries. Yet he now appeared markedly different from the previous day. A cigarette dangled from his lips, and he exuded a sense of exhilaration as he regarded Agnes with keen interest, his gaze appraising her from head to toe. Agnes paid no heed to the young man's gaze and directly addressed Officer Harriman, stating, "I happened to encounter them, so I brought them here." Officer Harriman first opened the woven bag to ascertain the condition of the two individuals before issuing a check to Agnes. The young man, having risen at some point, approached the woven bag, cigarette in mouth, and began to examine the bodies. There were no signs of struggle on them. Their unconsciousness was a result of blunt force trauma to the back of their heads. If both of them had been taken down simultaneously, it clearly indicated that your fighting prowess surpassed theirs. Now, they are here, rather than me being sent to a tear street by them. Is it not evident that my combat skills exceed theirs? Agnes interjected with a smile as the young man spoke. He paused for a moment, the curve of his lips widening as he replied, "Indeed, that is quite an obvious conclusion. Vicente Polo, it is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Elabija." The young man extended his right hand, smiling at Agnes. Chapter 43. Mr. Polo placed great faith in his instincts. Was it Officer Harriman who revealed my identity to you? Agnes maintained her smile, glancing at Officer Harriman, who was silently sifting through documents nearby. "Oh, certainly not, Miss Elabija. I wish I could have gathered your information directly from Harriman, but that fellow never divulges such details to those uninvolved." Vicente shrugged. "However, you have never concealed your identity, so a simple deduction suffices for me to ascertain who you are. You arrived in Badivia recently, and, on the very next day, you obtained a search warrant from the police station and I happen to know that it was Officer Wilbur who brought you here to Harriman. Very well, Mr. Polo. No need to elaborate. I believe this is not deduction, but merely an ability to gather information. Agnes interrupted Vicente's lengthy reasoning, adding, "But you seem to have something on your mind?" Vicente's face bore a hint of embarrassment at Agnes's assertion that it was not deduction. Yet he smiled slightly at her subsequent inquiry. "Yes, Miss Elabija, I indeed have a matter for which I seek your assistance," Vicente stated. "As long as the compensation is appropriate, bounty hunters will undertake nearly any task. Conversely, if there is no reward, I will not assist you," Agnes replied with a smile. "Miss Elabija, I believe you should first listen," Vicente pressed insistently. "Enough, Vicente, you pitiful detective. Assisting the aristocracy with their mistresses and taking on trivial cases like finding lost cats and dogs is sufficient. You should not meddle in that case. You are well aware that this case is perilous." Officer Harriman bellowed angrily from the side. Agnes raised an eyebrow, suspecting that Vicente's request was related to something significant. But Harriman's demeanor suggested that their relationship was closer than she had initially perceived. This dynamic reminded her of the rapport between Damo and Zag from the Heart of Nature team in Finneport. Raising her hand to adjust her hat, she discreetly concealed the smile that threatened to emerge. "Officer Harriman and Mr. Polo, it appears you have some private matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. May the Mother Goddess grant you a pleasant day." With a slight nod of her hat, Agnes departed the room. She walked briskly toward the police station's exit. Although encountering Vicente, there was somewhat unexpected, it was not entirely surprising. She had sensed that the matter at the estate had not concluded, and that she would encounter individuals or events related to it again. Having noticed Vicente at the estate party yesterday, and now running into him at the police station today, could it be that there existed some mysterious connection between them? What was unique about Vicente? Who was he seeking at the estate yesterday? Having exited the police station, Agnes lifted her gaze to the bright morning sun of Badivia as she approached a newsstand. She picked up a newspaper, tossed a penny onto the counter, and leaned against a tree nearby to skim through it quickly. In the corner of the paper, Agnes found a brief mention of the explosion incident from yesterday, featuring only a headline and a succinct line of content. Her gaze lingered on the headline for a moment. Yesterday, an explosion occurred at Newland Manor, resulting in 3 fatalities and 28 injuries. The cause of the explosion is still under investigation. Agnes scanned the text hastily and folded the newspaper. The casualty ratio seemed rather disproportionate for an explosion, she murmured. In truth, had those individuals not rushed to escape, leading to a stampede, the 28 injuries would likely have been avoided. Vicente's voice came from Agnes's right. "Among those injured is Mr. Polo, is it not?" Agnes closed the newspaper and smiled at Vicente. "Indeed," Vicente replied candidly. "It seems, Mr. Polo, that your request for my assistance pertains to this case," Agnes stated with certainty. Vicente nodded affirmatively. "The complexity of this case is evident. Are you prepared to offer adequate compensation, Mr. Polo?" Agnes inquired with keen interest. Vicente glanced around at the passers-by before responding. "Miss Elabija, I believe we should find a quieter place to discuss this matter. To be frank, Miss Elabija, according to the income standards set by the municipal government, I fall within the low-income bracket," Vicente stated straightforwardly as they settled into a cafe. "If you are well aware that you cannot afford my fees, what leads you to believe you can persuade me?" Agnes asked, her curiosity piqued. "Whether it is wealth or secrets, the essence of compensation lies in providing something sufficiently intriguing to the other party, and my instincts tell me that you, Miss Elabija, find me interesting." Vicente's gray eyes bore into Agnes's. "Oh, what actions of mine have given you such an impression?" Agnes inquired with a half-smile. "Miss Elabija, when you carried those 2 individuals down the corridor," Vicente's facial muscles twitched slightly as he spoke. "You glanced at Harriman only briefly before focusing your attention squarely on me. Even while conversing with Harriman in the office, I could sense that a portion of your attention remained fixated on me. Your interest in me exceeded that of a mere stranger, resembling more the gaze of a detective upon discovering a crucial clue in unraveling a mystery." Agnes did not deny her previous behavior, but instead smiled and asked, "How did you ascertain that my attention was on you?" "My intuition," Vicente replied, gazing intently at Agnes. "I can feel your gaze. It appears Mr. Polo has great faith in his instincts." Agnes reclined into the soft chair behind her, uttering enigmatically, "So, Mr. Polo, has your intuition revealed to you why I find you interesting?" Vicente's hands, resting on the table, rubbed his thumbs together as silence enveloped them. The waiter arrived with 2 cups of coffee, which Agnes accepted and placed beside her. "Very well, Miss Elabija," Vicente sighed. "I must admit, I am uncertain as to why you are interested in me. However, since you seem intrigued by me, I am convinced that there must be something about me that you require or wish to uncover. Thus, would you be inclined to hear what I wish to commission you for? Vicente fixed his gaze intently upon Agnes as he spoke. Chapter 44. An Unusual Commission. Without raising her head, Agnes replied, "Go ahead, tell me what you wish to entrust to me." "This matter traces back to a commission I received a week ago." Vicente sighed. "Is it appropriate for Mr. Poirot to disclose his commission like this?" Agnes lifted her gaze and raised an eyebrow questioningly. "I'm aware, but this situation is indeed peculiar." Vicente scratched his head somewhat irritably, letting out a long sigh as he leaned back against the chair. Agnes could not help but chuckle. Glancing at Vicente's disheveled hair, she said, "All right, go on. I won't let it slip." Vicente took a deep breath and began, "A week ago, I received a rather strange commission to investigate an ordinary crew member aboard the Silver Rose. Although I found the request odd at the time, the generous remuneration compelled me to accept it. However, as my investigation progressed, I soon realized that matters were far from straightforward. I tracked him for several days, only to discover that the crew member was entangled with several drug dealers, engaging in the purchase and injection of various narcotics, showing no intention of returning to port. It was as if he had been forsaken by his captain. He remained in a state of mental disarray, and despite my repeated attempts to extract information from him, I met with failure, until the early hours of the day before yesterday, when I discovered that the crew member had passed away." His words hung in the air for a moment, seemingly waiting for Agnes to interject, yet she remained silent, watching him intently. "I was the first to uncover his death. It was the 5th day of my investigation. The prior days had yielded no results, so I decided to confront him directly." Hearing this, Agnes's expression grew somewhat peculiar, and she could not help but interrupt Vicente's narration. "Forgive me for interrupting, but is this the style you typically adopt when taking on commissions?" Vicente appeared somewhat embarrassed, raising a hand to touch his nose, murmuring, "That shouldn't matter, should it?" Agnes smirked slightly, shrugged, and replied, "Well, that is indeed inconsequential. Please continue." I climbed through the window into his residence and found him sprawled on the floor, wearing an odd smile, as if he had glimpsed the realm of the Mother Goddess. Upon examining the scene of his demise, I determined that he had succumbed to respiratory paralysis due to an overdose of drugs. His death was bizarre, you know. I searched extensively beside his corpse, only to find a single-use syringe. Such a large syringe, entirely full. Vicente raised his hands to illustrate the approximate size of the syringe, and Agnes, estimating the distance between his hands, surmised it was likely a 60-milliliter syringe. He injected all of its contents directly into his body. "It's utterly ludicrous." Vicente's tone grew increasingly fervent. Agnes arched an eyebrow and inquired blandly, "So you believe he did not do this to himself?" Vicente nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Since the crew member was deceased, I compiled my findings and the suspicions surrounding his death into a report for the client. To be honest, the client's demeanor was rather strange. I felt I hadn't uncovered much, yet he insisted I had performed admirably and even offered me a greater reward. After leaving the client, I felt an unsettling sense of disquiet, prompting me to inquire about the Silver Rose at the docks, where I learned that it had not set sail since its return to port, and neither the captain nor the crew had made any appearances. Sensing something amiss, I ventured to the police station to seek information regarding other crew members of the Silver Rose, only to discover that they too had perished in the early hours of the day before yesterday, succumbing to respiratory paralysis due to drug overdoses. Agnes took a sip of her coffee, softly remarking, "It sounds like a cover-up." Yes, however, unlike the crew member I investigated, the other captain and crew members died together. Vicente also sipped his coffee, appearing to calm his nerves. Thus, I delved into the reason for the last voyage of the Silver Rose and learned that they were transporting goods for Bonner. Vicente's narrative lacked the detail it had previously possessed. It is evident that the cargo brought back by the Silver Rose is problematic. Vicente licked his lips, continuing, "I inspected the still-docked Silver Rose and discovered an issue with a leather drum, which bore a light brown membrane and an unsettling lingering odor." Vicente's expression grew slightly vacant, as though he were ensnared in a nightmare. "Mr. Poirot," Agnes straightened in her seat, tapping the handle of her spoon against the plate beneath her coffee cup. Vicente snapped back to reality, as if awakening from a dream, leaning back as if startled, his back colliding with the chair support. He pressed a hand against his heart, breathing heavily. Agnes quietly sipped her coffee, patiently waiting for Vicente to regain his composure. "I apologize. The matters I have been contemplating these past few days have left my mind rather unsettled." Vicente pressed his hand to his temple, exhaling deeply. Agnes looked up at Vicente, meeting his gaze directly, and slowly asked, "How did Mr. Poirot ascertain that the cargo was problematic?" "Your description of the leather drum is remarkably detailed. As if you have seen it before. Vicente's expression darkened, his fingers kneading his temple as he focused on Agnes's eyes, responding, I found an informant who had encountered it, from whom I gleaned this information. Is that so? This informant managed to escape the fate of being silenced? How fortunate for him. Agnes chuckled lightly. Not lingering on that point, she shifted the conversation. What happened after you discovered the existence of the leather drum? Vicente nodded, continuing his account. I knew that every time Bonner had goods delivered, he would host an underground trading event under the guise of a ball at Newland Manor. Therefore, I leveraged some connections to gain entry, hoping to uncover something there. And what were your findings? Agnes stirred her coffee absent-mindedly with her spoon, inquiring of Vicente. While I did not uncover what I had anticipated, I did indeed discover some peculiarities. Vicente fixed his gaze on Agnes's eyes intently. Chapter 45. Vicente's Commission. The ball, which appeared to be a mere facade, was exceedingly strange. The host, Bonner, did not make an appearance in the ballroom at all. I was the first to arrive, yet the ball had already commenced, with the band playing despite the absence of dancers on the floor. Those arriving after me seemed unfazed as they began dancing upon entering. While servers moved through the ballroom, carrying items intended for trade, Agnes lightly tapped her fingers on the tabletop, nodding in acknowledgement. However, these details are not overly concerning. Vicente sighed, continuing, I discovered another detail that piqued my interest. During the ball, 8 individuals entered and exited the ballroom at intervals not exceeding 10 minutes. After 4 dances had passed, they returned, some departing immediately, while others resumed dancing. Shortly after their return to the dance floor, an explosion occurred in a room on the 3rd floor. Vicente frowned as he spoke. Agnes delicately paused her fingers on the tabletop, lifting her gaze to Vicente and inquiring, do you believe the explosion is connected to the 8 individuals who departed? Vicente shook his head, replying, I am uncertain. However, among those who left, one individual piqued my interest. His gaze shifted to Agnes, lingering for a moment. Agnes raised an eyebrow, regarding Vicente with curiosity. Vicente smiled, continuing, it was a lady, clad in a flowing black gown, exuding grace and possessing remarkable dance skills. Adorning her gown was a rose brooch, the design of which I had previously encountered aboard the Silver Rose. The gentleman with whom she danced bore a striking resemblance in both physique and attire. And after much contemplation following their departure, I recalled that he is Bernice, the leader of the Sturt Brotherhood. It appears this lady shares a significant connection with Mr. Sturt. Agnes stirred her coffee with a spoon, smiling. Vicente pressed his palms against the table, speaking slowly. What concerns me further is that this lady likely does not enjoy a favorable relationship with Bernice. Agnes set down her spoon, chuckling softly. Who can say? Vicente remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Agnes. She took a sip of her coffee and said, well then, Mr. Poirot, you have shared quite a bit with me. What is it that you wish to entrust me with? Vicente did not respond immediately, instead diverting his gaze to his hands, asking, Miss Poirier, are you not curious about the identity of this lady? Agnes chuckled softly. You mean to suggest that lady is myself, correct? Since you have already formed your own assumptions. No matter what I say, you will first seek out details in my words that corroborate your beliefs. Vicente finally lifted his eyes, surveying Agnes for a long moment before stating, Miss Poirier, you do not seem like a typical bounty hunter. Agnes leaned back in her chair, smiling at Vicente. That is not entirely accurate. Bounty hunters do not solely rely on brute force. Truth be told, Miss Poirier, you resemble more a lady of high society than a bounty hunter. I am curious, what compelled you to abandon a life of privilege to become a bounty hunter? Vicente inquired. Agnes smirked. Mr. Poirot, I believe we are not yet acquainted well enough to share our pasts without reservation. My apologies. Vicente, lacking sincerity, replied, Mr. Poirot, you merely used the pretext of wanting to commission me, did you not? You simply wished to interrogate me to see if I bear any resemblance to the lady you encountered yesterday at Newland Manor. Vicente raised an eyebrow. How could you think that, Miss Poirier? You are mistaken. Agnes smiled wryly, then, Mr. Poirot, what exactly do you wish to commission me for? I would like to request that Miss Poirier accompany me to Art Street for protection, Vicente stated. Agnes raised her cup to finish the last sip of coffee, looking at Vicente with a smile. Are you seeking Mr. Bernice for verification? But are you certain you do not harbor any ulterior motives for going to Art Street? Perhaps I should simply bring Mr. Bernice to you. That way, you need not venture to Art Street at all, Agnes suggested with a grin. Vicente struggled to maintain his composure, the muscles in his face twitching involuntarily. What do you think, Mr. Poirot? Is this not an excellent idea? Agnes inquired with interest. Miss Poirier, now is not the time for jest, Vicente managed to reply with a forced smile. Mr. Poirot, I am not joking, Agnes said. resting her chin on her hand, smiling sweetly. As long as you compensate me handsomely, I could indeed make that happen. What say you? Consider it, Mr. Poirot, Vicente remarked. You seem quite confident in your abilities, Miss Poirier. Indeed, Agnes replied with a smile. But it seems, Miss Poirier, that you are somewhat reluctant to visit Arch Street. Vicente observed slowly. Agnes found this amusing and lost her patience. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, saying, It appears you are still eager to explore Arch Street. I am willing to accept this commission, but regarding compensation, it must be either 350 gold pieces or you must divulge how you investigated the skin drums. What say you? Do you accept? Agnes inquired. Vicente rubbed the rim of his coffee cup, nodding. Very well, then the deal is struck. Agnes extended her hand, and Vicente hesitated momentarily before gently grasping her fingertips. I hope Miss Poirier does not find my previous comments offensive, Vicente said. Agnes remained non-committal, smirking as she asked, When does Mr. Poirot plan to visit Arch Street? After lunch, Vicente answered. Very well, I shall seek you out then. Agnes nodded, picking up her hat from the side and rising. After taking a couple of steps, she turned back to Vicente, still seated, saying, Mr. Poirot, I offer you a piece of advice. Hasten to the church and pray, confiding in the bishop what you have discovered, as it is for your own safety. Vicente raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat puzzled. He gazed at Agnes, seemingly waiting for her explanation. However, Agnes disregarded his expectation, striding out of the cafe. Please take a leave of absence tomorrow. After receiving my third vaccination yesterday, my left arm began to swell and ache this morning, and by the afternoon, I could barely lift it. My productivity has plummeted, and I managed to type only 300 words throughout the day, though I was fortunate to have a chapter in reserve from earlier. However, tomorrow is fully booked, and in this condition, I doubt I can complete a chapter. I must request a leave in advance. Who knows how long it will take for this swelling to subside? Chapter 46, Wastrel. The weather today was splendid, with no trace of the gray fog from last night. Agnes, carrying a small leather suitcase, approached the Mother Earth Church in Badivia and entered directly. After bidding farewell to Vicente, she returned to her inn to retrieve her nun's habit, finding a place to don the identity of Sister Pagani before arriving at the church. To be frank, she had not intended to report to the church in Badivia, but the information Vicente had shared was evidently connected to the Rosie School. Regardless of whether the local Nature's Heart team had uncovered a link between the Silver Rose incident and extraordinary powers, given her status as a nun of the Mother Earth Church, she felt compelled to alert the Badivia Church. Having missed both morning prayers and mass, the church was not overly crowded. Agnes intercepted a passing cleric. She traced a triangle on her chest and then drew a vertical line above it, softly inquiring, May I ask if the father and the abbess are present? The cleric did not hasten to respond, but first lowered his gaze to Agnes's right hand, noticing the ring on her fourth finger. Only then did he nod and say, Please follow me. He turned to walk deeper into the church, and Agnes followed suit. The architectural style of Badivia's church differed from that of Fenebat City, with whitewashed brick walls and a floor of softly hued yellow marble that appeared exceptionally bright under the sunlight streaming through the large windows. We have arrived. The headmaster's office is just ahead, and she should be inside, the cleric informed Agnes. Thank you very much. I hope my needs have not disturbed your affairs. The cleric made a gesture of prayer across his chest, smiling as he said, The Mother Goddess teaches us to heed the needs of others. It is our duty. Agnes could not help but smile slightly, mimicking the gesture as she softly replied, Praise the Mother Goddess. Praise the Mother Goddess. The cleric nodded and turned to walk away. Agnes gently tapped on the office door before softly pushing it open and stepping inside. Inside the room sat an elderly nun, her face a tapestry of intersecting wrinkles, appearing to be at least in her 50s or 60s. Her gray eyes regarded Agnes with a compassionate serenity, and the corners of her mouth curved with a motherly tenderness. How should I address you, child? She asked, rising gracefully, her gaze drawn to the ring on Agnes's right hand. Sister Pagnini, I am Sister Pagnini, Agnes replied, placing her suitcase beside the door and approaching the elderly nun. She took the nun's right hand and kissed the ring on her fourth finger. The nun enveloped Agnes in a warm embrace, brushing her cheek against Agnes's, before tracing a triangle on her forehead and adding a vertical line above it. Sister Pagnini, yes, I have received your message from Father Reed, the nun said, releasing Agnes and leading her to the desk. You may call me Dean Uindua. What brings you here, child? Dean Uindua inquired. I am here to seek the Badivia Heart of Nature team, Agnes stated directly. The expression on Dean Uindua's face shifted to one of gravity. She rose and pressed a bell on the side of the room, and Agnes faintly heard the crisp chimes echoing toward the back of the church. Thank you, Dean Uindua. Agnes nodded. The dean offered a faint smile, shaking her head as she regarded Agnes. As servants of the Mother Goddess, we all have our own responsibilities. Agnes nodded, a slight smile appearing on her lips. Are you planning to stay at the convent? Dean Yuan Dua asked, returning to her seat at the desk. Agnes shook her head with a smile. Very well. Dean Yuan Dua sighed with a hint of regret, asking, how long do you intend to remain in Badivia, child? About a week, I suppose, Agnes replied uncertainly. Then during your week in Badivia, I have another soul to look after, Dean Yuan Dua remarked with a touch of amusement. Ah, yes indeed, Dean Yuan Dua, Agnes said with a resigned smile. The dean chuckled in response. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation, and Agnes turned to see a tall, middle-aged man with deep brown curly hair and blue eyes entering. His skin bore a healthy tan, and his limbs appeared robust. Dean Yuan Dua glanced at the man before addressing Agnes. This is the leader of the Badivia Heart of Nature team, Waisley, and this is Sister Pagnini from Fenabat City. Agnes rose and extended her hand to Waisley, who smiled and shook it warmly. It seems you were looking for me, Sister Pagnini. What is the matter? Waisley inquired. I learned some information today regarding the explosion at Newland Manor last night. I believe the church ought to be informed, as this case may be connected to the Rose sect, Agnes explained. Sister Pagnini, please hold on for a moment, Waisley said, directing his gaze toward Dean Yuan Dua. The dean nodded in understanding and exited the room. Is Dean Yuan Dua an ordinary person? Agnes asked, furrowing her brow. No, she is not. Waisley shook his head. What you wish to discuss regarding the Rose sect requires the approval of a divine favored one before she can be informed. We must exercise caution when dealing with the Life sect and the Rose sect. I recall that Fenabat City does not seem to have such strict measures, Agnes remarked, frowning. Waisley raised an eyebrow, replying, Badivia is merely an ordinary city, with only one divine favored one overseeing the entire parish. Very well. Agnes decided not to dwell on the matter, recognizing it as a local parish concern that did not significantly involve her. Last night, I attended a gathering of extraordinary individuals at Newland Manor. I left shortly before the explosion occurred, and I discovered certain questionable aspects there, Agnes recounted softly. Chapter 47. Is there a problem? Let us clarify the information you just shared. You learned that Newland Manor would host a gathering of extraordinary individuals under the guise of an underground trade fair, and you attended this gathering. After the gathering concluded, you heard a gunshot, Waisley summarized. It was a silenced gunshot, Agnes interjected, emphasizing, the sound of a silenced gun is entirely different from an unsilenced one. The shot came from directly above me, and I could distinctly discern it. My sequence enhances my auditory perception. All right, it was a silenced gunshot. Waisley chuckled helplessly, continuing, you heard the shot, sensed that an incident might occur at the underground trade fair, and decided to leave early to avoid complications. Agnes nodded in agreement. Yes, after all, if an incident did occur, they would likely investigate the identities of the attendees, and my presence there would not be particularly honorable. I understand, Waisley smiled. And shortly after you left, the explosion took place. Yes, approximately 5 minutes after that shot, Agnes added. How did you conclude that this explosion was related to the Rose sect? Waisley asked. Agnes's expression grew complex. After a moment of hesitation, she retrieved Mr. Connie's rose brooch and placed it on the table. My mentor in mysticism was a former member of the Rose sect seeking the church's protection, and this morning, a lady I recognized informed me that she heard from a detective that the symbol on this brooch appeared on the ship that assisted the owner of Newland Manor, Bonner. We are aware of that symbol. Waisley glanced at the rose brooch, but did not take it, merely nodding. Did the lady you know share the identity of that detective? Agnes shook her head. She referred to him as Detective Poirot and mentioned that she had warned him to seek the church's aid early for his safety. But I do not know if he has done so. Waisley nodded. Detective Poirot, understood. I will liaise with the priest. Thank you for coming to provide this information. Sister Pagnini, has the case from Newland Manor been transferred to the Heart of Nature? Agnes inquired. Waisley shook his head. No. It seems the police department did not find any clues of extraordinary power in the Newland Manor explosion case, but I expect they will soon take over the investigation. It appears I have added extra work for you, Agnes said, looking somewhat embarrassed. Waisley shrugged. The sooner we learn of these matters, the better for us. The Rose sect has always been a target for our efforts. Agnes nodded, rising to her feet. Well, my purpose for visiting today has been fulfilled. If I uncover any further clues, I shall return to inform you. If we wish to contact you. Waisley stood as well, gazing at Agnes with inquiry. Agnes hesitated momentarily before addressing Was. You may leave a message at the restaurant run by Mrs. Wellington on Sabos Avenue. I frequent that establishment. Was nodded, skillfully forming a gesture of prayer before his chest, smiling as he replied, Very well, I understand. May the Mother Goddess bless us in our quest to uncover the conspiracy hidden behind this explosion. Agnes mirrored the prayer gesture, a smile gracing her lips as she echoed, May the Mother Goddess bless us. She retrieved the suitcase she had previously placed by the door and exited the office. Let's be on our way, she said, adjusting the brim of her hat as she addressed Vicente Polo. Are we not to employ any disguises? Vicente queried, hastening to catch up with Agnes. I see no need for that. However, do you believe you require one? Agnes halted, turning to appraise Vicente, a smirk playing on her lips. Vicente's cane tapped nervously against the ground as he regarded Agnes with confusion. Mr. Polo, there's no need for such tension, Agnes remarked, surveying Vicente with a playful glance. A Tart Street is already under the dominion of the Sturt Brotherhood. Regardless of whether you disguise yourself or not, you will be recognized by their members upon entering. I still suggest you allow me to bind Mr. Burness for you. It would be considerably easier, and the price remains the same. Miss Poesia, you jest. Vicente replied with a wry smile. I am never jesting. Agnes arched an eyebrow in retort. Vicente studied Agnes, the smile fading from his face, rendering him speechless. Well, it appears Mr. Polo remains steadfast in his original request. Agnes shrugged, a hint of a sigh escaping her lips. Thus, Mr. Vicente, to evade my pursuers and successfully escort you to a Tart Street, I believe we must traverse some unconventional paths. Are you ready, Mr. Polo? Agnes inquired, a teasing smile dancing on her features. Vicente shifted uncomfortably under her gaze, opening his mouth as if to ask something. Never mind. It matters not whether you are prepared or not, Agnes interjected, swiftly seizing Vicente and hoisting him onto her shoulder. It may be somewhat uncomfortable. Bear with it. Before Vicente could fully comprehend the situation, Agnes firmly grasped his legs with one hand and, using the other to grip the wall, vaulted upward. Wait, Vicente finally managed to utter. To arrive safely, you shall have to endure a bit, Agnes quipped, not releasing her hold on him, as she dashed along the wall toward a Tart Street. There, the tallest building is the headquarters of the Sturt Brotherhood, their base. Agnes indicated a nearby three-story structure as she set Vicente down in a corner. Vicente clutched his stomach, pale and fatigued, nodding in the direction Agnes pointed. Burness' office is on the third floor. Last time, I simply climbed through the window, incapacitated Burness guard, and exited the same way. They will likely have heightened surveillance on the windows this time. We may need to devise alternative methods to gain entry, Agnes stated, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. Vicente regarded her with a peculiar look. Agnes raised an eyebrow, inquiring, What is it? Do you have a concern? Chapter 48. Is she seeking her own demise? No problem at all. Vicente quickly shook his head. Agnes smiled at him. The bounty on Burness is quite suitable for a detective intent on gathering evidence against him. What say you, dear Detective Polo? Shall we give it a try? How do we ascend? Vicente ignored Agnes's banter, lowering his hand from his abdomen to quietly ask. Why? We shall take the stairs. If we cannot use the windows, we must use the stairs, Agnes replied, regarding Vicente with a bemused expression. Vicente's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, but he remained silent. Wait here, Agnes chuckled softly, her form a blur as she vaulted over the wall, vanishing from Vicente's sight. Vicente directed his gaze toward the building, scrutinizing it closely. He observed several guards clad in black coats and gray hats stationed at the entrance, while two patrols traversed the street, their paths intersecting, indicating a formidable guard presence. Soon enough, Agnes descended from the wall, bearing a guard in a black coat, a gray hat in her other hand. This individual resembles you. You should don his attire, Agnes instructed. Without awaiting her further words, Vicente reached out to begin stripping the unconscious guard of his clothing. Once you are attired, remember to ensure he is adequately subdued. Stuff something in his mouth to prevent him from waking prematurely and alerting anyone, Agnes advised, slightly nodding as Vicente, without needing further prompting, proceeded with the task. I will create a distraction inside the building. You should take the opportunity to ascend to the third floor. The spacious room at the top of the stairs is Burness' office, where he will currently be. As for how to reach there without arousing suspicion, I trust you do not require my instruction, do you, Mr. Polo? Vicente glanced deeply at Agnes, asking, Are you not planning to meet Mr. Sturt with me? Agnes could not suppress a laugh, replying, Still doubting me, Mr. Polo? Of course not, Vicente quickly dismissed, fixing his gaze on Agnes's eyes. If I doubted you, would I dare entrust you to bring me to a Tart Street? Is that so? Agnes smiled enigmatically. Rest assured, I will seek you out in due time. I shan't allow my employer to meet a grim fate at the hands of Mr. Sturt. Vicente nodded, remaining silent. Very well, until we meet again, Mr. Polo, Agnes declared, adjusting the brim of her hat before vaulting over the wall. Moments later, Vicente observed her brazenly approach the Sturt Brotherhood's stronghold, firing several shots that struck the arms of the guards at the entrance before striding confidently inside. Vicente stared, dumbfounded by Agnes's audacity, unable to stifle a wry smile. Before long, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from within the building. Is she courting death? Vicente muttered under his breath. The noise so pronounced he believed the entire Attard Street must have heard the commotion. Vicente hastily shoved the guard he had stripped into a shadowy corner before stepping out, lowering the brim of the gray hat and drawing his weapon from its holster, chambering around with a practiced ease. Another without a bounty. How many is this now? Agnes mused aloud, slamming the head of the unconscious guard against the wall with a forceful impact before casting him aside, momentarily perplexed. Never mind, I have lost count. Agnes shrugged, proceeding down the corridor. Thus far, she had encountered no effective obstacles, likely due to the abruptness of the situation, though it could not obscure the incompetence of those responsible for the guard detail. Agnes had breached the stronghold's main entrance mere minutes ago, and the guards had yet to mount a coherent defense. All she encountered were individuals acting on their own volition, devoid of any semblance of coordinated command. While for an extraordinary individual endowed with enhanced strength, agility, and perception, dealing with ordinary folk lacking substantial weaponry should be a trivial endeavor, it was still disconcertingly effortless. Though Bernie has only been her attendant for a mere 2 days, the distribution of the guard within the building has yet to be adjusted. However, given that it is merely a gang, characterized by a chaotic organizational structure, inefficient communication, and a profound lack of competent leadership, such shortcomings are to be expected. And one cannot demand too much. Agnes strode forward with nonchalance, intent on eliminating all bounty targets at the stronghold today, after which she could focus on matters concerning the Rose Society. For her, accepting bounty missions from the police department was merely a means to enhance the reputation of the bounty hunter Ella Boyer, while matters related to the Rose Society undeniably held greater significance. As for Vicente's commission, it was but a peripheral concern. The situation at Newland Manor served as a prelude, hinting at some clues regarding the Rose Society. From the scant information she possessed, she was unable to deduce much. It was known that a peculiar object resembling a drum had been transported from the sea by Bonner S. Silver Rose, and subsequently, the crew aboard the Silver Rose had mysteriously perished from drug overdoses, leading to a plausible conclusion that the crew had been silenced. The ensuing events at Newland Manor, as Vicente had indicated, revealed a clear objective on the part of the orchestrator, likely involving the assassination of the target, followed by an explosion to obliterate any traces. The connection to the Silver Rose remains to be confirmed, though the possibility of a link is exceedingly high. Agnes casually fired a shot, striking the arm of an approaching guard, causing his aim to falter and the bullet to embed itself in the wall, leaving a crater. With a powerful push, she suddenly appeared before the guard, effortlessly snatching the handgun from his weakened grip, and then seizing his other arm, easily throwing him to the ground. Another one without a bounty. Agnes wrinkled her nose in disdain. The only solace she found was that her actions today would aid in the digestion of her potions. She pushed open the somewhat heavy door before her. The room was spacious, but divided into 3 iron cage-like cells on one side, while the other half was sparsely furnished with various blood-stained metallic instruments. Agnes's gaze swept over the scene before lingering on Snow, who huddled in the corner of a cell, before turning to the wooden door on the opposite side of the room. Later. Today will be a bit delayed. Chapter 49. Would you care to become my artwork? Yet Agnes did not approach the closed wooden door, but instead walked to the cell housing Snow, glancing disdainfully at the pile of straw opposite him. Good sir, I dare say that straw pile cannot be a comfortable resting place, Agnes said with a playful smile. The straw pile remained still, prompting Agnes to raise an eyebrow and aim her left arm, gun pointed at the pile. So, sir, are you not inclined to emerge and seek a cleaner spot? She inquired, a hint of malice in her smile. The straw pile trembled, and a man emerged, a strikingly affable figure, appearing barely of age, exuding no threat, but rather evoking a protective instinct. He raised his hands and slowly stood. Ah, Mr. Renan Lumbo, Agnes exclaimed with feigned surprise. I never anticipated Mr. Lumbo to have a penchant for burrowing in straw. How utterly astonishing. Renan Lumbo was on a clandestine mission, tasked with the covert capture of his counterpart. He had been implicated in orchestrating over 50 murder cases, yet had never stained his hands directly with blood. The traces of his machinations could not serve as evidence for conviction, rendering the police unable to issue a public warrant, relegating the task to a secretive assignment. I confess I am rather unaware of it myself, my lady, Lumbo responded, feigning exasperation as he shrugged. You are remarkably perceptive, recognizing my hiding spot amongst the straw. However, This is indeed not a comfortable locale. He fixed his gaze on Agnes, a smirk playing on his lips, adding casually, one ought to engage in conversation in an environment befitting the occasion, at the very least a comfortable one. Agnes remained silent, simply narrowing her eyes slightly, her finger hovering over the trigger. Madam, I implore you not to fire. Lumbo's muscles tensed, his previously languid tone now laced with urgency. I believe I still possess some value for interrogation. Value for interrogation? Agnes chuckled at his words, maintaining her gun's position as she stepped forward slowly. What makes you worthy of interrogation? Pray tell. I possess knowledge of all evidence against Burnister, as well as most of his clandestine dealings, Lumbo declared. Ah, so you remain a trusted confidant of Burnister? Agnes inquired, her interest piqued. Indeed, that fellow holds great trust in me, Lumbo said, keeping his hands raised, his gaze fixed on Agnes. Yet he is both miserly and irascible, never treating us as human beings, believing our service to him is merely our duty. I have long harbored dissatisfaction with him. Burnister has indeed drawn a misfortune by having a confidant such as you, Agnes scoffed, her voice dripping with sarcasm, her stance unwavering. Lumbo chuckled nonchalantly, taking a leisurely step toward the cell door. Noticing Agnes's lack of response, he quickened his pace, halting at the chained entrance. Madam, I believe you may need to unlock this cell, he sighed. The key is here. Agnes raised an eyebrow, redirecting her gun toward the chain, firing a shot that severed the connection. Lumbo sealed his lips, using his shoulder to push open the cell door, and stepped out slowly. Thank you, my lady, he said, continuing toward Agnes with an easy smile that radiated an unsettling warmth, compelling trust. You see, you are opposed to Burnister, and I harbor grievances against him as well. We're natural allies. There is no need for you to remain so wary of me. We can indeed collaborate, can we not? Audience? Lawyer? Con artist? Considering his bounty information, perhaps he was an instigator? Agnes felt an involuntary surge of caution. Therefore, my lady, might you lower your weapon? Lumbo spoke in a tone that sent shivers down Agnes's spine. To be honest, Lumbo's mode of speech did not align with Agnes's aesthetic preferences, causing her to feel a sense of revulsion. After a moment's contemplation, she lowered her gun but did not stow it away, intent on observing Lumbo's intentions. Come now, enlighten me on what you can divulge, Agnes urged, raising an eyebrow. Perhaps we ought to find a more suitable venue for our discussion, Lumbo suggested with a gentle smile. You see, the air here is so foul it nearly induces nausea, and the disarray is vexing. Certainly not an ideal setting for conversation, is it? I find this environment quite agreeable, Agnes remarked, inhaling deeply, reveling in the moment. Do you not feel that the mingling scents of blood and dampness evoke an image of rain-soaked blood? It is indeed exquisite, tempting one to immerse oneself within. Agnes keenly observed Lumbo's expression falter slightly. Had she not been attentive to his demeanor, she might not have noticed at all. Or perhaps you do not share this sentiment. Agnes regarded Renat Lumbo with a playful, enigmatic smile, softly inquiring, Is that so? Renat maintained his gentle smile, nodding in agreement. I feel the same way. Oh, you too relish this sensation? Agnes stepped closer, clearly noticing Renat's expression stiffen. With a hint of confusion, she asked, Is your demeanor a rejection of my approach? Do you truly harbor thoughts of collaboration? Not at all, my lady, Renat replied innocently, waving his hand dismissively. Agnes interrupted him with a smile, extending her hand toward his shoulder, asking, So, are you willing? Before she could finish her sentence, Renat seemed to sense an impending crisis and nimbly dodged to the side, evading her touch. To become my new masterpiece? Agnes completed her thought with a grin. Chapter 50, You are slandering me. You're unwilling? Agnes furrowed her brow slightly, observing the man retreating lightly, creating distance between them, and sighed in resignation. Why flee? You were the one who said we could trust each other. Renat's face turned an ashen hue, ignoring Agnes's words as he rapidly retreated, his form gradually dissolving into the shadows. Ah, a delightful little instigator. Agnes chuckled with a tinge of malice, her gaze shifting with Renat's fleeting movement as she exerted a slight force beneath her feet, swiftly pursuing him. Your breath, your heartbeat, and the vibrant scent of your flesh are like beacons in the night, illuminating my prey before me. How could I allow you to escape? Before Agnes's hand could make contact with Renat, a dagger stained with a hint of crimson lunged at her heart from an unusual angle. The sharp blade pierced through the fabric of her shirt, the coldness of the metal chilling her skin beneath, as if it could easily penetrate the dermis and slice through muscle and fat. Yet, it was too late. Agnes's hands transformed into those of a werewolf, swiftly snapped Renat's wrist, the dagger grazing the fabric of his shirt and revealing a patch of pale skin. You exert quite a force, Agnes remarked sincerely, her other clawed hand unhesitatingly piercing Rena's other wrist. But perhaps your choice of attack and target was somewhat misguided. Agnes waved the dagger she had seized from Rena, stating, your assessment of my abilities appears to have been somewhat erroneous, attempting to assault my heart head-on. Have you truly ever been an assassin? Or has the potion you ingested deprived you of such knowledge? Rena's face flushed, perhaps from the pain of his wrist being twisted by Agnes. Casually, she discarded the dagger onto the ground, lifting Rena and tossing him onto a blood-stained wooden table in the corner of the room. You were never persuaded by me from the very beginning, were you? Rena, drenched in cold sweat, hoarsely questioned. No, how could you say that? I genuinely hope we can trust each other, Agnes replied with a radiant smile. I also sincerely wish for you to become my artwork, she continued, lifting her hand to gently trace Rena's cheek, murmuring, I am precisely in need of someone like you. Madman, Rena's veins bulged as he seethed, cursing vehemently. You are slandering me, Agnes murmured with a hint of displeasure, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, I'm sincerely offering my proposal. Your attitude truly saddens me. However, your opinion is of little significance, she chuckled softly, her sharp fangs piercing the skin of Rena's neck, the werewolf toxin swiftly entering his bloodstream, rapidly altering his body alongside the poison from her claws. Rena let out a shriek of anguish, prompting Agnes to spit out a mouthful of blood in disgust as she glanced at him. Do not scream too loudly. I wouldn't want you to lose your voice before you can answer my questions when you become obedient, Agnes murmured, covering Rena's mouth with her hands. Rena's eyes widened involuntarily, reflecting the malice in Agnes's gaze and the eerie, frenzied smile at the corner of her lips. Agnes stood up, laughing, and turned away from Rena, whose body was contorting grotesquely, heading towards Snow, who had been cowering in the corner of the cell. Frowning, she turned Snow's body over, gently patting his cheek. His face was pale, lips bluish, and skin clammy. Agnes pried open Snow's tightly shut eyes and checked for breath, feeling the rise and fall of his chest. She then forced open his mouth, wrinkling her nose at the unpleasant odor wafting from it, reminiscent of a scent she had encountered upon entering Newland Manor. His jaw is clenched, breath halted, and his pupils dilated. With my abilities, I cannot revive him, nor can I awaken him from this coma, Agnes mused, slightly furrowing her brow. There are no fatal external wounds, and the symptoms resemble poisoning. His arms are dotted with numerous injection marks, some older, some new, and, given the odor in his mouth, has someone injected him with some substance? It appears he has been silenced through an overdose of drugs. Is there a secret within Snow? This method seems connected to the case of the Silver Rose. Agnes squinted slightly. Regrettably, I am not particularly skilled in spirit communication, she sighed lightly, acknowledging that although she had studied the rituals, her success rate had always been low. However, it was worth a try. Fortunately, Snow was not entirely dead yet, and prayers to the Mother Goddess would likely elicit a response. Rena, who is concealed here, probably knows the reason, and she must inquire soon. Agnes retrieved several small brown vials from the inner pocket of her leather jacket, sprinkling chamomile hydrosol and nut oil around Snow's body, then entering a meditative state, softly reciting in Hermetic language, O controller of all prosperity and decay, I beseech the power of life. I implore the Mother's favor. I request your assistance in communicating with Snow's spirit. The low, ethereal voice reverberated in the dark room, and Agnes felt a gentle force envelop her, her spirit gradually extending under its guidance. Before her, flashes of various colors danced, finally revealing a somewhat fragmented world, with an external glow forming a chaotic storm. Agnes understood this represented Snow's mental state, and it appeared dire, nearing death. It was imperative to swiftly extract the information she sought. Agnes immediately stretched her spirit forth, navigating through the increasingly tumultuous storm. She beheld Snow curled on the ground, his form translucent and blurred. Chapter 51 Doubt. Agnes wasted no time and directly addressed Snow. Tell me the reason behind your recent drug injections. Snow, appearing dazed, nodded slowly, as the surrounding light and shadow shifted, intertwining to depict the scene of an interrogation room. Agnes saw Rena standing respectfully behind a pale-faced man clad in a black suit, his head slightly bowed, while the man, with eyes like rubies, gazed at Snow with keen interest, smiling as he asked, Didn't your brother tell you anything? No. Indeed, I have not seen him since his last voyage at sea, Snow exclaimed, his voice tinged with palpable fear, taking on a somewhat shrill pitch. Mr. Hayden, it appears, is genuinely oblivious to the matter. Lunn added regretfully from aside. Hayden furrowed his brows, sighing in disappointment, The trail has gone cold. Where on earth has Bonner hidden the valuables? Lund remained silent, his gaze cast downward. Since he is unaware, he holds no value. Bonner's methods are commendable, albeit rather costly. Yet they possess a semblance of humanistic concern. I have reconstructed the formula of the drugs they employed and produced this vial. Administer it to him, ensuring his complete demise. Hayden produced a vial and syringe, placing them in Lund's hands with a smile. Yes, Mr. Hayden. Well, I have lingered here too long. It is time for me to take my leave, Hayden remarked, adjusting the brim of his hat. How bothersome. Yet another sunny day. Hayden's figure vanished from the interrogation room, while Lund, amidst Snow's struggles, injected the substance into Snow's body. The scene gradually became a blur, a myriad of irrelevant images flashing by, indicating that Snow had slipped into a state of delirium. Agnes observed the outer luminescent storm beginning to intertwine with the inner chaos. As a cacophony of disordered murmurs echoed within the realm of the mind, countless images flickering amid the interplay of light and shadow. He is nearing death, Agnes realized with a sinking feeling. She questioned Snow with rapid urgency. Provide me with information regarding your brother. The intertwining lights shifted swiftly, ultimately coalescing into the visage of a man who appeared slightly older than Snow, sporting a scruffy beard and clad in a somewhat soiled sailor's outfit. Robust limbs suggesting considerable strength. Snow's words came slowly. He is a crew member of the Silver Rose. The whispers in her ears intensified, and Agnes perceived a tempest of thoughts beginning to wreak havoc within the mental sphere, the entire realm fracturing apart. He always claimed he would amass wealth at sea. Snow continued, his speech still languid. A storm of thought enveloped her, and Agnes felt countless flecks of light battering against her. Enough, she sighed, sensing her spiritual connection to Snow's mind swiftly waning, while his hazy figure was shattered by the storm, dissolving into countless motes of light that merged into the tempest. Agnes withdrew her essence, opened her eyes, and beheld Snow's breathing had ceased entirely. It was still a successful seance. Agnes silently made a gesture of prayer over her heart, offering praise to the Earth Mother. Following the ravages of the mental storm, she found the interrogation room eerily quiet, save for Lund's stifled gasps and occasional wails. That Mr. Hayden is investigating the crew of the Silver Rose, searching for something that Bonner has concealed. Agnes pondered as she stood, contemplating whether he is perhaps an emissary of Vincent. How long does it take for this toxin to transition from poisoning to fatality? If it is not much time at all, could it be that Mr. Hayden has not strayed far? Agnes cast a glance at Lund, who was nearing the completion of his transformation. If he were to turn back, would he coincidentally encounter Vincent? Lund is affiliated with the Stir Brotherhood, but according to Snow's recollections, he is actually loyal to Mr. Hayden, who is privy to the events surrounding the Silver Rose. Vincent's insistence on risking everything to meet Bernie likely stems from more than just having seen himself and Bernie at Newland Manor that morning. There may be other factors at play. He might have uncovered additional clues, yet he did not divulge them earlier. After all, there exists no trust between Elapoyer and Vincent, despite Vincent appearing willing to place his safety in her hands. Agnes had always felt that the crux of his commission was not merely to see Bernie, but to arrive at the Stir Brotherhood's stronghold on Atair Street. What was so special about this place? Rubbing her temples in frustration, Agnes's gaze fell upon Lund, who was nearing the conclusion of his transformation. Unlike Bernie, Lund's werewolf form did not exhibit bulging muscles, but rather a streamlined elegance, prompting Agnes to involuntarily smirk. One might say, as expected of one who walks the path of a witch, Agnes mused inwardly. She heard a series of deliberately softened footsteps outside the interrogation room, and instinctively turned, drawing her weapon towards the door. Only a single individual approached, and judging by the rhythm of the footsteps, it was Vincent. After listening intently for a few seconds, she reached this conclusion. A frown creased her brow. How could Vincent be here? Did he follow her all the way, or was this his intended destination? If he had trailed her, it would be understandable that he had not abandoned his suspicions. Yet, if this was indeed his goal, was it for Snow? Or for that Mr. Hayden? In light of such coincidences, it was challenging for Agnes not to overthink. Her gaze flicked to Lund, who had just completed his transformation and lay panting on the wooden platform. Revert your werewolf traits, Agnes instructed, her brow furrowed. Lund nodded slowly, his breaths growing heavy. His expression contorted with pain as the white fur, sharp fangs, and claws gradually receded, restoring him to a normal human form. He appeared as though he had finally overcome a most arduous task, his body relaxing suddenly, his face pale and devoid of color, resembling one who had endured torture. Agnes could not help but frown. Lund's transformation seemed far more painful and difficult than Bernie's, though the cause was uncertain. Now was not the time for exploration. Agnes's gaze remained fixed on the door as the footsteps drew nearer. The individual paused at the entrance, rapping twice upon the door, then fell silent, seemingly awaiting a response from within. Chapter 52. Lun Lumbo's response. Miss Poesia. Receiving no reply from Agnes, Vincent pushed open the locked door with one hand while holding his gun. He momentarily froze upon seeing Agnes's unwavering gaze fixed on the door, before appearing to exhale in relief, lowering his weapon. "You have been following me?" Agnes asked, a smirk playing on her lips. Vincent hesitated for a moment before nodding, his attention drawn to the frail figure of Lun lying on the wooden platform. "He is." Vincent swallowed hard, inquiring. Agnes glanced at Lun casually, replying, "Lun Lumbo, Bernie's confidant, a pervert accused of orchestrating over 50 murder cases." Vincent furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lun Lumbo, seemingly assessing the veracity of Agnes's introduction. "Stop staring at him." Agnes turned her back towards Snow's corpse, casually adding, "Come see this individual. I believe he should hold greater significance for you." Vincent averted his gaze, following Agnes to the cell. He paused beside Snow's body, donned gloves, and examined the various life signs before wrinkling his nose at the scent emanating from Snow's mouth, inspecting the needle marks on his arm. "The cause of death seems familiar, does it not?" Agnes queried enigmatically from the side. "He must have just passed away." Vincent replied in a subdued tone, raising his head to meet Agnes's gaze. "He should have still been alive when you arrived." Vincent asked with certainty. "Indeed." Agnes raised an eyebrow, leaning against the iron railing, stating, "He probably died a minute or two ago, just before I heard your footsteps. At that time, you were interrogating Lun Lumbo." Vicente rose from his seat, removing his gloves, and inquired about a seemingly unrelated matter. "Indeed." Agnes straightened her posture and softly remarked, "After all, interrogating others is somewhat simpler for me than saving lives." Vicente fell into a moment of silence before earnestly asking, "Have you gleaned any useful information?" "I have indeed acquired some rather intriguing insights," Agnes replied with a hint of a smile. "Have you heard the name Mr. Hayden?" At that moment, a man in his 30s, clad in a trainee inspector's uniform and burdened with a stack of files, pushed open the door and stepped into the room, immediately choking on the smoke that filled the air. He cast a glance at the man who leaned back in his chair, pipe in mouth, seemingly lost in contemplation of the table's grain. He tossed the files onto the sofa opposite the desk and opened a nearby window. "Captain, I brought the files regarding the Newland Manor explosion and the death of the crew from the Silver Rose. The handover for both cases has been completed." "Thank you." Vargas nodded, discarding his pipe and rising to gather the files scattered on the sofa, meticulously returning them to the desk, as if verifying something, purposefully rifling through the documents. For a moment, the room was filled solely with the sound of rustling paper. Noticing Vargas engrossed in the files, the man quietly turned to leave. "Wait, Aiden," Vargas called out without lifting his gaze. "Is there something else, Captain?" Aiden turned back, looking at Vargas with curiosity, awaiting his response. Vargas held out several files he had just extracted from the pile, saying, "These are the autopsy results of the deceased crew members of the Silver Rose. See if you can discern anything, as you possess more expertise regarding matters of death." Aiden nodded, accepting the files, and after a prolonged examination, his brow began to furrow. "Well, have you uncovered anything?" Vargas inquired. "I believe I need to see their bodies," Aiden replied, raising his gaze to meet Vargas's. "Very well." Vargas stood decisively, stating, "Let's go at once." "So, you mean to say that you're investigating the items transported by Bonner through the Silver Rose?" Vicente asked, looking at Len. Agnes listened calmly to their exchange, remaining silent. After introducing the topic, she allowed Vicente to directly question Len, as she had not truly interrogated him and had not derived many leads from his responses. She slightly furrowed her brow, glancing at the ceiling of the interrogation room, where she could hear the sounds of several individuals moving about upstairs. Had the guards finally realized their presence in the interrogation chamber? Agnes couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It was rather surprising that it had taken them this long to discover her whereabouts. She sensed that Berneste was still seething in his office on the third floor, likely chastising the guards in accordance with his rank, opting not to intervene in her search, which was a pitfall for his own guards. Indeed, were the guards of the Sturt Brotherhood truly so inept? She had left those she incapacitated sprawled on the ground without any attempt at concealment. "Yes, we have been investigating for quite some time, and have only recently learned that the item was delivered by the Silver Rose. Bonner is quite cunning, employing various vessels to transport his cargo." Len's voice sounded weak, prompting Agnes to furrow her brow further. "Was the explosion at Newland Manor instigated by you?" Vicente pressed on. "No," Len replied with a shake of his head. That explosion was likely orchestrated by Bonner himself as a means of escape. Is that so? Vicente mused skeptically, speaking softly. However, despite the severe burns on the three bodies, the police are still able to ascertain that they belonged to Bonner, his assistant, and the butler of Newland Manor. Bonner dead? Ha ha ha. Len wheezed with laughter, his tone dripping with sarcasm. How could he possibly allow himself to die, even if he were to perish? It would not be due to an explosion, nor would he sustain severe burns from one. Agnes narrowed her eyes slightly, interrupting Vicente as he prepared to speak. Detective Poirot, I believe we need to relocate to continue our interrogation, she said, a faint smile gracing her lips. I suspect the guards of the Sturt Brotherhood will soon discover our location. Vicente closed his mouth, and Agnes hoisted the still weakened Len onto her shoulder, opening another securely locked wooden door and stepping through. Vicente cast a glance at Snow's lifeless body before following suit. Chapter 53. I merely wish to fulfill my commission. Beyond the door lay a spiral staircase ascending into darkness, devoid of windows. This staircase led directly to the third floor, originally intended as a passage for the leader. As prior to the rise of the Snow Brotherhood, many interrogations necessitated the leader's involvement, sometimes even requiring their personal intervention, before the Snow Brotherhood took control of the building. This staircase had served as an emergency exit, allowing direct access from the third floor to the outdoor ground. It had only been repurposed after the Brotherhood's acquisition. To be frank, with Bernie's treachery, her understanding of the Sturt Brotherhood's stronghold exceeded that of most of its members. She had initially intended to create a diversion to enable Vicente to safely ascend to the third floor, as it was not convenient to act with him in tow, while also checking on Snow, whom she had previously ensnared in a cell, and then proceed to the third floor from there. However, she had not anticipated encountering Snow's murder, nor the entanglement with the Silver Rose affair, and Vicente had not followed her plans to ascend to the third floor, but had instead accompanied her to the interrogation room. Though no significant trouble ensued, Agnes remained displeased. With Len slung over her shoulder, she hastened up the staircase, prompting Vicente to run to keep pace with her. They soon reached the top of the staircase, where a heavy door barred their path. Beyond this door lies the third floor. You stay here and keep an eye on him while I take a few minutes, Agnes instructed, dropping Len onto the floor and testing the heavy door with a push, only to hear the sound of chains rattling from behind it, indicating it had been secured. Pull him back a bit, Agnes casually commanded. Vicente promptly tugged the seemingly frail Len 2 steps backward. Agnes retreated a few paces, then kicked the door. First, the sound of the iron chain snapping echoed, followed by the heavy door crashing to the ground, the noise mingling with the swirling dust that filled the air. A burst of light flooded the corridor, causing Vicente to instinctively shield his eyes. Yet, Agnes strode forward, stepping into the corridor that extended from the door, approximately 10 meters from Bernie's office door. The noise from Agnes's earlier door-pushing and subsequent kick had drawn the attention of the guard stationed at Bernie's office, who had just turned to investigate the commotion. Agnes exerted a slight force with her legs, swiftly covering the distance to the office door in the blink of an eye. As the turning guard caught sight of Agnes's silhouette, he had yet to utter a word before she struck him unconscious, her figure seamlessly transitioning to appear before the 2 guards behind him. She clasped their heads and forcefully collided them together, carelessly discarding them afterward, her figure now confronting the last guard stationed at the door. The guard swallowed hard, raising his hands in surrender. What is going on? An impatient voice emanated from within the office as the door swung open. Agnes chuckled softly as she deftly seized the remaining body of the guard and hurled it towards the departing figure. Caught entirely off guard, the individual was struck down by the guard's lifeless form, allowing Agnes to step into the office. She surveyed the occupants of the room, her extensive knowledge enabling her to roughly ascertain their identities. Approximately 10 individuals filled the space, among whom 6 were undoubtedly Bernie's guards. Following the previous assassination attempt, the strength of Bernie's protection had notably increased, though it now seemed futile. The guards clustered uncomfortably close to Bernie, raised their weapons in response to Agnes's entrance, aiming their firearms at her. With exaggerated gestures, Agnes greeted those present, her gaze settling on Bernie as she smiled and exclaimed, "Good afternoon, Mr. Bernie. It is truly a pleasure to see you again." Bernie's countenance was shrouded in shadows, and he remained silent. "How dreadfully cold, Mr. Bernie," Agnes remarked in a theatrical tone, her gaze drifting to the others standing further from Bernie. "Ah, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Lind, Mr. Harvey, and Mr. Rhodes," she beamed, greeting each with delight. "It's splendid to see you all." "You are quite audacious, my lady," a man scoffed from the side, prompting Agnes to turn her attention to him. "Ah, Mr. Lind, with a bounty of 280 gold liras," she noted. Lind sneered. So it was you who attempted to assassinate our leader last time. Oh no, no, no. Agnes quickly waved her hands dismissively. How could one call it an assassination? Fire. Lind commanded the guards, disregarding Agnes' protest. Instinctively, the guards squeezed their triggers. The bullets pierced the door behind Agnes, embedding themselves into the freshly painted wall, while Agnes, with an agile movement, slipped behind Lind, gripping his shoulder with one hand and caressing his neck with the other. Why not allow me to finish my words? She murmured, her fingers tracing the skin near his Adam's apple. You are quite the impatient one, Mr. Lind. Release Mr. Lind. The guards shouted in alarm, swinging their weapons towards Agnes. Now, do try to keep your hands steady, Agnes said, a smile gracing her lips as her grip tightened around Lind's neck. To be honest, I have a fear of gunfire. It makes me involuntarily clench my hands. As she applied slight pressure to Lind's shoulder, a pained cry escaped him, drawing the attention of the others to his contorted form. Oh dear, I apologize. I'm merely startled at the gunfire, Agnes said insincerely, rubbing Lind's shoulder, which elicited another groan from him. I do believe I may have fractured your collarbone, she added with a malicious grin, though her voice carried a hint of urgency. What shall we do, Mr. Lind? I hope those shattered bones won't pierce any blood vessels or nerves, although it appears you are still able to breathe. Enough, Bernie interjected, his voice laced with fury. What exactly do you intend to do? Turning her gaze to Bernie, Agnes replied with a radiant smile. Oh, nothing much. I simply accepted a commission to meet with you, and I wish to fulfill that obligation. Upon hearing her words, several individuals in the room darkened in countenance, and Bernie clenched his fists. My dear lady, I believe this is not in line with the etiquette of meetings, one of the men remarked. Agnes' eyes followed to the speaker, revealing Mr. Wilder, whose bounty stood at 310 gold liras. Is that so? She replied, feigning surprise. In the underworld, do members not first introduce themselves through intermediaries, presenting their business cards to one another's servants before confirming a meeting time? I thought you preferred to simply abduct your guests. Wilder could not suppress a frustrated clap on the armrest, his words caught in his throat. Ultimately, it was Bernie who spoke again. I believe this has more to do with our identities than with whether we are friends. His gaze bore into Agnes. While several members cast puzzled looks at him, Agnes furrowed her brow, stating bluntly, so the reason you dispatched someone to hunt me down was because you never consider me a friend. How disheartening, she sighed dramatically. Without warning, she struck Lind on the back of the head, rendering him limp in his chair. In an instant, several guns were fired at Agnes. Yet she swiftly maneuvered Lind's body to shield herself, several bullets finding their mark within him, blood gushing forth. Poor Mr. Lind. So unfortunate to be shot by his own comrades. Thankfully, I had the foresight to render him unconscious, sparing him the agony of such suffering, Agnes remarked cheerfully. The others were visibly enraged, their grips tightening on their triggers, yet they hesitated to pull them. Fortunately, the shots were not fatal, Agnes sighed, prying open Lind's wounds to extract the bullets, blood trickling down her fingers. I wonder if a few more shots would prove too much for the unfortunate Mr. Lind to endure. Will you continue to fire? Agnes inquired with a playful smile. It's rather bothersome. Why must you shoot? She delicately placed Lind back in a chair before raising her head, feigning exasperation. He is worth 280 gold liras, after all. As she spoke, her hand deftly drew her pistol, firing at the hand of one guard. The others instinctively pulled their triggers. Yet Agnes vanished from sight, the bullets striking the painting on the wall, leaving dark holes in their wake. She reappeared before the remaining guards. A tremendous force emanating from her strike caused them to lose their grip on their weapons, which flew upwards, inadvertently discharging rounds into the ceiling. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from wielding firearms, Agnes remarked, stopping beside the last guard, patting his shoulder with an air of contentment. You think you can kill us all alone? Bernie asked, quickly regaining his composure and inquiring in a low voice. You misunderstand me, Mr. Bernie, Agnes replied with a cheerful demeanor. I am quite sincerely here to introduce my client to you. You see, I have not instigated any bloodshed among your members. Do you take us for fools? Lind is right there, they retorted. It was you who injured him. Agnes feigned innocence. Bernie closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Where's the person who wishes to see me? With a smile, Agnes stepped forward, causing expressions of trepidation to wash over the faces of those present, their muscles tensing in anticipation. Oh, do not be so anxious. I've not done anything, she chimed, raising her voice slightly. Mr. Bernie is ready to meet you, she announced, then added thoughtfully, do remember to bring Mr. Len. What have you done with Len? Wilder, consumed by fury, abruptly rose to his feet, as if intending to charge forward, only to be restrained by the hand of a nearby individual. This person bore no bounty upon him, Yet Agnes recognized him as Ravel, Bernie's assistant. I haven't done anything, Agnes declared innocently, her gaze sweeping across the room's occupants. As their expressions darkened, she returned her attention. It's merely that Mr. Lynn's constitution is rather frail. I am merely aiding in his recuperation. Wilder's voice erupted in a roar, but Ravel held him firmly in place. Agnes observed Wilder and Ravel with a contemplative air, assessing their connection to Lynn while awaiting Vicente's arrival. Vicente entered, dragging Lynn along, prompting Wilder, who had only just begun to calm, to unleash another furious cry upon seeing the visibly weakened Lynn. Agnes, however, paid him no heed and approached the two at the door, casually kicking the firearm that had fallen to the ground further away before hoisting Lynn onto her shoulder. At last, I have encountered Mr. Burney, though it seems his mood is far from pleasant, Agnes remarked with a smile, standing upright. I wonder if he will be inclined to answer your questions. Vicente surveyed the scene in the room, hesitating, before finally managing to utter, Good afternoon, Mr. Burney. I fear I am not well, sir, Burney retorted with a derisive snort. Vicente's expression grew conflicted as he glanced at the other members present, while Agnes, her face alight with mirth, inquired, Would you prefer to speak with Mr. Burney privately? Had you mentioned it sooner, I could certainly facilitate a perfect environment for your meeting. Vicente disregarded Agnes's words, bowing his chest before addressing Burney. Mr. Burney, I apologize that our encounter has not been particularly pleasant. I simply wish to ask you one question. Why did you host the captain of the Silver Rose at Wolf Restaurant on the evening of the 11th? Burney raised an eyebrow in surprise, replying, I do not recall. Ravel instantly stood, interrupting Burney with a piercing gaze directed at Vicente. Are you investigating? I recall you were a detective, sir. Agnes couldn't suppress a frown, her gaze fixated on Ravel. Chapter 55, Mr. Burney Flee, Badivia General Hospital. Established concurrently with the founding of Badivia, this hospital boasts a history as long as the city itself, situated no more than 2 blocks from the church and police station. Unclaimed victims of accidental deaths and executed individuals whose relatives refuse to claim them are sent here, entrusted to students for surgical practice, thereby offering their final contribution. While remains with questionable causes of death are also dispatched here, awaiting experts for thorough autopsies. Undoubtedly, most of these experts possess varying degrees of affiliation with the Earth Mother Church. Harris, accompanied by Aiden, pushed open the iron door and entered the morgue, where the temperature was noticeably cooler than outside. Harris held a report, locating the corresponding plaque by its serial number. The first, Valentine Cleveland, captain of the Silver Rose. Gripping the handle of the iron cabinet, he pulled out a heavy drawer, while Aiden, donning gloves, stepped forward to assist him in placing the drawer on the ground. Together, they opened the cabinet's lid, and a peculiar odor wafted forth, revealing the stiffened corpse within. The preservation of these bodies is exceedingly crude, Aiden remarked. Harris shrugged, responding, At least they haven't decomposed, have they? After all, they're not exactly professionals. Aiden remained silent, instead opening his toolkit to begin examining the body. In the opulently furnished office, Agnes spoke with evident intrigue. So, it was you who secretly arranged to meet with that captain, Mr. Burney. Madam, you are slandering me, Ravel retorted, visibly enraged. Agnes smiled enigmatically, tilting her head in contemplation before uncertainly asking Vicente, If I recall correctly, the captain of the Silver Rose passed away the day before yesterday? Vicente shot Agnes a surprised glance, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, the captain and his crew perished together in a private room at Wolf Restaurant in the early hours of the day before yesterday. Agnes's gaze danced with interest over Ravel before turning back to Vicente. Yet it seems the police department has not summoned Mr. Burney regarding this matter. Otherwise, why would your members harass me daily? Vicente sighed softly, refraining from responding to Agnes, instead scrutinizing Burney and Ravel with meticulous attention. I do not recall making a reservation at Wolf Restaurant. Burney frowned, and this time Ravel did not interrupt him. Agnes remained silent, her gaze fixed on Ravel. Mr. Burney, you truly have no reservation at Wolf Restaurant? Vicente reiterated. No, Burney replied, his impatience palpable. What were you doing on the evening of the 11th? Vicente inquired. I was attending to some matters here, Burney said, his brow furrowing deeply, revealing a burgeoning ferocity in his eyes. Were you alone? Vicente pressed relentlessly. How could that be? Of course, several guards were present. Burney exploded in a fit of rage. And what of you, Mr. Ravel? What were you engaged in? Vicente turned his questioning towards Ravel. I was handling matters assigned to me by Mr. Burney, Ravel replied, his expression calm. Was it truly a task assigned to you by Mr. Burney? Agnes inquired with keen interest. Madam, what do you mean? Ravel asked, his brow furrowing. Nothing, I merely asked, Agnes responded with a cheerful smile. Mr. Ravel, when you're managing tasks, are you alone? Vicente hastily interjected before Agnes could speak further. Of course not. Could you disclose the identities of those who accompanied you? Vicente continued. That is confidential. I cannot divulge that, Ravel stated, frowning. Agnes couldn't help but chuckle, drawing the attention of several individuals in the room. Do you have any further questions? Bernie asked, turning impatiently to Vicente. Vicente shook his head, replying, Mr. Bernie, I believe I have no further inquiries for the moment. Very well, then it is time to discuss our affairs, Bernie said, his expression growing sinister. You have provoked us today. Agnes tilted her head with interest, gazing at Bernie. Interjecting, I have been quite friendly today, Mr. Bernie. Do not misrepresent my intentions. Bernie slammed his fist down, creating a sizable hole in the desk, glaring at Agnes as his chest heaved with fury. Are you prepared for another bout with me, Mr. Bernie? Agnes inquired with playful curiosity. Just as Bernie opened his mouth to respond, Agnes had already vanished from her spot, reappearing behind Ravel. One hand reached directly for Ravel's shoulder. Wilder, still slow to react, was abruptly pulled aside by Ravel, blocking Agnes's outstretched hand. Observing Ravel making a dash for Vicente, Agnes shrugged with resignation and swiftly rendered Wilder unconscious. Vicente, unfazed, raised the firearm he had just drawn from his waist holster and fired at Ravel, who sidestepped, yet the bullet still struck Ravel's left arm. Simultaneously, Agnes knocked out several guards who had just relaxed but were now bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Raffer's face was contorted with anguish, yet his body unwaveringly lunged toward Vicente. With his right hand, he drew a dagger from his waist, while his injured left hand seemed unaffected as it seized Vicente, who had failed to retreat in time. Stop! Raffer barked sharply. Agnes raised an eyebrow, unperturbed, as she rendered the last remaining individual in the room, aside from Bernie, unconscious. Are you attempting to threaten me, Mr. Raffer? Agnes then turned her gaze toward Raffer, who was holding Vicente captive. Raffer opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. To be honest, your reaction time has taken me by surprise, Agnes remarked with a smile. However, it appears you were already prepared to charge at Vicente before I could make a move, were you not? Raffer's expression darkened, and he chose not to respond to Agnes's words, instead shifting his attention to Bernie. What? Waiting for Mr. Bernie to rescue you? Agnes observed him with a smirk. It seems not, she asserted confidently. Bernie, run. Raffer ignored Agnes's admonition and shouted. Bernie cast a lingering glance at Raffer before leaping out of the window. Agnes, however, made no move, merely letting out a soft laugh. Let us publish tomorrow together, she mused. I've rewritten it several times to my dissatisfaction and wish to start anew, along with tomorrow Chapter 56. Who is the gentleman? Amidst the laughter, the overlooked Luen, still lying on the ground, reached out and grasped Raffer's hand, thwarting the dagger aimed at Vicente. With a slight exertion, Luen wrenched Raffer's wrist, disarming him of the dagger, which clattered to the floor. Raffer emitted a muffled grunt, his gaze fixated on Luen with incredulity. When did you? Raffer began, incredulous. But Luen disregarded his words, instead restraining Raffer and pushing Vicente aside. Agnes stepped back, still holding Vicente, and interrupted Raffer's attempts to speak with a smile. Mr. Raffer, Mr. Bernie has departed. You need not continue the facade. Leaning closer to Raffer's ear, Agnes whispered, for what I gather, your actions do not align with your usual demeanor. I cannot believe that an aide, who shows such disrespect towards the leader, would willingly place himself in danger for the leader's escape. Raffer's struggles gradually subsided. There is no need to deny it. Your attitude toward Mr. Bernie is quite evident. And do you truly believe your recent actions do not pose a threat? Agnes inquired with keen interest. Why? Do you expect someone to save you? Or do you believe I will not kill you? Agnes's gaze bore into Raffer as she questioned him. Or perhaps it is a combination of both. Raffer's complexion turned increasingly pale, and he instinctively attempted to raise his hand, only to find it firmly grasped by Luen, rendering him immobile. Agnes let out a scoff, remarking, It appears my decision not to kill you today has given you a false sense of security. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. I genuinely do not wish to end your life today. Agnes signaled for Luen to release Raffer, then gently grasped Raffer's shoulder, softly asking in his ear, Do enlighten me on your purpose for remaining, Mr. Raffer. Would it not be better to be candid? Raffer, however, wore a grim expression, remaining silent. Or is it that this scenario does not align with your expectations? Agnes prodded. Suddenly, Raffer raised his uninjured left hand, a glint of silver flashing as he lunged the blade toward Agnes's throat. In an instant, Agnes seized his left wrist, disarming him of the blade and simultaneously snapping his wrist with ease. It appears Mr. Raffer is quite resolute in his intentions, Agnes said, glancing at the shard of metal in her hand under the sunlight. A mere ordinary blade. Did you truly believe it could slay me? Agnes inquired with mild amusement. Raffer remained expressionless, silent. It seems even you do not believe that, Mr. Raffer, Agnes replied, her tone teasing. My dear lady, do not feign ignorance, Raffer suddenly spoke, his countenance darkening. When? So you're in league with him. You have sent him to monitor our movements within the Stern Brotherhood for so long. And today you are finally prepared to act? Agnes raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond. No, since you have come, you cannot be the one pulling the strings. You are merely an executor. Furthermore, you commenced your actions the day before yesterday. Your claim of coming at his behest is naught but a ruse. Agnes couldn't help but display a peculiar expression, yet remain silent. It must be that you have decided to eliminate the Stern Brotherhood, Raffer asserted, his tone tense and certain. You are correct. The police department is already en route, Agnes replied, her demeanor lighthearted. Do you not intend to intervene? Raffer then chuckled, a hint of smugness in his voice. You wish to implicate the gentleman through the downfall of the Stern Brotherhood? Dream on. The gentleman has long been prepared to abandon that fool Bernie. Is that so? Yet the Stern Brotherhood has fallen so easily, and he does not feel any shame? Agnes remarked, her expression peculiar. Raffer's countenance betrayed a hint of anxiety, and he spoke with increasing volume. The gentleman will not intervene. Bernie rose to power through the gentleman's influence, yet now attempts to extricate himself. The gentleman has already resolved to forsake him. Is that so? Agnes arched an eyebrow, placing her hand on Raffer's shoulder, and asked in a hushed tone, So, your plan is to frame the crew of the Silver Rose for this matter? But for whom does Bernie work? Surely, no one is oblivious to that. Besides, I'm already aware, so how could I allow you to have your way? You. Raffer's complexion darkened further, his words laden with anxiety. You claim that with the Stern Brotherhood's downfall and Bernie's escape, should he learn that your gentleman was prepared to abandon him long ago, and that the crew of the Silver Rose is to be blamed, whom do you think he would resent? You cannot succeed in your endeavor. Yet Raffer calmed himself, merely responding with a composed rebuttal. Is that so? Agnes couldn't help but chuckle softly. The more you give, the more likely hatred will arise. Do you truly believe that? She continued, moreover. Bernie knows full well he did not commit the acts concerning the Silver Rose. Your actions today are quite evident, with but a modicum of thought. He would realize that if he informs the police department, the true culprit would be glaringly obvious, would it not? Raffer let out a scoff, remaining silent. It seems you are not concerned. Let me ponder. Did you allow Bernie to escape so you could silence him? Agnes queried. Raffer's facial muscles twitched, yet he remained mute. The incident involving the Silver Rose must be crucial to you. It is likely you seek not only to silence him, but to create the illusion of Bernie fleeing in fear of prosecution. Agnes insisted, her gaze fixed on Raffer. Without me, your plan might have had a chance of success. Agnes contemplated, a smirk gracing her lips. However, within this scheme, while you are merely a sacrificial pawn, you are nonetheless pivotal. After all, it was you who ventured to Wolf's restaurant, and your role in the demise of the Silver Rose's crew is indisputable. Your loyalty is commendable, but some methods do not require consideration of your own will. Raffer's expression shifted, his mouth agape, yet before he could utter a word, Agnes lifted his chin with a swift motion. Now, sleep for a while, she said, rendering Raffer unconscious with a deft blow. All done, Agnes remarked, observing Raffer's body crumple to the ground. She then turned her attention to Vicente, declaring, Now you may proceed to interrogate Lynn. I believe this location is sufficiently quiet and secure. I believe it is no longer necessary, Vicente remarked, his expression somewhat convoluted as he spoke softly. My questions for today have been answered. Very well, Agnes shrugged, responding. Then allow me to pose a question to you. Do you know who the gentleman referred to by Ravel is? Vicente's expression involuntarily contorted into something peculiar. Chapter 57. You are the extraordinary one. Have you been deceiving him all along? Vicente inquired. I have not deceived him, Agnes replied, raising her hands in a gesture of innocence. I was merely recounting the facts and posing my inquiries. Yet you did not refute his claims, Vicente added after her words. That was his own interpretation. Why should I deny it? Agnes chuckled lightly. So, you mean to say that the authorities are indeed en route, merely to frighten him? Vicente proved. I stated, I was merely recounting the facts, Agnes reiterated. And what Mr. Lund? Vicente turned to glance at Lund, who was merely standing by. Mr. Lund probably needs to assist Mr. Bernie, Agnes remarked calmly as she observed Lund leap from the window. At present, it appears these individuals' bodies have undergone some degree of aberration, Aiden declared, rising and turning to face Voss. The floor of the room was cluttered with iron cabinets, their lids removed and placed upon the ground, revealing corpses that had been meticulously stitched up, appearing utterly unremarkable. Captain, observe this corpse. Its incisors and canines exhibit abnormal growth, with the canines curving slightly backward, while the molars have become elongated and broadened, sporting developed cutting edges. Such dentition is advantageous for tearing and slicing raw flesh, Aiden explained, prying open one of the mouths of the corpses while addressing Voss. It resembles the characteristics of a wolf's teeth, Voss remarked. Indeed, Aiden nodded, flipping the body over. Moreover, there have been alterations in the spine. See how the back appears somewhat unusual? It is due to the spine being significantly straighter than that of an average individual, with the vertebrae becoming more uniform in size, which should greatly impact his daily movements, especially given that he was a sailor, a profession requiring considerable physical exertion. Ordinarily, if he were naturally predisposed this way, one would expect noticeable pathological changes. However, I have observed that the wear on his lower back has not reached a pathological threshold. Additionally, there is abnormal proliferation of the coccyx, and the pelvis has diminished somewhat. Aiden pointed out at the pronounced protrusion above the corpse's buttocks before flipping the body back again. His sternum has even transformed into 8 segments, and the ribs differ from those of an ordinary person, while the clavicle has shown signs of degeneration, alongside the emergence of visceral bones. And his limbs. Aiden continued to elaborate on his findings, while Voss remained silent, listening intently. So, you imply they exhibited some level of aberrant characteristics prior to their demise, yet they themselves were oblivious? Voss pondered aloud. It seems that the target of Detective Poirot's initial inquiry must have sensed the transformation in their body, which led them to seek solace in the illusions provided by narcotics. Aiden shook his head, asserting, I do not concur. They would undoubtedly feel the significant changes in their bodies, yet not all among them exhibit such symptoms. He approached another body, the one belonging to Poirot's target. From my examination, I find that this individual's time of death predates the time we have established by several days, as is the case with multiple others. This was not noted during the autopsy. Voss's expression suddenly grew serious. After all, they predominantly infer the time of death through livor mortis, the degree of digestion of gastrointestinal contents, and bladder urine volume. This methodology is accurate for typical corpses, but not for those whose bodies continue to function post-mortem as if they were alive, Aiden stated, adjusting the head of the corpse. The cause of death for this individual differs from that of the previous one. He did not succumb to respiratory paralysis due to an overdose of narcotics, as Detective Poirot suggested. There is an unusual odor emanating from him, Aiden remarked, frowning. What is it? Voss inquired. Nothing. Aiden shook his head, gesturing for Voss to take a closer look. Voss frowned, but approached without hesitation, glancing curiously at Aiden. His complexion was pallid, as his circulatory system had long ceased to function, resulting in blood settling naturally downwards. Aiden raised his hand to cut the sutured incision, softly stating, Behold, his veins are shriveled, with some areas already ruptured. In fact, I suspect he was in this condition when the injection was administered, which astonished Detective Poirot, as he managed to inject the entire syringe's contents. Having sutured the incision, Aiden moved to the feet of the corpse. Observe the color of his calves and feet, he instructed. Voss directed his gaze to the corpse's feet, unable to suppress a frown, while Aiden pressed down upon the foot. The feet and calves are swollen and purplish, and upon pressure, they do not blanch. This is a clear indication of advanced livor mortis. It merely appears larger in his case. The prior autopsy results misinterpreted this as a sign of venous thrombosis, Aiden casually noted. So how long has he been dead? Voss asked. At least for over a week. Perhaps longer. The aberrations observed in the previous corpse likely commenced simultaneously. I cannot ascertain the precise duration, as these transformations appear to be a gradual process, Aiden explained. Thus, they must have begun exhibiting such transformations before returning to Bodvaya. That is what I surmise, Aiden replied, manipulating the limbs of the corpse as he spoke. I harbor some suspicion that he was aware of his slow descent into death, thus attempting to numb himself with narcotics. Yet clearly, he was oblivious to the fact that he was not merely approaching death, but had already succumbed. The drugs had little effect on him. Their sole purpose was to marinate him in stench. Agnes and Vicente exited the police station together. I have yet to receive my remuneration. Vicente turned to Agnes, speaking. Shall we sit at a cafe? Certainly, Mr. Vicente, Agnes replied with a smile. The two made their way to the cafe they had visited that morning, where, at this hour, patrons were sparse. You are extraordinary, Vicente asserted with conviction. Agnes tilted her head, neither affirming nor denying, awaiting his subsequent remarks. You must still possess profound connections with the church, Vicente asserted again. Agnes smiled softly, remaining silent. Chapter 58. The Shattered Walking Corpse. Vicente's gaze remained fixed on Agnes for an extended moment before he finally spoke. Very well, since you were reluctant to discuss your matters. Let's get straight to the point. You mentioned that the payment entailed revealing how I uncovered the existence of the skin drum. I can disclose that now. Vicente traced his fingers pensively, his demeanor appearing somewhat dazed as he continued. This information was indeed relayed to me by an informant, though her existence is rather extraordinary. In what manner is it extraordinary? Agnes inquired with keen interest. Vicente seemed to awaken from his reverie at Agnes's words, letting out a soft sigh before responding. Miss Bija? She's a shattered walking corpse. A living corpse of a prisoner? Or a being associated with the collectors of the dead? Agnes could not help but furrow her brow, awaiting Vicente's forthcoming explanation. I encountered her while attempting to unearth some clues aboard the Silver Rose. Vicente's fingers twitched, as if recalling an unwelcome memory. She had collapsed behind a tall wooden crate in the cargo hold, and I had not noticed her presence until she spoke. To be frank, had her visage not been marred by crimson eyes, she could have easily been mistaken for shattered gourd, gory and seemingly stripped of its skin. Her exposed palms were a ghastly tapestry of pallid bones, appearing as though they might shatter into fragments at any moment. As she dragged her body forward, she emitted a sound reminiscent of breaking glass, yet her voice was unmistakably that of a young woman. I was initially paralyzed by fear, instinctively yearning to flee from the cargo hold, but she was swift and agile, seizing me before I could escape. It is difficult to gauge her intentions. After capturing me, she did not end my life, but instead inquired about my purpose there. Upon learning my objective, she directly informed me that the leather drum sent by the Silver Rose was problematic, even providing a detailed description of it. Vicente's expression gradually morphed into one of confusion, his narration faltering as he placed a hand against his forehead, seemingly delving into recollection. After a minute or two, he could not suppress a frown. How curious it was that I could not recall the appearance of the drum she had described. Had Detective Poirot visited the church? It appeared that the Heart of Nature team from Badivia was quite efficient. Agnes could not help but smirk. I think it is a fortunate thing that your memory of the drum is hazy, Agnes remarked. I do not believe that the corpse intended to inform you of the drum's existence for any benevolent reason. Vicente regarded Agnes thoughtfully, a hint of contemplation in his gaze. After a moment, she asked, Did you inform the church about this corpse's existence? Vicente's face registered some confusion before he shook his head after a lengthy pause. Agnes furrowed her brow in frustration. Why not, Detective Poirot? She asked, her tone grave. Vicente stammered, displaying a measure of bewilderment. I do not know. But you did inform the church about the drum's existence, did you not? Agnes pressed further. Vicente nodded. What did this corpse intend to achieve? Agnes's brow knitted tighter. She had conveyed the drum's existence through Vicente, yet forbade him from revealing his own existence to the church. This suggested a reluctance to expose herself. Yet Vicente had inadvertently disclosed her presence to me. What did that signify? Moreover, she possessed the ability to compel Vicente to remain silent before the church. How was this accomplished? Was it her innate power, or through an artifact? At that moment, Agnes found herself unable to unravel the complexities behind it, so she redirected her inquiry. Mr. Vicente, did you go to the church after you bid me farewell this morning? Vicente nodded, hesitating momentarily before asking, Was my loss of memory regarding the drum the church is doing? Perhaps, Agnes shrugged. If that were the case, they would likely have intended to protect you, including making me forget certain things I ought to have remembered. Vicente's gaze fixed intently on Agnes. If it were them, yes, Agnes replied with a smile. It seems the church has concealed many matters, Vicente asserted confidently. Agnes's gaze drifted to the sparsely populated street outside the window. Some things must be kept in the shadows. Is that so? Vicente raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with curiosity. Why do you say that? Agnes turned to face Vicente, inquiring, Detective, what do you believe extraordinary individuals are? Superhuman strength? Or bizarre means? Vicente furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Suppress your curiosity, Mr. Poirot. The peculiar powers of the extraordinary often bring about misfortune. It appears Miss Poirier has her own unique interpretation of the existence of the extraordinary, Vicente remarked with interest. This is not a unique interpretation of mine, Agnes replied with a smile, though her demeanor remained inexplicably cold. Without waiting for Vicente to respond, she swiftly shifted the topic. Mr. Vicente, how did you inform the church previously? As it stands, it seems that Bonner transported the leather drum mentioned by Mr. Poirot aboard the Silver Rose. And this drum is likely a dangerous artifact, possibly reaching levels 2 or even 1, which could continually induce transformations in those nearby. In light of concealing the items they transported, or to obscure the mutations affecting the crew, Bonner, or the individuals behind him, chose to silence these crew members. Were the three deceased in the explosion truly Bonner, his assistant, and his butler? Aiden inquired. Wash shrugged. Joey has divined. It was indeed those three. However, according to the information we have received, they may have already been murdered prior to that event. The explosion likely served to cover something up. So we must investigate their true cause of death. Aiden asked. Not just that. Our primary focus is to uncover the purpose behind the explosion, Was asserted as he turned. Let us first examine their corpses, then summon Joey and the others to investigate Newland Manor. Chapter 59. Traces left by the murderer. You mean to say you recounted your experiences to the church during this period, from when you received the commission to the explosion at Newland Manor, yet omitted certain details? Agnes queried, furrowing her brow. The priest had asked some questions later, Vicente replied. Agnes tilted her head, awaiting Vicente's elaboration. After I recounted these events, he had me wait in the lounge for a while before he stepped out for a few minutes. Upon his return, he inquired about my client and whether anything peculiar had been observed before the explosion at Newland Manor. It appeared that Captain Was had likely already contacted the priest, and subsequent events were probably linked to the Heart of Nature team. Agnes nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiry into that matter. Mr. Poirot, your visit to Aberystwyth to see Burnister surely entailed more than just inquiring about his appointment with the captain of the Silver Rose at Wolf's Restaurant. Vicente hesitated, then nodded. That appointment was indeed not my primary purpose. The page documenting that evening's reservations at Wolf's Restaurant had been torn out. I only learned through staff inquiries that the captain of the Silver Rose had an appointment with Burnister that night. But this information alone was not sufficient to justify my visit to Aberystwyth. Yet that was the question you ultimately posed. Agnes raised an eyebrow. Vicente offered a wry smile, nodding before finally admitting, indeed, I cannot ascertain the veracity of his response. So I sought to validate my suspicions amidst the chaos you created while you were there. Agnes raised an eyebrow. I do not recall you mentioning that you possessed knowledge of the structure of the Strath Brotherhood stronghold. Miss Poirier, do not jest. If you believed at that time that I had the capacity to reach the third floor independently, you must have known that I was familiar with the structure of the Strath Brotherhood's stronghold, Vicente replied. Agnes smiled, but remained silent. While investigating the cargo transported by the Silver Rose, I perused their accounts and found that an inexplicably large sum of discretionary funds had appeared prior to their departure. Likely sourced from the Strath Brotherhood. Indeed, it comes as no surprise, Vicente shrugged and remarked, after all, while the Silver Rose primarily assists Bonner in transporting goods from the sea, they do not shy away from accepting commissions from others. The only peculiar aspect is that the sum offered by the Sturt Brotherhood is rather excessive. However, this is under the condition that they are not deceased. Vicente raised his cup and took a sip. Thus, amidst the chaos, I managed to access the Sturt Brotherhood's archives and peruse their account from that period. I discovered that the Brotherhood indeed had an undisclosed sum of money during that time, which closely aligned with the amount received by the Silver Rose. So, did you believe that the affairs of the Silver Rose were primarily orchestrated by the Sturt Brotherhood? Agnes inquired. Vicente chuckled softly, replying, if it were merely a matter concerning the Silver Rose, that might be plausible. However, when one considers the situation at Newland Manor, it becomes implausible. According to Mr. Lewin, if Bonner truly faked his death, the circumstances that would compel someone of his stature to resort to such deception could hardly be instigated by the Sturt Brotherhood. Conversely, if he is genuinely deceased, it further suggests that the Brotherhood merely serves as a tool for a hidden mastermind. Do you sense it? Huaz turned to the two accompanying him and spoke. The secret passages within Newland Manor appear to descend into the earth, yet in truth, they ascend towards the upper floors. Indeed, this must be the location of the extraordinary assembly. Aiden nodded, surveying the dimly lit room. Huaz's gaze wandered about the surrounding doors. Captain, the ground here seems rather unusual, Joy remarked, furrowing his brow. He was a somewhat reticent youth, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on the floor beneath the main chair, tightly gripping a divination rod in his hand. Huaz turned, following Joy's line of sight. Is this the spot? Huaz crouched down, extending his hand towards the floor, glancing at Joy for confirmation. Joy nodded, and Aiden approached as well. Huaz rapped his knuckles against the surface, frowning slightly. It is hollow beneath. He looked up to declare. 3040 did not issue a warning, Joy noted. You two, step back, Huaz instructed, nodding to the pair. He moved the chair aside and probed beneath, shifting aside the floor tiles. It appears this is an ancient secret passage, Huaz observed, regarding the weathered ladder below, which seemed to have suffered from inadequate maintenance, displaying a few splintered edges. I shall descend first. Huaz turned to the others and added to Joy, "Keep an eye on 3040's response." Joy nodded and Huaz turned, climbing down the ladder, while Joy closely monitored his divination rod. "All right, you may come down now," Huaz's voice echoed from the opening below. The rod showed no signs of disturbance, and Joy couldn't help but exhale in relief. Joy secured the rod at his waist, being the second to descend the ladder, followed closely by Aiden. "I have checked. We should be on the right side of the corridor we entered through the main door, with the adjacent room housing a gaming table. The splinters on the ladder do not appear to be naturally occurring. They seem to have been inflicted by some sharp object recently," Joy cautioned. Huaz, upon hearing this, retraced his steps back to the ladder. "Captain, observe. The inner side of these splinters retains a pale yellow hue, while the outer sides have already darkened," Joy remarked, prodding one of the splinters. "Could this be evidence left by the murderer?" Huaz queried. Joy hesitated before responding. "Shall I attempt a divination?" "Exercise caution," Huaz concurred. Joy approached the gaming table in the neighboring room, casually found a piece of paper, and scribbled a phrase. The splinters on the ladder in the adjacent room are traces left by Bonner's killer. He unfastened the silver chain adorned with amethyst from his wrist, his expression swiftly turning solemn. He extended his left hand, the purple crystal hovering motionless above the paper. After closing his eyes for a prolonged moment, he reopened them, gazing at his pendulum. The pendulum swayed slightly, moving in a clockwise motion with the silver chain. "These are indeed traces left by the murderer," Joy declared, looking toward Huaz. Chapter 60, Inevitable Matters. Badivia has only flourished over the past century, Vicente chuckled, addressing Agnes, and those factions are fundamentally intertwined with Badivia's development. The initial benefactor of Bernice, Lord Osvaldo, the individual you inquired about, Miss Pija, is the grandson of the former president of the Badivia Blacksmiths Guild, who, after amassing a substantial fortune, successfully purchased a fief from the impoverished Lord Dauphin and attained the title of Lord. Agnes had just inquired about the identity of Bernice, or rather, the individuals behind the Sturt Brotherhood. If my memory serves me correctly, last month the king signed a decree abolishing the guild system. If this Lord Osvaldo indeed rose to prominence as a guild leader, he should be rather preoccupied at present. Vicente observed Agnes with a slight raise of his eyebrow and remarked, "I have heard that Lord Osvaldo has been frequently attending various soirees this year." Agnes nodded, remaining silent. "In fact, Lord Osvaldo was also present at Newland Manor yesterday," Vicente added. Agnes looked up and asked, "Was this lord one of your reasons for visiting Newland Manor?" Vicente shrugged, "Not exactly, but it is quite a coincidence. I had received a commission from the lady of the lord some time ago, and I have a distinct impression of him, having seen him at the dance floor just yesterday. I recall you mentioning that 8 individuals had departed from the dance floor last night. Was this lord one of them?" Agnes inquired. Vicente shook his head. "Not quite, though he was indeed seriously injured." Agnes slowly nodded, her gaze fixed on the milk froth dispersing in her cup, silent and seemingly contemplative. Vicente regarded Agnes for a long moment before, with a hint of regret, he spoke, "I apologize, Miss Poija, for this morning." Agnes lifted her head, smiling as she shrugged. "I understand. As a detective, it is only natural to possess a fervent curiosity. You merely sought to test me. So, was it you I observed last night, Miss Poija?" Vicente asked, his gaze fixed intently on Agnes. Agnes met Vicente's gaze, a slight smile playing on her lips. The individual capable of leaving such traces must certainly have blades embedded in their hands, Aiden remarked as he circled the room before returning to the ladder. Inspecting it once more, "It seems there are no further abnormalities to be found here." Joy also returned, saying, "We may need to review the list of individuals who visited this room last night." "That seems to be our only option," Aiden replied, frowning. "But last night not only held an underground market for ordinary folk, but also an extraordinary assembly. I fear we may uncover a plethora of dubious characters, making it difficult to discern who the true murderer is." "Perhaps I could attempt a divination," Joy suggested, casting a questioning glance at Huaz. Huaz shook his head gently. "Let us proceed to the site of the explosion first. Miss Poija, you may not be aware, but when you stood in the dance floor, you appeared as radiant as the stars." Vicente smiled as he regarded Agnes. Agnes raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Polo. And I, due to my professional acumen, happen to possess a commendable ability to discern the nature of others." Vicente smiled with a hint of self-satisfaction and said to Agnes, "Even though you wear a mask on the dance floor and your attire is quite distinct, I can still recognize you, both by your silhouette and your aura. Naturally, it seems you have not gone to great lengths to disguise your identity." After a moment's contemplation, Vicente continued, "So, what is it that you wish to inquire about, Mr. Poirot?" Agnes slightly tilted her body, resting her left hand against her head, and asked softly, "I would like to know." Vicente, unable to suppress a swallow, continued. Is your abrupt departure from the dance floor last night related to the extraordinary beings? Agnes could not help but let out a soft laugh and nodded. But how did you come to know of the existence of these extraordinary beings, Mr. Poirot? As far as I know, most ordinary individuals harbor doubts regarding the existence of the mysterious or what one might refer to as supernatural forces. Agnes inquired languidly. Vicente hesitated for quite some time before he spoke. It was a commission I undertook a few years ago. The clients were a couple who had recently moved into a manor, yet strange occurrences perpetually plagued that estate. Once he began speaking, Vicente no longer hesitated, his words flowing smoothly. They hired me to investigate the causes of these bizarre happenings. I spent several days inquiring, but could not uncover the source of the troubles, leading the couple to consult a renowned medium in the area. This medium swiftly resolved the manor's issues. She was a young woman. I was somewhat disgruntled that the couple chose to engage someone else, and so the medium allowed me to witness the malevolent spirit within the manor, revealing to me the existence of extraordinary beings. Such behavior does not seem characteristic of an official extraordinary being. Is she affiliated with the spirit cult? How did she manage to survive as a medium? Or perhaps she intends to recruit you as a follower of the cult. Agnes furrowed her brow, posing the question, is the medium still here? Vicente chuckled and shook his head, saying, that very night, officials from the police department sought me out, informing me that the medium was a fugitive. I see. Did the church not inquire further into your involvement? Agnes asked. Indeed, there were individuals who monitored me for a time, but she has not appeared since. I heard she fled. After the church confirmed this, they require me to sign a confidentiality agreement, but it has not interfered with my normal life since, Vicente replied. You are indeed fortunate, Agnes remarked, a teasing tone in her voice as she gazed at Vicente. Is this the reason you can converse with the shattered husks of the dead? Vicente offered a wry smile, saying, to be honest, I never anticipated encountering extraordinary events again after all these years. However, considering the existence of extraordinary items among the cargo delivered by the Silver Rose, and the fact that they're transporting goods for Bonner from the sea, it stands to reason that extraordinary items would indeed be traded at the underground market he organizes. Vicente mused thoughtfully. Chapter 61, Pursuing the Dark God. Last night, at the Newland Manor, who was that young girl you danced with? Did you inform the church that she's entangled in this case? Agnes pondered aloud. Vicente nodded, saying, she was a former client of mine. I encountered her at Newland Manor. She had temporarily commissioned me to locate a woman she claimed was a friend from her past. But we never found her before the explosion incident occurred. I mentioned her existence to the priest this morning. Agnes nodded, smiling as she said, I understand now. Thank you for sharing this with me, Mr. Poirot. She picked up her hat and shook it, clearly noticing a hint of conflicted expression on Vicente's face. As Agnes appeared ready to rise, his demeanor shifted to one of urgency. Miss Poiesis, please wait a moment, Vicente finally called out. Agnes paused with a smile, her gaze fixed on Vicente, an eyebrow raised in curiosity. Vicente clenched his jaw, finally speaking. Miss Poiesis, may I ask what I must do to become extraordinary? Agnes returned to her seat, regarding Vicente with a half-smile until he appeared somewhat uncomfortable before she spoke. You've already signed a confidentiality agreement with the church. I find it hard to believe you cannot discern the best route to engage with extraordinary powers. Vicente opened his mouth, eliciting a smile from Agnes. It seems Mr. Poirot has reservations about joining the church, yet I believe you understand that to obtain what one desires, one must inevitably make sacrifices. Vicente shook his head, replying no. I merely... He hesitated, his lips twitching as he contemplated whether to voice his next thoughts. Compared to life and reproduction, I find myself more intrigued by the secrets hidden behind phenomena. After much deliberation, Vicente finally articulated his sentiments. You are indeed a discerning individual, Mr. Poirot, Agnes chuckled, shaking her head. To be frank, you might be overthinking things. While the church does lean towards matters of life, it does not imply that it lacks mastery over other realms of power. Generally, only clergy who have performed commendable deeds or devout followers can afford to be selective. Agnes spoke slowly. Vicente nodded thoughtfully, preparing to respond. Of course, if it were before the Oathbreaker War. Agnes sighed wistfully, causing Vicente to instantly close his mouth and listen intently as she continued. When Phenobot still worshipped both the Earth Mother and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, it would have been easier for you, as the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's teachings are heavily inclined towards knowledge. The God of Steam and Machinery from Indies and Rune also possesses knowledge in their domain. Naturally, the knowledge they wield varies in nature, Agnes concluded before falling silent. Thank you for sharing this with me. Vicente expressed his gratitude with a nod. Agnes smiled and nodded in return, placing her hat atop her head and rising. After a moment of contemplation, she leaned closer to Vicente and whispered, "Please remember, aside from the 7 great churches, all other clandestine organizations wielding extraordinary powers venerate dark gods. Those who join such secretive societies often succumb to the influence of these dark deities, ultimately losing their identities, becoming mere devotees of these sinister entities." Agnes paused, refraining from saying more, straightened her posture, nodded at Vicente, and exited the cafe. As she gazed at the faintly brightening sky, she chuckled softly and shook her head. To merely pursue the dark god, to comprehend the connection of our souls with him, to draw closer to him and serve him, is it not the same? Agnes adjusted her hat and walked towards the end of the street. The explosion obliterated all traces. Joy shook her head at Huasi, murmuring, "There are no anomalies to be found here." Huasi nodded silently, saying nothing. "Let us proceed to the Silver Rose," he murmured. Agnes halted her steps, observing the massive vessel. The Silver Rose, gently swaying with the waves in the distance. 3 sharp masts pointed towards the sky. The central mast adorned with a tattered red ribbon fluttering in the sea breeze. It was evident that the ship had once been painted, yet the prolonged exposure to the elements had rendered the colors faded and marred, giving the vessel an air of dilapidation. After observing for a while, Agnes firmly planted her feet and leaped onto the deck, her brow slightly furrowed as her gaze fixated on a specific spot beneath the deck. This sensation, Agnes felt, was akin to what she had experienced at Newland Manor. She lowered her head to peer beneath the deck. However, there remains a considerable weakness in the residual presence. Agnes's gaze searched for the Silver Rose as she descended. The sound of a blade slicing through the air pierced her ears, prompting Bernie to instinctively roll to the side, managing to escape a few meters before rising to face his assailant with an expression void of emotion. The attacker appeared to be a man of similar age to Bernie, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as they silently regarded one another. "Bernie, come back. I will intercede on your behalf with the Lord," the man finally spoke. Ignoring the man's intent, Bernie slowly drew his pistol from his holster. "You're unwilling to spare me, then?" The man chuckled bitterly, muttering to himself, "I suppose it is only natural, considering I have been pursuing you." Bernie remained silent, raising his weapon to aim at the man. With a resigned sigh, the man's long knife glimmered, deflecting a bullet. "I know you too well, Bernie," he said softly, stepping forward. "I can anticipate your next move just by observing your actions." Bernie stared blankly at the man before retracting his pistol back into its holster. A flicker of hope crossed the man's face as he witnessed Bernie's body sprouting white fur, contorting into a grotesque visage, with fangs and claws gleaming ominously. Just as a hint of shock crossed the man's features, a streak of crimson light, imbued with a chilling aura, emerged from the shadows and pierced his heart from behind. Bernie's vacant eyes flickered with a hint of emotion as he turned to see the dagger-wielding Len. With a swift motion, Len withdrew the dagger from the man's heart, blood splattering forth. "My master sent me to assist you," Len rasped, allowing the man's lifeless body to collapse to the ground. Bernie nodded, his gaze sweeping over the corpse. The white fur gradually receded beneath his skin as he grasped Len and sprinted towards the end of the street. Chapter 62. Areas of Suspicion. What a repugnant odor, Agnes muttered, covering her nose as she slowly descended the staircase. The unsettling, strange scent that had enveloped her upon entering Newland Manor reemerged, now far more potent than before. Agnes found it challenging to articulate her feelings. She felt as though she were traversing the belly of a decaying whale, teetering on the brink of explosion. Her discomfort deeply rooted in more than mere psychology. The cargo hold's door was ajar, and as Agnes gently pushed against the heavy wooden door, it creaked open on its hinges. With her gun in hand, she cautiously stepped inside. The room was a chaotic disarray, filled with shelves bearing signs of decay, and wooden boxes, some ajar and others closed, marred by dark, moldy stains. The floor was littered with discarded debris, obstructing her path. It appeared that the crew of the Silver Rose had neglected to tidy up after unloading, though it was evident they could no longer do so. Agnes paused at the entrance, attuning her senses to the sounds within the cargo hold. Her ears discerned the rhythm of the waves, the creaking boards as the ship rose and fell, the slight sounds of taut iron chains, and the faint hissing of something being propelled by gas. The stench of rotting wood, the dampness of seawater, and an aura of decay filled Agnes's nostrils, compelling her attention toward a specific direction. Behind a tall wooden crate, she cautiously approached. Turning the corner, she uncovered a sight that jolted her. A gruesome array of bloodied, decaying flesh and torn fabric lay scattered. as though a tremendous force had violently wrenched them from their bony anchors and carelessly discarded them here, darkened blood seeping from their contact with the ground, pulsating faintly. The volume of this grotesque mass appeared substantial, nearly the weight of an entire person. Beneath the darkened blood, the true flesh bore a pallid hue, perhaps due to a lack of nurturing sustenance, exuding an imminent sense of decay. It's in a few days, hasn't it? Agnes mused, refraining from approaching for a closer inspection, instead remaining in place, sensing a moribund essence emanating from a mass. Yet, within this decay, a peculiar vitality lingered, albeit dissipating with the passage of time. The resilience of this rotting flesh is remarkable. I wonder what sequence I would need to reach to attain such a state. Agnes mused, unable to suppress her comparisons. A more distinct sound of a squelch echoed in her ears, resembling a viscous liquid oozing from somewhere, intensifying the discomforting odor. What a ghastly crime scene this is, Agnes sighed, as though eyes were watching her from behind, cautiously distancing herself from the mound of flesh, scrutinizing her surroundings. The tattered cloth mingled with the gore, though stained, still suggested a quality of fabric that was once fine, if these remnants belonged to the owner of the decaying flesh. It indicated that this individual was not a sailor or pirate. The adjacent crate bore deep scratches and remnants of bone-white fragments, recalling Detective Poirot's words. These marks were likely left by the dismembered corpse, implying a connection to the pile of flesh. Agnes's mind instinctively recalled Vicente's mention of the dismembered corpse. She remembered Detective Poirot stating that the palm he had glimpsed was entirely woven from pale bone shards, producing a sound akin to breaking glass as it dragged along. At that time, the corpse had been little more than a skeletal remnant, yet these pieces seemed to originate from the same entity. Observing the overlapping scratches on the crate, Agnes's mind involuntarily conjured a scene of a struggle. If these indeed belonged to the dismembered corpse, who had skinned the flesh from her body, Bonal, Lord Osvaldo, or perhaps a crew member of the Silver Rose? A multitude of potential culprits flashed through Agnes's mind, but her instincts suggested that none were likely. The possibility of the dismembered corpse acting alone seems more plausible, she concluded. However, Vicente had not mentioned the presence of this decaying flesh. Had he simply overlooked it, or chose not to disclose? Agnes furrowed her brow. Moreover, the incident aboard the Silver Rose had transpired 2 days prior. Aside from Vicente, surely others from the police department must have been dispatched to investigate. Had they not discovered these remains? After a moment of contemplation, Agnes found no useful conclusions and shifted her focus to search for other pertinent clues. "We're being followed." Joey paused, glancing at Waz with certainty. Waz turned, inquiring, "Do you sense any danger?" Joey shook his head and replied no. He briefly closed his eyes before turning to slip behind a few trees near the flower bed. Moments later, he emerged with a young girl in tow. The girl, wrapped in bandages, appeared somewhat disheveled in her once appropriate gown, clearly one of the attendees from the previous night's ball. "Miss, what brings you to follow us?" Waz sighed, inquiring. The girl bore a look of concern, her embarrassment evident as she hesitated before asking, "Are you from the police department investigating last night's explosion?" Waz nodded and remarked, "Indeed, we are here to investigate the clues pertaining to the explosion at Newham Manor. May I inquire as to your presence here, miss?" His gaze fixed upon the young girl, his voice taking on a somber tone as he continued, "If memory serves, this place has been cordoned off since yesterday, and the attendees of the ball were evacuated. Your presence here is rather suspicious, miss. I believe it would be prudent for you to elucidate the reason for your appearance." Beside him, Aiden echoed in a low voice indeed. The girl appeared somewhat flustered, stuttering as she spoke. I am merely searching for a friend. I am not a suspicious individual." Noticing the lack of reaction from Was and the others, she finally relented, her demeanor waning. "Very well, I snuck in." Chapter 63. What transpired aboard the ship. The young lady's arm twitched slightly, only to be subdued by her master's quiet restraint. She spoke awkwardly. "I simply wish to find someone." "Who are you seeking, miss?" Was inquired, his azure eyes scrutinizing her intently. "Perhaps we can assist you." The girl hesitated, her words barely a whisper. "I am looking for my aunt. She has not returned home for quite some time." May 3rd, 1322. This marks the second day of my maiden voyage aboard the Silver Rose. The reality of sailing is far less enchanting than the tale suggests. After the initial thrill, one is left with apprehensions of storms and the biting sea breeze that induces headaches, not to mention the gradual onset of seasickness. Yesterday was dreadfully uncomfortable, compelling me to retire early, and today I have only managed to consume a meager portion of noodles during our anchored respite. Oh, Mother Goddess, have mercy on your devoted follower. It was within a rare moment of tidiness in a cabin that I stumbled upon a diary, hidden deep beneath the bed. Its author was a certain Harlan Burt, as inscribed on the title page. Agnes surmised that Harlan Burt must be a skilled technician. She doubted that ordinary sailors possessed the leisure or ability to document their journeys in such detail. Moreover, the neatness of the handwriting suggested a degree of grammatical education. The cabin's environment also seemed too orderly for that of a sailor, indicating the occupant had a penchant for maintaining a tidy space. Agnes skimmed through most of the entries, turning to the final one. The handwriting in this entry was erratic and disorganized. November 1st, 1328. Today, I spent an extended period fiddling with the sextant. The sun appears to shimmer in my vision, rendering it difficult to ascertain its position, and my eyesight has deteriorated considerably. Of course, my physical condition is not the only concern. My hearing has also declined. I suspect this may be the curse bestowed upon us by that peculiar guest. For Eden and the others are similarly afflicted. I can feel my body growing colder, my thoughts becoming sluggish. The captain insists I am merely fatigued. Yet I am acutely aware that I am steadily approaching death. The captain has also exhibited some issues lately, frequently complaining of back pain and lacking the agility he once had. Perhaps years of toil and the dampness of the sea have taken their toll on his health. Nonetheless, it seems he has not encountered the same misfortunes as we, which is a blessing, considering he remained aboard the ship during the incident. The captain has declared his intention to cease further voyages, opting instead to return to Badivia to rest. He has developed a fondness for sashimi, perhaps intending to open a restaurant with his wife. The Silver Rose can be entrusted entirely to Raymond. He has proven himself quite capable of undertaking long voyages alone. Writing has become increasingly arduous for me. This may well be my final entry, though I have scarcely documented much. I recall my initial determination to chronicle each day aboard the Silver Rose upon my embarkation. Yet 6 years have passed, and I have barely filled a single diary. With only a day's journey remaining to Badivia, I fervently hope to survive the return. Agnes perused the diary, her gaze lingering on the mention of the peculiar guest before she began to flip back through the pages. It became evident that Harlan Burt and several crew members of the Silver Rose had undergone some form of transformation during this voyage, and they were acutely aware of the source of their affliction. September 17th, 1328. That woman, no, that corpse, boarded our vessel unbeknownst to us. A full page contained only this single sentence, revealing Harlan Burt's terror as he penned it, his handwriting quivering with evident fear. It appeared that the peculiar guest was likely the shattered cadaver mentioned by Vincent. Agnes pondered this, unsure of what actions the crew had taken to attract such a being aboard, and it seemed that this corpse had not endangered the lives of those on the ship. She flipped back further. It seemed Harlan Burt had little inclination to keep a diary. Resuming his entries nearly a month later to document his observations on the return journey and the gradual deterioration of his health, occasionally referencing the curse of that peculiar guest. The only valuable statement emerged from an entry in the middle. The object sought by that peculiar guest was no longer aboard the Silver Rose. It seemed that the search for something was the reason behind the corpse's arrival. Agnes flipped forward again. July 20th, 1328. A distinguished gentleman boarded our ship, exuding an air of mystery and elegance. The captain treated him with utmost deference, suggesting he hailed from the upper echelons of society. The captain instructed us to prioritize the gentleman's needs. Yet truthfully, even our finest offerings would likely appear crude in his discerning eyes. Agnes continued to read, finding several entries chronicling Harlan Burt's experiences at sea and his curiosity about the aforementioned gentleman. August 27th, 1328. I have been chosen as that gentleman's servant. September 12th, 1328. He is a demon from the abyss. He has finally departed the Silver Rose. Following this was the entry from September 17th, and Agnes closed the notebook, piecing together the events that had transpired aboard the vessel, though some details remained elusive. Miss, can you confirm that your aunt was indeed present at the manor yesterday? Was inquired with a serious demeanor. The girl nodded emphatically, stating she frequents this place often and often stays here without returning. She appeared troubled by what followed, hesitating before adding, she always incurs substantial debts here, which infuriates my grandfather, who often wishes to expel her. The girl nervously shook her arm, clutching her hand. Miss, as a witness to yesterday's explosion, did you not see your aunt during the evacuation? The girl fixed her gaze on Was, nodding rapidly and affirmatively. Chapter 64. What will happen tomorrow? Aiden could not refrain from glancing at Was, yet Was remained focused on the girl, disregarding Aiden. When we accounted for casualties from the explosion yesterday, no one mentioned a potential relative of yours, Was stated solemnly. They simply do not care. The girl's tone gradually turned resentful as she gripped her left elbow with her right hand, applying considerable pressure. Her head bowed as she added, except for my mother. Except for my mother. Miss, Waries interjected, infusing his tone with a hint of consolation. Since your aunt has resided at Newland Manor for quite some time, we are certain to find someone who knows her whereabouts. You still bear injuries. We can escort you to the church for treatment. The young lady nodded, hesitatingly adding, although my aunt is married, she has always disliked being referred to as Lady Wentworth. She has never been content with her marriage. How shall we address her then? Waries inquired, nodding thoughtfully. She takes pride in her maiden name. She prefers to be called Lady Dolphin, the girl replied softly. You're in a dire state, Bernie remarked, observing the weak form of Lun, who leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. The consequences of your relentless strike are grave. Huh, had I not intervened, how much longer would you have allowed that scoundrel to drag you along? Lun retorted, straightening defiantly as he withdrew his hand from the wall. Bernie shook his head, supporting Lun as he explained, I concede he knows me too well. Otherwise, I would not have been ensnared by him. Yet, my understanding of him is equally profound, ensuring I would not be easily vanquished. My master's directive is to swiftly eliminate those pursuing you, than to hide you away. The longer you remain ensnared, the more challenging it becomes to evade those hunting you, Lun stated impassively. Surely, you do not believe the one pursuing you is the only threat? A hint of mockery crept onto Lun's face as he glanced at Bernie. Bernie fell silent, helping Lun into a chair. To be frank, while I have not penetrated the innermost circle of your Brotherhood of Sturt, it is evident that the nobleman supporting you has long sought to oust you from the Brotherhood. Lun observed with keen interest. That nobleman has attempted several times to replace you, and now he is intent on your demise. Mr. Lun, in light of the ever-looming danger, I believe you ought to rest, Bernie interrupted, his tone somewhat brusque. However, Lun appeared unconvinced of his need for rest, continuing to speak animatedly. It's fine. This place is quite discreet, and until now, no one has known of it besides me. To be honest, I have long wished to inquire if you are aware of your assistant's clandestine maneuvers. I cannot believe you, as the founder, remain ignorant. Bernie took a deep breath, ignoring Lun's question as he turned to exit the room. Yet, Lun, like a specter, obstructed Bernie's path, grinning as he said, regardless of your original plans, they are now rendered irrelevant. Just tell me. I know. Is that sufficient? Bernie's tone grew impatient. Do you not feel anger? That fellow has betrayed you. Were I in your position, I would have eliminated him without hesitation, Lun remarked, his tone exaggerated, yet his eyes remained calm. He is not a traitor. He has always been a man of the nobleman, Bernie scoffed. Mr. Lun, you are among the impure in the Brotherhood. Lun shrugged, smiling as he replied, Bernie, that was all in the past. Our current circumstances are markedly different. He turned and resumed his seat. Though my motives for joining the Brotherhood of Sturt were not pure, I have diligently fulfilled my assassination assignments without engaging in any extraneous activities. Mr. Hayden has not burdened me with excessive tasks. Furthermore, over the years, you have consistently provided me with assassination targets and adequate accommodations. I have developed quite an attachment to the Brotherhood. Bernie frowned, but remained silent. However, truth be told, Bernie, Lun adjusted himself for greater comfort. Regardless of your acknowledgement, the charges your noble lord wishes to impose upon you are far from simple. Bernie regarded Lun with curiosity. Lun smiled with a hint of pride, stating, I possess some knowledge of this matter, as Mr. Hayden is investigating certain related issues. To my understanding, Hayden Elvis seems reluctant to appear in the city. Bernie's expression turned peculiar as he responded. Lun's words paused momentarily, his face reddening as he stammered, such a thing does not exist, Mr. Hayden merely. The most effective description that Hani Lambert provided of the individual he mentioned was that he was a demon from the abyss. Whether the term demon here was an exaggerated description born from fear, or if it held a specific connotation, appears inconsequential. It is evident that this individual possesses extraordinary power. Whether this is to be interpreted as a metaphorical demon or a literal one requires further investigation. Moreover, the skin drum, which the ghoul informed Polo about, should, according to Hani Lambert's diary, be the object sought by the ghoul and is likely to have been taken by the individual whose identity remains unclear. However, that skin drum must have spent some time aboard the Silver Rose, or else the ghoul would not have sought out the Silver Rose. Agnes made her way towards the location of her two attendants, guided by her instincts, her mind racing with various thoughts. The search aboard the Silver Rose consumed considerable time, and the crimson moon now hung directly overhead, nearing its fullness. Tomorrow marks the full moon. Agnes sighed, convinced that the night ahead would not be tranquil. Despite appearing to have little connection to the Silver Rose and the Newland Manor explosion, she harbored a premonition that, regardless of her actions, events tied to these matters would inevitably come to her. The uncertainty of what might transpire filled her with dread, and Agnes pressed her head into her hands. Exhaling a sigh, what will happen tomorrow? Surely it cannot be that some cult is attempting to commit a massacre on the territory of the True God Church. It felt increasingly probable. Chapter 65. This moment is not merely to say good morning. Initially, Hayden Elvis tasked us with tracking a man. Lund spoke gravely to Agnes. Through a certain mystical connection, Agnes located her two attendants' hiding place, yet she still had some inquiries for them. However, the man was cunning. Each time we tracked a lead related to him, he always seemed a step ahead, as if he anticipated our approach and departed beforehand. Moreover, our manpower was limited. The church's involvement hindered our efforts, Lund continued. I recall this occurred several months ago. The church apprehended several individuals known as the followers of the primal moon. Bernie interjected. Lund did not dispute Bernie's statement, calmly responding to the first half. Indeed, it was nearly 5 months prior. We lost his trail half a month after commencing our investigation, only to discover he had set sail with the Silver Rose. By then, he had already departed for 2 days. Hayden Elvis consequently suspended the inquiry into him, instructing us to report immediately upon the Silver Rose's return. Thus, 10 days prior, when the Silver Rose docked, we promptly informed Mr. Hayden. Lund shrugged helplessly, whispering, "Yet, it seems Hayden Elvis has lost interest in the Silver Rose. I wonder what he has learned to make him so certain that the Silver Rose merely obscures the true fog." Nevertheless, he still insists we continue our investigation into the Silver Rose, despite believing we cannot glean any significant information from it. It is abundantly clear that an unseen force obstructs our investigation into the Silver Rose. Our personnel have been effectively marked by the opposition, and each attempt to delve deeper has been thwarted. Strangely, we remain unaware of the identity of our adversary, as the entities that intervene differ each time, and at times, even members of the church have made an appearance. Wynn cast a glance at Bernie, his expression tinged with resignation. Even the detectives we enlisted have failed to uncover any information, including the detective Poirot you brought today. This stalemate persisted until the morning of the day before yesterday, when, unexpectedly, the crew of the Silver Rose was silenced. A look of frustration crossed Wynn's features. Upon receiving this news, Hayden Elvis was incensed, disregarding the dangers. He ventured into the city. "For Snow?" Agnes inquired thoughtfully. Wynn nodded. "Indeed, Snow is the brother of one of the crew members, and he should be relatively easy to approach." Hayden Elvis did not derive any useful information from Snow, Agnes asserted with certainty. "Yes, however, there is more than one crew member aboard the Silver Rose," Wynn remarked. "Whom shall we consult regarding Lady Dolphin?" Aiden queried as he followed Voss towards the exit. "Those present at Newland Manor last night were not exactly trustworthy. I doubt their words hold sufficient credence," he expressed with a hint of concern. Voss nodded. "Very well. You and Joy will make contact. Tomorrow, you shall first seek out the eyewitnesses for investigation." Aiden regarded Voss with a measure of confusion, to which Voss responded with a smile. "I must first consult an informant tomorrow. Madame Poisia." The sound of prayers echoed around her, and Agnes abruptly sat up in bed, centering her spirit, and soon discerned the identity of the supplicant. It was Chalmero. Agnes let out a weary sigh as her gaze drifted to the faint light breaking at the horizon. It was barely 6 o'clock. She had returned late last night, or rather early this morning, around 4, and had only just managed to sleep for a little over an hour. With a heavy sigh, Agnes reclined back on her bed, pulling the covers over her head to muffle the noise, lamenting her rare sleep that was so easily disturbed. Yet, in less than a second, she sprang back up, fully alert. Zayamiro's prayers at this hour could not merely be a greeting, although he had been providing her with a somewhat pointless wake-up service these past few days. It was far too early for that. Agnes extended her spirit through the bond with Chalmero, her vision shrouded in a gray veil, revealing that Chalmero was currently in Mrs. Wellington's dining room. "Madame Poisia." Zayamiro's voice resonated, and Agnes realized he was conversing with her in his heart while he quietly observed Mrs. Wellington conversing with a middle-aged man with brown hair and blue eyes, Captain Voss. It appeared that Captain Voss was likely facing inquiries that required her insights. "Is he the person you previously asked me to keep an eye on?" Chalmero inquired, after having left her contact information with the church. Agnes had requested Chalmero to monitor any news pertaining to Mrs. Wellington's restaurant, but she had not anticipated its urgency. Not that it was particularly premature. Her instincts suggested that significant events might unfold tonight, and the church's investigation was already lagging behind. As Agnes pulled her nun's robe from her suitcase, she sighed in resignation. "Why are you at Mrs. Wellington's so early?" Agnes casually questioned Chalmero in her heart. Chalmero seemed somewhat embarrassed, pausing before responding. "Madame Poisia, this is the first time you have needed me for something. I wish to diligently fulfill the task you have entrusted to me." Agnes could not help but feel a tinge of exasperation. Grasping her suitcase in one hand, She opened the window and leapt out, casually pulling the window shut behind her. There's no need to be up so early. You're still young and need to rest. Moreover, venturing out at this hour is rather unsafe. She admonished in her heart. Moreau chuckled, his voice brightening as he conversed with Agnes. Are you concerned for me, Madame Poesia? Agnes nearly stumbled upon landing, almost colliding with a nearby flower pot. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to respond, but Moreau continued, Rest assured, I have taken refuge at Mrs. Wellington's, citing that there have been individuals loitering near my home these past few days. Chapter 66. She should be there. On the surface, Moreau's reasoning appeared sound. Indeed, there had been individuals lingering near his residence. It seemed merely to be a frightened child taking shelter with a kind-hearted restaurant owner. Certainly, Mrs. Wellington was an industrious woman, already preparing breakfast at such an early hour. Agnes cautiously pushed open the restaurant door with her hand concealed beneath her robe. It's too early, Mrs. Wellington exclaimed upon hearing the door creak open, but paused at the sight of Agnes. Agnes subtly halted her movements, offering a slight smile and nodding at Mrs. Wellington before turning to Captain Voss, who had risen promptly upon seeing her, making a gesture of prayer at his chest. Thank the Mother Goddess for our fortuitous meeting. It seems you have matters to discuss with me, Mr. Wesley. Praise the Mother Goddess, Captain Voss replied, visibly relieved, while also making the sign of prayer. I apologize for interrupting your breakfast, Sister Pugness, but I truly have urgent matters to discuss with you. Then let us proceed to the church, Mr. Wesley. Agnes replied with a smile, nodding in affirmation as she exited Mrs. Wellington's restaurant. Captain Voss offered a sheepish smile to Mrs. Wellington before following suit. This sister appeared to be of similar age to Jenny. Mrs. Wellington observed the two departing figures for a moment before softly addressing her husband. Noble affairs. Who can truly decipher them? Mr. Wellington shrugged, turning back into the restaurant. Moreau turned to contemplate Agnes's retreating figure. We encountered some complications during our investigation and sought you to inquire about the circumstances at that time, Voss stated apologetically. I understand. Coincidentally, I also uncovered some information yesterday that I wish to share with you. Agnes replied with a soft nod. As they entered the church, Agnes paused to observe the priests, nuns, and congregants engaged in morning prayers, her steps involuntarily slowing. Agnes smiled, addressing Captain Voss, who bore a hint of exasperation. Let us proceed, Captain Voss. I believe the matter we are investigating is of greater urgency. She made a gesture of prayer towards the holy emblem at the staircase and whispered a quiet prayer before hastening her steps to follow Captain Voss upstairs. Last night, while we were investigating Newland Manor, we encountered a girl named Susanna Gregory who had intruded in search of her aunt. Captain Voss began as he closed the door of the office behind him. Is there an issue concerning her or her aunt? Agnes inquired, placing her suitcase down. Uncertain. She indeed possessed a certain peculiarity. Captain Huasi shook his head and remarked, due to Susanna's prior injuries sustained in the explosion, we seized the opportunity to have the priest tend to her wounds while we assessed her contamination status. As of now, we have yet to receive any results. Thus, you wish to inquire whether I encountered her aunt the night before last? Agnes nodded, asking, what does her aunt look like? Captain Huasi responded, according to Miss Gregory, her aunt is besotted with gambling and often lingers at Newland Manor, neglecting to return home. It is said that she has accrued substantial debts. Obsessed with gambling? In debt. Agnes instinctively recalled the woman she had seen upon her entrance to Newland Manor, and she spoke, I have seen a woman who fits that description. Captain Huasi abruptly halted his narrative, fixing a serious gaze upon Agnes. Understanding his intent, Agnes meticulously recounted the details of her encounter with the woman, including her location and appearance. It is highly probable that she is the one, mused Huasi thoughtfully. Agnes remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. You previously mentioned that you had matters to disclose to us, Captain Huasi inquired again. Agnes nodded, retrieving the diary she had discovered aboard the Silver Rose from her suitcase, and carefully handed it to Captain Huasi. I believe it is imperative for you to peruse the contents of this diary, beginning from July of this year. She staggered slightly as she exited the alley. The pure black hem of her skirt swayed near the ground, the traces of dust conspicuously visible upon its edges. The brim of her hat obscured her pallid visage, and a peculiar, damp aura faintly emanated from her. Occasionally, passers-by cast curious glances her way, yet they could not discern her features, only feeling an overwhelming sense of gloom and chill. The woman, somewhat dazed, lifted her gaze to the faint morning light that fell upon her. The winter in Badivia was hardly warm, yet could hardly be deemed cold either. The temperature between day and night was not significantly different. Still, she felt a bone-deep chill, akin to that of the deceased. No, to be precise, she was indeed a corpse, She remembered how she had perished but did not comprehend why she still existed. She could only sense the remnants of her essence drawing her toward this place. Thus, this specter traversed the tumultuous seas. Arriving at a location she had never contemplated visiting during her lifetime, this place held nothing that belonged to her. Not even the flesh she had betrayed prior to stepping upon this continent, bearing only a pallid skeleton. Yet, upon emerging into the sunlight, she felt regret. She perceived her skeletal form as grotesque and sought out a semblance of flesh that was somewhat pleasing to the eye. It was akin to donning garments in her living days, enveloping herself in this flesh. Then, using this guise, she followed her instincts to seek that which had perpetually captivated her. Naturally, she found nothing. Ultimately, she succumbed to the impulse and eliminated the individual who displeased her, subsequently obliterating her traces with the explosives she had found there. Such knowledge had always resided within her memory. She could not fathom why she still felt discontent. Perhaps it was because, in the act of murder, she had inadvertently damaged this flesh, necessitating gloves to conceal her skeletal hands. But mattered little. The flesh continued to decay, much like the blood and sinew that had once belonged to her. In due time, she would also relinquish it. The woman's gaze turned toward the manor, now imbued with the scent of smoke and fire. She could sense that which belonged to her lay within. She ought to venture there. Chapter 67, A Gift to the Confluence. Captain Huasi, I believe our time is running short, Agnes remarked, having relayed all pertinent information to the heart of nature. Captain Huasi's expression grew somber, and he nodded in agreement. Clearly, the other party had been orchestrating their plans for several months without our awareness. Agnes sighed, expressing, I suspect they are likely fully prepared. Perhaps tonight, they will set their final scheme into motion, and we remain oblivious to their true intentions. She cautioned softly, what we currently know is that a man likely brought something from the sea, which lured a ghoul onto the Silver Rose, resulting in the crew's transformation. Huasi muttered, instinctively producing a pipe, only to catch sight of Agnes seated across from him, at which point he sheepishly returned it to his pocket. Perhaps. I would indeed prefer to believe that the crew's transformation is related to the object the ghoul seeks, which is likely tied to the man mentioned in this diary, and that the ghoul lacks the proactive ability to curse others into mutation. Agnes disregarded Huasi's fidgeting, stating directly, I am uncertain why Mr. Haney Lambert would conjecture thus. But if, as he claims, my transformation is the result of a curse from the ghoul, then this ghoul may very well equate to a high order. That does not bode well, Huasi replied with a shrug, his tone turning grave. I believe we must prepare for the possibility you mentioned. Simultaneously, we need to locate the gentleman referenced by Haney Lambert and ascertain precisely what he has brought. Should you acquire any intelligence during this time, I hope you will convey it to me promptly. Huasi regarded Agnes, hesitating momentarily. Agnes smiled, saying, of course, but first I wish to seek out Miss Susanna Gregory to learn about her aunt. I am quite curious. Huasi chuckled and shook his head, by all means, Sister Pagani. He composed his expression, stating solemnly, by the way, I must inform you, Sister Pagani, that His Excellency is exceedingly pleased to hear of your arrival and wishes to meet with you. Agnes paused momentarily, nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. All creators must ultimately face demise. A low voice reverberated through the space, and the woman could not help but gaze around in confusion. She could not recall how she had arrived here. All she remembered was coming to a manor, yet now she found herself before a church. At least, she believed it to be a church. She did not recognize which deity this church belonged to. It appeared oppressive and vacant. The crimson, cracked ceiling and floor seemed to be drenched in blood, with a faint light emanating from below, casting a golden-red glow. The stained glass surrounding her depicted grotesque, distorted visages, contorted in peculiar postures, not humans but rather monsters, appearing to dance awkwardly. These twisted stained glass pieces framed the entirety of the church, rendering it a perfect circle. Within the church, there were no pews, no pulpit, no holy symbols representing divinity, as if nothing existed. Yet she still felt it was a church. She sensed that this place was far from empty. Of course, this did not matter. She could feel an overwhelming allure permeating the air, a sense of something that belonged to her. Yet, she could not locate it, which filled her with a growing agitation, nearly drowning out the persistent voice echoing in her ears. With their bone, they shall strike their skin. All promises will be offered in resonance. The narrator remained indifferent to her demeanor, continuing their tale at a leisurely pace. Agnes hesitated, slowly pushing open the heavy door before her. She remained oblivious to the true purpose behind the visit of His Excellency, the benefactor of the Bedivian parish. She did not perceive herself as worthy of such an audience. Although the church had once presented her with the option of becoming a revered servant of the Mother Goddess, she felt that such a path was ill-suited to her, whether due to the direction she had chosen or, to be frank, had it not been for the affairs surrounding the Silver Rose and Newland Manor, she would have merely reported her whereabouts to the church, never dreaming of making frequent visits. After all, when she opted for the second choice and embraced the identity of a nun, she had already conveyed her stance to the church, that she would not jeopardize its interests and was willing to serve as a testament to the connection between the church and the Pagny family in her mother's absence, while simultaneously desiring a degree of freedom beyond this identity, an arrangement the church had consented to. However, upon learning of the Pagny family's circumstances, her understanding of the church's reactions deepened, albeit these interpretations remained speculative, despite the admonition that mortals should not presume to fathom the thoughts of the divine. Every aspect of the church's treatment of her ultimately pertained to the divine. She often felt that the church's attitude towards her was excessively lenient, not to mention, considering that individuals who delve into their own souls tend to inexplicably succumb to madness or undergo personality changes. Under normal circumstances, such behavior would warrant confinement, even if such madness is curable. Furthermore, the church surprisingly permitted her to traverse the path of a prisoner, which she knew was not typically met with such leniency by the church. Mr. Connie, having secured the church's protection, had devoted himself to music, spending his days either at home or at the Musicians' Association, harboring no expectations of leaving Fenibort City. Although she was not well versed in the church's surveillance of Mr. Connie, she was aware that it undoubtedly exceeded the scrutiny they applied to her. At times, Agnes felt that the church's measures to monitor her resembled more of a form of protection than surveillance. Agnes raised her gaze to the tall figure kneeling before the holy emblem of life, who seemed to be in prayer. She could distinctly hear the words of their supplication. The mother has ever promised, whether in tears of pleading or in joyous celebration, the mother listens and cares. The mother shall watch over, in triumph or in weakness. Agnes did not interrupt, instead standing quietly against the wall with her head slightly bowed. Chapter 68, Got Lies. Agnes had heard such prayers countless times during the Mass, or more accurately, it was not a prayer per se. The faithful often referred to this segment as the call of the Mother Goddess, a knowledge that every follower of the Earth Mother was bound to possess. Although Agnes was acutely aware that she could not be deemed a devout follower of the Earth Mother, she had diligently perused these teachings prior to her departure from Fenibort City, as was requisite for a nun of the Earth Mother Church. Additionally, she had come across intriguing interpretations of certain mystical symbols. The hexagram, often representing the union of masculine and feminine energies. When separated, the upright triangle signifies the masculine, while the inverted triangle represents the feminine. The serpent staff has long symbolized healing and neutrality. The serpent, which sheds its skin yearly, is believed to represent renewal, while the staff symbolizes the spine, representing spiritual power ascending along the central channel. When combined with the serpentine figure coiling above, it could even be interpreted as spiritual energy advancing in a double helix. Furthermore, the serpent staff inherently alludes to sexuality, suggesting that the fundamental source of healing and injury recovery lies in the power of creation. Both elements are considered integral components of the gesture of prayer, and Agnes could not help but speculate whether the significance of the prayer gesture originated from these ideas. Of course, the true reason might be quite the opposite. It is more plausible that these symbols were endowed with such mystical significance because the divine chose them. Sister Pagny, I hope I have not kept you waiting too long. The tall figure finally ceased their prayer and rose. Agnes shook her head, lifted her gaze, and directly expressed, I believe I should be grateful for the opportunity to once again heed the teachings of the Mother Goddess. She took the moment to scrutinize the divine servant before her. Truth be told, aside from the church's inexplicable obsession with the extraordinary beings of the vampire lineage, it seemed to have a particular fondness for the warrior lineage, despite the amicable relations between the Earth Mother Church and the War God Church. With a complexion leaning towards dark ivory, short curly black hair, and brown eyes, accompanied by a large, round nose, it was evident from his facial features that he was a native of Fenibort, likely hailing from the coastal regions. However, given his height, Agnes could not suppress a smirk, whether acknowledged or not. Excluding the Fursac, Fenibort inhabitants were generally shorter than the Indies and Rune peoples. The divine servant before her was clearly of an unusual stature, most likely attributed to his affiliation with the warrior lineage. He smiled and inquired, Is it merely a matter of obligation? Agnes furrowed her brow, choosing not to respond. If one does not find joy in existence and faces no threats to survival, then what compels life to continually progress and transform? The benefactor's voice was soft and deep. Agnes felt compelled to ponder why he referred to life rather than the more commonly used person, yet she refrained from doing so. She simply mused that it was indeed a simple question, merely requiring her to recollect whether she had ever entertained such thoughts in a fleeting second. Agnes fell silent, observing the benefactor, hesitating momentarily, and remained speechless. Is it enough to say that life is precious and harvests are to be celebrated? Just before the silver rose set sail, we apprehended several followers of the primal moon, Aiden casually remarked while nibbling on a DC pie. I recall those cultists had already faced judgment. Joy interjected, passing Aiden a glass of water. Was, with a keen gaze, scrutinizing the list laid on the table, absent-mindedly toying with his pipe. However, those individuals had indeed claimed to be searching for someone. Joy pressed his fingers against his temple, seemingly recalling something. Some of those individuals were not tainted by the primal moon. I remember gleaning from them that this group of cultists was seeking a person named Gottlies. After a moment of reflection, he murmured, was nodded in acknowledgement, pushing the list towards Joy, then took a puff from his pipe. Joy sighed with a hint of exasperation, extending his hand that clutched the staff, the tip tracing over the names on the list before finally pausing on one name. His gaze shifted to the name, and he casually remarked, Korklaf Gamir, departed with the Silver Rose on July 20th, destined for Tiana Port, and has not returned to Badivia. I believe we should investigate this gentleman. The woman stepped forward, slowly making her way towards the center of the church that resided in her heart, feeling an innate pull towards that place. The narrating voice echoed incessantly in her ears, transforming into a symphonic melody. Yet she was reluctant to discern the meaning embedded within this composition. She halted at the spot she longed to reach, surveying her surroundings. The bizarrely dancing, monstrous figures depicted in the stained glass appeared to unravel into frames of a film, and in her eyes, these frames seemed to connect, forming a peculiar dance. Instinctively, she took a step back, only to find that the images around her seemed to pursue her. The grotesquely animated figures in the tableau moving in tandem with her. No, she instinctively uttered a sound, the voice resonating in her ears, causing her to momentarily freeze. The voice was thick and low, reminiscent of a decaying, putrid corpse speaking. Yet, this was not correct. Her voice had once been melodious, for the owner of this flesh had possessed a dulcet tone. A foul stench wafted towards her, prompting her to scan her surroundings for its origin, ultimately leading her gaze downward. The woman observed a viscous liquid seeping from beneath her jet-black gown, the once dry fabric now thoroughly saturated. Trembling, she tore off her gloves, revealing strange, soft particles clinging to the tips. Above the pallid bone was a steady trickle of liquid, its surface appearing exceedingly soft and sticky. With a piercing scream, the woman, or rather the shattered husk of a corpse, ripped off the second glove, her bony hand tearing away the damp rags to expose the stark, naked whiteness beneath. The strange liquid clung to the bone like mold growing upon the resting places of the deceased. The woman, no longer a woman but a trembling, broken creature, gazed up at the crimson, cracked ceiling and floor beneath her. The golden red light streamed like blood, and she finally recognized what it was. It was that which had perpetually drawn her in, the very thing that had once belonged to her, stripped away by Gottlies's own hands. Chapter 69, Offering Feet to Dance. Agnes could not help but tug at the corners of her mouth, reflecting on her momentary confusion. Perhaps it was initially due to her reluctance to part with the honey that enveloped her. Her voice carried an indescribable emotion, mingling with the somewhat chilly air of the sparsely furnished room. Yet, it seemed evident now that the initial reasoning behind her choice had been unfounded from the very beginning. Agnes slightly tugged at her lips before regaining her composure and gravitas. Your Grace, you seem momentarily taken aback, she noted, after a brief silence. I believe you need not maintain such a demeanor, Sister Pagny. He gazed gently at Agnes and continued, the Mother Goddess is forgiving and loving. She is always willing to heed the calls of her children. You may embrace a more youthful spirit. Life should be vibrant. Agnes smiled and nodded. I believe it is my duty to be a fitting nun, as Agnes Pagny. The Grace appeared somewhat pained as he rubbed his forehead, suppressing a sigh, and spoke with a hint of jest. I dare say, a true nun should embody a standard that, should all records of the nun's code be lost or destroyed, people could still recognize the essence of what it means to be a nun through her. Agnes responded with a faint smile, explaining, I believe adhering to the nun's code would be more beneficial for me. Of course, I also cherish a lively existence, for merely observing its beauty is sufficient. The Grace regarded Agnes for a long moment before finally speaking. It appears you possess your own convictions, Sister Pagny. I wish you well. He paused, then inquired, do Do you wish to remain in the church or convent tonight? Agnes hesitated briefly before nodding slowly. A knock sounded on the door, and Agnes saw Captain Voss enter. She rose, bowed to the grace, and prepared to exit the room. The Mother Goddess will watch over you, Sister Pagny. No, there are many who need her gaze more than I. Agnes made the sign of prayer before the grace, smiling as she praised the Mother Goddess. Then nodded to Captain Voss before turning to leave the room. May the Mother Goddess bless you, Miss Gregory, Agnes said calmly, gazing at the girl she had once met at Newland Manor. None? The girl raised her eyebrows slightly, her face betraying evident surprise. The priest just left. Agnes smiled and sat beside the girl, maintaining a serene gaze and gently saying, the priest's duty is to care for your well-being, which does not conflict with mine. All right, the girl replied, a slight smile curling her lips. But you look even younger than I. You wish to care for my soul, do you not? Little sister, how should I address you? The girl regarded Agnes with a playful grin, tilting her body slightly towards her. Forgive me for being unable to call you Mom. Suppressing the urge to twitch her lips, Agnes replied, you may call me Sister Pagny. Very well, Sister Pagny, the girl said with a smile. What shall we talk about? Agnes pondered for a moment before asking, were you afraid when you were hurt? The girl paused, then laughed. You asked too directly, little nun. Such a question may come off as a bit unfriendly to someone who has been injured. My apologies, Agnes softly replied, her gaze steady upon the girl. Well, the girl shrugged, looking up at Agnes. Before I was hurt, I felt no fear. Afterward, fear suddenly emerged. The girl could not help but fidget with her left arm, then instinctively reached for her left elbow with her right hand. That's the truth, Agnes mused, striving to soften her gaze. Truth be told, no one expects a seemingly safe environment to become a source of harm. The girl lowered her eyes slightly, continuing, especially when so many are present. It's surprising that someone would dare. Agnes listened quietly to Miss Gregory's account, easily discerning that aside from the first statement, the rest was mere pretense, for it was evident that Miss Gregory was not adept at deceit. Agnes gently stated, accidents will always occur. All we can do is welcome them. The girl chuckled. Your words do not sound like those of a child younger than me, little nun. Agnes contemplated for a moment, then extended her arms to embrace the girl, her hands brushing lightly against the girl's left arm, distinctly feeling it tremble subtly. Hayden Elvis has infiltrated the city. They have previously pursued him but lost track, Voss stated, unable to resist picking up his pipe, his words somewhat muffled. His gaze remained fixed on the house before him, which felt distinctly different from the images he had obtained during his earlier investigation, his expression somber. However, the report has already been sent out. I informed the Grace before I left. He continued, his tone tinged with gravity. Cocraft Garmier, or rather Gottlice, is far too audacious. We must remain cautious. According to reports, he merely resided here for a time before embarking on the Silver Rose. Understood, Captain, we are aware, Aiden murmured. Voss's gaze swept across the radiant sunlight at the horizon. Even on a winter afternoon, the clear skies of Badivia were pleasantly warm. It is indeed perfect. The man placed his hand upon the skeletal remains before him. He slowly lifted the skeleton that had fallen to the ground, the sound akin to shattered glass reverberating through the empty hall as if the skeleton were trembling. Now, you have cast aside the primal desires that stem from instinct. You shall commence your dance in fervor, like a leaping flame of bone white. Kulme, let us strike the drum and chant the incantations. Offer your feet to the dance, endlessly, until the end. Chapter 70, When the Moon Rises. Do you require assistance with a wound on your arm? Agnes inquired calmly. Miss Gregory hesitated momentarily as she withdrew her arm, her somewhat forced smile accompanying the gesture. Though she wished to voice a denial against Agnes's thoughts, her words were abruptly interrupted. It has been hurting all along, hasn't it? It's merely a scratch, after all. With no bleeding. I don't think it warrants excessive concern, Miss Gregory murmured softly. Agnes's calm gaze lingered on the young lady's left arm for an extended duration, until Miss Gregory, feeling a touch of discomfort, shifted her arm slightly. I believe you ought to be a tad more courteous, Sister Pagny, Miss Gregory remarked casually, laced with a hint of complaint. Agnes merely smiled, lifting her gaze to meet Miss Gregory's, and spoke in a tranquil tone. I think you should pay more heed to this wound. Although it indeed lacks bleeding, it does not imply that it is not serious. Does it? You might place a bit more faith in the church, Miss Gregory. I trust you grasp my meaning. Agnes fixed her gaze intently on Miss Gregory. The latter bowed her head, focusing intently on the black pointed ballet shoes that peeked from beneath her skirt, remaining silent for a moment before finally uttering, yes. If anyone possesses extraordinary power in this world, it would undoubtedly be those affiliated with the church. She paused briefly before turning her attention back to Agnes, asking, You are among those hidden within the church who wield such extraordinary power, aren't you? Agnes neither nodded nor shook her head, simply observing Miss Gregory in silence. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, Miss Gregory raised her hand to cover her eyes and said, "You appear just like the saints depicted in literary works." Bearing that kind of, unable to suppress the urge to smile, Agnes interjected, "Miss Gregory, I am merely an ordinary nun." I know, Miss Gregory replied, nodding repeatedly. Agnes relinquished her thoughts on the matter and stated, "Your wound bears the taint of decaying corruption. It requires purification." Miss Gregory bit her teeth, unable to respond. "Are you concerned for the one who inflicted this wound? Is that why you wish to conceal it? That person is your aunt, isn't she?" Agnes suddenly remarked. Miss Gregory turned abruptly to glare at Agnes. "It seems so," Agnes murmured to herself. "You are rather unlikable at this moment, Sister Pygmy," Miss Gregory said, her voice tinged with irritation. Taking a deep breath, Agnes replied, "I apologize. I shouldn't have asked such things. In truth, the priest has already purified the wound to some extent, but it hasn't been properly treated." "No, you are merely trying to test me, Sister Pygmy," Miss Gregory exclaimed, pushing Agnes away and standing up. "I do not wish to discuss this now." Agnes sighed, placing one hand on Miss Gregory and pinching her brow with the other, saying helplessly, "I think you ought to be more cautious. Otherwise, the wound on your arm will bleed profusely. Miss Pasha is the finest dancer." "Really? Is it out of selfishness or common consensus?" "She is passionate about dance. At least, that is what she claims." "Really? Is it pure desire or mere vanity?" "She possesses vitality and fervor." "Then let her surrender herself to the yearning for dance. She will become the finest lead dancer, though perhaps she must relinquish certain trivial things." Aiden, holding the letter in his hand, couldn't help but glance at Vass. Vass merely nodded. Aiden flipped the letter over, finding the same handwriting as before, resembling a dialogue record of someone talking to themselves. "I believe the dance I choreographed should be sufficiently perfect. The lead dancer is about to take her place. She will strike the drumbeat of life, leading all pledgers to join in harmony. All accompanying dancers will revel in song and dance, unceasingly, until the conclusion. Gotlius Vitus. You know this, do you not, Miss Gregory?" Agnes remarked softly while carefully bandaging the young lady's wound. "Otherwise, you wouldn't have mentioned your aunt, would you?" Agnes released her hands and looked up. Miss Gregory remained silent, her lips sealed. "Honestly, if you still hold onto the belief that you can conceal things from the church while in the chapel, I would genuinely question whether I can consider you my little sister." Agnes chuckled, taking a seat and gazing at her. "Do you believe that speaking in such a manner can disguise the fact that you are younger than I am?" Miss Gregory couldn't help but retort. "A mature person does not discuss age," Agnes casually replied, raising her eyes. Miss Gregory opened her mouth but found no words to speak. "Yet you are quite brave, it seems," Agnes smiled, observing that Miss Gregory didn't appear overly frightened. Miss Gregory pursed her lips and replied, "All right. A brave soul who nearly perished at the hands of the monster her aunt has become." "That is not your aunt," Agnes said after a moment of silence. "Moreover, you seem to have anticipated this." Miss Gregory bowed her head and remained silent for a considerable time before lifting it to say, "She has not been the aunt I once knew for several months now. Though her relationship with Mr. Winter was strained back then, she had not yet divorced." The young lady hesitated before continuing, until she met a man at the theater. He said his name was Kalkluf Varmeyer, a playwright. "I recall teaching you the dance that originates from beneath the mountains. You should perform it when the moon rises. Come now, I do not believe this will be beyond your capabilities." The man grasped the radius and ulna of the skeleton with one hand, smiling. He bent slightly at the waist, resembling someone preparing to invite another to dance at a ball. "You see, you always say your benefactor is full of vitality, so you should be vibrant as well. Your benefactor is filled with passion, and you should be equally passionate. Now, your benefactor is indeed brimming with passion, so you ought to join me." The corridor of the monastery was devoid of any presence, and Agnes almost pressed herself against the wall as she approached the room at the end. A peculiar rhythm of drumming echoed from afar, causing Agnes's heartbeat to momentarily align with the rhythm before returning to normal. An undercurrent of agitation surged within her, tinting her perception of the world with a hint of crimson. Instinctively, she turned her head to glance outside. The blood-red full moon had appeared in the sky without her noticing, casting a slight scarlet veil over the entire world. Chapter 71, Encounter. Susanna Gregory felt utterly unfortunate. She should not have ventured out. All she sought was to find Detective Poirot to discuss canceling her commission, just as she had done a few days prior. After all, it was now evident that her aunt had undergone some inexplicable transformation, posing great danger to ordinary individuals. Although Detective Poirot occasionally behaved like an overly self-important lunatic. He mostly resembled a compassionate gentleman, harboring a certain disdain for evil. This commission of hers could potentially place the detective in peril. She still recalled how her aunt's claw, full of bony protrusions, had aimed directly at her heart, had it not been for the inexplicable deviation at that moment, which resulted in the injury to her left arm instead. She would undoubtedly have become a silent corpse within Newland Manor, perhaps even regarded as a victim of an explosion. To speak candidly, she always felt that awakening amidst the ruins in the morning, emerging from a state of unconsciousness, was not truly her. She was acutely aware that, under such circumstances, she would never possess such composure. The agony from her wounds was unbearable, and it was impossible for her not to feel terror in such a predicament. Furthermore, after encountering those gentlemen, the self she had chosen to follow felt as though it had been stripped of something essential, leaving her numb and cold. It was akin to having just seen those peculiar individuals. Indeed, like those individuals, those grotesquely contorted beings appeared to be a troupe of puppets whose souls had been bartered to the devil, dancing under the strings of their puppeteer. Miss Gregory could not suppress a laugh. She recognized several of the faces among them, even spotting a few prominent figures introduced to her by her father or grandfather. They were still dressed formally, yet their traditional canes had vanished, replaced by the clumsy shaking of their shoulders and arms, their polished shoes producing an odd rhythm against the floor. This transformation occurred within a serene atmosphere, so tranquil that it bordered on the absurd. Yet, all she felt was an undeniable unease and tremor, which for a time rendered her nearly speechless. This sense of dread was not without cause. As the moon ascended, the distant drumming inexplicably synchronized with her heartbeat, leaving her nearly devoid of control over her limbs as she found herself dancing to the beat alongside those individuals, flowing down the street in a raucous revelry. She was uncertain of what she had encountered, but after the events that had transpired, she could surmise that it was likely tied to extraordinary forces. Unable to halt her movements, she endeavored to alter her course, gradually veering away from the throng of dancers and slipping into an alley. The alley was devoid of people, likely deserted in favor of the spectacle she had previously witnessed, a ragtag group pointing and laughing at the revelers, some even mimicking their dance before joining the fray. She had no understanding of the implications, but she at least knew she wished to escape the crowd and seek refuge in the church. Moreover, she had a foreboding feeling that she would have to dance all the way to the church. Suddenly, a small figure darted out from the alley, catching Miss Gregory off guard and colliding with her. Damn it! Both fell to the ground, and she couldn't help but curse. Under normal circumstances, a fall was of little consequence to her, merely a minor pain. However, now her limbs felt utterly ungovernable, making it impossible for her to rise. She lifted her gaze to the boy she had collided with, and her anger dissipated. He was a small boy with dark hair and brown eyes, his features handsome, and the exertion of running had brought a hint of color to his previously pale face, rendering him somewhat healthier in appearance. The boy, flustered, looked up, his gaze meeting Miss Gregory's, a spark of surprise flickering in his eyes. "Have you seen Sister Paganini?" he inquired. Miss Gregory hesitated, then instinctively grasped the boy's arm, striving to suppress the involuntary tremors of her shoulders and arms. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her voice. "Do you know Sister Paganini?" The boy nodded, albeit with confusion, and then, as if realizing something, stammered, "Sister Paganini is a very kind person. She is gentle." Miss Gregory's lips twitched slightly as she asked, "Can you take me to her?" The boy hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding. He stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and said, "All right, I will find a card." "Thank you, young sir. How should I address you?" Miss Gregory couldn't help but exhale in relief as she spoke. The boy smiled at her and replied softly, "Milo Madeline. Sister Paganini often calls me Little Milo." Agnes stared intently at the dimly lit oil lamp on the wooden table not far from her, her eyes glistening with crimson. She could distinctly feel the full moon's influence upon her, the desires for blood and slaughter surging within her, compelling her into a state of the werewolf, her sharp claws piercing through the bedding and embedding into the floorboards. Yet she could still think clearly, Agnes calmly reflected. This curse seemed more potent than the last. She had a semblance of understanding regarding its source. Since the drumming began, she had sensed the vile aroma permeating the city, mingling with the air. This scent irked her, akin to the buzzing of mosquitoes or flies during sleep. Not quite infuriating, but sufficiently irritating. Upon hearing the drumming, Agnes had surmised that the Heart of Nature team had failed to thwart their adversaries' plans. Through young Milo's eyes, Agnes beheld the scene unfolding on the streets of the city. It resembled a parade for some festive occasion, seemingly filled with joy, yet infused with a disquieting eeriness that suggested ritualistic undertones. She could feel her servant, Mr. Burney, whom she had acquired just days prior, inexplicably swept into the throng of revelers, even among the first to dance, despite being pursued by his former master. Agnes had long anticipated that she could not entirely escape the ramifications of the Silver Rose incident, yet, to her disbelief, the consequences had only ensnared a werewolf servant she could easily abandon, and she found it astonishingly effortless. Curling her body, Agnes closed her eyes, regardless of what transpired next. As a passive participant, she could only muster her utmost effort to cope, for she remained oblivious to the true nature of their grand display. Chapter 72. Do you have anything you wish to ask me? Wass strode purposefully through the throng of revelers, their dazed, vacant eyes reflecting his form. His tousled brown hair framed a face marked by an air of wildness, while the blue of his eyes seemed to blaze with an inner fire. He wove through the chaotic dance, a golden-red glow illuminating the path he traversed. As he passed, the numbness and chill in the eyes of those dancing faded, replaced by expressions of fear, their limbs' erratic movements slowing, only to be re-enraptured moments later by some unseen allure. Countless vines erupted behind him, piercing the earth, growing frantically to ensnare the disoriented revelers, forcibly restraining their limbs and halting their incessant movements. A few individuals garbed in the robes of the Mother Earth Church, or nuns' attire, promptly ushered these individuals to the roadside. Leave it to us. With a touch of weariness, a woman's voice resonated behind him. Simply halting their lackluster dance is within our capability. Wass did not turn back, merely quickening his pace, his already expressionless face growing increasingly frigid. The man grasped a suitcase, departing from a meticulously adorned room, casually removing a wide-brimmed hat from a coat rack. The hat's feather resembled the plume of an eagle poised for flight. He donned the hat and stepped outside, the heels of his shoes echoing against the wooden floor with a thud, soon followed by the distant drumming from behind him. He halted, seemingly taken aback, contemplating with a furrowed brow, before lifting his foot once more to synchronize his footsteps with the rhythm of the drums. He smiled with a hint of satisfaction, allowing his footsteps to resonate in rhythm with the drums that echoed throughout the room. Suddenly, he casually glanced towards the dim corner near the staircase, playfully winking. "Ah, you've arrived, little vampire," he remarked with a smile gracing his lips. "I believe your name is Hayden Elvis." Hayden remained silent, his body taut, the bluish veins beneath his pale skin faintly protruding, sharp fangs peeking from the corners of his mouth, presenting an image akin to a bow drawn taut, poised to spring forth at any moment. He seemed oblivious to Hayden's intentions as he turned his head, adjusting his wide-brimmed hat, as if reminiscing. "I recall you were searching for me previously, yet I had no desire to meet, thus I devised some means to avoid the inconvenience. I hope you weren't angered by my little jests." Goddles smiled as he lowered his head, appearing quite graceful in his demeanor. "However, my business is now concluded, and I am quite open to conversing with you. I remember you expressed an interest in the dance of St. Vitus. Would you care to experience it? You see, if you so wish, your desires can be fulfilled now. How does that sound? Are you pleased?" The crimson moonlight spilled through the room's unlatched window, mingling with the scattered flesh on the floor, creating a dark, sanguine pool. In the center of the vast room, a woman, reduced to mere pale bones, danced a peculiar dance upon the drum surface. Fragments of bone and powder cascaded with her movements, accumulating on the drumhead in a manner reminiscent of salt crystals by a saline lake, imparting a tinge of blood red to the drum. Goddles tilted his head, a look of bewilderment crossing his features as he queried, "What is it? Do you not intend to come closer?" Hayden suddenly sprang up, a swarm of ethereal bats erupting from behind him, obscuring the view. Goddles remained motionless, merely observing the vacant corner left in the wake of the vanishing bats, shrugging with resignation. "Well, what a timid little vampire you are. No wonder you seldom venture into the city." He retrieved a folded sheet of paper from his pocket, bringing it to his eyes. "Let me see how the script unfolds next. The city center square is quite a predicament. I suspect it is now swarming with followers of the Mother Goddess. Who knows if they will grant me leniency, considering I Haven T caused a bloody massacre here, and even assisted in capturing a few who revere the original moon." He tilted his head as if listening to something, then shrugged, exclaiming, "What did you say? I didn't catch that." "What? You claim I am neither Goddles Vitus nor a playwright? Oh dear, what does that matter? Who would care? Goddles Corclaf, or whatever, it is all trivial." His form gradually morphed into a spectral, viscous black liquid, surging swiftly towards the door. "As long as this mountain dance is sufficient to delight the deities and draw their gaze, that is all that matters. How do we gain entry?" Miss Gregory gazed at the tightly closed convent and the imposing walls surrounding it. "To be frank, I feel that without a more prudent plan, We will undoubtedly be captured and confined to the isolation chamber. Xiaomi Luo cast a peculiar glance at Miss Gregory, halting her steps and releasing the handcart. Hey, 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 Miss Gregory exclaimed anxiously, whispering you. Ignoring her, Xiaomi Luo boldly approached and forcefully pushed open the heavy door. Miss Gregory could not suppress her wide-eyed astonishment at Xiaomi Luo's unexpected act. I never anticipated the convent would remain unlocked at night, Miss Gregory murmured in disbelief. Xiaomi Luo inhaled deeply, her tone rather curt. Madam, you clearly are not a devout believer. Miss Gregory couldn't help but chuckle in surprise. Oh dear, you've seen through me. What shall I do? Xiaomi Luo surveyed the seemingly deserted convent, her gaze ultimately settling in a particular direction. Do you think the Mother Goddess will punish me? Miss Gregory asked, her eyes wandering skyward. The Mother Goddess is forgiving. A calm voice resonated from the dim corridor as Agnes slowly emerged, supporting herself against the wall. All who are her followers are her children. Her complexion appeared somewhat pallid as she raised her gaze to the blood-red full moon above. You seem not to hold the convent in high regard, Miss Gregory. Would you care to share your reasons? Agnes inquired, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Miss Gregory regarded Agnes intently, a smile breaking across her face. Sister Pagnini, if your elders instilled fear in you from a young age with threats of being sent to the convent for misbehavior, would you feel joy upon encountering one? Agnes nodded, affirming, indeed. Well then, aside from that, do you have any inquiries for me, Sister Pagnini? Miss Gregory sighed. Chapter 73, The Central Square. It seems you have come to a realization. Agnes scrutinized Miss Gregory closely, declaring. She released her grip from the wall, squinting at the sky beyond the convent's high walls. Did you free me from his control? Miss Gregory asked urgently. I did nothing, Agnes interjected softly. I believe it is the church's power at play. After all, that force is merely a seed, tempting one towards corruption, and the church is quite adept at handling forces associated with depravity. And you, Miss Gregory began, but Agnes interrupted her, shrugging with a hint of resignation. I lack such abilities. To some extent, I have only harnessed the power to harm others. Miss Gregory gazed at Agnes in astonishment. Disbelief etched across her features. What? You don't believe me? Agnes smirked slightly. Miss Gregory shook her head. No. I simply feel you should not embody such a role. Agnes couldn't help but laugh, as Miss Gregory's voice gradually diminished. Agnes made a gesture of prayer before her chest, murmuring what seemed to be a few lines of penance, before lifting her gaze to Miss Gregory. I apologize for disappointing you, Miss Gregory. Her eyes fell upon Miss Gregory's still dancing limbs. You sought me out for assistance from the church, did you not, in hopes of preserving your current state? No, not that. Miss Gregory interjected, seeming to grasp Agnes's intent. It's not for me. It's for a friend. Agnes paused, inquiring, who? Vicente Poirot, the detective I previously commissioned. She replied swiftly, seemingly feeling the need to elaborate. I had tasked him with locating my aunt, and he accompanied me to the Newland Manor. Agnes's expression shifted to one of intrigue, a smirk appearing. Detective Poirot? Miss Gregory nodded vigorously. Detective Poirot visited the church yesterday, Agnes recalled, contemplating. He sought the church as assistance, as his case involved extraordinary events. Miss Gregory appeared relieved. Agnes regarded the young woman, ultimately asking, Are you not concerned about your mother? Miss Gregory's demeanor stiffened, and after a moment of silence, she struggled to suppress a smile that tugged at her lips. You guessed it, didn't you? She said, raising her head with a hoarse voice. I told you before. Ah, such a small town, yet they have a goddess watching over the tall, black-haired priest seated on a bench beside the central square, murmuring to himself in disbelief. He adjusted the wide-brimmed hat atop his head and approached with measured steps. Good evening, Lord Sorrow. It appears we share a remarkable rapport. He removed his hat, placing it over his heart, and bowed respectfully to the imposing figure before him. I do not believe our encounter here is merely a matter of rapport, Lord Sorrow replied, rising to his full height, casting a shadow that eclipsed the crimson moonlight. It is simply because you were destined to arrive here. A radiant glow, reminiscent of dawn, ignited around him, gradually dispersing into the surroundings, emanating an aura of luminosity and sanctity. An astute observation, yet regrettably, I find myself lacking hands to applaud you, Gotless remarked with nonchalance, a hint of admiration curling at the corners of his mouth. I should have anticipated this. Even in such a modest town, the favored of the divine remain favored, particularly those odious warriors of the divine. Suddenly, he transformed into a puddle of ethereal, viscous darkness, vanishing from his previous location, only to coalesce into his corporeal form 5 meters away. In the spot he had just occupied, a colossal broadsword, forged as if from concentrated light, struck the ground, sending a myriad of fine cracks radiating outward from the point of impact. "Are you angry?" Gotless inquired, a note of surprise in his voice as he eagerly scrutinized Lord Sorrow, seemingly searching for a desired expression on his countenance. "To be honest, I believe I have been quite well behaved in Badivia," he said, casually placing his hat back atop his head and counting on his fingers the endeavors he had undertaken here. "I came merely to provide marital counseling to a lady for a time, and then, to make a living, accepted a gentleman's employment as an economic advisor, even assisting you in capturing a few adherents of the primal moon." Before he could finish his sentence, the brilliance of the broadsword illuminated his eyes. His figure transformed once more into the ethereal black viscous substance, slipping away from beneath the sword and re-emerging nearby. "Is it really necessary?" Gotless appeared somewhat perplexed, casting a resigned glance at Lord Sorrow. "I merely wish to host a celebration in Badivia, choreograph a dance for the citizens, and utilize the central square as a stage. Is that too much to ask?" He stepped forward, sword in hand, shrugging at the towering figure before him. Pale blue flames ignited around his form, a pungent scent of sulfur wafting from him, as his head, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat topped with feathers, was accentuated by the curling goat horns etched with countless mysterious patterns. The feathers quickly shriveled under the searing flames, and bat-like wings erupted from his back, tearing through his garments as they unfurled. In an instant, his eyes blazed with a fiery intensity akin to magma, coalescing into the likeness of Lord Sorrow. As he uttered a word in the demonic tongue, rife with filth and foulness, slow, Lord Sorrow's movements briefly hesitated, yet he continued, almost unchanged, to swing the colossal sword toward Gotless. However, that moment was ample. Gotless had already evaded the sword's trajectory. "Truth be told, I do not particularly relish transforming into this form," Gotless said, casting aside his tattered hat, now singed by the flames, and tearing off the shredded remnants of his clothing, which had been rendered ragged by his expanded physique. "After all, they are rather useless garments and do not align with my aesthetic. I have no desire to engage in combat with you," Gotless stated, his perpetual smile fading as he regarded Lord Sorrow, now clad in shimmering silver armor reminiscent of dawn. "Regrettably, it seems you do not share the same sentiment." He opened the suitcase he had been carrying, and countless slender shadows poured forth, intertwining into a torrent of elongated screams and cries, weaving toward Lord Sorrow. Chapter 74. The Eternal Silence. The Dauphin family once held the title of nobility, yet due to their grandfather's immense debts, they were compelled to relinquish it. Miss Gregory appeared somewhat hesitant to speak, but meeting Agnes' calm gaze, she pressed on. "My grandfather's only possession at that time was a hunting rifle. It was only after my grandmother married my grandfather that their financial situation began to improve. There is a lingering complexity regarding my grandmother and my aunt's mother." She hesitated before continuing. "It is said that after my grandmother bore my mother, she inexplicably left with a painter. My grandfather was furious and searched for them daily with his rifle, yet he could never find them. Eventually, he married my aunt's mother, and they had my aunt, but she too passed away shortly thereafter, and my grandfather never remarried." Agnes recalled Miss Gregory's recounting of these events, her expression largely unchanged. Abruptly, she turned to gaze at the morning-like glow emerging in the distant sky. "It is all driven by desire." "What do you mean, Sister Pagny?" Miss Gregory inquired. Agnes, her face devoid of emotion, replied flatly, "This drama has reached its conclusion. The audience must now respond. But what are those compelled to partake in the celebration as mere extras?" She pondered, her gaze lost in the mirror reflecting the dazzling light, rippling like water, colors refracting within. Miss Gregory regarded Agnes with curiosity, asking, "Sister Pagny, what are you saying?" Lord Sorrow instinctively knelt, embedding his colossal sword before him, as the shadows surrounding him subtly shifted, resembling an invisible barrier. Yet, the multitude of shadows intertwined into a river, seemingly unaffected, encircled Lord Sorrow without making contact. They quietly enveloped him, countless slender shadows flickering upon the surface, creating an illusion of a mirror surrounding its sole observer. "To be honest, I did not wish to unveil it in this state," Gotless lamented, gazing at his body engulfed in pale blue flames. "I ought to have invited my anticipated audience to witness this drama with a more gentlemanly demeanor. However, it is inevitable that the playwright, engrossed in his creation, neglects his own appearance." He maintained his form, laughing at the throngs converging upon the town square, believing that the effectiveness of the drama would suffice. "Look, a husband marries a wife for her fortune, yet, entranced by the beauty of his mistress, he concocts a scheme to induce his wife's betrayal, only to find his wife truly betraying him. while the mistress remains unfaithful. Atlas chuckled. Years later, the daughter of the former wife and the mistress, an accomplished dancer, succumbed to the allure of the opulent life her benefactor provided, trading away her cherished skin. Her spirit, yearning to reclaim her skin and return home, found herself drawn to the form of her lover's daughter, betraying her flesh. Upon witnessing the decay of the skin she had seized, she was consumed by remorse for abandoning her own. To be honest, these two are quite alike, don't you think? Despite their lack of blood relation, Lord Sorrow merely smirked, extending a hand aglow with the brilliance of dawn to shatter the mirror before him, remaining silent. Countless shards cascaded down like crystalline snowflakes, refracting pale, haunting apparitions in the air. People often revere seemingly rational inferences as sovereigns upon their thrones, yet in truth, they merely surrender themselves to the madness born of insatiable desires. Atlas gazed calmly at the actions of His Excellency, Lord Sorrow. He appeared to exist both beyond the mirror and within its reflections. The pleasures of yesterday frequently morph into the regrets of today, as reason often yields to the primal whispers of pure, instinctual desire. He resembled an actor on stage, reciting an esoteric epilogue. Mirrors emerged silently in the skies above the city, their dazzling brilliance flickering in the air. Hidden in corners, individuals watched in a mix of horror and disbelief as they beheld their mirrored selves, some desperately reaching for something beyond their grasp, others standing rigidly like puppets, while some recoiled further into the shadows, attempting to evade the sights before them. They were wholly engrossed, oblivious to the world around them. The myriad facets of life intertwined within countless mirrors, their forms transformed into ephemeral shadows, their voices merging into a cacophony of elongated screams and cries. In the heart of the city square, encircled by innumerable mirrors, Atlas raised his gaze toward the reflections surrounding him. After a prolonged moment, he brought his hand to his face, and a soft sob escaped through his fingers, tears cascading down from the corners of his eyes. "This is precisely what I adore," he uttered, lowering his hand to reveal the remnants of tears on his cheeks, accompanied by a radiant smile that blossomed at the corners of his lips. What a splendid sensation, rife with desire. An illusory, viscous black substance seeped from his eyes, ears, and mouth, weaving through the mirrors that enveloped him, surging toward the frail shadows reflected therein, as expressions of rapture gradually appeared upon the faces of the onlookers, as if entrapped in the most wondrous of dreams. His gaze traversed the upper mirrors, fixating on the night sky cloaked in crimson moonlight. "I must take my leave." Agnes lowered her head, observing the girl whose limbs continued to dance, and then slightly raised it to regard the boy pushing a cart. The towering walls of the abbey seemed to serve as a barrier, shielding against the encroachment of the illusory black mire, where the edges of the mirrors lay shattered, akin to crystalline snowflakes. Xiaomi Luo gazed at Agnes and nodded slightly. "This dance will not claim your life," Agnes reassured Miss Gregory, "as long as you remain within the confines of the abbey." Bending down, Agnes retrieved the suitcase she had placed against the wall upon her departure. Standing upright and moving towards the abbey's exit, her spirit soared to unfathomable heights, the irritating sensations of her physical form nearly vanishing in this state. As she calmly regarded the black threads connecting her, what do you hear? The unending anticipation, the ceaseless agony, the ever-remembered silence. The echoes of Xiaomi Luo's response resonated in Agnes's heart. A black thread quietly materialized, swiftly transitioning from the ephemeral to the tangible. You are the unending anticipation, the ceaseless agony, the ever-remembered silence. The tranquil prayer of Bernie reverberated in her ears, while visions shrouded in a gray veil unfolded before her. Before her lay countless mirrors shimmering with dazzling light, and at the center stood a figure wreathed in pale blue flames. Chapter 75, A Fragment of Madness. Perhaps this was the clearest glimpse of the gray ocean she had ever witnessed, clearer than any prior occasion. She could distinctly feel herself undulating beneath the surface of this gray sea, black threads extending from her being, drifting through the ocean and connecting to various locations, intertwining with distorted visages gradually tainted by gray. Among these, one rapidly solidifying thread led to the serene countenance of Bernie. Yet Agnes momentarily disregarded this black thread, fixating instead on the figure before her, her breath quickening in a manner that was purely psychological. "I have long anticipated our meeting," the figure spoke with a smile, her tone imbued with an indescribable restraint, yet tinged with an unusual allure that stirred something deep within, awakening a long-sought desire. It was not merely a narrow instinctual craving for life. Rather, it was something far more profound and expansive, yet inherently latent. However, Agnes found herself merely sensing this feeling, instinctively assessing it, before redirecting her attention to the figure's visage. She perceived a sense of familiarity mixed with discomfort regarding the figure's features. Perhaps it was the black straight hair, the deep brown, slightly elongated eyes, and the distinctly oval face that bore a striking resemblance to her own previous self. Yet Agnes felt this was not the person she recalled from her past. The figure, or perhaps it should be referred to as her, donned an extravagant crimson gown with a train, 3 golden hairpins securing her waist-length tresses at the back of her head. Agnes could not suppress a shiver. An inexplicable familiarity with such attire stirred within her. Yet she could not recall where she had encountered it. She scoured her memories, but found no trace. The figure regarded Agnes's reaction with an enigmatic smile. I believe there is little of significance in appearances. Agnes's vision blurred momentarily. The opulent garments vanished, revealing a simple, unadorned white gown, a red shawl cascading from her shoulders, cloaking her slender arms, which appeared exceedingly delicate beneath the somewhat oversized sleeves. Agnes's gaze remained fixed upon the figure's eyes, and she finally discerned the source of her unease. The figure's gaze bore a condescending quality, shimmering with a judgmental glint. The smile, though seemingly elegant, exuded an air of readiness to mock or tolerate the errors of others. These expressions appeared almost devoid of concealment, rendering Agnes acutely aware that each moment she stood there felt akin to facing the most stringent of examiners. Of course, I shall not conceal anything. The figure seemed to read Agnes's thoughts. Who would ever conceal themselves? Finally, finding her voice, Agnes articulated with a dryness she had never felt before, I do not believe I am you. How charming, the figure replied with a laugh, radiating an indescribable joy. Of course, you are not me. I am Hui Jin, and you are Hui Jin. The figure paused before continuing. No, you cannot even be considered Hui Jin. You acknowledge the memories you believe to be hers, yet also embrace the identity of Agnes. As for me, I have never departed from the confines of my self-imposed limitations, merely allowing myself to be submerged in all that is genuine. The memories I believe to be Hui Jin's? Agnes echoed instinctively. Hui Jin observed Agnes's reaction, a hint of cryptic amusement gracing her lips. Would you like to know? Memories are never forgotten, only concealed. Do you wish to see for yourself? Agnes instinctively stepped back at the sight of Hui Jin's smile. She had long been aware of her many lost memories and had once hoped to recall them. However, given her own circumstances and the history of the Pagni family, she could easily deduce that her memories were undoubtedly fraught with complications. Hui Jin's words further confirmed this notion. Being submerged in all that is genuine did not seem a favorable description. The smile playing on Hui Jin's lips sent a chill through Agnes, as if she stood naked in the frigid wilderness. You have persistently sought those memories through various means. Why, now that an opportunity to restore them entirely presents itself, do you choose to retreat? Hui Jin reined in a smile that had crept to her lips and inquired aloud. Agnes remained silent, merely gazing at Hui Jin. Very well. Even if you desire it, I shall not acquiesce. Hui Jin observed Agnes's reaction and spoke with a hint of disinterest, stating that you currently lack the capacity to bear the entirety of those memories. Hui Jin's gaze subtly drifted from Agnes, turning towards the depths of the ocean, and Agnes followed her line of sight. I did not anticipate that your acquisition of a title would prompt immediate recitation, Hui Jin remarked calmly. I presumed you would hesitate longer. Agnes noticed the seawater beneath her feet surging violently, the gray-black silt churned by the water, rendering it increasingly murky, with the faint sound of waves echoing in her ears. There is nothing worth hesitating for, Agnes instinctively replied. The balance of scales is but a fleeting moment. Hui Jin redirected her attention to Agnes and articulated. Certainly, choice is a momentary affair, yet the consequences endure for an extended duration. If you wish to harness the powers of your servant's body, which you cannot presently utilize, his mere demise will not suffice to pay the price. Remember, when madness accumulates to 3 parts, a permanent transformation will ensue. And this time, perhaps marks the second portion of madness. Indeed, you might resolve the first portion sooner. Hui Jin's voice seemed to be swallowed by the sound of the waves, her words reaching Agnes's ears like a fever dream. Gottlies turned his gaze towards the throngs flooding into the central square. It appears I have attracted an entity that ought not to be touched or found. A gray-black mist subtly emanated from the already healed wound on Bernie's neck. Faint cracks appearing on his head, torso, and limbs, with gray-black silt seeping from these fissures and sublimating into a mist that enveloped the dark liquid refracting between the mirrors. Enveloped in a haze reminiscent of gray gauze. The scenery melded with Agnes's perception as she raised her hand to the mirrored center, reflecting myriad faint shadows in the sky. Her eyes clearly met that of the figure ignited by pale blue flames, only to witness it swiftly blur into obscurity. Chapter 76. Enchantment. Agnes felt this figure was overwhelmingly vivid in her senses, akin to a drop of ink on a pristine sheet of white paper, instantly captivating her attention. He is fleeing. The thought surged in Agnes's mind, the first notion that emerged upon seeing this person. She observed the figure wreathed in pale blue flames, becoming momentarily transparent and ephemeral, then manifesting in a realm beyond reality. She beheld indescribable forms, some so transparent they seemed non-existent, alongside beams of different colors, imbued with boundless knowledge, reflecting in that space. The figure enveloped in pale blue flames traversed this enigmatic world before departing from its transient state at an inscrutable location. A clear thought emerged in Agnes's mind, the spirit realm. She gazed at the figure engulfed in pale blue flames and then withdrew her glance. Despite the principal instigator of the situation temporarily vacating the scene, Agnes could distinctly sense the direction of their presence. She harbored an inexplicable confidence, believing that as long as they remained within her line of sight, she would never lose track of them, especially since this individual appeared so evident to her. However, she had more pressing matters to attend to. Agnes directed her gaze towards the scene before her. She observed the expression of the Lord of the Favored, encased within the mirror, oscillating between rage and struggle, maintaining a posture of one knee on the ground, while dawn-like light cascaded around the throngs surging towards the city center, forming transparent walls, with Agnes utilizing Bernie's body within the enveloped area. Agnes glanced at the Lord of the Favored, but remained silent. She closed her eyes, witnessing the faint shadows projected on the mirror, where greed and intoxication intertwined in those figures. Joy and pain birthed from actions tabooed by morality, driven by desires inherent to life that had long since dominated them. Still lingering at the docks, within the cargo hold of the Silver Rose, countless thick, viscous blood had seeped through the recently cleaned floor, flowing into vivid red scars that resembled glossy branches or entwined vines, with the cracks oozing blood appearing as ripe fruits. In the corners of the city, Huaz shattered the girl's skeletal frame, yet the bone powder, as white as the salt crystals on the shores of a saline lake atop mountains, quietly seeped into the drum's surface amidst the continuous vibrations, revealing mysterious patterns, or scattering upon the ground, merging into the still viscous blood. The chunks of flesh stained with blood coalesced with the drumbeats, gradually taking on the appearance of gnarled tree knots, seemingly sweet and juicy, with a faint yellow liquid seeping out. Agnes's gaze swept across the entire city in a fleeting moment, ultimately resting upon the mirrors in the sky, reflecting countless faint shadows. Elongated screams and cries reverberated through the mirrors, leaving a restless aura throughout the city. The gray-black mist swiftly refracted within the mirrors, enveloping the boats, gently swaying with the waves and the flesh that had nearly revealed its gnarled, tree-like form. That flesh melted away like snow under the spring sun, and the boats, appearing weathered by time, swiftly turned to ash, while the mirrors above the city shattered quietly, ultimately revealing 3 seeds of varying patterns in Agnes's hand. Desire does not perish, but it can transform. Agnes opened her eyes and redirected her gaze to the bowed head of the Lord of the Favored, understanding that his attention lay upon the Bernie she now inhabited. Unfulfilled cravings could once again become buried seeds, awaiting the right conditions to take root and sprout. Of course, I would prefer that for a long time they remain merely unfulfilled desires, but that depends solely on you. Agnes presented 2 of the seeds to Lord Sorrel. Thank you. The Lord of the Favored replied without raising his head, his voice low. Agnes, contemplative, withdrew her gaze, glancing once more at those gradually emerging from their stupor, their figures vanishing in an instant. In a dressing room adorned with an array of theatrical costumes, Gottlies's figure materialized quietly. He nonchalantly extended a finger to brush at the corner of his eye, crimson, slick traces appearing on his fingertip, an utterly intoxicating allure. He stared at his fingertip, entranced, as the dizzying scent of blood spread from his fingertips, silently flowing through the room, masking the sulfurous odor that had begun to permeate. The gray-black mist quietly coalesced, entwining around Gottlies's form like chains. The pale blue flames extinguished upon him, and mysterious patterns vanished from his being, leaving him unabashedly exposed in the room. I had thought you were merely a legend, he stated fearlessly. The fusion of joy and pain birthed sparks of exhilaration. He seemed to be lost in some memory, reciting in a slow tone, as if a flowing river were nourishing him. He cannot be touched, cannot be found, but everything he sees will never be forgotten. The gray-black mist condensed before him into a human shape, and Agnes, utilizing Bernie's body, appeared before him. Gottliess halted his words, gazing greedily at the figure before him, blood gushing from his eyes. "You are truly captivating," he intoned in a melodious voice that ensnared the senses, akin to mountains tinged with vermilion hues. Agnes cast a fleeting glance at him, but soon directed her gaze elsewhere. She beheld the stark white walls transformed into dripping masses of flesh. The costume racks metamorphosed into pale, elongated bones adorned with smooth skin, while the ebony floor appeared somewhat yielding, reminiscent of the dried walls of a vast, empty vein. Gottliess attempted to utter something, but the nascent figure vanished once more, the dark, smoky tendrils that enveloped him quietly receding, swiftly permeating his skin. He ceased his discourse, caressing his own flesh, and then he laughed. "The remnants you have bestowed are willing to merge with me. It seems my destiny requires alteration." Unperturbed by his appearance, he seated himself upon the ground, pondering whether he should forsake his previous pleasures to contemplate your ambitions. After a brief interval on the floor, he rose and carelessly donned a costume from a nearby rack before exiting the room. Chapter 77, The Zombie Syndrome. The night undulated unpredictably, with a blood-red moon hovering almost motionless above the crimson sea. A white wolf curled silently upon the cliffs by the shore, its azure eyes glinting with a hint of sanguine savagery. Agnes's consciousness returned to her corporeal form, and in that instant, an unbearable sense of unreality and an insatiable thirst for blood enveloped her entire being, compelling the once stationary white wolf to curl inward. The wolf's luminous blue eyes fixated intently on the scarlet moon, as she distinctly perceived, under the full moon's illumination, the vivifying essence rising throughout the world. And amidst this vibrant awareness of her surroundings, Agnes suddenly experienced an odd sensation of emptiness. She felt her body cold and inert, as though she were a long-frozen cadaver. She sensed her heart, her lungs, and all her organs gradually dissolving into nothingness. She even feared that soon her body would transform into a mere shell, dispersing into wisps of vapor that mingled with the air. Yet she was aware that this was merely her illusion. Agnes's rational mind clearly informed her that her body remained substantial and possessed vitality far beyond the ordinary. Should another, or perhaps she herself, incise the skin and muscle of her abdomen, unveiling the net of membranes covering her internal organs, one would behold the lively, tender hues of her intestines huddled together below. With a careful approach, this process might even yield minimal blood. Naturally, the incision would necessitate swiftness, or perhaps a means to inhibit the wound's healing. Otherwise, the skin and muscles lacerations would rapidly mend under the powerful force of self-restoration, leaving only a few droplets of blood as testament to the past injury. Agnes struggled to suppress such thoughts, nearly exhausting herself in the search for evidence of her continued existence. She could not resist the notion of inflicting harm upon herself to seek proof of her survival in this world, despite her awareness of the abnormality of such thoughts. Agnes comprehended this as merely her delusion, stemming from a sense of nihilism and denial. She understood that this sensation was undoubtedly the cost of wielding a power she had previously been incapable of utilizing, a manifestation of both will and psychological impediment. Agnes even recognized the source of her madness. The newly transformed servant, Bernie, had, in a sense, dissolved during this encounter, assimilated entirely by the power, leaving no trace of either body or consciousness behind. In this process, Agnes vividly received Bernie's consciousness and its complete sensations regarding his own form. She perceived no distinction in this experience. If one were to insist on a difference, it would merely be that Bernie's consciousness did not endure for long, having been utterly transformed before his body disintegrated, becoming part of the dark, smoky essence. Truthfully, Agnes found herself quite surprised. She had initially presumed Bernie's body would falter even sooner, especially since his collapse began the moment he uttered the name of the deity. In all honesty, it was remarkable that Bernie's form could endure until Agnes resolved the matter of Bedivia, following the trail to the architect of their misfortune. Even though Bernie had already vanished by the time she arrived, perhaps it could be termed the zombie syndrome, Agnes mused to herself with a hint of amusement. She suddenly recalled the fragmented zombie she had yet to encounter, the crew member who left the diary aboard the Silver Rose, and Bernie, now transformed into dark, smoky tendrils. In a sense, Bernie had met his demise with remarkable swiftness and decisiveness. Her gaze remained fixed on the blood-red moon, still hanging in the sky. As she contemplated with a sense of ennui, it felt as though she had abruptly lost her sense of reality. Agnes carefully attuned to the persistent agitation within her heart, alongside the simmering desires for bloodshed and violence. these sensations intertwining with her sense of emptiness, compelling her to ponder why she should not test whether she might bleed. Miss Gregory slowly opened her eyes to the pallid sunlight of a winter's day. The abbey lay in tranquil serenity, with the morning light filtering through the stained glass like the vibrant wings of a butterfly, a faintly damp aroma permeating the air. The screams and wails of the previous night seemed to have never existed, yet she still felt an echo of movement in her arms and legs. Sitting upright on a pew in the small chapel, she surveyed her surroundings. She found no trace of a young boy who had brought her to the abbey, only an elderly nun, appearing to be at least 50 or 60, with gray eyes that bore a hint of sorrow and a visage marked by fatigue. Miss Gregory, she instinctively began, but halted under the old nun's gaze, suddenly at a loss for words. Yet the nun merely regarded her with pure compassion before speaking. "I am sorry." Miss Gregory instinctively rose, covering her ears. She retreated slowly, her gaze never leaving the nun's eyes. A sense of panic surged within her. The chapel was small, and the uneven stone floor, made of somewhat oversized bricks, was not smooth. She stumbled, falling to the ground, the rough stone leaving another mark upon her otherwise smooth palm. The old nun stood, and Miss Gregory instinctively scrambled to her feet and fled. "What shall become of Susan Gregory?" sighed Was, pinching the bridge of his nose. "She is both fortunate and most unfortunate. Fortunate to have escaped the clutches of the zombie. Fortunate to have been cleansed of the contamination beforehand. And fortunate to have left home without losing her sanity amid the drumbeats. Yet she was indeed most unfortunate." Was fell silent, pausing for a long time before stating, "She has no family left. This is our responsibility, our incompetence." He affirmed, "The conspiracy began months ago. All who visited Newland Manor were sown with seeds of doom. Yes, this is our responsibility." A somber voice interrupted him, a tall figure rising to inspect the emptiness of his palms. "But she must first undergo examination. Your Grace." The voice of the devotee resonated with a somber tone. "We cannot afford to be careless. After all, we tread perilously close to the edge of a precipice, with the abyss of our downfall lurking ever so near." Chapter 78 departed. Agnes slowed her pace before the shuttered cafe window, ultimately coming to a halt as she delicately adjusted her hair in a reflection upon the glass. Without a doubt, the visage of the woman in the reflection appeared rather unappealing, her brown eyes brimming with agitation, her light brown hair slightly disheveled, and her once rosy complexion now rendered pallid. Agnes scrutinized her reflection meticulously before withdrawing her gaze. She understood that this was merely a facade she donned, an identity beyond that of Sister Pagny, namely, the bounty hunter Elapaja. As Agnes's hand, which had been tidying her hair, glided down to rest momentarily by her ear before finally dropping, she was acutely aware of the resplendent emerald earring adorning her left ear, concealed beneath strands of hair. She also recognized the peril that this seemingly innocuous piece of jewelry harbored, being one of the 3 seeds retrieved just yesterday. Agnes found herself puzzled as to why she had not delivered this particular earring to the devotee alongside the others. "Because it poses no danger to you," she recalled, as the figure of Hui Zhen, draped in a red shawl over her white dress, materialized beside her reflection in the glass. It was assuredly a remarkable artifact sought for the audience sequence, having already fulfilled the criteria. Agnes' gaze flicked over Hui Zhen's silhouette. Yet she offered no response, and turned to continue her walk toward the dock. The morning at Badivia Dock bustled with a certain vibrancy, yet as Agnes glanced around, all she perceived were faces marked by trepidation. She noticed a figure clad in the clerical garb of the Earth Mother Church lingering by the dock, occasionally fiddling with a circular object in hand, their gaze flitting between travelers and sailors before retracting, seemingly engaged in little else. Agnes averted her eyes and stepped into the ticket hall. 1 second-class ticket to Ellesmere Port, Agnes stated, her eyes not meeting those of the ticket clerk, instead drifting absent-mindedly as if lost in thought, casually extending a 1 gold lease note. The clerk instinctively nodded, tearing off a paper ticket from the side, and upon raising their gaze, exclaimed, "Ah, madam, it is you." The clerk's surprised words snapped Agnes back to reality, and she finally directed her attention towards them. A fleeting glance revealed that this was the same clerk she had encountered during her visit to Badivia Port. Agnes offered a polite smile, feigning realization. "Ah, it's you. I didn't expect you to remember me." "Of course, I remember you, the lady who purchased a ticket to Ellesmere Port a week in advance." The clerk responded with a smile. "Are you leaving Badivia?" Agnes nodded, replying, "Yes, I thought it prudent to depart sooner." The clerk nodded in agreement, handing her the ticket along with her change, noting that the festivities were over and nothing of interest lay ahead. Agnes paused momentarily as she accepted the change, and in an offhand manner inquired, "Does Badivia host such celebrations every year?" The clerk blinked in surprise before nodding. "Certainly, it occurs annually." Agnes refrained from further questioning, merely expressing her gratitude thoughtfully as she stowed the coins and ticket in her pocket before exiting the ticket hall. "Happy Anna," she mused, casting her gaze over the cleric of the Earth Mother Church still stationed there, her steps unwavering as she approached the vessel docked nearby. It appeared she had little concern about acquiring a ticket. Agnes glanced into the somewhat empty cabin, locating her seat and settling down. She cradled her suitcase in her arms, stretching her body, leaning back against the chair, and closing her eyes. "Excuse me," a gentle male voice called from a distance. Agnes opened her eyes to see Luen approaching, his suitcase in hand as he navigated toward his seat after the other passenger made way. Agnes withdrew her gaze and shut her eyes once more. "Lady Elopoesia," a voice suddenly broke through her reverie. Agnes opened her eyes to find Xiao Milo waving at her, struggling with a suitcase nearly as large as her own. Taking a deep breath, Agnes pinched the bridge of her nose before rising to assist him. "You." Agnes hesitated, ultimately choosing silence as she helped Xiao Milo place his luggage in the overhead rack. "Sit beside me," Agnes commanded with an unmistakable tone of authority. Xiao Milo nodded vigorously, reaching for the hem of Agnes' coat. Officer Harriman, appearing somewhat weary, pressed his fingers against his temple and drained the now tepid coffee beside him. The office door swung open, and Detective Vicente, adorned with fresh bandages, ambled in. "Working overtime so early?" Vicente casually sank into a sofa on the side, chuckling as he caught sight of Harriman's expression. He nodded, adopting an exaggerated tone. "Just kidding. I understand you didn't return home last night." Harriman clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to rise and deliver a punch to Vicente. "Have all the matters related to the bounty task involving Lady Elopoesia been resolved?" Vicente promptly inquired. "Not yet. There are many complications, and she has also sent several individuals." Harriman sighed. Vicente shrugged nonchalantly, remarking, "No matter, that Lady Elopoesia has already departed." Harriman's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Vicente. Vicente chuckled. "This morning, well, rather, in the early hours, Lady Elopoesia sought me out to relay that she is leaving Badivia, and her collaboration with the Badivia Police Department has concluded. She has received all the bounties due to her." Harriman paused, nodding, "I understand." Vicente relaxed against the couch, falling into silence. After a considerable time, he broke the stillness. "I too shall be departing." Harriman instantly looked up, his attention riveted on Vicente. "I plan to visit Lundberg." Vicente continued without hesitation. "The relationship between Finnabote and Lundberg is hardly amicable," Harriman remarked after a thoughtful pause. "I am aware." Vicente nodded with a smile. "Then I wish you a safe journey," Harriman said, a slight smirk curling his lips. "Of course, wish me luck." Vicente stretched, his movements momentarily stiff before he grinned, rising. "I'm leaving," he stated at the door, turning back to say, "Begone." Harriman jested with a chuckle. Vicente smiled, his footsteps fading as the sound of his polished shoes against the wooden floor gradually diminished until it was no more. Chapter 79. Ellesmere Port. Agnes gazed at the reflection of a young girl in the mirror. Reason dictated that it was her own visage, Agnes Pagny, daughter of Count Pagny, soon to embark as a nun of the Earth Mother Church on the southern continent. Yet, as Agnes scrutinized her image in the mirror, she found herself unable to recognize her own features, even though she was acutely aware that it was indeed her. Yes, precisely because you are aware it is your own. The figure clad in a vibrant red gown appeared beside her reflection. "Is this what you desired?" Agnes inquired softly, her gaze shifting to the crimson figure in the mirror. Huijun's expression bore a hint of confusion as she furrowed her brow, fixating on Agnes. "You ought to know that I possess no expectations," she replied. Agnes cast a lingering glance at her reflection before averting her gaze, slightly bending forward. After removing the jester's mask, she noticed that her attire was a tad loose, prompting her to roll up her sleeves before turning on the faucet in the washroom. The somewhat cool water splashed against her bare skin, instantly dispelling her lingering drowsiness. She casually grabbed a towel, dampening it, and vigorously wiped her face before once again meeting her own eyes in the mirror. "I've come to realize that some of the choices made earlier do not seem to be my own," Agnes remarked. "Were those decisions made by you? Do you believe they were not your choices?" Huijun replied with a hint of sardonic amusement, gazing at Agnes. "I understand you feel we are separate entities, and I share that sentiment. Yet, the immutable truth is that we are not so different. Once we possess the same memories as our foundation, the choices I would make are also the choices you would make. Agnes returned the towel to its place and looked back at the mirror, inquiring, "So, those choices were indeed yours?" Huijin chuckled lightly. "No, they were yours, for I do not exist in essence. If we were to distill it, I can only be considered a mere reflection of memories." Agnes pinched the emerald stud in her left ear and asked, "Is that why you require it? Perhaps I could refer to it as the whisper of the abyss?" A smirk played on Agnes's lips. "Not for you." "What? Is it unsatisfactory?" Huijin pressed her hand against the mirror, scrutinizing Agnes. "It grants you the ability to perceive and influence the desires of others, as well as project me into reality. Isn't that sufficient?" Agnes remained silent, simply picking up the jester's mask that she had previously set aside. "It's rather delightful," she stated, donning the mask, which undoubtedly leaned towards the realm of desire, having been tainted. Huijin observed the gradual transformation of Agnes's visage, chuckling softly. "Regardless, the corruption does not affect you. Rather, it amplifies its potency, proving more effective on most extraordinary beings outside of you." "Why do I recognize alopecia?" Agnes pondered aloud, her gaze fixed on the image in the mirror, shifting the topic. "And you? Why do I recognize you? Haven't you already deduced that?" Huijin straightened herself and replied, "This is the second layer of madness." Agnes adjusted her hair, saying, "The first layer pertains to the curse I acquired by embarking on this path." "Indeed. If not for directly jumping to the werewolf trait, the curses would not have been potent enough to instigate madness," Huijin replied, her lips curling into an enigmatic smile. "Currently, the first layer of madness for you is the thirst for blood, while the second layer is, well, the walking corpse syndrome, as you've aptly named it. Should you have digested the potion sooner, the first layer of madness would have dissipated, reverting to the original curse." "I see." Agnes withdrew her gaze from the mirror and turned to push the door open. "By the way, the members of the Yuzue sect should have sensed the happenings in Badivia." Agnes heard Huijin's voice echo in her mind, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. "Have you devised a plan to deceive them?" Agnes's steps involuntarily halted at the washroom door. What on earth is going on with the Yuzue sect? She questioned internally, yet Huijin remained unresponsive, as though nothing had changed. "Lady Poesia, what troubles you?" Xiaomi Luo regarded Agnes with a look of surprise. "Nothing," Agnes shrugged, releasing the door handle and proceeding forward nonchalantly. "Well," Xiaomi Luo continued, undeterred by Agnes's somewhat perfunctory response, "Mr. Lun has just come by. He is looking for you." "Thank you," Agnes said, patting Xiaomi Luo on the shoulder, smiling as she nodded. "Did you ask him if he has any news about your brother?" Xiaomi Luo paused, shaking his head. "I did not inquire." "All right, I understand," Agnes acknowledged, casually taking her wide-brimmed hat from a nearby coat rack before stepping out of the guest room. Luan leaned against the wall in an air of ennui, the corridor's overhead light casting slanted shadows upon him. "Care for a stroll?" Agnes turned to Xiaomi Luo and inquired. Xiaomi Luo hesitated before shaking his head. "I wish to rest for a while." Agnes chuckled lightly, addressing Lin, "Very well, then let us converse as we walk." The night breeze in Ellesmere port of Wozang Island carried an intoxicating blend of floral aromas and the scent of alcohol. The vibrant nightlife starkly contrasting with the somber atmosphere of Sevilla and Badivia. The deep, dark blue resembled the finest sapphire, while young girls swayed gracefully in their colorful skirts. The apprentice tavern hosts gatherings from time to time. Luan whispered in Agnes's ear, "The Spirit Knowledge Society?" Agnes raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Luan nodded. Agnes couldn't help but laugh, eyeing Luan from head to toe, fiddling with her bracelet, which she had previously carelessly dubbed a gift from Aurelio. "Have you been in touch with them recently?" she asked playfully. Luan nodded again. "Well, we can't attend today, but perhaps tomorrow we could take a look. Let us explore other taverns today." Agnes casually pushed open the door of a nearby tavern, where the warm air was thick with the scent of alcohol. Uniformed servers glided by with silver trays, golden, bubbly liquids cascading in glasses, glittering with various hues. Agnes's attention was drawn to a raised platform, slightly above 2 floors, where a young man clad in a meticulously tailored tailcoat faced the entrance, his deft fingers dancing across the black and white keys of a piano, though the melodious strains were nearly drowned out by the tavern's clamor. "He is quite a skilled pianist," Agnes remarked, idly swirling the golden liquid in her glass, addressing Lin. The purest blue eyes reflected the drink's surface, casting a faint azure glow. "I thought you would prefer the lively throng here," Luan shrugged. Agnes smiled, her lips curling upward as she leaned against the wall in a relaxed manner, surveying the patrons of the tavern. "I do not particularly enjoy watching these people. Only the pianist brings me a semblance of comfort," Agnes replied, slightly raising her chin to direct Luan's attention to a few individuals. "As for the others, like those drunken fellows, I can only sense a corpse-like stench emanating from them." Luan directed his gaze towards the inebriated individuals. "They are oblivious to their actions, or what they ought to do. They feel compelled to squander their newly acquired wealth immediately, indulging in sensory pleasures as if extracting their existence from a barrel of wine holds any value. Perhaps one day they will drown themselves in the sewers before meeting their destined end, and people might retrieve their decayed remains, recounting the absurdity of their demise, providing fodder for conversation among those who knew them. I struggle to comprehend what captivates you in such a place, Lewin remarked in a peculiar tone. Their presence here seems entirely normal to me, at least. Agnes did not alter her gaze, merely fixating on the throng before her for a moment before closing her eyes to avoid the scene unfolding in front of her. She then redirected her attention to the wine in her glass, where the blue reflections intertwined with the golden liquid, creating an appearance as though it had been clumsily gilded. I never used to think this way, Agnes remarked after a brief silence. I assumed that my experiences would not be so profoundly impactful, at least aboard the ship. I had not realized how suffocating the presence of those indulging in sensory temptations could be, even provoking me to entertain less than savory thoughts and the desire to succumb to my own madness. She placed the untouched drink, which she had never sipped since obtaining it, onto the low table beside her, where a long crack appeared at the base of the fragile glass. I should leave this place. Agnes turned to run, declaring. Rin shrugged, setting his own glass aside. The deep night sky, tainted by the colorful lights, lost some of its purity as a cool evening breeze dispersed the languorous warmth that had clung to their skin from the bar. Agnes' expression softened imperceptibly. She inhaled deeply, relaxing her stiff demeanor. In fact, I quite enjoy the pianist's melodies. She allowed a slight smile to grace her lips, despite his youthful inexperience. A month or two ago, I would have been quite willing to introduce him to a potential investor, Agnes added with a chuckle. He truly is unfortunate, Rin remarked casually. Agnes smiled, choosing not to respond. Her gaze wandered over the vibrant nightlife around her, where the narrow street was a tapestry of color and gray. Half of the exterior walls of some buildings were adorned with crimson-tinged climbing vines, faint lights spilling from windows, and the distant sound of singing wafted through the evening air. What lies over there? Agnes inquired, tilting her head toward the source of song. It's a theater that's struggling to stay afloat, Rin replied, following Agnes' gaze. Struggling to stay afloat? Agnes asked, somewhat puzzled. Indeed, Rin nodded, shrugging, due to certain circumstances. I've heard the theater's owner is on the brink of bankruptcy, despite its previous popularity. But it seems they are still rehearsing a play? Agnes questioned, her brow furrowing. Rin's expression turned peculiar. The lead actress seems intent on single-handedly saving the entire theater. Agnes raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I find myself quite interested, she said, retracting her gaze to Rin. Can we enter at this hour? Rin's expression grew more peculiar as he appraised Agnes. I believe these constraints should hold little sway over you. Perhaps, Agnes replied nonchalantly. The dim glow of the streetlights cast faint shadows, while the grand marble columns and exquisite golden reliefs blended with the classical architecture, allowing one to imagine the theater's former splendor by day. The entrance appeared clean, with no cigarette butts or dust on the ground, and the walls bore no stains, save for a few promotional posters yet to be removed by the staff. Even though the theater seemed operational from the outside, Agnes sensed an underlying desolation, an eerie quality amplified by the warm yellow light. The grand doors were tightly shut. Agnes pushed against them, and the creaking of the hinges revealed a faint light seeping through the crack, amplifying the sound of the sopranos singing. The elegantly curved staircase, constructed of pure white marble and adorned with red marble handrails, boasted lavish and weighty carvings on either side, with the flickering of a few candles illuminating the polished floor. Agnes' eyes discerned the remnants of smoke stains behind the flames, lending an air of antiquity to the painted patterns. The lobby, with its red velvet seating trimmed in gold, felt cavernous and lacked something vital, the entire theater exuding a somewhat somber and profound atmosphere. The spacious private boxes on either side offered a distant view of the stage and the seats below, seemingly imbued with an ethereal quality. Do not speak of darkness. Forget these fears. I am here. Nothing can harm you. My words can warm and soothe you. Allow me to grant you freedom. Let the daylight wash away your tears. I am here by your side, to guard and guide you. The figures on stage echoed, singing their respective lines. Agnes, intrigued, removed her wide-brimmed hat and took a seat in the front row, observing the figures on stage. Chapter 81. The Leading Lady. Agnes applauded as the two figures on stage ceased their singing. Madam, your leading lady turned toward Agnes with a somewhat stiff posture, her tone still retaining a hint of melodic resonance. A remarkably executed performance. Perhaps you are in need of a violinist to accompany you during rehearsals? Agnes stated with undeniable authority, for without musical accompaniment, your flawless voice inevitably leaves a trace of incompleteness. And it appeared the musicians were disinclined to contribute further to the theater's cause. Agnes blinked and smiled. Rest assured, my violin skills are not lacking, and I do not intend to charge you. The leading lady swallowed her words of refusal, nodding vacantly. Very well, thank you, madam, she replied, appearing somewhat flustered. Please, follow me. The leading lady turned, her right foot leading the way, toes delicately landing on the ground, followed by her left foot in a manner that seemed almost effortless. Her body maintaining a rigid posture as her chin tilted in an almost condescending manner. The voluminous skirt billowed with her movements, settling slowly upon her return to stillness. The entire motion seemed instinctual, and only after completing it did the leading lady appear to recall something, her body momentarily stiffening. Let us proceed, Agnes remarked, falling a step behind her with a teasing tone. Are you taking me to meet your manager? Or perhaps directly to find a violin? Meanwhile, Rin remained seated, idly observing the unresponsive figure on stage. The leading lady's posture stiffened again, momentarily before she hesitantly replied, I think it would suffice to find a violin. I can inform Mr. Blayman tomorrow. Agnes raised an eyebrow, tilting her wide-brimmed hat at a jaunty angle atop her head. I hope to successfully audition with you today, miss, she stated with a hint of mirth. The leading lady's posture appeared increasingly rigid as she swiftly moved her feet, her steps lighter than those of an ordinary person, almost effortlessly gliding across the floor. Agnes smirked, following her with casual ease, her gaze keenly focused on the leading lady's movements, a contemplative look crossing her face. I believe our destination is not this room, Agnes remarked playfully to the leading lady. They had just halted in a somewhat disheveled room, where rusted chains secured the door. Yet the entrance was remarkably clean, devoid of dust. Yes, indeed, not here. The female protagonist, somewhat flustered, spoke as she continued to stride forward, her slightly disordered steps coming to a halt at a rather spacious doorway. She extended her hand and gently pushed open the door to the room. What greeted her eyes were fluffy, straight skirts, seemingly suspended in the air like lace parasols. Beneath those skirts, two crossed metal rods connected two rows of somewhat antiquated wooden cabinets. Below these metal cabinets, an array of clothing racks, dusted with a fine layer of dirt, were various theatrical costumes. The protagonist walked directly towards a wooden cabinet behind the racks, carefully retrieving a slightly worn violin case from within. This was Mr. Strauss's violin, long neglected. She gingerly handed the case to Agnes, raising her head to speak in a very earnest tone. Her brown eyes fixed intently on Agnes, who suddenly noticed that, perhaps due to her makeup, the protagonist's eyes appeared somewhat exaggerated, evoking a sense of discomfort. Agnes nodded, cautiously placing the violin case on the long table in the center of the room and opening it. The instrument was well maintained. Agnes looked up at the protagonist. The violin, polished with wax and velvet, was a sight to behold, its strings free of rust and the bridge perfectly aligned. The protagonist nodded, showing no particular reaction. Agnes lowered her gaze to attach the chin rest, carefully rosin the bow, and casually drew the bow across the strings a couple of times. The sound was slightly off, but that was to be expected. In good spirits, Agnes took a seat on a nearby chair, meticulously tuning the violin. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood by, closely observing Agnes's actions. Maintaining an extremely proper posture, her waist upright, shoulders firmly drawn down, appearing quite tense. Let us step outside and give it a try, Agnes declared, rising to place the violin between her chin and shoulder, producing a smooth and clear scale before setting it down, smiling at the protagonist. The protagonist nodded in silence, her light steps leading her outside. Give us a piece, Agnes winked at the protagonist from the orchestra pit, signaling her to begin. After a moment of contemplation, the protagonist relaxed her body slightly, her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. With tender thoughts of me, when we have parted ways, promise me you will strive. When you find once more a longing to let go and be free, if you ever find a moment's leisure. Agnes's violin echoed the protagonist's soothing and flowing melody, reverberating throughout the hall. We never spoke of it. Love will remain evergreen, like the sea, never shifting. Not a single day have I not missed you. Who is this? The figure on the opposite side of the stage seamlessly complemented the protagonist's song, while Agnes appeared fully immersed in her performance. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the two figures on stage. What a transformation! She bore no trace of the innocent girl she once was. Surely, she must not remember me, but I remember her. We never spoke of it. The protagonist effortlessly embraced her part in the song, infused with subtle flair. You will inevitably recall me. Perfect. Agnes set down her violin, looking towards the protagonist. The protagonist seemed notably more composed than before, gracefully bowing to Agnes. "Madam, you also performed splendidly." "I know," Agnes replied, leaping out of the orchestra pit to join the stage. "Indeed, Miss Sarah Strauss has long enchanted us with her ethereal voice." Len turned, jokingly addressing Agnes. The protagonist's demeanor seemed to stiffen momentarily before she shrugged, a hint of bashfulness creeping into her expression as she smiled at Agnes. "Madam, please call me Sarah." She paused, looking earnestly at Agnes. "How should I address you, madam?" Chapter 82. The Apostle and the Vessel. "Are you interested in Sarah?" Len's gaze was fixed intently on Agnes. "She's quite intriguing, isn't she?" Agnes couldn't help but smile, clearly out of place, yet executing her rehearsal flawlessly. Agnes turned to gaze at the theater shrouded in night, expressing her interest. "Thank you very much, Lady Poija." Agnes imitated Sarah's tone. "Charming, isn't it? Though she was initially a tad wary of me. You seem to take a liking to her. I thought you were merely seeking information about the Segnes Theater." "I had similar thoughts, but it was merely a passing interest." Agnes shrugged, shifting the topic. "I feel something is amiss with the theater's dome. Perhaps a grand crystal chandelier? The few candles inside are hardly sufficient to illuminate the entire theater." "Indeed, this theater has certainly lost its crystal chandelier." Len nodded, unsurprised, even laughing lightly without any ulterior motive. "I dare say they must regret ever installing that chandelier. I wonder how they plan to light the upcoming performances in a few days." Agnes felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if she had heard something similar before, and instinctively asked, "How many were crushed?" Len shook his head helplessly. "No one died, but many were injured. Interestingly, the chandelier remained unscathed." "What's happened?" Agnes inquired, raising an eyebrow. "During the evacuation, someone attempted to assassinate Lord Bartley at the theater entrance," Len said meaningfully, "and he was not far from the point of the chandelier's fall, yet he emerged unharmed. It seems the theater was merely unfortunate to be chosen as the site for the assassination." Agnes turned her head, speaking in a flat tone. "That does not concern us." "Do you truly believe that?" Len looked at Agnes, nodding in realization. "I see, we ought to think that way." Agnes cast a peculiar glance at Len, but said nothing. November 17th. It is certain that invoking his power has greatly influenced my mental state, not merely the so-called second madness. Currently, I experience an aversion to the other party's indulgence in sensory temptation, alongside an appreciation for others' pursuit of self-actualization. If these are indeed his doing, it is strange. He should not show favoritism toward mere ants unless it pertains to the authority he wields. Agnes took up her pen, pausing for a moment to allow the ink in her diary to dry. "You know full well that without him, whom do you think you are deceiving?" A voice echoed in her mind as Agnes's gaze fell upon the reflective glass lampshade of the kerosene lamp, Huijan's smirk casting a taunting shadow upon it. "The reason you feel this way is simply because of yourself. After all, they do not seem alive, while you disdain your own zombie-like condition. Why without him?" Agnes remained silent, merely observing the face on the lampshade, responding in her mind. "When confronted with the situation in Badivia, I keenly sensed his potential involvement, thus commanding my servant to recite his revered name. What would he possibly gain from this?" Huijan interrupted Agnes's hypothesis, bluntly posing the question. "His thoughts should not be predicted by me." Agnes revealed a hint of a smile, perhaps due to his inherent hostility towards the one who was destined to arrive, wishing to see the latter fail. Or perhaps it stemmed from his goodwill towards the Mother Earth Church, desiring to express his benevolence through acts of assistance. Alternatively, it could simply be that those who sought to harness his power possessed a certain uniqueness, prompting him to respond to their requests. Huijin seamlessly completed Agnes's response, remarking that this was indeed the narrative you had crafted to deceive the Yuzue cult. With a hint of mockery, Huijin said, "A devotee? Well, he has no shortage of those. The entire Pagnini family could be considered as such, and you are evidently more exceptional than they, given that even your attendant receives a response when uttering his revered name. Perhaps it's not just devotees," Agnes calmly elucidated, "but rather some sort of apostles and vessels imbued with special significance. He dwells in the shadows, while I serve as a vessel for his purpose. I accept his protection, having savored the unparalleled sweetness of honey. Yet as a price, I must endure the foul stench of decaying blood. I was born of him, endowed with his power. And in return, should I not also align my desires with his?" The eyes reflected by the glass lampshade fixed intently on Agnes, imbued with an indescribable complexity. "All of this is quite natural, is it not?" Agnes gazed calmly at the face cast by the lampshade and whispered, "Is this what you wish to inquire?" Huijin paused for a moment, appearing somewhat amused yet perplexed. Agnes remained silent, simply turning the page of her notebook. "You may do anything you wish," Huijin said. His gaze locked onto Agnes's eyes, his tone earnest. That is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Agnes lifted her head to gaze at the eyes upon the lampshade. It seems I am indeed special enough. You are certainly exceptional. The face upon the lampshade seemed to exhale a sigh. You are the only one who is real, possessing desires that are uniquely your own. What are you saying? Agnes furrowed her brow, casting a peculiar glance at the face upon the lampshade. I am merely discussing how to utilize his existence to deceive the Yuzue cult. Huijin glanced at Agnes, the visage from the glass lampshade vanishing. In the apprentice bar, Agnes tugged at her cloak, observing the figures draped in long cloaks entering and exiting the bar. I thought we might appear somewhat odd dressed this way. It is the bar's signature style, Wen replied in a lowered voice, adopting a tone reminiscent of intimidation. Agnes shrugged her shoulders, her tone reminiscent of an aria from last night's opera rehearsal. Why is my heart so stirred? Oh, tonight's gathering fills me with such anticipation. Chapter 83, Lady Blue Mountain. Agnes's gaze beneath the cloak surveyed the interior of the bar, where hues of red and black intertwined, creating an ambience that was not the commonplace, dazzling display of revelry, but rather exuded an eerie sense of mystery. Yet the musicians on stage played a soothing melody on the violin, evoking an inexplicable dissonance. A few patrons cloaked in voluminous garments whispered in corners, appearing almost as if conspiring in some malevolent scheme. This bar was unapologetically distinctive, whether it was the cloaked patrons or the peculiar atmosphere, all too glaringly evident, Agnes mused, as one of the strongholds of a clandestine organization on Wozang Holy Island. Please follow me. A server clad in a uniform and donning a white mask that obscured his entire face, revealing only a hint of his chin, cast a glance at Wen, his gaze lingering on Agnes for a moment before bowing. Agnes raised an eyebrow slightly and followed the server. The black carpet, adorned with golden edges, muffled their footsteps, while the corridor's walls were adorned with various oil paintings, some depicting a girl in a white gown holding an umbrella, standing before a trellis draped in white blossoms, while others portrayed a wanderer in a black trench coat, leaning on a cane as he gazed into the misty abyss below. At that moment, Agnes could not discern the significance of these paintings. She merely followed Lewin to the door of a private room, where they halted. The server knocked on the door in a peculiar rhythm, and a series of metallic sounds echoed from within. After listening intently for a moment, the server opened the door for Agnes and Lewin. Agnes's gaze swept through the slight opening of the door. The room appeared sufficiently spacious, at least too expansive for Agnes to glean its entirety through the narrow gap created by the server. Darkness enveloped most of the room, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight that cast shadows in small patches. However, the darkness did not hinder Agnes's observation. She noted a large table accommodating 7 or 8 individuals and 4 hooded figures seated around it. The server slightly bowed, gesturing for the two to enter. Agnes nodded slightly, and she and Lewin stepped inside. Mr. Misrecognizer introduces a new member. The Misrecognizer has provided assurances in accordance with the gathering's regulations. The figure at the head of the table spoke, his gaze locking onto Agnes for 2 seconds before inquiring, "What shall I call you?" "Chingsa." Agnes replied in the same melodic tone she had used earlier. "Very well, Lady Chingsa." The host nodded almost imperceptibly. "It appears no one else will be joining us. Let's commence." He turned his gaze to Lewin, stating, "I have obtained information regarding the item you sought last time. Would you like to exchange it?" Agnes raised an eyebrow slightly, while Lewin pondered for a moment before responding, "I need to assess the value of the information." "A reasonable request," the host nodded. "I believe we can discuss it privately later." Lewin nodded in agreement, and the host fell silent once more. "I wish to purchase some information," another individual interjected seamlessly, their voice raspy. "I wish to know what transpired in Badivia. I am willing to compensate based on the value of the information." Agnes furrowed her brow, remaining silent. "Is no one willing to respond?" The individual appeared somewhat disappointed, their previously disguised tone lowering slightly. "Very well." They returned to their seat, seemingly prepared to await the other's contributions. Ultimately, 2 successful transactions concerning extraordinary materials and items occurred, though Agnes found no pressing need for these things at present. She merely observed the individuals, internally assessing their characteristics. The host of this gathering was an older man, appearing stable and trustworthy, yet Agnes suspected his standing was not particularly high, perhaps merely mid-tier. She could sense a strong undercurrent of agitation and anxiety within him, along with a peculiar sense of mission. The individual who had inquired about Badivia was a young woman, emanating a faintly chilling aura, reminiscent of someone frequently engaged with corpses or vengeful spirits. When she inquired about the happenings in Badivia, Agnes did not perceive any strong desire, suggesting that the woman was not particularly urgent about the situation. As for the other two, One was nearly entirely shrouded in darkness, likely an extraordinary being of the assassin lineage. The other had previously offered potions, appearing to be either a pharmacist or a cultivator of some sort. Agnes, after making a general assessment of the individuals present, slowly began to speak. Does anyone have knowledge of the Yuzue sect? The expressions of those in the room turned decidedly peculiar. The young woman who had previously inquired about Badivia's news directly approached Agnes and asked, "What compensation can you offer?" "Gold, perhaps," Agnes replied without hesitation. "Or, if you seek information, I shall evaluate the worth of what you provide." "Very well, I wish to acquire information." The young woman promptly responded, "We shall converse privately shortly." Agnes nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. A silence enveloped the room, during which the host glanced around at everyone before stating, "If anyone desires compensation from the bar, feel free to approach me." No one responded, and the host seemed unfazed, merely directing Agnes. "All right, Lady Cyan, the private room is over there. You may proceed with Lady Blueshade." Naturally, Lady Blueshade is well versed in the protocols. Agnes rose to follow Lady Blueshade into the adjacent small chamber. Upon entering, she observed Lady Blueshade casually producing 5 lira and, without a flicker of hesitation, tossing it onto a nearby table. She then explained to Agnes, "This signifies my desire to keep our subsequent conversation confidential." Agnes arched an eyebrow, harboring doubt regarding the integrity of those associated with the bar. "Now, let us continue our transaction. You are fortunate. I possess considerable knowledge regarding the Yuzue sect, whereas most extraordinary beings in Phenobot have likely never even heard of it." Lady Blueshade settled into a chair, her gaze fixed intently upon Agnes. "What information do you wish to exchange?" Agnes inquired, taking a seat as well. "You see, I wish to obtain information about Badivia," Lady Blueshade replied. Chapter 84. Information on the Yuzue sect. After a moment of contemplation, Agnes replied in a tone laden with significance, "I do possess certain insights regarding recent events in Badivia, but I do not believe the information you provide can equate in value to what I already know." She maintained a steady gaze at her interlocutor without any further gestures. "I can inform you without charge that the happenings in Badivia are indeed complex, and delving too deeply may not bode well." Agnes felt compelled to offer this caution, for the affairs of Badivia entangled a malevolent entity. Although she could not presently recall the identity of the sinister being whose scheme she had thwarted, an instinct urged her to dissuade the woman from courting peril, as she did not feel any aversion towards her. "Undoubtedly, you comprehend that the situation in Badivia is intricate. Otherwise, you would not be seeking to exchange information." Lady Blueshade fell silent momentarily, seemingly contemplating either Agnes's ostensibly gratuitous warning or her apparent refusal to engage in a transaction concerning Badivia. "I understand. Thank you for your admonition," Lady Blueshade eventually spoke, her voice raspy, indicating that Agnes indeed possessed considerable knowledge. Agnes couldn't help but internally sigh. This woman was unexpectedly astute, prompting her to reflect whether her warning had been excessive. "As a trade, you need only answer one question," Lady Blueshade declared, raising her head. Agnes hesitated briefly before nodding in assent. Lady Blueshade retrieved several sheets of paper, dipped a nearby pen in ink, and fluidly inscribed a line on the paper, which she then handed to Agnes. "This is my question," she stated in her hoarse voice. "You may write your answer on the back, and I shall document what I know about the Yuzue sect on another sheet." Agnes extended her hand to accept the paper. "Who perished due to the events in Badivia?" Agnes frowned involuntarily. Lady Blueshade's query suggested that she might already possess some knowledge regarding Badivia's affairs, perhaps even a substantial amount. As far as Agnes was aware, the calamity in Badivia had nearly affected the entire city, yet the fatalities had been relatively moderate, particularly when compared to other extraordinary incidents of similar scope. The deceased linked to this incident included all crew members of the Silver Rose, Bonner from the Newland Manor murder case, along with his assistant and butler, Miss Gregory and her entire family, as well as the corpse that accompanied them to Badivia and Bernie. Ordinary citizens had not fallen victim during this upheaval, at least not after Agnes utilized Bernie's body. Furthermore, she did not believe that Lady Blueshade's inquiry would center on the ordinary citizens who had been affected. Among the deaths associated with the Badivia incident, the crew of the Silver Rose and Bonner, along with his confidants, had been silenced. While Miss Gregory's family perished due to Gottliza's choice to exploit their household, the corpse serving as both the facilitator of the ritual and its victim, and Bernie succumbed under the strain of the borrowed power. Each of these fatalities intertwined with numerous leads. For instance, the demise of the Silver Rose crew and Bonner could unveil Gottliz, or even the scheming Lord Oswald and Hayden. Miss Gregory's family death could elucidate Gottliza's motives for targeting their home and the actions taken in Badivia. The corpse might reveal what Gottlieb had been up to during the time he was absent from Badivia, and Bernie could lead back to her. What Lady Blueshade hoped to glean from this question entirely depended on her priorities, which remained unclear to Agnes. Although Agnes had previously sensed that Lady Blueshade did not possess an overwhelming desire for information about Badivia, she did not underestimate the possibility that the woman would scrutinize any information she acquired. However, as it stood, as long as Lady Blueshade did not pursue the motives behind Gottlieb's actions in Badivia, it was unlikely she would uncover the identity of that malevolent deity. Of course, should she choose to investigate, she would first encounter Gottlieb, which Agnes considered a favorable outcome, given that Gottlieb belonged to the demonic hierarchy and was under her surveillance due to prior events. She sighed inwardly, picking up the pen to write down a name, including Bernie. Pleasant transaction, Lady Blueshade remarked, exchanging their written documents, glancing over Agnes's scrawl. Pleasant transaction, Agnes echoed. It is widely acknowledged that the Yuzue sect originated in the early 5th era. However, internally they believe their inception predates this, with varying claims of existence as early as the late 4th era, or even more far-fetched assertions suggesting origins in the 3rd or even 2nd era, though no definitive evidence supports any of these pre-5th era claims. The deity worshipped by the Yuzue sect was largely considered non-existent 2 centuries ago, as it had scarcely responded to their prayers. 18 decades prior, a member of the sect supposedly angered their deity for what was deemed improper adoration, after which the deity ceased to respond to the sect members' entreaties, leading some to believe they had been forsaken. Most members of the Yuzue sect are ordinary individuals, possessing extraordinary abilities yet rarely instigating any extraordinary events. Particularly following the incident of divine retribution, they scarcely qualify as an extraordinary organization, with few aware of the avenues they command. The Yuzue sect seldom operates within Phenobot, yet they harbor a peculiar animosity towards the Pugnus family of Phenobot. However, the absence of animosity between them had seemingly existed since the very beginning, appearing to be intertwined with the deities they revered. They pursued a nearly idealized perfection, yet harbored a pessimistic attitude towards their aspirations. Their doctrines appeared to be linked to the means by which they acquired power, manifesting as increasingly troublesome members who adhered more stringently to their tenets. Perhaps this is merely a matter of familiarity. Agnes could not help but twitch her lips. It was evidently a deep understanding. She meticulously perused the information inscribed upon the parchment, then attentively ignited it with the flame of the candle on the table. Chapter 85, The Harmony of Sound. The Lady of the Blue Mountain Flowers was evidently deeply connected to the Yuzue cult, and it was highly probable that she was a member thereof. Agnes doubted that someone with no ties would delve into the internal controversies regarding the cult's origins. Nevertheless, this Lady of the Blue Mountain Flowers appeared to be oblivious to any peculiarities about Agnes. As Agnes and Bernie departed from the Apprentice Tavern, Bernie guided Agnes through the back door of the bar. A hurried man wrapped in a trench coat or cloak passed by, while some couples sniffed each other as callers. Agnes gazed at the completely darkened sky and absent-mindedly remarked, "Is it related to the bankruptcy of the Segnes Theatre?" Lynn nodded imperceptibly. Lord Bartley. He merely uttered a name. "The formula?" Agnes inquired. Lynn nodded again. Agnes could not suppress a laugh. "All right, I understand." She scrutinized Lynn, instinctively imagining what he would look like as a woman, and remarked, "You're quite handsome. What a pity. After all, a servant with merely a few weeks left to live would find it difficult, if not futile, to ascend." Lynn shuddered involuntarily, looking at Agnes with confusion, while Agnes, having no intention of revealing her thoughts, simply said, "Go do what you must. It would be best to investigate Lord Bartley first." Lynn nodded, refraining from asking further questions, and departed towards the alley. Agnes's gaze shifted aside. A man, one hand covering his mouth and the other propped against the wall, had just caught her attention. When he lifted his hand to cover his mouth, she noticed the calluses on his fingertips and the swollen wrist. Agnes could sense his chaotic and bewildered thoughts, as well as the exhaustion that rendered him nearly speechless. She recognized him as the pianist from the tavern the previous night, and a woman wrapped in a white handkerchief around her hair, donned in a drab blue cloak, reached out to steady him. She saw the man straighten himself, helplessly lifting his hand to help the woman adjust the hood of her cloak, and together they walked down a side street. It was either about control or adapting sooner, Agnes thought with some frustration as she tugged at the edge of her cloak's hood. Otherwise, it would greatly hinder her ability to contemplate. The black cloak swept around the corner as Agnes hurried towards the theater. "Sarah," Agnes pulled off her hood, smiling at the woman who had already changed into her costume. "It seems I have arrived a bit late." Sarah shook her head, her gaze fervently shifting from Agnes's wide cloak to her lighter brown hair, then to her eyes, which had been transformed into a brown hue by the jester's mask. "No, please adhere to your own schedule," she replied, a slight smile gracing her lips as she looked at Agnes. The change in her demeanor compared to yesterday was remarkable. Agnes could instantly discern the difference in Sarah's attitude. Yesterday, Sarah had regarded Agnes with a gaze filled with trepidation and vigilance, calming only after realizing that Agnes intended her no harm. Today, as Agnes looked into Sarah's brown eyes, she even perceived a hint of enchantment within them. "What are you thinking?" Agnes draped her cloak over a nearby coat rack before turning to inquire. Sarah appeared hesitant, her expression imbued with a sense of indecision as she gazed at Agnes and asked, "You studied violin under Mr. Conti, correct?" Agnes raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, merely applying rosin to her bow. "Yes, it's you," Sarah muttered to herself. "I confirmed it last night." "Conti students do not possess poesia," Agnes casually remarked, stowing away the rosin and placing the bow carefully. "Music cannot lie," Sarah said earnestly. "I am quite familiar with the music of this world, I can assure you." Agnes interrupted her, a hint of intrigue in her tone. "The music of this world?" Sarah abruptly ceased her words, and Agnes sensed her barely suppressed panic, realizing she halted upon meeting Agnes's gaze. "I know you recognized me yesterday." She quickly spoke. "Yes, you must have noticed." She repeated her thoughts as if trying to solidify them. "You chose to accompany me because you discovered my uniqueness, did you not?" She lifted her gaze to meet Agnes's. "It is merely because you are charming, like an angel," Agnes whispered playfully close to Sarah's ear. "Your pure desire is intoxicating." Sarah instinctively averted her gaze, a slight flush creeping on her ears, hidden beneath her brown curls, prompting Agnes to feel like a rogue teasing an innocent maiden. Of course, Agnes was aware that her previous words may have been inappropriate, yet she had not anticipated Sarah's shyness, which made her appear like an inexperienced girl. "It seems you are prepared to reveal your identity to me," Agnes remarked nonchalantly, her tone affirming. Sarah hesitated, meeting Agnes's gaze, inhaled deeply. "You may call me the harmony of sound." She observed Agnes's contemplative expression and quickly added, "Mr. Stralis has attracted me, lingering in the spirit realm. I made an agreement concerning his daughter." "You appear far too human, if what you say is true," Agnes replied, masking her expression and gazing deeply into her eyes. Sarah, "No," the harmony of sound almost instantly became flustered. She stammered, "I have been studying to ensure I do not frighten his daughter in fulfilling my agreement with Mr. Stralis." Agnes could not help but laugh. "Why did you fear me yesterday? I am merely an ordinary person." "No, you are not," the harmony of sound instinctively refuted, her voice gradually diminishing under Agnes's gaze. "At least I was not before. Now I do not know," she whispered. Chapter 86, Contradictions. "I saw you long ago," the harmony of sound stated, contemplating before adding, "the you from before. You once planted many seeds." She carefully chose her words, "and I was once among them." "This seems unrelated to the fear you previously exhibited." Agnes tilted her head slightly. The harmony of sound revealed a hint of turmoil, finally stating with an odd expression, "Because you have come into this world." "Come into this world?" Agnes echoed. "You have never truly come into this world." She hesitated. "You were always untouchable, always elusive." "Untouchable? Elusive?" Agnes mused, repeating the words as she looked up with a smile. "Then how do you know?" "Unquenchable desires simultaneously give rise to both joy and suffering. The union of joy and suffering ignites a spark of elation, which in turn sows the seeds of an everlasting yearning. These seeds burgeon from the depths of one's heart, only to take root and flourish in an unpredictable future." The harmonious voice softly intones, "Regardless of whether you believe it now, we have always been able to sense your presence, even though you often appear merely as a symbol." Agnes could not help but furrow her brow. "Untouchable, unfathomable," the harmonious voice continued, "not only in relation to us, but also in your regard for us. For a considerable time after your emergence, you resembled a mere temptation, sustaining the existence of our desires. Do ethereal beings also possess insatiable cravings?" Agnes could not restrain her curiosity. "How can we not?" The harmonious voice replied with a hint of wistfulness. "We are alive too." Agnes slightly lowered her head, tugging at her garment. It seemed she recalled something. "You are one now as well." With an entranced gaze, she scrutinized Agnes, her enchantment gradually waning. "You bear but a trace of the alluring qualities," she articulated with a tone of appraisal. "An unending desire remains forever untouchable, unfathomable. Thus, only when it does not truly exist can such a symbol find fulfillment." Agnes spoke with a near coldness. The harmonious voice merely nodded, falling silent, as if having grasped some understanding. So do you now fear me? The harmonious voice inquired abruptly. Agnes was momentarily taken aback, instinctively shaking her head. Then it seems you are not, as you claim, merely an ordinary person. The harmonious voice shook its head. Are you referring to ordinary or human? Agnes asked earnestly. I believe I am referring to ordinary. The harmonious voice replied with some difficulty under Agnes's gaze. I think you should understand that humanity encompasses a multitude of forms. Agnes explained casually. After all, the gentleman Mr. Stralis, with whom you reached an accord, is hardly an ordinary individual. He is merely an ordinary man, the harmonious voice elucidated, lacking extraordinary powers, merely possessing the acumen to convey the melodies he composes to my ears. That is not a fortuitous trait, Agnes asserted with conviction. Art can sometimes serve as a bridge, yet one end often struggles to bear the weight of this connection. Hence, he forged a pact with me, hoping that I could spare his daughter from the misfortunes he endured. The harmonious voice nodded in explanation, even if it meant being somewhat mundane, somewhat ordinary. Agnes refrained from inquiring what the harmonious voice stood to gain from this agreement, merely shaking her head with a slight sigh. Alas, this young lady seems to be a genius too. Agnes lamented. Sarah Stralis is renowned for her enchanting, celestial voice, even at such a tender age. She takes pride in her father. I can understand. The harmonious voice nodded, though this contradicts Mr. Stralis's expectations and what I must accomplish. So what did you do? Agnes inquired with curiosity. I simply rendered her unable to sing. The harmonious voice chuckled. I will fulfill what she needs to accomplish. Agnes could not suppress a sigh. You no longer seem human. Humans do not act this way. Agnes stated with a touch of exasperation, and generally cannot comprehend it. I am certain that Miss Stralis must harbor a deep resentment towards you. The harmonious voice paused, hesitatingly shaking its head. It matters not. After a moment it continued. This is merely my arrangement with Mr. Stralis. Very well, Agnes responded, shaking her head as she regarded the being before her. Well, the rehearsal must be commencing soon. Yes? I thought you were merely interested in me. The harmonious voice replied, somewhat taken aback. The final performance of this play is set for the weekend. I eagerly anticipate the culmination of this theatrical endeavor. Agnes smiled, addressing the harmonious voice, yet I also look forward to your every performance. Unparalleled beauty, Agnes observed the harmonious voice's ears reddening once more. Surely, it seems she has only learned to be shy, Agnes mused. November 18th. The existence of the Yuzue sect and the over 1,000-year legacy of the Pagani family both denote that it is not beyond reach, nor unfathomable. The mere fact that the ancestor of the Pagani family, Oladius, could broker a deal with it, harnessing its power, suffices to prove its accessibility. Likewise, the divine retribution incident involving the Yuzue sect a century and 80 years ago corroborates that it is not merely a symbolic representation, but rather capable of impacting the world. Yet the harmonious voice insists it has always been untouchable, unfathomable, which seems to contradict the facts. After all, in the aforementioned instances, who is in error? Or is there a hidden truth capable of elucidating these contradictions? Lord Bartley serves as the governor of Ellesmere. Lennon took a sip of the coffee on the table and remarked that there have long been rumors suggesting he ascended to governorship with the backing of certain families. Recently, a rising star, Conrad Bruno, has garnered their favor, as they seem to feel Mr. Bruno better represents their opinions. He spoke with a hint of ambiguity. The reasons appear rather evident. Agnes could not help but chuckle. Too evident. Lennon set his coffee cup down and shrugged. Should I then proceed to assassinate this lord? His gaze fixed intently upon Agnes. Chapter 87. Ellesmere is no different. This is your task, is it not? Agnes replied with a smile. Otherwise, how would you obtain the subsequent formula? The previous assassination took place at the theater, and Lennon appeared somewhat resigned. The failure of that attempt not only provoked rampant speculation, but also bolstered the protective forces surrounding the lord, heightening vigilance considerably. Thus, Agnes sweetened her coffee with a bit of sugar, stirring it gently. Is this assassination too difficult for you? This is a mission that is both unnecessary and fraught with peril. Lennon fixed a penetrating gaze upon Agnes, stating, and I am aware you share this sentiment. You are merely interested in the motivations behind the assassination, are you not? Lennon lowered his voice. In truth, I am not particularly intrigued. Agnes replied casually. I am merely looking for something to occupy my time while awaiting the weekend's performance at the theater. And this sensational assassination undoubtedly presents a compelling subject for investigation. Agnes lifted her coffee to her lips. I understand, Lennon nodded, his expression serious. I shall do my utmost. He donned the black hat resting on the table and tipped it to Agnes, making his exit. Lady Poesia, a hesitant voice from the side, called out. Agnes turned, coughing slightly, to see Milo standing at the open door, looking at her with uncertainty. Are you well? Milo inquired hesitantly. I'm fine. Agnes suppressed her cough and asked, Are you heading out? Milo nodded. Would you like me to accompany you? Agnes rose, discarding the remainder of her coffee. If you have the time, Milo responded, watching as Agnes retrieved her long coat from the rack, a hint of anticipation in her voice. Then let us depart. Agnes smiled, placing her wide-brimmed hat upon her head. Like Bedivia, the daytime appears remarkably serene. Milo observed the hurried passers-by, and suddenly turned to Agnes, saying, But? Agnes raised an eyebrow in inquiry. But I can still perceive the gloom permeating the dark, narrow crevices, Milo replied, his gaze drifting towards the alley beside the bar, where puddles of murky water pooled upon the cracked pavement, and newspapers, broken bricks, and other refuse lay concealed in the shadows. You could seek out different places, Agnes suggested with a glance. There are always distinctions to be found. Have you traveled to many cities? Milo lifted his head, directing his gaze into Agnes's eyes. Only a few. Agnes chuckled. After all, I was rather unwell as a child and seldom ventured outside. Do you have an affection for the city of your childhood? Milo inquired. Agnes reminisced about Phenobot, Aurelio, Lord Rossi, and Rennes, nodding with a smile. I suppose I do, she replied. However, my feelings toward Bedivia are less favorable. Milo lowered his gaze, retracting his eyes as he spoke. Daniel is always bustling about, striving to earn a meager living, yet there are days he returns empty-handed. Mrs. Wellington is ever willing to offer work to the homeless, but when she is threatened by gangsters, those very people merely cower away. Mrs. Morris is kind-hearted towards the children. Yet Mr. Morris often resorts to violence when inebriated. Agnes remained silent, patiently awaiting Milo's next words. Bedivia has always been this way. Milo paused before continuing. And Ellesmere is no different. I used to ponder whether it was due to Bedivia's decline that my dear parents exhibited such behavior, leading to the multitude of vagrants and gangsters in the city, those inept individuals seeking to vent their frustrations on the weaker. Milo clenched his fists, raising his gaze to meet Agnes's. After all, I've always sensed the desolate gloom favored by those fallen deities, lingering perpetually over Bedivia. However, it now appears that my assumptions may be misguided. Agnes discerned the fragile facade in Milo's eyes, which, beneath his somewhat juvenile thoughts, had not yet collapsed. The surging darkness within seemed poised to engulf him. Agnes sighed inwardly. As a half-mystic, Milo, despite his outwardly normal demeanor, often displayed a hint of extremism. Would you be willing to revisit Bedivia, someday, to see Mrs. Wellington and Mrs. Morris again? Agnes crouched down, placing her hand gently on Milo's shoulder. Without hesitation, he nodded. Then you do not despise Bedivia so much. Agnes released her grip, opening his clenched fist. No one can love every aspect of a city. At times, it can indeed be rather irksome, Agnes remarked with a slight smile. I believe I have a fondness for the city of my youth, Agnes said, taking Milo's hand as they walked forward, though I cannot bring myself to appreciate those politicians who wield power for their own gain. Agnes cast her gaze downward upon the uneven brick-paved path beneath them. You can never quite grasp what they are thinking, she murmured. They always harbor secrets from you. You remain oblivious to what they deem truly important, whether they cherish their families more than the laws they uphold. Agnes instinctively tightened her grip on Milo's hand, then, upon realization, loosened it slightly. Even when you question them, they maintain an expression of calm, even inquiring coolly about the cause of your anger. A hint of derision flickered across Agnes's face, and when you prepare to act against their plans, they feign humility, using the bond between you as leverage to ensure your compliance. Agnes paused, inhaling deeply to steady her expression. It is indeed quite vexing, she remarked with a slight smile. Yet that does not diminish my affection for other facets. However, it is precisely because I care that I find those bothersome aspects particularly glaring, Agnes stated, glancing down at Milo. Milo remained silent, gazing at her with concern. Are you referring to your family? Agnes hesitated before nodding. Are you the daughter of Count Pagny? Milo suddenly asked, looking at Agnes intently. Which Count Pagny? Agnes inquired casually, laughing upon seeing Milo's confused expression. As Milo regarded the earnest Agnes, he nodded thoughtfully. I see. Lady Poesia does not recognize Count Pagny, he remarked, then continued with curiosity. And what of Sister Pagny? Sister Pagny has vowed to serve the Mother Goddess. Agnes shook her head. It seems you have no intention of returning to your former life, Milo stated with certainty. Indeed, not for the time being, Agnes replied, her gaze drifting towards a nearby stall selling dissy pies, where wisps of gray hair peeked from beneath the vendor's dark purple headscarf. and the rich aroma of meat wafted distinctly to her overly sensitive nose. I do not wish to discuss this further. There are matters I have yet to comprehend. Pondering unresolved issues often leads one to a dead end, yet turning around may reveal the street behind. Agnes smirked, blinking, and mused that perhaps waiting a moment might unveil a wall not so high, easily surmountable, or, if one is unafraid of inconvenience, the wall could simply be dismantled. Milo nodded in contemplation. "Shall we have a bite to eat?" Agnes asked. Milo instinctively nodded again. Agnes then released her grip and purchased 2 dissy pies from the stall, where the vendor smiled fondly at her, handing her 2 steaming pies. "Here you go." Agnes offered one to Milo. "I recall dissy pies are best paired with sweet iced tea," she said, scanning the surroundings for a shop to procure some. Milo shook his head, tearing into the paper bag. "You seem to enjoy this combination," he said, his speech slightly muffled. "I remember it was just like this at Mrs. Wellington's restaurant." "I thought it was the standard pairing," Agnes replied, her eyes widening in surprise. "Is it not?" "There is no issue," Milo said, hardly lifting his head. "As long as it suits your taste, you may enjoy it however you wish." Agnes felt the warmth emanating from the paper bag in her hands as she settled down by the flower bed. "Indeed, as long as it pleases the palate. Any combination is permissible." She adjusted the paper bag slightly. "So, if I find that enjoying it alone is sufficient, I may indulge in it as such." The robust flavor of meat mingled with spices blossomed in her mouth, accompanied by the tart sweetness of small apple pieces. She gazed at the vendor, still calling out on the street, the golden afterglow illuminating one side of her face as she smiled back at Agnes. "Lord Rossi is indeed correct," Agnes suddenly paused to say, "and my mother is also right. She ought to truly release the burdens that have long constrained her and should strive for ascent rather than descent." November 19th. Change may indeed be a protracted process. Yet what I perceive is merely a fleeting moment. It is merely a transition between day and night, an intertwining of labor and rest. A fleeting moment where joy and sorrow coalesce, various impressions, scenes, and images pile up chaotically. Memories of the past swirl in confusion and speculations about the future flow like a torrent, their origins and trajectories nearly impossible to untangle. Only a minuscule fragment of the present lingers in the mind. The essence of life and the meaning of existence seem to become crystal clear in that instant. It is not an overwhelming admiration for talent and strength, nor a profound appreciation for so-called noble souls, for these are but ephemeral stars in the vastness. Although their tones and hues invariably ignite my passion, what I should truly anticipate are the most commonplace yearnings for happiness. Transitioning from the confines of one's small world into the expansiveness of a universe. Should my destiny unfold unexpectedly, then my emotions ought not to be solely personal. Rather, they should be replaced with a love for humanity at large, not a condescending gaze from a divine pedestal, but simply a profound emotion arising from the existence of life itself. Those who may appear as insignificant as mere specks of dust, those who receive no support from heaven or earth, those who struggle to ascertain their ultimate destination, they harbor a faint hope, finding joy in the smallest comforts. I cannot help but exclaim, "Oh, how beautiful this is!" I should not cast my gaze low, fixated on the dust beneath my feet. Why do so? Their souls seem to dissipate, light as the finest particles. How they have lived, loved, suffered, and rejoiced before, they shall continue to do so. This is a magnificent occurrence. Yet to witness merely a fragment of such grandeur is invariably too one-sided, and the malevolence arising from a partial victory often outweighs the good. Agnes set down her pen, lingering over it for a while. "Did you truly contemplate all of this?" The face beneath the glass lampshade cast a sidelong glance at the paper. Perhaps simply due to the inconvenient angle. Perhaps I pondered nothing at all, merely scribbling for the sake of pretense. Agnes smirked. "Philosopher," Miss Wei-Jin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The pianist felt as though the night stretched interminably. He ceased his dancing fingers on the keys, sensing a burning sensation in his wrist. He lifted his hand, brushing his lips against it, belatedly realizing the heat was indeed unbearable and somewhat stiff. It must be swollen again, he thought, the most agile and valuable part of him now inexplicably swollen. How long had he been playing? The pianist mused. He plunged both hands into the icy water before him, submerging them to the wrists. The sharp sting gradually dulled and eventually replaced by numbness. The flickering light of the candle cast a dizzying aura, and the pianist withdrew his hands to dry them, turning to stride into the hall. The figure clad in a server's attire behind the bar raised an eyebrow at him, pouring 2 glasses of wine onto the counter. He beheld the pure reflection of the candlelight upon the surface of the amber liquid, reminiscent of her eyes. Yes, like Sarah's eyes, the pianist thought, and lifted both glasses, tilting his head back to consume them in one swift motion. Hey, drink like that, and be careful not to get drunk, the server cautioned him. The pianist merely smiled, waved his hand dismissively, and pushed open a small door to step outside. The night sky resembled the finest sapphire, the cool night breeze caressing his slightly flushed face, and the silhouette of a dark blue cloak reflected in his vision, akin to a tree swallow, landing before him. Chapter 89. The Ambition of Lord. The pianist stood transfixed, uncertain whether he was experiencing an illusion. What was he to do? What should he do? His somewhat sluggish mind pondered for a long while, yet produced nothing. He simply extended his hand in a dazed manner, wishing to let this tree swallow rest momentarily upon his finger. The cool fingers gently settled on his wrist, a slight dull ache emanating from the point of contact. He was startled, instinctively exerting force to withdraw his hand. In truth, such force was unnecessary. The retracted hands struck against his abdomen, the sound akin to a drumbeat resonating through his bones, momentarily jolting his mind awake, for he encountered no obstruction. That finger merely rested lightly upon him, lifting cautiously after he recoiled, tenderly brushing against his cheek, a slight tremor transmitting through the skin that touched his face. And in those glimmering light brown eyes sparkled with moisture. He could almost hear Sarah calling his name in that ethereal voice, laden with boundless sorrow, as if it emanated from the divine realm of a goddess, perfumed with blossoms and richness. In an instant, he realized that Sarah was weeping for him, and he felt a joy so overwhelming it threatened to drive him mad. He yearned to cry out, to run into the street and sing like a madman until his vocal cords bled and his voice became hoarse. But then an abrupt sense of emptiness washed over him, for there was no sound as he had anticipated. That divine voice had vanished with her departure from the Segnes Theater. Don't be foolish, the pianist thought. Those light brown eyes ought to dazzle under the crystal chandelier of the theater, enchanting all who recall her into a trance, rather than accompanying him into this boundless, murky darkness. It should not be like this. She ought not to be in this filthy environment. Thus, he smiled with a wandering gaze, carefully leaning toward the ear of the person before him, whispering, I have gathered enough money to attend the performance this weekend. Shall we see what your mentor intends to do? The shimmering light brown eyes reflected a hint of disapproval as she slowly shook her head, cautiously avoiding his swollen wrist. Grasping his arm instead, her gaze turned toward the silent church in the darkness not far away. Do you think this assassination was orchestrated by Lord Bartley himself? Agnes inquired, somewhat astonished. Do you realize what this conclusion implies? It was not entirely unexpected, although it appeared that this lord's situation was not favorable. Len pressed the brim of his black top hat, a smirk gracing his lips. The security surrounding him is undoubtedly substantial. In fact, it had exceeded the usual standards even before this assassination took place. He paused momentarily before adding, it certainly surpasses the capabilities of the assassins dispatched from the Apprentice Tavern. Why didn't he sense any premonitions before the assassination occurred? Agnes asked. Len slowly shook his head because there are some entirely avoidable vulnerabilities in his security arrangements. He contemplated for a moment before adding, those vulnerabilities that seem merely incidental, but in my understanding of this matter, would never normally manifest. You seem quite knowledgeable about security arrangements, Agnes remarked casually. Do you think these vulnerabilities were deliberately left open? Unless this lord is not as astute as the world claims, Len pondered, then added. Agnes felt that Len seemed to suggest that unless this lord was foolish. Perhaps he wished to capture the assassin? Agnes reclined against the sofa cushions, casually inquiring, to question the mastermind behind it all? Yes, that is a possibility. Yet I believe no one understands his predicament better than the intended victim. Len stated, what strikes me as peculiar is that rumor. The rumor that Conrad Bruno has supplanted Lord Bartley and garnered the support of those families. He lifted his gaze, fixing it intently upon Agnes. Regardless of how formidable Conrad Bruno may be and the trust placed in him by certain families, Lord Bartley remains the current governor of Ellesmere, with a considerable duration left in his tenure. No matter the dissatisfaction those families may harbor towards Lord Bartley, they are unlikely to recklessly abandon him. He spoke softly, whether through concessions of interest or intimidation. Wren opined that they would strive to retain the gentleman who once ascended to the position of governor with their support, but certainly not through the means of direct assassination, unless their intentions were utterly contradictory. Agnes remarked. Indeed, unless their intentions were completely at odds, Wren reiterated. She scrutinized her attendant, who was gazing at her with utmost seriousness, and suddenly perceived that he might possess considerable insight. It seems you have reached a conclusion. Agnes suddenly displayed a smile, tinged with a hint of malice. So do share. What is your final deduction? Either Lord Bartley still maintains a cordial relationship with those families, yet seeks to gain the trust of others, wishing to convince them that he has severed ties with those families, reinstated, or he is indeed, as the rumors suggest, in dire straits, fundamentally at odds with the family's intentions, who wish to eradicate him completely, and he is not particularly astute. There are further possibilities, Agnes added, but that would imply that this Lord harbors some other ambitions. Perhaps those assassins were truly dispatched by those families, for they might view Lord Bartley as a trustworthy ally. Agnes mused, her gaze drifting to the newspaper on the table. Yet Lord Bartley has unilaterally betrayed them, choosing instead to align himself with a more promising faction. Her eyes clearly discerned the news within the paper. The speaker expressed concern over the assassination at the Segnes Theatre in Ellesmere. We shall dispatch some younger, more capable individuals to investigate this matter in Ellesmere. After all, it is a malicious incident. Agnes sighed slightly, declaring, well, it no longer concerns me. We shall depart after the opera tomorrow night. Agnes lifted her gaze. As you wish. Rene's expression remained nearly unchanged, merely nodding respectfully. Chapter 90, The Opera. The first grand gathering following the cloud of doubt. Agnes read the words in the newspaper with a smile. Can the lead soprano alter fate? It seems the situation at the Segnes Theatre is indeed precarious, she remarked with a smile, though at least the audience has not entirely fled. Agnes observed the long lines of people entering the theater, smiling at Ren and Milo. This was the first time Agnes had witnessed such a lively and bustling scene at the theater's entrance in days, with carriages arriving and departing. Gentlemen's assorted hats bobbing with their movements, ladies' skirts sweeping over the polished steps, and attendants in gold and crimson livery, adorned with white gloves, attending to the guests' inquiries. It appears they intend to replace the shattered crystal chandeliers with numerous candles, Ren noted, glancing at the rows of white candles in the corner. Milo curiously surveyed the scene within the theater. Agnes chuckled, shaking the ticket in her hand, and addressed the nearby attendant. Take us to box number 5. The attendant smiled, nodded at Agnes, then bowed with a hand over his heart, gesturing for the trio to ascend the stairs. Agnes held Milo's hand with one of hers, her gaze wandering over the artistic statues, holding candles on either side of the stairs. Your manager, Faming, is truly a remarkable talent, Agnes remarked with a hint of admiration, feeling no discord. In truth, those candles were originally intended as adornments for these statues, the attendant explained with a smile. Agnes simply smiled in return, and the three entered the box together. The candles before the stage were already lit, and the attendant bowed to Agnes, indicating that the performance would commence shortly. Very well. Thank you, Agnes replied, her eyes scanning the orchestra below, which was nearly ready. The attendant carefully closed the door and exited. The harmonious sound of violins began to resonate, and the hall was nearly filled to capacity. This is quite different from what I have previously witnessed. Milo leaned against the railing of the box, whispering. Indeed, it is quite different. Agnes slowly approached his side. You may take a closer look. Her gaze swept over a figure draped in a dull blue cloak in the corner of the hall, alongside the pianist she had noticed multiple times, and several individuals watching the stage, intently not far behind them. I hope today's performance goes smoothly, Agnes murmured. Milo, having heard Agnes' words, nodded in response, his gaze fixed on the stage, unmoving. Delectable delicacies and fine wines. Let us celebrate boisterously tonight, welcoming the victorious procession, returning to save us. The performance on stage had commenced, yet Agnes' attention lingered in the audience. What are you observing? Ren quietly approached Agnes' side and inquired. Look over there. Agnes pointed towards a box closer to the stage. Do you recognize who that is? It was a man with light brown shoulder-length curls, appearing to be in his 30s. Lord Bartley. Ren instantly recognized him. What a calamity, Agnes sighed, turning to Ren with an expression of mild intrigue. Do you suppose he is awaiting your assassination or that of others? Ren shook his head in resignation. Let him wait. Agnes withdrew her gaze back to the stage, hoping at the very least for this performance to conclude smoothly. Her eyes fell upon Sarah on stage, revealing a smile brimming with curiosity. My father once spoke of an angel. I often dreamt that he would appear. Now, as I sing, I can feel his presence. I know he is here. Sarah almost curled up in a somewhat oversized seat in the hall, her light brown eyes fixed intently on the figure on stage. This is what it feels like to witness one's own singing. Her thoughts wandered. Somehow, I know he has always been by my side. He is an invisible guardian. The tale of the song was once her dream, yet now she understands that these events will not transpire. She once hoped that the entity on stage would guide and protect her, just as he once guided her father, but ultimately she could only feel disappointment. She sensed someone beside her gently grasp her somewhat cold hands, the warmth enveloping her hands like the summer sun. It is Shani. She gradually diverted her gaze from the stage to the person beside her. She cautiously returned the grip, aware that those hands had endured severe strain during the seemingly endless performances, though she knew that these injuries had now been healed by the servants of the Mother Goddess. She slowly lifted those hands, resting her face against them, and then closed her eyes. The angel of music sings in my mind. The angel of music sings in my mind. The angel of music no longer needs to sing in her mind, for her angel is now by her side. Everything will conclude tonight. Everything will conclude tonight. Sarah vowed within her heart. I thought you would not come, Rin remarked, observing the man with light brown shoulder-length curls standing at the railing, his gray eyes almost indistinguishable in the light illuminating the stage and hall. He pondered for a moment and slowly emerged from the shadows. I had no intention of coming here, even if this was a task you once received. Lord Bartley swirled the champagne in his glass and addressed the individual who had stepped forth from the darkness. It is not a task, merely a transaction, Lynn said, and I no longer require this transaction. Then why have you chosen to appear before me now? Lord Bartley inquired with keen interest. Lynn removed his hat, executed a slow bow, and presented a folded note, saying, My master wishes for me to deliver this to you. Lord Bartley extended his hand to receive the note, but did not hasten to open it. Who is your master? Lord Bartley asked Lynn. My master believes you're already aware. Lynn replied calmly. You are far more astute than the rumors suggest, and your ambitions exceed their expectations. Is this what your master has said? Lord Bartley asked with a smirk. Has your master uttered anything else? My master has also said that individuals like you would tire, even in their dreams. Lynn stated with an unchanging expression. Your master is quite blunt, Lord Bartley chuckled. Does she not wish to meet me? Lynn merely bowed and gradually retreated into the shadows. This loathsome creature, endure the searing flames in the abyss, yet secretly yearn for paradise, stealthily, ever so stealthily. A deep male voice began to chant softly, and Lord Bartley withdrew his gaze from the shadows, his smile fading as he slowly unfolded the note in his hand. Chapter 91. Giftedness is sometimes a curse. Lady Poesia, what did your note say? Milo observed Lynn emerge from the room's shadows, approach the railing, and take a sip of champagne before inquiring of Agnes. It contained something that could aid him in gaining the trust of certain individuals. Agnes smiled. Perhaps it could help him attain some of his longed-for desires. Her gaze turned toward the box where Lord Bartley sat. She raised her glass in a distant toast to the gentleman who glanced in their direction, a sly smile gracing her lips. Speak no more of darkness. Forget these fears. I am here. Nothing can harm you. My words can warm and soothe you. Let me bring you freedom. Let the sunlight wash away your tears. I am here, standing by your side, guarding and guiding you. Sarah grasped the hand of the person beside her tightly, noticing those who had accompanied her rising to head backstage. Step away, for the trap is set, awaiting its prey. Do not worry. The voice of Shani echoed in her ear, and Sarah focused her gaze on his hand enveloping hers, then placed her hand over his. Like anger drowning the soul, like fervent desire unlocking the heart, Sarah slowly shook her head, leaning against the shoulder of the person beside her. What is this final threshold? This ineffable secret? We shall know. She gently closed her eyes. I have made up my mind. I have resolved. I have crossed the point of no return. There is no turning back now. Our passionate drama is finally set to unfold, regardless of right or wrong. One last question. How much longer must we wait? She seemed to see several figures pass through the corridor and rehearsal room, ultimately standing between the curtains. When will the blood boil? When will the slumbering buds bloom? When will the flames ultimately consume us? The entire theater seemed to fall silent as Agnes observed individuals who had accompanied Miss Sarah Strace and the pianist, emerging from the wings, armed with guns. The audience merely watched in silence, treating it as just another scene in the play. The leading lady on stage glanced past these individuals, a faint smile gracing her lips. This lady, I believe you require a gentleman who is nearly upon the stage's light. He spoke in a deep voice. It is over now, the music of the night. The soprano's voice soared almost piercingly through the night sky. The candles at the edge of the stage nearly extinguished in an instant, plunging the entire hall into darkness, the guest screams filling the theater. Agnes swiftly restrained the nearly standing Lynn and Milo with her hand, urging them not to make any movements. The two halted their actions and returned to their seats. Agnes's gaze turned to the stage, where she saw the leading lady disappear, a faint ripple in the air spreading outward, mingling with the guest screams, barely noticeable. The resonance of harmonious sound enveloped the theater, bringing an indescribable sense of solace. In an instant, Agnes turned to the figure seated beside the pianist, Miss Strace, and saw a silhouette that nearly mirrored the woman seated in front of them. You. The pianist instinctively raised himself to shield the person beside him. I am delighted. Harmonious Sound merely smiled at Agnes. I'm glad you have finally understood. No, Sarah pulled the person in front of her behind herself. I have never understood. She abruptly halted her words, pressing her hand against her throat. Harmonious Sound displayed a hint of a smile. At last, something has replaced the music in your heart. Why? Sarah gazed at the figure before her, incredulous. Talent is sometimes a curse, Harmonious Sound whispered, whether you believe it or not. Your father truly wished for you to be a more ordinary person. This was your father's expectation. Her gaze softened as she regarded Sarah. Then she cast a deep look at the two figures before her, their silhouettes transforming into faint ripples before vanishing from the theater. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not leave your seats. The theater manager's nearly hoarse shout echoed throughout the hall as the attendants hurriedly relit the candles one by one. Please do not panic. It was merely an accident. The flustered gentlemen and ladies finally ceased their screams, calming in the re-emerging light. Ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely apologize, the manager, slightly out of breath, ascended the now-curtained stage. The performance will resume in 10 minutes. Please bear with us a moment longer. He took a deep breath and continued. While you wait, please enjoy a ballet performance. Agnes distinctly observed the conductor and musicians in the orchestra pit frantically rifling through the sheets of music. Thank you. The manager bowed deeply before the red curtain, then slipped behind it. Agnes smiled faintly, turned, and exited the box, pausing at the door to regard the gentleman who had previously spoken on stage. Approaching with the leading man. Sir, the gentleman regarded Agnes, who was clearly waiting for them at the door, furrowing his brow. I believe I need to ask you some questions. I know what you wish to inquire about. Agnes replied with a smile, her left hand caressing the ring on her right hand's ring finger. We can go somewhere quieter, and I will reveal everything I know to you. The gentleman in front of her followed Agnes's gesture to the ring on her hand, frowning slightly before nodding. The gentleman hesitated for a moment before speaking. Madam, it seems you are aware of my identity. Captain Walton Felton of the Ellesmere Naturi Heart Squad. He regarded Agnes with seriousness, hoping you would tell me everything you know about this matter. Although, by rights, you should not be present in the theater. Agnes, unfazed, smiled. Who would wish to miss a performance featuring a spirit from the other world? A spirit from the other world? Wharton swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. You refer to the female protagonist who has taken Miss Sarah's place. Indeed, it is she, Agnes smiled. Who else could I possibly mean? Chapter 92. The concept of harmonious sound. Art invariably facilitates communication with some unexpected entities, Agnes murmured to the person before her, as she listened to the strains of a minuet emanating from the orchestra pit. For Mr. Stralis, his talent is both a blessing and a curse. Are you suggesting that the origin of this ethereal being's appearance here can be traced back to Miss Sarah's father? Wharton inquired solemnly. Agnes turned to meet his gaze, nodding earnestly. Captain Wharton inhaled deeply, pressing his fingers to his brow. Why would Mr. Stralis summon a perilous being from the spirit realm? He redirected his gaze to Agnes. I am uncertain if he summoned it voluntarily. Agnes shrugged. Yet he indeed forged an agreement with this entity from the ethereal realm. What kind of agreement did he establish? Captain Wharton asked. Concerning his daughter, Agnes replied, watching as the lead actress donned her costume once more, her gaze momentarily drifting towards Sarah in the audience. He wished for his daughter to be spared the misfortunes that befell him due to his own gift. He ought not to have placed his trust in such an extraordinary being so casually, Captain Wharton remarked, his brow furrowed. What price did he pay? Agnes shrugged again. I am not privy to that information. Captain Wharton studied Agnes for a moment before continuing. You spent several evenings in the company of this ethereal being. Do you possess further insights into her? Well, I do know a bit more, though I prefer to address her directly. Agnes chuckled softly. For instance, we ought to refer to her as harmonious sound, as she is not only charming and delightful, but also rather shy. Sir, Captain Wharton interjected, gazing seriously at Agnes. Do you remember your station? I must say, you are not comporting yourself like a proper nun. Agnes exhaled softly, regulating her expression. I am aware, Agnes replied quietly. But I am not currently portraying a nun bound by the strictures of the order. Rather, I am a bounty hunter with a penchant for capriciousness. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Sarah, who was slowly walking toward the stage, before she turned to Captain Wharton. All the transgressions I committed while assuming the guise of Elabijah will be confessed to the Mother Goddess upon my return to the nun's identity. For now, I believe the servants of the Mother Goddess need not concern themselves with Elabijah's soul. I think it necessary for us to consider whether this harmonious sound possesses the power to beguile. Captain Wharton remarked with a degree of seriousness. You need not share these thoughts with me. I'm only obligated to speak of what I know, Agnes arched an eyebrow and shrugged, then acknowledged that I should know. Since this is your duty, Agnes casually stated, it is for you to ponder what conclusions to draw and what actions to take. Lady Boysia, Milo remarked with concern as he gazed at Agnes, who had just pushed open the box door and stepped inside you. Agnes smiled as she tousled Milo's hair, interrupting his impending inquiry. We shall depart from here tomorrow morning, she replied, slightly bending her body. Is this matter resolved? Lund queried with some confusion. I thought further cooperation with the church was necessary. The lord of the parish is well aware of everything. Agnes stood, observing the audience tossing their bouquets toward the stage. And there was no need for the Heart of Nature team to intervene in this matter. Her eyes met the lead actresses, who appeared somewhat bewildered on stage. Agnes nodded in her direction, offering a faint smile. Why are you helping me? Lord Bartley mused aloud, glancing at the note in his hand with a hint of confusion. No response met his ears, yet Lord Bartley chuckled. However, I indeed require assistance. He tucked the note into his notebook. The times, my convictions, which is more chaotic. The night, my adversities, which is darker still. He gazed at the lines of poetry inscribed on the cover of his notebook and chuckled softly. Does Badivia have places akin to the Segnes Theater? Milo asked, grasping Agnes's hand. Indeed, Agnes replied softly. Milo nodded, tightening his grip on Agnes's hand. Aside from your concerns, others are largely indistinguishable, Milo murmured, just ordinary folk. Most people in this world are, by nature, ordinary. Milo nodded, falling silent as his gaze drifted toward the oil lamp's shade on Agnes's table and the slightly antiquated music box beside it, before he withdrew his gaze. Well then, good night, my lady, he said, lifting his head. Good night, Milo, Agnes replied, following his line of sight to her table's items, smiling softly. With the creaking sound of the door hinge, Milo closed the door and stepped outside. He has discovered me. A barely audible sigh escaped from the music box, nearly indistinguishable in tone. Quite normal, Agnes smiled, for Milo is inherently very perceptive. The outline of the music box became indistinct, ultimately vanishing from Agnes's table. It seemed as if the surface of her vision transformed into a water surface disturbed by a droplet, ripples gradually expanding until Sarah's visage emerged before Agnes. You are indeed audacious. Agnes raised an eyebrow, saying, your affairs with the church are not yet entirely resolved. I merely fear I might not find you again. Harmonious Sound said, her gaze fixed intently on Agnes. Agnes raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, only frowning as she scrutinized the visage before her. Harmonious Sound's ears visibly flushed crimson. You shall not be lost, Agnes sighed, saying, you ought to return to the spirit realm now. Harmonious Sound shook her head. I wish to remain in the mortal realm. Agnes regarded her with keen interest, questioning in a bemused tone. Merely to linger in the mortal realm? That is your prerogative. Agnes smiled. You need not seek my permission. Harmonious Sound's ears reddened further as she stammered. I also wish to stay by your side. Chapter 93. The Young Prosecutor. Is this your desire? Agnes asked with a playful smile. Harmonious Sound nodded, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Agnes. Agnes appraised her for several seconds before succumbing to laughter. This is a request favorable to me. Agnes extended her hand toward the figure before her, softly stating, and who could refuse someone as delightful and charming as you? Harmonious Sound instinctively raised her hand to meet Agnes's extended palm. Then, as if realizing, her ears flushed an even deeper hue. Then, would you be willing to serve as my messenger? Agnes contemplated for a moment, propping her chin in her hand as she regarded Harmonious Sound. Harmonious Sound eagerly nodded. We shall need to craft a summoning phrase for you. Agnes released her hand, turned, and picked up a pen, pulling over a sheet of paper, and softly said to Harmonious Sound, allow me to write it for you. Harmonious Sound whispered, reaching for the paper and pen from Agnes's grasp. And a fluid 3 lines in ancient Hermes script appeared on the page. Spirits soaring in the upper realms, ever obedient to the rhythms belonging to... Harmonious Sound paused, lifting her gaze to Agnes. Ella Boysia, Agnes murmured softly. The messenger belonging to Ella Boysia. Harmonious Sound set down the pen and looked up at Agnes. What do you desire? Agnes inquired suddenly. The harmonious voice faltered for a moment, hesitatingly articulating, I relish the melodies I adore. Burnister, an ordinary gangster overlord, resonated with a deep timbre that reverberated throughout the room. What extraordinary attribute did he possess that warranted his favor, elicited his response, and compelled him to offer himself entirely? A woman's derisive laughter echoed beside him, laced with almost unmasked scorn. Are you still surprised by this? I assumed you would have anticipated it long ago. The woman, with a complexion of deep ebony and eyes that shimmered a bluish hue, reminiscent of the sprawling blue mountains in spring and summer, bore an undercurrent of a chilling aura. Ely, a middle-aged man with gray eyes and hair, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, looked on at her with a hint of resignation. I am not surprised, merely contemplating. Do not call me Ely, the woman retorted coldly. We are not so familiar. The man sighed. Ely, yet you still assisted us in investigating the Badivia matter. I have long forsaken you, she replied icily, and I have utterly abandoned your feudal doctrine. This time, I am merely aiding you because you sought my assistance, Janice. She slammed a few sheets of paper onto the table, declaring, if it were in the name of the cult, I would categorically abstain from involvement. Janice sighed and picked up the papers laid before him. Sister Pagnish? The man inquired, glancing up with a furrowed brow. Indeed, a member of the Pagnish family, she scoffed. A family blessed with his favor. So, she utilized his power to resolve the Badivia affair? The man mused, unable to suppress his frown. And he responded to Burnister because of her. It is glaringly obvious, is it not? The woman retorted with a cold laugh. Your self-righteous adherence to those trivial doctrines pales in comparison to his regard for the Pagnish family. Ely Janice regarded the woman with a serious expression. She snorted disdainfully and fell silent. If it is indeed her, this Sister Pagnish is likely quite exceptional among all members of the Pagnish family, Janice remarked, scrutinizing the text with care before exclaiming, although he is always inclined to lend power to members of the Pagnish family, to my knowledge. He has never granted such to anyone related to a member. The woman merely listened, pursing her lips without a word. And this bounty hunter, Ilabuija, Janice continued, furrowing his brow, Renal Lumbo, now follows her. The disbandment of the Stir Brotherhood is also tied to her, and Burnister vanished post the Brotherhood's dissolution, only to reappear when the Badivia incident unfolded. He paused, contemplating, during his absence, perhaps something transpired. It is conceivable that this Lady Boyija may have connections with the Pagnish family or certain individuals from the Rose Academy. As far as I know, Burnister was not previously one of his followers, Janice stated. He should not have willingly offered himself to him. I assumed it was related to the cult. The woman sneered. How reminiscent. We only offer ourselves, not others, Janice replied, lifting his gaze to meet hers. It is your doctrine that instructs you to offer yourselves, she retorted mockingly. You two are others. The conversation halted abruptly, enveloping them in silence. How many more resonances can you endure? The woman inquired. Welcome to Ellesmereport. Lord Bartley addressed the young prosecutor, a man in his 20s with brown hair and blue eyes, the Pagnish prosecutor. I hope you will promptly inform me regarding the details of your assassination case. The young prosecutor scanned the crowd with keen eyes, stating, I am here for the trial. And what of the establishment of the local prosecutor for Ellesmereport? Lord Bartley queried. After addressing your assassination case, I shall assume the position of the inaugural local prosecutor for Ellesmere for a duration of 1 year, tasked with handling serious criminal litigation, the young prosecutor replied, directing his gaze toward Lord Bartley. Thank you, Lord Bartley responded with a smile. I hope our future collaboration will be fruitful. I too anticipate a congenial partnership, the young prosecutor said, offering a nearly flawless smile. Some members of the Assembly have expressed interest in the litigation reform proposals you suggested, and I hope the establishment of a local prosecutor in Ellesmereport yields positive outcomes. I share your expectations, Lord Bartley replied, his demeanor becoming more serious as he nodded. For a brighter future for Ellesmereport. For a better future for Fenabot, the young prosecutor concurred, nodding as he accepted a cane from a nearby attendant, draping his cloak around himself. Remember to deliver my guitar to my residence. The young prosecutor instructed the attendant, be cautious while doing so. Now, take me to see your Ellesmereport, the young prosecutor directed, addressing Lord Bartley. Chapter 94, The Hunt for the Werewolf. The weather by the bay is notoriously capricious. A torrential downpour at noon nearly obscured the entire world. Rainwater had coalesced into a murky stream along the somewhat disorderly streets, leaving no one brave enough to venture outside. Yet, some remained, such as the prey attempting to flee the clutches of certain hunters. The man's labored breaths and the splashes from his heavy footsteps melded with the rain, accentuating their starkness. A drenched figure, clutching his shoulder, emerged from the corner into the alley, the rain cascading from him, carrying a potent scent of blood. He glanced around, his gaze settling on a heap of refuse that had accumulated at the alley's end. Rain poured from the top of the garbage pile, while yellowish wastewater seeped from the corners of the ground, merging into the stream flowing toward the street. With a sudden surge, he leapt onto the refuse pile, scaling the wall at the alley's end, yet paused atop it, his eyes fixated on the alley beyond, cold sweat mingling with rainwater trickling down his back. Madman, he muttered under his breath. A malicious chuckle pierced the curtain of rain, and he caught a glimpse of a woman, poised and leisurely in the center of the opposite alley, clad in a wide-brimmed hat and a long leather coat, before her silhouette faded from his view, followed by a sudden force from behind. He tumbled from the wall, The man's face contorted in pain, a muffled groan escaping his throat before he sealed his lips. Impressive perseverance, the woman's voice, laced with malice, resonated from above, the hem of her long leather coat swaying close to the ground as rain flowed along the fabric seams, creating ripples that spread outward before being engulfed by the raindrops. You may yet escape a little longer. The coat's edges shifted slightly before remaining still, her voice drifting from a distance. The man felt an urge to curse, but the sound of her boots striking the ground silenced him. That woman is completely deranged, he mused, realizing that his life was hardly worth a few golden liros. He was merely a target for bounty in Phenobot and Rune. Shouldn't a hunter of her caliber be pursuing those who were wanted by all nations, with bounties in the thousands? For such individuals, hunting him was a sheer waste of time. Just minutes prior, he had been seated comfortably in a bar, savoring a rare bargain South Welsh beer obtained with 2 hard-earned coins. Yet now, he felt akin to a sheep targeted by a ravenous wolf, desperately fleeing in a final struggle for survival. The crux of the matter is that the woman resembled a wolf toying with her prey. Her lack of hunger rendered her hunting akin to a game. He found himself bewildered as to how he had entangled himself with such a lunatic. As a mere pirate captain with a bounty of only a few hundred gold pieces, he was acutely aware of the caliber of individuals he could provoke and those he could not. After all, he harbored aspirations to amass some wealth and retire from this perilous vocation. His dealings with women had primarily been limited to courtesans. The incessant rain dulled his hearing, obscuring sounds from several paces away, leaving him only with the rhythm of his own breath echoing in his chest. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The prolonged flight had blurred his consciousness. Realizing escape was futile, he surrendered to the ground, nearly collapsing. "Have you given up?" The woman's voice, tinged with a sigh, pierced through the curtain of rain, laced with a hint of disappointment. The sound of her boots striking the ground mingled with the cacophony of the rain, gradually becoming distinct. He discerned that the sound emanated from in front of him. He lifted his gaze, a malicious voice whispering by his ear as a force pressed down on his forehead, compelling him to raise his head in a manner that nearly threatened to snap his neck, the rain cascading down his face, almost forcibly flooding his mouth. He struggled to open his eyes, attempting to pierce the curtain of rain that obscured the woman's features, yet the visage beneath the wide-brimmed hat appeared distorted and unclear, save for the corners of her mouth, which curled into a mad yet joyous smile that stood out vividly. The man's eyes widened incrementally, fixating solely on the woman's manic and elated grin. The alley fell silent, as if the world had ceased to exist. Agnes rose to her feet, slowly closing her eyes. She sensed something within her melting, spreading throughout her being. She distinctly felt that the part of her that belonged to madness had finally digested, while the remnants of her lycanthropic nature also exhibited slight signs of assimilation. Her efforts during this journey had not been in vain. She had hunted suitable prey among the pirates. The digestion of her madness had begun its course back in Badivia. Yet it still took over 10 days to reach its completion now, upon arriving at the port of Tiana. As for the digestion of her lycanthropic essence, Agnes could not suppress a sigh within her heart. She faintly grasped the concept of embodying the wolf. When she regarded the pirates, she hunted merely as sustenance to support her existence, as food to satiate her appetite. Thus, taking their lives felt akin to a rightful hunt. After several such endeavors, she could keenly perceive the digestion of her inherent traits. However, Agnes still felt she had yet to discover the proper manner to embody her lycanthropic identity, as evidenced by the sluggish progress of assimilation within her. She needed to diligently contemplate the embodiment of the wolf, striving to complete her transformation before finding Cainchester. "Is my first madness still intact?" Agnes inquired of her reflection in the puddle before her. Huijin's visage appeared alongside Agnes's reflection in the water. The madness she had previously possessed, though diminished in its sustaining factors, would not dissipate in the short term. Agnes nodded. "I understand," she murmured, turning her gaze to the lifeless body with its neck contorted in an unnatural position. She noted the blood seeping from the gaping wound in its shoulder, mingling with the murky water on the ground, nearly saturating the entire figure. Agnes wrinkled her nose in distaste before extending her hand to hoist the substantial corpse onto her shoulder. "After all, this is the fruit of my labor today. It cannot go to waste." Agnes sighed. Chapter 95, Differences. Damel Port, one of the colonial islands upon the Sunniya Sea. Agnes raised her head, fixating on a myriad of wanted posters plastered in layers upon the wall, adjusting the wide-brimmed hat atop her head. She pushed open the door and stepped into the inn, where the warm atmosphere instantaneously alleviated the chill that had permeated her rain-soaked garments. Water trickled from the contours of her long leather coat onto the floor, forming puddles. Agnes stomped her feet on a makeshift mat at the entrance, shaking off her body to leave any excess water behind. Her gaze swept across the sparsely populated tavern on the ground floor. On this rainy day, there were scarcely any patrons, and she effortlessly spotted Llewyn, who was sipping a pint of South Welsh beer. Agnes approached the table where Llewyn was seated and pulled out a chair across from him. "Have you gathered any information?" she inquired softly. Llewyn nodded, yet remained silent, standing up instead. Agnes did not move, her eyes fixed on him. "Mina wishes to speak with you," one explained. Agnes sighed in resignation, rising to her feet and pushing the chair back. "Very well," she said with a shrug. "I indeed need to return to my room to change my attire." Agnes was reluctant to venture out hunting in such inclement weather. Had she not feared that her quarry would escape due to her sluggishness, she would have preferred to remain in the inn all day. Moreover, she had somewhat underestimated the ferocity of rainstorms in the island region. To be frank, it felt as if the Lord of the Storm were pouring water at her feet. She mused inwardly, and this was merely an ordinary rainy day here. The long leather coat she wore would have sufficed to shield her from most of the rain throughout the year in Feneboat City. Yet today, Agnes unfastened the buttons of her coat, twisting the fabric within to wring out a puddle on the floor. Llewyn cast her a peculiar glance. Agnes raised an eyebrow, directing her gaze toward him. "What is it?" she asked. Llewyn instinctively averted his eyes. "It's nothing," he muttered, his gaze evasive. "You seem much bolder than before." "What on earth is he talking about?" Agnes could not help but arch her eyebrow, regarding her attendant with incredulity. "Does he possess too much of his own opinion?" Agnes reflected. Her eyes wandered over the lampshade of the oil lamp on the table, and she could hear Huijin's laughter, barely contained. Agnes's gaze lingered on the lampshade. "Have you just realized?" Huijin's voice quivered with mirth. "Have you just noticed that your lycanthropic attendant exhibits a high degree of autonomy?" Agnes raised an eyebrow and addressed Llewyn. "Please exit for a moment." She then reached out and physically propelled him out of the room, slamming the door shut behind him. "Is it because he has established a mental connection with me?" Agnes entered the washroom, speaking to Huijin's reflection in the mirror. "What do you think?" Huijin replied, her laughter almost trembling. "You've encountered other lycanthropic attendants before. The priority of mental influence derived from your essence surpasses that of lycanthropic toxins. Thus, when I utilize lycanthropic toxins to infect others and transform them into attendants, once the attendant establishes a mental connection with me, the influence from my essence will overshadow the link established by the lycanthropic toxin." Huijin chuckled, shrugging. "An attendant afflicted by lycanthropic toxins does not exhibit such flexibility." "And the body?" Agnes inquired, gazing at her reflection. "I do not sense any other mutations within him. Moreover, his time is running short." Agnes added with a tone bordering on resignation. "He proves quite useful for gathering information about those pirates. Are you not already well aware? Our affliction resides within the soul and spirit." Huijin's demeanor softened slightly, yet a smirk still lingered at the corners of her lips as she remarked, "The ethereal body and beyond are of no concern to us." Agnes remained silent, her gaze fixed on the reflection in the mirror, where Huijin's smirk persisted. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "You seem much improved now." Huijin tilted her head in slight confusion, her smile wavering. "Your previous laughter was excessively theatrical." Agnes quietly added, her eyes still on their mirrored reflection. Huijin's smile faded, her expression turning neutral as she regarded Agnes. Agnes withdrew her gaze from the mirror, shedding her drenched garments onto the washstand, and turned the inner shower on. Warm water cascaded down from above, and Agnes tilted her head back, relishing the sensation as the water washed over her face, pushing her hair back. She stood upright, instinctively glancing toward the side mirror, where she beheld Huijin still positioned in her opulent red attire, quietly observing herself. Unable to suppress a smirk, Agnes chose not to return her gaze to the mirror. "Len said you wished to speak with me?" Agnes inquired, turning to Milo, who was seated sideways, towel in hand, drying his hair. Milo hesitated before nodding, nervously tugging at the hem of his shirt, and then looked up at Agnes, saying, "I believe I've heard news about Daniel." Agnes halted her movements, setting her hands down and turning to regard Milo earnestly. "Do you wish to seek him out?" she asked. Milo fell silent, fiddling with the fabric beneath his hands, lost in thought for a considerable time. Agnes observed him, patiently awaiting his response. "No, I do not wish to," Milo finally declared, his gaze firm as he addressed Agnes. "I shouldn't seek him out now. I'm still too weak." Agnes sighed, placing a hand on Milo's shoulder, unable to resist ruffling his hair affectionately. "You know I will assist you." "No," Milo shook his head. "I should not ask for your help." He gently removed Agnes's hand from his head. "This is my matter, And you should not treat me like a child, he asserted. In Badivia, I vowed to protect you and to praise you, not to require your care. He added, moreover, you're not much older than I am. He said earnestly, I understand that the nun-like appearance you present is your true age. Agnes found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Should she reveal to Milo that her existence spans beyond the identity of Agnes Pagny? It seemed inconsequential, she mused. For Milo had already glimpsed parts of her reality, which should not be beyond his comprehension. Thus, Agnes placed her previously withdrawn hand on Milo's other shoulder, whispering, however, my age ought not to be calculated solely from the birth of this body. Chapter 96. What is confined? Madam, you understand that is not the crux of the matter, Milo said, frowning. You know what I truly wish to convey. Agnes couldn't help but chuckle. Then you ought to place your genuine sentiments at the forefront. Milo bit his lip, feeling somewhat frustrated. But my departure from Badivia, alongside you, is not intended for you to be my guardian. You do not permit me to partake in any endeavor. Agnes smirked slightly. I understand now. Our Milo aspires to assist me. She released her grip on his shoulder and resumed, drying her hair with the towel she had set aside. Well, perhaps you should first learn from Len. I could certainly use someone to gather information for me, she mused, winking at Milo. Besides, Mr. Len's shelf life is nearing its end. I understand, Milo nodded earnestly. I will strive to do so. He truly was easy to appease, Agnes thought, exhaling a sigh of relief as she watched Milo exit. She returned the towel to the washroom and cast a glance at the mirror. Huijin's figure had vanished. Agnes withdrew her gaze and stepped out of the washroom. Is there something you need? Agnes paused from her writing, her voice tinged with resignation as she hesitated before finally calling out, harmony of voices. A slight ripple spread through the room, and the flame within the oil lamp flickered faintly. A nightingale, no larger than Agnes's hand, materialized beside her. Because you have come here, the harmonious voice sang, its tone reminiscent of the nightingale's melodious call. Is it due to the peculiar nature of this place? Agnes questioned, reaching out to touch the soft feathers along the little nightingale's back. I can sense it. There is a spiritual force emanating from the dormant volcano's cavern at the center. She chuckled softly. Even the cured meats here carry remnants of the spirit world. Do you wish to explore the spirit realm? The harmonious voice inquired. Do you desire me to? Agnes smirked, or does this pertain to something else? Only me. The voice brimmed with excitement. I wish to take you to my domain. Agnes sighed in exasperation, gathering her scattered notes from the tabletop. Not so fast, she said, extending her finger for the harmonious voice to perch upon. I would like to bestow upon you a human name, if you don't mind. This way, I shall not inadvertently reveal your identity when addressing you in front of others. She gently caressed the nightingale's feathers with her fingertip. The harmonious voice nuzzled against Agnes's finger with its fluffy head. Very well, it replied without hesitation. Agnes couldn't help but smile softly, murmuring, Nightingale, little nightingale. The harmonious voice regarded Agnes with some confusion before nodding. I understand, Nightingale, it responded. This is a name uniquely yours for me. Agnes sighed again, her fingers running along the feathers on the nightingale's back. You may also assign me a distinctive title. No, Nightingale, it replied softly, madam. Agnes sensed that it had uttered something she had not quite caught. What did you just say? She asked, frowning. I merely stated that I can refer to you as madam, the nightingale insisted, rubbing against Agnes's finger. Very well, Agnes sighed. Shall we venture to the cavern at the heart of the island? No need, the nightingale replied, nuzzling Agnes's palm. Right here. My power is sufficient to guide you into the spirit realm. As Agnes watched the little nightingale dissolve from her fingertips, gentle ripples cascaded outward. The room seemed to vanish, and indescribable, ethereal forms emerged around her, their colors vibrant yet overlapping. A hazy mist enveloped everything, fading into nothingness. 7 distinct beams of radiant light glided slowly in the depths above, seemingly alive and imbued with boundless knowledge. Agnes sensed a subtle transformation within herself. She felt her hand rise, yet all she perceived was a swirling mass of shapeless gray-black mist, escaping from dark tendrils. Lowering her gaze, she saw what appeared to be a churning sea of gray-black bubbles, exuding an immensely viscous sensation, as if she had become a mass of black sludge. Wisps of gray-black mist seeped from the bubbles, floating upon the surface of the ocean. Countless strands of obsidian thread radiated from the ocean towards an unknown destination, while grayish mist billowed forth from these threads, appearing somewhat nebulous beneath the vibrant hues of the spirit realm. Agnes felt as though she had raised an eyebrow, yet it merely seemed to be a few more bubbles surfacing from the dark sea. What truly lay imprisoned beneath the human form? Suddenly, Agnes recalled Trevor's words from that time. How unsightly, she instinctively thought. She still preferred the visage of humanity. The grayish ocean began to churn violently, and Agnes witnessed the seemingly boundless expanse of the murky waters quietly vanish, revealing her own arm. Countless black strands drifted from her clenched fist, resembling tentacles. Her pale skin faintly displayed a bone-white hue, as if the colors of the spirit realm were swirling beneath it. This was entirely different from the hues she had just seen, Agnes mused. She could not find the shirt she had donned in her room, only the coarse, wide sleeves of a white linen garment, beneath which a stinging sensation coursed through her skin. The phrase cutting pain suddenly echoed in her mind. She extended her hand to touch her forehead, finding nothing that should adorn her head, merely soft strands of hair. Agnes lowered her hand and gazed ahead, feeling numerous faint calls emanating from various directions. Nightingale, Agnes whispered, you have only brought in my spirit form. Madam, the nightingale appeared upon her hand, bouncing restlessly. I apologize. I did not anticipate this. Agnes could not help but shake her head. It matters not. Where's your domain? She inquired aloud. Chapter 97. The Palace of the Nightingale. A splendid place, Agnes remarked, surveying her surroundings. A truly splendid place. She smiled at the nightingale as the candles within the palace flickered brilliantly, countless mirrors reflecting the warm glow of the flames. As the light danced, the subtle colors seemed to swirl beneath Agnes's bone-white skin. The shadows within those mirrors were ethereal and hazy, interweaving layers of imagery that displayed not only the grandeur of the palace, but an array of bizarre spectacles even more striking than the palace itself, resulting in a vivid tapestry of rich and vibrant hues. It is much brighter here than I had previously imagined. She watched as the figure of the nightingale on her hand faded, and then Agnes noticed, not far ahead, what felt almost close, a nearly transparent ripple forming a humanoid shape, continuously spreading outward until it quietly vanished upon touching the palace mirrors, as if entering them. Is this the reason the musical angel sings in my mind? Agnes mused with a smile. The ephemeral ripples emanating from the figure seemed to pause at her words, and images of the nightingale's likeness flickered in her mind. If she were in her human form now, her ears would surely be flushed with embarrassment. Agnes could not help but think. Do those mirrors represent the portals of the soul? Agnes ventured, speaking with a tone of near certainty. Indeed, the spectral figure nodded. Agnes found it difficult to articulate what she perceived in that brief exchange. It felt as though she had heard the plaintive, lingering strains of a violin solo, mingled with the solemn beauty of a pipe organ. It resembled the crisp clarity of a music box, yet bore the grandeur of a soaring soprano. Agnes widened her eyes in awe, gazing at the nightingale's ethereal form. I adore your voice, Agnes declared, pausing to nod, her gaze filled with expectation directed at the nightingale. She distinctly perceived that the ripples extending throughout the palace had momentarily stilled. Unable to contain her laughter, Agnes said, Ah, she is shy again. Madam. Agnes heard the nightingale call out in a tone tinged with exasperation. Agnes stifled her laughter and shifted the topic. It seems your palace has a multitude of mirrors? She asked, her gaze lingering on one mirror. Those who are most fervent? Agnes observed the spectral figure nod slightly. And they are in a constant state of fluctuation? Agnes quietly inquired, watching as one mirror faded while another emerged elsewhere. It depends on them, the nightingale replied, as long as they possess enough passion and talent. I see, Agnes murmured. So, it was here that you discovered that gentleman, Mr. Strellis? His mirror has existed here for quite some time. The nightingale's voice dipped slightly, sounding akin to a cello. Agnes refrained from further inquiries, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the myriad mirrors. Sarah will no longer be entranced, the nightingale suddenly remarked. When the door of illusion opens, every cherished memory will guide her to discern all that she sees. Agnes sighed, lifting her hand only to let it fall again. Memories are treasures, Agnes finally stated. The nightingale ceased her discourse, and then said, They are still here. Agnes sensed the nightingale's keen gaze upon her. I believe you will find them intriguing, the nightingale said, her tone imbued with excitement. Agnes observed as the ripples within the palace began to grow chaotic, becoming almost elusive. The mirrors scattered throughout the palace seemed to shift, dazzling light refracting within, and for a moment, Agnes felt as though they were electric sparks. Ultimately, the movement of the mirrors ceased, and two mirrors appeared before Agnes. Who are they? Agnes instinctively turned her gaze towards the images within the mirrors. In one mirror, she beheld a landscape of pristine white snow blanketing the crimson peaks, rivers meandering through the meadows, while patches of wild grass swayed in the wind atop the desolate highlands. In the other mirror, elegantly dressed individuals danced joyously, vibrant fireworks blossoming in the sky, while scantily clad figures huddled in the shadows. And cold sentinels stood at the juncture of light and darkness. You can hear the songs of their hearts from here. The nightingale's voice resonated as though it emanated from the entire palace. Hesitantly, Agnes extended her hand to touch the first mirror, and she was met with a resounding symphony of grandeur. "This is Mr. Conti's," Agnes asserted confidently, recognizing it as part of the same series as the symphony she had heard upon her emergence from the depths at the Musicians' Association. A smile involuntarily graced her lips at the memory. "Mr. Conti has always been this way." She released her hand from the mirror, often lingering in memories of the southern continent. "Then this must be Marcono," Agnes ventured, albeit hesitantly. "It can only be him." As she reached out to caress the second mirror, a cacophony of contradictory and dramatic music flooded her mind, most of it mere fragments, each varied, yet only revealing a vague outline. Agnes withdrew her hand, pressing her temples in mild frustration. "It bears some of Mr. Conti's style," Agnes quietly observed, "but it is evident that his own ideas prevail." Agnes paused for a moment before articulating, "He is indeed exceptionally talented." Her gaze was drawn to the reflection in the mirror, where amidst a crowd of elegantly attired individuals stood a pale, slender girl, quietly observing the revelry from a corner. It appeared she wished to incorporate me into her music as well. Agnes couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Suddenly, she witnessed the girl leaning against the wall for support before nearly collapsing to the ground, causing a flurry of panic among the surrounding crowd. Agnes inhaled deeply, a smirk tugging at her lips. What impression does he truly have of me? Chapter 98, Preparing for Contact. December 1st. The port of Demir on the colonial islands of Ruin bore a significant contrast to the places I had previously traversed. Perhaps due to its location above the Suanya Sea, it was not uncommon for pirates to come ashore, often without much discretion regarding their movements. This may be attributed to the fact that some individuals regularly collaborated with these pirates, aiding in the disposal of their plunder, much like the case with Badivia's Bonner. Although I had been within Ruin's dominion for some time, I had yet to experience the authentic essence of Ruin. While a portion of the Dixie Bay region was under Ruin's control, the disparities between the two nations' territories were not particularly pronounced. To be precise, Dixie Bay possessed a singular characteristic, that of Dixie itself, distinct from Fainport and Ruin. Conversely, Demir Port exuded the essence of the Suanya Sea, inhabited by individuals who made little effort to conceal their affiliations with pirates, even taking pride in them. While these pirates had not yet reached the point of brazenly strolling the streets, one could often observe poorly disguised pirates, such as those sporting wigs and darkened eyebrows to indulge in revelry, and even some who were entirely unmasked. Of course, perhaps they felt little need for caution, as most pirates adopted a carpe diem attitude, and few possessed the capability to hunt them down. After all, for many, the pirate's vengeance was a daunting prospect. For me, the thought of pirate retribution remained a troublesome matter, particularly if those pirates were to gather intelligence in advance, ambushing vessels and bombarding them with cannon fire. Although I had my own methods to address such retaliation, be it through invoking his power or seeking the assistance of Nightingale, these were not strategies to be employed lightly. Regarding other forms of vengeance, I found myself less concerned. To avoid complications, I chose to associate with members of smaller pirate crews, as many of these individuals were often more loathsome than those from larger factions. At least the latter adhered to rules established by their leaders. Most of the smaller pirates harbored a mindset of making a quick score and disappearing, conducting their affairs with little restraint. The aura of mediocrity and malice they exuded was almost nauseating, reminiscent of decaying sludge. Unless they sold themselves for a bounty, they rarely possessed the wealth necessary to indiscriminately wield cannons. A ship capable of navigating the tumultuous Suanya Sea would demand all of their resources. The ink of the fountain pen lingered for a moment before continuing its descent across the page, faint chuckles echoing in the writer's ear. Should the larger pirates who shielded them choose to intervene, then invoking his power or that of Nightingale would no longer be a losing proposition. Agnes couldn't resist lifting her gaze toward the lampshade. "Do you wish to leverage his power?" Huijin teased, her tone laced with jest. "I thought you would refrain from considering such powers unless faced with a situation akin to Badivia. After all, it could lead to madness," Agnes remarked, her pen tip scratching against the paper. "You are still merely a werewolf," Huijin replied with a hint of amusement. "As long as the power you wield does not exceed your current capacity, you may only experience fleeting dark thoughts, which will dissipate in due time." Agnes capped her pen and closed her notebook. "What about the zombie syndrome I acquired in Badivia?" she inquired, her gaze fixed intently on the shadow within the lampshade. "When will it fade with the passage of time?" The figure within the lampshade fell silent for a moment before responding. When you come to understand certain truths. It seems as if you're choosing, Agnes remarked. Why? Because it obscures my self-recognition? The figure remained silent. I appear to be rather different from you, Agnes suddenly stated. Of course, you are not me, Huijin replied. The memories you possess are merely a fraction. Agnes, feeling somewhat vexed, ran her fingers through her hair. You know, I refer to the manifestation of my spirit in the spirit realm. Huijin's visage reflected a curious intrigue as her deep brown eyes appraised Agnes. I sense some fear emerging from within you, Huijin said with a slight smirk. What is it that you fear? Agnes regarded Huijin's face in the lampshade for a moment before replying. Perhaps it pertains to the essence of existence itself. Your uncertainty regarding your own existence, Huijin asserted. No, not uncertainty, rather a partial understanding, Agnes murmured. Huijin's lips curled in a knowing smile as she observed Agnes. Agnes turned her attention to the figure within the lampshade and tore off a piece of paper, inscribing 8 characters: deformity and destruction, inversion as deception. Agnes watched as the characters appeared to flow thickly across the paper, a wry smile forming on her lips. Look, Agnes said, addressing the figure in the lampshade. It has changed. How is Dre's faring? A low voice resonated in the room. He has yet to receive a response to his prayers since that incident, Mr. Yanis. Came the gentle reply. Since that event, he has been the only one within the order to receive a response from him. Yanis sighed. Yauman, I hope your student has not disappointed him. I have faith in Dre's, Yauman replied, maintaining a gentle tone. Have you gleaned any results from your investigation into Badivia? Yanis nodded, producing a neatly preserved leather dossier from his satchel. I believe the order needs to make contact with this Lady Poesia. He directed his gaze toward Yauman. Yauman cautiously untied the strap that held the dossier shut and extracted its contents. Ella Poesia. He perused the information before looking back at Yanis. And Agnes Pagny? I harbor some doubts regarding the relationship between these two individuals, Yanis remarked vaguely. I believe I require more time for investigation. You know we ought not to disturb the Pagny family, Yauman sighed. It is his request. Thus, I firmly believe we should reach out to Lady Poesia, Yanis insisted, his gaze fixed intently on Yauman. Very well, I shall ascertain a suitable candidate, Yauman nodded. A subtle shiver seemed to emanate from the depths of their souls. Their heartbeats thundering like a hammer, striking an anvil as both Yanis and Yauman instinctively turned their gazes westward. Is it him? Yanis murmured. It is him. Yauman exclaimed with excitement. I shall summon the members of the order at once. Yanis looked on helplessly as Yauman exited the room with an unusual urgency, shaking his head as he turned his attention to the dossier, now clutched in his hands. Only acquaintance? Yanis slowly flipped through the pages, pondering that it might be more than that. Chapter 99. The Desire to Remember. I once endeavored to inscribe these 8 characters upon paper, as Agnes gently caressed the seemingly viscous, flowing script upon the page. During my time in Sevilla, I was utterly unable to capture them in writing. What do these 8 characters signify in your memory? Huijin quietly inquired, gazing at Agnes. I do not recall much, Agnes replied, her expression somewhat bewildered. In my recollection, from my previous life, they have always signified hostility, a harbinger of calamity. To my mind, these 8 characters are associated with the soul bearer. She paused for a moment before continuing, and I once believed this to be the very reason the soul bearer ought not to exist. Do you perceive it differently now? Huijin asked with a hint of mockery. I now sense it speaks of my own existence, Agnes declared, her gaze fixed intently upon the visage on the lampshade. Is there a contradiction between the two? Huijin remarked almost as a matter of course. Agnes fell silent for a while before responding. Indeed, there is no contradiction. I simply find it incomprehensible. You need not comprehend it, Huijin stated calmly. For a considerable span of time, you need not grasp it. How long a span? Agnes instinctively retorted. That depends on you, Huijin replied. Agnes averted her gaze from the lampshade, lowering her head to stroke the ring upon her right hand's 4th finger. When shall I be able to completely purge the taint of my mother's soul? She whispered. Have you finally reached your limit? Huijin chuckled lightly, tinged with a hint of jest, for I thought you could endure longer. Trevor once informed me that I had reclaimed all the pollution from the beacons in that room. And thereafter, I discovered that this ring indeed no longer bore the characteristics of the Thorn's beacon. Agnes gazed silently at Huijin for a moment, her voice low as she said, Yet the taint upon my mother's soul still lingers. I believe for you. It is unnecessary for your mother to be revived for a long time. Huijin spoke in an exceedingly calm tone, for it bears no significance. After all, she must embark upon a new life. How long a time is a long time? Agnes eventually inquired. Perhaps 4 or 50 years. Huijin replied uncertainly, or maybe longer. I understand, Agnes said, fixing her gaze on Hui Zhen before changing the subject. What must I achieve to possess the capacity to bear memories? Whenever you desire, Hui Zhen answered expressionlessly. It merely depends on whether it holds significance. What constitutes significance? Agnes pressed on relentlessly. Hui Zhen remained silent for a moment before suddenly asking, Do you yearn to witness those memories? But not all of them, Agnes replied, her gaze unwavering on the visage of the lampshade. I merely wish to extract what I need from those memories, the information I can currently access. You exhibit remarkable confidence in those memories, Hui Zhen remarked with a touch of irony. I simply believe that my memories hold the ultimate answers to many things, Agnes quipped, a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. Hui Zhen's deep brown eyes remained fixed upon Agnes. A long silence ensued. Thus, you may gradually bear some memories in a meaningful manner, Hui Zhen suddenly declared. Establish a profound desire to remember, a yearning potent enough to evoke resonance. Hui Zhen intently regarded Agnes. Augment and transform it, allowing it to resonate within your soul, Hui Zhen urged almost breathlessly, and it shall become your desire, granting you the power to fulfill that desire. Is this the essence of the Pagny family's application of beacons, borrowing the nature of power? Agnes asked with unexpected calmness. Hui Zhen, unperturbed, merely nodded. Suffering often conceals the deepest longings of the heart, Agnes murmured, and joy, in many instances, is also intertwined with desires from the depths of the soul. You understand quite well. Although I possess the desire to reclaim those memories, they have yet to become my yearning. Agnes lifted her gaze to the visage on the lampshade. Indeed, I am aware, Hui Zhen replied evenly. I did not refer to you yourself. What you need to remember is not your own memories. Remember the yearning, a desire of sufficient worth. Hui Zhen paused before continuing. Then exchange your remembered desire with me for your memories. I comprehend. Agnes nodded in affirmation. Hui Zhen regarded Agnes with a complex expression, cautioning. Unfulfilled desires may incite suffering, and your acquisition of memories might equally lead to madness. Agnes took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. Then, I wish you luck. Hui Zhen cast a deep glance at Agnes, adding that, should you desire, the abyssal whisper may also aid you. Agnes slowly closed her eyes. What I once yearned for was no different from the common person's desires. Yet henceforth, what I crave will be to incessantly sip from the flames of others' hearts. The flames within me exist because of the flames within others. I shall pursue those flickering hopes that persist even in the depths of despair. The emerald pinned to her left ear glimmered faintly, and Agnes felt a tremor within her soul. She vaguely perceived a viscous, dark gray ocean imprisoned within her body. As if it surged with towering waves, the gray mist rolling and obscuring the heavens above, erasing the boundary between it and the ocean. In an instant, she realized she had established her first layer of yearning remembrance, and she had acquired the power to fulfill her desire. All seekers would appear to her as bright as stars, and those who sought her would unveil their secrets, ensuring that all she inscribed would remain eternally unforgettable. Agnes could not restrain a smile. Never to be forgotten, since you have resolved upon vengeance and taken vengeful actions. Agnes cast a disappointed glance at the disheveled heap of bodies sprawled upon the ship, and spoke solemnly. Then, a corresponding price must be paid. Your souls are reeking with decay. Agnes shook her head, crouching down to tap the head of the nearby pirate with her claw-like hand now. Beseech me to spare your lives. I beseech you, the pirate almost immediately implored. Countless images flashed in Agnes's mind, and she looked down at the pirate with a trace of derision. Chapter 100. Pray for me to let you live. Since you revel in wielding dominion over the lives of others, I too may indulge in the pleasure of commanding your life. Her sharp claws pierced the skin of the pirate's neck, and before he could react, his throat was nearly severed, a stream of blood cascading down her blood-stained nails. Captain! Agnes smirked as she gazed at the still disheveled group, her gaze honing in on the man desperately attempting to shrink away. Step forward, she commanded, her smile almost suitable for a social gathering, yet suffused with malice, her eyes fixed on the man. She furrowed her brow in recollection and then said, I believe I should address you as Captain Lawrence. The pirates before Captain Lawrence instinctively recoiled at Agnes's gaze. As her eyes bore no obstruction, Captain Lawrence trembled uncontrollably. Intrigued, Agnes raised an eyebrow and approached him, while the pirates sprawled upon the ground scuttled away at the sight of her advancing figure, moving as quickly as they could, whether by running or crawling. You yearn to live, Agnes stated, pressing down on her hands, preventing Lawrence from retreating, her tone declarative. She could feel the man beneath her trembling incessantly. Pray for me to let you live, Agnes reiterated. Agnes felt the tremors of the body beneath her intensify after she uttered those words, almost as if it were on the verge of collapse. The plea for her to repeat her statement had yet to escape the man's lips when a chilling glint pierced toward her heart, interrupting him. Effortlessly, Agnes shattered the blade in Lawrence's hand, which had already been on the brink of breaking from their recent skirmish, snapping his wrist that was feeble in comparison to her strength, and she instinctively paused for a moment. She sensed her desires stirring, a low, guttural roar echoing in her ears, imbued with a sense of despair and fury, akin to a dying man grasping at the most fragile straw within reach. A vague sensation of searing flames erupted where the man's blood stained her claws, as she beheld flickering lights lingering there. So this is how it is, Agnes mused thoughtfully, lifting her gaze to the man whose eyes brimmed with madness and despair, raising an intrigued eyebrow. What a valiant fellow! She could not help but wear a malicious smile. Let us do this again. The man, seemingly oblivious to his broken wrist and the myriad of wounds he had sustained, forgot his defenses but did not forget his skills, launching a frenzied assault against Agnes with a strength and agility that surpassed the ordinary. A warrior indeed, and seemingly a fortunate one, Agnes remarked with a hint of derision. You ought to have fought this fiercely from the very beginning. With an almost casual demeanor, she tore through the man's flesh and tattered clothing, much like a ravenous wolf ripping apart the weak points of its prey. The man's enraged roars resonated with the desires she felt within, the crimson hue splattering across every surface around them. Finally, the man came to a halt, his labored breaths carrying an essence of impending despair, and Agnes sensed something forming. She observed the flickering lights on her claws coalescing into a flower tinged with blood. Lifting her gaze, she noticed the man's face contorting with madness and agony, his limbs elongating grotesquely while his damaged muscles visibly began to rot, bulging tumors sprouting amidst the bloodied remnants of skin. Out of control, Agnes calmly extended her hand through his now sticky chest, extracting the organ that governed the flow of blood, which gushed forth, already tainted with decay. The transformed body succumbed to the external force, collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. Gentlemen, Agnes nonchalantly discarded the still pulsating organ onto the ground, her gaze shifting to those attempting to leap from the ship's edge nearby. I believe you ought to make some wiser choices. Agnes observed as those around her capable of wielding weapons instinctively tightened their grips, instinctively huddling closer as if to conceal themselves. Be wise. Do not attempt to provoke me with actions that would displease me, Agnes said with a smile brimming with malice. Pleading for your lives would be your best option. Not a single pirate uttered a sound. Do you think I would let you escape unscathed? Agnes gazed at the pirates with a hint of disappointment, her tone laden with heartfelt sorrow. No, no, no. Agnes shook her head vehemently, then spoke with utmost seriousness. When you plead for your lives, your fates are in the hands of your former selves. So, is there anyone here to beseech for your lives? Agnes's gaze swept over the group. Or, she laughed maliciously, would you all prefer to perish here together? I think Dreiser is the best choice. A man clad in a classic suit spoke with a somewhat hoarse voice. He is the only one among us who has encountered her. Who else among us possesses such a privilege? Yanis sighed slightly as he continued the man's interrupted words. Dreiser should understand that with the honor comes responsibility. Under the gaze of Yalman, his attention instinctively fell upon the brown-haired, dark-eyed youth quietly seated in the corner. The boy met his gaze with a smile and nodded. You are correct, Dreiser said with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. It is my responsibility. Since we now know that Miss Pleasia likely holds knowledge concerning her, I should seek her out promptly. The room fell into a hushed silence, save for the occasional sob and sniffle. Dreiser, the man almost sighed, forgive us, the cowards. Only you few may survive, Agnes said with disappointment as she looked at the 5 men who had collapsed before her, sighing. But that will suffice, she murmured to herself. Take their heads to claim the bounty, and then return here. Agnes crouched down before them, her voice tinged with an almost unsettling softness. You wouldn't dare to test whether I could find you, would you? Go. Agnes rose, speaking softly. I hope you are obedient enough.